In a secluded corner of the training grounds at the new recruits' training base, Jing Shang reluctantly caressed his Type 95 automatic rifle. After more than a year of service, he had yet to fire a single shot. Who could he turn to for justification in this regard? Squad leader, where do you plan to send me this time? He lamented, portraying an air of grievance as he confided in his fourth squad leader, fully aware that this leader was equally exasperated by his antics. The squad leader was not swayed by Jing Shang's woeful expression. The young man's habit of marching out of sync had been so severe that it had disrupted the entire squad, rendering them incapable of maintaining a proper formation. With Jing Shang around, normal military drills were a distant dream. He had, single-handedly, tarnished the reputations of 4 squads. Such a notorious presence was not something the squad leader could afford to retain. With a serious tone, the squad leader placed a reassuring hand on Jing Shang's shoulder. You've only 2 years of service, and there's just over half a year left until you're free. I've arranged a more relaxed position for you at Cold Weapons Research Institute, Factory 125. Just bide your time until you retire. This is all I can do for you. Before Jing Shang could respond, the squad leader attempted to reclaim the rifle from him. Jing Shang clung to it stubbornly. Try to negotiate. Squad leader, is it really such a big deal that I march out of sync? Surely it's not that significant, right? The squad leader's lips twitched in exasperation. It's not a major issue on its own, but with you around, the entire squad struggles to march properly. You lead them astray. When he first took over Jing Shang, having heard tales from the previous 3 squad leaders about the young man's peculiar gait, he had been skeptical. How difficult could it be to correct such a simple issue? It was merely a matter of walking in sync, and he had been confident he could train him to follow the proper protocols. Yet, within 3 months, the squad leader found himself entirely subjugated by Jing Shang's antics. His authority entirely diminished. Not only had the squad been led astray, but even he, the squad leader, was left bewildered. The power of Jing Shang's peculiar stride was undeniable. With a firm tug, the squad leader wrested the Type 95 automatic rifle from Jing Shang's grasp. Enough of this, he declared. Get in the vehicle. He tossed the rifle into the back seat of the off-road vehicle. Reluctantly, Jing Shang climbed into the passenger seat, clutching a glimmer of hope. Was the squad leader personally escorting him to the cold weapons factory? That place was reputedly exceptional, far beyond the reach of ordinary conscripts. The squad leader must have gone to great lengths to arrange this, likely leveraging numerous connections. As they traveled, the journey was long, and when hunger struck, they made do with whatever snacks they could find. The squad leader never paused, driving swiftly to deliver Jing Shang to Factory 125 without delay. This area is highly classified, and I cannot enter. They'll leave you here, he stated as they arrived. Upon exiting the vehicle, the squad leader's tone was noticeably lighter. He was finally free of Jing Shang. Jing Shang stepped out to behold a somewhat dilapidated factory and was taken aback. A factory of such stature lacked even a sign identifying it. The entrance was rusted and unattended, devoid of any guards. In the Dragon Kingdom, military factories were strictly regulated by the Ministry of Defense, regarded as the most sensitive of sites. All advanced weaponry in the nation was produced within these facilities. The High Command's emphasis on these factories was evident, with top-tier security and confidentiality protocols in place. Yet, this factory, nestled in the hills and surrounded by dense woods, appeared abandoned, reminiscent of a forsaken site, marred and neglected. Was this truly a military factory? Jing Shang was bewildered to the extent that he failed to catch the conversation between the squad leader and the factory's director. Director Ho, not even noticing as the squad leader discreetly slipped back into the vehicle. By the time he regained his composure, the squad leader had already sped off. Cursing as he drove away, I will never again take a clumsy recruit. Whoever does is just asking for trouble. His voice echoed through the valley, releasing 3 months' worth of pent-up frustration. Jing Shang waved goodbye. Squad leader, it's not that serious. Beside him, Director Ho chuckled, unable to contain his delight. As the sole caretaker of this deserted factory, he had longed for companionship, and now he finally had someone with whom to converse. How could he not be cheerful? Most importantly, with this young recruit to help him watch over the place, he could finally venture out to catch up with old comrades. Jing Shang, You shall remain here at Factory 125 until your service concludes. Yes, sir. Jing Shang, still perplexed by the factory's state, saluted in response. Director Ho nodded in satisfaction, handing Jing Shang a set of keys. I need to head down the mountain for supplies. Please keep an eye on the place while I'm gone. Jing Shang was puzzled. Why was Director Ho leaving so soon after his arrival? He instinctively asked, Director, what about the reporting procedures for the factory? Director Ho patted Jing Shang's shoulder, his expression significant. With just the two of us at Factory 125, meeting me is equivalent to reporting in. Just the two of us? Jing Shang was stunned, taken aback by the revelation. This was a military factory, albeit one focused on the now less esteemed field of cold weapons. Yet it couldn't possibly be staffed by only two individuals. Before his arrival, had Director Ho truly been the sole occupant, merely a gatekeeper, squad leader, you've led me into a predicament. After a brief discussion, Jing Shang learned that Factory 125 had once been renowned, but as the military shifted its focus to firearms, the cold weapons sector gradually declined. Factories specializing in cold weapons had been consolidated, and the personnel from Factory 125 had integrated into newer facilities, leaving behind only obsolete machinery. Due to its historical significance, the factory was preserved and an old soldier was assigned to guard it. Director Ho had long awaited a new recruit to relieve him, and now that his wish had been granted, he was eager to take a break and enjoy some fresh air. He started a jeep and eagerly told Jing Shang, keep an eye on things. He'll bring back some treats for you. Jing Shang, still adjusting to this new rhythm, instinctively asked, so, Director, will I have any tasks to complete? Director Ho chuckled. You're free, so why not ponder how to improve the blades and swords? Upon hearing this, Jing Shang's eyes lit up, and he immediately stood at attention, saluting, understood. I will ensure the task is completed. Director, what level of improvement would be considered satisfactory? Director Ho pressed the accelerator, unconcerned, and replied, for blades and swords, the sharper, the better. Cutting through iron like mud is ideal. Enough chatter, it's getting dark. And I must take my leave. Without waiting for Jing Shang to respond, he pressed the gas pedal, and the jeep sped away, even faster than the squad leader's driving. Chapter 2. The improvement of the Saber. Director Ho simply brushed off Jing Shang's inquiries. After all, the higher-ups had instructed him to ensure that Jing Shang merely held a nominal position until his service term concluded. The notion of having Jing Shang enhance the Saber was, in reality, a mere ruse to occupy his time. In this desolate place, devoid of any distractions, failing to engage in some form of activity would inevitably lead to a stifling sense of ennui. Yet, he could never have anticipated that this casual suggestion would almost incite a whirlwind of chaos from Jing Shang. At the entrance of Factory 125, Jing Shang stood alone, momentarily dazed. He had come to report to the frozen weapons factory, but upon examining the substantial set of keys in his hand, he could only shake his head in resignation and let out a heavy sigh as he reluctantly pushed open the imposing doors of Factory 125. Upon entering, he was greeted by rows of factory buildings, all securely locked, and it was evident that they had not been accessed in quite some time. He attempted to unlock one of the buildings, flicked on the lights, and was instantly assaulted by a surge of brightness that compelled him to squint. As his eyes adjusted, he beheld a series of glass display cases, each showcasing an array of military sabers, their blades glinting ominously, exuding an intoxicating allure of violent beauty. It was Jing Shang's first encounter with such a diverse collection of sabers. Domestic and foreign designs were present in abundance. Even the thick layer of dust on the glass could not obscure the chilling brilliance of these weapons. Compelled by an irresistible urge, he approached and opened the glass case. The sabers, now unveiled, sparkled as if they were long-buried treasures finally brought to light. His fingers grazed the blade of a Type 56 triangular bayonet, a renowned weapon in Long Country, and one with which he felt particularly adept. The blade was cold to the touch, its triangular profile featuring 3 blood grooves, a design frequently seen in films, instantly recognizable to many military enthusiasts. The triangular bayonet was crafted primarily for stabbing. Its sharp edges and grooves, forged from alloy steel, rendered it capable of penetrating standard stab-resistant vests. Once embedded in an enemy's body, The resulting wound would take on a roughly square shape, making it exceedingly difficult for the edges to compress against each other, thus preventing effective clotting and healing. This rendered it an exceptionally lethal weapon, instilling fear in many foes. Moreover, the blade's surface was polished to a gray-white finish, devoid of reflective qualities, which proved advantageous for nocturnal military operations. After returning the Type 56 triangular bayonet to its place, Jing Shang picked up another weapon nearby. This was the Machete M from Eagle Country, a weapon more ferocious than the Type 56 bayonet. Its infamous reputation stemmed from its use on battlefields to dispatch the deceased and handle prisoners of war, earning it the moniker of prisoner knife. The blade was primarily designed for stabbing and bloodletting, facilitating air entry into the wound through its grooves. Most alarming was the fact that it was treated with poison during production, rendering any injury inflicted with it exceptionally difficult to heal. He also encountered a uniquely shaped knife, the Gurkha knife. With its curved blade and broad belly, it resembled a dog's leg, thus colloquially dubbed the dog leg knife. The junction of the blade and handle featured a V-shaped groove, designed to facilitate the expulsion of blood during combat, preventing contamination of the handle. On the battlefield, each Gurkha knife bore the name of its soldier, accompanying them until retirement. This weapon gained notoriety during the conflicts between the colonizers of the Sun Never Sets Empire and Gurkha soldiers in western Nepal, transforming the seemingly odd curved knife into a fearsome tool of harvest. Jing Shang marveled at the array of sabers, captivated by their inherent violent aesthetics. Unlike firearms, sabers were meant for close-quarters combat, where life and death hung in the balance. The current geopolitical landscape maintained a delicate equilibrium. While large-scale wars seemed improbable, minor skirmishes were frequent. Urban warfare and jungle combat demanded exceptionally high individual combat capabilities. In such confrontations, cold weapons remained indispensable, especially in executing certain specialized tasks where silence was paramount. Firearms could become a liability, while cold weapons allowed for swift battlefield clearance, crucial for mission success. Equipping soldiers with superior cold weapons would undoubtedly enhance their chances in close combat. In this realm of intense melee, victory or defeat equated to life or death. Jing Shang's eyes gleamed with fervor. How splendid it would be if these sabers were crafted by his own hands. He immediately recalled his mission to improve the saber. Yet, how could he enhance such a weapon? He was utterly clueless about weapon development, lacking even the most rudimentary understanding of the process. At that moment, a cold, emotionless mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Hidden task activated. The weapon system is now operational. Would the host like to check in immediately? Jing Shang felt a jolt. Just days prior, during a training exercise, he had inexplicably fainted, only to be ridiculed by his comrades for his poor constitution. Now, with the mechanical voice reverberating in his mind, the heaviness that had plagued him vanished, as if some invisible constraint had been shattered, leaving him with an unprecedented lightness. He was no stranger to the system. He surmised it was related to his earlier fainting spell, and without hesitation, he responded in his mind. Check in now. Subsequently, he received a substantial gift package. Without a moment's delay, he opened it. To his astonishment, he discovered an array of technical materials in his system's repository, along with a stack of cards resembling playing cards. The Chiwen Saber was a series featuring diverse styles, some designed for attachment to firearms, others as independent daggers, and some elongated for single-blade use. Each blade bore the image of a fearsome Chiwen. What magnificent sabers! Jing Shang's eyes sparkled with excitement as he admired the series of Chiwen sabers showcased by the system. Impatient to create these exquisite sabers, he longed to experience the chilling edge of the blade. Before he could ponder further, the system's voice chimed in again. Ding! Materials required for crafting the Chiwen saber have been detected. Chapter 3. A transformation of equipment before Jing entropy. A virtual guide materialized instantly, leading toward a luminous wooden crate that symbolized the presence of vital materials. Following the arrow of the guide, he proceeded to another workshop, where he swiftly discovered a meteorite. The raw material for forging the Chiwen sword was not merely ordinary steel, but a celestial fragment that had descended from the heavens. This meteorite had fallen into a valley many years ago, transported back by soldiers. At that time, the research conditions were limited, yielding no remarkable findings, and it was relegated to a heap of discarded materials, eventually forgotten by all. Jing Entropy unveiled the covered canvas, exposing the meteorite to the light. A cloud of dust erupted, prompting him to cough several times. Once the dust settled, he examined the meteorite closely. It was roughly the size of a large water tank, oval in shape, cloaked in a dark brown hue, and riddled with uneven pits on its surface. Ding. Production tools located. Jing Entropy was not overly surprised this time, as the 125 Armory had retained much of its equipment without relocation. Guided by the virtual navigation, he effortlessly arrived at another workshop, where an assortment of antiquated machinery awaited him. This workshop, the largest, had once been the main production area. Gazing at the orderly rows of machines and instruments, it was easy to envision the bustling scene during the factory's heyday. Ding. The production tools are indeed very outdated. The owner may enhance them using upgrade cards. Eager to witness the system's capabilities, Jing Entropy decisively consumed an upgrade card to transform the equipment. Instantly, the workshop was aglow, and the various machines emitted a symphony of clinks and clatters. Viewed from the night sky, the long-dormant cold weapon factory appeared tranquil as ever, save for the brilliant illumination of the main workshop, revealing no signs of change. Yet, within, Jing Entropy's eyes nearly bulged in disbelief. He struggled to swallow as he beheld the scene before him. A flurry of tools, screwdrivers, hammers, seemed to come alive, tirelessly engaging with the equipment. Mechanical arms extended, dismantling, cutting, and reassembling with fervor. The sparks from the cutting and the resounding clangs intermingled, creating a grand symphony. In mere minutes, the mechanical arms and repair tools responsible for the upgrades vanished into thin air. The once archaic equipment was rejuvenated, although still clad in military green and bearing the appearance of years past. Its internal structure had undergone a complete metamorphosis. Knowledge regarding the operation of various devices flooded his mind like a deluge, illuminating his understanding. Jing Entropy's gaze brightened with an inexplicable confidence. Armed with this reservoir of knowledge and technical experience, he had transformed into an exceptional engineer. Having studied engineering machinery, he was well versed in foundational theories. Now, combined with the knowledge and experience imparted by the system, he had seamlessly ascended to the ranks of an expert. Meanwhile, the formerly blank slate regarding the development of new weaponry began to take shape in his mind. He commandeered a forklift, transporting the meteorite to the steelmaking workshop. Unlike many contemporary armories that utilize finished steel, the 125 Armory, in its nascent stages, had to smelt its own iron, thus retaining the steelmaking workshop. Ding. The steelmaking equipment is quite antiquated. It is advisable to upgrade it using an upgrade card. Jing Entropy was familiar with the upgrade process for this steelmaking apparatus and swiftly completed the task. Subsequently, he placed the meteorite into the transfer device, slowly sending it into the smelting furnace. After adding fuel and confirming the gauges were accurate, he pressed the start button. The entire apparatus roared to life, and the furnace temperature began to rise. Approximately half an hour later, the system signaled completion, and Jing Entropy poured out the molten iron. The once water tank-sized meteorite had been transformed into a fiery cascade of liquid iron, flowing through the furnace pipe. Next, the searing molten iron poured into a mold, cooling into a glossy black rectangular ingot. This was merely the preliminary processing of the raw material. Jing Entropy's ultimate aim was to forge a Chiwen military knife from this iron. He transported the iron ingot back to the main workshop and paused his activities. The night had deepened, and hunger gnawed at him. The remaining tasks could wait until the morrow. Exiting the main workshop, he gazed up at the star-studded sky. The 125 Armory, nestled in the countryside, though remote, boasted an exquisite environment, with the brilliant Milky Way prominently visible. Jing Entropy soon located the cafeteria. The cafeteria was reasonably sized, and upon entering the kitchen, he discovered an array of ingredients. Behind the kitchen lay an expanse filled with various fruits and vegetables, clearly visible through the window. Most of the vegetables were homegrown, and the meat came from their own livestock. After preparing 2 simple dishes, Jing Entropy found himself seated alone in the empty cafeteria, pulling out his phone to inquire when Director Ho might return, only to suddenly recall that he did not have his number. Reflecting on Director Ho's hurried demeanor, he speculated whether he might not return tonight. However, it was perhaps fortuitous that Director Ho was absent. Otherwise, explaining the commotion in the main workshop would have been quite challenging. After satisfying his hunger, Jing Entropy made his way to the dormitory building, selecting an empty room to fall into a deep slumber. The next morning, he awoke early. After his customary morning exercise, he was pleasantly surprised to find his steps no longer awkward, with his limbs moving in harmony. Having enjoyed breakfast, he returned to the main workshop to study the blueprints and processes as the hour hand approached 8 o'clock. Ding. Friendly reminder. You have not checked in today. Jing Entropy smacked his forehead. How forgetful of me. He hurriedly checked in within the system. Ding. Congratulations. You have received a reward for checking in. The skill of killing, throwing knives, with a proficiency of 100. Jing Entropy's heart raced. Throwing knives? Upon examining the description, he realized it resembled the knife techniques of the cinematic character Xiao Fei Dao. A proficiency of 100% indicated that every throw was guaranteed to hit its mark. It was indeed an apt description for a killing skill. These military knives were forged by Director Ho during his leisure time, varying in size, predominantly resembling daggers. He grabbed a few daggers and casually hurled them toward a target 3 meters away. Whoosh! Bang! Chapter 4. The friendly match, however, if the distance exceeds 5 meters, the accuracy significantly diminishes. This may be attributed to his wrist strength. Having received the reward for signing in, Jing Shang felt exceptionally cheerful, humming a little tune as he embarked on his work, subjecting the iron block to processes such as quenching, forging, shaping, and polishing. By the end of the morning, the first dagger resembling a dart had already taken form. Wielding the blade felt substantial and satisfying, leaving Jing Shang thoroughly pleased. The afternoon's tasks were relatively straightforward: quenching, striking, then quenching again, followed by more striking. A fine blade must endure countless hammer strikes before it can truly become a weapon. The renowned blades and swords of antiquity were all forged through the relentless labor of artisans. Modern craftsmanship is undeniably simpler, allowing machines to replace manual labor, thus increasing efficiency. According to the system's directives, this knife required 10,000 strikes. 10,000 strikes by hand would surely be exhausting. With each hammering, Jing Shang's anticipation grew for the power this treasured blade would possess upon completion. As dusk approached, the knife had already begun to take on a discernible shape. Jing Shang casually swung it a few times. The blade sliced through the air, and the sensation was particularly exhilarating. The intricate design of the dragon-like creature had begun to emerge, and one could faintly discern its form. With one more day of forging tomorrow, it should be nearly finished. He pondered how sharp this dragon sword could truly be. Could it rival the renowned military blades within the factory? Jing Shang suppressed his curiosity, deciding to wait until tomorrow when everything would be completed. He concluded his day's work and stepped out of the main workshop, where the night sky twinkled with stars. Why had Director Ho not returned yet? Jing Shang mused quietly, feeling a twinge of concern. Such a leader seemed rather lackadaisical. After all, he was the director. Meanwhile, over 100 miles away, in the home of Yuan Gao, the commander of 100,000 troops, a lavish feast was laid out to honor Director Ho, whom Jing Shang often spoke of. In terms of rank, Director Ho was far beneath Yuan Gao, merely commanding 10,000 troops at his peak. Yet, among old comrades, their bond was the strongest. During their youth, while on a mission in the Mediterranean 77th Theater, Director Ho had once saved Yuan Gao's life. "Old Ho, what a rare occasion for you to visit," Yuan Gao exclaimed with a hearty laugh, personally pouring a glass of Maotai for Director Ho. Without hesitation, Director Ho took a sip, savoring the flavor and exhaling a contented breath. Refreshing. It has been ages since I shared a drink with an old comrade. If it weren't for the presence of a volunteer in the factory, I wouldn't have the luxury of this leisure. As Yuan Gao urged Director Ho to indulge in the dishes, he curiously inquired, Though Factory 125 has merged, it's still a classified unit. How is it that they are recruiting volunteers? Upon hearing the explanation, Yuan Gao burst into laughter. All hands on deck, for squads crippled. What a talent. After a few rounds of drinks, Director Ho casually mentioned military matters. I heard that the high-ranking officials from the Sakura Nation's military are coming to our Dragon Nation for a friendly match soon? Yuan Gao scoffed. The Sakura Nation never rests. They have developed some new weaponry in recent years, yet they seem oblivious to their own capabilities. This visit, masked as a friendly match, is merely a showcase of their military prowess. Director Ho chuckled. We fear neither the White Eagle Empire nor the Arctic Bear Empire. Why should we fear the Sakura Nation? They are truly unaware of their own limitations. The Eastern Wind Express could easily flatten their islands. Yuan Gao's expression turned serious. We cannot afford to be careless. Although this is an internal exchange, if we fail to suppress their arrogance, it may provoke some warlike factions within the Sakura military, disrupting our grand strategic deployments. Director Ho took a sip of his drink. What? Are you worried about that small nation, Sakura? Yuan Gao straightened up. While we needn't worry about firearms, I've received intelligence that the Sakura military will also bring some cold weapons with them. You see, our cold weapon development has been neglected in recent years. While Sakura seems to have pioneered a new type of martial arts blade, claiming it to be unparalleled in the world. Although cold weapons may seem outdated in this era, if both sides are showcasing their strength, our Dragon Nation must not fall short in the realm of cold weapons. Currently, Factory 98 is diligently working on developing a new military knife. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Director Ho couldn't help but feel anxious. Time is certainly not on our side. Even with cold weapons, development is not accomplished overnight. The Sakura military's visit is imminent. How can we possibly produce a decent military knife in such a short span? The officials from the Sakura military, bringing their new weapons under the guise of a friendly competition, were essentially aiming to intimidate us and flaunt their military might. Such insidious intentions must not succeed. In their hearts, both Yuan Gao and Director Ho felt a sense of assurance regarding the eventual outcome. Yet, the issue lay in the fact that the Sakura Nation had historically looked down upon the Dragon Nation, and even in a minor project like cold weapons, they were unwilling to be left behind. While the intention was good, whether it could be realized was uncertain for both men. The Sakura Nation's sudden move clearly indicated they were well prepared. Looking back at the Dragon Nation, progress in cold weapon development had stagnated in recent years, with scarcely any significant breakthroughs. Even the 56-style Trident military dagger faced a similar predicament. Outsiders might not comprehend, but as veterans, they were acutely aware. The design of this Trident dagger was, in part, a result of limited craftsmanship at the time, necessitating design modifications to enhance the weapon's effectiveness. Over the years, while some new cold weapons had been developed, most were merely superficial changes lacking genuine innovation, particularly regarding sharpness and hardness. Compared to the military knives of the White Eagle Empire, there remained a notable gap, rendering the Dragon Nation's military knives virtually unrecognized on the international stage. As Yuan Gao and Director Ho drowned their sorrows in drink, Jing Shang was diligently crafting military knives, just emerging from the main workshop. Factory 125, now merely a shell, was situated within a heavily guarded military zone, allowing Director Ho to confidently leave Jing Shang alone, with the rare opportunity of someone covering for him. And considering Jing Shang would soon complete his 2-year service, it was only fitting for Director Ho to enjoy a few days of relaxation. Suspecting that Director Ho would not return that night, Jing Shang locked the main door and ventured into the nearby woods to practice his knife-throwing skills. Previously, he had only practiced on stationary targets in the workshop. In real combat, how could an enemy stand still for him to throw knives? He needed to find moving targets to enhance the lethality of his throwing knives. Shortly after entering the woods, he startled a few birds. Jing Shang swiftly threw 2 knives. But alas, the birds were too far away, beyond 5 meters, and he failed to hit his mark. Chapter 5. Piercing the tank, only 2 fallen leaves danced gently to the ground. As he ventured deeper into the forest, he muttered to himself, "Tomorrow, I shall craft a few lightweight throwing knives. These dagger-shaped ones are rather cumbersome, affecting their range. Suddenly, he halted, turning his gaze toward a patch of grass shaded by a grand tree. Sounds of rustling emerged from within the dimness, obscuring the identity of the small creature stirring about, likely a rabbit or some similar small animal. His eyes narrowed, and he grasped a throwing knife, aiming intently before launching it with force. Thud! A dull thump echoed, and a sense of joy surged within Jing Shang as he dashed over to discover he had struck a large, gray-brown rabbit. This rabbit was rather plump. Jing Shang triumphantly carried the rabbit back to the 125 armory. After a brief tidy-up, he set up a barbecue grill in the open area, skewering the rabbit on a metal rod, seasoning it with salt and other spices as he turned it over the flames. Soon, a delightful aroma wafted through the air, causing Jing Shang to swallow hard. How enticing it was! Though the armory was remote, it had its perks. At least he could savor the taste of this wild hare. After a long day of toil, everything tasted delectable, especially this fresh catch. Without hesitation, he bit into the still hot meat, indulging in the feast. Such satisfaction. Perhaps it was the thrill of nearing the completion of his first cold weapon, or perhaps it was the lingering flavor of the rabbit meat. But an indescribable sense of fulfillment washed over Jing Shang. As for the visit of the Sakura military department to the Dragon Kingdom's military building, he, a mere conscript, was blissfully unaware. Even if he had known, he would have felt it was entirely unrelated to him. The next day, as was his custom, he awoke early, jogging several laps around the training field to limber up. Compared to yesterday, he added a session of knife practice. With few living targets at the armory, he simply tossed a few nails into the air, treating them as makeshift targets. Whoosh! One knife after another flew forth. Bang! The knives struck the nails, producing a resounding noise as they veered off course. Jing Shang practiced tirelessly for a full half-hour before finally ceasing, wiping his sweat, tidying up the area, and heading to the cafeteria for a simple breakfast before commencing work. As anticipated, he would successfully complete the first Chaiwan's knife today. The tasks at hand involved quenching and hammering. He operated the machinery, hammering away at the Chaiwan's military knife. Forming a single Chaiwan's knife required a staggering 10,000 strikes. He toiled until the afternoon before truly finishing. Impatiently, he grasped the Chaiwan's knife, only to recoil from its searing heat. After a long wait for it to cool, he held it in his hand, still feeling a trace of warmth. The Chaiwan's design was vividly alive, fierce and untamed, as if it were ready to devour the heavens and earth. His fingertips glided along the blade, feeling its breathtaking sharpness, causing his heart to race and blood to surge. In a sudden fit of inspiration, he flicked his wrist, launching the Chaiwan's knife like a throwing knife towards a thick wooden board 5 meters away. This board, 50 centimeters thick, was a regular target for his knife practice, sturdy enough to withstand a piercing blow. Whoosh! The Chaiwan's knife shot from Jing Shang's hand like lightning. Thud! It struck the wooden board squarely. Yet, astonishingly, the knife did not lose momentum. It pierced through the 50-centimeter thick board, leaving a small hole, and continued on its path. As the sun set, casting golden rays upon the winding forest path, a jeep rumbled into view. The driver executed various drifts, indicating a seasoned hand familiar with the route. The driver was Director Ho, who had made a special trip to visit old comrades in arms and reminisce about their friendship before returning to the 125 Cold Weapon Research Factory. After all, he still bore the title of factory director, and a prolonged absence from duty was inappropriate. Director Ho had once garnered great military merit in his youth. Had he followed the conventional path of promotion, even at over 50, he would not be confined to a dilapidated factory. However, a breach of protocol during a mission had led to disciplinary action, nearly resulting in his dismissal. It was only thanks to Yuan Gao that he survived. After many twists and turns, he found himself at the abandoned 125 factory, becoming a solitary commander, and since then, no one had dared gossip about him. The tranquility of the 125 factory suited him well, and he had gradually grown accustomed to this life, finding contentment in it. Having just reunited with his old comrades, his spirits were high, and as he drove along, he hummed a cheerful tune. The jeep sped back to the 125 cold weapon factory. The factory gates stood wide open, and he drove in directly, carrying the ingredients he had purchased from the mountain below toward the main workshop. Inside, the sound of clanging echoed, and it was evident that Jing Shang was hard at work. What on earth was he up to? Director Ho mused. Could this fellow truly comprehend the intricacies of the factory's equipment? Curiosity piqued. He approached the main workshop, pushing the door open with his elbow while carrying the ingredients. He called out, "You rascal, I'm back." At that moment, the clattering within ceased abruptly, plunging the space into silence. In the blink of an eye, he spotted Jing Shang standing beside the eastern equipment, gripping a sleek black dagger and aiming it handsomely at a wooden board. Director Ho's gaze instinctively followed the trajectory of the dagger. With a whoosh, the black dagger pierced through the 50-centimeter thick board, continuing on with a sharp whistle. From Director Ho's vantage point, the board was to his side, allowing him to witness the entire piercing process with startling clarity. His eyes nearly bulged out. The dagger pressed forward with unyielding momentum. Immediately after, a crisp clang echoed as the black blade embedded itself into a steel plate of an old Soviet tank. This tank, a relic from before the Soviet Union's dissolution, was built with sturdy materials. Tanks from that era were renowned for their robust steel plates. Although this particular tank had long been decommissioned and lay idle for many years, the thickness and strength of its steel plates remained formidable, surely impervious to a mere dagger. Was this some sort of ghostly apparition in broad daylight? Director Ho, witnessing the black dagger embed itself into the Soviet tank's steel, with only the handle protruding, found himself incredulous. How could this be possible? He suspected he had drunk too much at Yuan Gao's last night, and was still trapped in a dream. Meanwhile, upon throwing the Chaiwan's knife, Jing Shang heard Director Ho's exclamation and turned toward the factory entrance. There stood Director Ho, his left hand holding a chicken and his right a duck, as golden sunlight streamed through the open door, casting a long shadow behind him. Chapter 6. This compensation is beyond my means. Director Ho was not clad in military attire, but rather donned a slightly ill-fitting suit, the style of which was uncertain and somewhat antiquated. Coupled with his comical demeanor, akin to that of a rustic elder, he appeared quite endearing. Jing Shang exclaimed joyfully, "Director, you have finally returned." At that moment, he remained blissfully unaware of the events that had transpired, only cognizant of the fact that the Chiwen sword had penetrated a wooden board 50 centimeters thick. While it seemed somewhat exaggerated, it was still within the realm of believability, as it was merely a piece of wood. The military-grade sword produced by the system was indeed expected to be sharp. However, the wood obstructed his view, leaving him entirely oblivious to the fact that the Chiwen sword had embedded itself deeply into the tank's steel plating. Director Ho's gaze was fixated on the sword lodged in the tank, the blade having effortlessly pierced the steel as if it were tofu, the hilt resembling the head of the Chiwen, seemingly flaunting its prowess to the world. Director Ho stood there, as if struck by lightning, momentarily paralyzed, his mind a chaotic whirl. After what felt like an eternity, he managed to swallow hard, turning to the nonchalant Jing Shang, his voice trembling as he inquired, "What on earth have you been up to these past 2 days?" Noticing Director Ho's delight, Jing Shang had completely forgotten to inspect the Chiwen sword. To him, it was merely a blade, not comparable to the flesh and blood leader before him. He still had to work under him for the next 6 months, and thus, maintaining a good rapport was paramount. With a broad smile, Jing Shang approached Director Ho, accepting the chicken and duck from his hands, and asked, "Director, where did you procure such fresh poultry?" Jing Shang held a chicken in his left hand and a duck in his right, yet the two creatures were restless, flapping their wings vigorously in a bid for freedom, sending feathers scattering through the air, creating a rather amusing scene. Director Ho, however, was too absorbed in the astonishing power of the Chiwen sword to pay Jing Shang any mind, striding purposefully towards the tank. Jing Shang hurried to follow, initially oblivious to the anomaly, only to soon notice the black hilt protruding from the tank's steel plating. Wasn't that the very Chiwen sword he had crafted? How had it ended up embedded in the tank? He had yet to comprehend the mechanics behind how his own creation had managed to pierce the tank's steel armor. The sword had, astonishingly, penetrated the tank's armor. Director Ho sighed softly, his astonishment still palpable, and slowly remarked to Jing Shang. This tank was manufactured in January 1944 at the Samovo factory in Nizhny Novgorod. A sense of alarm gripped Jing Shang. Oh no, an antique tank. It must be worth a fortune. This was catastrophic. He could not possibly afford the compensation. His own Chiwen sword had marred such a venerable relic, leaving an unsightly hole in what was once a flawless tank. Although Jing Shang was not an avid collector, he was aware that there were those who cherished antique tanks as treasures, and such items were indeed highly valuable. The worth of collectibles hinges on their perfection. Even the slightest imperfection can drastically diminish their value. Much like the porcelain of the Ho dynasty, flawless pieces fetch a king's ransom. Yet even a minor crack can severely reduce their worth. This knowledge weighed heavily on his mind, and he felt a swell of anxiety. Although it was unintentional, he was uncertain whether his superior would share the same understanding. What if he were to be held accountable for the damage? What could he possibly do? The old house at home might not even fetch a decent price. Director Ho, oblivious to Jing Shang's tumultuous thoughts, continued, "This is a T-34 medium tank, which participated in the Soviet Union's Great Patriotic War before being transferred to our military. This tank had seen glorious days on the battlefield, having destroyed 2 enemy tanks along with 3 Sakura tanks, thus earning significant accolades. However, it had been rendered inoperable in its final engagement." Jing Shang felt another pang of anxiety. Oh dear, this is a tank that has contributed greatly. It was said that the more stories an antique held, the greater its value. Could this tank truly be worth an exorbitant sum? Jing Shang felt as though he were being stabbed in the heart. His 2 years of compulsory military service had yet to yield a single penny, and now he was faced with the prospect of compensating for a tank. Who had he offended? Director Ho continued. Later, this tank was sent to the 125th Arsenal, where it underwent repairs. At that time, there was no distinction between cold and hot weapon factories. It was here that the tank was restored. The engine, 5-speed transmission, primary and secondary clutches, and radiator had all been replaced with brand new components, all original factory parts. Today, this T-34 tank is still operational, in excellent condition. A bead of sweat formed on Jing Shang's brow as he inwardly lamented, "Oh no, the tank is still intact and operational, which only increases its value. I simply cannot afford this." Director Ho sighed deeply, filled with a sense of nostalgia, stating, "The armor thickness of the T-34 tank is a solid 45 millimeters. 45 millimeters of steel plate. My heavens, how could a mere sword create a hole in such thick armor? What do you make of that?" It was evident that Director Ho was genuinely upset. When the commanding officer was displeased, he had a tendency to call upon his ancestors. Jing Shang forced an awkward smile, tossing the chicken and duck behind him, where they flapped their wings and made a hasty escape. He deceitfully withdrew the Chiwen's sword from the tank, concealing it behind his back, and pointed at the hole in the tank, exuding confidence as he proclaimed, "Look, the clutch and radiator can be replaced with original factory parts. Repairing this steel plate should be a trivial matter, a mere trifle. If need be, I can promptly find a piece of steel to weld this hole shut. After a bit of polishing and a fresh coat of paint, it will be as good as new." Director Ho regarded this unexpected soldier with a mixture of incredulity and curiosity, pondering what manner of individual he was, as his focus diverged from the ordinary. Why was he so concerned about a dilapidated tank? It was the extraordinary sword that deserved attention. It had penetrated 45 millimeters of armor. Goodness, what was this young man thinking? Within the spacious workshop, the machines had ceased operation, sunlight filtering through the exhaust fan and casting dappled light as the fan turned, creating a surreal ambience. This mirrored Director Ho's own conflicting emotions, one moment astonished by the piercing power of the Chiwen sword, and the next wishing to chastise Jing Shang. Even at this juncture, he was still fretting over a forsaken tank, when the true marvel lay in the sword itself, a weapon of unparalleled wonder, previously unseen and unheard of. If word of this were to spread, it would undoubtedly leave many in awe. The phrase "cutting through iron like mud" was indeed apparent. That formidable armor of the tank, measuring a hefty 45 millimeters, had withstood the trials of the Soviet Union's Great Patriotic War and the Dragon Kingdom's conflict against the Sakura. Yet here was a blade that could penetrate it. Even bombs would find it challenging to breach such thick steel. The T-34 tank certainly possessed some value and could fetch millions on the market. However, for the military, a single tank was but a trifling matter. While this sword was a singular treasure of the world, could it be that this young man had brought a familial heirloom with him? Director Ho gestured for Jing Shang to sit beside him next to the tank, fiddling with the dark little sword. Chapter 7. Indeed. I have something of substance. Could it be that I have indulged too deeply in spirits, lost in a reverie? Or are you merely spinning fanciful tales? Have you truly forged this military blade in but 2 days? Upon arriving at the 125th Cold Weapons Factory, Jing Shang was astounded that in such a brief span, he had crafted a blade so sharp it could slice through iron as if it were mere parchment. Who would believe such a tale? To forge such a formidable weapon in merely 2 days is beyond the capabilities of the seasoned experts at the 98th Cold Weapons Factory. Jing Shang himself was filled with astonishment. When the Chiwing military knife pierced through a 50-centimeter thick wooden plank, he found it remarkable. Yet, he never anticipated that the Chiwing knife could also penetrate a 45-millimeter steel plate. The notion that the system produces only premium quality was indeed true. To achieve the ability to slice through iron as one would through paper? Director Ho appeared bewildered. Are you suggesting that I am to blame? I was merely speaking metaphorically. You know, who advised you to use a military knife to attack a tank? Jing Shang feigned innocence, playing the rogue. Regardless, it was your assertion, and I merely followed your instructions. I shall not compensate for this tank. After all, 2 years of service yields meager earnings. How could I possibly afford such a loss? It was not my intention. Jing Shang felt a sense of injustice brewing within him. Director Ho was rendered speechless. He gingerly caressed the Chiwing knife, examining it closely. The hilt resembled the head of a Chiwang, with intricate patterns extending along the blade's sides. Setting aside the blade's sharpness, its very design was a work of art. He cautiously touched the blade's edge, feeling its chilling cold, fearful that a moment's carelessness might cost him a finger. After all, if it could slice through a 45-millimeter thick T-43 tank's armor as easily as tofu, what harm could it do to a few fingers? He plucked a hair from his head, placing it delicately upon the blade. Then, with a gentle breath, the hair was severed cleanly in two. It could indeed cut hair, slicing through iron as if it were paper. In ancient times, this Chiwing knife would undoubtedly be regarded as an unparalleled weapon, fit only for an emperor to possess. He inquired in detail about Jing Shang's process of crafting the Chiwing knife, and with each revelation, his astonishment deepened. You, my friend, are inherently unsuited for the battlefield. Your talents would be better utilized in the realm of logistics and weapon research. This sentiment was heartfelt. In today's global power dynamics, the likelihood of actual war is minimal. After all, should a full-scale conflict erupt, the entire planet could be jeopardized in an instant, a burden no one could bear. This is precisely why the Dragon Nation has placed significant emphasis on the development of modern weaponry, particularly nuclear capabilities, missiles, fighter jets, and various long-range strike systems. While cold weapons may have limited applications, they are ostensibly utilized for friendly competitions, yet in reality, they serve as displays of strength. The innovative equipment of the Sakura Nation in the realm of hot weapons did not concern the Dragon Nation. However, they could not afford to fall short in the domain of cold weapons. He recalled the discussions from the previous night at the collector's home. The collector had informed him of credible intelligence indicating that the Sakura Nation had recently made advancements in cold weaponry. After all, this collector would also be attending the friendly competition. Handling the Chiwing knife, Director Ho chuckled. With this in my possession, those fellows from the Sakura Nation shall appear as jesters. He turned to Jing Shang and said, I shall borrow this Chiwing knife for the time being. Jing Shang had no objections. Since Director Ho expressed a fondness for it, he would lend it to him for a couple of days, thus likely sparing himself from compensating for a tank. Moreover, with ample leftover materials from the meteorite iron used in crafting the blade, he could easily forge another. And so he casually remarked, Director, if you fancy this knife, consider it a gift. We are friends, no need for formality. Director Ho laughed heartily. You are quite perceptive. I shall be away for a few days. You keep a watchful eye on the factory. With that, he seized the car keys and stood, not allowing Jing Shang a moment to protest before striding briskly toward the factory exit. Jing Shang's eyes widened. Director, where are you off to in such a carefree manner, so soon after your return? Director Ho ignored his inquiry, swiftly climbing into the Jeep, flooring the accelerator, and roaring away from the 125 cold weapons factory. The Jeep navigated the winding mountain roads with a swaying motion akin to drifting. He took the opportunity to call Yuan Gao. Shouchong, we have made some progress regarding the cold weaponry for the friendly competition with the Sakura Nation. I have something remarkable to show you. Yuan Gao was perplexed, pondering, what could be so special? Can it truly rival the martial arts developed with such effort by the Sakura Nation? Director Ho chuckled heartily. Shouchong, I am not jesting. I truly possess something of substance. The Chiwing knife, remarkably sharp, capable of piercing even the 45mm armor of a T-43 tank. Old Ho, have you not yet sobered from the wine you consumed last night? Is that Maodai liquor truly so potent? Your words are becoming increasingly nonsensical. At that moment, Yuan Gao was preoccupied, inspecting various weaponry in the armory, all prepared for the friendly competition. In terms of firearms, he harbored no concerns. The competition emphasized personal skill, and such a level of contest would not require the deployment of large-scale destructive weapons like missile launchers. Chapter 8. You dare to amuse me in the diminutive nation of Sakura, engaging in large-scale confrontations with the Dragon Kingdom utilizing advanced firearms seems a distant dream. Unless it escalates to the level of a joint military exercise, which they are currently far from achieving. This friendly match primarily showcases combat equipment such as pistols, rifles, submachine guns, and portable firearms, alongside throwable weapons like grenades. Beyond these, the realm of melee weaponry comes into play. Among the cold weapons, the most easily transportable are naturally the military sabers and crossbows, which are compact and practical. In the heat of battle, close-quarters combat is inevitable, and at such moments, cold weapons can play a pivotal role. Possessing a reliable melee weapon significantly enhances a soldier's chances of victory. Yet, when it comes to cold weapons, Yuan Gao finds himself troubled. He has heard that Sakura has made extensive preparations, bringing forth weapons of exceptional quality. The thought of their sabers chipping or even breaking upon contact during the competition fills him with dread. The most unsettling aspect is the uncertainty surrounding the capabilities of Sakura's newly developed sabers, which makes Yuan Gao's heart race with anxiety. While he was wandering the armory, a call from Director Ho interrupted his thoughts. He spoke of a remarkable saber purportedly capable of penetrating tank armor. What a farcical international jest. Yuan Gao fumed at the absurdity of such a claim. How could an ordinary military saber possibly penetrate the T-43 tank? This relic from the Soviet era boasts armor plating nearly 45mm thick, as formidable as granite. On the battlefield, the T-43 is a veritable steel behemoth, barreling through enemy fire with impunity. A saber, after all, is merely a fundamental melee weapon, suited for combat against humans, animals, or wood. But to suggest it could slice through tank armor is utterly preposterous. If it were a matter of piercing thin sheet metal, he might entertain the notion, given sufficient force. But the thickness of tank armor renders such an idea impossible. This is basic common sense. Old Ho, after years of camaraderie, how could you jest with me as if I were a mere child? Enraged, Yuan Gao ended the call. Director Ho offered no further explanation as he was driving. Yuan Gao decided to set the matter aside, assuming his old comrade was still under the influence of alcohol. After all, Ho's assertion was beyond his realm of understanding. 45mm of steel is not something to be dealt with lightly. It requires specialized equipment. Such thick steel necessitates plasma or laser cutting. A mere saber would shatter upon impact, breaking into two pieces, let alone slice through a tank. Director Ho drove his jeep to the military camp, arriving late into the night. By then, Yuan Gao was deep in slumber. He made his way directly to the dormitory where Yuan Gao resided. Addressing the guard, he inquired about the room number of Chief Chun. The guard, eager to assist the esteemed elder, swiftly replied, "Room 501. Very well, I shall seek him out," declared Director Ho. However, just as he was about to ascend the stairs, the guard intervened. With a look of concern, he said, "Director Ho, this may not be the most appropriate time. There has been no training today, and waking the chief at such an hour would be rather excessive." Director Ho, growing impatient, insisted, "This is urgent. I must see him immediately." With a stubborn resolve and the weight of their long-standing friendship, he brushed past the obstructive guard and hurried up the 5 flights of stairs, leaving the guard powerless to stop him. The door was unlocked, and upon pushing it open, he found Yuan Gao fast asleep. The sudden intrusion startled Yuan Gao awake, and he sprang from his bed. Upon recognizing his visitor, he relaxed. Such vigilance was merely a reflex honed on the battlefield. He swiftly turned on the light, rubbed his eyes, and scrutinized Director Ho with a less than friendly tone. "Have you lost your mind? What brings you here at this hour?" Yuan Gao felt exasperated. Even if the 125 factory had made significant advancements, he believed such exuberance was unwarranted. A midnight visit to his quarters should have warranted a prior heads-up. Director Ho felt a sense of frustration. Had he not mentioned over the phone that he was coming to report? In terms of hierarchy, Yuan Gao held the highest rank in the area, and since he was participating in the upcoming friendly match, reporting to him was only natural. Moreover, their deep bond meant that any new developments were best shared with him, allowing Yuan Gao to showcase his own prowess. Suddenly, Yuan Gao recalled their earlier conversation, realizing that Director Ho had likely not yet sobered up. Without further ado, Director Ho produced from his pocket the Chiwing project proposal. "Take a look at this," he said. The Chiwing Saber, sleek and black, exuded a subdued luster. At first glance, it appeared rugged and fierce, yet upon closer inspection, it revealed itself as a masterpiece of craftsmanship. Compared to simpler military sabers, the design of the Chiwing Saber was undoubtedly captivating, instantly capturing Yuan Gao's attention. Internally, Yuan Gao marveled at the weapon's splendor. Yet, the true worth of a blade cannot be judged solely by its appearance. A weapon that shatters upon first contact is of no use. He waved the guard away and poured himself a glass of water, attempting to steady his nerves. Startled awake, his heart raced. Director Ho then produced a steel rebar. "Do you see this? What do you think?" Yuan Gao rolled his eyes in disbelief. "You must be intoxicated. I can recognize a piece of rebar." Director Ho chuckled. "Then watch closely." With a flourish, he twirled the Chiwing Saber in his hand, akin to a fan, creating a blur of motion before cleanly slicing through the rebar's end. With a resounding clang, a segment of the rebar fell, severed in an instant. Yuan Gao nearly choked on his water, frozen in astonishment. Just as he opened his mouth to speak, he was interrupted by a coughing fit. Gathering his composure, he pointed at the Chiwing Saber, his words faltering. What sort of blade is this?" Director Ho, anticipating Yuan Gao's reaction, burst into laughter. "This is precisely the saber I spoke of yesterday. A blade that can shave hair and slice through iron like butter, crafted by the 125 refrigeration factory, developed by Jing Shang." Yuan Gao took the Chiwing Saber, examining it alongside the severed rebar, confirming its authenticity and not a mere prop. His admiration grew as he ran his fingers along the blade's edge, feeling a chill radiate from his palm. Even the gentlest touch conveyed the weapon's sheer potency. Indeed, this was a treasure. With rebar in his left hand and the Chiwing Saber in his right, he spun them once more before striking down upon the rebar with vigor. Once again, a crisp clang resonated as another piece of rebar fell to the floor. He marveled at how little effort it took. The rebar had succumbed effortlessly beneath the blade's might. Chapter 9. A true talent despite being mentally prepared. Yuan Gao could not help but gasp in astonishment. Could it truly sever? Director Ho burst into hearty laughter. "Of course. Do you think I would jest about such matters?" Yuan Gao swiftly grasped the implications of this revelation. If the Chiwin military blade could be mass-produced, it would signify a monumental leap in the development of cold weapons in Longhua, far surpassing that of other nations. Comparisons to Swiss army knives or any other tools would be utterly futile. Such a razor-sharp blade, once adopted by the military as standard equipment, would significantly enhance the safety of soldiers during specialized missions. The inception of the Chiwin military blade was akin to granting wings to individual combat capabilities. propelling combat effectiveness to unprecedented heights. In warfare, the introduction of a novel weapon can indeed alter the trajectory of conflict. Although this was merely a single-soldier combat weapon, its impact in localized skirmishes could yield unexpectedly profound results. Nevertheless, these considerations were premature. For a new weapon to transition into mass production and become standard military issue was far from a simple verbal undertaking. At present, it could address a pressing issue, the friendly match between Longhua and Yinghua Nation. Director Ho's late-night visit was purely driven by the urgency of the situation. The ongoing competition was of paramount importance, aimed at deterring trivial provocations and stabilizing the surrounding circumstances. Though merely a small-scale friendly contest, beneath the surface, currents were surging and sparks were flying. In this match, the rivalry between soldiers was secondary. The true contest lay among the high-ranking officials. The outcome of each competition was pivotal in determining the firmness of the military leadership's stance during discussions. The friendly match symbolized which side's military leadership could assert dominance. Even in trivial matters, surrender was not an option. You mean this was produced by Factory 125? Are you jesting? Factory 125 has long since merged with Factory 98. If you were to visit that facility now, you would find nothing but an empty shell, devoid of any personnel. Director Ho, the head of Factory 125, was well aware of the situation. After all, Yuan Gao had appointed him there. Momentarily bewildered, Yuan Gao did not catch the significance of the name Jing Entropy that Ho had mentioned. Why is there no one left? Am I not counted? Jing Entropy, doesn't he count? Director Ho interjected. This Chiwen military blade is indeed a product of Jing Entropy's ingenuity. Yuan Gao raised an eyebrow. Recalling the new recruit mentioned during their previous drinking session, his face etched with disbelief. Jing Entropy, the very same new recruit who just reported to Factory 125? Director Ho nodded eagerly. Yes, that's the one. Yuan Gao remained skeptical, the very same recruit who stumbled through drills and left 4 squads in disarray. Director Ho nodded affirmatively once more. Indeed, that is him. Yuan Gao found himself increasingly perplexed. How could a clumsy recruit possess such skill? Had he merely been at your Factory 125 for 2 days, merely guarding the entrance, and yet managed to craft such an extraordinary blade? This cannot be serious. Yuan Gao scrutinized the Chiwen military blade in hand, waving it lightly, causing a steel rod to snap effortlessly. Though this rod was not as thick as 45mm steel plating, it certainly exhibited remarkable resilience. No contemporary military blade could so easily sever such a rod. The fact that such a fine weapon was crafted by a mere recruit was astonishing. Could he be the descendant of a weapons development expert? Yuan Gao realized he had yet to investigate the recruit's background thoroughly. Director Ho beamed with pride. It is only natural for our factory to produce something exceptional. Ha ha ha. Now, Jing Entropy seemed to belong under his command, as he was indeed a part of Factory 125, reporting directly to him. How amusing that this recruit, initially scorned by 4 squads and relegated to guarding the entrance during his service term, was now a diamond in the rough. Yuan Gao felt a mix of disbelief and conviction, yet the current situation was telling. The blade could not have emerged without reason. Moreover, Ho's capabilities were not lost on Yuan Gao. If he possessed such prowess, why remain confined to the role of a mere factory director for so long? It appeared that this young man indeed had remarkable talents. To confine him to the role of a common soldier was a grave misallocation of resources. He should be transferred to Factory 98 to contribute to the development of more advanced weaponry for the nation. Yuan Gao was beginning to formulate a preliminary plan. A true talent indeed. A problem that even Factory 98 could not solve was resolved by a recruit in just 2 days. Observing Yuan Gao's astonished expression brought immense satisfaction to Director Ho. His own initial shock at the blade's capabilities had been profound, and witnessing Yuan Gao's astonishment filled him with delight. Haha, it seems I am not the only one taken aback by this young man's talent. As the night gave way to dawn, soldiers in the distance began their morning exercises, chanting slogans as they trained. Yuan Gao, unable to part with the Chiwen military blade, turned to Director Ho and declared, "Time waits for no one. Let us act swiftly." Return now and inform Jing Entropy that it is my command to expedite the production of the Chiwen military blades. Should there be any shortages in materials, personnel, equipment, or funding, inform me immediately. I will initiate the necessary procedures to ensure prompt delivery to Factory 125. Particularly, the first batch must be completed as swiftly as possible. Whatever can be produced, let it be made before the friendly match. I will go to fetch the chief commander. He must be informed of this matter. Director Ho wasted no time. Understood. I shall return immediately. I feared you might not believe me over the phone, which is why I made this special trip. Director Ho hurried back. Yuan Gao continued to admire the Chiwen military blade, his eyes sparkling as if he were appraising a rare treasure. He took out his phone and dialed his superior's number. Boss, I have something remarkable here that will leave you utterly astonished. Hee. Jing Entropy remained oblivious to Director Ho's flurry of activity, dutifully remaining at Factory 125. Through the past 2 days of studying the Chiwen military blade, his confidence in the project had solidified. Though the system could not directly provide finished products as rewards, it could furnish various technologies, designs, and invaluable resources. Moreover, the seemingly futuristic equipment upgrade cards, each a priceless asset, could enable the creation of top-tier weaponry. Not only could cold weapons be developed, but as levels increased, even hot weapons could follow suit. At that time, the military strength of Longwo would undoubtedly multiply several times over. However, he did not dwell on such distant prospects. After seeing Director Ho off, he received a system prompt, reminding him that he had yet to check in. Chapter 10. Astonishing penetration power. He had yet to become accustomed to the daily check-in routine, hastily navigating through the system to ensure he did not miss any benefits. Ding. Reward dispensed. Strength 1. This brought a wave of joy to Jing Shang. For the various items displayed within the system were intricately linked to weapon development, and the prizes obtained from daily check-ins were merely random gifts from the system. It was akin to unboxing a mystery box. One could never anticipate the delightful surprises hidden within, fostering a sense of anticipation and novelty each day. Today's reward was equally commendable, directly enhancing his strength. Upon joining the military, Jing Shang swiftly realized that while his physical condition was not poor, it was far from exceptional. Compared to the skilled warriors within the ranks, his physical prowess was rather unimpressive. He pondered that this might be attributed to his digestive issues and insufficient nutrient absorption, often lagging behind his comrades in explosive power. Although today's meager increase in strength seemed trivial, it marked a progressive enhancement of his overall physical condition. With the passage of time and accumulating strength boosts, he could potentially elevate his physique to rival that of special forces operatives. Mastering the art of knife throwing, the augmentation of his power would further enhance his capability, allowing the knives to fly farther and inflict greater damage. The following morning, he was determined to sign in early. This time, he received a Shenbird crossbow as a reward. However, he did not rush to craft it. Instead, he stored the technical documentation in the system warehouse for future use. Prior to that, he planned to forge several throwing knives using meteorite iron. Having learned the art of knife throwing without possessing suitable weapons was rather embarrassing. Currently, Jing Shang was alone at the 125 cold weapon factory, surrounded by the spacious main workshop, numerous machines, and an abundance of raw materials, resources not to be wasted. He resolved to first complete his own weaponry before considering enhancing the national defense and improving military equipment. He was still immersed in the novelty of the system he had just acquired. He cut a small piece from the remaining iron for later use, and then exchanged a set of design blueprints and documentation for willow leaf knives from the system. The willow leaf knife was designed specifically for the art of throwing knives, being small, lightweight, and easily concealable. Unlike traditional martial arts, knife throwing falls under the category of concealed weapons, necessitating a high degree of stealth. Each throwing knife is akin to a bullet from a handgun, representing a single opportunity for lethality. The number of knives one can carry signifies the potential force one can unleash at any moment. In a one-on-one confrontation, a single throwing knife could suffice to eliminate an opponent, provided the distance was appropriate. However, in a chaotic environment with multiple adversaries, one knife would certainly be inadequate, prompting the need for a larger arsenal. Yet, the knives must not be cumbersome, as portability was crucial. Concealed weapons must be sufficiently small and lightweight to allow for the carrying of several. Soon, he immersed himself in production, meticulously following the steps provided by the system. Drawing from his prior experience crafting the Chiwen military sword, he now navigated the machinery and production process with ease, mastering the precision of craftsmanship far beyond that of an ordinary engineer. Moreover, the complexity of crafting the willow leaf knife was somewhat less than that of the Chiwen military sword. He began by treating the iron piece thermally, followed by secondary cutting. After cutting, each section weighed precisely 50 grams, yielding a total of 10 pieces. Thus, he produced 10 willow leaf knives, amounting to 500 grams, roughly the weight of 2 apples. The weight was ideal, making them convenient to carry, perfectly suiting Jing Shang's needs. He assessed the small iron pieces weighing 50 grams each, subsequently melting them into liquid iron, pouring them into molds. Upon cooling, the iron blocks took on the basic form of the willow leaf knives. However, this was merely the initial stage, requiring thousands of hammering processes to achieve the final shape. Due to the limitations of his current equipment, which lacked automation and assistance, he could only craft each knife manually. The efficiency was not particularly high, but with no other pressing matters, he considered it a way to pass the time. Just before lunch, he finally completed the first throwing knife. Holding it, he admired its overall dark hue, the blade's subtle sheen, and its razor-sharp tip. The blade was thin as paper, shaped like a willow leaf with clear patterns, resembling a piece of art, exquisitely crafted. The pronounced texture in the center, coupled with the blade's willow-like curvature, rendered it as beautiful as an actual willow leaf. Even having previously viewed the system's 3D renderings, the genuine article in his hand elicited an uncontainable joy. The design and structure of the willow leaf knife were not merely aesthetic, they were intended to enhance lethality. The structure of the willow leaf knife facilitated easy insertion into an enemy's body, with blood swiftly escaping through the knife's textured grooves, achieving the goal of exsanguination. Moreover, when extracted, it could not be removed along the same path, causing further damage to the enemy's body and internal organs. Remarkably, if propelled with sufficient force, the throwing knife could embed itself within the opponent like a bullet, making extraction far more challenging due to its barbed design, leading to greater secondary harm. Imagining the consequences, Jing Shang hurled the throwing knife toward a distant T-43 tank. After all, as Director Ho had mentioned, there was no need for compensation. So he chose this tank for his experiment. With a satisfying whoosh, the willow leaf knife effortlessly pierced through the 45mm thick armor plate of the T-43 tank. This time, without the hindrance of a handle, the knife penetrated deeply into the tank's interior. Jing Shang was filled with astonishment and delight as he climbed into the tank to retrieve his knife, growing increasingly enamored with it. This truly was a remarkable tool. With his current strength, if he were to throw this knife at an enemy's head from within 5 steps, it would surely be fatal. The astonishing penetration power of the willow leaf knife could pierce through skulls. Even in complex environments, should a single strike not result in a kill, hitting an enemy in the chest could still inflict substantial damage, regardless of whether the knife penetrated the torso or remained lodged within. The enemy would suffer grievous injuries during their retreat, significantly diminishing their combat effectiveness. Having successfully crafted his first willow leaf knife, he hummed a tune and headed to the cafeteria to prepare a meal. There was no fresh meat available to eat, and he was reluctant to slaughter the plump little pig raised by Director Ho, so he settled for a few bites of something else, contemplating an early departure in the afternoon to hunt for some wild game to satisfy his cravings. After lunch, he took a brief nap before rising to continue the production of the remaining 9 willow leaf knives. The main workshop was filled with the rhythmic clang of metal, sounding chaotic yet surprisingly orderly, embodying an indescribable sense of rhythmic beauty. Just as he had completed a small task, without even having time to sweep the floor, Director Ho returned in a whirlwind, driving back in his Jeep. Chapter 11. Your fortune has arrived. Jing Shang felt a tinge of disappointment upon seeing him empty-handed. Last time, He had at least returned with a chicken and a duck, but this time, he brought nothing at all. Where were the promised delicacies? Jing Shang pouted, feeling a bit disgruntled. I knew you were hiding here. Director Ho pushed open the large door of the main workshop, casting a long shadow outside. He was still clad in that slightly awkward, ill-fitting suit. He approached with a hearty laugh, clapping Jing Shang's shoulders with such force that Jing Shang nearly fell apart. My lad, your fortune has arrived. Despite being over 50, Director Ho was remarkably vigorous. The impact of his clap left Jing Shang's shoulders tingling. Director, what fortune? Jing Shang inquired, baring his teeth. Director Ho guided him to sit atop a tank and elaborated. I took the Chaiwan knife you crafted to the commander. He was absolutely enamored with it. Jing Shang suddenly understood. It turned out to be such a matter. However, to create a blade so exquisitely sharp, it was likely that he was the only one in the world capable of doing so, thanks to the black technology of the system. Otherwise, with current technology, cutting through steel plates would necessitate laser cutters or water jets, traditional machinery. Yet, this weapon would certainly be of no use on the battlefield. To his astonishment, he had stirred the interest of a commander-level figure with his freshly forged knife. Ordinarily, such matters would need to be reported through the ranks, most likely to the 98 Cold Weapon Factory, rather than directly to the commander. After all, the 98 Factory was responsible for the development of cold weapons, and the process would not be swift. Director Ho, lost in his own narrative, described the commander's astonishment with great amusement, entirely forgetting that he himself had once been equally bewildered upon witnessing the Chaiwan knife's prowess. From Ho's words, Jing Shang finally grasped the depth of the bond between him and the commander. No wonder he could capture the commander's attention so quickly. Furthermore, Director Ho elaborated on the friendship competition, weaving tales he had heard from Yuan Gao and embellishing them with his own conjectures, transforming a minor contest into a grand affair. Jing Shang couldn't help but feel moved, as if losing this competition equated to losing a war. With a grave expression, Director Ho cautioned, this time, the little cherry blossom nation comes prepared. We must not fall into their trap, nor bring shame upon ourselves. The commander has personally ordered you to rapidly produce a batch of Chaiwan knives. Whatever materials, personnel, or equipment you require, just let me know, and I will arrange it with the commander. Jing Shang was taken aback. Produce a batch? How many do we need? Director Ho, brimming with enthusiasm, proclaimed, naturally, the more, the better. Let's start with 10,000 Chaiwan knives. Jing Shang's lips twitched. We don't have enough materials. Where will we find so much? Director Ho patted him on the back, unconcerned. Haven't I told you? Just tell me what materials you're lacking, and I'll take care of it. But Jing Shang remained furrowed in thought, patiently explaining, the Chaiwan knife is rather special. It is not made from ordinary steel found on Earth, but from materials refined from meteorites. The remaining meteorite iron can only produce a maximum of 10 knives. Director Ho's eyes widened in disbelief. Are you saying this item is a limited edition? We can't make more, only 10 at most. Jing Shang nodded solemnly. If we wish to standardize the Chaiwan knife across the military, it is simply unrealistic. I cannot casually promise anything unless we can find more identical meteorites. Otherwise, this truly is a limited edition. Director Ho was at a loss. He had not anticipated this complication. Although Jing Shang had previously mentioned that the Chaiwan knife was crafted from meteorite-refined iron, he had been so astonished by its power that he had not paid attention to the material used. Now, the gravity of the issue dawned on him. He had made grand claims to the commander, and now it seemed he had stumbled. Had he known this would unfold, he might have preferred the commander remain unaware. Without the possibility of equipping the military with a large number of Chaiwan knives, regardless of their sharpness, they would merely serve as art pieces or collectibles, lacking practical significance for the military. Director Ho felt an overwhelming regret, but there was little he could do. The situation was already set. He could only reach out to Yuan Gao to inform him of these developments. At that moment, Yuan Gao was proudly showcasing the Chaiwan knife he had received from Director Ho in the command office. Beside the desk, the chief commander was reviewing documents. Smiling as he said, "You, always seeking me out for no reason. Speak, what is it?" Feigning mystery, Yuan Gao replied, "Old Tan, I have something extraordinary here. A knife that slices through iron as easily as cutting tofu, and it can pierce the armor of a T-43 tank. Isn't that astonishing? The chief commander, initially engrossed in his paperwork, found his pen slipping upon hearing Yuan Gao's words, leaving an imperfect mark on the document. He sighed softly, raising his gaze to Yuan Gao. You are now a high-ranking officer, so speak with caution. One can indulge in food, but can one boast so brazenly? The T-43 tank was an old relic from the Suhu region, having weathered countless battles, and remained unscathed to this day. No matter how sharp, a knife would struggle to penetrate the tank's steel armor. Moreover, there had been no reports of any new knives emerging from the 98 cold weapon factory recently. Therefore, the chief commander naturally doubted the claim. The military's weaponry was uniformly procured from the armory, and he was intimately familiar with both cold and hot weapons. The cold weapons were all sourced from the 98 factory. He could recite their specifications by heart. If there truly existed a knife capable of piercing tank armor, the 98 cold weapon factory would have been the first to develop such a marvel, and he would have been informed well before Yuan Gao. Not only was there no such absurd knife in the martial arts nation, but it was also unheard of worldwide. If cold weapons were indeed so miraculous, everyone would simply take a knife to battle, rendering firearms unnecessary. Seeing that the chief commander was skeptical, Yuan Gao remained unfazed. He had anticipated this reaction. Thus, he drew the Chaiwan knife from its sheath. The chief commander squinted at him, his gaze naturally drawn to the Chaiwan knife. Internally, he mused, this knife certainly looks exquisite, but that was all it was. A knife is meant for combat, not merely for display or admiration. Aesthetics were irrelevant. What truly mattered was its performance in battle. Such a beautiful and finely crafted cold weapon was inconceivable in the military. It must be a piece of art sold on the market. This glossy black Chaiwan knife was likely a personal indulgence of Yuan Gao, acquired for leisure. At that moment, he had formed a preliminary judgment. In his view, it was hard to fathom that a knife could penetrate the 45mm thick armor of a tank. Chapter 12, Surprise or Not. Yuan Gao approached with a beaming smile, standing opposite the desk, and pointed at the paperweight on the table. This paperweight, crafted from the remnants of a decommissioned tank, served to hold down papers. Years ago, during a live combat exercise where the Red Army and Blue Army clashed fiercely, he drove a tank that ultimately became wrecked, leaving him injured. To commemorate that intense confrontation, he preserved a piece of scrap metal during the tank's repair, which was then cast into the present paperweight, still in use today. The surrounding onlookers were not surprised, and Yuan Gao was well aware of this. Old Tan, this item is also made of pure steel, isn't it? He weighed it in his hand, feeling its heft before placing it back down. It was approximately 3 centimeters thick. The general, opting to cease his document review, leaned back in his chair, arms crossed, quietly observing Yuan Gao's theatrics. Indeed, this was a solid steel object. If you could penetrate this 3-centimeter thick block, I would believe your words. The general knew this paperweight all too well and did not believe any blade could pierce it effortlessly. Yuan Gao chuckled, twirling the Chaiwan knife in his hand, its blade glimmering with a cold light, and suddenly lunged toward the iron paperweight on the desk. The general reclined leisurely in his chair, his eyes narrowing into slits, a smile of amusement on his face, as if inviting a performance. The Chaiwan knife, with its peculiar yet delicate design, was a short blade. How could such a small knife possibly penetrate 3 centimeters of steel? The armor of a T-43 tank was only slightly thicker at 4.5 centimeters. Then, like a bolt of lightning, Yuan Gao thrust the Chaiwan knife toward the iron paperweight. A sharp, clear sound echoed, accompanied by a few sparks leaping up the sides of the blade, fleeting like fireworks extinguished in an instant, brilliant yet ephemeral. Subsequently, a muted thud signified its penetration through the wooden desk beneath. The smile on the general's face froze instantly, his anticipation of enjoyment dissipating. His slitted eyes widened abruptly, furrows on his forehead deepening. His mouth parted slightly, emitting strange, stammering sounds, unable to articulate his thoughts, creating a rather comical scene. The general, a hardened man who had survived the hail of bullets, now found it impossible to maintain his composure, for what transpired before him exceeded all comprehension. Surprised? Unexpected? Did you not foresee this? Utterly astonished, are you? Ha! I was even more shocked this morning. Witnessing the leader's flabbergasted expression, Yuan Gao secretly reveled in delight. He gradually released his grip, revealing the Chaiwan knife's black handle embedded straight into the iron paperweight. The handle's Chaiwan head glared fiercely, its savage visage and exposed fangs seemingly intent on devouring the heavens, radiating an indescribable arrogance. The entire blade was completely submerged within the paperweight, and it took a full half-minute before the general inhaled sharply, drawing in a breath of cold air. What sort of trick is this? Yuan Gao, you rascal, confess. What is going on? Deep down, the general remained reluctant to accept that a knife could penetrate such a substantial iron paperweight. Yuan Gao was thoroughly pleased with the general's reaction. He replied with a smile, Old Tan, I assure you, this Chaiwan knife is a newly developed military blade. Slicing through iron like mud, a mere breath could sever a strand of hair. Not only can it pierce this 3-centimeter thick iron paperweight, but it could also penetrate the armor plate of a T-43 tank without hesitation. The general slowly rose from behind the desk, placing his hands on the edge. Leaning slightly forward, fixated on the Chaiwan knife. Observing it from various angles, he noted how effortlessly the knife had penetrated the iron paperweight, akin to piercing through tofu. It was evident that Yuan Gao had hardly exerted any effort to achieve this feat. How could a metal knife, resembling a short blade, possibly penetrate such an incredibly hard 3-centimeter thick plate? It was incomprehensible. The general grasped the black handle of the Chaiwan knife, gently lifting it. The sound of the blade scraping against the iron emanated a distinct noise. Indeed, the Chaiwan knife was extracted unscathed. Upon inspecting the paperweight, he found a perfectly straight incision at its center and flipped it over, scrutinizing it thoroughly. His eyes flickered with disbelief. This iron paperweight had accompanied him for many years, and yet now, it bore a hole that allowed light to pass through. Finally, he noticed a dent in his desk, where the Chaiwan knife had pierced through the paperweight and embedded itself into the wood. This was understandable. If the Chaiwan knife could penetrate steel, it was no surprise it could pierce through a wooden desk. The general held the Chaiwan knife, placed the iron paperweight back on the desk, and personally thrust the knife into it once more. Another sharp sound resonated, accompanied by 2 brief sparks, as the blade drove straight into the paperweight. A sensation of indescribable penetration filled him. What a knife! Truly an exceptional knife, the general exclaimed, praising it thrice, without reservation. Yuan Gao chuckled in delight. The general scrutinized the Chaiwan military knife, yet a hint of skepticism lingered in his mind. You claim this knife is newly produced. But why has the 98 Cold Weapons Factory not formally notified me? Yuan Gao hastily clarified. This is not the achievement of the 98 Factory. It was developed by the 125 Factory. The general appeared even more perplexed. 125 Factory? Wasn't that merged into the 98 years ago? Yuan Gao chuckled. Well, the story is a bit convoluted. Last year, there was a new recruit who walked with a pronounced limp, causing trouble for 4 squads, and no squad leader wanted him. Eventually, the leader of the 3rd squad helped him get assigned to the 125 Factory, thinking he could just bide his time there until his 2-year service ended. Unexpectedly, this fellow was not much of a soldier, but turned out to be a genius in research and development. Within days of arriving at the 125 Factory, he produced a remarkable cold weapon like the Chaiwan military knife. Upon hearing this, the general was astounded. A limping recruit? Is he really that extraordinary? What is his name? Chapter 13. The impossibility of mass production. Yuan Gao pushed a tablet computer towards the commander, saying, Old Li, this is the new recruit's dossier. The commander took it and carefully examined the contents. Overall, there was nothing particularly remarkable about it. This new recruit was quite ordinary, much like others in his cohort. His family background was simple. His parents were common workers, and if one looked further back, his ancestors were farmers with land in their hometown. His grandparents lived in the countryside, while his parents resided in a small county. As for Jing Shang, he had only recently graduated, majoring in engineering machinery. This specialization was the only highlight, yet the institution was mediocre, not a prestigious university, let alone one of the elite defense academies. He did not seem like the type to excel academically. In summary, the dossier was rather dull, yet from such an individual. A remarkable military sword had emerged from a derelict cold weapon factory in just over 2 days. Talent knows no origin. The ability to forge a sword capable of piercing steel is truly exceptional. The military does not concern itself with whether one is a graduate of a renowned institution. Holding the tablet, the commander gazed intently at the unremarkable dossier. Jing Shang, Jing Shang, what a fine name. A true talent. It would be a pity for him to remain a mere recruit. Let us test him. If there are no issues, we should transfer him to Factory 98. That is where his talents can truly flourish. Yuan Gao's expression grew serious as he nodded in agreement. Indeed, that is precisely my thought. This lad has merely stumbled upon success. Had it not been for his severe missteps, which had dragged down 4 squads and caused their leaders to cast him aside to the remote Factory 125, he might never have had the opportunity to develop the Chiwen military sword, and we would not have discovered this dark horse. Yuan Gao and the commander exchanged smiles, both feeling a sense of fortunate serendipity. It was indeed a stroke of luck, had any part of the process faltered. This prodigy might have retired after 2 years of service, sinking into obscurity and becoming an ordinary person, never to have the chance to innovate new weaponry again. Their spirits lifted at the prospect of gaining another promising recruit for the military, especially within their own combat zone, which would undoubtedly bring them considerable glory. This circumstance naturally entailed certain interests. The most direct beneficiary would undoubtedly be Jing Shang himself, followed closely by his superior, Factory Director Ho. Although Director Ho was older and had little interest in military accolades, promoting his junior would undoubtedly enhance his own retirement benefits. Furthermore, Yuan Gao and the commander, being higher-ups, would also bask in the reflected glory, although the true extent of this remained to be seen, dependent on Jing Shang's future development. Once he demonstrated sufficient talent, it would certainly influence even the commander's level. The commander instructed Yuan Gao to expedite the production of the Chiwen military swords. He would swiftly navigate the procurement process to distribute them to various units. Yuan Gao responded with a smile. I have already made arrangements. Timing-wise, Director Ho should be calling shortly. We previously agreed to fully support the necessary materials, resources, and personnel. The commander expressed great admiration for Yuan Gao's efficiency, nodding in satisfaction. At that moment, a phone rang, and Yuan Gao chuckled upon seeing it was Director Ho calling. Speak of the devil. He answered the call, only to hear Director Ho anxiously exclaim, This is bad news. We cannot mass-produce the Chiwen military sword. Yuan Gao's expression froze, his smile fading as he urgently inquired, Why can't we mass-produce it? Director Ho explained helplessly, I just found out that the materials needed for the Chiwen military sword are derived from a meteorite that fell near Factory 125 a few years ago. The steel extracted from the meteorite is scarce, and we can only create a maximum of 10 Chiwen military swords with the remaining materials. Yuan Gao was immediately taken aback, having just boasted to the commander, only to be met with the news of the impossibility of mass production. His face turned awkward. The commander, who had been listening attentively, sighed heavily, feeling the weight of the misfortune. Although the Chiwen military sword was exceptional, the inability to produce it in quantity was a lamentable loss. He then suggested, Ask Jing Shang if we can create a better sword using ordinary steel. It doesn't need to be as exaggeratedly sharp. An improvement in quality would suffice. Yuan Gao promptly relayed the commander's request. In the main factory of Factory 125, Director Ho turned to Jing Shang. After some contemplation, Jing Shang responded, If we use the same techniques and the materials are of inferior quality, the resulting sword's overall quality will diminish. However, its sharpness and hardness will certainly exceed that of currently deployed swords, and it should outshine those available on the market from other countries. This message relayed through the phone brought a flicker of joy to the commander and Yuan Gao as they exchanged glances. This could still be considered good news. Although the Chiwen military sword had become a unique piece, the ability to mass-produce a simplified version would still be advantageous. After a brief silence, the commander nodded. Issuing an order, Let us produce a batch of samples for evaluation. Since the commander personally issued the directive, Jing Shang dared not to be negligent. He compiled a list of the materials he required, while Yuan Gao took on the responsibility of coordination. What Jing Shang did not anticipate was that just past midnight, the materials would be delivered. As trucks began to arrive at Factory 125, he was already asleep, completely unaware of the swift arrival. The more vigilant Director Ho, however, was awakened by the commotion, rose to open the door, and guided the trucks into the factory premises. Jing Shang, groggily roused, emerged from his slumber to witness a procession of army green trucks laden with various materials and equipment he had listed, while soldiers busily began unloading them into the factory. He was astounded by the military's efficiency. The list he had compiled just that day had already been delivered in the dead of night, showcasing an astonishing speed in resource gathering and transportation. This also highlighted the commander's serious regard for the matter. The substantial influx of materials and equipment aimed at the mass production of a simplified Chiwen military sword was beyond the capabilities of Jing Shang alone. As for Director Ho, his technical knowledge was limited. Even if tasked with a basic worker's role, he would require training. Moreover, as Jing Shang's superior, he would not presume to direct him. However, the equipment at Factory 125 was modified from outdated machinery and had not yet reached a fully automated level. Production required sufficient personnel to monitor the machines, and certain processes needed manual intervention, necessitating adequate labor. While the list included these needs, no personnel had arrived alongside the materials, leaving Jing Shang in a state of concern, realizing that he would be unable to achieve mass production on his own. Chapter 14. All must heed his command upon inquiring with the soldiers responsible for deliveries. They too were oblivious to the specifics of the situation. Jing Shang glanced at the sky, pondering that the personnel would likely arrive the following day. The orders had been issued in haste, leaving the 98 refrigeration factory little time for contemplation. Consequently, they could only allocate the engineers and workers engaged in less demanding projects to be dispatched to Factory 125. The next morning, within the office of the director of the 98 refrigeration factory, gentle sunlight streamed through the large windows, accompanied by the distant echoes of morning exercise chants from the playground. The selected trio of engineers and the group leaders among the workers vocally expressed their dissent. No one was keen to transfer from the well-appointed 98 refrigeration factory to toil at Factory 125. After all, many had previously come from Factory 125. Thus, the employees of 98 were acutely aware of the current circumstances there. The location was remote, devoid of entertainment options, making it difficult to unwind after work. Moreover, the accommodation was substandard. The dormitories were antiquated structures from decades past, lacking even air conditioning. The cafeteria could not possibly compare with that of the 98 refrigeration factory. Additionally, several veteran workers had established their homes nearby, with families settled there, making the prospect of relocation quite burdensome. Most crucially, Factory 125 boasted outdated equipment, rendering it exceedingly challenging to commence operations. While the workers could be instructed to follow orders without issue, the newly graduated engineers, unfamiliar with the older machinery, faced a rather awkward predicament. If dispatched without the requisite skills, what purpose would their presence serve? It would indeed be a source of embarrassment. All of them hailed from prestigious universities. If they arrived only to be incapable of operating the machinery or producing the required products, how would their superiors perceive them? This was a matter of their futures. The engineers felt compelled to voice their objections. It might be manageable for ordinary workers to adapt to the situation, merely needing to start machines and produce according to plans and schedules. However, engineers bore a different responsibility. How were they to initiate production? What standards would they adhere to? The intricacies of the process relied solely on their expertise and coordination. If they themselves were unclear, how could they guide the workers in producing high-quality products? Rumors circulated that the task at hand had been personally mandated by the commander-in-chief, underscoring its significance and the scrutiny from higher-ups. Success would undoubtedly be favorable, yet failure could severely jeopardize their prospects. The perplexing aspect was that the 98 refrigeration factory was the largest in the Dragon Country, equipped with the most advanced technology. Given that they possessed ample personnel and resources, as well as optimal conditions, why was there a necessity to produce at the remote Factory 125? That facility had been abandoned for years. Could its machinery even function? Much of the equipment used to manufacture refrigeration devices was substantial machinery, and transporting it from the 98 factory to the 125 factory was no trivial endeavor. It was not only the engineers who found this situation baffling. Even the factory director was at a loss to understand the rationale behind it. The higher-ups were pressing for answers, yet their directives were vague. The director could hardly be blamed, for Yuan Gao had not elucidated the situation adequately, particularly regarding a pivotal figure, Jing Shang. Having witnessed the prowess of the Qi military knife, Yuan Gao and the commander-in-chief had intended to mass-produce high-quality versions. Such knives, capable of penetrating 45mm thick steel, would wield unparalleled influence once produced en masse, potentially shaking the very foundations of the military. However, they soon received word that this limited edition military knife could not be produced in quantity, as it was forged from meteorite iron, an exceedingly rare material. Without the ability to mass produce, its adoption within the military would stagnate. It was prudent to delay this information. Otherwise, if word got out that Jing Shang had garnered fame without the means to produce, it could invite unwarranted scrutiny, jeopardizing his future prospects. Yuan Gao and the commander-in-chief, seasoned veterans, were intent on nurturing Jing Shang's growth rather than inadvertently stifling it. Therefore, certain details could not be fully disclosed to the director of the 98 factory. Should Jing Shang prove capable of producing reliable, high-quality knives that surpassed current models, he would indeed be a valuable asset. In the future, both Yuan Gao and the commander-in-chief would undoubtedly invest in his development, guiding him along a successful path in the military, for Jing Shang possessed genuine talent, and their support lent him considerable backing. However, should substantial manpower, resources, and finances yield no significant results, the matter would warrant reevaluation. Should the production of the Qi military knife fade into obscurity, Jing Shang's prospects could also become precarious. After all, as a conscript, lacking notable contributions could place his continued service in jeopardy. He was, after all, a conscript who struggled even with basic marching. The director of the 98 refrigeration factory slammed his hand upon the desk, bellowing at the trio of engineers and worker group leaders destined for Factory 125. What is all this commotion? The workers' foreman immediately fell silent, shrinking back at the director's outburst. The three young engineers at the forefront, brimming with youthful vigor, felt a simmering discontent within themselves. They had only recently joined the 98 frozen weapons factory, emerging from the National University of Defense Science and Technology, truly scholarly elites. After several years of perseverance, they had begun to carve out their niche and were poised to become the primary research force within the factory. This was a golden opportunity for them, and the coming years were critical for their careers. The sudden announcement of their transfer, coupled with uncertainty regarding their return, was a bitter pill to swallow, casting shadows over their future prospects. As humans, they naturally inclined towards optimism. Despite their current positions, their peers were flourishing, while they remained confined to this remote valley, merely passing time. The lead engineer, a slightly plump young man, hesitated to confront the director but managed to explain with a smile. "Director, it's not that we are unwilling to go. It's just that the equipment at Factory 125, as you know, is ancient relics from a bygone era. We would be utterly lost there." The director shot him a sharp glance, replying, "Lack of understanding is not an issue. There will be individuals to guide you. There is a conscript at the 98 factory who possesses remarkable skills. Once you arrive there, you must heed his command. As long as you cooperate well with him, you will be just fine." Chapter 15. What kind of joke is this? In the office, silence fell so thick that one could hear a pin drop. The atmosphere grew heavy, reminiscent of the stillness before a storm. The three engineers gasped in unison. What? The director of the 98th Frozen Weapons Factory truly does not mince words. It was utterly ridiculous to assign these three elite graduates from prestigious universities, all senior engineers involved in national key projects, to serve as assistants to a conscript. This was nothing short of a jest. It is important to note that Longwa's conscription system is already well established, particularly in the realm of scientific research. Each year, specialized talent is recruited from leading universities, especially top institutions like the National University of Defense Technology, continuously supplying high-tech expertise to the military. The individuals emerging from this talent pool, once engaged in research, are almost guaranteed to become elites, the backbone of new weaponry development, a group highly valued by military leadership. Their benefits and treatment are exceptionally favorable. Each person is a treasured asset, imbued with profound patriotism, extensive knowledge, and skills worthy of focused attention and cultivation. The 3 engineers before us belong to this distinguished group, which is one reason they dared to challenge the director directly in his office. Subsequently, a general conscription ensues, drawing eligible youth from various universities and society for training, where underperformers are eliminated, and the remaining elites become the mainstay of combat zones. Among these soldiers, some possess a certain level of knowledge, enabling them to adeptly operate various military electronic devices after brief training. They are not mere muscle-bound individuals lacking intellect. Only after this process do we see the conscripts. To transition from a conscript to a formal position is a relatively stringent process. Most serve their 2-year term and then retire, with some coming from military families hoping their children will follow in their footsteps. However, if the child's qualifications are lacking, they too will be discharged at the end of their service. Thus, the journey from an ordinary soldier to a member of the regular forces is indeed tortuous. Success is not easily attained. In workplace terms, it is akin to being a temporary worker. Once the contract expires, one simply returns home. The disparity between such soldiers and those 3 engineers is vast. The engineers are on cloud 9, while the conscripts remain grounded in the mud, entirely different leagues. Yet, now the director has the audacity to inform these proud engineers that they are to be dispatched to an abandoned, remote old munitions factory to take orders from a conscript and serve as his assistants. What kind of farce is this? The 3 engineers erupted in collective outrage, the sole female engineer practically jumping in anger. No way. I haven't done anything wrong. Why should I be relegated to assisting a conscript? In her view, being forced to serve a conscript was an affront to her dignity. The chubby engineer's smile froze, morphing into indignation. Director, you can't be serious. This is an outrageous form of retaliation for me merely taking a bit of your tea last time. The tall, robust young engineer, exuding integrity, furrowed his brow. He was unlike the 2 others who seemed physically weaker. He resembled a true warrior. From his student days, he had been strict with himself, and years of discipline had honed his physique to rival that of special forces. His knowledge was also more extensive than that of his peers. Handsome and talented, he was undoubtedly a top student. Being reassigned to Factory 125 was particularly galling for him, as he had been one of the best among his contemporaries. This transfer was purely due to his team's early completion of a task, resulting in an unexpected vacancy. Yet now, the more exceptional he was, the further away he was sent. What kind of logic was that? If it were merely a matter of enduring hardship in a remote location, he could grit his teeth and bear it. However, being relegated to menial tasks under a conscript's command was suffocating, and he felt compelled to express his frustration. Director, I vehemently disagree. If there is a mission, send it to the 98th Factory. I dare to issue a military warrant, guaranteeing its completion. The chubby engineer and the female engineer gasped, turning to look at him, their hearts racing. The concept of a military warrant was quite popular in the sales circles. It often served as a mere slogan. However, in the military, it carried significant weight. If one failed to fulfill a military warrant, the consequences could be dire, and one's future would undoubtedly be affected. Although they recognized his extraordinary talent, ranking among the top 10 of their cohort, neither the chubby engineer nor the female engineer dared to echo his sentiments, too intimidated to speak further. The atmosphere plummeted to an icy silence. The workers' team leader was also taken aback by the young engineer's declaration, exchanging wary glances. The director of the 98th Factory, infuriated, slammed the table and bellowed, "You 3 brats are beyond my control. If you're willing to work, then work. If not, Take off your uniforms and get lost. Do you think this is a regular company where you can negotiate? The bus is waiting outside. Get out and report to Factory 125 immediately. The young engineer's military warrant, despite its weighty implications, failed to sway the director. To the director, it appeared as nothing more than the unreasonable antics of a troublemaker. The higher-ups were pressing for action. Supplies had already been dispatched to Factory 125 the previous night, underscoring the urgency of the situation. Did these engineers consider that the orders from their superiors were also imperative? The military warrant was secondary. Execution of orders took precedence. At such a critical moment, who dared to lag behind would be summarily dismissed. The director's fury reached its zenith, and the tension in the office plummeted to a freezing point. The three engineers fell silent, never having witnessed such a furious outburst from the director before. The chubby engineer hurriedly made his exit, calling back to the workers' team leader. "What are you staring at? Hurry up, the bus is leaving." The workers, previously startled by the confrontation, quickly departed upon hearing these words. The young engineer glared at the director, his chest heaving, and after a brief moment of fury, stormed out, deeply disappointed in the director's conduct. Chapter 16. Are you the conscription soldier? Three engineers occupied the front seats, while other team leaders and workers filled the back, with two additional vehicles trailing behind. The convoy embarked on its journey towards the 125 armaments factory. The beautiful engineer stamped her foot in frustration, exclaiming, "This is outrageous. We haven't committed any wrongdoing, yet we are being reassigned. What gives?" The chubby engineer nodded in agreement, his face plastered with a forced smile. "Indeed, sister, you are right. The factory director has overstepped. A prior notice would have sufficed." The young engineer, suppressing a scoff, turned his gaze towards the window, still seething with anger. At this moment, the bus had departed the gates of the 98 armaments factory, and the trio harbored a simmering resentment, gradually succumbing to silence. The three buses, carrying over 100 individuals, traversed the highway with a sense of grandeur. By evening, the convoy finally reached the mountainous region housing the 125 factory, beginning its slow ascent along the winding roads. This desolate place, devoid of any semblance of civilization, grew increasingly disheartening as they ventured deeper into the mountains. Their once promising futures seemed on the verge of being squandered in this remote wilderness. While the vicinity of the 98 factory was also a military zone, it at least boasted a living area bustling with activity and camaraderie among the employees. Yet here, having crossed into the soldiers' patrol zone, the surroundings were barren, with only the occasional flit of birds and distant howls of wolves echoing through the air. What manner of cursed place is this? In this day and age, wolves still roam freely. The beautiful engineer surveyed her surroundings, her chest rising and falling with indignation, her lips pursed in annoyance. "I am curious to see what this conscription soldier is capable of, daring to command the three of us." The chubby engineer leaned out the window and caught sight of the outline of the 125 factory, nodding emphatically, "Absolutely. I am eager to uncover the true nature of this conscription soldier. However, I suspect that we are, in fact, the main players in this mission. Think about it. Why would the higher-ups dispatch us to such a remote location?" The beautiful engineer gazed at him in confusion. What ulterior motive could there possibly be? "Aren't we here to manufacture missiles? We are to complete them before the friendly match with the Sakura nation, to prevent those rascals from flaunting their prowess before us. Manufacturing missiles may merely be a fade," the chubby engineer countered. "There is undoubtedly a hidden agenda at play, one of utmost importance. The reason we have been sent to this abandoned 125 factory, enduring such trouble, must be tied to a significant, urgent, and highly classified task awaiting our execution. The more isolated the location, the better the secrecy." A radiant aura of self-sacrifice emanated from the chubby engineer, reminiscent of heroes who toiled silently in the most remote corners of the world. Little did the leadership know that the beautiful engineer and the young engineer, prompted by the chubby engineer's whimsical conjecture, had elevated the mission's significance to lofty heights, as if they were to stand shoulder to shoulder with the pioneers of weaponry development. Yet, a silver lining emerged. The trio's mindset gradually shifted toward tranquility, allowing them to embrace their roles rather than resist, as they had initially done. Upon arriving at the gates of the 125 refrigeration factory, darkness had enveloped the surroundings. The factory's entrance stood firmly shut, devoid of any signage. The silence within starkly contrasted with the lively atmosphere of the 98 refrigeration factory. They exchanged glances, aware that the 125 factory was currently short-staffed. Yet the eerie quietude took them by surprise. The driver, unconcerned, honked the horn a few times. Shortly thereafter, the sound of footsteps echoed from within the factory. The door swung open, revealing the factory director, though none of the newcomers recognized him. The 3 buses entered in succession, with everyone assuming the elderly man was merely a gatekeeper. Once inside the courtyard, over 100 individuals disembarked in an orderly fashion. The 3 engineers scanned their surroundings, noting the pervasive darkness, save for a faint glimmer of light emanating from the distant dormitory building. This situation mirrored the responsibilities of other refrigeration factories. The engineers exchanged glances, surprised that a mere gatekeeper claimed to oversee operations. Director Ho felt a surge of excitement. Since the 125 factory merged with the 98 factory, it had been nearly deserted, leaving him as a solitary figure for many years. He held immense respect for these elite individuals from the 98 factory, recognizing their technological prowess far surpassed his own. The 3 engineers quickly dismissed any lingering condescension. The young engineer stepped forward, bowing solemnly. "Greetings, Director. We are here to report for duty. Jing Shang from the Refrigeration 98 factory at your service." The beautiful engineer followed suit, saluting. Lu Xinfang from the Refrigeration 98 factory reporting. The chubby engineer mimicked their actions, saluting and declaring, "Zhu Yunsuan from the Refrigeration 98 factory at your service." For the first time in years, someone formally reported to him, and Director Ho felt an immediate fondness for these 3 young individuals. They were courteous, considerate, and remarkably humble for such outstanding graduates. Director Ho greeted everyone warmly. Chapter 17. Slaughter the pig for a feast. After the pleasantries, he felt a pang of headache. The logistics personnel had yet to arrive at Factory 125. Instead, the engineers and workers from Factory 98 had arrived ahead of schedule, and now, over 100 of them had not eaten lunch and were still on the road. Dinner was essential, but the problem lay in the fact that the cafeteria was not yet open, and there were no cooks available. How could they possibly cater to the dining needs of this large group? Furthermore, where would they spend the night? Although the supplies for the dormitory had arrived, the place had yet to be cleaned, and it was quite dusty inside. This thought brought great joy to Director Ho, who found himself increasingly fond of these 3 individuals. Indeed, this was the spirit of the soldiers from Longhua. Unbeknownst to him, earlier that morning, in an effort to avoid coming to Factory 125, these 3 had nearly clashed with the director of Factory 98, and had even considered drafting a military order. At that moment, Jing Shang was busy preparing dinner in the cafeteria. There were no special arrangements for the day, primarily to welcome a large number of new employees. He and the director had spent the entire day tidying up, clearing the weeds in the yard to prevent outsiders from gossiping upon their arrival. As night fell and darkness enveloped the area, no one had yet reported for duty. It seemed they would have to wait until the next day, given the remote location and difficult mountain roads. Just as he was about to start cooking to resolve the dinner situation, suddenly, over 100 people surged in. Director Ho led the group into the cafeteria, and as Jing Shang was stirring in the kitchen, he glanced up to see a sea of faces before him. Momentarily taken aback, Director Ho quickly explained, "These are all transferred from Factory 98. Come out and greet everyone." Jing Shang hastily turned off the stove, wiped his hands on his apron, and stepped out from the kitchen. Standing beside Director Ho, he smiled and said, "Hello everyone, I am Jing Shang, a member of Director Ho's team." In Factory 125, everyone was indeed under Director Ho's command, so this statement was entirely accurate. The 3 engineers, however, showed little interest in a mere cook and nodded dismissively. Jing Shang smiled and inquired of Director Ho, "Director, will all our factory personnel be dining here tonight?" Director Ho nodded vigorously. "Yes, everyone is here." Lu Xinfang chimed in with a grin. "I heard their essay draftee here." Having been too preoccupied with bantering with the director of Factory 98 earlier, he had forgotten even the name of the draftee. Director Ho laughed heartily and patted Jing Shang on the shoulder. "Look, it's this one." The expressions of the three engineers shifted dramatically. Today had truly opened their eyes. The director was unacquainted with the draftee, who was standing guard at the entrance, his immediate superior. And yet, it was this draftee who was cooking. This realization left them feeling somewhat awkward as they scrutinized Jing Shang from head to toe. He was of average build, with handsome features and a friendly demeanor, appearing no different from an ordinary draftee in the army. The three exchanged knowing glances, silently acknowledging, "So this is the draftee." They no longer hesitated. After all, their covert mission had yet to be unveiled, and they still had to maintain the facade of Jing Shang being in charge. In unison, they saluted. "We are from Factory 98, Qin Xiaoyin, Lu Xinfang, Zhu Yunsuan, reporting for duty." The three engineers saluted Jing Shang with utmost seriousness, startling him, who hurriedly returned the gesture. They were graduates from the National Defense Science and Technology University and had entered a prominent unit like Factory 98 immediately after graduation, far beyond what a mere draftee like him could compare to, especially as he was someone deemed undesirable by 4 squad leaders and relegated to this remote area. Although orders had been given that all personnel transferred from Factory 98 were to be managed by him, the disparity in their ranks made it somewhat embarrassing to command these engineers. It was akin to having a labor foreman directing a boss. The whole situation felt amiss. Jing Shang glanced at Director Ho, receiving an encouraging nod, and then smiled at the group. "Please find a place to sit. I will prepare your meal." Lu Xinfang eagerly offered, "I can help you. I know how to cook." The plump Zhu Yunsuan volunteered as well. "I'll lend a hand." Qin Xiaoyin called out to the workers, "Those who can cook, come help." Instantly, a throng of workers rushed in, all quite familiar with kitchen duties. "You all go assist in the kitchen. I will take the others to tidy up the dormitory. That way, after dinner, everyone can move in directly." Qin Xiaoyin handled the situation with remarkable efficiency. With over 100 meals to prepare, and given that Director Ho and the others seemed unprepared, sourcing ingredients for such a large group would certainly be a challenge. This presented a perfect opportunity to clean the dormitory. In no time, he emerged as the leader, orchestrating everything with remarkable orderliness, earning the admiration of both Director Ho and Jing Shang. Indeed, true talent shines wherever it may be found. As Jing Shang and the others entered the kitchen, just as Qin Xiaoyin had anticipated, the ingredients were indeed insufficient. Fortunately, there was a substantial amount of rice, although vegetables were rather scarce. Making do was not an issue, but Director Ho declared with determination, "Get a few people to come with me to the backyard. We'll slaughter that pig and treat everyone." The logistics personnel would arrive the next day, and someone was assigned to manage the cafeteria, so there was no need for concern. Jing Shang pursed his lips, remaining silent. That pig had been a beloved pet of Director Ho for several years, and he had developed quite an attachment to it. However, there was no time for sentimentality. They could not allow everyone to dine solely on plain rice. These individuals were key candidates for the military, and both Director Ho and Jing Shang felt compelled to treat them with the utmost respect. Thus, Director Ho led a few workers to the backyard to slaughter the pig. Meanwhile, Jing Shang began coordinating with the kitchen staff, washing rice, cooking it, and cleaning the little remaining vegetables. Lu Xinfang squatted beside Jing Shang, engaging in casual conversation, attempting to build rapport. After all, she would be working under Jing Shang, and although it was part of a concealed identity, respect was still due as per orders. Indeed, one must play their role fully until the hidden mission was revealed. As Jing Shang washed the vegetables, he found Lu Xinfang's subtle fragrance quite pleasant, lifting his spirits. Lu Xinfang was evidently keen to foster a connection, her words agreeable and inviting. The diligent Zhu Yunsuan swiftly chopped vegetables, his movements nimble. With Lu Xinfang's commendable culinary skills, she rolled up her sleeves and began frying several dishes, intending for the three of them, along with Director Ho and Jing Shang, to share a meal together. Jing Shang, meanwhile, focused on stir-frying in a large pot, not aiming for refinement, but simply desiring to prepare ample food to satisfy over 100 diners. As they busily stirred the contents of the large pots, the delectable aroma of pork wafted through the air. Though it was a simple meal, by the time everyone had finished eating, it was nearly midnight. Chapter 18. Cannons for Mosquitoes under the meticulous arrangement of Jing Shang. Everyone was allocated bedding and other essentials in the dormitory building, finally settling in comfortably. Fortunately, there were ample dormitories, alleviating any concerns about accommodation. That evening appeared somewhat chaotic. Yet under the guidance of the three engineers, everything unfolded methodically and in an orderly fashion. The following morning, as dawn broke, Jing Shang was roused by the resounding calls of those jogging outside. He hurriedly rose and, upon reaching the playground, was taken aback to see over 100 individuals energetically running in circles under Jing Shang's leadership. Breakfast was a hasty affair, consisting of some porridge and leftover pork from the previous day. After satisfying their hunger, everyone gathered in the main workshop. The structure of Factory 125 was as follows. Director Ho was at the helm. Jing Shang held full responsibility for production, and the 100-plus personnel were transferred from Factory 98, all under his supervision. To put it succinctly, Director Ho primarily handled administrative tasks, while Jing Shang focused on actual production. Early in the morning, Jing Shang assembled everyone in the main workshop, awaiting Jing Shang to assign tasks. This responsibility was unavoidable, and Jing Shang, though slightly nervous, standing before a group of towering soldiers, addressed them confidently. He declared, "The task at hand is quite straightforward. We are to manufacture a new type of weapon. We will discuss the specifics in detail after this meeting. All necessary blueprints, materials, machines, and supplies are prepared. Everything is in place. However, do note that the equipment in Factory 125 differs from that in Factory 98. Some of it is quite antiquated, dating back to the Soviet era, and may require some acclimatization. Should you encounter any difficulties, please do not hesitate to seek my assistance." Subsequently, Jing Shang divided everyone into 3 groups, assigning each of the 3 engineers to lead a team and instruct them on how to operate the equipment. For these engineers, the challenge was not formidable. Although the machinery was less automated, it was not overly complex to learn. After all, they were all theoretical specialists, and the actual hands-on work fell to the workers who needed to familiarize themselves with the equipment. Following a brief training session, the workers began experimenting with iron blocks on the various machines. Jing Shang, accompanied by the 3 engineers, retreated to the office to scrutinize the blueprints and analyze the entire task in detail. He distributed the documents to the engineers, who received them and placed them before themselves. Although the weapon was relatively simple, each engineer found themselves with a substantial amount of documentation. The thoroughness of the materials was astonishing. Silently, the 3 engineers examined the documents, marveling at the meticulous level of detail within. The specifics of the entire task were almost entirely encompassed in the materials. Following the instructions would yield results, rendering any further discussion unnecessary. The task was far simpler than they had anticipated, requiring little intellectual exertion. The materials explicitly outlined the procedure in blunt terms. Even a novice with a basic understanding of mechanics could accomplish it. With such detailed documentation, anyone could succeed. The engineers felt a mix of surprise and delight. Indeed, the task seemed deceptively simple, and it was unusual for such a project to fall to researchers of their caliber. However, they were left wondering when the upper echelons would disclose any hidden tasks. Surely, it could not be that they were truly expected to create such a contraption. It felt like using a cannon to swat a mosquito, a gross misallocation of resources. Having received such comprehensive materials, the engineers felt reassured. The task was manageable and could be completed swiftly, paving the way for mass production of the weapon. If no hidden tasks loomed, they would likely soon return to Factory 98. This thought brought relief to the trio. Nevertheless, given the upper management's evident concern and the considerable effort expended in relocating these 3 distinguished engineers, it was clear that a more profound hidden task was in play. Initially, the notion of a hidden task was merely speculation, but after the previous night's events and the morning's interactions, coupled with the astonishingly detailed materials, their certainty grew. There was indeed a covert mission, and as Jing Shang was in charge, it was likely, as Little Fatty had suggested, a matter of confidentiality and concealed identities. Such high-level operations were not uncommon within military circles. It was entirely normal to execute significant and honorable missions, and everyone secretly anticipated the opportunity. Should they successfully accomplish this hidden task, bright prospects awaited, and perhaps they would even etch their names in history. With this understanding in mind, the trio began to settle into Factory 125, guiding the workers in their specific roles while simultaneously expressing profound admiration for the designer of the technical documentation. The production process for this weapon was remarkably detailed and thoughtful. The individual behind this design was undoubtedly a genius. The materials were nearly flawless, and the three engineers, once arrogant, found themselves humbled. If their guesses were correct, it was likely the most esteemed veterans from Factory 98 who had crafted them. The three engineers worked with clear division of labor, collaborating with over 100 workers in the main workshop, efficiently commencing production. The steel they utilized was specially manufactured for military use. However, according to the technical documentation provided by Jing Shang, it required multiple processing stages to meet the standards for producing this weapon. The engineers remained vigilant, closely monitoring the main workshop, unwilling to let their guard down. While eagerly awaiting news regarding the hidden task, the first batch of weapon samples was nearing completion. Once the initial batch was produced, the engineers would no longer need to concern themselves with the subsequent processes. The workers would simply follow the established procedures, repetitively producing the items. For researchers like them, the most daunting aspect was typically the research and development phase. Production was secondary. This time, they bypassed the development stage entirely, as the documentation in their hands had already completed the work, requiring no modifications whatsoever. This dramatically reduced the difficulty of the task. Given that the overall commander had personally issued the orders and that the director had brought them in, it was evident that this was not merely a trivial assignment. The main event was yet to unfold. The three engineers felt a sense of anticipation. However, as the first batch of weapons approached completion without any hints regarding the hidden task, impatience began to set in. Seizing a moment while Director Ho was out for a stroll, they pulled him aside and, lowering their voices, inquired, "Director, the first sample of the Chiwing military knife is on the verge of completion. When will we be informed of the second task? We would like to have some clarity." Director Ho was taken aback by their inquiries, his eyes widening in confusion. "Second task? What second task?" The overall commander and Yuan Gao had only briefed him on the production of this batch of Chiwing military knives, without any mention of hidden or secondary tasks. Little fatty Zhu Yunsuan, with a grin, chimed in, "Director, please don't keep this from us. The higher-ups went to great lengths to transfer us here. How could it be solely for the production of such a simple military knife? Please reveal the hidden task." Lu Xinfang shook Director Ho's arm, urging, "Director, just tell us." Although Qin Shaoyin remained silent, he too looked at Director Ho with eager anticipation. The trio's persistent questioning left Director Ho bewildered, leading him to question whether there was indeed a second task. Chapter 19 reveals no hidden tasks. He turned to his three companions and said, "Please wait here for a moment. I will inquire about the situation." Without pausing, he departed from the main workshop, heading towards the office. The trio assumed that Director Ho was seeking permission from superiors, which only heightened their excitement. Just as Director Ho exited the main workshop, he encountered Jing Shang returning from practicing knife throwing, 2 rabbits in hand, intending to add a touch of wild delicacy to their dinner. Upon seeing the plump rabbits, Director Ho couldn't help but swallow hard. "You've done well. You returned with 2 fine rabbits." Jing Shang smiled and said, "Look at these rabbits. They are quite plump, and it's time to savor something fresh." Director Ho had no idea how Jing Shang had caught those rabbits, but he couldn't afford to dwell on such details now. He asked Jing Shang, "Do you have any idea if the 3 engineers from the 98 Cold Weapon Factory have any other tasks?" Jing Shang, perplexed, replied, "Aren't they just here to produce the Chiwin military knife? What other tasks could there be? Aren't all tasks conveyed by you, Director? If you don't know, how could I?" Director Ho slapped his forehead. "Right, I'm all confused. Fine, you handle the rabbits. This evening, we shall invite those 3 engineers to enjoy a hearty meal together." In recent days, Director Ho felt as if he were celebrating a festival. The 125 factory had suddenly become bustling, and he was particularly pleased. Naturally, an evening feast was in order. He hurried to the office, where the absence of factory clamor allowed him to call Yuan Gao and inquire, "What is the second task for those 3 engineers?" This question left Yuan Gao momentarily stunned. "What second task? There is only this one. We are fully committed to producing the Chiwen military knife. A batch is to be completed for the competitors before the friendly match, and depending on the situation, there may be a broader military rollout. Haven T, I made this clear?" The notice states it plainly. Where does this second task come from? After hanging up, Director Ho scratched his head, murmuring, "What are those young men up to? There's clearly no second task." As dinner approached, operations in the main workshop ceased, and everyone gradually made their way to the cafeteria. While Director Ho watched Jing Shang process the rabbits, the 3 engineers arrived at the kitchen and pulled him aside. "Director, what is the update? Can you share?" asked the eager Zhu Yunsuan. The other 2 were equally excited. Director Ho chuckled wryly. "I called the superior. There are no additional tasks. Your sole task is to produce the Chiwen military knife." The 3 engineers were instantly left dumbfounded. "No hidden tasks? You summoned us here just to work in the workshop? Not only that, but we must also report to a private soldier?" They exchanged glances, stunned. "So, they really brought us here just to labor?" exclaimed Zhu Yunsuan in disbelief. As researchers, when had they ever been subjected to such treatment? If word got out, it would surely become a laughingstock. Lu Xinfang expressed confusion, but the process documents are so meticulously designed by the predecessors of the 98 factory. Bringing us over dozen tea seemed particularly useful. In the kitchen, Jing Shang calmly attended to the rabbits. Noticing the excitement at the door, he glanced over. Director Ho inexplicably explained, those process documents were not designed by the 98 factory. The 3 engineers were once again taken aback. Not the masterpieces of our predecessors at the 98 factory? Who else could possess such skill? They knew they could never achieve that level. Each product development had involved countless iterations of design, testing, and revisions, consuming vast amounts of energy, materials, and funds before finalizing the detailed processes. Yet the information they received was a flawless product. Director Ho pointed to Jing Shang, who was busy skinning the rabbits. "Of course, it was designed by Jing Shang. I'm not versed in these technical matters." The 3 engineers felt as though they had been struck by lightning. Turning to stare at Jing Shang, who was crouched on the ground, Lu Xinfang's eyes widened him. Zhu Yunsuan gaped. "How is that possible?" Qin Shaoyin raised an eyebrow. "A private soldier? How could he achieve such a level? Even my mentor would struggle to reach that standard." The 3 engineers had initially believed that the exceptionally detailed process documents were the work of the esteemed predecessors of the 98 cold weapon factory. These individuals were celebrated for their contributions, having earned numerous military honors and accolades, dedicating their lives to the research of new weaponry, particularly excelling in cold weapons. This shared understanding was unspoken among them. They had led product development teams themselves, fully aware of the challenges faced throughout the development process. The perfection of the process documents typically indicated that the product had undergone numerous tests and was ready for mass production by the time they arrived. In essence, it was labor meant for workers, not engineers, and their initial resistance was understandable. However, Director Ho had now revealed that these process documents were not the work of the 98 cold weapon factory's predecessors, but the handiwork of that private soldier, Jing Shang. The astonishment on their faces was unmistakable. They were truly shaken, their minds buzzing as they struggled to process this revelation. The 3 stood at the back door of the kitchen, turning to gaze at Jing Shang, who was skillfully skinning the wild rabbits, displaying a level of expertise that suggested he was no novice. He crouched casually on the ground, performing a task typically reserved for chefs, without an ounce of pretentiousness, bearing no resemblance to a senior engineer. His demeanor was that of a straightforward soldier. Qin Shaoyin stared at Jing Shang, feeling a tumult of emotions within. As many of his preconceived notions and values were unceremoniously dismantled by this private soldier. Deep down, he harbored some disdain for this private soldier, despite Jing Shang's commendable appearance. Even when ordered to work under Jing Shang, And while he organized the workers and complied with each of Jing Shang's directives, he still felt a sense of superiority, stemming from his higher education, greater aspirations, and considerable talent, which had positioned him as a rising star at the 98 Cold Weapon Factory, with a limitless future ahead. Chapter 20. A shiver began to course through him. He silently completed one task after another, neither vying for attention nor acclaim. This was, in fact, his self-righteous form of tolerance towards Jing Shang. As for the latter, he was merely an ordinary conscript, the most inconspicuous among hundreds of thousands of such soldiers. Moreover, it was said that just days prior, from Director Ho, it was revealed that this conscript had a significant flaw. He walked with a limp. After more than a year of service, he had inadvertently crippled 4 squads, much to the disdain of their leaders, who ultimately had no choice but to relegate him to this place. He was a discarded piece on the chessboard. How could such a conscript possibly devise such a flawless, intricate, and meticulous craft proposal? This was clearly the work of a master. Even someone as conceited as he was aware that, given another decade of experience, he would scarcely be able to produce such impeccable technical documentation. Consider, for instance, the handling of materials, from selecting various grades of steel to the array of heat treatments, culminating in a series of quenching processes. Each step was interconnected, demanding stringent control over parameters such as temperature and catalysts. To enhance the inherent hardness of steel, this technique alone warranted a patent. It is well known that military-grade steel is often directly utilized in product research and applications, as the heat treatment phase is typically completed beforehand. Yet Jing Shang managed to reprocess these steels, elevating their quality to unprecedented heights. Was this a task that an ordinary conscript could accomplish? Could even an engineer with extensive experience in steel forging achieve such a feat? The 3 stood at the kitchen's rear door, their thoughts in disarray. Meanwhile, Jing Shang had already prepared the rabbits, handing them over to the kitchen staff for cooking, as his culinary skills were rather mediocre. He conversed cheerfully with the chef about how best to prepare the rabbits and which flavors would be preferable. The chef, in turn, jovially discussed various cooking methods with him, and they found themselves deeply engrossed in a dialogue about culinary techniques. A figure of such mastery was, astonishingly, discussing cooking with a chef. Director Ho, oblivious to their astonishment, continued his monologue. This Chiwen military knife, crafted in haste to ensure readiness for the forthcoming meeting between the military departments of Longhua and Yinghua, was to be showcased during a friendly match. Speaking of Jing Shang, one might chuckle. Despite his lackluster performance as a soldier, struggling with his marching, he undeniably possessed remarkable prowess in weapon development. The prospect of developing a new military knife in such a short span was deemed utterly impossible. In just over 2 days at Factory 125, he had designed the Chiwen military knife, garnering significant attention from both the chief of staff and the overall commander, which was why they had summoned assistance. Boom. The minds of the 3 exploded with astonishment. The Chiwen military knife was specifically crafted for this friendly match? Every engineer at the 98 Ice Tool Factory was aware of the significance of this event. Orders had been received well in advance. The higher-ups were resolute in their intention to ensure that Yinghua did not triumph in any aspect, determined to dampen their spirits. Research teams were working tirelessly to overcome the challenges at hand. However, with Yinghua's sudden decision to visit the Longhua military department, the time allotted for research was alarmingly scant. The development of a new military knife in such a brief period was an insurmountable task. In a matter of days, not only would producing a prototype be impossible, but even finalizing a design draft was a distant dream. Developing a new type of military knife was not a simple endeavor. Since the establishment of the military department, how many years had passed? The number of sword-type products was limited. To create a new military knife within mere days, with a particular emphasis on sharpness and hardness, heightened the complexity significantly. If it were merely a matter of cosmetic enhancement, there might be some hope for expedited progress. But to elevate both sharpness and hardness required interdisciplinary collaboration, especially concerning raw materials and the secondary and tertiary quenching of steel. This entailed new processes, not something that could be accomplished overnight. Thus, Although the people at Factory 98 were aware of the situation, they did not take it seriously. No amount of pressure from above could change the fact that it was fundamentally impossible to develop something in just a few days. Yet, Jing Shang, having drifted from basic training to Factory 125, had, in the span of just over 2 days, managed to develop the Chiwen military knife. As fellow research engineers, they were acutely aware of the difficulties involved. This conscript had single-handedly devised a new military knife. Not only had he accomplished this, but he had done so in just 2 days. It would be one thing to possess technical documentation, but the thoroughness, perfection, and precision of this documentation were undeniably the work of a master. The three gazed at Jing Shang with trembling eyes. What manner of terrifying individual was this? Jing Shang, having completed his discussions with the chef, washed his hands and approached them. Drawing near, he cheerfully informed the three, "Today, I caught 2 wild rabbits. Quite plump. We shall feast on braised rabbit tonight. I'll fetch a couple of bottles of wine. The director has suggested we have a good gathering this evening." With that, Jing Shang passed by the three towards the kitchen's back door in search of wine, his demeanor devoid of any arrogance, speaking only of the evening's meal. Yet, the three were rendered speechless by his seemingly simple statements, their throats constricted as if some unseen force had silenced them, leaving no one to respond to Jing Shang's words. This sensation was akin to standing before a titan of the industry, feeling like a boastful monkey attempting to show off its skills, mistakenly believing it was exhibiting grace while concealing its inner arrogance. The industry giant merely patted their shoulders lightly and said, "Let us go. It's time to eat." The titan had entirely disregarded their arrogance and ostentation, brushing it aside as if nothing had occurred. What was this situation? It was clearly a manifestation of disdain from a superior towards a subordinate. He was utterly uninterested in engaging in debate. He had no desire to flaunt in front of his juniors. The newly appointed cafeteria chef was quite skilled. 2 rabbits were more than sufficient to feed 5 people. The chef had prepared an array of dishes: spicy rabbit heads, diced rabbit in chili, and clear braised rabbit meat. Director Ho, Jing Shang, and the 3 engineers sat in a circle. Jing Shang enthusiastically poured wine for the director, then turned to serve the other 3 engineers, an act that startled them greatly. The chubby engineer hurriedly stood up, seized the bottle, and grinned broadly, his cheeks round and rosy. "You shouldn't have to do this." Faced with the chubby engineer's sudden enthusiasm, Jing Shang remained unfazed and took a seat again. The chubby engineer busied himself pouring wine for everyone, only pouring for himself at the end. Lu Xinfang abstained from alcohol and poured himself a glass of juice. At that moment, in their eyes, Jing Shang's image loomed like a towering mountain, no longer perceived as an ordinary soldier. After all, in the realm of literature, there is always a first. In martial arts, there is always a second. In the domain of technology, distinctions of skill abound, easily discernible to an expert's eye. Chapter 21. The refinement of steel in the presence of Jing Entropy. Their level of expertise seemed utterly inadequate, akin to a child playing with mud. Initially, the 3 engineers felt a profound sense of alienation from Jing Entropy, attempting to accommodate him from a superior vantage point. They believed themselves to be soaring in the clouds, while Jing Entropy remained grounded. It became evident that only by extending their acceptance towards him could their work proceed smoothly. Now, they recognized that the true figure in the clouds was Jing Entropy, while they were merely playing in the dirt below. Director Ho warmly invited everyone to partake in food and drink. After several rounds of toasts, Jing Shang could no longer contain his curiosity and posed a pivotal question concerning the production process, the critical first step of the entire project, the refinement of steel. Logically, this was an issue that should have been resolved by the steel mill, yet Jing Entropy had further advanced the technique based on existing foundations. Such a level of technical prowess was beyond that of a mere conscript, and his doubts lingered, though his demeanor had markedly improved, resembling that of a humble student eager for guidance. Lu Xinfang, savoring the delicately stewed rabbit meat, perked up his ears. If Director Ho was truthful, this matter would undoubtedly be well within Jing Entropy's grasp, as he had been involved in the design throughout. Jing Entropy picked up half a spicy rabbit head, having divided the two heads into 4 portions out of consideration for Lu Xinfang, who did not eat spicy food, and proceeded to enjoy his meal without reservation. Due to the somewhat intricate nature of the principles involved, it took him a full 5 or 6 minutes to elucidate the knowledge surrounding steel refinement, which lay beyond the engineer's expertise. A true master. The revelation struck them like a clearing of fog revealing the bright moon. The little chubby one and Lu Xinfang each posed additional questions, to which Jing Entropy answered with remarkable fluency, yet he felt a twinge of confusion. Director Ho dismissed Jing Entropy's conjectures, relishing the rabbit meat. It's been ages since I've tasted such authentic Sichuan flavors. It's delightful. As they listened to Jing Entropy's articulate discourse, the engineers harbored not a shred of doubt. Indeed, it was he. The Chiwang military knife was undoubtedly designed by Jing Entropy himself. Although the final product had yet to materialize, an uncertainty loomed over whether the design would meet the higher authorities' demands for hardness and sharpness. The meticulousness of the technical documents and the impeccable processes indicated that such brilliance was beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. Even at the 98 Cold Weapon Factory, such a project would necessitate a large team working collaboratively, potentially taking anywhere from 1 to 5 years to complete. This conscript was truly a treasure. His capabilities even surpassed those of the renowned veterans at the 98 Cold Weapon Factory. It is essential to recognize that these veterans had accomplished remarkable feats, accumulating military honors and enjoying generous compensation, with benefits from the state that were unparalleled. Following the reforms at the armaments factory, a new incentive system was introduced that greatly favored researchers, actively promoting scientific innovation. These veterans, having the most products in hand, received substantial annual dividends from the factory. Upon approval, if a product became active equipment, it would be widely adopted across the military, resulting in massive annual production. Unless the equipment was decommissioned, production would continue year after year. The allure of such profits was one of the reasons many exceptional engineers aspired fervently to join the arms factory. Not only could they realize their ideals and serve the nation, thereby enhancing the defense capabilities of Longhua, but they could also achieve personal fulfillment, gaining military honors, ranks, accolades, and wealth. Their families would bask in the glory as well. How could one not be astounded? Once this new military knife gained recognition and received approval, mass production would follow, and Jing Entropy would be in line for a series of rewards. A third-class military honor seemed almost assured, and his rank would undoubtedly elevate. He would transition from a conscript to a regular soldier and ascend to great heights. As for wealth, various military districts would dispatch personnel to the 125 Cold Weapon Factory for substantial purchases, knowing that the profits from weaponry were exceedingly lucrative. Although internal consumption limited the profit margin on individual weapons, the sheer volume of procurement was significant. Jing Entropy would suddenly find himself a minor millionaire. And if the equipment were to be allowed for external sales, gaining recognition from other countries' military forces would yield even greater profits. The external selling price is generally much higher. In summary, as a designer, the rewards he could reap were exceedingly generous, a pursuit that the 3 engineers had chased throughout their lives. They had toiled diligently at the 98 Cold Freezing Factory for so long without reaching such heights, while Jing Entropy, having entered the 125 Weapons Factory merely a couple of days ago, managed to complete such an extraordinary masterpiece using outdated equipment, remnants from a bygone era. It was truly astonishing and beyond belief. How could the 3 of them not feel a deep sense of admiration? They yearned to kneel before him, imploring him to accept them as apprentices, to cling to him on future projects unrelentingly. Such extraordinary talent, unparalleled and rare, would bring immense joy merely by being close enough to share a meal. In truth, Jing Entropy had not pondered deeply about the potential rewards awaiting him or the promising future that lay ahead. His focus was solely on the task at hand, diligently working on the lower-spec version of the Chiwang product. Director Ho, on the other hand, was an optimist, living as if every day were a festive occasion. The 125 factory had come back to life, with hundreds of workers bustling in and out, creating a lively atmosphere. During meals, accompanied by the three engineers and Jing Entropy, life felt incredibly rich. For someone who had endured years of solitude while guarding the factory, these days felt nothing short of a divine existence. He wouldn't trade it for anything. Tonight's rabbit dish was simply delectable, and the 5 yuan bottle of liquor was particularly satisfying, feeling even more exhilarating than Mao Dai. After several rounds of drinks, Director Ho, unaware of his increasing inebriation, found himself being assisted by Jing Entropy back to his dormitory. With the two prominent figures having departed, the remaining trio naturally set aside their cups, ceasing their revelry. The three friends wandered to the playground, plopping down in the spectator seats, gazing up at the starry sky. Chubby Zhu Yunsuan felt a swirl of emotions and remarked, "One cannot judge a person solely by their appearance, just as the depth of the sea cannot be measured with a ladle." Lu Xinfang's eyes shone brightly, filled with admiration for Jing Entropy. The more she learned about him, the more she revered him. He was truly her ultimate idol. He had just graduated and already volunteered for military service, and he was even a few years younger than them. Jing Shang exhaled deeply, saying, "He is truly a prodigy, a rare talent." The concept of giftedness undeniably exists in this world. Jing Shang had always harbored a sense of pride, even in the competitive environment of the 98 factory. Where many outstanding peers existed, he had never truly regarded anyone with admiration. He believed that with sufficient effort and perseverance, he could one day become a leading researcher, a premier engineer. His intellect was on par with anyone else's, and when he achieved success, others would have to look up to him. Chapter 22. Unqualified yet today. Facing Jing Shang, he inexplicably felt a sense of shock and powerlessness. On one hand, he was astonished by Jing Shang and Appo's extraordinary talent, while on the other hand, he felt hopeless about ever catching up to him. Firstly, Jing Shang was even younger than he was and lacked a professional background. Yet he had developed a new type of weapon in just over 2 days. This endeavor encompassed various fields of knowledge including physics, chemistry, engineering, and mechanics, all of which were intricate and specialized, leaving one astounded. He believed that even if he were granted 10 years, he would still fall short of Jing Shang's achievements. There was no camaraderie among heroes, as he felt unworthy and could only aspire to serve as Jing Shang's humble assistant. In this lifetime, he would never become as remarkable as Jing Shang. It was a clear case of innate talent prevailing, with Jing Shang towering above him in every aspect. Little Fatty covered his face and suddenly burst into laughter. Lu Xinfang stared at him, bewildered. "What is so funny?" "Haha, I'm laughing at the three of us. We're truly comical, thinking there was some mysterious and glorious task awaiting us. Alas, we have been overly sentimental." This was truly an instance of opening the wrong pot. Upon hearing this, Lu Xinfang and Qin Shaoyin's faces flushed with embarrassment, as if they could fry an egg on them, wishing to find a hole to hide in. If Jing Shang knew the little schemes they had been concocting in their minds these past few days, he would probably laugh himself silly. The next morning, Jing Shang rose early, busy washing his face and brushing his teeth when the doorbell rang. He pondered who this early visitor could be. With a toothbrush in his mouth, he opened the dormitory door. Standing outside was the cheerful little fatty, Zhu Yunsuan, and Jing Shang was momentarily taken aback. What was this little fellow doing here so early? Before he could speak, little fatty entered the room with an air of familiarity. "Jing Gong, going for a morning jog?" Jing Shang, with a mouth full of foam, nodded in acknowledgement. "Yes, I am." At this point, Jing Shang was still an ordinary conscript, holding a rank much lower than little fatty and his companions. However, Jing Shang's capabilities left the trio in awe, and given that he was their superior, they were troubled about how to address him appropriately. Initially, they called him Master Jing, but now they had switched to Jing Gong. Little Fatty cheerfully remarked, "You keep brushing your teeth. I'll help you make your bed, and we can head downstairs together afterward." This unexpected gesture left Jing Shang bewildered, as he felt unable to refuse the assistance of someone so eager to help. Before long, little Fatty had neatly folded the bedding with remarkable efficiency, achieving a level of tidiness that surpassed Jing Shang's own efforts. It was evident that his background from a prestigious university had honed his skills. Little Fatty had been particularly industrious since joining Factory 125, but today his enthusiasm felt a bit excessive, making Jing Shang feel somewhat uneasy. Nonetheless, it would be impolite to show displeasure towards someone who greeted him with such a bright smile, which made it difficult for him to decline the offer. After their morning jog, during breakfast, the three engineers discreetly approached with their trays and sat beside Jing Shang and Director Ho. Lu Xinfeng naturally took a seat next to Jing Shang. Following yesterday's events, the trio almost revered Jing Shang as a deity, each one treating him with great courtesy. After finishing breakfast, Lu Xinfeng even rushed to help Jing Shang with his dishes, a level of attentiveness she had never afforded any man at Factory 98. If the sycophants from Factory 98 saw this, their jaws would surely drop in astonishment. This display of attentiveness made Jing Shang feel even more self-conscious. Director Ho observed the scene with a knowing smile, fully aware of the implicit understanding among them. In his view, someone as capable as Jing Shang deserves special respect and treatment. Frankly speaking, for these three engineers, maintaining a good relationship with Jing Shang would yield significant benefits in the future. Without a doubt, once the low-spec Qi-Wing military knife was successfully developed, they would share in the accolades, even if they had not directly participated in the research and development. Their names would inevitably appear on the list of contributors, and such military merit would feel like a gift. Director Ho, having lived a long life and grown wise in the ways of the world, discerned the underlying motivations better than Jing Shang himself. Although he would benefit from this arrangement as the head of Factory 125 at his age, he was less concerned about personal gains. The quantity of military merit mattered little to him. What truly pleased him was witnessing the prosperity of Factory 125. His genuine concern for Jing Shang was devoid of any ulterior motives. After all, Jing Shang was under his command, and seeing his soldiers thrive brought him immense joy. It was akin to the pride he felt when his previous soldiers accomplished remarkable feats and received honors, a sentiment he had not experienced in a long while. He was determined to carefully assist Jing Shang in his transition from conscript to a regular soldier, guiding him step by step towards advancement. While he could not assist him further down the road, he was confident that Yuan Gao and the commander would provide the necessary support. As long as Jing Shang succeeded in developing the low-spec Qi-Wing military knife, he would become a focal point of interest for both Yuan Gao and the commander. Yuan Gao had been calling almost daily, inquiring about the progress of the low-spec military knife. That afternoon, after a flurry of activity, the prototypes of the low-spec Qi-Wing military knives were unveiled, totaling 9 distinct varieties. Each knife was meticulously arranged on the table, showcasing an array of designs, some resembling daggers, others suited for single-handed use, some adaptable to firearms, and others ideal for survival in the wilderness. Each knife's handle bore the fierce visage of a Qi-Wing beast, its open mouth roaring skyward, with menacing fangs bared. The body of the Qi-Wing coiled around the blade, and the overall design transcended the ordinary realm of military knives, verging on the status of fine art. The three engineers were astounded. It was their first encounter with such a beautifully crafted military knife. Yet, they harbored concerns that such an elaborate design might not meet the approval of higher authorities. The blades themselves were finished in deep, subdued tones tinged with a technological gray, effectively minimizing glare and avoiding detection by enemies. Under the light, the Qi-Wing designs became even more pronounced and captivating. Of course, these knives were intended for combat. Aesthetics alone were insufficient. Performance was paramount. The engineers were eager to see how well they functioned. Having initially assumed that the designs stemmed from the seasoned veterans at Factory 98, throughout the production process, questions and verifications had been minimal, but now, knowing that Jing Shang had been the sole designer from start to finish, it was time to assess the knife's practicality. Although the craftsmanship and design appeared flawless, theory alone did not guarantee success. For instance, the initial steel refining process could be intricate and sophisticated, yet if the steel's durability was lacking, the resulting knives would be prone to breakage. The finished product remained the only true measure of quality. Director Ho meticulously examined each Qi-Wing military knife, picking up the longest single-edged variant. He swung it through the air a couple of times, reveling in the exhilarating sensation of slicing through the atmosphere. Then, with a powerful strike, he brought the knife down onto a wooden post, approximately the width of a water barrel and about half a meter in height. With a resounding crack, the post split cleanly in two. Chapter 23. A clean cut after just a few strikes, an impressive blade. Director Ho exclaimed, his face alight with astonishment. Although it could not rival the meteorite-forged Chimei sabers, this was not a limited edition. It was intended for mass production to equip various theaters of war. Achieving such quality was truly remarkable. The three engineers, along with the surrounding workers, were utterly astounded by the scene before them. Having observed this wooden post daily, they had come to appreciate its uniqueness. This was no ordinary plank. It was a solid log, hewn straight from a tree. To cleave it so effortlessly required considerable skill. In ancient times, woodcutters relied on axes, for a knife's edge would lose much of its force upon impact, absorbed by the wood. Generally speaking, an ordinary person could not cleave a post like this, and even soldiers would struggle to do so in a single strike. Only an axe, with its explosive force, could achieve such a feat now. Witnessing Director Ho slice the post cleanly in two with a single stroke was nothing short of astonishing. The three engineers exchanged glances, and the plump Zhu Yunsuan picked up the nearby Chimei saber, affixing it to a rifle. After adjusting his stance, he thrust it into another wooden post. With a resounding thud, the blade sank deep into the wood, leaving only the round hilt and rifle barrel exposed, the entire blade enveloped by the post. Zhu's face lit up with surprise. This blade is incredibly swift. Lu Xinfang, intrigued, seized a dagger-shaped military knife, stabbing it downward into the post, half of the blade disappearing into the wood. Given her relatively slight strength and the fact that the dagger had only a single sharpened edge, its ability to penetrate so deeply attested to its sharpness. Qin Shaoyin turned to Zhu Yunsuan, saying, let's have a friendly competition. He picked up another rifle, outfitting it with a White Eagle Empire military knife, and the two began sparring, their blades clashing in a symphony of sharp metallic sounds. After a few exchanges, with a sharp crack, the White Eagle military knife shattered. This spectacle left the surrounding workers dumbfounded. Although the White Eagle knife was not top tier, it was globally popular and well regarded for its quality. Yet, it had broken after just a few strikes against the Chimei saber. What did that signify? This was nothing short of a complete domination over the White Eagle military knife. If such a scenario were to unfold on the battlefield, where soldiers engaged in close combat, and a White Eagle soldier's knife were to shatter, he would be left defenseless. Despite the current lack of emphasis on cold weapons, in the heat of battle, during fierce hand-to-hand encounters, the contest of cold weapons could mean the difference between life and death, directly influencing the remaining combat effectiveness. Qin Shaoyin stood in stunned silence, gripping the rifle, staring at the broken half of the White Eagle military knife, nearly unable to believe his eyes. Such a commonplace military knife had shattered so swiftly, far exceeding his expectations. He gasped in admiration. The quality of this Chimei saber has elevated to an entirely new level. Lu Xinfang unreservedly praised. The Chimei series of military knives is truly a milestone in the realm of blades. It is bound to replace all other military knives on the market. The others nodded in agreement, recognizing the truth in Lu and Appo's words. The Chimei saber came in 9 distinct styles, nearly covering all commonly used military knives in various combat zones. Submitting these samples for approval was as good as guaranteed, likely following a fast track to mass production. The future was nearly predictable. The Chimei saber would gradually replace all currently active military knives. After all, who would choose another knife when presented with such superior weaponry? The immense profits at stake were almost unfathomable. The military knives produced by the veterans at Factory 98 would soon face obsolescence, and their substantial annual dividends would inevitably dwindle. With those funds flowing under Jing Shang's name, this single research project could secure Jing Shang's financial well-being for a lifetime, ensuring a prosperous future for his entire family. Promotions and military honors awaited him, and Lu Xinfang found amusement in Jing Shang's seemingly indifferent demeanor. Realizing he likely had no idea of the wealth of opportunities that lay ahead, he was truly a treasure, and she could hardly restrain her desire to uncover his potential. One item was the Shadow Hunter crossbow, and the other was the Shadow Hunter wrist bow. Both belonged to the family of crossbows. The crossbow was larger and more powerful, while the wrist bow was compact and portable, albeit with slightly less force. Upon seeing the three-dimensional images of these two crossbows, Jing Shang was utterly captivated. What could stir a man's heart, aside from breathtakingly beautiful women, than these exhilarating weapons? Jing Shang was intrigued by both crossbows. Compared to broad axes and sabers, crossbows offered greater stealth and explosive power. Wrist bows were becoming increasingly rare in the market, while crossbows remained a standard issue. Mastery of cold weapons was an essential skill for special forces. Besides military knives, another vital tool was the dagger, particularly the highly lethal military crossbow. Especially in situations where firearms malfunction or ammunition runs out, or in the dark, desolate wilderness, the sounds of gunfire, smoke, and flames might elude ordinary individuals. Yet, for professional soldiers and hunters, these elements served as clues for pinpointing a special force's position and launching an attack. The flash, sound, and odor emitted when a firearm is discharged are three formidable challenges to overcome. In contrast, military crossbows elegantly sidestep these issues, boasting firepower that rivals bullets, and excel even in flammable or explosive environments. Furthermore, firearms encounter significant resistance and diminished power when fired underwater, often leading to malfunctions due to water ingress. Conversely, military crossbows face minimal obstruction when shooting underwater, remaining operational even after submersion. Thus, military crossbows prove more practical for underwater missions. For this reason, they maintain a prominent position among cold weapons. While not suitable as a primary weapon, they are indispensable in small-scale combat under specific conditions. Military crossbows are also among the most expensive cold weapons, often costing tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands. Yet, they possess unparalleled advantages, delivering astonishing destructive power. Capable of generating up to 4,000 newtons of instantaneous impact force at a distance of about 200 meters, easily penetrating the skulls of hippos, adult elephants, and water buffaloes. In ancient times, arrows were among the most lethal weapons on the battlefield, making archers an essential component of any army. Equipped with everything from personal bows to large siege engines. Upon receiving the technical specifications for the crossbows, Jing Shang was filled with excitement, planning to delve into the development of military crossbows and wrist bows once his current tasks were completed. Chapter 24. The last straw of salvation. As for the various rewards stemming from the development of the Chi-1 sword, he was not in a rush. This merit would be duly claimed by Director Ho. After all, he was merely a conscript, and even if he wished to meddle, his capabilities fell short. The wisest course was to allow his superiors to handle it entirely. In truth, he harbored little expectation for the rewards. His current ambition was rather simple: to secure a permanent position and remain in the military. With the advent of the Chi-1 sword, his achievements were virtually assured, and he felt confident that his retention in the unit was no longer in jeopardy, which rendered him even more composed. Unlike ordinary researchers, he had the support of a dedicated system that enabled him to perpetually invent new weaponry. The road ahead was still long, indeed. The Chi-1 sword was merely the first step in a greater journey. It was precisely this calm demeanor that profoundly impressed the three engineers. To them, Jing Shang was a master among masters, with every action exuding an air of expertise. They mused that if it were they who had single-handedly developed 9 types of military swords, poised to replace the current mainstream options, they would likely be unable to sleep for nights on end from sheer excitement. No one could have produced 9 swords in such a brief span of time. Besides innate talent, there were no words to describe it. It was akin to a musician's inspiration. Once it surged forth, it became unstoppable, and in a single night. Beautiful melodies could manifest on paper, transforming into classics destined to endure through the ages. Jing Shang was indeed a prodigy of exceptional talent in the realm of weapon development. Initially, the onlookers found it difficult to comprehend his nonchalance, desperately attempting to glean even a hint of excitement from his gaze or expression, yet to no avail. Jing Shang remained utterly tranquil. Each morning, he rose as usual, and the rotund young man would eagerly assist him in tidying his bed. Lu Xinfang would silently wash his clothes, even ensuring that his undergarments were included. Mind you, Factory 125 had no washing machines and relied solely on hand washing. In the mornings, the group would gravitate towards him to share breakfast, while in the main workshop, they would frequently approach him for guidance or to have him check their procedures. During his leisure time, he would venture into the mountains to hunt, occasionally returning with a rabbit or 2 wild chickens to satisfy their cravings. Jing Shang's amiability melted away the pride of the 3 senior engineers, who had once been haughty and unwilling to bow to anyone, including the director of the 98 Cold Weapons Factory. In the face of absolute prowess, all arrogance crumbled, and he resolutely addressed all forms of dissent. Director Ho personally delivered the meticulously crafted product to the frontline command building. Upon receiving the samples, Yuan Gao was effusive in his praise. Without pause, the two hurried to meet the commander-in-chief. The methodology for testing the military swords was straightforward, involving clashes with other sabers and thrusting into wooden stakes, the most fundamental and rudimentary forms of assessment. He instructed 2 soldiers to wield the Chi-1 sword and another sword, respectively. For a confrontation, the blades clashed with a resounding clang. After a fierce exchange, a sharp crack resounded as the Chi-1 sword cleaved through its opponent. This scene astonished all present. Any weapon that could be designated as a military sword, regardless of its country of origin, would not be of inferior quality. While blade breakage was not impossible, it was typically the result of extreme combat and multiple severe impacts. Yet this contest lasted but a minute or two, with minimal collisions, and both blades were newly forged. Onlookers gasped in disbelief as Yuan Gao grasped the broken sword, furrowing his brow, and touched the fracture. Incredulous, could a sword forged from ordinary steel possess such extraordinary might? This sword was not crafted from meteoric iron, but from common steel. Nevertheless, the fact that ordinary steel in Jing Shang's hands could be fashioned into an indestructibly sharp military sword was truly unfathomable. The commander-in-chief, equally perplexed, stroked his chin and mused. Perhaps it was a fluke. Let us test another sword. Shortly thereafter, a soldier presented another style of sword, and once again, it faced off against the Chi-1 sword. This duel lasted considerably longer, approximately 10 minutes, without anyone keeping track of the number of exchanges. When the 2 soldiers finally separated, the Chi-1 sword was unscathed, while the opposing sword bore 5 or 6 nicks. Though the latter had not broken, it had sustained numerous shallow cuts. In this comparative test, the Chi-1 sword emerged victorious once more. Director Ho wore an expression of pride, and as the first to witness the preliminary test results, he reveled in the astonished expressions of the commander-in-chief and Yuan Gao. A surge of inexplicable exhilaration filled his heart. All those who crafted such an exceptional sword were my charges. The commander-in-chief caressed the Chi-1 sword, his eyes glimmering with fervor. For soldiers, their weapons were akin to a second life. Cold weapons, in particular, could very well be the last bastion of hope for a soldier's survival. The better the quality, the more superior the sharpness and hardness, the more effectively it could safeguard a soldier's life in critical moments. Top-tier equipment served as a talisman for warriors, instilling them with courage and a profound sense of security, emboldening them to advance fearlessly, with spirits soaring and fighting fervor ignited. A genuine weapon. This was undoubtedly a genuine weapon. The commander-in-chief repeatedly caressed the finely crafted Chi-1 sword, extolling its virtues. Yuan Gao turned to Director Ho with a grin, remarking, "It appears that this lad, Jing Shang, has indeed been overlooked. We nearly missed out on this gem." A flicker of relief passed through the hearts of those present. Had it not been for the 4 squad leaders treating Jing Shang like a football, ultimately exiling him to the nearly abandoned Factory 125, his talents may never have surfaced, nor would they have been discovered. Had he been allowed to complete his 2-year service and return to civilian life, he might have faded away into obscurity. Yet, by a twist of fate, he had arrived at Cold Weapons Factory 125, rapidly developing a new type of military sword and achieving fame overnight. At such a young age, with such remarkable talent and accomplishments, his future prospects were boundless. Perhaps he could truly become a master of weapon development, celebrated by all. Now, Despite still being an ordinary conscript, Jing Shang shone like a rising star, dazzling and impossible to ignore. The commander-in-chief addressed Director Ho. The friendly competition is about to commence. The approval process may take a bit longer, but I shall take the lead on this. I hereby authorize the immediate initiation of production at Factory 125, ensuring that a substantial batch of Chi-1 swords is dispatched before the friendly competition begins, to show those lads from Sakura country what we are capable of. Director Ho promptly saluted. Yes, I guarantee the completion of the task. Laughter erupted among the crowd, for the commander-in-chief. The friendly competition with Sakura country was merely a minor interlude. Yet for both Long country and Sakura country, it carried the weight of national grievances. He had no intention of showing any leniency to Sakura country, since the opponent had invested considerable effort into their military swords. It was essential to shatter their confidence in the very arena where they felt most secure. Meanwhile, the forces of Sakura country had gathered all participants for the competition. Chapter 25. Let us wait until he wakes up. The headquarters of the Sakura Nation dispatched a capable leader, Takeda Kenzo, to lead a team to the Dragon Nation for a friendly match. Each participant in the team possessed exceptional skills and was filled with confidence for the upcoming event. The authority of the Sakura Nation personally came to send off the team, offering encouragement. He addressed Takeda Kenzo and his troops, stating that even though it was merely a friendly match, they must showcase their prowess to the Dragon Nation, making it clear who truly holds the pinnacle of global combat power. Class duel. Class duel. Takeda Kenzo led the soldiers in a resounding cheer. Once the send-off ceremony concluded, Kenzo guided his team towards the branch building established by the White Eagle Empire in the Sakura Nation. Kenzo approached the gatekeeper and said, "Please inform that I am Takeda Kenzo, leading my team to the Dragon Nation for a friendly exchange. I hope the friends from the White Eagle Empire can grant us passage." The gatekeeper scrutinized Kenzo and replied coolly, "Wait outside." Subsequently, the guard entered the building to relay the message. A few minutes later, he returned. Kenzo forced a friendly smile and inched closer, inquiring, "Brother, could the person in charge spare a moment to meet?" The gatekeeper replied indifferently, "The representative is drunk. Let us wait until he wakes up." As soon as Kenzo finished speaking, he was met with the cold demeanor of the guard. The smile on his face froze, though internally displeased. He could only obediently wait outside, originally scheduled to depart that day. The delay caused by the drunken representative of the White Eagle Empire meant that Takeda Kenzo dared not take off without obtaining the Air Force's clearance. After all, the Sakura Nation and the White Eagle Empire operated under two distinct combat systems. While they could cooperate in operations, any miscommunication could have dire consequences. Of course, the military of the White Eagle Empire could freely enter and exit the Sakura Nation, while all actions taken by the Sakura Nation's forces must be pre-approved by the military of the White Eagle Empire. This delay consumed an entire day, and it was not until the following morning that they could officially fly to the Dragon Nation. Fortunately, the distance was not great, and Takeda Kenzo had allowed for some leeway in scheduling. Otherwise, it would have been quite an embarrassment. At Plant 125 in the main workshop, a wave of cheers erupted following the production notification call from Director Ho. The successful production of the Chi-1 military knife was exhilarating news. Typically, the approval process for new weaponry could be time-consuming, followed by notifications to various battle zones for procurement. However, this time, the commander-in-chief had directly opened a green channel, allowing production to commence before formalities were completed, a rarity, especially since the current situation was neither a state of readiness nor wartime. The commander-in-chief's assertiveness stemmed from his confidence that the Chi-1 military knife would undoubtedly achieve full production and become the mainstream weapon across various battle zones. The 9 models of the Chi-1 series completely surpassed the outdated military knives from any perspective. He would delegate the resolution of the complex procedures to his team, while the atmosphere at Plant 125 was bustling with activity. 3 engineers wore beaming smiles. Although they had anticipated the outcome, the smoothness of the process was unexpected. Special arrangements had been made, and it was likely that even the old-timers at Plant 98 had not encountered such circumstances in their lifetimes. The jovial engineer Zhu Yunsuan remarked to his colleagues, With the upcoming friendly match against the Sakura Nation, the commander-in-chief is attending, eager to showcase these knives and intimidate those little devils. Lu Xinfang and Hou Xiaohuan nodded repeatedly, acknowledging that the commander-in-chief was indeed very concerned about the production timeline. His personal interests were closely tied to the swift production of this knife. After all, a failure in the match against the Sakura Nation would reflect poorly on everyone involved. Although the Sakura Nation merely served as a watchdog for the White Eagle Empire, with the growing military strength of the Dragon Nation, it had become less significant. Nevertheless, vigilance remained, as the Sakura Nation acted as a springboard, attracting hostile forces and exerting pressure on the Dragon Nation from close quarters. Geographically, it was a strategic location, posing a significant threat to the Dragon Nation. Coupled with historical grievances, the commander-in-chief could not allow them to flaunt their power on his territory. They must not win a single event. The initial production quantity was set at 10,000 units. At first glance, this seemed substantial, but when averaged across 9 models, it was not particularly large. This was related to the decision-making authority of the commander-in-chief, although a fast track was specially approved. This first batch was merely intended for the friendly match with the Sakura Nation, followed by a trial period within the military. If no significant issues arose with the weaponry, it would then be widely promoted across various battle zones. Should any problems occur during the trial, feedback would be required for further refinements at the cold weaponry plant. Moreover, the equipment at Plant 125 was somewhat outdated, with low levels of automation, resulting in a relatively modest daily output. Particularly with the high standards for the Chiwen's production, the manufacturing process was complex and time-consuming. The 3 engineers convened with Jing Shang to discuss, primarily adopting Lu Xinfang's recommendations to optimize processes and allocate personnel effectively to accelerate production. In recent days, the workers had become fully acquainted with the machinery, operating with remarkable skill. Everyone worked tirelessly, and the main workshop was alive with activity. Sparks from cutting nearly grazed the ceiling, and the sounds of hammering echoed throughout. Jing Shang closely monitored this batch of weapons, as their success was crucial to his future. He could not allow any to falter. He abandoned hunting rabbits and wild chickens in the woods, instead dedicating himself entirely to inspecting the quality of every weapon in the main workshop to ensure absolute perfection. Despite the intense busyness, the task was ultimately completed in the early hours of the day of the friendly match. The weapons were rapidly loaded onto military transport aircraft for immediate airlift to the battle zone to prevent any delays in the competition. Alongside the helicopter ascended Director Hou, who, due to Yuan Gao's influence, had also secured a place to witness the friendly match. Before boarding, Jing Shang could not help but ask, "Director, you'll be gone for several days. What are your plans upon your return?" With the director's departure, the management of over 100 personnel fell onto his shoulders, and he felt a twinge of anxiety as the workers held ranks above him. Director Hou casually responded, "If there are no tasks, I'll find something to do. Rather than idling, I might as well improve the crossbow." At that moment, Director Hou had boarded the plane, and the door was about to close in preparation for takeoff. Jing Shang hurriedly inquired, "To what extent do you plan to improve it? Are there any specific requirements?" Director Hou, eager to reach the competition venue where the commander-in-chief and other leaders awaited, impatiently exclaimed, "No special requirements. Just make it shoot farther." Chapter 26. Is my phone broken? With that, the hatch closed, and the transport aircraft soared into the sky, heading towards the horizon. The 3 engineers could not help but feel a sense of relief. At last, they had fulfilled their mission, completing their tasks within the time constraints. In truth, their work was not particularly sophisticated. They simply familiarized themselves with the equipment, instructed each worker, optimized processes, and addressed minor details, while supervising production and quality control. Not long after the helicopter departed, the 3 engineers received a phone call from the director of Factory 98, informing them that they could return. The subsequent production would be led by the worker foreman, with the hundreds of workers no longer requiring the engineer's guidance. Whether the production tasks would be transferred to Factory 98, utilizing more advanced equipment, still needed further communication between Factory 98 and their superiors, and could not be confirmed in the short term. Factory 98 valued the three engineers highly, as they were regarded as treasures of the factory. Initially, the three had vehemently argued to avoid being reassigned to Factory 125, demonstrating their deep emotional ties to Factory 98, which they considered home. Jing Shang had even nearly made a solemn vow to remain at Factory 98. Alas, while such actions were excessive, they were all commendable employees of Factory 98. As the person in charge of Factory 98, upon learning that the three could return, the director was overjoyed and hastily called them. He imagined the scene of the three jumping with excitement and joy. The call was answered by Jing Shang, and the director cleared his throat. Ahem, you three. The mission is complete. You should head back today. While the director spoke in a calm manner, a smile graced his face as he anticipated the enthusiastic responses from the other end of the line. However, silence greeted him instead. Hello? Can you speak? Is my phone broken? The director coughed again. Director Jing Shang glanced at Zhu Yunsuan and Lu Xinfang, both of whom clearly displayed reluctance to return to Factory 98. It was evident to all three that Jing Shang was a talented and capable individual, inherently suited for weapon research and development. Following him could yield more learning opportunities than under their own mentors. Even a fool would benefit by associating with Jing Shang, reaping rewards in life. From both personal development and interest perspectives, it was evident that following Jing Shang held greater promise. Therefore, at this moment, the three had no desire to return to Factory 98. Ho Xiaohua coughed a few times. Director, could we discuss the possibility of returning a bit later? The director of Factory 98 found this strange. You were the most vocal about returning. Now that I'm allowing you to come back, you hesitate? What trick are you trying to pull? After a moment of hesitation, Jing Shang replied, we wish to stay here a little longer to learn from Engineer Jing Shang. Lu Xinfang and the chubby Zhu Yunsuan nodded in agreement like chicks pecking at grains. Especially Lu Xinfang, who was utterly unwilling to leave Factory 125. In her heart, she had already set her sights on Jing Shang, yearning to pursue him. Jing Shang exhibited extraordinary talent in weapon research and development. Even if he was merely a novice soldier now, he was akin to an untapped gold mine. Not to mention his gentle demeanor and somewhat handsome appearance. Most crucially, his extensive knowledge captivated her. Initially, she felt nothing special, but as they spent time together, Lu Xinfang discovered an indescribable charm in Jing Shang that stirred her heart. However, returning to Factory 98 would make it difficult to see Jing Shang again, and she feared that this delightful opportunity might fall into another woman's hands. Jing Shang, that duty soldier who was assigned to Factory 125 after the detour? He is merely a minor leader in this task. What could a duty soldier possibly know about weapon development? The director of Factory 98 assumed Jing Shang was throwing a tantrum and impatiently bellowed, "Get back here immediately. If you continue to resist, you know the consequences." With that, without allowing Jing Shang to contest, the director abruptly hung up. The abrupt end of the call left Zhu Yunsuan and Lu Xinfang deflated, as if struck by frost. After hanging up, Jing Shang let out a deep sigh. As soldiers, they often could not act according to their desires. Although all three wished to remain by Jing Shang's side to learn and discuss, military orders were absolute. They had to return to Factory 98 today. The three proceeded to the office to bid farewell to Jing Shang. Upon hearing that they had to leave immediately, Jing Shang was taken aback. Is it really that urgent? Jing Shang replied with a wry smile. The director is upset. We must return today. Jing Shang pondered the rarity of talent. Even a large establishment like Factory 98 needed skilled individuals. It was hardly surprising that they were called back shortly after completing their tasks. Zhu Yunsuan expressed a hint of regret. We won't get to enjoy the local delicacies here anymore. He licked his lips, nostalgia evident on his face. Lu Xinfang looked downcast as she remarked, from now on, I'll have to wash my own clothes. If I'm too lazy, I'll have to ask the workers for help. Although their ranks are higher, I can't indulge in everything since you are the one in charge here. Jing Shang found it amusing. Prior to Lu Xinfang's arrival, he always washed his own clothes, and it was Lu Xinfang who insisted on helping him. Yet, he could not refuse her goodwill and nodded in agreement. All right, I'll remember that. He escorted the three to the gate. Zhu Yunsuan, driving, remarked. Coming to Factory 125 and meeting Jing Shang made me realize there are indeed higher realms and greater talents. As the jeep turned along the mountain road, Jing Shang, seated in the passenger seat, gazed out at Factory 125 above. Individuals like him are likely unattainable for us throughout our lives. Lu Xinfang leaned against the back seat, silent, her eyes wistfully following the fleeting scenery outside the window. Lu Xinfang's life had been relatively smooth from childhood to adulthood. Now, she could independently lead teams to develop small projects. During her university years and time at Factory 98, she had encountered many extraordinarily talented individuals. They were indeed remarkable. But she never felt a significant gap between herself and them, including Jing Shang and even some peers who surpassed him. It seemed that with a little effort, she could one day surpass them. However, being suddenly transferred to Factory 125, Jing Shang burst into her view. From initially being indifferent to realizing his true identity and abilities, Jing Shang's presence loomed in her mind like Mount Everest, suddenly towering above her as an unattainable pinnacle. The stark contrast deeply shook her soul, and Jing Shang's figure lingered in her thoughts. In just a few days of interaction, Lu Xinfang was profoundly impressed by Jing Shang's vast knowledge. Director Ho, lacking technical understanding, could only praise the impressive cold weapons developed. Chapter 27. The early bird catches the worm. As three engineers engaged in discussions with Jing Shang, they discovered his extensive knowledge across various disciplines, each marked by profound insights rather than superficial familiarity. In fields such as thermodynamics, chemistry, and mechanics, the development of the Chiwen series of cold weapons encompassed numerous groundbreaking technologies, all of which were unprecedented in the market, warranting patent applications. It was astonishing that Jing Shang was able to synchronously develop such a plethora of new technologies in a remarkably short time. Perhaps this was the culmination of years of accumulation, but the rapid emergence of such innovations was nothing short of miraculous, especially considering that they were all birthed from the mind of a single individual rather than a sprawling team. Jing Shang, a master in his own right, remained blissfully unaware of his own prowess. He was akin to a martial arts master, hidden away in the mountains, diligently honing his skills, yet perceiving himself merely as an ordinary woodcutter. As Lu Xinfang spent time with him, she found him increasingly intriguing, unwittingly becoming somewhat enamored, particularly in recent days. As her fascination deepened, previously, this would have been inconceivable, even in the presence of the remarkably talented individuals at Factory 98. She would never have taken the initiative to express her interest. This was the first time in her life that she had acted with such boldness. During her time on campus and at Factory 98, amidst a multitude of suitors, she had never paid them any mind. Little did she expect that one day a man would inspire her to take such a step. With a glimmer in her eyes, Lu Xinfang pondered. Given Jing Shang's capabilities, particularly with the development of the Chiwen series products, his military achievements would undoubtedly be significant. While the equipment at Factory 125 was functional, it was ultimately outdated. If the intention was to supply the various battlefronts on a large scale in the future, Factory 125 and Oppo's production capacity would likely fall short. At that point, Jing Shang might very well be transferred to Factory 98, which was the largest and most well-equipped cold weapons factory. If that were to happen, they would have the opportunity to meet again. However, before that could occur, she needed to warm up their relationship to avoid being forgotten by this remarkable man. With this thought in mind, she hurriedly pulled out her phone, intending to send Jing Shang a WeChat message. Yet, after much hesitation, she found herself at a loss for words. She drafted and deleted messages repeatedly, feeling that nothing was quite appropriate. Being direct felt daunting, and besides, if there were to be any potential development between them, shouldn't the man be the one to make the first move? As she pondered this, the jeep had traversed from morning until dusk, almost returning to Factory 98. Before she finally sent Jing Shang a message, the quality inspection report for the Chiwen military knife has been placed on Director Ho's desk to the left. It may be needed for approval materials. After much deliberation, she decided to use work as an excuse to contact Jing Shang. Upon sending the message, her heart raced like a rabbit, thumping with anxiety that he might not grasp her intent. Lu Xianfang felt overly forward. Yet she considered Jing Shang to be a treasure, and it was imperative to seize the moment before he dazzled the world and caught the attention of other exceptional women. If love were a battlefield, this was a strategic maneuver. Meanwhile, Jing Shang remained blissfully unaware of Lu Xianfang's subtle intentions, entirely oblivious to her pursuit. In truth, once the three senior engineers departed Factory 125, he felt a sense of relief wash over him. Despite the seemingly harmonious interactions of the past few days, he had sensed an underlying awkwardness. The reversal of roles and ranks had been a source of considerable discomfort. With the engineers gone, he no longer bore the psychological burden of their presence. Although their ranks exceeded his, the achievement of the Chiwen military knife assured him of a strong chance for confirmation, along with a likely promotion in rank, reducing the gap between him and the foreman. Furthermore, the workers differed from the engineers. They were humble and amiable, akin to his former comrades. Thus, with the engineer's departure, he cast aside any lingering concerns. With the second batch of production tasks yet to arrive, he decided to grant the workers a day off. Some went down the mountain to procure supplies, while others indulged in leisure activities. A few astute ones stayed behind at the factory, ready to lend a hand should Jing Shang require assistance. Before leaving, Director Ho had tasked him with improving the military crossbow. Recently, he had acquired technical documentation for two types of crossbows, the Hunting Shadow crossbow and the Hunting Shadow wrist crossbow, as part of a reward. Seizing the opportunity while Director Ho attended a competition, he could delve into the research, potentially achieving further success and alleviating any future concerns regarding formalities. In the office, he sat by the window, meticulously reviewing the technical materials, sunlight streaming through the glass, illuminating his profile and shoulder, highlighting his unwavering focus. Subsequently, he moved to the main workshop and other areas to verify the required materials. This batch of steel and military knives differed from previous ones, necessitating adjustments to the process flow. For him, this task was straightforward, merely following the systematic guidelines step by step. Processing is needed. However, unbeknownst to him, this endeavor involved new technologies that would likely astonish the three engineers upon their return. While the process appeared simple in theory, its execution was rather intricate, requiring multiple steps. No one but Jing Shang possessed the requisite experience, compelling him to oversee the operation personally. When Lu Xianfang sent him the WeChat message, he was preoccupied and only noticed it after leaving the steelmaking facility, responding succinctly with, "Received." Lu Xianfang and her two companions had returned to Factory 98 and were currently reporting to the factory director's office. Although the director was displeased with Qin Xiaoyin's demeanor over the phone, he could not help but feel satisfaction at their swift return. "Oh, you couldn't endure the hardships of Factory 125, could you?" he mused. Young people, so stubborn, yet they still regard Factory 98 as their home. The director's appreciation for the trio grew as he patted the portly Zhu Yunxuan and Qin Xiaoyin on the shoulder, expressing, "You have endured much during your time at Factory 125. I understand the conditions were harsh. No air conditioning, outdated cafeteria facilities, and many machines dating back to the Soviet era, making your tasks even more challenging. I truly appreciate your efforts." Zhu Yunxuan grinned widely, replying, "Director, we didn't find it hard. It was our duty." The director nodded in satisfaction, recognizing Zhu Yunxuan's understanding, in contrast to Qin Xiaoyin, who always wore a long face. At that moment, Qin Xiaoyin spoke up, "Director, I noticed that Factory 125 is short-staffed. Since we are all engaged in the development of frozen guns, it is only natural that we assist our sister factory, especially now that Factory 125 is resuming operations. I would like to request a transfer to Factory 125. The director nearly fell off his chair upon hearing Qin Xiaoyin's words. "What are you talking about? A transfer?" Qin Xiaoyin nodded, "Yes. I would like to apply for a transfer to Factory 125. What procedures do I need to follow?" Lu Xianfang's eyes lit up, instantaneously viewing Qin Xiaoyin in a new light. This fellow is quite clever. Why didn't I think of this? If he transfers directly to Factory 125, I can be with Jing Shang every day. How could I not win him over? Chapter 28. Crossing Oceans to be Beaten? Director, is it really possible? I also wish to be transferred to Factory 125. Lu Xinfang exclaimed, raising her hand with excitement. Little fatty Zhu Yunxuan also wore a look of surprise. Indeed. We can transfer factories. How did we not think of this before? Previously, many had moved from other factories to Factory 98 due to its superior conditions and benefits. Yet no one had ever heard of anyone transferring out of Factory 98, especially not to Factory 125. Factory 125 had been neglected for many years. Although it had recently resumed production, it was evidently temporary. Moreover, the conditions there could not possibly compare to those of Factory 98. However, in the eyes of these three, the factory conditions had long ceased to be the focal point. Rather, it was the presence of a remarkable figure, Jing Shang. Even following in his footsteps and consuming his leftover soup would satiate them. Furthermore, all three were aware that Jing Shang was planning to develop a new type of cold weapon, a specialized crossbow for the military. Seeing the other two eagerly vying to switch jobs, little fatty was anxious not to be left behind, his eyes nearly popping out in desperation. What about me, Director? Please don't forget me. He quickly raised his chubby little hand. The director of Factory 98 glared at the trio, who were so impatiently clamoring to jump ship to Factory 125 that it nearly drove him to madness. He staggered back a few steps, clutching his desk. Cough, cough. This is infuriating. Absolutely infuriating. An advanced engineer is an invaluable asset to any weapons factory. These talents, having graduated from prestigious universities, typically require 3 to 5 years of training at the armory to become proficient, and it takes at least a decade of experience to stand independently. Each of these three was a standout among their peers, and their collective departure would be a significant loss for Factory 98. Previously, the director had cherished them like treasures. Yet now they sought to abandon Factory 98. What could be so appealing about Factory 125? Fuming, the director demanded, "Spill the beans. Is it because I transferred you to 125 without consulting you, and you are sulking?" Little did he know that their motivation was Jing Shang. When they initially received their assignments, Yuan Gao had not elaborated on Jing Shang's significance, nor had he interacted with him personally. The director vented his frustrations upon the trio for nearly half an hour until he had exhausted himself, at which point he dismissed them without allowing them a chance to explain Jing Shang's prowess. However, given the director's current state of fury, any attempt at an explanation would have been futile. Thus, the trio left dejectedly, while the director sulked in his office, unbeknownst to them. The world outside was abuzz with excitement. On this very day, the friendly competition was set to commence, with participants from Sakura Nation familiarizing themselves with the environment and the competition rules. The first event was officially scheduled to begin at 1 p.m. Overall, the competition encompassed a wide array of events, including tank assaults, infantry shooting, air defense maneuvers, reconnaissance challenges, and airborne troop contests, culminating in a team event set in the jungle where both sides would vie for control of each other's strongholds. Although this was merely a friendly match between Long Nation and Sakura Nation, the historical animosities between the two countries heightened the stakes significantly. In the past, military programs had seen little viewership. However, upon live broadcast, the audience numbers skyrocketed, reaching over 1 million within mere minutes and ultimately surpassing 5 million, climbing towards 10 million. This surge occurred without any prior promotion, indicating the profound interest in this friendly match. As citizens of Long Nation, viewers were acutely aware that losing to the smaller Sakura Nation was simply unacceptable. They desired a resounding victory, leaving no room for mercy. Naturally, no serious injuries would occur during a friendly match, only minor scrapes, as neither side was truly at war. The difficulty of the events was arranged from easy to hard, and thus the afternoon's competitions primarily featured individual combat events, such as standard shooting challenges. In truth, the competition footage lacked significant entertainment value. What truly mattered to the audiences of both nations was the outcome. Firing rifles, whether stationary or moving, provided little in terms of excitement. The true thrill lay in the final scores. The results of the first 4 events elicited cheers from the citizens of Long Nation while infuriating the spectators from Sakura Nation, as Long Nation's military secured victories in all 4 events, leaving Sakura Nation with 0 points. It was worth noting that this friendly match had been proposed by Sakura Nation, who had sent their elite team to participate, fully prepared to assert their dominance, only to hit a brick wall instead. The live chat exploded with laughter from Long Nation's viewers. Look at Takeda Kenzo's face. It's as dark as can be. With such skills, how dare you challenge us? Crossing oceans to be beaten? Is this all you've got? In response, Sakura Nation's netizens were enraged, demanding Takeda Kenzo take responsibility and resign in disgrace. Meanwhile, the overall commander of the viewing area and Yuan Gao, along with Director Ho, appeared at ease. They were not surprised by the results, given the vast disparity in military strength between the 2 nations. For Long Nation, achieving victory was merely a matter of course. Conversely, for Takeda Kenzo, this outcome was far from what he had envisioned. Having painstakingly brought his team, he aimed to temper Long Nation's arrogance and bolster Sakura Nation's morale. Instead, they had lost all 4 events on the first day, remaining at a score of 0. The implications of this broadcast back home would surely lead to a backlash. Takeda Kenzo's expression darkened, akin to having received 4 slaps in public, thoroughly embarrassed. He turned to a soldier beside him and coldly commanded, "The next event is close quarters combat. We must win this match." "Yes, sir," replied the soldier, who was none other than Takeda Kenzo's son, Takeda Wadaro. The Takeda family, apart from wielding considerable influence within Sakura Nation's military, was also renowned for their swordsmanship, a legacy of samurai. In reality, their sword was the katana, and they did not distinguish much between knives and swords, collectively referring to it as swordsmanship. This practical blade technique had gained Takeda Wadaro significant fame within the military, where he excelled in reputation and benefits. Many believed he had the potential to surpass his father, Takeda Kenzo. Chapter 29. Too fast. The selection of personnel dispatched from the Dragon Kingdom was determined by Yuan Gao. Had Jing Shang been present, he would have instantly recognized the individual as the squad leader who had originally sent him to Factory 125 to secure victory in the competition. The Sakura Nation spared no expense, sending forth only elite warriors, including the offspring of Takeda Kenzo. In contrast, our commanding officers primarily selected ordinary soldiers, mostly squad leaders. To put it plainly, it sufficed to choose a few capable individuals from among these squad leaders for the contest. Sending true experts would be akin to using a sledgehammer to crack a nut, an unnecessary extravagance. The Sakura Nation lacked the weight to warrant such a display. As the 4th squad leader and Takeda Takuya prepared to take the field, the simulated battleground was set in a soft, yielding field, which posed a challenge to the competitors' movements. Actions such as running and pivoting became considerably more arduous than on solid ground. The competition was dubbed close quarters combat. Envisioning a scenario where ammunition was exhausted and supplies were cut off, leaving 2 soldiers with only a bayonet to engage in a desperate struggle. Each participant was armed with a rifle and a military knife, tasked with affixing the knife to the rifle in the shortest time possible before charging at one another. The scoring criteria were straightforward. The first to incapacitate their opponent or render them unable to rise would emerge victorious. The online audience erupted with excitement, as this marked the first time our soldiers faced off against those of the Sakura Nation in such an intimate and visceral manner. Viewers flooded the chat with messages of encouragement for the 4th squad leader. In an instant, the screen was inundated with a flurry of comments. Akin to snowflakes in a tempest, defeat them. The time for vengeance has arrived. Go for it. Give it your all. Make Takeda unrecognizable to his own father. Spare no mercy against the Sakura Nation. Suddenly, a fierce wind began to howl, and the clouds above churned ominously, casting a shadow over the arena. The 4th squad leader gripped his rifle tightly with one hand while resting the other on his belt, poised to spring into action as soon as the whistle blew. He would swiftly draw the bayonet from his waist and affix it to the front of his rifle. This particular knife, personally handed to him by Yuan Gao that morning, was known as the Chiwen military knife, its surface a dull black-gray, devoid of shine. The double-edged blade was designed for optimal penetration. While the hilt bore the image of a Chiwen beast, its back and belly elegantly curved to facilitate bloodletting and hinder swift healing of wounds. What captivated the eye most was the exquisite design of the Chiwen beast, a stark contrast to the plain and unadorned knives the squad leader had previously encountered. However, as a seasoned warrior, he was indifferent to such embellishments. His primary concern was the knife's practicality. Rumor had it that this Chiwen military knife was the latest advancement in cold weaponry, its performance surpassing any knife before it. Despite harboring doubts about its efficacy, he had no choice but to accept its use due to the insistence of his superiors. Casting a glance at Takeda Takuya, he silently vowed that should the knife prove inadequate, he would not hesitate to criticize its designer after the match. On the opposite side, Takeda Takuya stood at the edge of the arena, his demeanor solemn and his presence commanding. He was evidently no ordinary adversary. Earlier that morning, the fourth squad leader had tested the knife's sharpness, finding it impeccable, and he could only hope for no unforeseen mishaps during the competition. Should the knife falter, he was determined to use his rifle to bring down Takeda Takuya. Defeat was not an option. His resolve solidified. As he scrutinized Takeda Takuya, the latter was likewise assessing him. A flicker of disdain danced in his eyes. Despite Sakura Nation's for consecutive losses, he remained unfazed. After all, they were on Dragon Kingdom soil, enjoying the advantage of familiarity with the terrain. Furthermore, 2 of those victories had been narrowly clinched, with a fair share of luck involved. Thus, he did not regard the Dragon Kingdom soldiers as particularly formidable, especially Takeda Takuya, who hailed from an illustrious lineage. With a father holding a high-ranking position in the Sakura military and renowned as a distinguished samurai, he had inherited and refined the family swordsmanship, adapting it for practical combat. Not only was he esteemed in the military, but he was also a figure of great renown among the populace, often linked romantically to the heiress of a prominent conglomerate, capturing the dreams of countless young women who aspired to marry him. Upon his appearance in the live stream, the audience from Sakura Nation instantly recognized him. Is it really Takeda Takuya? It seems we have a chance to turn the tide this time. Oh my, with Takeda Takuya in the fray, he is unbeatable. Let the Dragon Kingdom witness the prowess of Sakura Nation's swordsmanship. Victory seems assured with Takeda present. Takeda-kun, I adore you. The fervor among Takeda's fans surged, the chat exploding with enthusiasm, inundating the screen. In the audience, Commander Yuan Gao and Factory Manager Ho appeared relaxed. They were well aware of the 4th Squad leader's capabilities and had complete faith that he would not disappoint. Coupled with the newly developed Chiwen military knife crafted by Jing Shang, possessing such formidable power, even Takeda Takuya, being the son of Takeda Kenzo, would be forced to concede. Within the livestream, supporters from both sides fervently cheered for their chosen competitors as the gunfire rang out, signaling the commencement of the decisive battle. The arena, a vast circle, confined both combatants within its bounds. As the shot echoed, they swiftly rushed towards each other. Although the soft ground made running somewhat laborious for 2 such skilled warriors, the environmental hindrance was inconsequential. In a flurry of motion, both drew their knives from their waists and, in a flash, affixed them to the tips of their rifles. The audience in the live stream was left in astonishment. Hardly anyone could discern their movements, and collectively, they gasped in awe. So fast. Too fast. The speed is astonishing. Impossible to comprehend. The synchronization of their actions was extraordinary, fluid, and seamless. Before anyone could fully grasp the situation, they had closed the distance between them. The bayonets at the ends of their rifles lunged towards one another simultaneously. In the heat of close-quarters combat, the exchange of bayonets represented the most fundamental and effective tactical maneuver, capable of swiftly subduing an opponent. Yet, both the 4th Squad leader and Takeda Takuya were seasoned experts. For a moment, neither was able to land a blow. As the ebb and flow of attack and defense unfolded, the second exchange swiftly followed. Their figures danced within the circle, darting closer and further apart with astonishing agility. For a full 30 seconds, neither was able to pierce the other. Though no blood was shed, the audience was enthralled, their hearts racing in tandem with the swift movements of the 2 combatants. Viewers held their breath, the barrage of comments dwindling to a hush. as if the chat had entered a silent mode. It was rare for anyone to witness a direct confrontation between two soldiers wielding bayonets, and the commentary highlighted that both competitors had foregone protective gear, save for tactical vests. Even their faces remained unshielded. Chapter 30 concerned the rifles and sabers they wielded were genuine weapons, not mere props, and while the chambers were devoid of bullets, the blades were sharp enough to pierce flesh. This inevitably implied that injuries were unavoidable. This was not merely a contest of marksmanship. It was a brutal clash of blades and firearms, a battle for life and death. In an instant, the atmosphere of ultimate charge upon the battlefield was vividly depicted. The very first moment of engagement was ferocious and aimed at vital points: head, heart, throat. Each strike was lethal. Both sides comprised elite combatants, and within half a minute, it was difficult to discern a victor. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged dozens of blows, leaving the spectators dazzled and their hearts racing. Even those unfamiliar with bayonet combat could appreciate the extraordinary skills on display. After half a minute, Takeda Takuya feigned an attack and then swung forcefully. The squad leader misjudged the situation and fell into Takeda's trap. By the time he sought to evade, it was too late. He could only raise his rifle in defense. A glint of cold amusement flickered in Takeda's eyes, and with a cruel resolve, he regarded the squad leader as already deceased. Takeda and Amp, Oppo's Saber struck the middle of the squad leader and Amp, Oppo's rifle. The sound of shattering wood was unmistakable. The rifle broke apart. The squad leader and Amp, Oppo's face went pale with terror. He had not anticipated that the blade from the land of cherry blossoms would be so sharp as to sever his weapon in one blow. This strike took the squad leader by surprise and left the audience astounded. Meanwhile, the officers and soldiers from the land of cherry blossoms wore expressions of calm satisfaction, their faces adorned with smug smiles. This weapon was their unit's secret advantage, combined with Takeda's formidable skills and the newly developed ultra-sharp sabers. Victory in this contest was practically assured. The squad leader responded swiftly, leveraging the force of the attack to retreat. But at that moment, Takeda's blade was already aimed at his chest. The squad leader leaned back suddenly, falling to the ground with a heavy thud that stirred up a cloud of dust, accompanied by a thunderous noise. The soldiers from the Dragon Nation straightened in their seats, eyes fixed on the unfolding drama, while viewers in the live stream felt their hearts leap into their throats in nervous anticipation. Crack! Thunder rumbled ominously as the first bolt of lightning split the darkened sky, followed by a deafening roar of thunder. Rain began to pour in torrents. Just as the squad leader hit the ground, the first raindrop landed squarely on the dust, forcing the kicked-up debris back down. He had no time to contemplate the sudden change in weather and quickly rolled to avoid Takeda's relentless thrusts. The squad leader dodged repeatedly, yet Takeda's strikes grew increasingly rapid, each one aimed at critical areas. The girls in the live stream covered their eyes, unable to bear the sight. This was no mere mock battle. Every thrust sought vital points, and a hit could mean a fatal outcome. It was terrifying. The squad leader barely managed to evade Takeda's onslaught, but even so, he felt the blade graze his side, tearing his clothing and drawing blood. The viewers behind the screen gasped, expressing their concern for the squad leader while simultaneously hurling accusations. What is this rifle made of? How could it be cleaved by a blade from the land of cherry blossoms? Is their saber truly that sharp? I just want to know why the quality of this rifle is so poor. Could someone be sabotaging it? In an instant, conspiracy theories began to circulate, and the viewers in the live stream started to question the rifle's integrity. Indeed, someone must be meddling. The sight of the squad leader's rifle being severed in two by Takeda left everyone aghast, sparking a flurry of discussions. The leaders on site, the soldiers, and the audience before their screens were all astonished, even speculating whether the rifle had been tampered with. Meanwhile, the audience from the land of cherry blossoms was filled with fervor. The soldiers from the Dragon Nation were indeed having a stroke of bad luck, as their rifle had been shattered by Takeda. With such a significant advantage, victory seemed inevitable. There was no doubt that this point was secured. The viewers from the land of cherry blossoms were exceptionally exhilarated, their comments flooding the screen like snowflakes in a winter storm. Takeda's swordsmanship was truly remarkable. This was a true testament to the martial prowess of the land of cherry blossoms. Tremble, Dragon Nation. The commander on the stands exchanged glances with Yuan Gao, both frowning deeply. Although they had received reports of significant advancements in the Saber technology from the land of cherry blossoms, they had not anticipated the blades would become this sharp. It was known that the squad leader's rifle was of exceptional quality, and the break occurred at the wooden guard. The guard was constructed from durable engineering plastic, tested for impact resistance, and incidents like today, where a saber could split it in two, were exceedingly rare. Yuan Gao whispered to the commander, "The sabers from the land of cherry blossoms have indeed seen a tremendous upgrade, and this Takeda Takuya is no ordinary foe. He possesses remarkable skill and strength." The commander nodded repeatedly, worry for the squad leader beginning to settle in his heart. Takeda was a quintessential warrior of the land of cherry blossoms, particularly adept at the family's traditional blade techniques, having trained since childhood. Warriors cultivated in such a manner possess strength far exceeding that of the average person, employing unique techniques for power generation and control. With all his might, Takeda's strike cleaved the squad leader's rifle in two. While this came as a surprise to all, Takeda's prowess indeed made it possible. However, the squad leader was not without his own skills. As Takeda's blade surged toward his chest, the squad leader executed a swift maneuver, rolling his body and slapping the ground with his right palm, which was now slick with rainwater. The splash propelled him into a handstand. Takeda's blade missed its mark, embedding itself in the earth, leaving his upper body unguarded and vulnerable. At that moment, the squad leader had already flipped upright, supporting himself with one hand. With a powerful kick, he aimed directly at Takeda's face. Takeda, shorter in stature and unprepared for such an attack, found himself unable to evade in time. The viewers in the live stream were equally astonished, the audience from the Dragon Nation erupting in cheers and applause, reveling in the exhilarating moment. With two swift kicks, the squad leader struck Takeda on the side of the face and the back of the head, causing Takeda to stumble sideways. Although he managed to regain his balance and did not fall, this provided the squad leader with the precious time needed to dislodge the blade from the severed rifle. This series of movements was executed with such speed that it was almost imperceptible, flowing seamlessly like water. Chapter 31: The most thrilling encounter. As he stood firm, it became apparent to everyone that he gripped a military knife in his right hand, having cast aside half a gun. The rain pattered relentlessly against the squad leader and Takeda Takuya, drenching their faces. The two circled the battlefield slowly, locking eyes, not even making the slightest gesture to wipe the rain from their faces. Not a single flaw were they willing to reveal before their opponent. This was a duel between masters. Both recognized that the other was far stronger than anticipated, a rival of equal standing. Takeda Takuya hailed from a distinguished family, while the squad leader was also a standout in the military, both unwavering and fiercely competitive. The livestream chat exploded with excitement. "Go, squad leader. You're amazing. That last kick was spectacular. Did you see? Takeda Takuya's lip is bleeding. Haha, I think the squad leader kicked his face out of shape. No, it's not just out of shape, it's swollen like a bun. This is exhilarating, even better than watching a movie. If I hadn't been told this was live, I would have thought I was watching a film." The squad leader executed a beautiful flourish with his military knife, gripping the hilt tightly. He moved with deliberate steps, his gaze fixed unwaveringly on Takeda Takuya, his body slightly leaning forward like a leopard poised to pounce, swaying gently with the rhythm of a boxer, ready to strike or evade. Takeda Takuya struck first, lunging forward with a knife thrust, but the squad leader deftly sidestepped, only for Takeda to follow up with another attack, which the squad leader again narrowly avoided. The squad leader's eyes were as cold as ice, resolute and composed, firmly locking onto Takeda Takuya's gaze. With each of Takeda's moves, he predicted and dodged with precision. Takeda Takuya felt a chill run down his spine, his anger flaring. He slowly released his military knife, discarded the gun, and stood with the knife held in one hand. Having trained with the knife since childhood, it had become an extension of his being. Wielding it alone made him even more relaxed. At this moment, both men held a knife, slowly rotating in the pouring rain. Almost simultaneously, they charged at each other. their feet splashing through the puddles, the sound of heavy footsteps echoing. Then, they both let out a low growl, followed by 3 sharp metallic clangs. Hardly anyone could see their movements. In the blink of an eye, they had already separated after 3 exchanges. The livestream audience held their breath, astonished by the spectacle. The speed of their strikes, so rapid it was nearly imperceptible. One viewer recorded the event, and upon slowing down the footage, discovered that the squad leader's Chiwen military knife had sliced through a raindrop. Such speed was truly astonishing. Pea-sized raindrops continued to fall, pattering against the waterlogged ground. The squad leader clutched the Chiwen military knife, his gaze sharp, not daring to relax for a moment. He understood that the soldier from the land of cherry blossoms was a skilled practitioner. The knife techniques were swift and lethal, concise and effective. Had he not reacted quickly, one of Takeda's strikes would have nearly grazed his throat. This was undoubtedly the most thrilling confrontation he had ever experienced in his military career. The audience in the livestream was equally tense, their hearts racing, for this was a true contest of blades. The agility and ferocity of both combatants meant that a moment's carelessness could lead to devastating consequences. Yet, at that moment, there were no shouts of encouragement, no cheers. The chat had quieted significantly. The viewers felt as if they were part of the scene, acutely sensing the palpable tension and pressure. Some female viewers dared not to watch. With thoughts racing, had they known it would be this perilous, they would have donned protective gear. The spectators in the stands were equally anxious, soaked by the rain. Yet none minded, their eyes glued to the arena. In the center, the commander and others listened to the sound of rain tapping against the canopy. Their focus trained on the squad leader and Takeda Takuya, their fists clenched in silent anticipation. They were aware that the Cherry Blossom Nation had improved their military knives, enhancing their quality, but the precise level of improvement remained uncertain. The fact that the military knife could sever a gun hinted at its top-tier quality, sharpness, and hardness, combined with Takeda Takuya's formidable prowess, which allowed him to break the gun with ease. Previous tests had indicated that the Chiwen military knife could achieve similar feats. However, as to whether the Chiwen military knife or the Cherry Blossom Nation's new knife was superior, that remained an open question. The 2 men faced off with their blades, engaged in true hand-to-hand combat, more perilous than before. The squad leader maintained a subtle, rapid oscillation of his body, while Takeda Takuya moved slowly, positioning himself to remain directly in front of the squad leader's defenses, ready to strike at any moment. Soon, they charged at each other again. The squad leader's Chiwen military knife sliced through the rain like a bolt of black lightning, aimed directly at Takeda Takuya's throat. Takeda's knife met it perfectly, producing a sharp clang. At the same time, Takeda thrust his knee forward, crashing into the squad leader. Before contact could be made, the squad leader sidestepped and drove his knife toward Takeda's waist. Takeda reacted swiftly, spinning his body, his knife slicing downward in a perfect block. Just as the squad leader raised his hand to change tactics, Takeda leaned back, his feet sliding on the waterlogged ground, the knife aimed straight at the squad leader's heart. The squad leader quickly crossed his arms, guarding his chest with the knife, and they once again distanced themselves. Though only a few exchanges had taken place, the squad leader was already panting heavily, while Takeda Takuya appeared more composed. Their movements were intricate and complex, and the relentless rain added to the difficulty, leaving the livestream audience bewildered. They could all sense the ultimate pressure of life and death. A single misstep could result in serious injury, with dire consequences. Among the millions of viewers, there were many skilled practitioners who, through careful analysis of the footage, began to worry for the squad leader. From the brief encounters, it was evident that Takeda Takuya had the upper hand. One could not deny that Takeda Kenzo had raised a remarkable son, his training remarkably effective, and his combat prowess astonishing. The knife in his hand was a far cry from the ancestral swords of the Takeda family, and the techniques he had mastered diverged significantly. However, Takeda Takuya had adapted the family techniques to be highly practical for real combat, each strike rapid, precise, and brutally fierce. Moreover, his explosive power was extraordinary. Whether severing the squad leader's gun or wielding his military knife, every move contained immense force. While the squad leader was indeed skilled and a standout in the military, he was not at the pinnacle of expertise, making it somewhat challenging for him to contend with Takeda Takuya. That said, it was evident that Takeda Kinzo had employed a clever strategy. Initially, the competitors were merely ordinary soldiers, yet he had thrust his son onto the front lines. Knowing well that his son's position within the Cherry Blossom Nation's military was far from insignificant. Under normal circumstances, someone of that caliber would not be dispatched to compete. Yet, Takeda Kinzo had played a clever trick, fabricating a story that his son had erred and faced a disciplinary action, resulting in a significant demotion. Chapter 32. Never surrender. In a fervent attempt to partake in this friendly match and bask in glory before the citizens of Sakura Nation, there was a palpable desire to uplift the national spirit. The audience from Sakura Nation was highly receptive to this display, erupting in excitement at the sight of Takeda Takuya's entrance. Although the commanding officer discerned the underlying theatrics, he refrained from interference. The competition had commenced, and quarreling over trivialities seemed pointless. As the host, it was imperative not to appear petty, for in the theater of battle, where life and death hang in the balance, rank holds little significance. However, Class 4's leader found himself struggling against Takeda Takuya. After several exchanges, during their fifth encounter, the leader faltered slightly in his evasion, resulting in a gash along the outer side of his left arm, blood seeping forth. Through the live broadcast, viewers witnessed the crimson mingling with the rain, their hearts aching in sympathy. A smirk of disdain appeared on Takeda Takuya's face. He had discerned his opponent's weaknesses and had yet to unleash his full potential. The Class 4 leader was beginning to falter, reduced to a mere plaything in Takeda Takuya's hands, akin to a cat toying with a mouse. As he sought to leave marks on his opponent, compelling him to plead for mercy, gasping for breath amidst the downpour, the leader endeavored to execute movements that, to an outsider, seemed as swift as lightning, each strike demanding every ounce of his strength, depleting his stamina considerably. He had recognized that his adversary possessed formidable prowess, with superior explosive power and speed. Furthermore, Takeda Takuya's technique with the blade was elusive and unpredictable. The Class 4 leader had not formally studied swordsmanship. His training was primarily focused on battlefield tactics imparted by the military, alongside some informal lessons in civilian knife techniques from a fellow soldier, which were deemed impractical in military settings and relegated to mere diversion. Moreover, the style he had learned was fundamentally different from the short blade now in his possession, thus rendering his advantages minimal. In this confrontation with Takeda Takuya, he relied chiefly on his quick reflexes and prior combat experience, engaging in a duel where a mere fraction of a second could lead to injury. I must not lose. The Class 4 leader gritted his teeth, silently vowing to lunge forward like a cheetah. Simultaneously, Takeda Takuya charged at him, their military knives clashing amid the rain, punctuated by a flurry of kicks and punches. This time not merely a fleeting exchange, but a prolonged struggle in close quarters. The rapidity of their movements rendered the live audience somewhat bewildered, yet as time progressed, the situation became increasingly evident, with additional wounds appearing on the Class 4 leader's body. The two continued their fierce entanglement, and after 3 full minutes of high-octane combat, both fighters found their energy waning. Following yet another collision, they abruptly separated, maintaining a distance of approximately 3 meters. At that moment, the live viewers were astonished to see numerous bloodstains on the Class 4 leader. His arms, legs, and even tactical vest were torn, blood oozing forth, and a shallow scar adorned his cheek, the situation appearing dire. The blood, mingling with the rain, created a hauntingly vivid scene. The spectators' hearts raced in trepidation. In contrast, Takeda Takuya bore some injuries on his legs and arms, yet overall, his wounds were markedly fewer than those of the Class 4 leader. The audience from Sakura Nation erupted in exuberant cheers for Takeda Takuya. Go, Takeda Takuya. One more strike, and the opponent will fall. Truly, Takeda Takuya does not bring shame to the Takeda family. On the battlefield, Takeda Takuya, with a stilted grasp of Chinese, proclaimed, "Surrender, at least you will survive." The Class 4 leader charged once more at Takeda Takuya, who regarded him with utter disdain, muttering, a fool unaware of his own demise, holding out his futile. Like an arrow released from its bow, Takeda Takuya surged forth, outpacing his opponent. Upon closing in, he took a large stride and swung his knife. As he lunged, his center of gravity lowered, forming a bow-like stance, and with a swift motion, he aimed the blade upward toward the Class 4 leader's heart. This time, the attack exceeded the Class 4 leader's expectations. He had not anticipated Takeda Takuya harboring yet another hidden maneuver, one designed to deliver a fatal blow. His speed more explosive than before. In the ensuing chaos, the Class 4 leader attempted to evade, but his arm was met with a deep cut. Yet this was not the end. Takeda Takuya unleashed a relentless flurry of strikes, denying him even a moment to catch his breath. In that moment, the two paused their rapid exchanges following a violent clash. The Class 4 leader executed a spin, his blade colliding with Takeda Takuya's, resulting in the latter's weapon shattering. The tip of the Class 4 leader's blade grazed Takeda Takuya's neck, slicing through his throat. As he turned, he failed to perceive the extent of Takeda Takuya's injuries. Now facing away from him, had Takeda Takuya's blade not broken and his throat remained intact, a follow-up strike would have sealed the Class 4 leader's fate. However, the world does not dwell on hypotheticals. In the arena of combat, each strike is a matter of life and death, leaving no room for second chances. War has never been a game. In the instant Takeda Takuya's blade snapped, he clutched the hilt tightly. Propelled by inertia, he swung the jagged remains of the blade forward. Yet, the unexpected turn of events caused him to stagger backward, thwarting any opportunity for a counterattack. Instinctively, he clutched his throat, his face a mask of shock. Taking shaky steps backward, his throat gurgling ominously, unable to utter a word as blood streamed down, leaving him gasping for air. The live stream erupted into chaos. Viewers from the Dragon Nation were electrified, inundating the chat with fervent messages, the density rivaling a flurry of snowflakes. Incredible! We won! How astonishing! To break a blade requires immense strength. The blades of Sakura Nation may seem formidable, capable of cleaving through our wooden guns, yet ours are evidently of superior quality, exhibiting unmatched power. Now, Sakura Nation has met its reckoning. How delightful it is. They dared to flaunt their might on our territory. Without a display of strength, they remain oblivious to the gravity of their situation. Long live the Dragon Nation. Long live the Dragon Nation. Conversely, the chat room of Sakura Nation was engulfed in uproar. A flurry of question marks dancing across the screen. Heavens, our blade broke. How could it have shattered inexplicably? Takeda Takuya could actually lose? The heir of the Takeda family, a senior officer of Sakura Nation, how could he possibly be defeated by a mere squad leader from the Dragon Nation? Chapter 33. A conspiracy unveiled a ruse. A palpable deception. This reeks of a conspiracy, a Dragon Kingdom contrivance. How could our newly forged blade shatter? Sabotage must be at play. An inquiry is imperative. This outcome is simply unacceptable. In that moment, the Sakura Nation's broadcast room was rife with conspiracy theories, the narrative utterly skewed. Echoing the uproar that followed the splintering of the 4th Squad leader's wooden rifle, a wave of skepticism surged, with many suspecting foul play. For who could fathom the destruction of a purportedly indestructible blade? While the breaking of a wooden rifle might be rationalized, military-grade plastic, though sturdy, is conventionally fragile. A blade is another matter. A blade, forged from genuine steel, is inherently resilient, especially a newly minted Sakura Nation blade, which had swiftly supplanted its predecessor and won widespread acclaim among soldiers. How could such a high-caliber weapon be so easily vanquished? Sakura Nation's manufacturing prowess is world-class, its blades renowned as paragons of excellence. How could a Dragon Kingdom blade cleave through ours? A conspiracy, undoubtedly orchestrated by the Dragon Kingdom. Among the livestream's viewers were not only ordinary citizens, but also military personnel from both the Dragon Kingdom and Sakura Nation. Notably, the 3 engineers involved in the creation of the Chiwu blade were watching the broadcast. Witness the might of our Chiwu blade. Elated, Luo Hao, upon returning to his dormitory, eagerly tuned into the live stream, just in time for the 5th match. By the second half, He had sensed that the fourth squad leader was seemingly outmatched by Takeda Takuya. Yet, wielding the Chiwu blade, the fourth squad leader staged a remarkable comeback, decisively severing his opponent's blade and delivering a fatal blow, thus concluding the match. As Ho Xiaohua ambled toward the cafeteria, intending to dine before returning to his dormitory, he watched the live stream on his phone. Upon witnessing the shattering of Takeda Takuya's blade, a subtle smile graced his lips. Meanwhile, Lu Xinfang casually tossed her luggage onto the bed, collapsing beside it as she pondered how to respond to Jing Shang. Under the guise of work, she messaged Jing Shang, informing him that the documents were on the factory director's desk. To her surprise, Jing Shang replied a mere half-hour later with a simple okay. Momentarily at a loss for words, a flurry of messages erupted in the WeChat group. Fearing some calamity, she hastily opened the app, only to discover that everyone was discussing the Chiwu blade cleaving through the Sakura Nation's new blade. Factory 98 specialized in cold weapon research, and the task of developing a new blade for the friendship competition had been circulating for some time, though the urgency was such that few took it seriously. After the project's inception, an experienced veteran expert was appointed to lead the research. However, the newly formed research team had yet to commence work, and the matter gradually faded from memory. Yet now, to their astonishment, a new cold weapon known as the Chiwu blade had emerged from obscurity, enabling the fourth squad leader to reverse the situation, sever Takeda Takuya's blade, and deliver a fatal blow. Good heavens, where did this Chiwu blade come from? Incredible! Factory 98 hasn't even managed to produce a blade, yet another factory has? Lu Xinfang's eyes widened as she replayed the video. Although she was already aware of the Chiwu blade's potency, the initial, rudimentary test had been conducted in the main factory building, which she had personally witnessed. Seeing Jing Shang's Chiwu blade elicit such astonishment filled her with inexplicable excitement. She kicked her heels gleefully on the bed, as if her own husband had accomplished something extraordinary, earning accolades from all quarters, an achievement more gratifying than one of her own. She promptly forwarded the short video to Jing Shang. Finally, a topic to engage him in conversation. Jing Shang's response was uncharacteristically swift. What did you send? Lu Xinfang. The friendship competition video, of course. Our man used the Chiwu blade to slice through the Sakura Nation's new blade. Haha. So satisfying. As for Takeda Takuya's fate, she cared not. Nothing could be more gratifying than the Chiwu blade's dazzling debut. This was Jing Shang's creation. Indeed, the masterpiece of the man she admired. Jing Shang, I can't open it. Lu Xinfang was taken aback. Huh? Why can't you open it? The video isn't that large, is it? Jing Shang, my phone is a bit old, it always lags. Lu Xinfang was speechless. What kind of phone can't even play a video? Jing Shang was somewhat embarrassed. I bought it in college, so its performance might be lacking. I'll get a new one when I get paid. Lu Xinfang couldn't help but smile wryly. She yearned to fly to Jing Shang's side, shove the video in his face, and let him witness the Chiwu blade's triumph. The shock on Takeda Kenzo's face in the audience. She wanted him to see the astonishment of her colleagues at Factory 98. Even the seasoned veterans were dumbfounded. Alas, Jing Shang's antiquated phone was failing him at a crucial moment, unable to play even a small video, driving her to distraction. With no other recourse, Lu Xinfang could only implore, make sure to buy a good one this time. And then, the exchange abruptly ended, Jing Shang's messages ceasing altogether. Attempting a phone call, she discovered that the phone was switched off. Lu Xinfang's heart was a maelstrom of emotions. What does this mean? If you don't like me, just say so. Why resort to this? No calls, no messages. Both saddened and angered, she impulsively dialed the number for Office 125. This time, the call connected. Lu Xinfang demanded loudly, why aren't you replying to my messages or answering my calls? Jing Shang paused for a moment. My phone started smoking. Alas, now I have no choice but to replace it. Lu Xinfang. Her face was a mask of incredulity, thinking to herself, this guy. A phone that smokes. What kind of phone is that, disrupting my grand romantic designs? She attempted to sound as gentle as possible. Oh, then buy a good one tomorrow. By the way, do you have enough money? Jing Shang replied. Yes, I have a little saved up. I'll get paid tomorrow, so I'll have over 2,000, which should be enough for a decent one. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Xinfang continued to chat with Jing Shang. eventually insisting on lending him 2,000 yuan to buy a good phone, reminding him not to wear his work uniform and to conceal the purchase. She chattered on for quite some time. As for the Sakura Nation's livestream viewers, their numbers were even greater, given that they had initiated the friendship competition. They hoped to glean insights, such as the quality and strength of the Dragon Kingdom's ordinary soldiers, as well as the capabilities of their existing equipment. In the Sakura Nation's Ministry of War building, the competition was being broadcast on a large screen in a spacious conference room. Upon witnessing the 4th Squad leader cleave through their prized military blade with a single strike of the Chiwu blade, the blade's tip grazing Takeda Takuya's throat, the conference room erupted in pandemonium. Heavens, Takeda Takuya has lost. A disgrace, an insult to the soldiers of the Sakura Nation. Takeda Kenzo should resign in disgrace. How can he face the Sakura Nation's Ministry of War? How did he raise his son? He came all this way only to be humiliated by the Dragon Kingdom? The conference room was a cacophony of voices, some expressing astonishment, others mockery, still others seizing the opportunity to disparage Takeda Kenzo, while most debated the true reasons for the defeat. Chapter 34. Crossing the ocean to make a name for oneself. After all, this is the Ministry of War. Not just an ordinary audience. Their primary concern lies in how to effectively suppress and contain the Dragon Kingdom. In the eyes of many, even though Takeda Takuya is the son of Takeda Kenzo, losing face in such a manner warrants his demise. However, understanding why the military saber broke is a question that must be addressed. This is crucial to the trajectory of the war, should conflict truly arise. If the soldiers of Sakura Nation find their sabers broken at the moment of charge, it would merely lead to their demise, which is utterly unacceptable. The senior officials quickly regained their composure after the initial shock. This saber was newly developed, and the one issued to Takeda Takuya was brand new. There could be no question regarding its quality. It is inconceivable that it would break without cause. We must investigate whether Takeda Takuya's saber was swapped out. Immediately, someone was dispatched to execute the order, delving into the origins of the incident. Concurrently, a call reached the competition site, and one of Takeda Kenzo's subordinates, after receiving the call, rushed to the arena, picked up the broken saber, and concealed himself, ready to respond to inquiries from the Ministry of War officials. The image of the shattered saber soon appeared on the screen in the conference room, causing everyone present to gasp in shock. They observed that not only was the saber split into 2 pieces, but it was also riddled with serrated grooves in the middle. This indicated that, during the fierce exchanges, the Dragon Kingdom and Appo's Chiwin saber had directly shattered the edge of Sakura Nation and Appo's saber. The final blow had completely severed Sakura Nation and Appo's weapon. If the saber had not been swapped, this situation would be dire, as it would imply that the Dragon Kingdom's Chiwin military pathway far surpassed that of Sakura Nation's new military advancements. Witnessing this scene, the meeting fell into a hushed silence, so profound that one could hear a pin drop. Even those who had previously sought to speak ill of Takeda Kenzo now sealed their lips tightly. Everyone understood that this matter was far from simple. It must be noted that the Ministry of War of Sakura Nation has always operated under the watchful gaze of the Ministry of War of the White Eagle Empire, facing stringent surveillance and numerous obstacles in their research and development of firearms, with every advancement proving to be a Herculean task. While procuring weapons from the White Eagle Empire posed no issues, any attempts to create independently were fraught with limitations. Even with ample manpower and financial resources, the ambition to produce large-scale weapons of mass destruction was utterly unattainable. However, regarding the research of cold weapons, the military of the White Eagle Empire showed little interest, whereas the scientists of Sakura Nation's military excelled in this field. Especially in recent years, their craftsmanship has become increasingly refined, with new types of cold weapons emerging one after another, eagerly sought after by numerous countries, and praised by the soldiers who wielded them. Much to the pride of the Sakura Nation's military, the saber in Takeda Takuya's hand was the culmination of the scientists' efforts, the most formidable creation they had produced. During the meeting, there had been sounds of approval, yet everyone harbored an awareness that due to a missed step in the previous tests, with sufficient force, the saber should be able to cleave through the Dragon Kingdom's rifles with ease. Thus, their expectations tempered their initial shock. Now, however, confronted with the serrated new model saber and the gaping rupture, everyone was left speechless, as this surpassed all anticipations. If the saber had indeed been swapped, how could the Dragon Kingdom's rifle have also been severed? If it had not been swapped, then how did Sakura Nation's saber break? Furthermore, what could account for those serrated notches? There was only one plausible explanation. The newly researched saber from the martial arts kingdom possessed a power far exceeding that of their new model saber. At this moment, a comparative image of the Chiwen saber and Sakura Nation's new saber appeared on the screen. The Chiwen saber glimmered in black, with the striking Chiwen beast emblem on its hilt, showcasing exquisite craftsmanship. It was nothing short of a work of art. The leaders of the Ministry of War exchanged sharp glances. This saber had never been seen before. Were it not for this friendly competition, we would remain oblivious to the fact that the martial arts kingdom had developed such a weapon. An analyst remarked, "We have no information on this saber. It may have only been developed this year." News emerged that this weapon was called the Chiwen saber. Further details remained unclear and were still being investigated. The higher-ups addressed the assembly, stating, "The ability of our saber to cut through the martial arts kingdom's rifles confirms that the quality of Takeda Takuya's saber is sound. However, after clashing dozens of times, our saber shattered." He sighed. "The Dragon Kingdom has outmaneuvered us. Their newly developed saber far surpasses our own." Despite their reluctance to accept this reality, the evidence lay starkly before them. The Chiwen saber depicted in the photograph was the very one held tightly by the squad leader. From the image, it was pristine, showing no signs of damage whatsoever. This epitomized the lethal strike of high-end cold weapons against low-end counterparts. The two sabers existed in entirely different realms, with the Chiwen saber decisively superior to Sakura Nation's new model. Sakura Nation's Ministry of War had orchestrated this friendly competition intending to boost morale, yet it resulted in a dismal failure, leaving spirits utterly crushed. Now, the entire nation was acutely aware that their soldiers were vulnerable. Indeed, on the very first day of the competition, they suffered 5 consecutive defeats, leaving them empty-handed without a single point. Even Takeda Takuya lost, sustaining a throat slash. Having crossed the ocean to make a name for themselves, even the much-discussed new model saber, hailed as almost mythical, crumbled before the Chiwen saber of the martial arts kingdom. Were this not a competition between two nations? The audience might have suspected that the saber was merely a plastic toy. At this moment, chaos reigned in the arena. Witnessing Takeda Takuya clutching his throat, blood gushing forth while the torrential rain poured down, the atmosphere was palpable. As the Chiwen saber sliced through Takeda Takuya's throat, no one immediately grasped the gravity of the situation, and silence enveloped the crowd, save for the sound of raindrops striking the ground, splashing into puddles. After a few seconds, the realization dawned upon them. Takeda Takuya had been gravely injured, his throat severely compromised. In a battlefield scenario, he would have long since perished. There would be no hope of rescue. Takeda Takuya struggled to breathe, blood choking his lungs, and he gasped for air, feeling a crushing pain in his chest. Clutching his throat, he collapsed onto his knees in the rain. Having grown up in the limelight, he had never felt such despair. Always hailed and flattered as the heir of the Takeda family, his position had been predetermined from birth. He had worked hard, graduating from Sakura Nation's prestigious military academy and ascending the ranks within the Ministry of War, his path seemingly smooth. He had participated in practical training and engaged in numerous duels, bearing scars he wore as a badge of honor. Yet, he had never faced a genuine life-and-death crisis before. This time, he sensed death beckoning him, one foot already treading the threshold of the underworld. Chapter 35, is it over? He could not help but slightly raise his chin, straining to gaze at the squad leader of Class 4 in the distance. Yet, he dared not lift his head too high, fearing it would aggravate his wound. His eyes widened to their fullest, yet he could not discern the other's face, ultimately fixating on the Chiwen dagger gripped in his hand, his eyes trembling involuntarily, his entire body quaking. It was this very blade that severed his path as a warrior, piercing through his throat, like a scythe wielded by the Grim Reaper. It effortlessly snatched away his vitality, What kind of master could forge such a terrifying weapon, one capable of cleaving even the proud armor of Sakura country in twain? Who, indeed, could craft a dagger of such astonishing caliber? After only a few clashes, the two daggers had shattered. The commander in the audience was equally flustered by the sight before him, ordering nearby, "Military medic, hurry and save him." However, before the martial nation's medic could arrive, the Sakura country's medic had already rushed forward to administer first aid to Takeda Takuya. With such severe injuries, he needed immediate transfer to a hospital. Any delay could cost him his life. The squad leader of Class 4 returned, panting like a beast, while Yuan Gao laughed heartily, patting his shoulder. As the surrounding soldiers cheered in unison, oblivious to whether Takeda Takuya lived or died. The Sakura spectators in the live stream, witnessing this scene, began to scold the martial nation's soldiers for their cold-heartedness and lack of humanity. Yet, Yuan Gao and the others remained indifferent, for they did not care about those who were not their own. Yuan Gao was thoroughly pleased with the performance of the squad leader of Class 4. After all, it was he who had chosen him for this competition. Well done. The squad leader exhaled, equally exhilarated, his face beaming with a smile. This time, it was sheer luck. He then glanced at the Chi-1 dagger in his hand, reflecting, had it not been for this newly developed Chi-1 dagger, I might have been done for today. This little fellow is indeed a master. Yuan Gao chuckled. Do you know who developed this Chi-1 dagger? The squad leader was momentarily at a loss for words. How could he know about the designer of the Chi-1 dagger? Scratching his head, he half-jokingly replied, perhaps there lies a hidden artisan in the old workshop numbered 98. But beyond that, I cannot ascertain. In his heart, he silently added that even if they were not the old veterans, they were most likely from the 98 cold weapons factory. Who does not know that in the realm of cold weapons, the 98 factory stands unrivaled, the undisputed elder brother, with all the smaller factories combined unable to match even a single finger of it? Yuan Gao chuckled. It's not produced by the 98 factory. It's from the 125 factory. The squad leader exclaimed. Didn't the 125 factory merge long ago? That factory has been dormant for years. Just as the words escaped his lips, he suddenly recalled something, his eyes flickering as he turned to Yuan Gao. Sir, do you mean? Yuan Gao burst into laughter. Exactly, it was that conscript you sent to the 125 factory, Jing Shang. The squad leader's eyes widened in disbelief. Gasping as his chest heaved with the sudden intake of air, his shoulders involuntarily rising, his actions and expressions exaggerated to the extreme. Sir, please, don't joke like this. Who? Jing Shang? The conscript who walks with both hands and feet in sync? Jing Shang. Yuan Gao found his reaction even more amusing. Who else could it be? The very Jing Shang whom you class leaders deemed unworthy. The squad leader of Class 3, struck as though by a bolt from the blue, stood frozen. How is this possible? This conscript, who can't even march properly, could develop such a formidable dagger. He stared at the Chi-1 dagger in his hand, unable to reconcile such a sharp and sturdy weapon with the clumsy conscript he had previously dismissed. Even the commander approached to interject. I can attest to this matter. Humph. Did you not expect it? This conscript, whom you look down upon, is indeed a hidden dragon and phoenix talent, with the commander's testimony backing it up. Could there be any doubt? The squad leader, vexed, stomped his feet. Oh, how could I have been so blind? Regret consumed him. Even the joy of having won against Takeda Takuya was overshadowed. A soldier of such caliber had been relegated by his own foot to the obscure 125 factory, left to fend for himself until his service term expired. He longed to slap himself twice, for he had let a good soldier slip away. If Jing Shang still belonged to him, how proud he would be to claim him, to say that the Chi-1 dagger in anyone's hand was crafted by him. The thought alone was delightful. But now, that soldier was no longer his. With a rueful expression, the squad leader tugged at Yuan Gao's arm, pleading, Sir, please transfer Jing Shang back. I beg you. Yuan Gao was amused by his reaction, chuckling. Dream on. If he were to return, he certainly wouldn't come back under your command. The commander could no longer contain his laughter, striding off with Yuan Gao, both basking in their triumph. Director Ho approached the squad leader, adding, "Kid, Jing Shang is now under my command. Are you mad?" "Haha." Director Ho laughed exultantly, swaggering away, leaving the squad leader in disarray beneath the tent, as if the tempest outside had stirred his heart into a tangled mess. The 98 cold weapon factory was in an uproar. From top designers to factory workers, everyone was abuzz discussing the Chi-1 dagger. In the director's office, he reprimanded 3 engineers for a full 30 minutes. After dismissing them, he remained unsatisfied, roaring in his office, "It's outrageous. Everyone else is desperately trying to transfer to our 98 factory, and yet you lot, have you all lost your minds? Wanting to transfer to the 125 factory? Insane. Absolutely insane. It drives me mad." The director believed these 3 were resentful for not consulting them before transferring them to the 125 factory last time, now conspiring together to vex him. They knew well that he would not easily let them leave the 98 factory. Indeed, it was deliberate. With this thought, he felt both anger and amusement. He walked to his desk to tidy up his things in preparation to leave for the day, when suddenly, his phone erupted with notifications. Curious, he opened it, discovering that the workgroup was buzzing about the 5th event of the friendly competition, the clash between Class 3's leader and Takeda Takuya. Upon clicking the video, the director keenly noticed the dagger held by the squad leader of Class 4. He had never seen such a design before, and learned through the conversations that it was indeed the Chi-1 dagger produced at the 125 factory. He stood there dumbfounded, mouth agape, unable to utter a single word, nor produce a sound. Chapter 36. The Sovereign of the Military Saber. After a brief pause, he exhaled deeply, blinked, swallowed hard, and with great difficulty articulated, how could this military saber possess such formidable power? As the director of a refrigeration factory, he had a profound understanding of military sabers. It is essential to note that the sabers affixed to rifles are not merely single-edged blades. Their length is limited, resembling more of a short sword. In confrontations involving long weapons, breakage is a possibility, especially concerning hard blades. Even soft blades may be susceptible to fracture. However, for a short sword-like military saber to fracture in its midsection is exceedingly challenging. Firstly, the wielder of the Chi-Wing saber must possess immense strength. Secondly, the sharpness and hardness of the Chi-Wing saber must far surpass that of the military sabers from the Cherry Blossom Nation, reaching an extraordinarily terrifying level. He held no doubts regarding the strength of the 4th squad leader, yet even with such might, if the saber's quality were lacking, it would be impossible to inflict such grievous damage upon the military sabers of the Cherry Blossom Nation. This leaves only one possibility. The sharpness and hardness of the Chi-Wing saber have ascended to an unprecedented new height. This signifies that the Chi-Wing saber has emerged as the sovereign among military sabers worldwide. Who could be the mastermind behind this saber's design? Our Factory 98 did not engineer this saber. The production cycle for a refrigeration unit is quite lengthy, with the design phase requiring considerable time, a fact that he, as the factory director, could not possibly overlook. Unless this project had been initiated externally and conducted as a confidential endeavor, which it evidently was not. As the veterans at Factory 98 had not been reassigned, only those 3 engineers spent a few days at Factory 125. How could they have designed such a saber in so short a time? A name suddenly flashed through the director's mind, Jing Shang. At the time of task assignment, the 3 engineers had been placed under Jing Shang's command. He felt a twinge of doubt but did not delve deeper, merely assuming that Factory 125 was short-staffed. Besides the director, only a conscript remained to oversee Factory 125, making it cumbersome for the engineers to change their official representation. The director would certainly not personally involve himself in such specific production tasks. The responsibility of instructing others on outdated equipment naturally fell to the conscript. This was merely a superficial personnel arrangement. Yet, it now appeared that matters were not so straightforward. The group chat was abuzz with discussions. Even those usually reticent veterans from Factory 98 were chiming in, engaging in gossip seldom witnessed in such workgroups. Who designed this saber? Old Lou. Could it possibly be your handiwork? Don't be ridiculous. I lack the skill for that. to sever the military sabers of the Cherry Blossom Nation after countless impacts. Good heavens, how hard must that blade be? The penetrating power and sharpness of this saber are simply unheard of. Is it truly possible for someone to create such a divine weapon? The director's mind was in turmoil. He was now 100% certain that the Chiwing saber was not a product of Factory 98. Such a remarkable feat had been stolen by another. No one in the group knew the origin of this saber, nor could anyone conjecture the designer's name. He immediately called Ho Xiaohua and directly inquired, "Who designed the Chiwing saber?" Upon seeing the director's call, Ho Xiaohua, who had anticipated this question given the uproar in the group, calmly replied, "It was designed by that conscript from Factory 125, Jing Shang. We merely handled the production. He could conceive such an extraordinary weapon. Are you jesting?" Although the director had suspected this individual, it was difficult to fathom that a mere conscript could possess such capabilities. Why then would he remain a conscript? Why not join the weapon factory? How could a conscript possibly develop such a formidable saber? Ho Xiaohua smirked. Heroes do not inquire about origin. What's wrong with being a conscript? Not only was the design his own, but he also completed it independently, without even a team backing him. The emergence of a weapon entails an exceedingly intricate series of steps, from design to testing, adjustments, and so forth. How could one person accomplish this? It encompasses thermodynamics, materials science, chemistry, mechanics, and numerous other disciplines. No matter how brilliant, one cannot possibly master them all. Yet before he could fully comprehend, Ho Xiaohua dropped another bombshell. I assure you, he indeed designed it independently, and the process is remarkably mature. When we arrived, we had minimal impact, merely making slight adjustments and instructing workers on how to utilize the outdated equipment. Not only is the process refined, but it also incorporates several unprecedented new technologies that can be patented. Just in the steel refining segment alone, 2 new techniques have emerged. The director was utterly astounded, as if he had endured a tempest of revelations, each bolt of lightning striking hard. Let me be clear. He completed the design of a saber we thought impossible within just over 2 days. Factory 98 received this task before Jing Shang even set foot in Factory 125. They have already produced the Chiwing saber, while we have yet to enter the substantive design phase. The director sank into his chair behind the desk, completely dazed. As the director of Factory 98, he sat there, bewildered. The information he had gleaned from Ho Xiaohua was overwhelmingly shocking, delivering a powerful impact. His mind buzzed with confusion. Moreover, there were 9 different styles. Is this truly the work of humanity? If those renowned veterans were to learn of this, their jaws would drop. However, he was utterly at a loss for how to respond, for the answer defied all logic. Curiously, the entire Chiwing series of military sabers had been the sole accomplishment of Jing Shang. A genius, truly a genius. There was no room for dispute. Such an astonishing figure was undoubtedly a gift from the heavens. A mere conscript, laboring alone in the remote Factory 125. Why would he seek such futility? Moreover, he required time to calm his emotions and digest this reality. It took him a full half-hour to regain his composure, only to find the office shrouded in darkness. He had not even noticed the day had turned to night. His mind was consumed by thoughts of Jing Shang. He turned on the lights to illuminate the office, pacing back and forth, ultimately dialing Ho Xiaohua's number. Previously, he had never met Ho Xiaohua, nor had they spoken on the phone, for in his eyes, Ho Xiaohua was merely an inconsequential character. Ho Xiaohua had once been a soldier, later deployed to the Mediterranean to fight, where he performed commendably, gaining a modicum of fame. Unfortunately, his fortune was short-lived, as he later committed a significant disciplinary infraction, nearly leading to his expulsion from the military. Ultimately, it was through Yuan Gao's assistance that he was placed in Factory 125, serving as a gatekeeper of sorts, a titular factory director. By that time, Factory 125 had merged with Factory 98, effectively rendering it a mere shell. To be frank, this arrangement was merely to preserve Ho Xiaohua's military identity. The position itself held little significance. Although nominally his rank allowed him to enjoy the benefits of a factory director, in reality, he wielded no actual power or influence. Chapter 37. The dog's bite, a one-way journey. His subordinates lacked equipment, researchers, and even a janitor. For many years, no one truly regarded him as the director of a weapons factory. The factory was devoid of personnel, and he merely passed the days guarding the entrance. Various meetings on the development of new weaponry, exhibitions, training sessions, and procurement events never featured Director Ho. He quietly resided atop the mountain of Factory 125, operating on an entirely different wavelength from the genuine factory directors, belonging to a different realm altogether. Had it not been for the sudden order from above to dispatch 3 engineers to Factory 125, he would have nearly forgotten about this factory altogether, let alone the fact that he had never even met Director Ho, nor exchanged pleasantries with him. Over the years, despite holding the same rank and title, there had been little interaction. He had not even been included in WeChat groups or work forums. In the eyes of all the directors of munitions factories, he was but a minor player, having not climbed the ranks from a technical background, utterly ignorant of weapon development, a mere outsider. His title of director was nothing more than a fade, devoid of real power. In truth, Factory 125's situation was rather awkward. The task of producing the Chimei missile had been assigned solely by the Supreme Commander. Yet any new weaponry deployed in various theaters of war must undergo a unified review by the military. Naturally, the quality and power of the Chimei missile had passed scrutiny, but the process was far from complete. Thus, after the first batch was produced, subsequent work came to a halt. Jing Shang had not received any new production notifications and had no choice but to let the workers take leave while awaiting news. As it stood, Factory 125 was little more than a shell. The workers at Factory 125 had been borrowed from Factory 98. He called Director Ho, hoping to acquire Jing Shang for himself. Director Ho had nothing. The equipment at Factory 125 was outdated and utterly unsuitable for the development of a talent like Jing Shang. Bringing Jing Shang over was for his own good. Who was the head of the refrigeration weapons factory? Why, it was Factory 98. As the one who discovered a rare talent, he could not allow a gem like Jing Shang to slip away. Consequently, the director of the refrigeration weapons factory at Factory 98 decided to take action to poach talent. The first step was to contact Director Ho, to communicate beforehand and maintain politeness. If that failed, then he would take a firmer stance. Director Ho, long time no see. What a farce. They had never met. When Director Ho answered the phone and glanced at the number, he was momentarily puzzled. Hello? Who is this? Director Chimei, the head of Factory 98, responded with a smile. Director Ho, I'm the head of Factory 98. Only then did Director Ho comprehend. Oh, Director Chimei, greetings. What brings you to me? As soon as he spoke, he immediately realized that Director Chimei had no good intentions. For over a decade, he had been secluded atop Factory 125, and Director Chimei had never once called him. Now, he suddenly appeared, and it was clear as day that it was about Jing Shang. Director Chimei coughed twice, clearing his throat. Director Ho, you see, both Factory 98 and Factory 125 are engaged in the development of refrigeration weaponry. We are brother units, correct? Yes, indeed. Brothers. Director Ho replied from the other end. Speaking of brothers, our Factory 125 has begun production as well. Could I borrow some advanced equipment from you? Once the higher-ups approve new equipment, I will return it. Director Chimei was momentarily taken aback. This fellow was asking for equipment before he even brought up Jing Shang. He was at a loss for words. However, with a quick mental shift, he devised a plan and replied to Director Ho's request. Sure, just tell me what equipment you need. Equipment was not of great value. It was all funded by higher-ups. With Factory 98's large scale, acquiring some funds was no trouble at all. Moreover, it was merely a loan to Factory 125, which would eventually be returned. However, talent was scarce. A talent like Jing Shang was a once-in-a-generation find, unparalleled. All his military accomplishments were hard-won. He knew nothing about production equipment and could only blithely say, "Oh, just send me whatever you have at your factory." This was akin to a snake attempting to swallow an elephant. Director Chimei's lips twitched. That's not impossible. But I have conditions. How about transferring Jing Shang to my Factory 98? Director Chimei nearly choked. This director was more troublesome than he had anticipated. If the equipment was sent over and he refused to hand over Jing Shang, it would be like a dog biting into a meat bun, an endeavor with no return. Director Ho chuckled inwardly. Did they truly believe he had spent over 50 years in vain? He had no real authority over Jing Shang's fate. That decision lay firmly with the higher-ups. A talent of such caliber was not something he could easily retain. Yet, Jing Shang's interests were tightly intertwined with those of the commander and the supreme leader. They were all in the same theater. How could he allow his prized asset to be handed over to outsiders? Why should he give away his precious resources to another theater's munitions factory without cause? After half an hour of conversation, Director Chimei left empty-handed, having failed to secure anything from Director Ho. Director Ho was a seasoned veteran. Extracting an advantage from him was no easy feat, especially when it came to a treasure like Jing Shang. Even if he wanted to transfer Jing Shang to Factory 98, the Commander's approval was essential. Did Director Chimei think he could just demand talent? Did he believe anyone would be intimidated? After more than a decade of no contact, where was the camaraderie? If he suddenly called, expecting to acquire talent, he would not be so easily compliant. Director Ho hung up the phone without a second thought. Of course, Director Chimei was not disheartened. He resolved to approach the commander and the supreme leader the next day, striving to secure Jing Shang. To be fair, when it came to providing the best research environment, aside from Factory 98, no other factory stood a chance. The situation was crystal clear. Factory 98 was the largest in the Dragon Nation, boasting the latest equipment and a concentration of research talent. The smaller factories were all eager to be absorbed by Factory 98. By extending a hand, he had already shown ample courtesy. Did he not understand? Who but Factory 98 could offer Jing Shang superior research conditions? No one. Thus, having gained nothing from Director Ho, Director Chimei was not particularly troubled. It was, after all, an expected outcome. If he were in Director Ho's position, he would not relinquish his talent either. To capture the thief, one must first seize the king. Thus, he needed to find a way to break through with the commander and the supreme leader. As for the Chiwen military knife, it was not only Factory 98 that had its eyes set on it. Other munitions factories had also been captivated by the sudden emergence of the Chiwen military knife. As specialists in the field, they immediately recognized its exceptional nature. Initially, everyone assumed it was a product of Factory 98, but by the end of the workday, discussions began to circulate, and as the news spread, even the personnel at Factory 98 were unaware of who had actually produced the military knife. The directors of various refrigeration arms factories began to inquire far and wide. News travels fast. There were only so many people within their circle. By around 10 o'clock that evening, every munitions factory was aware of Jing Shang. What a revelation! The Chiwen military knife had actually originated from Factory 125, designed by a volunteer named Jing Shang. Chapter 38. Can we still penetrate tank armor? The 3 engineers and over 100 workers transferred from Factory 98 were merely engaged in production tasks. The design phase had long been completed. It was only Jing Entropy who devoted over 2 days to crafting a total of 9 variations of the Chiwen military sword. Within this brief span, he produced a terrifying blade capable of severing the Sakura Nation's military sword. Such brilliance, such genius, who wouldn't he desire him? In an instant, these small factory managers were vying for attention, urgently contacting Yuan Gao and the commander-in-chief, requesting that Jing Entropy be transferred to their respective facilities. Some even drove straight to the dormitories of Yuan Gao and the commander-in-chief. Each factory was willing to pool all their resources to provide the most favorable research conditions for Jing Entropy. As the leaders prepared to retire for the night, they were disturbed throughout the evening by the commotion caused by the factory heads. By dawn, Factory 98's Director Chimei finally caught wind of the situation. Alarmed by the prospect of these smaller factories poaching Jing Entropy, he was jolted awake. If Jing Entropy fell into the hands of those smaller establishments, his talent could undoubtedly elevate one of them, potentially jeopardizing the status of Factory 98, which had taken decades to establish. Indeed, Jing Entropy was a formidable force. One individual could challenge the foundation that Factory 98 had built over many years. With this thought, Director Chimei felt an urgency that left him restless. He leaped out of bed, dressed hastily, and drove off to find the commander-in-chief. When he arrived, it was already the following morning. The factory heads clamored for Jing Entropy. Yet he remained blissfully unaware of the fervor surrounding him. The next day, he enjoyed breakfast as usual and received a text message, his heart swelling with joy. It was payday, 1,000 yuan, neither too much nor too little. He checked his email in the office, but still had not received any task notifications. Well, he thought, he might as well grant the workers another day off. He then took his jeep down the mountain to buy a new phone. With Director Ho absent from Factory 125, he felt free to indulge without supervision. Gone were the days of relentless training from dawn till dusk, leaving no time to even hide a phone. Now, he could do as he pleased, provided he kept any sensitive information to himself. This was his first descent from Factory 125, navigating the winding mountain roads flanked by steep cliffs on one side and dense forests on the other. The scenery was delightful, lifting his spirits as he hummed a tune down the mountain. Upon exiting the military district's protective perimeter, he arrived in a small town filled with numerous mobile phone shops. He parked his jeep in a secluded spot, changed into casual attire, and made his way to a phone store. His bank card had a little over 1,000 yuan, and with the additional 1,000 he just received, he had over 2,000. Furthermore, last night, Lu Xinfang lent him another 2,000, as she would have been in tears had she refused. In truth, he wasn't particularly short on funds. His father had been saving from fishing over the years, and the military provided family subsidies. If he truly needed money, asking his father for a new phone wouldn't be out of the ordinary. After some deliberation, he settled on a brand-name phone priced over 3,000 yuan and returned to his jeep to insert the new SIM card. As soon as he logged onto WeChat, he noticed a flurry of messages from Lu Xinfang. Why aren't you responding? Is your phone off? Jing Entropy, what is the meaning of this? A barrage of unread messages bombarded him, all sent after her phone had malfunctioned last night. In a panic, he quickly replied, just bought a new phone. To his surprise, as he was about to put the phone down and drive around the town, Lu Xinfang replied instantly. It turned out she had set up special notifications for his messages, ensuring she would hear a distinct ringtone whenever he reached out. What phone did you buy? Is it good? She inquired. It's a brand-name model, quite nice. I watched the video from yesterday. Are you excited? That soldier from the Sakura Nation is named Takeda Takuya. Guess who he is? The son of Takeda Kenzo, huh? Is there really anything to be excited about? It's just a simple test. We've encountered such things before. Lu Xinfang, seated in her office, engaged in a lively conversation with Jing Entropy, rolled her eyes in disbelief. Come on. You're not even a little thrilled that the Chiwen sword shattered Takeda Takuya's blade and cut his throat? The entire combat zone was astounded. Jing Entropy shrugged helplessly. If it weren't for the lack of superior materials, the Chiwen sword's power could have been even greater. Unable to contain herself, Lu Xinfang thought. Why didn't I notice how boastful you were back at Factory 125? This was already the most formidable weapon in existence. How much more impressive could it get? Could it even penetrate tank armor? If she were to learn of the existence of that rare military sword, she would likely be left speechless by Jing Entropy's prowess. However, Jing Entropy refrained from elaborating, as the first Chiwen sword had already been gifted to the director, who subsequently passed it to a collector, and it eventually ended up in the hands of the commander-in-chief. Without possession of the first Chiwen sword, he had no means to corroborate his claims. To avoid any misconceptions that he was simply boasting, he opted for silence, for he was not one to flaunt his achievements. The small town was not far from the military base, and lacking entertainment, he quickly lost interest in his surroundings. With the remaining funds, he purchased a considerable amount of fresh fruit, placed them in his jeep, and decided to head home. While driving back, he maintained a conversation with Lu Xinfang, who spoke incessantly, like a chatterbox. When they first met, he perceived her as an aloof beauty, her demeanor cold yet captivating, even in military attire, which did little to conceal her alluring figure. His responses to her were minimal. Over time, however, she became more talkative, even helping him with laundry. He couldn't help but wonder if the distance brought about some inexplicable beauty, for since Lu Xinfang left Factory 125, he felt strangely disoriented. Midway through his journey, a realization struck him. Could Lu Xinfang have developed feelings for me? He promptly shook his head, chiding himself for his self-importance. At that moment, Lu Xinfang's voice broke through again. Just so you know, today all the directors of cold weapon factories are vying for talent. Instantly intrigued by this topic, Jing Entropy queried, who are they competing for? Cold weapon factory directors, even those from smaller establishments, hold significant status. What kind of prodigious youth could incite such competition? With a playful tone, Lu Xinfang teased, guess. Jing Entropy chuckled, how would I know? I've never even met these factory heads. Lu Xinfang giggled, you silly. They're competing for you. This time, Jing Entropy was genuinely taken aback. He had no idea how sought after he had become. He was oblivious to the intricate processes involved in developing a new weapon, each endeavor typically requiring extensive planning, a substantial team, considerable funding, advanced experimental equipment, and a great deal of time. He merely followed the system's prompts to create the Qi Sword series, finding it quite straightforward. Chapter 39. Snatching away my little soldier? After all, anyone can simply regurgitate answers. Yet, unbeknownst to him, his Qi military knife has reverberated throughout the entire realm of cold weapon development. Snatch me. Snatch away my little soldier. Lu Xinfang's tone carried a hint of excitement. Isn't it precisely because you are exceptional? You managed to finalize a military knife design in just over 2 days. If it were an ordinary military knife, that might be one thing. A mere alteration in style could be accomplished by other designers. However, the crux lies in the fact that your knife is of outstanding quality, incorporating several innovative techniques that are entirely your own creation. You are a genius. Do you realize that? Our factory director drove out last night in the dead of night to consult with collectors and the commander, fearing that smaller factories might poach you. If you were to land in their hands, our status at Factory 98 would be perilously threatened. Jing Shang was amused by her enthusiasm. Bursting into laughter, is it really that exaggerated? Lu Xinfang urgently insisted. Hey, you mustn't disbelieve me. It is indeed the case. Our factory director is currently at the commander's office, throwing a fit. Naturally, Jing Shang was skeptical of her claims. Yet both he and Lu Xinfang were oblivious to the fact that the reality was far more dire than they imagined. As events unfolded, the interest in Jing Shang had transcended beyond just the directors of cold weapon factories. The directors of hot weapon factories had also begun to cast their gaze this way. The matter had initially stirred within the 9th War Zone, where the commander was stationed. However, as news spread, Jing Shang became a figure of renown among the researchers of cold weapon factories, enveloped in an aura of legend. Everyone could only describe him as possessing talents akin to that of a Qi. Although military knives belong to the category of cold weapons, their production process is extraordinarily intricate, involving multiple disciplines such as thermodynamics, engineering, chemistry, and mechanics, rendering it impossible for an ordinary person to accomplish independently. Yet Jing Shang, working alone, not only completed the entire research and development process in just over 2 days, but also established a remarkably mature production workflow. It is said that during production, only minor adjustments were made, with hardly any significant changes. To acquire such a genius would be an extraordinary feat. Even if one were unaware of this young man's potential in the realm of hot weapon development, his expertise in engineering materials would undoubtedly prove invaluable. Consequently, the directors of these hot weapon factories began to call the commander, demanding that Jing Shang be transferred to their respective establishments. With the intervention of numerous directors from hot weapon factories, the director of Factory 98 was nearly in tears, causing a commotion in the commander's office. Jing Shang is mine. No one can take him. Jing Shang belongs to Factory 98. Originally, he was set to participate in a friendly match with the Cherry Blossom Nation today, but he was blocked in his office early in the morning by a group of directors, rendering him unable to attend. One director from a smaller factory seized the collar of the director of Factory 98, shoving him aside while tearing off a button in the process. What is wrong with you? Haven't you taken enough advantage of Factory 98? Commander, I arrived first. Jing Shang must be transferred to our factory. Jing Shang was merely a small soldier at present, Without any significant background, acquiring him would be a windfall. Who could resist such temptation? The phone on the desk rang. The commander, with a furrowed brow, answered the call. It was a director from a firearms factory, straightforwardly demanding Jing Shang by name. After a few perfunctory remarks, he hung up, only for his phone to ring again. This time, it was a call from Dongfeng Express Factory, with an unmistakable tone of urgency. You must finalize the paperwork before sunset. Jing Shang is a must-have for Dongfeng Express. In the office, the directors from cold weapon factories were embroiled in fierce disputes, while leaders from various hot weapon factories were also clamoring from afar, eager to acquire Jing Shang. The commander was overwhelmed, feeling a mounting frustration. It was truly a headache. Takeda Kinzo had spent the night awake, watching over the hospital until Takeda Takuya was stabilized after surgery and comfortably resting in bed before he finally sighed in relief. Thankfully, the medical technology in Longwa was exceptional, preventing his son from succumbing here. After expressing immense gratitude to the military doctors of Longwa, he hurried off to the competition venue. Upon arrival, he discovered that the match was about to commence, yet the commander's seat remained conspicuously empty. Frowning, he cast a questioning glance at Yuan Gao. "Director, where has the commander gone?" Yuan Gao smiled and replied, "The commander has urgent matters to attend to. I will preside over today's match." Takeda Kinzo nodded with a smile, though internally he seethed with anger. Longwa was showing them a lack of respect. They represented the military department of the Cherry Blossom Nation, yet they had only sent a war zone commander to engage with them. Fine, it was only the second day, and the commander hadn't even shown his face, sending a mere director to brush them off. It was utterly outrageous. They had already lost to Longwa 5 times yesterday, scoring 0 points. The commander must have even more contempt for the Cherry Blossom Nation, opting to skip the match altogether. He clenched his fists, his eyes glinting with determination, plotting how to turn the tide. However, Director Ho remained unfazed, fully aware that the commander was preoccupied with a matter of greater import, the whereabouts of Jing Shang. At this juncture, Jing Shang's fate was no longer within the control of a single factory director. Even a major factory like Dongfeng Express had intervened. Jing Shang had suddenly become the most sought-after prize. As a nominal director of a smaller factory, Ho had no say in the matter. Let them fight over him. He was curious to see where Jing Shang would ultimately land. Regardless of who claimed him, he would still be a talent nurtured under my watch. Ho thought with a sense of pride. Meanwhile, last night Jing Shang returned to the factory, distributing fruits to the workers and treating everyone to a hearty meal, before meticulously reviewing the subsequent production processes. If no production tasks arrived by the following day, he intended to organize the workers to begin research on the Shadow Hunter crossbow. After all, work must continue. With Director Ho absent and no central authority, he dared not act recklessly. A day or 2 of leave he could manage, but over time, he would also feel uncertain. They couldn't and oppose. He simply let the workers remain idle. As expected, when the production tasks were delayed the next day, he summoned over 100 workers to the main factory building. He began assigning various tasks. The work was not particularly difficult since they were still in the research phase. The workers primarily assisted him by following the established processes to produce necessary materials and preliminary processing, such as mold making, cutting, forging, and so forth, effectively meeting his physical demands. With around 100 workers, this workload was hardly taxing. Naturally, the workers had no objections. In fact, each individual now regarded Jing Shang with profound admiration. The Chaiwan military knife had made a stunning impression during the friendly match with the Cherry Blossom Nation, attracting widespread attention. Many sought out the workers to glean more information about Jing Shang. Unbeknownst to him, Jing Shang had become a hot topic. However, the workers, through WeChat groups of Factory 98 and communication with other armament factories, were well aware that Jing Shang had become the target of fierce competition among numerous armament factories. Chapter 40. All high technology. Even during the annual graduation season, the competition for talent among the National University of Defense Technology and other institutions, as well as military factories, has never been as frenetic. All factories are vying for a single individual, contending for one coveted position. Such a scenario has not been witnessed in decades, and now they are all diligently following Jing Shang's lead. How could they not feel exhilarated and filled with admiration? Although Jing Shang's military rank is currently inferior to theirs, no one dares to underestimate him. Several section leaders gathered around Jing Shang, who was holding a tablet that displayed a three-dimensional image of a military crossbow. He was elucidating the fundamental processes and divisions of labor for subsequent research and production. The leaders listened intently, unwilling to slacken their focus for even a moment. The tablet showcased the Shadow Hunter crossbow, a design that merges the characteristics of a rifle and a crossbow, equipped with a magazine, grip, and scope. Unlike traditional crossbows, which require extensive training and considerable upper body strength, the military crossbow is more user-friendly. Currently, military crossbows are primarily utilized by special forces and missile troops for specific operations, commonly employed in ambushes, assassinations, and detonating explosives. However, given the limitations of military crossbows, they are not suitable for direct confrontation, particularly against conventional firearms. Once the bolts are expended, the opposing firearms can continue firing, rendering the firepower disparity undeniable. The military crossbow resembles a silent assassin in the darkness of night. The Shadowhunter crossbow has undergone numerous enhancements beyond its conventional design, primarily to improve portability. When folded, it becomes compact, akin to 2 rolls of toilet paper, and features a one-key deployment function. The main structure unfolds, and with a slight adjustment of the scope, it is ready for action, facilitating rapid responses to emergencies. Additionally, the firepower of the crossbow has been expanded to enable continuous firing. Currently, military crossbows capable of rapid fire are scarce, and even when they can fire multiple shots, the accuracy of subsequent bolts significantly diminishes. Significant improvements have also been made to the bolts, enhancing their lethality and allowing for the selection of different types of arrows based on mission requirements. These modifications are based on existing blueprints and materials, optimized by real-world applications and system prompts. However, the true effectiveness, such as range, penetration, and explosive power, will only be determined through physical testing. Nevertheless, Jing Shang is confident that his design will undoubtedly surpass the existing military crossbows in terms of power. The workers' attitude towards Jing Shang has transformed. No one regards him as an ordinary conscript, but rather as a top-tier designer, filled with admiration and respect. They diligently execute the tasks assigned to them with utmost seriousness and precision. The work Jing Shang has delegated involves standard procedures, and while everyone is engrossed in their tasks, none are aware that they are preparing to launch a superweapon. The manufacturing process of military crossbows is fundamentally different from that of military knives. Military knives are typically forged as a single piece, lacking numerous components, whereas military crossbows consist of a multitude of parts, each with distinct materials and technologies, rendering them far more complex and intricate. Historically, crossbows utilized natural materials, limiting their power and range. Modern crossbows, however, are designed with advanced technology and scientific principles in mind. Contemporary military crossbows utilize materials for the limbs that range from spring steel and composite materials to carbon fiber, significantly enhancing elasticity and initial velocity while prolonging service life. The limbs are crucial components of the crossbow. Another key part is the eccentric wheel, which reduces the effort required to draw the string, addressing the challenge faced by ordinary soldiers in operating the crossbow, thereby broadening its applicability. Elite marksmen possess clear advantages in range, accuracy, and initial velocity. They are the Crme de la Sarme among archers, often referred to as sharpshooters. However, beyond these elite marksmen, the military requires a substantial number of ordinary shooters. Their requirements are not for perfection in hitting every target, but they must meet baseline standards in terms of accuracy, range, and initial velocity to be effective on the battlefield. This imposes high demands on the weapon itself, aiming to lessen dependency on the soldier's individual capabilities. Take, for example, the Type 56 semi-automatic rifle, which was modeled after the Soviet SKS. It is lightweight, accurate, and powerful, resulting in a plethora of sharpshooters upon its introduction. What sets the Type 56 apart from other firearms in producing so many skilled shooters is its reasonable design, strong practicality, and low requirements for soldiers, coupled with excellent compatibility. This rifle can be effectively wielded by anyone with minimal training, allowing them to become proficient marksmen, while those with greater skill can become sharpshooters, hitting every target with precision. The later Type 63 automatic rifle, designed during an era of universal conscription and intended for combined arms operations, was the first domestically developed automatic rifle. Although it enhanced close-quarters combat and shooting accuracy, its reliability issues due to craftsmanship and design flaws led soldiers to reject it, resulting in its eventual retirement. It is evident that advancements in weaponry can reduce reliance on the individual capabilities of soldiers. Jing Shang's design of the Shadowhunter crossbow embodies this principle. Either it is not produced at all, or if it is, it must be a crossbow that enables sharpshooters to flourish. The Shadowhunter crossbow is crafted with the finesse of a work of art, yet it must also be highly functional, ensuring soldiers are eager to use it. Therefore, improvements to the eccentric wheel are essential, enabling ordinary soldiers to draw it easily and shoot farther and more accurately. Like the Chawanshi military knife, mere aesthetics are insufficient. The weapon must perform admirably and gain the soldier's approval to be adopted across various combat zones. The Chawanshi knife gained attention after it effortlessly severed a weapon from the Cherry Blossom Nation during a friendly competition, immediately captivating the interest of soldiers. A squad leader took on the heir of the illustrious Takeda family, a renowned officer from the opposing military department. How could this not ignite excitement and fervor among the soldiers? Was the success of that competition solely due to the prowess of the squad leader? Not necessarily. The squad leader's skill is merely one among many in the military domain. The pivotal factor is that the Chawanshi knife proved its worth. At that moment, had the Chawanshi knife not unexpectedly intercepted Takedo Takuya's blade, the squad leader might have faced dire consequences, not to mention the subsequent twists of fate. Thanks to the Chawanshi knife's robustness and usability, numerous combat zones have already taken notice, urging higher authorities to expedite procurement to replace their aging military knives. The soldier's anticipation is palpable. This truly qualifies as a remarkable piece of equipment. What use is an extravagant exterior without functionality? Regarding the design modifications of the eccentric wheel, this is a crucial step in enhancing the performance of the Shadowhunter crossbow. It is imperative to improve the eccentric wheel to significantly increase the range and muzzle velocity of the military crossbow, while simultaneously alleviating the physical demands placed on the soldiers. Furthermore, the trigger and grip have been altered, resulting in a more compact appearance that facilitates folding and portability. Chapter 41. Relentless pursuit of goals. Maintaining this design style is intended to ensure that the majority of soldiers can swiftly adapt without the need for extensive training. Once they master the techniques of aiming and pulling the trigger, a bit of practice and stability will enable them to execute the fundamental shooting actions. After all, soldiers who reach the stage of training with military crossbows are already familiar with firearms and their components, such as the barrel and grip, to meet diverse battlefield demands. Additional accessories, such as laser sights, are equipped to enhance shooting precision. Consequently, the development process of the military crossbow is somewhat more intricate than that of the Chiwen sword. The primary challenge in crafting the Chiwen sword lies in the innovative techniques applied to steel, enhancing its hardness and durability. In contrast, the hunter crossbow, with its myriad of components, each possessing distinct standards, presents a notably cumbersome R&D process. This complexity has left Jing Shang overwhelmed, as over 100 workers are divided into several groups, each tackling different parts. He must oversee the entire operation, coordinating and directing while simultaneously managing the project as the lead designer for the first time, which has inevitably caused a bit of chaos. During this period, a considerable number of defective products emerged, and some research directions veered off course. However, these experiences are, in fact, invaluable accumulations of knowledge for future developments. Lu Xinfang has recently been quite troubled, having noticed that Jing Shang's responses have become increasingly sparse. In the past, she would receive replies within half an hour, but now hours would pass without a word. She had set special notifications for the messages sent to Jing Shang, expecting prompt replies. This situation made Lu Xinfang so frustrated that she considered refraining from messaging him, yet she found herself compulsively checking her phone at intervals. The few words he uttered daily made her feel as though she was the one persistently reaching out, deepening her sense of discontent. Soon, she heard some gossip from the workers' team leader, learning that Jing Shang was preoccupied with the development of the military crossbow, leaving him no time to respond. This only intensified her impatience, as she yearned to see what formidable weapon he was concocting. Unfortunately, as the workers were responsible for different sections and bound by confidentiality, they could disclose little information to Lu Xinfang, leaving her to speculate wildly. The factory director of Factory 98 had yet to return. Seemingly intent on establishing a long-term presence at headquarters, day after day pressing the commander to transfer Jing Shang to Factory 98. He was not unwilling to return, but genuinely fearful of leaving. Other factory directors from cold weaponry sectors were also there, relentless in their pursuit of their objectives. Many directors from hot weaponry factories were incessantly calling the commander to urge action. Although the commander had recognized Jing Shang's talents some time ago, he had not anticipated his demand would escalate to such heights, even attracting the attention of the directors from major hot weapon factories. The directors from cold weaponry factories were particularly shameless, loitering outside his office, even demanding meals. He scarcely had time to participate in the friendly match with the Sakura nation. At present, the issue of Jing Shang's retention has transcended that of a mere conscript's transfer. It necessitates a careful balancing of various interests while striving to secure the utmost benefit for his assigned combat zone. Hence, the commander has been engulfed in a flurry of meetings, deliberating, leaving him quite overwhelmed. After serving as commander for so long, it was indeed a first to feel so frazzled over a single conscript. A series of meetings had convened nearly all the directors of cold and hot weapon factories across Longhua. Takeda Kenzo descended from the plane, leading his son Takeda Takuya, who lay on a stretcher, still attached to an foredrip. Everyone was aware that Takeda Takuya had been struck in the throat by a blade wielded by a junior officer from Longhua. Those who once idolized him as a military star now seemed to have turned solely to criticism. Following Takeda Takuya were 5 or 6 other participating soldiers, some bandaged, others using crutches, limping along. Each of them kept their heads down, wishing for a fissure in the ground to swallow them whole. Not only had they failed to secure a victory in the friendly match, but they now appeared in such a lamentable state, either being carried or wrapped in bandages, resembling soldiers who had fled the battlefield in disarray. Outside the airport, a crowd hurled eggs in a frenzy. It was an utter disgrace. The reputation of Sakura Nation had been tarnished by your actions. If you cannot contend with Longhua, why provoke them, going to such lengths across oceans only to invite suffering? My disappointment in you is profound. A torrent of harsh words crashed upon them like waves. Meanwhile, the audience from Longhua reveled in the spectacle. Although this was merely a minor friendly match between Sakura Nation and Longhua, the atmosphere was charged with tension. Takeda Takuya from the Takeda clan nearly met a dire fate, having been silenced by a soldier from Longhua. The somewhat grandiose challenge posed by Sakura Nation had quickly devolved into a source of amusement online. To be candid, the current military prowess of Sakura Nation is indeed incomparable to that of Longhua. Yet, they possess their own strengths. In fact, over the years, they have never ceased their efforts in the research and development of new weaponry, particularly in the fields of modular aircraft carriers and mechanized warriors. They have covertly invested substantial sums annually. Presently, the real threat to Longhua comes from the alliance led by the Empire of the White Eagle, rather than from Sakura Nation. The provocations from Sakura Nation are merely the tip of the iceberg. Beneath the surface, the Empire of the White Eagle orchestrates a far more intricate game. As for the commotion from Sakura Nation, Jing Shang remained unperturbed. He was entirely absorbed in the study of the hunter crossbow, and though he encountered some detours along the way, he remained steadfast in his overarching direction. He discreetly upgraded several pieces of equipment relocated from Factory 98, streamlining the entire production process. Following the friendly match, Factory Director Ho returned to Factory 125, carrying new production tasks. the Chiwen sword officially entered mass production. With an initial batch of 200,000 units spanning 9 styles. It would first be piloted in the 9th Combat Zone. The Chiwen sword has garnered significant attention, and all combat zones are filled with anticipation for its performance. Consequently, the military headquarters expedited the approval process, greenlighting the initiative, and allocated specialized funds directly to Factory 125. Despite its incorporation into Factory 98, Factory 125 remains operational due to its unique circumstances. Given that Factory 125 had already produced 10,000 Chiwen swords and possessed the necessary production capability, the military designated this order to Factory 125 rather than transferring it to Factory 98. The commander utilized this rationale to temporarily shelve the matter of Jing Shang's transfer, allowing the directors of cold weapon factories to return to their respective duties. The decision regarding Jing Shang would be postponed until the production of the Chiwen sword was complete. Upon accepting the task, Jing Shang promptly adjusted the personnel configuration, dividing over 100 workers into several groups, dedicating themselves entirely to the production of the Chiwen sword. This would be his first report card to the military, and he could not afford any failures. Chapter 42. An unprecedented confidence in a remarkable turn of events. The machinery of Factory 125 roared to life, tirelessly producing the Chiwen military blades. Director Chimei of Factory 98, already thinning on top, was nearly left bald from the stress of the situation. Reflecting on those moments, Director Ho could not help but chuckle. Jing Shang, having heard some tales from Lu Xinfang, merely smiled in response, prioritizing the interests of the nation over personal concerns. Jing Shang had caught the attention of numerous arms manufacturers. The chief commander held Jing Shang in high regard, even requesting that Director Ho engage in a personal conversation with him. Aware that this was a pivotal decision regarding his future, Jing Shang approached the matter with caution, eventually stating, "In truth, whether I go to Factory 98 or any arms manufacturing facility, it bears little significance to me. I will comply with organizational arrangements. However, given the choice, I would prefer to remain at Factory 125. Jing Shang was acutely aware of his own capabilities. He was not formally trained but had ventured into the realm of weaponry research as a novice. The achievements he had garnered were largely attributable to the assistance of his system. Without it, he would struggle to stand on his own. His ambition was to utilize this system to transform powerful weapon designs from mere blueprints into tangible realities, thereby enhancing the defense capabilities of Longhua. However, the current priority for Longhua was development, not conflict. An outbreak of war would lead to global turmoil, which would severely hinder his operations. For instance, modifications and upgrades to equipment could not be openly disclosed. The devices might appear unchanged from the outside, yet their internal structures and software designs would differ entirely. While it was manageable to deceive the layperson, experts would quickly discern the discrepancies. The seasoned engineers, with their discerning eyes, would not overlook such anomalies. Moreover, although Jing Shang could present an entire set of manufacturing procedures, the speed at which he operated was astonishing. Unlike other research teams that often took months or even years to complete their projects, he could procure the necessary materials in the blink of an eye, simply by signing in on his system or exchanging experience points. Occasionally, he could gather all the requisite information in a single day, a pace that was unfathomable to other weapons development teams. Had he remained at Factory 125, the scenario would differ significantly. Factory 125 had long been integrated into Factory 98, with most personnel withdrawn. Its remote location meant that, apart from the director, Jing Shang's words carried the most weight. His intentions could be easily concealed from others. Importantly, Director Ho, who outranked him, lacked technical expertise. Unlike the directors of other arms factories who had risen through the ranks from technical positions and were well-versed in theoretical knowledge, should Jing Shang transition to those factories, he would risk exposure, necessitating a cautious approach as he gradually revealed his hand. Contrarily, remaining at Factory 125 would expedite this process, allowing him to innovate without reservations. From his perspective, staying at Factory 125 was undoubtedly the most suitable option. Director Ho, moved by Jing Shang's words, nearly shed tears as he patted Jing Shang on the shoulder, saying, "I knew you were a man of deep emotions. Rest assured, I will find a way to keep you at Factory 125. Jing Shang was taken aback, not anticipating such understanding from Director Ho. He had assumed that Ho's affinity for Factory 125 and his favorable impression of Jing Shang were the reasons for his decision to stay in the Ninth War Zone. In reality, Jing Shang was merely selecting the optimal solution for himself. Remaining at Factory 125 would grant him the freedom to develop new weaponry without hindrance, enhancing both his personal growth and his contributions to Longhua. However, Director Ho's interpretation was, in fact, beneficial to him. After all, he was merely a conscript and ultimately had to heed the directives of his superiors. Jing Shang nodded with a smile. "We are just getting started. We need to produce the Chiwen military blades, and the personnel have been reassigned to the production line." Director Ho, with a reassuring pat on his chest, promised, "Whatever you need, just let me know. I will ensure it is resolved, whether it's personnel, equipment, or materials." The production funds for the military factory had already been deposited, and the amount was substantial. Factory 125 was now experiencing unprecedented prosperity. Calculating the costs, each Chiwen military blade was estimated to be around 150 yuan. After thorough consideration, Jing Shang set the average selling price at approximately 200 yuan, with variations depending on the model. The order for 200,000 blades totaled around 50 million yuan. Each war zone would procure at this price, while the foreign market would see the military blades listed at an astonishing price of 11,000 yuan each. Compared to other factions' military blades, this price was exorbitant. Yet, even at this price, the military factory had not opened sales to external purchasers. In essence, even if one were willing to pay 11,000 yuan, acquiring a Chiwen military blade was not guaranteed. Should Factory 125 upgrade its equipment and refine its production line, the cost could further decrease. These profits would not only sustain the everyday operations of Factory 125, but also encompass future research and development expenses. As a form of research reward, a significant bonus would be distributed at year's end. The profits from the 200,000 blades, along with the previous order of 10,000, would largely accrue to Jing Shang, as the three engineers from Factory 98, having not participated in the RD, received only a nominal share. Roughly estimated, Jing Shang had accumulated over 1 million yuan to date. For a military factory, an order of 200,000 blades was not considered large, especially for relatively inexpensive equipment such as cold steel military blades. The astonishing bonuses stemmed from the fact that no one else shared in Jing Shang's accomplishments. All credit and rewards were his alone. With ample funds in the account, Director Ho, having served as a factory director for over a decade, felt an unprecedented sense of confidence. Jing Shang shook his head, saying, "We do not currently require more personnel. We are still in the design and development phase, and having too many hands would be counterproductive. A few workers to assist me would suffice. However, we could certainly use more materials." Subsequently, Jing Shang presented a list, which Director Ho, unfamiliar with the specifics, confidently vowed, "Whatever can be procured, I will ensure it is brought back." The military factory had dedicated liaison units for purchasing materials. A simple phone call could facilitate swift delivery. The procurement of raw materials was indeed quite convenient. As for equipment, there was no immediate rush to acquire new items. Although the older machinery was a bit dated, it was still sufficient for the time being after upgrades. If production requirements increased or timelines needed to be shortened, that would be a different matter. However, the future operational status of Factory 125 and whether Jing Shang would remain was still uncertain, so he hesitated to invest in new equipment. The atmosphere in Factory 125 buzzed with activity, the main workshop resonating with the sounds of production. Lines of machinery diligently crafted the Chiwen military blades, marking the official commencement of operations. Meanwhile, Jing Shang shifted to another workshop, one that was quieter and less populated, where he meticulously developed each component of the Shadow Hunter crossbow. Simultaneously, the previously manufactured 10,000 Chiwen military blades had been allocated to the 9th War Zone. and feedback regarding the various styles of the blades was circulating among the different war zones. Everyone was astonished to discover that the Chiwin military blades could indeed sever the blades of Sakura Nation's weaponry, a revelation not to be taken lightly. Chapter 43. The First Order earned 1 million in dividends the 9 Chiwang sabers, in terms of both sharpness and hardness, far surpass all existing military blades from around the globe. Military enthusiasts worldwide were utterly astonished when the Dragon Kingdom officially unveiled the Chiwang sabers, especially upon seeing the price. The exquisite design, inspired by the mythological creature Chiwang, embodies an unbridled aesthetic of primal violence, quickly attracting a multitude of admirers. The specifications of this weapon are undeniably enticing, particularly regarding its hardness and sharpness, complemented by dedicated demonstration videos. It became apparent from the footage that the Chiwang saber had reached a level of prowess capable of overwhelming all current military blades. Initially, many questioned whether such a price was justified. What audacity did the military factory possess to set such a lofty price for the Chiwang saber? However, a video of a friendly match between the Dragon Kingdom and the Sakura Nation began circulating, showcasing a contest between Class Leader C and Takeda Takuya, where it was immediately recognizable that Class Leader C wielded the Chiwang saber. Takeda Takuya is a name familiar to military aficionados. Even those unfamiliar with him would likely have heard of the high-ranking official Takeda Kenzo from the Sakura Nation's Ministry of Defense. The Takeda family's name has frequently appeared in films and anime. As the eldest son of the Takeda family, his prowess was undeniable. Yet he was decisively bested by an ordinary soldier from the Dragon Kingdom, who, wielding the Chiwang saber, shattered his blade and ultimately defeated him, even slicing Takeda Takuya's throat. When the Sakura Nation's saber was first introduced, it garnered significant acclaim, far surpassing the blades of the White Eagle Empire. The White Eagle Empire had purchased them in droves due to their excellent performance, leaving the military community in awe. However, this glory was short-lived. As the Chiwang saber swiftly eclipsed its predecessor, Jing Shang remained unaware of the dividends amounting to 1 million he had accrued. Factory 125 was engrossed in the production of the Chiwang saber, while the development of the Hunter Shadow crossbow was advancing rapidly. Following the military factory's reforms, the treatment of skilled researchers with formidable capabilities soared, no longer solely dependent on rank, position, or years of service. In simpler terms, the more capable one was, the more wealth they could amass. The older generation, unable to keep pace with research advancements, relied on previous dividends to sustain themselves. This provided a broader stage for high-caliber graduates from prestigious institutions, where anyone with talent could shine. Jing Shang was a remarkable example. He earned 1 million from a mere tens of millions order, and this was just the beginning, a quantity of 200,000 was hardly considered a large order for the Dragon Kingdom's Ministry of Defense. Jing Shang himself remained oblivious to this development in the valley, while the research community was abuzz with excitement. It soon became known that he had independently improved several processes and developed the Chiwang series of sabers. Earning 1 million in dividends from the First Order invigorated all the researchers. Jing Shang, a conscript with no prior experience in research, became an inspiring figure. If a conscript could achieve such success, why couldn't these trained professionals, equipped with ample resources, do the same? Suddenly, the entire weapon development sector brimmed with vitality, teeming with creativity, leading to an increasing number of research proposals submitted to the military factory. The initial years following the successful development of any new weapon yielded the most substantial dividends, particularly in the first year when all researchers involved received the largest share of profit. Although the amounts would gradually decrease in subsequent years, they remained at a relatively reasonable level, fluctuating according to complex metrics, but nonetheless, the profits during the initial years were indeed remarkable. As the Chiwang saber underwent trial promotions in the 9th War Zone, it quickly garnered recognition across various military districts, resulting in an avalanche of orders directed towards Factory 125. Jing Shang's personal dividend total became increasingly astonishing. How could other young researchers remain unaffected? Jing Shang's success served as a powerful motivator for all young researchers, showcasing the military factory's emphasis on and rewards for the development of new weaponry under the new system. The military factory welcomed this development, eager to attribute these substantial dividends to Jing Shang, especially since the Qi Saber's development had not been formally approved and had been accomplished without any research funding. In such circumstances, not only was every dividend accounted for, but additional rewards were also granted, a practice actively encouraged by the military factory. Sometimes, research resembles art. Inspired moments can yield a melody or a new weapon, bypassing tedious processes. Of course, such weapons typically pertain to cold arms or simple firearms. In contrast, large-scale firearms generally require teamwork. Independent development in this realm is rare due to the extensive fields involved, making solo endeavors nearly impossible. The directors of various cold weapon factories were keenly interested in this matter, all vying to recruit Jing Shang to their establishments. If successful, the task of producing the Qi Saber would naturally fall to them, along with the ensuing profits and dividends. Unfortunately, no one had yet tasted this cake. The military factory directly assigned all orders to Factory 125, imposing a heavy burden on it. With outdated equipment and a workforce of merely 100, hastily assembled, the production capacity was severely lacking. Orders from various military districts poured in like an avalanche, exceeding 2 million, yet relied on this small team, each operating an old machine, without knowing when they could fulfill the demand. The military factory did not resort to harsh measures to transfer Jing Shang away from Factory 125. Instead, they invested in it. As expected, news reached Factory 125, and Director Ho suddenly found himself in a position of power. The influx of funds from military district orders overnight transformed Factory 125 into a prosperous entity, ensuring long-term stable operations would no longer be a concern. Additionally, the special support funds allocated by the military factory were no trivial amount. With coordination from the chief commander and others, Director Ho legitimately began recruiting and acquiring equipment. The entire Factory 125 witnessed a surge in employee numbers. Initially, workers were reassigned from other weapon manufacturing plants, supplemented by some equipment, alongside new machinery procured by Factory 125, which was sufficient to get the factory operational. In all corners, the machines roared to life, significantly boosting production capacity. Factory 125 transitioned from a dilapidated old armaments factory to an active participant in the arms manufacturing arena. It truly commenced regular production and research activities. While Jing Shang realized he need not overly concern himself with leaving Factory 125, as work began to align with established protocols. Chapter 44. The Existence of Genius in the Realm of Weapon Development. The ongoing research project for the Shadowhunter crossbow was initiated in accordance with established weapon manufacturing standards and submitted to the Military Achievements Building. Upon reviewing Jing Shang's application, the personnel at the Military Achievements Building were momentarily taken aback. Recently, Jing Shang had gained considerable notoriety within that office. In a remarkably short time, he had single-handedly developed the Qi series of military knives at the abandoned Factory 125, amassing an astonishing amount of dividends that significantly enhanced his personal worth, all while his position and rank remained unchanged as a mere conscript. This time, he submitted the research project materials under the same conscript status. However, unbeknownst to the personnel at the Military Achievements Building, Jing Shang had been conducting research on this military crossbow for over half a month. He was merely submitting supplementary documents. Upon receiving Jing Shang's research project, the reviewers dared not be negligent and promptly sought an audience with the higher-ups at the Military Achievements Building. Clutching the documents, the reviewer hurried to the office of the superior, straightening his attire before knocking on the door. A steady and authoritative voice resonated from within. "Come in." With a creak, the reviewer gently pushed the door open. "Elder Xiao, there is a research project that requires your attention. It is from the conscript, Jing Shang." The reviewer stepped into the office. Near the window stood a simple, unadorned desk. Behind it sat an elderly man, his hair interspersed with strands of silver. This was Elder Xiao, one of the prominent figures within the Military Achievements Building. Like many distinguished military leaders, he had emerged from the crucible of battle. Though currently tasked with administrative duties, the fierce aura surrounding him was unmistakable. A grotesque scar marred his left cheek, a remnant from the 47th battle zone in the Apalisha Desert. The reviewer respectfully handed over the materials, and Elder Shao took them. Flipping through the pages of Jing Shang's research project, his brow furrowing involuntarily. The Chiwen military knife had only recently entered production, and now there was a proposal for a second project? The elder momentarily found himself lost in thought. Such an intense pace of development was indeed rare, even among other factories. Typically, each weapon manufacturing facility would have several research teams, each responsible for distinct development tasks. A single project would require a significant amount of time to complete, followed by a brief respite before embarking on the next endeavor. At times, if a new project had not commenced, research teams might even be reorganized, joining other development teams until a lead researcher proposed a new topic, prompting another reorganization. The fact that Jing Shang was almost continuously immersed in the development of a second new weapon was indeed astonishing. Naturally, Jing Shang was oblivious to this, and Director Ho, having held a nominal position for over a decade without ever engaging in the specifics of operations, could not comprehend the surprise emanating from the military achievements building. They simply perceived themselves as engaged in routine activities. As a self-taught prodigy coupled with a completely inexperienced leader, Jing Shang was bound to throw successive figurative bombs, shaking the existing weapon development circle to its core. The reviewer chuckled wryly. I also did not anticipate such rapid progress. You mentioned that any materials regarding Jing Shang should be brought to you at the earliest, so I hastily delivered them. Elder Shao nodded, remaining silent. Indeed, Jing Shang had recently stirred quite a commotion. First, he independently developed the Chiwen military knife in an abandoned arms factory, achieving excellence that surpassed global standards and capturing the attention of military forces worldwide. Furthermore, lacking a research team, he had executed the entire process himself, which meant that the dividends from the Chiwen series of military knives belonged solely to him, an accumulation exceeding 10 million in a remarkably brief period. This was an unprecedented and exceptionally rare miracle for researchers engaged in cold weapon development. Coupled with his conscript status, the Military Achievements Department was preparing for his formal transition. Honor evaluations, rank promotions, and positional adjustments. The preliminary procedures were nearly finalized, and he had already been confirmed for a third-class merit honor. Jing Shang was poised to become an official new weapon researcher with the title of Senior Engineer and Designer. However, before his formalization, award of military achievements, and rank elevation could be completed, this individual had already submitted a second research project. This left Elder Shao in a bit of a frenzy. Even he couldn't help but feel a profound sense of admiration. Indeed, there exist geniuses in this world. While others might take years or even decades to complete a project, he had accomplished it in such a short span. Fortunately, this young man had found himself at Factory 125, where he unexpectedly shone, or else the military achievements building would have missed out on a brilliant gem. The reviewer bore an expression of utter astonishment. It was exceedingly rare to receive such high praise from Elder Shao, especially for a young conscript. Elder Shao, a hardened warrior forged in the fires of battle, was not one to flatter nor bestow praise lightly. Yet here he was, offering such high accolades to Jing Shang. Truly, Jing Shang was extraordinary. The reviewer found himself overwhelmed with mixed emotions, unsure how to respond. However, he was certain that once Jing Shang entered the purview of a figure like Elder Shao, it would be difficult for him not to ascend to great heights in the future. Elder Shao declared, establish a dedicated fund for the Shadow Hunter crossbow. Since Factory 125 was previously merged with Factory 98, personnel, equipment, and resources have been significantly depleted, leaving it in a rather backward condition. Given that Jing Shang is self-taught and currently requires no support from other factories' research resources and equipment, let him remain at Factory 125. As for the necessary materials, have Director Ho prepare a list. We will ensure they are provided. As for his promotion and awards, let us temporarily set those aside so as not to disrupt his focus on research. Individuals like him dive wholeheartedly into their work. Let us not concern ourselves with the superficial fanfare for the time being. The reviewer naturally had no objections. Witnessing Elder Xiao swiftly approve Jing Shang's research project and allocate a generous special research fund, adding an additional 0 to the original estimated amount, filled Elder Xiao with great anticipation. The military crossbow was no trivial matter like a knife. It comprised numerous components, each with distinct requirements. Now, with Jing Shang working alone and lacking team support, Elder Xiao was eager to see how long it would take him to bring this project to fruition. Filled with curiosity about this young man who had suddenly unveiled his talents, Elder Xiao made a conscious effort to refrain from interfering in Jing Shang's research, choosing instead to provide maximum support from behind the scenes while ensuring that other arms factories did not disrupt his efforts. Chapter 45. The sample has been completed. After receiving approval, he carefully packaged the original and placed it in the cabinet. One corner of the cabinet was cluttered with various invitation letters from prominent cold weapon and firearm manufacturers eager to collaborate with Jing Shang, all of which he had decisively declined. Although Jing Shang lacked formal training in the field, this had paradoxically become his advantage. He was utterly oblivious to the traditional processes, financial expenditures, necessary research personnel, and equipment involved in the development of new weapons, conducting his research purely based on his own innovative ideas. His originality sent shockwaves through the entire arms development community, akin to a slippery loach suddenly disrupting a serene pool of elegant ornamental fish, invigorating the languid creatures within. Old Xiao, on one hand, was curious to see how far Jing Shang could progress on his own, while on the other, he sought to inspire other research teams through this opportunity. The reform of the armory aimed to motivate scientific personnel, and it had already yielded commendable results. Jing Shang, an extreme example, left countless researchers in awe, revealing the formidable power of individual effort, whether for military accolades, personal advancement, or self-interest. This humble conscript, Jing Shang, had become their object of pursuit. Not long after the approval personnel departed, intelligence officers hurriedly entered to report. Old Xiao. Last night, the Empire of the White Eagle issued a warning to the 47th War Zone of the Abora Desert, demanding an immediate cessation of oil supplies to the Dragon Nation and prohibiting any purchases from there. The head of the oil company declared he would disregard this warning and was subsequently assassinated this morning, sustaining serious injuries that necessitated hospitalization. Upon hearing this news, fury ignited on Old Xiao's face, and his eyes gleamed with fierce intensity. The 47th War Zone of the Abora Desert was suddenly engulfed in tumult, the situation becoming extraordinarily complex. On the surface, this appeared merely to be an attack on the oil company executive. However, it concealed a minor clash between the Dragon Nation and the Empire of the White Eagle regarding their oil resource strategies. Both nations had an enormous demand for oil, and competition in this domain had never ceased. The Abora Desert, as a vital oil-producing region, naturally became the focal point of attention. Oil, often referred to as the lifeblood of industry, held undeniable importance. The Empire of the White Eagle had maintained stringent surveillance over the Abora Desert, yet now audaciously dispatched operatives to carry out an assassination, overtly meddling in the oil transactions between the Dragon Nation and the 47th War Zone. Old Xiao dispatched personnel to investigate the specifics of the 47th War Zone while simultaneously instructing the command center to form a special operations team, prepared to deploy to the Abora Desert at any moment. Reflecting on the past, he recalled his own bloody battles on this land, never imagining that years later, others would tread upon this battlefield once more. 2 weeks later, at the 125th Cold Weapon Factory, Jing Shang held a tan-colored Shadow Hunter crossbow in his hands, a radiant smile illuminating his face as he announced to Factory Director Ho and the eagerly awaiting workers, success. The development of the Shadow Hunter crossbow had taken over a month, culminating in the creation of the first sample. It's done. Haha. Director Ho joyously raised an 81-style assault rifle, firing several rounds into the sky, celebrating as if setting off firecrackers. The workers erupted in enthusiastic applause, their admiration for Jing Shang intensifying. These skilled workers had been dispatched from various armories, and possessed a fundamental understanding of new weapon development cycles. Over the years, none had ever heard of anyone independently creating a new weapon in such a short time. Director Ho promptly submitted a report to the military factory headquarters. The headquarters would dispatch personnel to conduct acceptance testing and evaluate this new weapon before proceeding to pricing and procurement processes. Should the weapon fall short of expectations, modifications might be necessary. Compared to the reckless approach taken with the previous Chiwen military dagger, the development process of the Shadow Hunter crossbow appeared far more systematic. Due to the emergence of new information about Jing Shang, the sales representatives at the military factory headquarters presented the report to Old Xiao once again. After reviewing the report, Old Xiao was taken aback. It was developed in just 2 weeks? He found himself momentarily speechless. The speed at which a new weapon could be created in such a short span was simply astonishing. Could such a hastily constructed crossbow be reliable? He felt a tinge of unease, for the development cycle was alarmingly brief. The previous Chiwen military dagger had taken Jing Shang just over 2 days. However, Old Xiao speculated that Jing Shang might have engaged in extensive contemplation about the Chiwen weapon beforehand, or perhaps he had prepared thoroughly, at least planning the entire manufacturing process before commencing work. With the support of the equipment and experimental apparatus at the 125th factory, Jing Shang had swiftly finished the product. As for how long he had prepared beforehand, or to what extent, none could ascertain. Yet, it seemed implausible that he had thoroughly researched the Shadow Hunter crossbow early on. Furthermore, the structure of the Shadow Hunter was considerably more intricate than that of a singular weapon, demanding far more than a mere handling of steel craftsmanship. Even with a dedicated research team at his disposal, achieving results would typically require a significant amount of time. Yet, within a mere 2 weeks, while other armories might have only just finalized their research directions, prepared their equipment, procured materials, and conducted preliminary experiments, Jing Shang reported that the sample was complete. This left Old Xiao unable to remain still. He had always harbored curiosity about Jing Shang, feeling a particular affinity for this unconventional conscript who eschewed tradition. After all, Old Xiao himself hailed from a military background. Not having transitioned directly from academia into the research circle, he possessed a certain untamed wildness that Old Xiao deeply admired. I'll send someone to the 125th factory for acceptance testing. Wait, I shall go and see for myself. Upon uttering these words, the sales representatives in the military honor building were left wide-eyed with astonishment. It is important to note that, in recent years, the focus of weaponry research in the martial arts nation had been primarily on firearms, with cold weapons relegated to the sidelines for many years. Individuals of Old Xiao's stature had never presided over acceptance testing for cold weaponry. This unprecedented decision indeed caught many off guard. However, the sales representative felt a surge of curiosity, as it had only been just over a month since the successful development of the Chiwen military dagger, while the Shadow Hunter crossbow project had only commenced 2 weeks prior. In merely 2 weeks, to develop such a complex military crossbow seemed an impossible task to any listener, which explained Old Xiao's heightened concern. Soon, a delegation departed from the military honor building, traveling by private aircraft directly to the 125th factory. Director Ho was brimming with excitement as he welcomed Jing Shang on the tarmac of the 125th factory. The acceptance team dispatched from the military honor building comprised over 20 individuals, equipped with various specialized instruments and devices. Leading the group were several experts in the field, while Old Xiao modestly trailed behind, momentarily unnoticed by Director Ho. Everyone, let us board the vehicles. We are headed to the training ground for testing. Director Ho instructed the team leader. Chapter 46. Penetrating 3 centimeters. The team leader naturally had no objections, and everyone climbed into several jeeps, rumbling towards the training ground. The training area was located on the back mountain, spacious and ample. Director Ho had already prepared the experimental materials, including tables, chairs, and bottled water. First, the professionals conducted basic measurements and comparisons of the hunting shadow crossbow. This included dimensions, weight, appearance, structure, and the collection and comparison of various components data. These materials had already been submitted by Jing Shang, and they merely needed to verify them on-site, a relatively straightforward step. The data collected showed no significant discrepancies, and the process went smoothly. At first glance, the hunting shadow crossbow appeared similar to traditional military crossbows, yet it had undergone significant modifications. Primarily, it was an easily foldable and portable crossbow. With just 3 presses on the body, it would automatically unfold. It featured a built-in arrow magazine, akin to a cartridge, capable of holding 6 arrows, which could be automatically loaded while utilizing an eccentric wheel for energy storage. With an arrow on the string, it was ready to fire at a moment's notice. If precision was not a priority, it could be shot directly, serving as a makeshift handgun. Once folded, the crossbow was about the size of 2 rolls of toilet paper, remarkably compact and portable. However, due to its compressed size, it appeared considerably slimmer than conventional military crossbows, with a more delicate and refined overall framework and design. Xiao Laoshi, intrigued, attempted to break it with force, only to find it surprisingly resilient, exhibiting minimal deformation. Beside him, Jing Shang explained, the main body of the hunting shadow crossbow was crafted from a new type of carbon fiber composite material, strong yet lightweight, appearing slender but exceedingly robust. It was nearly impossible to break by hand alone. Xiao Laoshi gazed at Jing Shang, secretly marveling at the young man, the volunteer soldier, who seemed unremarkable yet possessed such remarkable skills. Nodding in acknowledgement, he began to scrutinize the hunting shadow crossbow. The crossbow boasted an earthy yellow hue, capable of rapid deployment and retraction, transforming into a spiraling, giant yellow dragon when folded. The craftsmanship was exquisite. This dragon exuded a sinister aura unlike traditional dragons. Its head bore wild hair, glaring fiercely, with a slightly parted jaw, as if poised to unleash a roar of fury at any moment. The scales were tightly interlocked. Following the instructions, Xiao Laoshi pressed the trigger thrice, and the crossbow sprang open with a dragon's roar, akin to a transformer, its mechanical components swiftly unfolding, bringing the sinister dragon form to life, claws and fangs bared. If the trigger was pulled once, the hunting shadow crossbow would not automatically unfold. It required a manual opening, which had the advantage of being silent, suitable for assassination or surprise attacks where stealth was paramount. Gazing at the flawless hunting shadow crossbow, Xiao Laoshi could not help but exclaim, "What a splendid weapon!" However, a crossbow remained a weapon, no matter how exquisite. Its true importance lay in its power. Xiao Laoshi slowly raised the hunting shadow crossbow, aiming at a distant target. On the back mountain's practice range, Xiao Laoshi personally held the cold weapon named the hunting shadow crossbow, eager to test its might. This area was originally designated for firearms practice, with ranges varying from 100 meters to 1,000 meters. Targets for anti-material rifles, small-caliber light machine guns, or large-caliber heavy machine guns were placed even further on the mountainside. Having served in the military himself, Xiao Laoshi had a certain familiarity with military crossbows and had experience with similar weapons in his youth, understanding their range and capabilities. As a distinguished figure among cold weapons, Xiao Laoshi had a particular fondness for military crossbows, especially for their extraordinary range and formidable power. Typically, handguns had an effective range of about 50 meters, while submachine guns could reach between 100 and 200 meters. The military crossbows Xiao Laoshi had used in the past could reach 200 meters as well, making their range comparable to handguns and submachine guns. The only drawback was that the speed of the crossbow bolts was considerably slower than that of bullets, resulting in their usual application as close combat weapons. With technological advancements over time, countries like the White Eagle and the Arctic Bear had developed even more powerful military crossbows, capable of reaching ranges of around 600 meters, posing a significant threat in practical scenarios. This time, Xiao Laoshi set the target distance at 300 meters. Although he had not handled a military crossbow in years, he was no stranger to it. The usage of the hunting shadow crossbow was quite similar to that of traditional military crossbows, allowing Xiao Laoshi to easily adapt. The first arrow was automatically loaded onto the string as the crossbow opened. To the naked eye, one could see the arrow in the groove, positioned at the first notch, which was suitable for regular shooting without requiring extra effort from the shooter. To shoot further, one would need to exert effort to pull the arrow to the second notch, enhancing both range and explosive power. Aiming at the target, Xiao Laosher decisively pulled the trigger. The arrow, seemingly infused with the roar of a dragon, shot through the air over 300 meters like a bolt of lightning, striking straight at the target's center. The target, with a diameter of 80 centimeters and a thickness of 20 centimeters, was adorned with red circles. However, the arrow did not hit the exact center but deviated slightly, and then with a thud, it penetrated the target and continued flying beyond. This spectacle left Xiao Laosher and those around him in awe. After all, this target was no ordinary thin target, boasting a substantial thickness of 20 centimeters. Even when shot with a bullet, the projectile would often become lodged within the internal obstacles, failing to penetrate. Yet this arrow had pierced through the target, continuing its trajectory into the distance. As everyone exchanged astonished glances, a sound of clanging echoed from the back mountain. While Xiao Laosher was not well versed in manufacturing techniques, the crossbow felt remarkably smooth in operation. The scope allowed for clear visibility of distant targets, and upon pulling the trigger, one could distinctly feel the force and initial velocity of the arrow as it left the string. "Let us go take a look," Xiao Laosher instructed. Soon, someone drove a vehicle over, and Jing Shang took a seat inside. He noticed that Xiao Laosher was no ordinary inspector. Those around him treated him with great respect, indicating that he held a significant position. However, with Director Ho absent, he could not discern Xiao Laosher's exact identity. The group drove around the target to search for the arrow's landing point. Ultimately, they discovered the arrow embedded in the mountainside at the edge of the training ground. Remarkably, the arrow had penetrated the rock, embedding itself 3 centimeters deep. Xiao Laosher pulled it out with force, astonished. "How far is it from where I shot?" Immediately, someone measured the distance between the 2 points, 1,000 meters. Those nearby gasped in astonishment. A range of 1,000 meters, capable of penetrating rock, embedding 3 centimeters deep. The gleam in Xiao Laosher's eyes sparkled with disbelief and excitement. The military base inspectors nearby were equally astonished. The power of this military crossbow was extraordinary, not only breaking the record of 600 meters set by advanced foreign counterparts, but also surpassing it significantly. Chapter 47. The range of 3,000 meters. The penetrating power remains formidable even at a distance of 1,000 meters. Truly terrifying. Jing Shang surmised that Xiao Lao's identity was extraordinary, and thus did not dare to be negligent, promptly responding, "The currently tested conventional range is 1,500 meters. Xiao Lao inquired with curiosity, "Is there an unconventional range as well?" Jing Shang nodded, gesturing towards the notches on the crossbow. "If the starting position of the arrow is adjusted to the second notch, the range can reach 3,000 meters. The prospect of achieving a 3,000-meter range is astounding. What does this signify? It has encroached upon the realm of sniper rifles. It is noteworthy that the longest range of sniper rifles in the White Eagle Nation barely reaches 2,750 meters, while those of the Golden Lion Empire extend only to 2,475 meters. The sniper rifles of the Dragon Nation exceed just a little over 2,000 meters. Jing Shang boldly declared that this Shadow Hunter crossbow's range surpasses that of the Dragon Nation's sniper rifles. More accurately, it exceeds the maximum effective range of all top sniper rifles currently on the market. This is a cold weapon. Such a revelation is indeed astonishing. A cold weapon surpassing the so-called kings of assassination, sniper rifles. Furthermore, given the Shadow Hunter crossbow's portability, its assassination capabilities may very well exceed those of a sniper rifle. It is essential to recognize that smuggling a sniper rifle into an assassination scene is far more complex than carrying this Shadow Hunter crossbow. Once folded, this crossbow is merely the size of 2 rolls of toilet paper, exceptionally portable. If one only requires 6 arrows or fewer, there is no need to bring along an additional quiver. Imagine, once the Shadow Hunter crossbow is truly armed and operational, how fearsome it would be. A Special Forces soldier could carry such a devastating weapon through bustling streets, arriving at the assassination site and swiftly drawing the Shadow Hunter crossbow, aiming at the target, and firing in a seamless series of actions. This instrument is not only lightweight, but also possesses long-range capabilities and formidable power, entirely upending traditional notions of cold weapons. Perhaps due to the heat or the intimidating demeanor of Jing Shang, some individuals have begun to perspire. Even Xiao Lao found himself momentarily stunned, feeling a dryness in his throat. While the average person might not comprehend the implications of a 3,000-meter range, for someone like him, seasoned by the trials of warfare, such concepts are as familiar as the taste of home-cooked meals. Consider this: 3,000 meters. This range reaches or even exceeds that of top-tier sniper rifles. In today's world, barring specially modified sniper rifles, nothing can rival the Shadowhunter crossbow. Moreover, once this crossbow passes inspection, it will enter mass production, becoming a standard cold weapon for our nation's military, not merely a unique or specially crafted item. To put it plainly, as long as the military is willing to invest, the Dragon Nation could assemble a fearsome Shadow Hunter brigade. From a certain perspective, this weapon is even more impressive than those of the hot arsenal. Firstly, the crossbow is inherently a close-quarters gem within 100 meters. The Shadowhunter crossbow is akin to a devastating weapon, capable of shattering a rhinoceros's skull or penetrating a small automobile. At close range, it could even breach armor. Furthermore, the Shadowhunter crossbow boasts a clever design, allowing for easy arrow loading. 6 arrows can be readied without significant movement, effectively resembling rapid fire. It can achieve an astonishing range of 1,500 meters. For long-range sniper missions, simply push the arrow to the second notch, and it can directly strike targets 3,000 meters away. In the theater of war, this means that what would typically require a rotation of handguns, assault rifles, and sniper rifles can now be accomplished with just this Shadowhunter crossbow. Whether for close-quarters combat or long-range strikes, it can handle both with ease. Of course, the Shadowhunter crossbow does have its limitations, primarily concerning the number of arrows. Initially, there are 6 arrows, and subsequent quivers also contain 6. Compared to bullets, arrows take up considerably more space. However, in practice, crossbows are mostly employed in covert operations, such as assassinations and surprise attacks, where a limited number of arrows suffices for most scenarios. The inspector beside Xiao Lao gazed at the distant mountains, his eyes trembling slightly as he mused. This arrow penetrated a target 300 meters away and embedded itself in the rock, yet the birds on the mountain remained undisturbed. The advantage of the Shadowhunter crossbow lies in its remarkably quiet shooting. Were it a gunshot, the noise, flash, and smell of gunpowder would have sent the birds scattering in panic. Xiao Lao felt elated, testing the Shadowhunter crossbow several times and firing off the remaining 5 arrows, exclaiming in delight. He even shot an arrow at an armored vehicle, which penetrated cleanly through. It was astonishing to witness such penetrating and explosive power. The seemingly lightweight Shadowhunter crossbow is astonishingly robust, defying expectations of fragility. This new material surpasses imagination in its strength. Excitement was palpable on every face. What a splendid crossbow! Xiao Lao marveled at the Shadowhunter crossbow, his eyes gleaming with enthusiasm. Following a thorough round of testing by the inspector, all checks were passed without need for modification. Xiao Lao nodded in approval, initiating mass production of the Shadowhunter crossbow. He and Jing Shang calculated the costs, with Jing Shang estimating that, once the production line is established, the cost of the Shadowhunter crossbow would be around 80,000 yuan. This price is significantly higher than the current military crossbows in the Dragon Nation, but considering the power it possesses, no one would deem it too expensive. Expensive, indeed, but for good reason. A cold weapon whose efficacy surpasses that of hot weapons is worth the investment. A nearby salesman asked Xiao Lao, "Should we showcase this Shadowhunter crossbow on the official website?" The Dragon Nation has a dedicated arms and equipment website designed to display its arsenal to the outside world. This platform not only highlights the performance of its weaponry, intimidating neighboring powers and demonstrating the Dragon Nation's military strength, but also showcases the advanced nature of its armaments to attract potential buyers. However, truly advanced weaponry is not casually sold to others. Typically, only outdated or more common equipment is offered. As for those excessively advanced armaments, they cannot be displayed on such public platforms. Xiao Lao pondered for a moment before shaking his head, saying, "Let's hold off on putting it online for now." Upon hearing this, Factory Director Ho felt a tightening in his chest. This indicated that, in Xiao Lao's view, the technology of the Shadow Hunter crossbow was too advanced for public display. This is an exceptionally high appraisal of the Shadow Hunter crossbow. Xiao Lao gently patted Jing Shang on the shoulder, smiling as he inquired, "Honestly, how did you manage to create a crossbow with a range of 3,000 meters?" Chapter 48. The armor-piercing wonder. Jing Shang scratched his head, aware that he could not disclose the secret of his possession of a system. With a quick shift in thought, he deftly redirected the question to Director Ho. Smiling as he said, "I asked Director Ho what level the crossbow should be improved to, and he told me the further, the better. Thus, it has turned out this way." Upon hearing this, Elder Xiao burst into hearty laughter, and those around him joined in, unable to contain their mirth. "Your improvement is remarkably successful. The Shadow Hunter crossbow not only boasts an impressive range, but is nearly akin to a sniper rifle." Elder Xiao was elated, feeling a sense of joy he hadn't experienced in quite some time. After offering his encouragement to Jing Shang, Director Ho, and the factory workers, he boarded a private jet for departure. Once airborne, Elder Xiao, initially intending to return directly to the military headquarters, suddenly proposed, "Since we are here, let us pay a visit to the 9th War Zone." This suggestion stemmed from an incident in the Appalachia Desert's 47th War Zone, where the head of a well-connected oil company was assassinated, the shadowy hand behind it pointing towards the White Eagle Empire. Although the Dragon Nation could not directly engage in war with the White Eagle Empire due to this incident, covert confrontations were inevitable, and the command for this mission rested with the overall commander of the 9th War Zone. Given that the special forces were drawn from this very zone, and they were already in the vicinity of Factory 125, Elder Xiao decided it would be prudent to observe the personnel selected by the commander. Upon receiving a call, the overall commander promptly headed to the airport to greet them. After Elder Xiao disembarked, he directly inquired, "Have all the personnel been selected?" The commander saluted sharply and replied, "A total of 9 individuals have been chosen and are ready for action at any moment." Elder Xiao nodded, then met with the 9 Special Forces members, outlining the importance of their mission and the critical need for discretion. This confrontation was to remain clandestine, and maintaining their anonymity was paramount. Furthermore, the White Eagle Empire currently stationed over 3,000 troops in the Appalachia Desert's 47th War Zone, necessitating the avoidance of direct conflict. The primary objective was to eliminate the mercenary team employed by the White Eagle Empire. Understood. The 9 Special Forces members responded in unison. "Additionally, I have prepared a new weapon for you," Elder Xiao announced, as he had the Shadow Hunter crossbow brought forth. He addressed both the commander and the 9 Special Forces members, instructing them to utilize the crossbow during their mission to assess its effectiveness in combat. Upon seeing the Shadow Hunter crossbow, the Special Forces members were momentarily taken aback. When compacted, it resembled a rectangular form, akin to a coiling dragon, its earthy yellow hue reminiscent of an exquisite piece of art. At first glance, it was hard to recognize it as a crossbow. An instructor nearby guided them on its operation, and as they pulled the trigger as directed, the crossbow instantaneously unfurled, transforming into a fearsome, clawing dragon. This astonishing transformation elicited gasps of awe from the 9 members, who had never encountered such a spectacular weapon. As Special Forces operatives, they were no strangers to military crossbows and quickly became adept at handling the Shadow Hunter. The ensuing experience was nothing short of breathtaking. "My goodness, Captain, this device can pierce armor," one of the Special Forces members exclaimed, pointing at the holes left on the armored vehicle, his eyes wide with disbelief. The captain, caressing the Shadow Hunter in his hands, felt a mixture of astonishment and exhilaration. As a majestic eagle soared overhead, the captain gazed upward, raising the Shadow Hunter and carefully adjusting its position, locking onto the soaring eagle through the scope before suddenly pulling the trigger. The arrow shot forth like an enraged dragon, slicing through the air and soaring into the sky. Everyone looked up, stunned by the arrow's incredible speed, which was beyond the capacity of the naked eye to track. The sun hung high in the sky, its blinding rays causing everyone to squint as they searched for the arrow's trajectory. When they suddenly heard the eagle emit a mournful cry before plummeting to the ground, Elder Shao, witnessing the captain's remarkable skill, couldn't help but applaud in admiration. The overall commander and his entourage were equally astonished, exclaiming, "Now, that is a true marksman." The crowd erupted into applause, while the captain gently caressed the dragon-head portion of the shadow hunter, feeling the adrenaline surge through him. He sensed an inexplicable synergy with the crossbow, its usage feeling instinctive and effortless. Truly, it was an extraordinary weapon. Who could have crafted such a remarkable crossbow? Its terrifying penetrating power, extended shooting range, portability, and rapid-fire capabilities rendered it nothing short of a divine instrument. The overall commander smiled, remarking, "The Chuan military knife provided to you was also designed by the same craftsman, Jing Shang of Factory 125. The Special Forces members exchanged glances, their expressions revealing their astonishment. Another product from Factory 125? Perhaps they were not familiar with Jing Shang's name, but the reputation of Factory 125 had become widely known in recent days. This once marginalized cold weapon factory had merged into Factory 98, but was now experiencing a resurgence in fame. The Chuan military knife was indeed a product of Factory 125, and they had been using it for over half a month, fully appreciating its power. To say it was the most formidable military knife in the world would not be an exaggeration. Those previously renowned military knives were easily chipped and dulled against the Chuan knife, while some even broke entirely. In comparison, they were simply not on the same level. In contexts of outdoor combat, survival, and close-quarters fighting, it was undoubtedly a weapon of divine caliber. Now, with Factory 125 unveiling yet another marvel, the Shadow Hunter crossbow, the overall commander and Elder Shao exchanged knowing smiles as the Special Forces captain voiced the sentiments of all, affirming, "Indeed, Jing Shang is a genius in the field of weapon development." After offering words of encouragement to the Special Forces members, Elder Shao prepared to return. Upon his arrival at the military building, he meticulously organized all of Jing Shang's information and reviewed it thoroughly once more before summoning his secretary. Secretary Cheng knocked and entered the room. Elder Shao inquired, "Have we clarified Jing Shang's background?" Jing Shang was to be commended for his achievements and simultaneously awarded a military rank and title. Given the merit of the Shadow Hunter crossbow, his rank would likely be elevated to at least that of a second lieutenant. However, in comparison to his contributions, this was still a modest recognition. Chapter 49. Recovering foreign surveillance equipment. The primary concern of Elder Shao was to ensure that Jing Shang, being quite young, would have ample room for future development, thus preventing this young man from losing his motivation. It is not difficult to foresee that Jing Shang's prospects will continue to brighten. Aside from the fact that his father had not yet spoken to him directly, the circumstances of others had already been thoroughly understood. Elder Shao nodded, acknowledging that Jing Shang's grandparents were farmers, still cultivating land in their hometown. Both of his parents were ordinary workers, but they had fallen victim to the wave of layoffs, rendering them unemployed. Later, his father established a small pig farm back home, and life gradually improved. However, they were subsequently struck by the pandemic, leading to the culling of all their pigs, resulting in heavy losses. Unexpectedly, in the following year, the price of pork plummeted, ultimately leading to bankruptcy and substantial debts to the bank. To repay these debts, Jing Shang's father began working on fishing boats and eventually purchased a small vessel of his own. Since acquiring the boat, the family's situation slowly began to improve. Elder Shao inquired, "When will Jing Shang's father return?" Secretary Cheng pondered for a moment before responding, "He should be back in about 3 days." Secretary Cheng momentarily froze, momentarily forgetting to answer. This lapse was understandable, for Elder Shao's words were truly astonishing. Given Elder Shao's status, it was improbable that he would personally engage in a background investigation of a junior officer, which highlights the extent of his regard for Jing Shang. It is important to note that if Elder Shao were to personally intervene and the background check yielded no issues, it would effectively serve as a guarantee of credibility for Jing Shang. Should anything go awry in the future, Elder Shao himself would also face repercussions. Nevertheless, Elder Xiao was fully aware of the consequences, yet still chose to proceed. After a moment, Secretary Chung responded, "Understood." When the personnel from the Military Achievements Building visited Jing Shang's home, they were dressed in civilian attire but presented their credentials. And with the distinctive vehicles of the Military Achievements Building, they were not concerned about raising suspicions about their identities. Jing Shang's father had just returned from the sea. Elder Xiao and the staff from the Military Achievements Building arrived at Jing Shang's home, and upon revealing their identities, Jing Shang's parents were quite taken aback, quickly inviting everyone inside. Jing Shang's family resided in a small purchased apartment in the county, with a backyard that housed various items used for fishing expeditions. Jing Shang's parents were somewhat oblivious to the nature of the background investigation being conducted by the Military Achievements Building, unaware that it was a necessary step for his promotion. After all, Jing Shang had not returned home for quite some time, and his parents were deeply concerned about his well-being in the military. Learning that their son was doing well brought them immense joy. Jing Shang's mother brewed tea and served fruits and sunflower seeds, while his father retrieved fine cigarettes from a drawer, offering them to the guests, who politely declined, except for Elder Xiao, who nonchalantly lit one. These individuals were seasoned in conducting home visits for investigations, and their conversation flowed smoothly, quickly creating a warm atmosphere. As they smoked and sipped tea, Jing Shang's parents relaxed, naturally opening up as the dialogue progressed. The questions posed by the Military Achievements Building were casual, and Jing Shang's parents answered effortlessly, as their family background was quite clean. Elder Xiao, having observed Jing Shang's home, recognized that the family had endured considerable hardships, thus initiating a conversation with Jing Shang's father on this topic. Jing Shang's father expressed his sentiments, patting his thigh and saying, "Back then, I was impulsive, thinking I could recover the compensation for the swine fever in one go. I mortgaged the pig farm to secure a bank loan to expand, purchasing numerous piglets. Who would have thought that the following year, pork prices would begin to decline? And by the third year, they fell below 10 yuan, leading to catastrophic losses and overwhelming bank debts." At this point, Jing Shang's father still expressed profound regret. That period was undoubtedly etched into his memory. Elder Xiao inquired with a smile, "Can fishing fill this financial void?" Jing Shang's father shook his head. "While fishing can be profitable, it does not yield sufficient income when working for others. After a few years, I managed to repay a portion of the debts, and the urgency from debt collectors lessened. At that time, there was an old fishing boat at the dock for sale, so I took it over, repaired it, and began fishing on my own. However, the initial years were not smooth, and I hardly made any profit." Elder Xiao glanced at the investigators, who shared puzzled expressions. According to their findings, Jing Shang's father had cleared all his loans shortly after purchasing the boat, which was contrary to his assertion that he had not earned any money in the early years. Was there something amiss? Reflecting on past hardships, Jing Shang's father could not resist lighting another cigarette. His mother shot him a disapproving glance. "Smoke less." Ignoring her, he lit up and chuckled. "I am in a good mood today." Elder Xiao joined him in smoking, laughing as he remarked, "Aren't you concerned about the delayed repayment of the bank loan?" Jing Shang's father laughed heartily. "The loan has been settled. After a little over 2 years of owning the fishing boat, I repaid more than 1 million. Principal and interest included. Now, that was quite a feat." Elder Xiao pretended to be casual. "Did you not just say that you didn't earn anything in the first few years after buying the boat?" Jing Shang's father patted his thigh, chuckling. "While I didn't profit from fishing, I did come into some unexpected wealth." The investigators felt a tightening in their chests, secretly wondering if there might indeed be issues with Jing Shang's family background. All eyes turned to Jing Shang's father. He smiled and said, "I didn't catch many fish, but I did recover several pieces of foreign surveillance equipment." He continued, "You wouldn't believe it. It was quite fascinating. One of them was black, equipped with advanced solar panels, a propeller at the back, and small wings on either side. I heard it could be remotely controlled in the sea, quite agile. When I first retrieved it, I thought it was peculiar and promptly handed it over to the local branch of the Military Achievements Building. Later, I was informed that it was foreign reconnaissance equipment, and I received a reward of 50,000 yuan. Fortunately, I continued to find several more, and many fishing boats in the area had similar discoveries. The largest reward I received was over 200,000 yuan, which allowed me to clear my bank loans. Jing Shang's father proudly recounted his remarkable achievements, leaving Elder Xiao and others utterly astonished. It turned out that it was not Jing Shang's father's arduous fishing efforts that repaid the hefty loan, but rather the foreign surveillance equipment he had recovered. Chapter 50. The White Eagle Empire's main force. This elicited mixed reactions of amusement and exasperation. Simultaneously, the underlying issue became clear. The White Eagle Empire-led coalition had been consistently suppressing the Dragon Country, with frequent naval activities causing recurring troubles. The White Eagle Empire's deployment of underwater monitoring devices, many of which had been retrieved by fishermen over the years, was a constant source of annoyance. Consequently, the military naturally encouraged these discoveries and offered substantial rewards. With the misunderstanding resolved, the investigators breathed a collective sigh of relief, recognizing this as a meritorious achievement. The atmosphere relaxed, and Elder Xiao inquired with a smile, "Tell me about Jing Shang. Did you assist him in choosing his university major, or was it his own decision?" Jing Shang's father proudly declared, "Of course, I helped him choose it." Elder Xiao casually asked, "Why did you have him study engineering mechanics?" As he spoke, he took a sip of his tea. Jing Shang's father candidly replied, "I simply wanted him to build some reconnaissance equipment for me, so I could claim rewards." This revealed his penchant for petty gains. Jing Shang's mother, upon hearing this, sharply pinched Jing Shang's father. "How could you say such a thing?" she exclaimed, exasperated. "Aren't you jeopardizing our son's future?" Elder Xiao nearly choked on his tea, barely managing to swallow it, resulting in a fit of coughing. He looked at Jing Shang's father and asked, "Did Jing Shang actually build anything?" He mused that with Jing Shang's abilities, it was indeed plausible that he could have created such a device. Jing Shang's father replied with regret, he didn't have the time. He enlisted in the military shortly after graduation. The others breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that no mishap had occurred, as Jing Shang's future could have been jeopardized. How could a father be so irresponsible as to have his son study engineering mechanics solely to build reconnaissance equipment? Such a thought process was utterly baffling. Jing Shang's mother glared at her husband, her expression conveying, "Don't mention things you shouldn't." After leaving the Jing Shang residence, everyone felt a chill, their backs drenched in sweat. Fortunately, disaster had been averted. On the way back, Elder Xiao wiped his forehead and remarked, "That was a close call. I almost ruined a brilliant engineer." If Jing Shang had actually created some dangerous device and gone to the military to claim a reward, it would have been difficult to handle. Although his talent would have ensured a solution, it would have been a significant stain on his reputation. Secretary Chung chuckled. Jing Shang is a sensible young man and would never do anything so absurd. However, his father's story suggests that Jing Shang has a predilection for weaponry. Elder Xiao and the others nodded in agreement, recognizing that while talent exists, the research and development of new weapons and equipment require extensive knowledge accumulation. Talent alone cannot conjure new weapons out of thin air. Through their conversation with Jing Shang's father, they surmised that Jing Shang's interest in developing weapons and equipment stemmed from his father's experience in capturing foreign devices. Elder Xiao stated with conviction, Jing Shang must have sensed the nefarious activities of foreign powers in the waters surrounding Dragon Country, which motivated him to develop new weapons and strengthen national defense. The others concurred, finding this explanation plausible. Thus, Jing Shang became, in their eyes, an exemplary young man brimming with positive energy. With Jing Shang and Appo's family background cleared, they only needed to ensure the widespread trial of the Hunter crossbow was successful before acknowledging Jing Shang's contributions to the development of the two new weapons, rewarding him with military honors, merits, titles, and various benefits. Meanwhile, the Special Operations Team had arrived at the 47th War Zone in the Abala Desert. The Abala Desert is rich in oil resources, and the 47th War Zone is one such area. For years, the White Eagle Empire had sought to control the 47th War Zone to secure cheap oil. To this end, they had invested considerable effort and manpower in the region. In recent years, their activities had intensified, with 3,000 troops deployed deep into the heart of the 47th War Zone. They had also supported a mercenary group, aiming to eliminate dissidents and cultivate their own influence in the 47th War Zone to achieve control. Their specialty was assassination and ambush. Their targets were often leaders from various factions in the 47th War Zone, including those affiliated with the oil company that had ties to Dragon Country. These assassinations and ambushes had caused severe repercussions and negatively impacted Dragon Country's interests. In recent years, many high-ranking officials in the 47th War Zone who were friendly to Dragon Country had been eliminated by this mercenary group. Now, this mercenary group had become a thorn in the side of the Dragon Country military, and its removal was imperative. Upon arriving at the 47th War Zone in the Abala Desert, the Special Operations Team was received by Dragon Country intelligence officers and disguised as a camel caravan. They were to traverse a desert to reach their target city. The intelligence officer, riding a camel, briefed the Special Operations Team on the current situation. The White Eagle Empire has launched attacks on Yasha City in recent days. Missiles can be seen streaking across the night sky, and the fighting is intense. The long-range strikes are nearing completion, and the main ground forces are expected to advance into Yasha City soon. The captain listened intently, nodding, and then straightened his posture, gazing into the distance. "What Indapos is ahead?" he asked. The intelligence officer raised his binoculars and looked ahead along the road. Tanks were clearly visible in the distance. "Damn, it's the White Eagle Empire's tank division." The White Eagle Empire, disregarding all pretense, was attempting to swiftly eliminate dissidents through military force and establish absolute control over the 47th War Zone. These 3,000 troops were launching a full-scale assault on Yasha City, and after several rounds of long-range missile strikes, the ground forces were moving in. The tank division in the distance was the White Eagle Empire's main force. The intelligence officer said with concern, "I didn't expect the offensive to come so quickly. It looks like we'll have to take a detour." The camel caravan consisted of over 20 people, including about 10 locals, the intelligence officer, and 9 members of the Special Operations Team. Traveling in this direction meant heading to Yasha City, and taking the main road would inevitably arouse suspicion from the tank division. If intercepted, it would be problematic, and they might fail before even having a chance to showcase their skills. For safety, they chose a small road to bypass the area. The small road was about 5 kilometers from the main road, with small hills obstructing the view, allowing them to avoid the White Eagle Empire and Apos' tank division. The camel caravan and Apos' progress was slow, but surprisingly, they caught up with the tank division. The captain of the Special Operations Team, lying on a sand dune, observed through binoculars that the tank division had stopped on the road. A group of White Eagle Empire soldiers were frantically dealing with something, and the tanks would move a short distance before stopping again, unable to proceed smoothly, as if some malfunction was hindering their progress. As members of the Special Operations Team, they were naturally familiar with tanks. Chapter 51. Schadenfreude. The vanguard forces of the White Eagle Empire should have commenced their assault on Ashash City. However, the armored units have yet to arrive, resulting in a significant traffic jam on the highway, a situation that is clearly abnormal. A bizarre thought crossed the mind of the Special Operations Team leader. Could it be that the tanks of the White Eagle Empire are suffering from clogged filters? The unique geographical conditions here, with swirling sands, could very well lead to such an issue. The leader boldly speculated that the filters of the tanks ahead might be obstructed, hindering their advance. In this desert combat environment, sandstorms are frequent, and filter blockages are a common occurrence. Other components could also be affected by the sand, leading to a complete immobilization of the tanks. Under normal circumstances, this might not be a major issue, as a simple cleaning would suffice. However, encountering such problems during wartime, especially at a critical offensive moment, is exceedingly awkward. The ever-changing dynamics of the battlefield mean that so many tanks being stranded on the road will undoubtedly impact the offensive momentum at the front lines. This situation serves as a significant lesson for weapon developers. Had these tanks been modified before entering the desert combat zone, such issues could have been avoided. On a genuine battlefield, it is not merely the cacophony of gunfire that guarantees victory. Rather, the ability of weapons to adapt to the battlefield environment often determines success or failure. The long-range missile strikes of the White Eagle Empire have severely pressured Ashash City. Yet at this crucial moment, the tank units have faltered, revealing a flaw in their equipment and resulting in a missed opportunity. Members of the Special Operations team could not help but feel a twinge of schadenfreude at this turn of events. Nonetheless, they dared not linger long. Hastening along a narrow path, circumventing a hill, and ultimately stepping into Ash City. By the time their team entered the city, the flames of war had subsided. Clearly, the subsequent forces of the White Eagle Empire had failed to keep pace, forcing a hasty conclusion to the battle and providing the defenders of Ash City a moment to catch their breath. Under the guidance of scouts, they smoothly navigated the pre-planned route into Ash City. Their appearance was hardly distinguishable from that of ordinary citizens. With slight facial disguises, they could easily blend in. The situation was more complex than anticipated, and with regard to the direct confrontations in the 47th Battle Zone, the Special Operations team would remain uninvolved. The sole mission for the 9 of them was to quietly execute their original plan, eliminating the mercenaries in secrecy. This group of mercenaries had not vacated Ash City. They were still on the hunt for new targets, primarily aiming to assassinate several high-ranking leaders of the 47th Battle Zone. By eliminating key figures, they sought to destabilize the entire enemy force, collaborating with the White Eagle Empire to utterly eradicate all resistance. The local factions found themselves at a loss against these elusive mercenaries, yet they could not simply hide indoors indefinitely. At this juncture, they could only rely on this Special Operations team. The mercenaries belonged to the Starfish Mercenary Corps, a notorious group in the Appalachia Desert region, funded by the White Eagle Empire. Based on intelligence, the Special Operations team swiftly identified several key individuals targeted by the Mercenary Corps and proceeded to scout the surrounding area, speculating on potential attack locations. Following established patterns, the enemy employed sniper rifles, allowing them to deduce a general range based on the rifle's effective distance. By understanding the sniper's choice of vantage points, they could conjecture potential sniping positions, ultimately selecting the optimal location to lie in wait and prepare for a counter-sniper attack. The 9 members safeguarded 9 frontline officers from the 47th Battle Zone. The sniper position chosen by the team leader was located in an abandoned office building, recently bombarded and entirely evacuated. One side of the building had suffered extensive damage, exposing the internal concrete and steel reinforcements. As night fell, the White Eagle Empire launched another offensive. Missiles crisscrossed the night sky like meteors streaking through the dark, yet at this moment, no one had the heart to admire the grim spectacle. The team leader set up his Shadow Hunter crossbow, meticulously surveying the surroundings through the scope. A shell exploded nearby, shaking the entire building, but he remained unfazed. The previously speculated sniper positions revealed no signs of activity. Perhaps the intensity of the White Eagle Empire's assault had compelled the mercenaries to abandon their assassination plans. The cacophony of war engulfed Ash City, drowning it in chaos. The sounds of explosions, cries, and gunfire intertwined. The city was enduring a purgatorial ordeal. The team leader, however, would never permit such flames of war to encroach upon the territory of the Dragon Kingdom. The decisive battleground was firmly established upon the scorched earth of the Appalachia Desert. The defenders, relying on Ash City, mounted a frenzied defense with exceptional firepower. As 10 tanks thundered past the street in front of the abandoned office building where the team leader was positioned. Nonetheless, in the face of the White Eagle Empire's terrifying onslaught, the defenders ultimately found themselves overwhelmed, retreating in disarray. At that moment, the senior officer the team leader was tasked with protecting emerged from a distant building, escorted by guards, preparing to leave by vehicle. Simultaneously, the team leader detected the mercenary attempting to carry out the sniping mission. Clad in black, the mercenary melded into the night. Yet as he prepared to execute his lethal intent, the team leader keenly sensed his movements. Indeed, it was at one of the anticipated sniper positions. The distance to the officer's escape point was a staggering 500 meters, nearly at the extreme limit for sniping. The adversary was an exceedingly confident expert. The team leader's distance to the mercenary was even more formidable, reaching an astonishing 3,000 meters. Utilizing the scope, He swiftly locked onto the mercenary and decisively pulled the trigger. The arrow shot forth like a shadowy predator, slicing through the night sky towards the sniper. Meanwhile, the sniper was still calibrating his rifle. By the time he sensed something amiss, it was already too late. He raised his head in confusion, a glimmer of bewilderment in his eyes. Before he could react, the arrow was upon him. With a thud, the arrow pierced the sniper's skull. A single strike brought him down. The team leader gazed at the brilliant spray of blood through the scope, then turned without a backward glance, retreating from the scene. The feat of a 3,000-meter long-range shot with the Shadowhunter crossbow had truly been accomplished. As the team leader hastily descended the building, he skillfully stowed the crossbow, securing it at his lower back and covering it with a loose outer garment. Just after he exited the abandoned office building, a missile struck, resulting in a deafening roar as the structure collapsed instantly, accompanied by a cloud of dust and debris. He seamlessly blended into the throng of fleeing civilians, as if nothing had transpired, vanishing into the depths of the night. In a dilapidated residence within Ashash City, a group of over a dozen starfish mercenaries gathered around a screen, watching the Knight's assassination operation unfold. Their targets were several senior officers from the 47th Battle Zone in the Apollisha Desert, along with key officials from several oil companies. These individuals typically enjoyed tight security. Not only was assassination difficult, but even a mere meeting was a challenge. However, with the White Eagle Empire launching a full-scale offensive on Ashash City this evening, the city was destined to fall. The evacuation of these individuals presented a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for the Starfish Mercenary Corps, who had been lying in wait for days. The assassination tasks arranged for tonight were particularly intense, comprising a total of 3 meticulously planned operations. Chapter 52 targeted. The screen displayed 3 stationary red dots, each enveloped by undulating waveforms. These were real-time signals transmitted from the front lines, the red dots denoting the positions of 3 snipers, while the pulsating waveforms symbolized their heartbeats, attesting to their continued existence. Any aberration in a red dot would signify that the corresponding sniper had encountered peril. Furthermore, the sniper's respiration and the distant reverberations of gunfire could be distinctly discerned through the earpieces. At this juncture, all 3 snipers were poised, awaiting the emergence of their targets. Much of the equipment within the room had been furnished by the White Eagle Empire. This mercenary contingent had initially been an exceedingly clandestine entity operating within the Apollo Desert, specializing in executing decapitation and assassination missions. With the backing of the White Eagle Empire, they had become conspicuously audacious over the preceding 2 years. Their equipment had become progressively sophisticated, and the operational capabilities of their members had been augmented, propelling them up the ranks among numerous mercenary groups. Like a nascent luminary ascending with alacrity, they had become impossible to disregard, yet there was a sense of helplessness regarding this group concealed in the shadows. Concerning this operation, the mercenaries within the room harbored no particular apprehension. They had executed such endeavors countless times, having attained proficiency and seldom committing errors. Even in the event of unforeseen contingencies, the monitors could direct the snipers to withdraw entirely. Presently, one of the mercenaries responsible for monitoring detected an anomaly. A muffled sound emanated from the earpiece of the operative he was overseeing. It resembled the sound of something piercing bone and flesh. As a mercenary habitually stationed on the battlefield, he possessed an acute sensitivity to such sounds, yet he could not definitively ascertain its nature. As it diverged from the customary report of gunfire, 1-1 respond. The monitoring mercenary immediately queried, endeavoring to establish contact with the sniper, while mercenary 953, stationed behind him, promptly directed his attention to the red dot on the screen representing 1. No response was forthcoming through the earpiece. The situation appeared dire. Swiftly, the undulating waveform of the red dot representing 1 vanished from the screen, becoming a static point, akin to a system malfunction. In such circumstances, only 2 possibilities existed. Either the monitoring equipment had been abandoned at a fixed location, or the sniper had met with misfortune. However, it was inconceivable that their designated Sniper 1 would have unilaterally detached the monitoring apparatus. This implied that Sniper 1 had likely succumbed to adversity. A slight agitation rippled through the mercenaries within the room, yet they swiftly regained composure. Having habitually flirted with mortality, they regarded life and death with greater equanimity than most. It was merely that, for over a year, the Pinstripe Mercenary Corps had engaged in predominantly covert assassination missions, rather than frontal engagements. And the number of fallen operatives was negligible. They silently mourned one, while simultaneously clinging to a sliver of hope. Perhaps it was merely an accident. After all, the city was engulfed in incessant bombardment, and one might have been unfortunate enough to have been struck by a stray round. After another dozen minutes elapsed, the monitor overseeing Sniper 2 furrowed his brow. The sound emanating from the earpiece was anomalous, prompting him to exclaim, "2, 2, respond. 2, 2, respond." No response was forthcoming from Sniper 2 through the earpiece, only the distant reverberations of artillery fire. It appeared that Sniper 2 was not in proximity to any artillery barrage. The bombardment was occurring some distance away, at least several blocks removed. All eyes converged upon the second red dot on the screen. Shortly thereafter, the undulating waveform of this red dot also dissipated. Apprehension gripped the assembly. The mercenaries exchanged glances, their visages etched with perplexity and astonishment. If only one sniper had encountered misfortune, it could be rationalized. But for two snipers to perish in rapid succession within a mere quarter of an hour seemed exceedingly peculiar. Could both snipers have been so ill-fated? Moreover, they had distinctly heard the voice of 2, and artillery fire was not in his vicinity. If he had not been inadvertently struck by artillery, then what had transpired? Before the assembly could formulate a response, the monitor overseeing Sniper 3, apprehensive that 3 might encounter a similar predicament, promptly inquired, 3, 3, respond. 3, 3, respond. Ordinarily, monitors would refrain from disturbing snipers prior to the completion of an assassination mission, lest it disrupt their focus. After all, sniping demanded unwavering concentration. Interruption could impair their performance. Customarily, snipers would report mission completion, whereupon the monitor would guide them to evacuate the area. "What's all the commotion? You startled me." 3 is fine. 3 is fine." The response from 3 assuaged the apprehension of the mercenaries within the room. Perhaps the preceding 2 snipers had merely been unfortunate. The monitor of 3 inquired, 3, 3. "Are there any anomalies in your vicinity?" The voice of 3 reverberated once more. "No, everything here is." The transmission abruptly terminated, as if some force had forcibly interrupted him. Prior to this, his cadence and tone had been entirely normal, implying that he had been oblivious to the impending peril. All eyes were riveted upon the third red dot on the screen. Inevitably, the undulating waveform of the third red dot also vanished precipitously. The mercenary commander clenched his fist, the scar on his face appearing more grotesque, his gaze betraying a complex mlang of emotions. "We appear to have been targeted." The successive demise of 3 snipers was no mere coincidence. The Pinstripe Mercenary Corps had been targeted. A pall of silence descended upon the confines of the small room. As denizens of the shadows, they had invariably been the ones stalking and targeting prey. Yet, at this juncture, they themselves had become the quarry. The ultimate capitulation of Yasha City, jointly seized by the White Eagle Empire and the insurgents, had transpired. According to the original plan, the Pinstripe Mercenary Corps, upon completing their assassination mission that evening, would masquerade as fleeing civilians, mingling with the throngs of refugees en route to another city, continuing to locate and assassinate designated targets of the White Eagle Empire's military apparatus, in exchange for opulent bounties and an array of advanced weaponry and equipment. However, the Pinstripe Mercenary Corps had abandoned this scheme, for they had essentially ascertained that their unit had been marked by an unknown adversary, and they could not rashly take action until they had ascertained the truth. Upon the ingress of the White Eagle Empire and the insurgents into the city, the commander led his men to personally inspect the 3 rendezvous points. All 3 corpses were discovered, accompanied by 3 arrows. The corpses were arranged neatly at the rendezvous points, maintaining the aiming posture they had assumed in life, yet each bore a perforation in their foreheads. These perforations had been inflicted by arrows. At the scene, they discovered 3 identical arrows, two of which had pierced the skulls and embedded themselves in the concrete ground behind the bodies, their penetrative force astonishing. Chapter 53. Could it be the skeleton mercenary corps? The captain meticulously examined the arrow in his hand. The arrow was entirely shrouded in a deep black hue, with barbed tips designed to amplify its lethality. Once embedded within the body, it inflicted extensive damage, and if forcibly extracted, the barbs would cause even more grievous harm, leading the victim to succumb to severe blood loss or critical internal injuries. In such a sniper operation, marksmen would lie low to the ground, making it nearly impossible to strike them. The only vulnerable target left was their heads, and all three arrows struck true, penetrating their skulls. The three men were dispatched by a skilled archer, and judging by the timing and location, it was evident that three different marksmen were involved. One mercenary, perplexed, inquired, "Was it a crossbow that did this?" The captain shook his head, his expression grave. "It was a crossbow." The mercenaries gasped in astonishment. A crossbow can possess such lethal power. The captain, a man of considerable skill, sought minute clues based on the locations of the incidents, the surrounding environment, and the trajectory of the arrows. Notably, the first sniper was shot from a distance of at least 3,000 meters. This was an almost impossible shooting range and angle, with no elevated terrain in sight capable of executing such a shot on the first sniper. As an experienced leader, he had confidence in his deductions, yet the conclusion left him profoundly bewildered. Indeed, the crossbow was a formidable cold weapon, and with advancements in technology, its range had continually improved. However, the most powerful military crossbows available on the market had a maximum range of around 600 meters. Even those specially modified crossbows were unlikely to surpass 800 meters. Standing at the location of the first sniper's demise, he gazed silently at the distant high-rise buildings. After a prolonged pause, the captain slowly articulated, "Only the angle from that distant building aligns with the trajectory of the shot, and it is precisely 3,000 meters away from the first sniper." The vice captain and the other mercenaries nearly leapt in disbelief, their faces awash with incredulity. Seasoned warriors accustomed to the chaos of gunfire were acutely aware of the implications of a 3,000-meter range. 3,000 meters? How can that be? Even our sniper rifles cannot reach that far. Indeed, the sniper rifles currently in their possession, provided by the White Eagle Empire, had a maximum range of 2,750 meters, which was already the pinnacle of global sniper rifle capabilities. If sniper rifles could not breach 3,000 meters, how could a cold weapon, a crossbow, possibly achieve such a feat and pierce the skull of the first sniper? What kind of power and initial velocity would that require? Could it still be classified as a cold weapon? Could it still be deemed a crossbow? This was utterly implausible. If crossbows truly possessed such might, what need would there be for sniper rifles? This was the stark reality. There was no other possibility. Our enemies wield a crossbow of astonishing lethality. The captain asserted with unwavering conviction. Despite the incredulity he felt, the three corpses lay before them, demanding belief. This was a lead bought with the lives of three expert marksmen. Who could the enemy behind this be? The vice captain inquired, furrowing his brow. Recognizing the gravity of the question, could it be the skeleton mercenary corps? Among the myriad of mercenary groups, one was known for its use of crossbows and its penchant for assassination missions, and that was indeed the skeleton mercenary corps. The captain shook his head. "I know the skeleton mercenary corps well. First and foremost, they align themselves with the rebels and the White Eagle Empire, and they would not strike against us lightly. Furthermore, their crossbows have a range of only 600 to 800 meters, and the arrowheads differ from those they typically employ. You see, this arrowhead is exquisitely crafted and much shorter. It is fundamentally dissimilar to those utilized by the skeleton mercenary corps." The vice captain nodded. If the skeleton mercenary corps possessed such a terrifying weapon, they wouldn't be trailing us in the rankings. Silence enveloped the group once more. The captain proposed a theory. Could the sharpshooter behind this be a special forces operative sent by the Dragon Kingdom? Although the Dragon Kingdom consistently denied military operations in the Appalachia Desert, those who spent their days amidst the chaos of gunfire in this arid expanse were naturally skeptical of such official proclamations. In truth, they had been aware of the existence of Dragon Kingdom special forces for many years. The vice captain stroked his chin thoughtfully, considering the interests at stake in this entire conflict. Aside from the local garrison suffering losses, the Dragon Kingdom stands as the greatest victim. Their Big Star Mercenary Corps recently eliminated a high-ranking figure from an oil company. Though the target narrowly escaped, he was gravely wounded and has yet to regain consciousness, severely disrupting the Dragon Kingdom's oil imports and causing significant repercussions. It makes perfect sense that the Dragon Kingdom would send someone to deal with us. Yet the captain promptly shook his head. However, this does not elucidate the matter of the crossbow. I have never heard of the Dragon Kingdom possessing such a fearsome crossbow. The mercenaries erupted in fervent discussion. Who could possibly invent such a terrifying crossbow with a range extending to 3,000 meters, surpassing even that of sniper rifles? The dilapidated buildings, ravaged by warfare, stood as grim reminders of conflict. Near a window, the Big Star Mercenary Corps gathered, vehemently denouncing the perpetrator behind the creation of the Shadow Hunter crossbow. The inventor of this weapon was nothing short of a lunatic. A range of 3,000 meters rendered the very existence of sniper rifles obsolete. Meanwhile, atop a distant high-rise, a Special Forces operative keenly observed the Big Star Mercenary Corps. While they endeavored to uncover the mastermind, the operative was simultaneously searching for the remaining mercenaries' positions. The best bait, of course, was the 3 snipers' corpses left at the scene. The captain's strategy had indeed borne fruit. The Big Star Mercenary Corps had been successfully targeted. Lost in contemplation, the captain seemed to sense something, raising his gaze toward the rooftop, but all he saw was a shadow vanish from view, a flicker of doubt flashing through his mind. Yet he did not dwell on it. The captain swiftly made a decision. According to intelligence from the White Eagle Empire, a high-ranking officer in Yasha City had not escaped and was trapped within the city. His current whereabouts were unknown, but if they could locate his hiding place and orchestrate an assassination, it would surely draw out the adversary lurking behind the scenes. The entire city was under the control of the White Eagle Empire and the rebels, presenting a significant advantage for the Mercenary Corps. Fortune smiled upon them, and the following day, they identified a suspected hideout. The captain dispatched a sniper to continue the assassination mission while instructing the other mercenaries to encircle the area, ready to pounce upon any enemy they might encounter. For safety's sake, the captain also requested additional reinforcements from the White Eagle Empire. And this mysterious assassination team garnered considerable attention from the upper echelons of the White Eagle Empire. After all, this posed a threat to their high-ranking officers. We can execute a decapitation operation against the garrison, but you must never employ such tactics against our leadership. Chapter 54. His fate was sealed. Such was the unwavering logic of the imperious White Eagle officer, who spared no expense to confine the assassins within the city, aiming to eliminate them entirely and preempt any future threats. A formidable dragnet was meticulously woven, comprising a contingent of 100 White Eagle soldiers in collaborative engagement, augmented by a matching number of local insurgents. Provided the intelligence held true, the adversary's ambition to assassinate the high-ranking official sniper would inevitably lead them into the meticulously laid trap. Unbeknownst to the unit's commander, their every maneuver was under the keen surveillance of the Special Forces. The captain orchestrated a swift deployment, with 9 operatives embarking on a unified mission, their sights set on the formidable Pi Daxing mercenary group. The Pi Daxing mercenaries were entirely oblivious to the fact that the Special Forces' ultimate objective transcended the mere escort of the high-ranking officials' evacuation. Their true quarry lay in the complete annihilation of the Pi Daxing mercenary group, for they were the designated prey in this deadly game. 9 individuals ventured into the desolate expanse of the 47th War Zone, driven solely by the imperative to eradicate these clandestine assassins and thwart the White Eagle Empire's audacious decapitation strategy. Clad in indigenous attire, the 9 operatives navigated the labyrinthine streets with unparalleled discretion. Their unassuming appearance rendered them indistinguishable from the common populace, betraying no hint of their true identities. The thoroughfares teemed with insurgents and White Eagle Empire troops brandishing weapons. The 47th War Zone, ravaged by incessant conflict, had devolved into a haven of rampant weaponry, where the cacophony of gunfire, the specter of mortality, and the crimson stain of bloodshed had become commonplace, a veritable inferno on Earth. In this forsaken land, virtually every soul possessed a firearm. The sporadic bursts of gunfire bore testament to the civilians' clandestine assaults on the insurgents and the White Eagle Empire's forces, igniting incessant skirmishes. Under the guise of liberating the 47th War Zone, the White Eagle Empire had, in the eyes of the local populace, become nothing more than invaders. Bestow upon a civilian a firearm, and they would instantly transform into a warrior. In stark contrast, the Special Forces operatives bore a closer resemblance to ordinary citizens. Devoid of ostentatious weaponry, their shadow hunter crossbows remained discreetly concealed, defying any suspicion that they harbored formidable cold weapons capable of surpassing the deterrent effect of conventional firearms. At the captain's command, the 9 operatives initiated their lethal hunt. The Pi-Daxing mercenary group, in their hubris, believed their scheme to be impregnable, unaware of the lurking predator. One by one, the dispersed mercenaries became targets, systematically eliminated. Dismay washed over the leader's countenance as he struggled to comprehend the source of their misfortune. The muffled thuds reverberating through his earpiece served as a grim harbinger, each instance sending a jolt of dread through his heart. For it signified the demise of yet another mercenary. As anticipated, the diminutive red on the screen, symbolizing life, ceased its rhythmic flicker. The leader, unable to remain confined to the shadows, declared to the dozen or so individuals within the room, "Follow me." The group swiftly evacuated the flat, embarking on a relentless pursuit of the Special Forces operatives. Employing the distinctive analytical approach of a sniper, the leader, at the expense of a fallen mercenary, discerned the operative's trail. Bellowing in fury, "Seize him! Alive! I want him to endure unimaginable torment." Their quarry had sought refuge within a derelict 5-story edifice, its structure visibly compromised by a partial demolition. The Special Forces operative had executed the fatal shot from the building's uppermost level and was now preparing to withdraw. "Damn it! Captain, I'm surrounded," the operative exclaimed. "Head east. We're sending reinforcements." The captain responded without hesitation, unwilling to abandon any member of his team. As the operative executed a swift retreat, he meticulously assessed his remaining equipment: a shadow hunter crossbow, 12 arrows, a pistol with 30 rounds, and a serpent's kiss combat knife strapped to his lower leg. Despite the converging forces of White Eagle Empire soldiers and insurgents, their uncertainty regarding the operative's identity afforded him a brief reprieve, while the mercenaries, recognizing their quarry, unleashed a barrage of gunfire. The operative darted into an alleyway, scaling a low wall. In a fluid motion, he drew the shadow hunter crossbow, an arrow automatically slotting into the firing groove. Swiftly aligning his sights on the pursuing mercenaries, he discharged an arrow that streaked towards its target with blinding velocity. A fleeting glint of cold light pierced the air. The mercenary, caught unawares, suffered a fatal head wound, the bloody arrow embedding itself deep within the concrete wall behind him. The mercenary behind him cried out, "Here! This way!" The encirclement tightened, while the remaining 8 operatives launched a coordinated assault on the mercenaries, insurgents, and White Eagle Empire soldiers, diverting pressure from their besieged comrade. The shadow hunter crossbow and pistol alternated in a deadly symphony, felling dozens of soldiers and mercenaries in short order. The rate of attrition surpassed even the White Eagle Empire's full-scale assault on Yasha City, a testament to the ferocity of the engagement. The operatives' unerring accuracy and elusive movements instilled fear among the White Eagle Empire soldiers and insurgents, while the mercenaries relentlessly pursued their prey. Unfamiliar with the intricacies of Yasha City, the operative relied on instinct to guide his eastward flight. Aided by his comrades, he managed to shake off the White Eagle Empire soldiers and insurgents, though 5 mercenaries remained in dogged pursuit. Once again, the operative inventoried his dwindling resources, arrows depleted, ammunition exhausted. Discarding the pistol, he stowed the shadow hunter crossbow, leaving him with only the serpent's kiss combat knife, a dagger-like short blade suited solely for close-quarters combat. The 5 mercenaries, however, had yet to expend their ammunition. One wielded a submachine gun, unleashing a continuous barrage, while the others emptied their pistols. Their relentless pursuit gained momentum with each passing volley. As the mercenaries' ammunition dwindled, they succeeded in cornering the operative within a narrow alley, effectively sealing off any avenue of escape. 3 mercenaries stood to the left, 2 to the right. Clutching the serpent's kiss combat knife, the operative fixed his gaze upon them. A closer inspection revealed the operative's foreign origins. A silent exchange of glances confirmed their suspicions, a special forces operative dispatched by the Dragon Kingdom. Undeterred by this revelation, the Pi-Daxing mercenaries, 5 in number, pressed their advantage. "He will not escape," they declared. "Today, he shall fall, avenging our fallen brethren." With a sudden burst of aggression, the operative lunged towards the mercenaries on the right, where the numerical disadvantage offered a sliver of hope. He sought to exploit the fleeting space and distance to carve out a chance for survival. The 2 mercenaries met his charge with equal ferocity. The glint of steel filled the air as their blades traced intricate patterns, slicing through the air with rapid, violent clashes. The operative's superior skill was evident. The serpent's kiss combat knife found its mark, striking a mercenary in a vital area. The wounded mercenary crumpled to the ground, never to rise again. Chapter 55. Is this cheating? One mercenary remained unfazed by the death of his companion, continuing his relentless assault with a flurry of swift dagger strikes aimed at the Special Forces soldier's vital points. Clearly a seasoned expert, the Special Forces soldier gritted his teeth. Wielding his Chiwen military knife, the clashing sounds of metal ringing incessantly in the air. In the span of just a few breaths, they had exchanged blows over 20 times. Then came a sharp clang of metal colliding, causing the mercenary and Oppo's pupils to constrict in disbelief as he stared at his broken dagger. How could this be? This seemingly indestructible dagger, which had accompanied him through countless life and death situations, had shattered in this fight. What sort of ill fortune was this? Little did he know. It was not mere coincidence. The hardness and sharpness of the Chiwen military knife far surpassed that of ordinary daggers. Just as the mercenary was stunned, the Special Forces soldier seized the opportunity to swing his Chiwen military knife, deeply slicing into the mercenary's throat. The mercenary staggered backward, clutching his wound, as the light of life gradually faded from his eyes before he collapsed with a thud. At that moment, 3 more mercenaries surged in from the left, offering the Special Forces soldier no chance to catch his breath. He was forced to continue fighting, quickly blocking their strikes, but still sustaining 3 knife wounds. During a swift turn, he drew the Shadow Hunter crossbow. Although it was out of bolts, it served as a shield against enemy attacks. The Shadow Hunter crossbow sprang to life, revealing a fearsome visage, a fierce dragon manifesting before them. For the first time, the 3 mercenaries clearly saw the crossbow that had wreaked havoc on the Starfish mercenary corps, their eyes burning with fury. They charged at the Special Forces soldier like madmen. These mercenaries, accustomed to the chaos of gunfire, were not as timid as the soldiers of the White Eagle Empire, even knowing the ferocity of the Special Forces soldier. They showed no fear. Their onslaught became even more aggressive and ruthless, yet their daggers were effortlessly deflected by the Shadow Hunter crossbow, leaving only faint traces behind, unable to pose any real threat. Meanwhile, the Special Forces soldiers' Chiwen military knife clashed with their daggers repeatedly, and one mercenary keenly noticed that his dagger was being chipped away with each encounter. What was once a sharp and intact dagger had become serrated. Soon after, in another clash with the Chiwen military knife, the dagger suddenly broke. At that moment, the mercenary's spirit shattered completely. What kind of weapon was this? It had severed 2 daggers in succession. Was such sharpness even still considered a knife? This Special Forces soldier from the Dragon Nation was indeed cheating. However, the Special Forces soldier gave them no time to think or react, thrusting twice towards the mercenary's heart with deadly precision, then casting a fleeting glance at him before moving on. There was no escaping death. After dispatching the 3 mercenaries, the pressure on the Special Forces soldier lessened significantly, with only 2 left to face. In the narrow alley, the 3 fought fiercely, blocking and roaring, akin to wild beasts, their attacks escalating in intensity. With no path of retreat, the 2 remaining mercenaries were overwhelmed with turmoil and panic. What kind of divine weapon was their opponent wielding? The crossbow could not be cut through, and the military knife was terrifying, having shattered 2 daggers while remaining unscathed. accustomed to the confrontations of firearms. The mercenaries were experiencing the terrifying power of cold weapons for the first time. The two mercenaries, though skilled, found their weapons lacking. And after a tense 5 minutes of brutal combat, they too succumbed, their daggers shattered, meeting their demise. In this close-quarters melee, the Special Forces soldier had severed 4 daggers in succession with his Chiwen military knife. As the battle concluded, he panted heavily. Hearing the sounds of search parties approaching from afar, he dared not linger, ignoring his wounds as he staggered towards the alley's exit. Casting one last glance at the 5 corpses within, the bodies lay strewn across the narrow alley, blood staining the ground. He glanced down at the Chiwen military knife in his hand, his gaze trembling with disbelief. Having fought fiercely against 5 mercenaries without a furrowed brow, he now looked at the knife with a sense of incredulous astonishment. Could this truly be called a knife? Though he had long known the Chiwen military knife was the pinnacle of modern weaponry, its quality far superior to others, incomparably sharp and unyieldingly hard. After acquiring the Chiwen military knife, he had repeatedly tested its might, but this was his first time wielding it in actual combat, and the results were astounding. In the past, such an outcome had been unfathomable, yet it had transpired before him. It was with this Chiwen military knife that he carved a bloody path. Without it, he would likely not have survived this day. As he traversed the streets, the Special Forces soldier mused, what was the name of the engineer who developed the Shadow Hunter crossbow and the Chiwen military knife? Upon returning home, he vowed to erect a plaque for him, to honor and pay tribute. To create such extraordinary weaponry could only be the work of a genius, an almost divine being. This battle had cost the Starfish Mercenary Corps dearly, leaving only 10 mercenaries, including the captain and vice-captain. Were it not for the relentless pursuit of the White Eagle Empire's forces and the rebels, which placed immense pressure on the Special Forces team, the Starfish Mercenary Corps would have faced total annihilation today. This battle had made the entire 47th War Zone of the Apollosia Desert acutely aware of the existence of this Special Forces team. They were a unit from the Dragon Nation, moving through the city like phantoms, their combat prowess unmatched. The Shadow Hunter crossbow and the Chiwen military knife made their official debut on the battlefield. The soldiers of the White Eagle Empire recognized the Chiwen military knife as a definitive mark of the Dragon Nation and Appos' warriors, for it was a weapon exclusive to them. A newly developed cold weapon not yet available for external sale. The Shadow Hunter crossbow astonished all, rumored to have an effective range of up to 3,000 meters. No one had anticipated that the emergence of these 2 cold weapons would alter the entire battlefield dynamics of the 47th War Zone. What the soldiers of the White Eagle Empire did not expect was that the hunt was only just beginning. With the powerful blockade and intervention of the White Eagle Empire's forces and the rebels, the Special Forces team had no choice but to add the rebels and high-ranking officers of the White Eagle Empire to their list of targets. 2 days later, inside the Military Achievements Building, Secretary Chung knocked and entered Old Xiao's office. Old Xiao, the commander of the White Eagle Empire's military headquarters, wishes to video call you. Old Xiao pondered for a moment before replying. Very well, let him in. Soon, the image of the commander of the White Eagle Empire's military headquarters appeared on the screen. Old Xiao, your side just announced non-involvement in the affairs of the Apollosia Desert, yet you send special operations personnel to the front lines to create chaos? Old Xiao remained composed as he replied, we do not interfere in the internal affairs of the Apollosia Desert. Unlike certain factions that openly dispatched 3,000 troops to wreak havoc there, the commander of the White Eagle Empire's military headquarters scoffed, denying it is futile. I've caught you red-handed this time. The screen displayed 3 photographs of men clad in Persian attire, sporting full beards, nearly unrecognizable as Special Forces soldiers upon closer inspection. The images were slightly blurred, but the facial features unmistakably bore the characteristics of Easterners. Old Xiao maintained his impassive demeanor as he stated, I have no time for your petty arguments. I advise you to withdraw from the 47th War Zone promptly. With that, he abruptly ended the video call, showing no mercy to his counterpart. Immediately, he picked up the phone and dialed the commander, speaking in a stern tone. Why are the personnel you selected so reckless? Just after the announcement of non-involvement in the Apollosia Desert, 3 of the 9 you sent have already been exposed. Is this still an assassination mission? You might as well have them charge in with their guns raised and a flag proclaiming our intervention in the Apalisha Desert. The commander-in-chief endured a severe reprimand from Elder Shao, his face turning an ashen hue. Following the scolding, he promptly contacted the captain of the Special Forces. Within a safe house in Yasha City, after the Special Forces members had extricated themselves from the battle, 9 operatives remained hidden indoors, refraining from venturing out. The city had been completely sealed off, and the military officer who had been guarding them was captured. The situation was dire, as a citywide manhunt was underway. The 9 operatives, along with an intelligence officer from Longhua, gathered around to sip tea and converse, their atmosphere surprisingly harmonious. One Special Forces member expressed his frustration, lamenting, "I never anticipated the sudden intervention of the White Eagle Empire's army and the rebels. Had I foreseen this, we could have eradicated the Starfish Mercenary Corps by now, and perhaps we would be on our way home." The Longhua intelligence officer reassured him, "Do not fret, opportunities abound. Rest assured, they cannot sustain this level of search indefinitely. Once I arrange a safe route, we shall depart from here." As the conversation flowed, a phone nearby rang, instantly silencing the group. This was a secure line designated for communication with headquarters. The captain, sensing the urgency, answered without delay. The voice of the commander-in-chief crackled through the receiver, demanding to know, "What is happening? How has your identity been compromised? I instructed you to discreetly eliminate the Starfish Mercenary Corps, yet you are gallivanting through the streets, firing weapons in plain sight. What is the meaning of this?" The captain stood speechless, chastened, while the commander continued to roar. "Have you dealt with the Starfish Mercenary Corps yet?" Clenching his fists, the captain reluctantly replied, "Not yet." Furious, the commander overturned a chair, exclaiming, "Creating such a commotion while the mission remains incomplete. How could you?" He inquired about the fate of the mercenary group's leader and deputy. The captain, burdened by despair, gritted his teeth and answered, "They remain unharmed." Nearly throwing the phone, the commander admonished, "Did I send you on vacation? The entire Yasha City is under lockdown. Remember, do not get captured. Once the mission is accomplished, transition directly to intelligence work. There will be no need to return home." With a click, the call ended. Infuriated, the captain slammed his fist on the table, causing the cups to rattle and tea to splash everywhere. The Special Forces member who had been cornered earlier, with a face full of regret, said, "Captain, I am sorry. This is all my fault. If I hadn't exposed our position, none of this would have happened. You should not have come to rescue me." The captain patted his shoulder, urging him to sit down, and returned to his seat, taking a deep gulp of tea. "I brought you all out, and I intend to return each of you safely." The intelligence officer inquired, "What are your plans now?" "Clearing a safe route will take time, and the scrutiny is intense. We will eventually be discovered." The captain's simmering anger was palpable as he coldly replied, "We must proceed with our mission. The remaining 10 mercenaries must be eliminated. The White Eagle Empire and those rebels are attempting to encircle us. We cannot passively await disaster. We must retaliate and demonstrate that our Longhua Special Forces operate independently, free from interference from the White Eagle Empire or the rebels." Turning to the intelligence officer, he asked, "Do you have any photographs or information on the rebel leaders or the commanders of the White Eagle Empire?" The intelligence officer, taken aback, stammered, "What do you intend to do? You cannot be serious." Observing the captain's resolute gaze, the intelligence officer sighed in resignation, "Alas, you are truly reckless. If this continues, I too will share in the misfortune. I may never return home." With a resigned demeanor, he produced photographs and documents regarding the rebel leaders and several commanders from the White Eagle Empire. That night, the Special Forces team mobilized entirely, successfully eliminating the remaining 10 members of the Starfish Mercenary Corps, including their leader and deputy. The once mighty Starfish Mercenary Corps, bolstered by the support of the White Eagle's benefactors, vanished from the mercenary world forever. Upon learning of this news, a White Eagle Empire officer was left astounded. The Starfish Mercenary Corps had been annihilated right under the noses of the White Eagle Army, with soldiers and rebels flooding the streets. Their audacity to strike back was utterly brazen. He led a contingent to investigate, only to be met with the sight of fallen mercenaries strewn about. He bellowed orders to his men, "Search every building. We must find these assassins." Just as his command echoed in the air, a dark arrow sliced through the still night, piercing his skull and leaving a gaping wound. The officer fell lifeless, causing chaos among the surrounding soldiers, who frantically drew their weapons, searching for the sniper's location. Yet found nothing. 2 kilometers away, a Special Forces member stowed away his shadowy crossbow, seamlessly blending into the night as he departed. The 9 Special Forces members, having abandoned any thoughts of returning home due to the upper command's reprimand, were seething with rage. They became like specters, haunting every corner of Yasha City, executing a series of frenzied assassinations that unleashed a torrential bloodbath. All the targeted officers fell victim to the shadowy arrows. In just a few days, 7 high-ranking officers met untimely deaths. Only 1 officer narrowly escaped, the arrow striking him in the chest, but sparing his vital organs, pinning him to the wall. Under the protection of guards, he was rescued and taken to a hospital. The doctors, examining the peculiar wound, deliberated before informing him, "If the arrow is not withdrawn carefully, it could severely damage your internal organs, complicating treatment. The best course of action is to cut away the exposed part of the arrow and perform chest surgery to extract the tip." The officer, drenched in sweat and racked with pain, weakly nodded. "Hurry with the surgery. I need a dose of anesthetic. The pain is unbearable." Chapter 56. A tragic demise. The doctor swiftly administered anesthesia and summoned a pair of pliers to attempt breaking the outer portion of the arrow. However, an unexpected scene unfolded. Despite the doctor's utmost efforts, the arrow remained unscathed, leaving merely 2 small marks. The doctor was astounded. "This arrow does not appear overly heavy. How can it be so resilient?" A burly soldier stepped forward, declaring, "Allow me to give it a try." The soldier's veins bulged, his face turned crimson, his eyes nearly bulging out, yet the arrow remained impervious. This struggle nearly caused the officer to faint. A nearby soldier remarked, "It seems this arrow possesses an extraordinary material. Exceedingly hard, conventional methods are unlikely to suffice. Perhaps we should try hydraulic pliers." The doctors were perplexed. "Where can we find hydraulic pliers in this hospital? They are not standard equipment, and by the time we locate some, the officer may be beyond saving." Suddenly, another doctor had an epiphany and exclaimed, "Let us use a cutting machine. The hospital has one." The crowd exchanged glances, questioning the necessity of employing a cutting machine merely to break an arrow. The soldiers, however, were unyielding. Delay could cost the officer his life. "Enough chatter, let us proceed." Ultimately, the arrow was severed by the cutting machine, and the doctors promptly performed surgery, saving the officer's life. This news spread throughout the camps of the White Eagle Empire soldiers and the rebels, eliciting gasps of astonishment. Would they have simply awaited death without the cutting machine? Realizing this, the senior officers in the troops promptly dispatched individuals to procure cutting machines, carrying them at all times as a precaution. Faced with the specters lurking in the shadows, the assassination plans of the White Eagle Empire were completely thwarted. Now, the officers of the White Eagle Empire and the leaders of the rebels found themselves as potential assassination targets. Days later, the blockade was lifted, and the officers of the White Eagle Empire were reluctant to engage in direct confrontation with the special forces of the Dragon Kingdom, seeking reconciliation through this means. Indeed, the assassinations seemed to have ceased, bringing a collective sigh of relief. Subsequently, the troops advanced towards their strategic objectives as originally planned. However, just as the army set forth, the commander of the 47th War Zone in the Apalisha Desert of the White Eagle Empire was struck in the throat by an arrow and tragically perished due to insufficient medical intervention. The tides had turned. The officers of the White Eagle Empire never anticipated their own downfall. They had painstakingly supported the Sea Star Mercenary Corps in executing high-ranking officer assassinations against the stationed troops. Yet now, not only had the Sea Star Mercenary Corps been annihilated, but their commander had also met with misfortune. In an instant, officers of all ranks hid within their camps, fearful of stepping outside and encountering a similar fate. The rebel leaders, terrified, excavated tunnels to escape, fleeing far from the military camp to seek refuge in a remote village, desperate to evade detection by the Dragon Kingdom's special forces. This squad was nothing short of a band of lunatics. Despite their small numbers, they exuded the aura of a formidable army. Soon, the streets of the city were left with only a few soldiers wandering aimlessly, while the officers, large and small, had transformed into turtles retreating into their shells, unsure of where to hide, too frightened to even step outside. 9 Special Forces members roamed the city, in search of new targets. The captain ascended to the rooftop of a tall building, gazing down with a shadowy countenance. In his left hand, he held a shadow hunter crossbow, while his right gripped a Chiwen knife, his expression as cold as ice. Though the White Eagle Empire and the rebels had claimed this territory, he appeared to be the true sovereign of the city. Do you intend to seal the city and eradicate us? You must first inquire of my Chiwen knife, and whether the shadow hunter arrows consent. The relentless wave of assassinations executed by the Special Forces had brought the offensive of the White Eagle Empire and the rebels to an abrupt halt. The rebels fared better, being mere puppets propped up by the White Eagle Empire. However, the military headquarters of the White Eagle Empire was livid. The high-ranking officials from their distant headquarters issued orders for a full military assault to seize the next strategic location. The deputy commander of the 47th War Zone in the Apalisha Desert was promoted to oversee this operation. This newly appointed commander quickly organized his troops and set forth towards the next city. Yet, before they could even exit the city gates, this new official, having barely taken office, was taken down by an arrow from the Special Forces. The operational plans were once again mired in stagnation. With no other choice, the military headquarters of the White Eagle Empire had to find another newcomer to handle this hot potato. Yet, this individual flatly refused, claiming to be gravely ill and resigning from the position, stating, "I will not serve." Was this a jest? One moment they were vigorous, and the next they were bedridden. Performing for ghosts? A series of stern mandates from the military headquarters failed to mobilize the troops. No one dared to take the lead. The moment anyone showed themselves, they were shot. The bloody examples of the previous 2 commanders loomed large. In an instant, the military headquarters of the White Eagle Empire found themselves unable to command an army of over 3,000. You may order in advance, yet I shall remain still. This spectacle immediately attracted the attention of various factions. The internet erupted with reactions. Some mocked, others relished the drama, while many marveled at the deterrent power of the Dragon Kingdom's Special Forces. Although the Dragon Kingdom officially denied involvement, the truth was evident to all. The emergence of the Chiwen knife served as the most compelling evidence. Military enthusiasts were fervently studying this blade. Discussions surrounding the Chiwen knife dominated forums for days. Stealth fighters and intercontinental missiles paled in comparison to the excitement surrounding the Chiwen knife. I wish to acquire a Chiwen knife. Dream on. The Chiwen knife is not for sale. I am young, and I have a chance. I shall enlist. Then I will possess a Chiwen knife and that fearsome military crossbow. Many envied the citizens of the Dragon Kingdom, lamenting their inability to become soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom. I will pay handsomely for a Chiwen knife. Those with connections, please contact me. Money is no object. Though the official price was set at 10,000, it was not exorbitant for enthusiasts. The issue lay in the fact that it was simply not for sale. Even if it were, it was not something ordinary individuals could purchase, as it had to be procured through specific arms dealers. Enthusiasts and collectors could only wait for the Chiwen knife to trickle into the black market for a chance to acquire one. Even foreign arms dealers found themselves without avenues, as the military of the Dragon Kingdom would not be opening their doors anytime soon. Speculation ran rampant. If a Chiwen knife were to surface on the market now, how much would it fetch? Some even placed bids, with the highest reaching 1 million, while others showcased their bank balances, boasting of their abundance. The online buzz was electric. Another topic surrounding the Chiwen knife added an air of mystery. Someone online claimed that within the Chiwen knife was a top-tier blade, referred to as the King of Chiwen, known as the number 1 Chiwen knife. This number 1 Chiwen knife was said to be more formidable than mass-produced variants, rumored to penetrate armor. The post sparked a flurry of replies. Chapter 57. The world of the affluent is beyond our comprehension, while most people naturally dismiss the tale. The fervor surrounding the post transformed it into a myth within the military enthusiast community. In no time, the authenticity of the so-called number 1 Chi-1 knife became indistinguishable from legend, capturing the imagination of many. Amidst this backdrop, a grand auction unfolded in Stockholm, attracting considerable attention. Numerous dignitaries and celebrities graced the event, bidding on an array of antique artifacts and artworks. The highlight of the evening was an ancient samurai sword from the land of cherry blossoms. There exists a unique faction within the collector sphere that specializes in the acquisition of swords and blades. The samurai swords of the cherry blossom nation, akin to the ancient blades of the Dragon Kingdom, are highly coveted, with a select circle dedicated to their collection. Within this circle, an intricate hierarchy of disdain exists among the samurai swords. At the pinnacle lies the ancient blades, particularly those from the late Heian period to the year 1600, while modern blades languish at the bottom of this hierarchy. Despite the advanced craftsmanship of contemporary blades, they are derisively referred to as mere iron bars. Collecting modern swords, including military ones, at exorbitant prices invites ridicule, branding the collector as foolishly wealthy. Recently, a new military knife developed by the Cherry Blossom Nation garnered significant acclaim, leading to mass procurement by the military of the White Eagle Empire due to its exceptional sharpness and hardness. However, during a friendly match, it was soundly outperformed by the Dragon Kingdom's Chi-1 knife, which left it marred and battered, resembling a saw. Ultimately, the encounter resulted in the tragic demise of Takeda Takuya. Before this incident, the newfound military knife from the Cherry Blossom Nation was receiving considerable attention, with offers as high as $10,000 circulating online. In stark contrast, the ancient samurai swords often commanded prices in the millions. For collectors, the age of an item significantly elevates its value, with antiquities linked to historical figures fetching even greater sums. On this particular evening, interest in the samurai sword was palpable, with the starting bid soaring from $1 million to $2 million in an instant. Eventually, only a merchant from the Cherry Blossom Nation and a Persian prince remained in the bidding war. Draped in cloth, the opulence of the Persian nobility was unmistakable. Ultimately, the Persian prince secured the blade for $5 million, eliciting thunderous applause from the audience. Stepping forward, he grasped the samurai sword and boldly addressed the assembly of dignitaries, celebrities, and affluent individuals, proclaiming, "Who can procure for me a Dragon Kingdom Chi-1 knife? I am willing to exchange this sword or pay $5 million outright." His declaration sent shockwaves through the crowd. The auction was live-streamed, igniting a frenzy online, with even those indifferent to collecting drawn into the spectacle. My goodness, someone is willing to pay $5 million for a Chi-1 military knife. The Chi-1 knife crafted by the Dragon Kingdom is undeniably formidable, a fact that cannot be contested. This affront is nothing short of a disgrace for the Cherry Blossom Nation. Rumors circulated that the White Eagle Empire had faced setbacks in the Appalachia Desert's 47th War Zone, with over 3,000 troops immobilized in Yasha City due to a decapitation operation executed by a Dragon Kingdom Special Forces team. Numerous officers had been assassinated, their favored weapons being the crossbow and the Chi-1 knife. A video emerged from the 47th War Zone, depicting the Starfish Mercenary Corps annihilation. It showcased a fierce urban battle where one Special Forces soldier single-handedly dispatched 5 assailants, with 4 of their daggers severed in the process. Is the Chi-1 knife truly that extraordinary? The individual upstairs should omit the word ma. The Persian prince continued to speak. If anyone can present the number 1 Chi-1 military knife, I shall offer $100 million. Upon uttering this, he cast a monumental stone into the pond, creating ripples that spread far and wide. The entire live-streaming room erupted in excitement. The atmosphere in the venue became chaotic as all present were astounded by the prince's extravagant proclamation. Remarkable, $100 million for a modern military knife. The world of the affluent is beyond our comprehension. In the eyes of collectors, such a notion is sheer folly, be it military knives, martial arts blades, or various other forms. The older the item, the more valuable it becomes, particularly those associated with ancient emperors and renowned figures, a timeless truth. Modern military knives, if they fetch tens of thousands, are already considered extraordinary. Yet the Persian prince is prepared to spend $100 million on the number 1 Chi-1 knife. The very existence of this knife is questionable, with rumors suggesting it can penetrate armor, a claim that seems implausible given the thickness of armor plates, often exceeding 40 to 50 millimeters. This is the level of protection akin to that of tanks. Can a military knife truly breach it? Such disbelief is staggering. The auction rapidly became a trending topic. Wherever the Persian prince goes, he is the wealthiest individual in the room. His extravagant spending is a well-known spectacle. However, this time, he sought to leverage the auction's momentum to procure a Chi-1 knife, igniting a global conversation. Netizens from the Cherry Blossom Nation accused him of deliberately belittling their military knives. Meanwhile, netizens from the White Eagle Empire viewed it as a blatant affront, especially since the Persian prince's nation is also situated in the Appalachia Desert, effectively issuing a challenge to the White Eagle Empire. Many netizens from the White Eagle Empire flocked to the Defense Ministry's website, demanding action against the Persian Empire. The White Eagle Empire's Defense Ministry promptly redirected its ire towards the Dragon Kingdom, as it is always convenient to blame them for any misfortune. The commander-in-chief of the White Eagle Empire called Elder Shao, "You must pay for your actions in the 47th war zone of the Appalachia Desert." Elder Shao remained unfazed. "What can you do to me?" The White Eagle Empire's Defense Ministry ordered submarines to conduct reconnaissance in Sea Zone 1, intending to intimidate the Dragon Kingdom's military. In maritime operations, the White Eagle Empire and the Arctic Bear Empire are recognized as the strongest, particularly with the White Eagle Empire's navy flexing its muscles across various seas annually, especially in Sea Zone 1, showcasing its prowess against the Dragon Kingdom. With no new strategies at hand, they reverted to old tactics. The online uproar invigorated the Dragon Kingdom's weapon development sector. Unexpectedly, this year's superstars emerged as two cold weapons. The Chi-1 knife commanded astronomical prices, while the Shadow crossbow wreaked havoc in the 47th war zone, executing high-ranking officers and leaders with terrifying efficacy. A mere 9 special forces operatives rendered 3,000 soldiers of the White Eagle Empire and local insurgents paralyzed with fear. Both of these formidable weapons originated from the same brilliant mind, Jing Shang of Factory 125. Lu Xinfang lay in bed, scrolling through the news, her legs kicking in excitement, as if to celebrate her own achievements. She called Jing Shang. "Have you seen the news? A Persian prince is willing to pay $5 million for the Chi-1 knife you designed." Jing Shang, preoccupied with the flourishing success of the Shadow crossbow, was busy establishing its production line and paid little heed to the news. Chapter 58. What a bargain. Lu Xinfang's eyes widened in disbelief. "You mean to say you were unaware of such monumental news? The entire armaments research community is abuzz with it." Jing Shang rubbed his nose, feeling like an outsider yet again. Moreover, that Persian prince is willing to spend $100 million to acquire the number 1 Chi-1 military dagger. Jing Shang, perplexed, asked, "What is this number 1 Chi-1 military dagger?" Lu Xinfang clarified, "The internet claims it is the first Chi-1 dagger you created, capable of penetrating armor. Please be honest with me. Does the number 1 Chi-1 dagger truly exist?" Jing Shang clicked his tongue. The Persian prince is quite extravagant. After some thought, he realized that since the Chi-1 dagger is already in mass production, there is little reason to conceal it. According to the factory director, the chief commander frequently showcases it, and it won't be long before personnel from major armament factories are aware of it. There is indeed one, forged from meteorite, and it can penetrate tank armor, he admitted. Lu Xinfang gasped in astonishment. "I thought the rumors online were fabricated, but it genuinely exists. Could you send me a video?" Jing Shang sighed. "I gifted it to the factory director, who then passed it on to a collector. It is now in the hands of the chief commander." Lu Xinfang was taken aback, nearly dropping her jaw. "You gave it away for $100 million? You are far too generous." After her shock subsided, she shifted to the main topic. "I heard the Ministry of Defense awarded you a military merit citation and promoted you? Good heavens, and you're now a senior engineer and designer. Your rank surpasses mine by a considerable margin." Jing Shang did not deny it. Yes, that happened a few days ago. Elder Xiao personally presented the military medal to Jing Shang and even approved a vacation for him to visit his family, primarily to bring joy to his parents. Additionally, Elder Xiao specifically authorized an advance payment of 1 million from the first batch of dividends for the Qi dagger to be deposited into Jing Shang's father's account, to prevent any misguided thoughts and to allow Jing Shang to study those intricate devices upon his return home. However, Elder Xiao never anticipated that while Jing Shang successfully avoided the intricate devices, he inadvertently set off a much larger predicament. Jing Shang's father had gone back to sea, and with Factory 125 busy establishing the production line for the shadow crossbow, Jing Shang decided to postpone his vacation, wishing to wait for his father to return home, as his time with his parents was limited and he wanted to spend more moments with them. The Ministry of Defense placed even greater emphasis on the shadow crossbow than on the Qi dagger. They regarded the Qi dagger as suitable only for small-scale localized conflicts, a weapon of last resort. In contrast, the shadow crossbow boasted exceptional explosive power and initial velocity, with a range extending up to 3,000 meters. This enabled the shadow crossbow to excel in various combat environments. Originally, crossbows were masters of close combat, but with Jing Shang's technological enhancements, their power and range were significantly amplified, allowing the shadow crossbow to cover a vast area of attack. Whether delivering a fierce blow at close range or executing precise shots at medium to long distances, even performing long-range sniping tasks akin to a sniper rifle, it was capable of executing its role flawlessly. Its only drawback was the inability to rapidly replenish arrows in large quantities like bullets, leading to somewhat inadequate sustainability. However, this minor flaw could not overshadow its brilliance. The value and strategic significance of the shadow crossbow were evident, particularly following its exceptional performance in the 47th Combat Zone of the Appalachia Desert, which sent shockwaves throughout the military community and validated its extraordinary worth. The emergence of the shadow crossbow revolutionized the perceptions and imaginations of military personnel worldwide. No one expected that a weapon designer from the Dragon Nation could create a cold weapon that outperformed a sniper rifle. Was this the beginning of the end for sniper rifles? For the armies of various factions, the recent auction turmoil surrounding the Qi dagger had significantly raised its profile. However, the military most in need of new equipment was genuinely interested in the shadow crossbow. This device was nothing short of a battlefield annihilator. The White Eagle Empire had audaciously intruded into the affairs of others in the Appalachia Desert, dispatching 3,000 elite troops equipped with high-tech weaponry, such as stealth fighters and long-range missiles, seemingly limitless in their bombardment of foreign territory. Even more egregious was their expenditure to hire local mercenaries for oil interests, employing every means necessary. Yet, a small special operations team from the Dragon Nation disrupted their plans, hiding in Yasha City and refusing to show their faces. Dozens of officers and rebel leaders were assassinated, and the once feared assassination kingpin, the Starfish mercenary group, was entirely annihilated by this special operations team. Among this, the shadow crossbow played a pivotal role, as all the high-ranking officers and rebel leaders who fell victim to assassination were accurately struck at critical points, either the head, the heart, or the throat, resulting in instant death. Its precision, explosive power, and extraordinary range made it the coveted weapon of snipers. Coupled with the shadow crossbow's characteristics as a cold weapon, portable and silent during shooting, allowing snipers to glide like phantoms across the battlefield, instilling terror in their foes. The number of casualties was not the crux of the matter. Rather, it was the intimidation factor it engendered. For instance, the 3,000 troops of the White Eagle Empire were too fearful to show themselves, rendering operational plans nearly impossible to execute. In the minds of these officers, the Special Operations Team had become an inescapable shadow of death. No one could hide indefinitely, whether to scout the battlefield, command in person, or boost morale. Officers eventually had to reveal themselves, but the moment they did, they would be targeted and summarily executed. How could such a battle be fought? All major armies recognized the shadow crossbow's power and strategic value. When paired with a sharpshooter, it could unleash firepower equivalent to tens of thousands of tons. Although Elder Shao lamented that the Special Operations Team's exposure of his identity afforded the White Eagle Empire's military commander leverage against him, he was secretly elated. With just 9 men, they had disrupted the White Eagle Empire's plans. What an extraordinary bargain. The outcome was beyond his expectations, truly perfect. It is worth noting that the competition between the Dragon Nation and the White Eagle Empire in the Apalachia Desert had scarcely ceased over the years. The Dragon Nation was reluctant to upset the status quo, continuously laying groundwork in secret, unlike the White Eagle Empire, which acted brazenly. However, the confrontations between their special forces had been exceptionally fierce. Elder Shao had also fought in the Apalachia Desert during his youth, and the scars on his face were a testament to that time. To this day, the struggle for oil resources in the Apalachia Desert remains unresolved, with both sides employing various strategies to secure cheaper oil to support their national industrial developments. The White Eagle Empire openly intervened in the region, bombarding indiscriminately, placing immense pressure on local factions to gain greater influence in the area. In contrast, the Dragon Nation primarily operated through commercial activities, sending few special operations personnel, which gave an impression of a weak presence in the Apalachia Desert, resembling a commercial company rather than a formidable force. Chapter 59. Who could possibly contest this? Yet now, a mere 9-member Special Operations Team has rendered the combined forces of the White Eagle Empire and the rebels paralyzed in the city of Yasha. How could Elder Shao not feel elated? Whether or not the Special Operations Team's identities have been exposed is of little consequence to him. Their achievements far outweigh the risks of exposure. What does it matter if it is known that it is the work of the Dragon Kingdom? It is akin to his previous rebuttal to the Supreme Commander of the White Eagle Empire's military. What can you do to me? If you have the capability, come at me. I am ready to play this game to the end. Should you dare to cause further trouble, you will lose all control over the forces in the Apalachia Desert, with your officers reduced to mere rabble, ultimately facing annihilation at the hands of the local garrison and the populace. In this confrontation, the emergence of the Shadow Crossbow has turned the tide in the entire 47th battle zone, allowing the relatively weak Dragon Kingdom to seize the initiative. This has incensed the higher-ups of the White Eagle Empire's military, who have resorted to furious threats of revisiting their previous tactics in Sea Area 1, evidence of their palpable panic. This series of events has only deepened Elder Shao's admiration for Jing Shang. He, in his capacity as a senior military official, has personally bestowed military merit medals upon Jing Shang. The Chiwen Saber has been awarded 3rd-class merit, while the Shadow Crossbow has received 2nd-class merit. In Elder Shao's view, 1st-class merit was within reach, but considering Jing Shang's youth and boundless potential, he opted to temper the reward level to prevent any arrogance that might hinder future research motivation. Such scenarios are not uncommon in the realm of weapon development. There are instances where individuals achieve remarkable feats in weapon design at a young age, garnering accolades, ranks, status, and wealth, only to find themselves creatively spent thereafter, relying on past achievements until retirement. Although those who make significant contributions are taken care of for life by military factories, and their reputations safeguarded, such practices are not conducive to the broader context of research and development. This is one of the reasons military factories seek reform, to invigorate the enthusiasm of all research personnel. In response to Jing Shang's detailed list of requests, the military factory has been wholly cooperative, granting whatever was asked. Factory 125 has gained notoriety due to these 125 experiments. While Jing Shang has made substantial investments in various advanced equipment, he is acutely aware that he is now tethered to Factory 125. As long as he can deliver innovative weaponry, the military factory will not concern itself with which facility he operates from. Enjoying his time at Factory 125, he can procure equipment freely and even transfer workers from other factories without issue. In recent days, Factory Director Ho has been positively euphoric, with truckloads of diverse new equipment arriving at Factory 125. The once desolate workshop is now brimming with cutting-edge machinery, a sight that brings immense joy. As Director Ho inspects each workshop, he gleefully surveys the new equipment and the freshly transferred workers, exclaiming, "Ah, after over a decade as factory director. This year truly feels like I'm a real factory director. Jing Shang, smiling beside him, replies, although these devices are the latest, they require some modifications to better suit the production of the shadow crossbow and enhance efficiency. Director Ho, lacking technical knowledge, waves his hand, saying, "You are in charge. Just tell me what you need, and I will coordinate." In Director Ho's eyes, Jing Shang is an invaluable asset. His years of toil have not been in vain, and spring has finally arrived. Previously, he had merely held a nominal position as factory director, intending to coast until retirement. Now he has transformed into a legitimate, sought-after leader in the military factory sector. The directors of cold weapon factories are now clamoring to include him in various workgroups, their enthusiasm palpable. It is worth noting that during his tenure of over a decade at Factory 125, not a single military factory director had ever reached out to him, not even a phone call. He was perceived as an outsider. Now, they all embrace him as a brother, lavishing him with camaraderie as if they had been sworn siblings since birth. Director Ho harbors no thoughts of rejecting Jing Shang's requests. He is fully committed to letting him experiment, trusting him completely. After all, Jing Shang's achievements speak for themselves. The Chimei Saber and the shadow crossbow have shaken the entire military industry. Who would dare contest that? Even Prince Lang Yi has offered a staggering $100 million for the first Chimei Saber he developed and $5 million for mass production, despite its production cost being merely a few $100s. Who would not be impressed by that? He is practically revered as a deity. Within Factory 125, Jing Shang's standing has eclipsed that of Director Ho. No one dares disregard his words. He commands unwavering respect. Colleagues speak of him in hushed tones, referring to him as a genius, a future star, and a pillar of the cold weapon development community. This absolute authority and influence enable Jing Shang to operate with remarkable ease. Decisions that might seem illogical to outsiders are accepted without question, attributed to his exceptional genius. For instance, the modifications to the new equipment are based on improved schematics he obtained from the system, which he then uses to guide the workers in implementing his vision through equipment alterations and reprogramming. While such tasks would be monumental for other engineers, Jing Shang completed an entire production line within about a month. Through further upgrades on this new equipment, he has successfully established a top-tier production line for the shadow crossbow, with factories humming with activity. As global military forces continue to clamor for the two cold weapons developed by the Dragon Kingdom, coupled with the sensational news from Prince Lang Yi, numerous arms buyers have begun to focus their attention on the weaponry produced by the Dragon Kingdom. The first buyer is none other than Prince Lang Yi himself. Unlike the bidders at previous auctions, this prince wields significant power within the Lang Yi Empire, overseeing military procurement matters personally. Initially, he had little regard for the Dragon Kingdom's weaponry. It is widely acknowledged that the arms of the White Eagle Empire, the Arctic Bear Nation, and the Willpower Empire are of superior quality. While the Dragon Kingdom has made strides in certain long-range strike weaponry, it has been a target of eager procurement, albeit with reluctance from the suppliers. Chapter 60. The Focus of Focus. Have you seen the merchandise on the official website? What a collection! Bullets and rifles from the 1950s, assault rifles and submachine guns from the 1970s, along with aircraft and tanks left over from the Soviet era, all relics of a bygone age. It is essential to remember that Dragon Country endured a catastrophic turmoil several decades ago, with incessant internal and external conflicts that spanned many years. As a result, an immense stockpile was amassed, once considered a treasure trove, but now it has devolved into mere antiques. These relics are left to languish in warehouses. Discarding them feels painful, yet keeping them occupies valuable space. Attempts to sell them have proven fruitless. For years, they have remained in a state of awkward neglect. However, one must admit that should these rifles and bullets find their way to the battlefields of the Appalachia Desert, they would still prove effective, their lethality unabated. In the Appalachia Desert, even civilians sometimes take up arms, fighting fiercely against the soldiers of the White Eagle Empire, leading to heart-rending scenes of sacrifice. If only these weapons were at hand, they could indeed be of service. Despite the neglect faced by these antiques, A handful of relatively modern aircraft still manage to attract some lucrative offers. Nevertheless, the arsenal is currently most troubled by these outdated relics. Little did they foresee that the emergence of the Chiwen military knife and the Shadowhunter crossbow would pique interest in these antiques, particularly from the affluent nobles of the Appalachia Desert. At the International Arms Exhibition, within the Dragon Country exhibition area, Manager Su arrived early. This time, a considerable array of weaponry was on display, ranging from rifles and tanks of the 1950s to 1980s, including models of aircraft carriers. Notably, there was a significant addition of cold weapons, as the Chiwen military knife has begun mass production, gradually replacing older military knives in various battlefields, thus rendering many items obsolete. Various types of military knives were arranged in an impressive formation, exuding an air of grandeur. Given the recent popularity of the Chiwen military knife, Manager Su had taken special care to showcase one to attract attention. As the time to welcome guests approached, he instructed his staff to tidy their hair and don their name tags in preparation for the influx of customers. Manager Su's company specializes in exporting Dragon Country's weaponry, frequently traversing the globe to attend arms exhibitions. This particular event was of international caliber, with various powerful factions showcasing their exhibits. Previously, Dragon Country's display area was often relatively quiet, featuring older items with no new equipment for sale, resulting in limited interest. However, whenever an order did come through, it was invariably a substantial one, and Manager Su always remained vigilant. As other arms dealers wandered the venue before the opening, comparing the weaponry on display, they approached the Dragon Country area and burst into laughter upon seeing the same old items. Here comes Dragon Country again with their antiques. How amusing. They'll never sell these off. Only a fool would show interest in such outdated weaponry. It seemed that today, Dragon Country was destined for another disappointing outcome. A dealer from the White Eagle Empire, upon seeing the familiar items in Dragon Country's display, wore a smug smile, straightening his posture. Evidently pleased that another competitor had been eliminated, Manager Su cast a disinterested glance around, too indifferent to engage with the mockery. Among peers, disdain was mutual, and no one held the other in high regard. Before long, the exhibition officially commenced. Buyers began to filter in, many of whom were from various influential factions, while others were military enthusiasts eager to broaden their horizons, snap photos, and later flaunt them on online forums. The most captivating displays belonged to the White Eagle Empire and the Arctic Bear region, but gradually, the crowd around Dragon Country's area began to swell. The attendees were not significant clients, primarily military aficionados, whose interest was not in conventional weaponry, but in the recently viral Chiwen military knife. Among them was a small live broadcaster from Dragon Country, energetically providing commentary. Previously, enthusiasts could only find photographs and scant videos of the Chiwen military knife online, making this their first opportunity to see the actual item in person, inciting great excitement. Soon, the Dragon Country exhibition was encircled by dozens of individuals. Manager Su patiently elaborated on the formidable aspects of the Chiwen military knife. Suddenly, someone shouted, "Look, there's a Chiwen military knife." The military enthusiasts and buyers surged toward the exhibit, creating a lively atmosphere as hundreds gathered, many of whom were potential buyers. Their primary focus was the Chiwen military knife, leading to animated discussions, even referencing events from the 47th Battle Zone in the Appalachia Desert. One enthusiast inquired, "Manager Su, what is the name of the crossbow used in the 47th Battle Zone of the Appalachia Desert?" Manager Su replied with a smile, "That would be the Shadowhunter crossbow." Nearby, a soldier from the White Eagle Empire rolled his eyes, pondering whether this constituted an indirect admission that the combat team was not from Dragon Country, even questioning the lack of pretense. Previously, they had only heard whispers of Dragon Country developing a fearsome crossbow, but specifics remained classified. Hearing Manager Su explicitly state its name for the first time stirred excitement among the enthusiasts. Another enthusiast asked, "Why not showcase it?" These attendees had no intention of purchasing. They were solely there to expand their knowledge, and the absence of the Shadowhunter crossbow left them somewhat disappointed. Manager Su explained, "The technology is too advanced for display at this time." The crowd murmured, intrigued, How could a cold weapon be deemed too advanced to showcase? Such a statement seemed rather audacious. Nevertheless, the Shadow Hunter crossbow indeed possessed unique qualities. One might wonder which elite weapon could instill such fear in the regular army of the White Eagle Empire that they would cower within the city, disrupting their entire operational strategy. While many found Manager Su's claims somewhat exaggerated, upon reflection, they struggled to refute his assertions. Laughter resonated among the audience, fostering a congenial atmosphere. At that moment, Prince Longyi parted the crowd, making his way through, followed by a casually dressed procurement team. Their formal attire, complete with headscarves and pristine white robes, made them the focal point of attention at the arms exhibition, the most coveted clientele. Chapter 61. Truly a prince, with astute insight and lavish generosity upon their arrival. They immediately captured the attention and curiosity of all present, for it had been many years since the Longyi Empire had procured weaponry from us. A nearby arms dealer from the White Eagle Empire promptly recognized the Longyi prince, fully aware of his significant influence and status as a prominent noble within Longyi. Furthermore, he was one of the key clients for various arms companies in the White Eagle Empire. Hastening forth, the arms dealer greeted the Longyi prince with a respectful bow, his face beaming with a radiant smile. "Ah, old friend, it is a pleasure to see you again. What can I assist you with this time? Do visit us. We have an abundance of fine merchandise." The Longyi prince responded with a subtle smile, inquiring, "Do you carry the Chiwen military knife?" The dealer's smile instantly faltered. Was this truly a question? Who was unaware that the Chiwen military knife was manufactured in our country? Where could he possibly source one for him? Turning away, the Longyi prince pleasantly addressed Manager Su. "Is the Chiwen military knife you are showcasing today available for purchase?" Manager Su shook his head with a smile. "We only give away the Chiwen military knife. It is not for sale." This declaration elicited a stir among the crowd. Only giving away? What kind of game is this Chinese arms company playing? The Longyi prince appeared equally puzzled. What does giving away entail? There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world, especially in arms trading. There must be some strings attached. Manager Su gestured towards the array of weaponry behind him. "If you select any weaponry from our exhibition area, and your order totals 5 million, we will gift you a Chiwen military knife." An order of 5 million for a Chiwen military knife was indeed a lucrative deal. After all, at an auction in Stockholm, a Longyi prince had once been willing to pay $5 million for a single Chiwen military knife, equivalent to 30 million yuan. Now, acquiring one merely required a purchase of 5 million in Chinese weaponry. What a fortuitous arrangement. Upon hearing this, the Longyi prince's eyes sparkled. 5 million was a trivial sum for him. Even if he were to pay from his own pocket, it would still be a worthwhile investment. Moreover, he had long yearned to possess a Chiwen military knife, especially as the first foreigner to own one. His cousin, who had been quite extravagant at the auction, had failed to acquire one despite his high bids. Manager Su's words ignited the prince's keen interest. "And if I were to purchase more, would the Chiwen military knife still be included?" Manager Su nodded. "One Chiwen knife for 5 million, 2 for 10 million, and so forth. We pride ourselves on honesty in business." While Manager Su appeared composed, internally he felt as if he were cradling a rabbit, hoping fervently that no one would actually wish to purchase this batch of antiquated weapons. His intent was straightforward, to utilize the Chiwen military knives, costing only a few hundred each, to clear out the inventory of decommissioned old weapons. After all, these outdated armaments were no longer in use across various military districts in China, and their maintenance incurred significant expenses annually, rendering them useless to retain. The Longyi prince tilted his head slightly, deep in contemplation. With over 3,000 nobles in the Longyi Empire, he would need to set aside one for his father, not to mention his uncles and aunts, as well as several hundred close friends. How many should I purchase? After a moment's reflection, he declared, "Let us proceed with an order of 1 billion. The crowd erupted once more. The Longyi prince was indeed extraordinary. His wealth was evident. Boldly uttering a figure of 1 billion, the White Eagle arms dealer became increasingly anxious. "Old friend, spending 1 billion on these outdated relics is a waste. Why not come see our latest missiles? They offer precision strikes and tremendous power. Surely, you will be satisfied." The Longi prince replied with a smile, "Next time, without a doubt. Today, I have a preference for these Chinese weapons. Financial matters are of no concern to me. I simply wish to cultivate a friendship with Manager Su, spending 1 billion merely to forge a friendship." The White Eagle Arms dealer nearly fainted from the prince's dismissive attitude. Manager Su, meanwhile, was left utterly astounded. A 1 billion order for these antiquated weapons was previously unfathomable. In the past, a few scattered sales of several million were considered substantial, and now, an astonishing 1 billion had been committed, clearing a significant amount of inventory and saving a considerable sum on maintenance. Among the onlookers, a young streamer was live broadcasting and was rendered speechless by the news, momentarily forgetting to monitor his live stream. The comments section erupted with praise for the Longi prince. Truly, he was a figure of immense wealth, boldly placing a 1 billion order. Manager Su likely felt elated internally while maintaining an outward facade of calm. Indeed, the prince displayed remarkable discernment and a generous spirit. The Longi prince was genuinely invested in acquiring the Chiwen military knife and was willing to spend significantly. Now, the Longi prince would be recognized as the first individual outside of China to possess a Chiwen military knife, further amplifying his notoriety. With a 1 billion order, he would receive 200 Chiwen military knives, a deal that was undeniably advantageous. Manager Su cheerfully escorted the Longi prince and his procurement team to the VIP area, where they finalized the details and signed the procurement contract, inciting envy among other arms companies. This group of antiquated items had been sold off for 1 billion in one fell swoop, causing frustration among competitors. Major powers like the White Eagle Empire and the Arctic Bear had accumulated numerous outdated items over the decades, struggling to sell them, often discarding them at bargain prices. Yet, here was the Longi prince, managing to sell them at market value, securing a remarkable profit. When the arms factory received the order, they too were taken aback. They had anticipated selling perhaps a few fighter jets, but who would have thought that merely through the sale of weaponry from the 1950s and 60s, they would earn 1 billion? This business venture was indeed a windfall. Although the Chiwen military knife was not widely available for export due to its advanced technology, gifting away 200 of them was hardly a burden, given their minimal cost. Soon, news of this transaction spread like wildfire within the industry, igniting a surge of interest. Subsequently, many clients began to approach, eager to purchase these antiquated items, with a simple request: a Chiwen military knife as part of the deal. The arms factory could hardly have imagined that these relics, once a burden due to maintenance costs and difficult to sell, would eventually find themselves in high demand. The Longi prince returned to the Longi Empire with a significant array of weaponry. In truth, the Longi Empire had no shortage of such low-tier equipment, having accumulated a substantial stockpile through years of arms procurement. Not long after, news broke that the Longi prince had offloaded these weapons at a low price to other battle zones in the Apalisha Desert, particularly the 47th Battle Zone, where a considerable quantity was purchased. Chapter 62. I want to make a big move on one hand. The 47th War Zone is embroiled in conflict, leading to significant weapon consumption. On the other hand, Prince Longi is offering a fire sale at remarkably low prices. This transaction appears to be a loss for Prince Longi. Yet he remains unconcerned, for what he truly desires are the Chiwen sabers. Distributing these sabers not only strengthens his ties with the nobility, but also fortifies familial bonds, significantly contributing to the stability of his position. Thus, the expenditure seems entirely justified. Such an act of prioritizing appearance over essence has sparked intense discussions within the military enthusiast community. A mere cold weapon, a saber, has astonishingly catalyzed a billion-dollar deal, an unimaginable feat in the past. However, the Chiwen saber has achieved this. Curiosity abounds regarding the genius behind the creation of these extraordinary Chiwen sabers and the shadow crossbow, with even the international arms development community engaging in fervent debate. Jing Shang remains indifferent to these matters, diligently constructing a production line for the shadow crossbow atop the mountain. Just as he nears completion, he learns that his father has returned from the sea. He calls home, and his mother answers, putting the call on speaker. "Come quickly, our son is on the line." It is not easy for military personnel to reach home, so his parents are particularly attentive. As soon as Jing Shang's father settles down, he hears Jing Shang's voice. Mom and Dad, please refrain from going out to sea for the time being. Once I finish this round of tasks, I will return home for a while. Jing Shang's father laughs heartily. Rest assured, I will not be taking the fishing boat ashore anymore. You can come back whenever you wish. However, Jing Shang is taken aback. What happened? Is everything all right? His father proudly replies, while I was at sea, an inexplicable 1 million appeared in my account. We are now wealthy. Why go out to sea? I plan to make a significant move. Jing Shang is perplexed, realizing that the unexpected windfall is merely his own dividend. He coughs lightly and explains the origin of the 1 million to his parents. His mother beams with joy. So that's what it is. When your father mentioned that 1 million, my heart raced. I was even considering having him turn himself in. Jing Shang's father shoots a glare at his wife. Turn myself in? That money was deposited by someone else. It wasn't he stolen. Jing Shang finds the misunderstanding amusing yet bewildering. His mother, still concerned, asks, is the military reward for your little invention that substantial? Jing Shang replies earnestly, regarding military matters. Please don't inquire. Even if you do, I cannot divulge anything. His mother chuckles. All right, as long as the money is secure, that's what matters. Does this mean you've officially transitioned? Jing Shang nods. Yes, the paperwork was finalized just a few days ago, and they even sent someone to our home to conduct a background check. His parents eagerly confirm. Yes, that happened when your father returned from the sea last time. Jing Shang inquires, Dad, since you're not going out to sea anymore, what do you plan to do? He knows his father well. His impulsiveness often leads to trouble. Previously, his father, in a moment of excitement, borrowed a large sum to expand their pig farm, only to suffer devastating losses, leaving the family in a precarious financial situation for years. He fears his father might embark on another reckless venture. Jing Shang's father slaps his thigh, exclaiming, with more fishing boats in coastal waters, our small vessel can't catch much. We won't make significant money. Now that we have this 1 million, along with previous savings, I want to make a big move. Jing Shang's mother trembles at this declaration. Whenever her husband contemplates a grand plan, anxiety grips her. Don't be rash. If you don't want to go out to sea, why not sell seafood at the market? You can still earn a decent amount in a year. Jing Shang's father dismisses her concerns. I'm not old. Sitting at a small stall is unfulfilling. I want to build a fish farming facility right on the sea. Those who have ventured into aquaculture have profited handsomely. I've done my research. Around 100,000 should suffice, and with a bit more borrowing, we will become fish farmers. His father beams with ambition. Jing Shang's mother grows anxious. Oh dear, son, you must persuade your father quickly. Each time his father plans a significant venture, his mother is filled with dread. Jing Shang sighs inwardly. His father's past failures in the pig farming business left them with judgment from relatives and friends, and those who lent money avoided him, an enduring humiliation. Although the debts have been settled, the scars of that experience likely remain. Calculating the risks, he concludes that even if his father's fish farm incurs losses, their dividends should cushion the family from dire straits, and thus, he refrains from advising against his father's plans. After establishing a rough return date, he hangs up the phone. Jing Shang's parents are elated. His father declares, our son has officially transitioned, and the military has rewarded him. This is cause for celebration. Tomorrow, you should buy some firecrackers. I need to pay respects to our ancestors. In their hometown, there is a tradition of honoring ancestors, and for Jing Shang's parents, his transition from a conscript to a formal position is a remarkable achievement, especially with the added rewards. Jing Shang's mother readily agrees, showing no objections. After completing the production line, Jing Shang initially thought he could return home, but his departure is delayed further. He must teach the workers to operate quickly. In Factory 125, he is the sole technician, with no other engineers to assist. Everything must be done by his own hands, consuming considerable time. Only after ensuring all production lines are functioning smoothly does he request leave from Director Ho to return home for a total of half a month. However, upon arriving home, he discovers his father is once again absent. His mother, busy in the kitchen preparing a feast, remarks, Your father has just opened a fish farm and is currently seeking a construction crew to set up the site. While enjoying fruit in the living room, Jing Shang nearly chokes upon hearing this. It has only been a few days, and his father is already in action. Such speed is astonishing. Finally, when dinner is ready, Jing Shang's father returns. Spotting his son in military attire, he bursts into hearty laughter, patting his shoulder. "You rascal, looking quite dapper, just like I did in my youth." Jing Shang's mother brings forth the final dish of fish, declaring, "Our son is far more handsome than you. Come, let us eat." During dinner, the conversation inevitably shifts back to the 1 million reward. Although Jing Shang's parents are ordinary folks with little education, they are far from foolish. Through various inquiries, they have learned that receiving a 1 million share from military research is no trivial matter. Their hearts swell with happiness and curiosity, eager to glean information from their son. As they do not follow military equipment news, they have never heard of the Chiwen saber or shadow crossbow, nor would they associate such matters with their son. In that moment, they find themselves perplexed, unable to fathom what invention Jing Shang has created within the military that would merit such a substantial reward. They speculate that since this payout is typically made at year-end, the early distribution must have been specially sanctioned by higher-ups, evoking further excitement in Jing Shang's parents. Jing Shang, however, cannot offer explanations. The timing is not yet right, and he cannot divulge any information, even to his own parents. Chapter 63, Additional Dividends? While not a secret within the military, discretion was still paramount. Growing somewhat impatient, said, "Dad, Mom, let's not pry, all right? I'll share what I can. The bottom line is, your son has been recognized for his meritorious service." Suddenly recalling something, he retrieved 2 medals from his bag to show his parents. His parents were overjoyed. Each holding a medal, they exclaimed, "Oh, these are genuine medals of honor. What great deeds did you accomplish?" Explained with a smile. "This one is a second-class merit citation, and this one is a third-class merit citation." As father shook his head, lamenting, "A pity you didn't receive a first-class merit citation." Couldn't help but roll his eyes. His mother playfully chided his father, "Be content. This is already remarkable. Look at the others from our area who joined the army. How many returned with such accolades? Most just complete their 2 years of mandatory service and come back. It's already fortunate if they secure a permanent position, let alone earn military honors." Hearing this, his father became even more delighted. "That's my exceptional son. Come, put them on. Let's take a family photo." It was first time taking a photo with his parents in his military uniform, and his parents were so thrilled that they didn't even want to eat dinner. Pulling to take pictures, he reluctantly put on his medals, and the 3 of them took a photo using a selfie stick. As father said to his mother, "We'll develop this later and hang it on the wall in a frame." His mother happily agreed. "Don't worry, I'll take care of it." The next day, after breakfast, S. father was heading to the fish farm. "The technicians are taking measurements at sea today. Construction is about to begin, and I need to keep an eye on things." His mother, concerned, said to, "Why don't you go with your father? Offer some advice. We must avoid losses this time." Had no objections and accompanied his father to the sea. Standing on the deck of the fishing boat, he watched the technicians collect data while contemplating the blueprints in his hand, feeling dissatisfied. Previously, he couldn't discern anything substantial, but now, as a senior engineer and designer, he naturally possessed unique insights into the field. Upon returning home that evening, he redrew the blueprints based on the collected data and handed them to his father, saying, "Dad, build the fish farm according to my blueprints. Discard the original ones. This way, it will be more robust and last longer." After listening to his detailed explanation, his father frowned and said, "Following your method will cost an additional 200,000. S. mother also expressed some concern. They had no doubts about his abilities. The military's recognition and the substantial bonuses indicated that his university education was worthwhile. His expertise should be comparable to that of a hired designer. But the issue was that modifications would directly increase the cost by over 200,000. Said with a smile, "The extra cost isn't a major issue. I'll have additional dividends at the end of the year." Upon hearing this, S. parents were astonished. Additional dividends? They had assumed the 1 million was a one-time deal. But now they learned there would be more at the end of the year. His parents curiously inquired, How much will you receive at the end of the year? Replied with a smile, it shouldn't be less than this time. His parents gasped. 1 million was already an astronomical figure to them. And now there would be even more dividends at the end of the year. S parents stared at their son with wide eyes, incredulous. Son, what exactly did you invent? The following day, S father rejected the original design plans and began construction according to his son's blueprints. Visited a few times during the process and, finding no major issues, returned to Factory 125 with peace of mind. Meanwhile, a White Eagle Empire submarine was traversing Wang Ocean, heading towards Sea Area 1. The White Eagle Empire, like a crab, roamed the world, bullying and intimidating others. In the 47th war zone of the Abala Desert, the White Eagle Empire had suffered a significant setback from the Dragon Country. Its main force hid in Yasha City, unwilling to show its face, and the entire operation plan was disrupted. Helplessly, the White Eagle Empire's Department of Defense urgently dispatched 10,000 additional soldiers to bolster its image. As a result, the original military expenditure directly exceeded the budget, causing heated debates within the White Eagle Empire's headquarters. Ultimately, the blame was naturally placed on the Dragon Country. The Dragon Country's growing strength posed a significant threat to the White Eagle Empire's position. If there was any nation besides the polar bear that could unite the White Eagle Empire in shared animosity, it would be the Dragon Country, regardless of the situation. Attributing it to the Dragon Country was always a safe bet. This time, they had concrete evidence. The audacious squad in the 47th war zone of the Abala Desert was confirmed to be from the Dragon Country. The White Eagle Empire's military felt compelled to take action, and the previously suspended maritime harassment plan was reinstated. Dispatching submarines was a common tactic of the White Eagle Empire's military. Submarines, like underwater overlords, possessed formidable power and were equipped with various weapons capable of engaging warships and other submarines. They could strike enemies, provide coastal defense, breach blockades, conduct reconnaissance, and cover special forces operations. Most importantly, they could use the ocean to conceal themselves, allowing them to move stealthily or launch surprise attacks. With sufficient supplies and long endurance, they could operate far from base, independently engaging in operations at sea or even deep within enemy waters. This was why the White Eagle Empire's military favored dispatching submarines. What could be more suitable for carrying out clandestine activities than a submarine? While not intending to initiate a full-scale conflict, they aimed to loiter near the Dragon Country's doorstep, gauging the Dragon Country's annoyance. They would inform the military, I came, I left, and you couldn't stop me. My technology is superior to yours, and I have thoroughly mapped your underwater terrain. In the event of a conflict, I can easily breach your defenses. This particular submarine was a familiar presence in Sea Area 1, and its captain, John, had extensive experience in the area. He knew that the Dragon Country had established a presence in Sea Area 1, with sonar buoys deployed on the surface, making it easy to get caught if one wasn't careful. He immediately ordered, "We're approaching Sea Area 1. Deactivate all active receiving systems." In Sea Area 1, John would never activate active sonar, as doing so would be like turning on a light bulb, making it easy for anti-submarine aircraft or ships to detect them, or for the buoys to receive their signals. For secrecy, they usually chose to navigate silently. Everyone was quite relaxed. Firstly, this wasn't their first time doing this, and secondly, their submarines were high-end. Expensive, yes, but with top-notch performance. With world-class noise reduction design, sonar, and electronic equipment, they possessed rapid underwater speeds. Having served for over 20 years, they were renowned submarine killers, inspiring fear. Only the polar bear and the 3 golden lions each had a submarine that could rival theirs. The Dragon Country lacked such capabilities. This was the source of the White Eagle Empire's arrogance in Sea Area 1. After thoroughly checking the active sonar and confirming that there were no issues, they felt even more at ease. As long as they were cautious, the Dragon Country would never detect them. The submarine was silent, and everyone tried to avoid speaking. After all, they were in the Dragon Country's territory, and provoking them would have consequences. They were only here for a leisurely tour, and upon returning to base, they would release the news to irritate the military. They would tell the military, I came, I left, and you couldn't stop me. My technology is superior to yours, and I have thoroughly mapped your underwater terrain. In the event of a conflict, I can easily breach your defenses. Chapter 64. Can even submarines be damaged? If the White Eagle Empire could freely navigate the number 1 sea area for an extended period, it would exert tremendous pressure on the military, potentially compelling them to reconcile with the White Eagle Empire and even relinquish their interests in the Apollos Desert. Submarines primarily rely on pre-drawn seabed maps, hydrological information, and passive sonar while submerged, typically resorting to active sonar only in complex terrains or when data is insufficient. Activating active sonar in the know. 1 sea area would be tantamount to revealing 1's position, which would be a foolish endeavor. After John Sun ordered the deactivation of active sonar, the submarine continued its operations in the number 1 sea area, relying on previously gathered hydrological data. John Sun had data from several years prior, though incomplete, but he had meticulously charted a safe course, confident there would be no errors. "Captain, there's movement," a soldier reported softly. John Sun hurried over to find an aircraft displayed on the screen. It could be a routine patrol from Longhua, or it might be an anti-submarine aircraft, which would pose a significant threat to the submarine. This could spell trouble. "Prepare to submerge," John Sun commanded immediately. Yes, the submarine descended to the seabed, extinguished its power, and a profound silence enveloped the vessel as the crew fell silent. Shortly thereafter, the aircraft vanished from the screen, and everyone exhaled in relief. The submarine continued its advance. "This area is unsafe. Increase speed and leave immediately." Meanwhile, Jing Shang's father was aboard his fishing boat, surveying the newly established offshore aquaculture farm, feeling quite pleased. Over the years, venturing out to fish had been a last resort. His true passion lay in aquaculture. Previously, he had raised pigs, but now he had transitioned to marine life. The last attempt at aquaculture had left him in dire straits, losing everything and alienating relatives. This time, he vowed not to err, determined to showcase his capabilities. After years of contemplation, he had concluded that aquaculture at sea was a guaranteed profitable venture. He had invested heavily, putting up all his savings and even mortgaging his fishing boat for a loan, ensuring he would not suffer losses like last time. Since his son had departed, he had been supervising the work at sea, having not returned home for quite some time. Now that the project was finally complete, he was eager to embark on a prosperous venture. He envisioned wads of cash flowing into his pockets, his joy infectious. The aquaculture farm before him was designed by his son and was more advanced than any he had seen, featuring a series of water tanks reaching down to the sea floor, capable of cultivating various shallow and deep water species, constructed from exceptionally sturdy steel. His son had assured him that these tanks would last 50 to 60 years without issue. Once he grew old, he could lease the farm and collect rent. Gazing at the splendid tanks and envisioning a bright future, Jing Shang's father was elated. The tanks were coated in a vibrant yellow, making them highly visible, thus preventing accidental collisions with passing boats. These large yellow tanks stood proudly in the sea, resembling exquisite works of art, and the more he looked, the more he admired them. Suddenly, the surface of the sea became turbulent, and the small boat began to sway. Such small waves were insignificant to Jing Shang's father, but he soon widened his eyes, halting the boat and staring blankly at the scene before him. The water tanks beside the aquaculture farm were rocking violently, and a muffled sound resonated from the seabed. This spectacle left Jing Shang's father feeling uneasy. What is happening? Could it be a whale colliding with it? That seems absurd. Whales possess advanced navigation systems and are quite adept at avoiding obstacles. How could it randomly crash into something? What he did not know was that chaos had erupted within the submarine beneath the surface. John Sun was shouting, "What is going on?" A soldier urgently responded, "We VE collided. We VE collided." John Sun, frantic, inquired, "How did we collide? What did we hit?" The soldier hurriedly replied, "We collided with an unidentified object." John Sun was infuriated, nearly cursing. A collision with an unidentified object was hardly a satisfactory explanation. He pressed his hand to his forehead, feeling the wetness, and upon inspection, saw it was blood. "Oh no, this collision has injured me." At that moment, the submarine was in disarray, equipment damaged, and alarms blaring incessantly. "Captain, There are injuries. John Sun's head was spinning. He had undertaken this mission many times without incident. This route had been meticulously chosen based on the seabed topography, and there shouldn't have been any obstacles. Could the Earth's crust have shifted? Immediately assessed the number of injured. The results came swiftly. Over 30 individuals were injured, several severely, and they needed to return to base for treatment. The submarine only carried first aid kits, which were insufficient for the gravely injured. Upon understanding the situation, Johnson realized it was quite dire. First, the submarine had sustained considerable damage from the collision, with many systems failing and alarms ringing continuously. As the hull was compromised, it could not withstand the underwater pressure, necessitating an urgent ascent to the surface for repairs. Furthermore, with the crew injured, they needed immediate medical attention. They could not linger underwater and had to surface quickly, returning at full speed. The submarine's greatest strength lay in its stealth while submerged. Silence was the lifeline of a submarine, and any noise could attract the enemy's attention, turning it into a target. To surface from the depths was akin to waving a white flag in surrender. However, there was no other option. Gritting his teeth, he ultimately commanded the submarine to surface. At that moment, Jing Shang's father watched in astonishment as a massive object emerged from the sea. Although he had never seen a pig run, he had witnessed enough to quickly realize it was a submarine. So this was the culprit that had collided with his newly constructed aquaculture farm. The crew inside the submarine also experienced a moment of realization. The unidentified object they had struck was, in fact, the fisherman's aquaculture farm. Upon recognizing that it was the farm, everyone was taken aback. The submarine was incredibly sturdy, and ordinary fishing boats or aquaculture tanks posed little threat to it. Even if the submarine collided with a fisherman's tank, it should have been the tank's misfortune. How could the submarine sustain such significant damage? What kind of material were these tanks made of? How could they be so resilient that even a submarine could be harmed? The crew inside the submarine was utterly bewildered. A soldier asked, "Captain, what should we do?" A decision had to be made swiftly. They were in Longwa's territory, and being surfaced left them vulnerable to capture. John Sun, both furious and anxious, exclaimed, "What to do? Run. Run quickly." This was indeed the number 1 sea area, Longwa's domain. Any delay could result in being apprehended. The soldier immediately adjusted to maximum speed and made their escape. Jing Shang's father was left dumbfounded. What was happening? Where had the submarine come from? How could it have collided with his newly built aquaculture tanks? He was uncertain whether any damage had occurred. The commotion in the sea had startled him greatly, but before he could process the situation, the submarine sped away. It was only then that he realized, "Hey, don't run. Pay for the damages. Compensate me." Jing Shang's father quickly started his fishing boat in pursuit. Chapter 65. A billion yuan should suffice. A mere fishing vessel stood no chance of pursuing a submarine, much to the fisherman's vexation. However, Mr. Jing, a man not easily outwitted, promptly contacted the military, relaying their coordinates. Where did this submarine emerge from? It trespassed into my aquaculture farm during its exercise and now seeks to abscond. Intercept it. The military dispatcher was taken aback. A submarine collided with a civilian aquaculture farm and is attempting to flee? Preposterous. Our submarines in Zone 1 are authorized to operate with active sonar, ensuring early detection of any obstacles. Moreover, our familiarity with the terrain is unparalleled, rendering such a collision implausible. Even if an accident were to occur, there would be no impetus to flee, as reparations would be readily provided. Why risk such an imprudent act and antagonize the local fishermen? The dispatcher swiftly surmised that a foreign submarine was attempting to assert its military prowess within their territorial waters. He immediately contacted the First War Zone, requesting their intervention. An anti-submarine aircraft on patrol corroborated the anomaly and altered its course. Headquarters. Headquarters. An Imperial submarine from the White Eagle Federation has been detected. Request immediate reinforcement. The pilot reported. Maintain vigilance. Do not allow it to escape. The fleet is en route. It has damaged a civilian aquaculture farm and must be held accountable. Affirmative. The anti-submarine aircraft shadowed the submarine. Mr. Jing, upon observing the arrival of the Dragon Nation's aircraft, felt a surge of relief. "I'm exhausted. Let's see where you think you're going. The aircraft's broadcast clarified that the submarine was not of Dragon Nation origin, but rather belonged to the White Eagle Federation. Mr. Jing's eyes gleamed with avarice. Oh my, another opportunity for monetary gain. As he continued the pursuit, he contemplated the appropriate amount of compensation. He opened a WeChat group for fishermen, populated by acquaintances, some of whom had established aquaculture farms. They often exchanged maritime anecdotes. Gentlemen, I require your counsel. If a White Eagle Federation submarine inadvertently damages an aquaculture zone, what would be a reasonable demand for reparations? The group erupted with responses. This is no trifling matter. I once recovered a seabed terrain probe and received a 50,000 yuan reward from the Military Merit Office. Damage to an aquaculture zone should warrant at least several 100,000 yuan. Another fisherman added, I retrieved an even larger device of unknown purpose and was awarded 200,000 yuan. Considering the size of the aquaculture zone, a minimum of 2 million yuan should be demanded. A third fisherman interjected, speculation is pointless. The extent of the damage must be assessed first. Determine the destruction of the aquaculture zone, the loss of marine life, and the financial ramifications. Then, append a 0 to that figure and submit it to the Military Merit Office. Mr. Jing stroked his chin, musing, the aquaculture zone is newly established and not yet operational, so there is no marine life to speak of. The contact was minimal, making it difficult to quantify the damage. Perhaps 50,000 yuan would be adequate. But what about the loss of marine life? 100 million yuan should suffice, wouldn't it? Yes, 100 million yuan it is. With this resolve, Mr. Jing cheerfully maintained his pursuit of the submarine. Simultaneously, destroyers and fighter jets from the First War Zone converged from the sea and sky. Mr. Jing, observing this display of force, roared with laughter, ha ha ha. Where do you think you're going to escape now? Inside the submarine, the tension was palpable. Some tended to the severely wounded, while others frantically repaired damaged equipment. One sailor exclaimed, Dragon Nation anti-submarine aircraft are approaching. All eyes turned to the captain, who cursed inwardly. This is not the time for complaints. Evade them as far as possible. Move with haste. The sailors grimaced, but resumed their desperate flight. The captain, wiping blood from his forehead, reluctantly contacted the White Eagle Federation military headquarters. This blunder had escalated beyond their control, with Dragon Nation anti-submarine aircraft closing in. It was only a matter of time before the Dragon Nation's forces in Zone 1 intercepted them. Various destroyers, cruisers, and fighters are undoubtedly en route. Escape to the White Eagle Federation is impossible. The nearest base is located in the Sakura Nation. The Sakura Nation, as a subordinate of the White Eagle Federation, hosts a permanent garrison and designated territory, serving as a White Eagle base where the submarine could undergo repairs and provide medical care. However, even this closest base was beyond their reach. Although the Dragon Nation's naval assets were slightly inferior to those of the White Eagle Federation, they would not allow the submarine to escape Zone 1 once it had been detected. This was a stark reality known to every sailor on board. They had trespassed into foreign territory and been caught red-handed. The situation was beyond the capabilities of the crew, and even the captain was powerless, leaving him no choice but to seek assistance from the White Eagle Federation military headquarters. The matter was exceedingly sensitive. The submarine, a formidable asset of the White Eagle Federation, had intruded into Dragon Nation's territory and been discovered. Mishandling the situation could ignite a conflict between the two powers. The sailors on board were ill-equipped to bear such responsibility. They had merely been tasked with a reconnaissance mission to provoke the Military Merit Office. While such a minor task was usually inconsequential, a full-scale conflict could have dire consequences. Regardless of the outcome, the White Eagle Federation's populace would suffer, potentially facing long-range missile strikes. The weight of public opinion would be overwhelming. At the White Eagle Federation military headquarters, a dispatcher answered the phone. Hearing the captain's frantic voice, "We have encountered a mishap in Zone 1. The submarine has sustained severe damage, and the decompression system has malfunctioned. 30 crew members are injured, 5 critically, requiring immediate medical attention. Contact the commander-in-chief at once." The dispatcher nearly dropped the receiver, pausing for a moment before responding, "Very well, sir. Please hold the line." He immediately informed the commander-in-chief. who rushed to the scene with a group of military officials. What has transpired? The captain recounted the events. We were navigating Zone 1 when we encountered anti-submarine aircraft. After the submarine went silent, they lost track of us and departed. We resumed our course, adhering to the predetermined route, until we collided with an unknown object. The submarine sustained significant damage, rendering several systems inoperable, including the decompression system, which prevented us from diving further. We surfaced and fled at full speed toward the Sakura nation. But it is too distant. The anti-submarine aircraft have returned and are now above us. Collided? With what? The commander-in-chief inquired, one hand on his hip and the other clutching the phone. An underwater mountain? The seabed, like the land, is uneven, with mountains and valleys. Navigating underwater requires sonar and detailed topographical maps. Chapter 66. Not even in the same league while navigating in Sea Area 1, the active sonar could not be activated, and reliance was placed on outdated maps. However, the Qin family's aquaculture zone had just been established and was not marked on the map. Moreover, who could have anticipated that a submarine would collide with a fisherman's aquaculture box? The captain found himself at a loss for an explanation and could only helplessly say, "We did not strike an underwater mountain. We collided with an aquaculture box belonging to a fisherman from Long Country." The commander on the other end of the line was momentarily stunned, as if struck by lightning, and after several seconds of disbelief, he asked again, "What did you say? An aquaculture box belonging to a fisherman from Long Country? You must be joking." The commander thought he must be hearing things, while the surrounding officers, even the telephone operator, gazed at him in astonishment. They exchanged glances, incredulous that the submarine had indeed collided with a fisherman's aquaculture tank, and it had been damaged, causing its depressurization system to fail, forcing it to surface and become a sitting target. This was utterly absurd. What kind of tank could withstand such force? To challenge a submarine head-on and even injure it? How could anyone believe that? It was clearly a fabrication. If it had struck a mountain, just say it had struck a mountain. No need for such ridiculous tales. The captain felt a deep sense of despair, having long suspected that the officials in the military headquarters would not believe him. It was indeed a collision with a fisherman's aquaculture tank. The captain knew the commander would not accept this reality, perhaps considering the explanation too trivial, yet the facts were evident. Disbelief was not an option. The commander sneered. "Are you implying that your skills are lacking, and you hit a mountain underwater? Too embarrassed to admit it? Speak the truth. The situation is dire, and you still have the audacity to joke." The captain was on the verge of tears. "Commander, we truly did not hit a mountain. You know my capabilities. We really collided with the aquaculture tank of a fisherman from Long Country. I am just as baffled as to why it was so robust, sturdier than the underwater mountains. I suspect it may be a new type of weapon developed specifically by Long Country against our submarines." The commander was both angry and amused. Who did the captain think he was fooling? Did he believe that Long Country had the leisure to devise aquaculture tanks as weapons? Was his mind muddled, filled with seawater? No matter how the captain explained, the commander simply refused to believe him. However, belief was no longer the issue. The critical concern was that the submarine was about to be surrounded by the overwhelming military forces of Long Country in Sea Area 1, leaving it with no escape. The captain impatiently declared, "Commander, there is no time to waste. They are closing in. What shall we do, surrender or fight?" The commander erupted in anger. "Fight? Can you bear the responsibility for that? Wait until I communicate with the military headquarters. Do not act recklessly. Do not act recklessly." After hanging up, he ordered the operator to immediately connect him with Elder Shao from the military headquarters. Meanwhile, chaos reigned in the military headquarters. The operator promptly relayed the information to Elder Shao's office. Elder Shao was discussing matters with an officer when Secretary Chung answered the call. "What? A submarine from the White Eagle Empire has entered our Sea Area 1 and caused damage? It crashed into a fisherman's aquaculture tank." Listening to the operator relay the unfolding situation, Secretary Chung was bewildered. Had he misheard, or was the operator unclear? Wait, speak slowly. Do not rush. What did the submarine actually hit? The operator enunciated carefully. It crashed into the aquaculture tank of a fisherman from Long Country, damaging the submarine's bow. The depressurization system likely failed at that moment, unable to withstand the deep-sea pressure, thus it had to surface. The fishermen immediately contacted our military headquarters, thinking it was our submarine conducting exercises and demanding compensation. Upon investigation, it turned out to be a submarine from the White Eagle Empire, and the fisherman is relentlessly pursuing compensation. Our anti-submarine aircraft have already located the submarine, hovering above it, while military forces are converging on the area. Elder Xiao, who had been conversing with the officer by the coffee table, paused and cast a puzzled glance at Secretary Chang, who had just hung up the phone, his expression one of disbelief. Elder Xiao strode over. What is going on? Has a submarine from the White Eagle Empire intruded again? Secretary Chang nodded silently. Elder Xiao snorted. Provide a detailed report on the situation. Secretary Chang gathered his thoughts but still found it hard to believe. He slowly recounted the events, and Elder Xiao's eyes widened with each revelation. Is this a mistake? The submarine collided with a fisherman's aquaculture tank, and it was damaged? Wait. Can an aquaculture tank damage a submarine's thick armor plating? If the submarine's depressurization system is compromised, it must have been a severe impact. The hull must have been deformed. Such consequences would typically result from a collision with an underwater mountain. Though Long Country has many fishermen constructing aquaculture farms at sea, compared to a submarine, those tanks are like a small wooden house being struck by a locomotive, entirely incomparable in scale. Now, Secretary Chang is telling me that a small wooden house damaged a locomotive. This completely defies common sense. No wonder Elder Xiao is incredulous. Secretary Chang forced a bitter smile and nodded. It seems to be true. Military forces in Sea Area 1 are currently gathering in that direction. The fishermen are closely pursuing the submarine for compensation. The officer who had been conversing with Elder Xiao also stood up and chuckled. Our fishermen from Long Country are not to be trifled with. This time, they likely have encountered a formidable opponent. Elder Xiao replied languidly. If they do not receive a satisfactory explanation this time, they may find it difficult to leave. Laughter erupted among them. All emergency protocols were automatically activated, and forces in Sea Area 1 swiftly mobilized to intercept the submarine. Concurrently, an investigative team was established to ascertain all details and clarify the sequence of events, ultimately to negotiate with the military headquarters of the White Eagle Empire. The office phone rang again, and after answering, Secretary Chang learned that it was the military headquarters of the White Eagle Empire calling, with their commander wanting to speak with Elder Xiao. Elder Xiao nonchalantly remarked, "Let him wait a moment." Secretary Chang did not linger either and promptly hung up the phone. The telephone operator at the White Eagle Empire's military headquarters, hearing the busy signal, looked up innocently at the commander beside him. The commander glared at him. What does this mean? The operator swallowed hard, steadied himself, and said, "The military headquarters just hung up." The commander inquired, what reason did they give? He wanted to gauge the military headquarters' attitude and potential stance on the matter. The operator shook his head. No reason was provided. They simply hung up. They hung up without even concocting an excuse. This situation seemed grave. The commander, both furious and frustrated, shouted, "Keep calling. Do not stop until you get through." Clearly, the military headquarters did not wish to engage with the military of the White Eagle Empire. What were they planning? Chapter 67. How did it end up like this? Can you make it quick? Just give me a clear answer. Alive or dead, just be straightforward. In the first sea area, the sun was high in the sky, and the expanse was perfectly clear, devoid of any clouds. A fleet of anti-submarine helicopters, fighter jets, reconnaissance planes, bombers, attack aircraft, and electronic warfare planes roared towards this direction. Simultaneously, numerous missile destroyers, frigates, torpedo boats, missile craft, conventional submarines, nuclear submarines, and modern destroyers converged from all directions on the sea surface. At the same time, an aircraft carrier set sail from the second theater, positioned strategically between the first sea area and the Cherry Blossom Nation to prevent the White Eagle Empire from engaging in any covert operations or reinforcements at their bases in the Cherry Blossom Nation. What a grand spectacle it was. The commotion immediately caught the attention of various factions. The first to sense something amiss was the Arctic Bear. Inside the Arctic Bear's Ministry of Defense building, a massive screen illuminated, filled with countless small squares, each broadcasting a live feed from a satellite. Behind the screen, rows of personnel busied themselves at their stations, each focused on a computer. Suddenly, one monitor operator sensed something was off. He swiftly typed on his keyboard, and before long, all the squares on the big screen vanished, replaced by the view from his own computer. The image displayed a satellite's perspective of Earth, and as the camera zoomed in, though the speed rendered the image somewhat blurry, a vast expanse of blue ocean and a nearby piece of land became discernible. The camera drew closer, revealing unusual activities in the First Sea area, where warships and aircraft were gathering towards one direction. There lay a submarine. Is the Dragon Kingdom conducting an exercise? He pondered, quickly realizing the submarine surrounded was from the White Eagle Empire. This submarine had been a familiar sight during previous confrontations between the White Eagle and the Arctic Bear, easily recognized by all. He immediately reported the situation. Meanwhile, the Arctic Bear's Minister of Defense was in his office. After receiving the call, he turned on the office display screen. The satellite imagery appeared instantly, and he stood in front of the screen, surprised. Although the image captured by the satellite was unclear, the silhouette unmistakably belonged to a top-tier submarine of the White Eagle Empire. Only two submarines worldwide could rival it, one belonging to the Arctic Bear and the other to the Tri-Golden Lion Nation. The aircraft flying in from all directions and the warships encircling from the sea were indeed the forces deployed by the Dragon Kingdom in the First Sea area. An officer nearby stroked his chin and remarked, "It seems the White Eagle Empire has dispatched another submarine to stir trouble in the Dragon Kingdom's First Sea area." The Minister of Defense chuckled. This time, they have been caught red-handed. Another officer, pointing at the screen with confusion, exclaimed, "Look at the submarine and Oppo's bow." Everyone followed his finger and gasped in disbelief. How did it end up like this? The submarine's bow exhibited a distinct indentation, a gruesome sight. An analyst scrutinized the image closely, stating, "Given the extent of the impact, it appears to have collided with an underwater mountain. The White Eagle Empire's seabed maps must be inaccurate. The geology of the First Sea area may have changed, revealing an unknown mountain that they crashed into, damaging even the pressure release equipment, forcing them to surface, only to be discovered by the Dragon Kingdom and Oppo's patrol aircraft." Nods of agreement rippled through the room. This indeed seemed to be the most plausible explanation. The White Eagle Empire's covert endeavor to sneak a submarine into the First Sea area necessitated avoiding active sonar, compelling them to navigate quietly along the seabed. Without sonar, they relied solely on their seabed maps. Should those maps prove erroneous, a collision with an underwater mountain would not be surprising. Such a collision would account for the substantial damage. It was well known that the White Eagle Empire's elite submarine could only be matched by the Arctic Bear and Tri-Golden Lion submarines, boasting formidable combat capabilities and nuclear strike potential. Moreover, its sonar design was unrivaled globally. When facing enemy submarines, the White Eagle submarine could detect their presence well in advance. Conversely, the enemy submarines would struggle to detect it, as its detection range was broader, allowing it to lock onto enemy submarine positions before launching an attack. The submarine's capabilities resembled having eyes that could see further, while its adversaries could only observe at close range. This distinct advantage in detection enabled the elite submarine to effortlessly engage in a cat-and-mouse game, leaving its opponents to play the role of the mouse. Thus, it was inconceivable that it collided with another submarine. As for marine life, whales possess their sonar systems and do not actively collide with submarines, and typically swim near the surface, avoiding the ocean floor. The same could be said for sunken ships or floating containers. These would not damage a submarine, which reigns as the sovereign of the depths, possessing exceptional protective capabilities. Any collision with ships, containers, or aquaculture boxes would result in damage to them, leaving the submarine essentially unscathed. Therefore, only one possibility remained. The submarine must have struck an underwater mountain. "Minister, should we take any action?" The Minister of Defense savored a sip of his coffee, relishing the moment, and replied, "Let's share the photos and news with the media. Let everyone have a good laugh." The surrounding officers chuckled mischievously. What's a little chaos among friends? The news of the White Eagle Empire's elite submarines stumbling in the Dragon Kingdom's waters needed to reach the world. Soon, the Arctic Bear's military media announced online, White Eagle Empire submarine collides and runs aground in the First Sea area, surrounded by Dragon Kingdom forces. The announcement sent shockwaves across the globe. Meanwhile, inside the submarine, the crew engaged in heated arguments, nearly erupting into chaos. The captain had been instructed to wait for communications between the White Eagle Empire's Ministry of Defense and Navy headquarters before making any decisions. However, contact with the Navy headquarters proved elusive, while the aircraft and warships in the First Sea area drew ever closer. At this moment, the submarine had surfaced, revealing the outside scene. The screen lit up, displaying an array of aircraft approaching like a bustling market. Anti-submarine helicopters, fighter jets, reconnaissance planes, bombers, and electronic warfare aircraft. All were present. The sea was equally lively, with missile destroyers, frigates, torpedo boats, missile craft, conventional submarines, nuclear submarines, and modern destroyers converging in a dense mass. Could they escape? Where could they possibly run? The captain, witnessing the scene, felt as though he might collapse in fear. This was the end, complete annihilation. With so many aircraft and warships closing in, would they not be devoured alive? The soldiers were equally terrified. Underwater, the submarine was supreme. But once it surfaced, it would become a sitting duck, subject to relentless bombardment from ships and aircraft. There would be no chance to retaliate. Should the military higher-ups become enraged, a single command could spell their doom at the bottom of the sea. Chapter 68. No escape, Captain. There's no need for further delay. Surrender now. Those bureaucrats at the Ministry of Defense are unreliable. Our comrades are not naive. Continuing this conflict will only result in their needless sacrifice. If we're not going to fight, let's raise the white flag promptly to prevent any accidental casualties. We all have families waiting for us back home. No one wants to die here. Surrendering now allows us to save the injured and ensure their survival. Procrastinating until the White Eagle Empire's Ministry of Defense and our military reach an agreement will only lead to more fatalities. Captain, hesitate no longer. Surrender. The crewmen gathered, making it clear that they would force a surrender if necessary. The captain, his forehead bandaged, surveyed the scene. Does anyone have a white flag? A crewman raised his hand. I have a white shirt. Bring it here immediately. The captain ordered. The crewman hastily retrieved his white shirt. The captain took it and emerged from the submarine, waving the shirt and shouting, I surrender. Everyone, remain calm. I surrender. With the captain's surrender, the crewmen emerged one by one from the submarine. The sight before them was awe-inspiring. Warships completely encircled them, and fighter jets circled overhead. It was an inescapable trap. Where could they possibly flee? Not even a mosquito could escape, let alone a submarine. Furthermore, there were other submarines lurking beneath the surface. With no way to escape, surrender was the most sensible option. The Dragon Country soldiers, weapons in hand, escorted them onto their warship and placed them under guard. The severely wounded White Eagle Empire soldiers received medical attention, and naval personnel boarded the White Eagle Empire submarine to take control of the advanced vessel. Jing Shang's father pursued them relentlessly, all the while on the phone with his mother. Jing Shang's mother, unaware of the situation, assumed he would be home for dinner and asked, Will you be home tonight? I'll buy some extra groceries. I'm busy, Jing Shang's father replied. I can't make it back. Today's the grand opening. The fish farm was just built, Jing Shang's mother said. Confused. The fish haven't even been released yet. What grand opening? A major deal, Jing Shang's father chuckled. A really big deal. What kind of deal? Jing Shang's mother asked. Bewildered. Did someone place a large order? No, Jing Shang's father said, shaking his head. That's all small-time stuff. Our newly built fish farm was struck by a White Eagle Empire submarine. I'm chasing after them to demand compensation. Jing Shang's mother gasped. What? I knew something bad would happen. I told you not to build that fish farm, but you wouldn't listen. This is a good thing, Jing Shang's father said impatiently. What do you know? I think they only hit a corner, so even if that section is ruined, it will only cost about 50 or 60,000 to repair. But I noticed that the submarine's bow is crushed. They're trying to escape, and I'm chasing after them. Don't worry, they won't get away. Jing Shang's mother, timid by nature, urged him, "Don't chase them. They'll launch a torpedo at you." "They wouldn't dare," Jing Shang's father boasted. "Our warships and planes are here, packed tightly together. I'll take a picture for you. It's quite a sight." Soon, Jing Shang's father sent his mother a short video. Seeing the multitude of Dragon Country planes and warships surrounding the submarine, she was relieved. She offered a few words of caution. "Be careful, then, and stay close to the warships for safety. Let the military handle things. Don't do anything reckless, and listen to them." Jing Shang's father replied with an impatient voice message on WeChat. I know. Finally arriving at the scene, he shouted to the soldiers on the warship, "Don't let them escape. They hit my fish farm, and all my seafood escaped into the sea. Don't let a single one get away. The losses are enormous. Don't let them leave without paying compensation." The military's investigation team noticed him and approached him in a vessel from a warship to learn the details. "Hello. Are you the one who called the military to report that a White Eagle Empire submarine struck your fish farm tank?" "That's right. I'm the one who called," Jing Shang's father said assertively. "It was this submarine that hit my fish farm, and all my seafood escaped. The losses are over 100 million. You have to keep a close watch on them and not let a single one get away. They can't leave without paying compensation." The investigator broke out in a cold sweat. 100 million was a staggering amount. Knowing that Dragon Country fishermen were tenacious, he tried to reassure him. "Okay, rest assured. We will coordinate with the White Eagle Empire's Ministry of Defense and ensure you receive fair compensation." "Are you saying that the White Eagle Empire's submarine struck your fish farm tank, causing all your seafood to escape, and that's why the submarine looks like this?" The investigator pointed to the submarine's mangled front, which resembled a finely sculpted face smashed with a sledgehammer, its features unrecognizable. "That's right. He didn't care how strong the submarine's defenses were. The submarine was responsible." The investigator was skeptical. A submarine hitting a fish farm tank might damage the tank. But how could it cause such extensive damage to the submarine? It was utterly devastated. The damage is so severe that the bow is crushed, and the decompression system is completely destroyed. How could a water tank be so strong? He asked incredulously. "Are you sure the submarine looks like this because it struck your fish farm tank? I have an impression of those tanks, and they shouldn't withstand something as massive as a submarine." Jing Shang's father was displeased. "Things are different at my farm. My son designed it himself." Jing Shang's father was filled with pride, thinking, "Thank goodness I used my son's design. Otherwise, it would have been reduced to rubble." The investigator was puzzled. "Your son is Jing Shang," Jing Shang's father replied. The investigator's heart skipped a beat. Jing Shang? Could it be Jing Shang from Factory 125? He then said Jing Shang's father's name, and Jing Shang's father was surprised. "You know me?" The investigator grinned. "Oh, it's really Jing Shang's father." How could he not recognize Jing Shang? He was a hot topic in the military achievement building. Many young women were trying to get close to him. He single-handedly saved Factory 125 from being merged and developed 2 types of cold weapons that shocked the entire military. The Chimera dagger became the most advanced dagger in the world, easily cutting through other daggers, even the Hunter's Cross. Prince Lang disrupted an auction and placed a $10 billion order with Dragon Country to obtain it, making him a legend in the military achievement building. The Hunter's Cross crossbow shone in the Apola Desert in the 47th War Zone, eliminating dozens of officers and rebel leaders. 9 Special Forces soldiers moved through the city like ghosts, and their whereabouts remain unknown. Chapter 69. Not a single one left. The 3,000 elite troops of the White Eagle Empire were so terrified that they remained motionless within the confines of the city. In a state of desperation, the Ministry of Military Affairs of the White Eagle Empire dispatched an additional 10,000 soldiers for reinforcement. Who among the populace was unaware of Jing Shang? His exploits were well known, and his background was familiar to all. As an investigator, he was naturally aware of Jing Shang's parents' names, and upon verification, it indeed matched. He promptly saluted Jing Shang's father, who was taken aback by the gesture. The investigator showed even greater deference to Jing Shang's father, assuring him, "I am well aware of your son's remarkable achievements. You need not worry. I shall ensure that this matter is handled with utmost care." Jing Shang's father was elated, never anticipating that his son's name would hold such weight. Had he known, he would have demanded 2 billion. The soldiers of the White Eagle Empire were taken prisoner and sent to the First War Zone's prison. Meanwhile, the advanced submarine became a trophy, dispatched to the armament factory for analysis. The investigator accompanied Jing Shang's father to the aquaculture farm he had mentioned. From a distance, the farm appeared as a series of rectangular water tanks, interconnected and extending down to the seabed. The portion visible above the water showcased a robust structure, gleaming with a radiant yellow hue, looking particularly exquisite under the sunlight. Upon closer inspection, the investigator realized that the aquaculture farm was evidently newly constructed and had not yet been put into operation. Without flinching, Jing Shang's father boldly claimed, "Look, I told you, all the marine life here has vanished without a trace." The investigator responded with a smile and promptly dispatched personnel to conduct a thorough examination of the seabed. After a meticulous investigation, they discovered that the seabed in this area was generally elevated, with an underwater mountain range ahead. The submarine had likely surfaced while traversing this mountain range, failing to notice the aquaculture farm and colliding with it instead. The divers took over half an hour to resurface. The investigator anxiously inquired, "What did you find?" The underwater examination personnel shook their heads, reporting, "No issues. The main structure is intact, with only minor indentations from the impact, which are not severe." The investigator let out a long sigh of relief. It was indeed the aquaculture farm that had suffered the collision. He had held some doubts about Jing Shang's father's claims, but the submarine crew confirmed that they had indeed struck the water tank of the farm, resulting in significant damage to the submarine. A closer inspection revealed that the submarine had not collided with the underwater mountain range, but had instead impacted the main structure of the aquaculture tank, leading to such extensive harm. Even more astonishing was that only a small portion of the underwater tank structure was dented, suggesting that a simple replacement would suffice, while the remainder was completely unscathed. In stark contrast, the submarine of the White Eagle Empire was left unrecognizable, with its front severely crushed and its decompression device damaged, indicating the tremendous force of the impact. According to the soldiers' accounts, the submarine had been traveling at a speed of 35 knots. Such velocity colliding with the aquaculture tank should have resulted in severe damage to the tank, yet it remained largely intact, while the submarine was left in ruins. What material was this tank made of, that it proved even harder than the submarine's hull? He reassured Jing Shang's father, "Rest assured, the Military Achievement Tower will take full responsibility for this matter. Simply await our further news." Jing Shang's father had no objections, placing his trust in the credibility of the Military Achievement Tower. After departing the aquaculture farm, the investigator immediately reported the situation to the Military Achievement Tower. In the office, Elder Xiao and Secretary Chung were anxiously awaiting news. Upon receiving the investigator's call, they exchanged incredulous glances, their faces reflecting disbelief. Secretary Chung remarked in astonishment, "It really did collide with the aquaculture tank. How could it be so sturdy? This is utterly bizarre." Elder Xiao could not help but chuckle. Of all places to collide, it had to be the Qin family's aquaculture farm. Given that Jing Shang personally designed it, it all makes sense. This young man returned home and inadvertently laid such a significant trap. Secretary Chung laughed, saying, "Unintentionally, he has achieved another great feat." Jing Shang himself had not anticipated that his casual design for his father's farm would incite such a considerable uproar. At the time, he had merely aimed to reinforce the main structure using special steel, ensuring decades of maintenance-free operation and reduced labor costs. Additionally, considering his father's advancing age, he had thought that if his father no longer wished to manage the farm, it could be leased for continued profit. However, he never imagined that a submarine from the White Eagle Empire would traverse the Pacific Ocean, covering over 15,000 kilometers, and collide with his family's aquaculture tank, resulting in damage. The phone rang, and Secretary Chung answered, discovering it was yet another call from the military building of the White Eagle Empire. Elder Xiao nodded slightly and approached to take the call. The head of the White Eagle Empire's military department, having long since lost his temper, implored Elder Xiao, "Let us discuss this matter calmly. Please do not refuse to take my call." Elder Xiao snorted, "How many times have I emphasized that Area 1 is our territory? Outside military forces are absolutely forbidden from entering, yet you dared to secretly send a submarine through the seabed. Truly, your memory is lacking. The head of the military department gritted his teeth, mentally cursing the submarine captain, John, and his entire lineage. Yet, he could do nothing but clean up the mess. For this man was crucial to the military department of the White Eagle Empire. He forced a smile. Elder Shao. This is all a misunderstanding. Elder Shao interrupted him directly. A misunderstanding? This time, we have both the perpetrator and the evidence. What further excuses can you concoct? The head of the military department laughed awkwardly. Let's discuss this rationally. Elder Shao, what can we offer to secure the release of our soldiers? Please, state your conditions. Elder Shao coldly replied, that depends on whether you possess any sincerity. If you lack sincerity altogether, what is the purpose of this call? He hung up the phone without hesitation, just as the media of the Arctic Bear began reporting on the incident. The news of the top submarine of the White Eagle Empire being destroyed in Area 1 and captured by the Dragon Kingdom spread rapidly. All of the world's news outlets reported on the event in swift succession. Everyone was aware that the elite submarine of the White Eagle Empire had encountered a mishap. Some reveled in their misfortune, while others speculated about what the submarine had collided with. The spectacle drew widespread attention. This was no ordinary incident. Dispatching a top submarine to the Dragon Kingdom's Area 1 to flaunt military might, only to collide and be apprehended, was a tremendous embarrassment. Upon seeing the Arctic Bear's reports, the media of the Dragon Kingdom hastily sought verification from the military building. The military building quickly prepared a press release, informing all media outlets. Subsequently, various media outlets promptly disseminated the information, complete with numerous details that left everyone both thrilled and astonished. Among the press materials was a particularly clear photograph depicting various fighter jets and warships surrounding the top submarine of the White Eagle Empire from above and below. The scene was overwhelming, resembling an army of thousands, exuding an imposing presence. In stark contrast, the unfortunate submarine of the White Eagle Empire was left battered, its bow completely wrecked. According to the news, this submarine had stealthily entered the Dragon Kingdom's Area 1, then accelerated underwater at a speed of 65 kilometers per hour, evading the search radius of anti-submarine aircraft, only to collide with the outer wall of the aquaculture pool belonging to Dragon Kingdom fishermen. Chapter 70. Resignation. To this place the submarine was rendered inoperable on the spot, with its decompression equipment malfunctioning and the instrument panel in disarray. Alarms blared incessantly as over 30 soldiers aboard sustained injuries, 5 of whom were in critical condition, clinging to life. Even Captain John Sun was injured. With no other options, the submarine had to surface, attempting a retreat towards the waters of the Sakura Nation. However, it was soon intercepted by the forces of the Dragon Nation in Sea Zone 1 and captured, resulting in all soldiers becoming prisoners of war. Furthermore, the submarine had inadvertently damaged the aquaculture facilities of Dragon Nation fishermen, causing a loss of marine products valued at 100 million. This amount would need to be claimed from the military department of the White Eagle Empire. The news sent shockwaves around the globe. Inside the Arctic Bear military headquarters, the leader was astonished upon reading the detailed report from the Dragon Nation. The submarine had not collided with an underwater mountain as expected, but rather with the walls of a fishing farm belonging to Dragon Nation fishermen. Could the walls of a fishing farm truly be harder than a submarine? However, since this was an official military report, it was undoubtedly accurate. Yet, it seemed preposterous. What sort of wall could withstand a direct impact from a submarine? Other factions were equally astonished. While the White Eagle Empire's provocations in the waters of the Dragon Nation had become commonplace, the fact that their premier submarine, one of only 2, had been destroyed by something as mundane as a fishing farm wall was nothing short of a spectacle. Could it be that this top-tier submarine, having served for over 20 years, was now so decrepit that it could be shattered by an ordinary farm wall? This raised significant questions about the true naval capabilities of the White Eagle Empire. Or perhaps that wall was as formidable as an underwater mountain. The discussion erupted, with many viewing the situation with a sense of morbid curiosity. The White Eagle Empire had long been accustomed to maritime dominance, flaunting its naval prowess. Yet this incident marked a significant setback against the Dragon Nation. The citizens of the White Eagle Empire were mortified by the news, flooding the military department's official website with scathing comments and calling for the resignation of its leader. This placed immense pressure on the military chief, as the higher-ups demanded immediate action to rescue the captured soldiers. However, attempts to contact the military department of the Dragon Nation went unanswered, leaving the military chief in a state of helplessness. Meanwhile, the citizens of the Dragon Nation reveled in the news. You thought you could flaunt your military might at our doorstep? Now you know the consequences. They taunted. Laughter ensued as they mocked the fact that the White Eagle Empire's elite submarine had succumbed to a mere fishing farm wall, highlighting the apparent age and deterioration of their once mighty vessel. It seemed absurd for a submarine, regardless of its age, to be unable to withstand such an impact. It was akin to a train crashing into a small wooden cabin, with the cabin remaining unscathed while the train suffered catastrophic damage. How could that be? Yet, it was plausible, for the fishing farm was constructed by the Dragon Nation. The comment sections erupted with glee, celebrating the misfortune of the White Eagle Empire. It was a moment of vindication, especially after the previous incident where a Dragon Nation team had ambushed them in the Apalisha Desert, leaving the White Eagle Empire cowering in Yasha City. In an attempt to salvage their reputation, the military dispatched a submarine to Sea Zone 1, but instead of causing chaos, they found themselves in disarray. With the submarine's bow completely destroyed, over 30 soldiers injured, 5 severely, and their fate hanging in the balance. Before long, images of the Qin family aquaculture farm surfaced online, garnering sympathy and concern from the public. The fishermen had labored tirelessly, only to see their hard-earned catch scattered due to the collision with the White Eagle Empire submarine. From the surface, the farm appeared intact, but those in the know understood that the damage lay beneath, where the submarine had struck. The fishermen's plight was grievous, with losses amounting to a staggering 100 million. The community rallied in support, vowing that compensation was non-negotiable. The fishermen must not suffer in silence. Observing the public's reaction, Jing Shang's father could hardly contain his delight. With so many eyes on the situation, the military of the White Eagle Empire could hardly evade accountability. They were bound to compensate. The Military Achievement Building was also busy, dispatching engineers to study the White Eagle Empire's submarine, hoping to replicate its technology, especially its advanced sonar systems. Concurrently, they isolated all captured soldiers, placing them in solitary confinement, demanding written reflections on their actions, a necessary step for them to recognize their errors. After each soldier penned thousands of words of self-reflection, they were tasked with creating a detailed underwater map of the White Eagle Empire. The soldiers naturally resisted, viewing it as an act of betrayal. Yet, the Military Achievement Building remained patient. If they refused to comply, they would remain in confinement until the task was completed. Failure to produce the map would result in a lifetime of confinement. The soldiers of the White Eagle Empire were understandably terrified. Realizing that the Dragon Nation's Military Achievement Building was serious about this, prepared to imprison them indefinitely. The chief commander of the White Eagle Empire was equally anxious, reaching out daily to negotiate their release. But the Military Achievement Building either did not answer or presented astronomical demands that were utterly unacceptable. As the public outcry intensified, he found himself in a precarious position, juggling domestic criticism while devising strategies to negotiate with the Military Achievement Building. The soldiers dispatched were the elite of the White Eagle Empire, particularly Captain John Sun, renowned as the best submarine commander, with only one other officer able to rival him. His mind was a repository of knowledge, including a comprehensive underwater map of the entire White Eagle Empire. While other soldiers might only sketch a small section, John Sun, hailed as a genius leader, could render the entire underwater map. The Military Achievement Building was less concerned with the monetary compensation. They were intent on acquiring the underwater map of the White Eagle Empire. Given that these soldiers had effectively walked into their hands, it was imperative to extract valuable information from them. Initially, the White Eagle Empire's soldiers worried about their 5 critically injured comrades, fearing for their survival. However, the Military Achievement Building had no intentions of letting them perish. In fact, none of the White Eagle Empire's soldiers would face death, whether they wished it or not. Chapter 71. On the verge of hemorrhaging blood, even on death's doorstep, I must sketch the seabed map. The ostensibly negotiated terms with the White Eagle Empire's military were merely a smokescreen, a ploy to buy time. A fortnight elapsed, and the Hall of Military Merit remained steadfast in its refusal to release the detainees, much to the consternation of the White Eagle Empire's military. The Supreme Commander of the White Eagle Empire's military personally traversed the Pacific to engage in direct negotiations with Elder Shao of the Hall of Military Merit in Dragon Country. This standoff between two great powers captured global attention, while Dragon Country had remained aloof from regional conflicts for decades. And the White Eagle Empire and the Arctic Bear Empire were ostensibly the most formidable forces. Dragon Country was an undeniable power to be reckoned with. In recent years, Dragon Country's economy and technology had advanced in lockstep, yielding considerable achievements in novel weaponry research. Should negotiations between the White Eagle Empire and Dragon Country falter, even a minor skirmish could send tremors through the world order. A conflict between these juggernauts would be a cataclysmic event, engulfing global powers and sparing none from the ravages of war. Many powers, though accustomed to trailing behind the White Eagle Empire in displays of might, were under no illusions about the potential consequences of a real conflict. None could confidently assert their ability to withstand Dragon Country's firepower. A sentiment echoed even within the White Eagle Empire itself. It was only out of sheer necessity that the Supreme Commander of the White Eagle Empire's military would undertake such a long journey to Dragon Country to parley with Elder Shao of the Hall of Military Merit. Inside the negotiation chamber, the two sides sat opposite each other. After the customary pleasantries, they cut to the chase. Elder Shao presented the Supreme Commander of the White Eagle Empire's military with a list, stating nonchalantly, "Fulfill all the conditions on this list, and I will release your men immediately." The Supreme Commander perused the list, a voluminous document comprising hundreds of demands, nearly causing him to hemorrhage blood. The first item demanded 100 million in compensation for the destroyed aquaculture farm. The second stipulated that the White Eagle Empire's military must issue a public apology to Dragon Country before the entire world, acknowledging their transgression and pledging to refrain from future offenses. The subsequent entries listed a myriad of conditions, encompassing the oil interests in the Apola Desert, leaving no stone unturned. Verging on extortion, the conditions enumerated on the list were beyond the purview of the Supreme Commander of the White Eagle Empire's military. And even the upper echelons of the White Eagle Empire's headquarters lacked the authority to concede to them. Upon completing the list, the Supreme Commander's face turned ashen, realizing that the Hall of Military Merit had no intention of releasing the detainees. He raised his gaze towards Elder Shao, leaning forward, his hand propping himself up on the table, glaring at Elder Shao with the ferocity of a predator, and said with menace, "Elder Shao, my presence here today for these negotiations is a testament to our sincerity. You must understand that in the event of war, your defeat is inevitable." Elder Shao responded with a frigid laugh, the scars on his face accentuating his menacing demeanor, like a roaring dragon. "It seems that you have forgotten the lessons of 70 years ago. I would be more than willing to provide you with an even more profound reminder." The Supreme Commander's face contorted with rage as he abruptly stood up and stormed out of the room. The meeting concluded acrimoniously. The reporters outside the door, though unaware of the specifics of the discussion, surmised from the atmosphere that a consensus had not been reached. Instantly, various factions were on tenterhooks. No one had anticipated such a resolute stance from the military. The unwavering resolve of Elder Shao stemmed primarily from Dragon Country's remarkable progress in recent years. Characterized by substantial advancements in national defense capabilities, the development of numerous novel weapons and equipment, and a significant enhancement in combat effectiveness, instilling confidence in its ability to respond to any challenge. Secondly, there was a reluctance to concede further ground, an impossibility at this juncture. Information gleaned from the captured White Eagle Empire soldiers revealed that the White Eagle military had acquired extensive data on Dragon Country and Apos' seabed topography. And Dragon Country's extensive coastline and vast territorial waters presented numerous potential points of intrusion. Eternal vigilance is the price of security, but the enemy's malevolence persists. Allowing the White Eagle Empire's arrogance to continue unabated would result in Dragon Country's entire collection of seabed maps falling into the hands of the White Eagle military. In the event of hostilities, this would place Dragon Country at a severe disadvantage, as the military possessed scant knowledge of the White Eagle Empire's seabed maps. Such an imbalance in intelligence could prove fatal on the battlefield. This explained why the military, traditionally known for its humane treatment of prisoners of war, was now unwilling to release these White Eagle soldiers, because the captives were not ordinary soldiers, but rather an elite corps. Every soldier aboard this state-of-the-art submarine was exceptional, particularly the captain, John's son, who possessed an intimate understanding of the White Eagle Empire's entire seabed topography, capable of sketching it freehand. Several soldiers had already divulged this information to the military, hence, the need to retain these individuals and acquire the White Eagle seabed maps. 125 Cryogenic Ordnance Factory. Jing Shang was aware that the White Eagle's cutting-edge submarine had collided with his aquaculture farm, a fact relayed to him by Director Ho. He himself did not follow such news, preoccupied with expediting progress and delving into the technical blueprints and data provided by the system. Upon hearing the news, he was dumbfounded. Unable to fathom that the White Eagle Empire's submarine had traversed over 15,000 kilometers to crash into his aquaculture farm. This aquaculture farm was the culmination of his own design efforts. It incorporated state-of-the-art technology to withstand earthquakes, tsunamis, and various other disasters. However, instead of earthquakes and tsunamis, it had been visited by a top-of-the-line White Eagle submarine. Upon seeing the images of the submarine in its dilapidated state in the news, he could not help but grimace. He knew that his father had been present at the time and intended to call him to offer solace, but his father was ecstatic. He even mentioned that he had mentioned Jing Shang's name to the military investigators, who had promised to assist in securing compensation. The military's promises were worth their weight in gold, and how could his father not be pleased? Jing Shang was momentarily at a loss for words. Never expecting his father to demand 100 million, considering the aquaculture farm had cost a little over $1 million to construct, was largely unscathed, and had not even been stocked with fish fry, yet he claimed to have lost 100 million in marine products. He shook his head helplessly, realizing that the matter was beyond his control and could only be resolved by the military. After cautioning his father to be careful, he had no choice but to end the call. On this day, Jing Shang once again ventured into the mountains to practice his throwing knife technique, capturing 2 rabbits along the way. At the 125 Factory's training grounds, Director Ho and Jing Shang roasted the wild rabbits. Director Ho tore off a large piece of rabbit leg, saying as he ate, "It needs a little more salt, the flavor is lacking." Jing Shang countered, "I think it's just right, too much salt is bad for your health." Director Ho spat out a bone and said, "The military summoned engineers from major ordnance factories to study the White Eagle submarine, but they didn't call you. It's infuriating." Jing Shang chuckled, "We're a cryogenic ordnance factory. It makes sense that they didn't call me." Director Ho shook his head. "It has nothing to do with cryogenic or thermal weapons. The 98 factories sent people too." Jing Shang smiled and shook his head without saying a word. In truth, he had little interest in the White Eagle's cutting-edge submarine, as the rewards he had been receiving daily from the system included numerous technical blueprints and data related to submarines. However, compared to cryogenic weapons, these equipment blueprints were far more intricate, and he only received fragments each time, requiring him to piece them together to obtain the complete submarine technology. Chapter 72. Could a chick outfly an eagle? His daily study of fragments, coupled with personal deduction, had roughly outlined the contours. This submarine was named the Beiming Kuan hypersonic submarine. Sound travels at 340 meters per second under standard conditions. Converted, the average speed is about 1,224 kilometers per hour, meaning it can reach a speed of 1,224 kilometers per hour. Currently, hypersonic weapons are more commonly found in hypersonic aircraft. Since the definition of sound speed is based on specific atmospheric pressure and temperature, this submarine is called a hypersonic submarine because its underwater speed exceeds 1,224 kilometers. Many people do not have an intuitive feel for the speed of 1,224 kilometers per hour, but once compared, they know it's amazing speed. The fastest known submarine is the Russian Northern Bear's Father-class cruise missile nuclear submarine, with a maximum underwater speed exceeding 44 knots, which has now been retired. The Father class is considered the fastest nuclear submarine in the world, touching the limit of submarine speed. After all, when sailing on the surface, the speed is affected by multiple resistances, including frictional resistance, eddy resistance, wave-making resistance, protruding object resistance, and air resistance. And these resistances continue to increase with speed. When the submarine dives underwater, the air resistance disappears, and the wave-making resistance will also weaken with the increase of diving depth. Even the fastest Father class has a surface speed of only 20 knots, but it can soar to 44 knots underwater, converting the speed of the ship into kilometers, which everyone often says is 81 kilometers per hour. That place called the White Eagle Empire has been working hard in recent years to figure out how to make submarines run super fast, and their goal is to run at 100 kilometers per hour. As for Dragon Country, they started tinkering with this kind of super fast submarine as early as the early 1990s. And it's not over yet. If the information Jing Shang has on hand can really be put together, he may be able to build a submarine that can run as fast as sound. That speed, whoosh, is 224 kilometers per hour. Even if the White Eagle Empire develops their super-fast submarine, Jing Shang's submarine can still leave them far behind. The White Eagle's submarine can't even catch up with the tail of Jing Shang's submarine. What does this represent? This means that the Dragon Country submarine, which originally cruised in the water at only 50 or 60 kilometers per hour, is now going to be completely transformed and fly directly under the sea. How fast the planes in the sky can fly, the submarines in the sea can catch up. This is simply unimaginable, completely breaking everyone's perception. This means that if the White Eagle Empire wants to send a submarine from its home to the Dragon Country's doorstep, it will take 10 days. Conversely, it will take only half a day for the Dragon Country submarine to go to their place. Even if the White Eagle Empire takes a shortcut and departs from the naval base of Sakura Country, it will take 23 hours to reach Dragon Country. As for Dragon Country, the submarine can reach their coast in just 12 hours. If this submarine is really built, the days of the White Eagle Empire dominating the sea will be gone forever. You're still wandering on the road, and I've already arrived at your doorstep. How can this game continue? In the early years, when the White Eagle Empire and the Northern Bear confronted each other, the two major powers were always playing hide-and-seek with nuclear submarines under the sea. The two sides chased each other and had a great time. The maritime strength of their powers made other countries envious, and Dragon Country was no exception. But if the Beiming Kuan hypersonic submarine in Jing Shang's hands is completed, it will directly play a game of eagles catching chicks with the White Eagle Empire. Can a chick outfly an eagle? Can a chick fight against an eagle? It's not the same level of thing at all. Of course, Jing Shang has not yet collected a complete set of equipment, and he is not in a hurry at this time. When he is free, he thinks about research and development in his mind. If he is asked to study the White Eagle Empire and Oppo's top submarines now, he is just looking at what their submarines look like and comparing them with what he wants to build, which will not help much. Because in his heart, he feels that the White Eagle Empire's top submarines are no longer good enough and are outdated. The submarines that are invincible in the White Eagle Empire are decades-old antiques in his eyes, and they should be eliminated. Director Ho didn't know that this young man was planning such high-end things in his heart, and he was still unwilling to say. Even if you are allowed to touch the White Eagle Empire's top submarines, it would be good to be gilded. I heard that the engineers who go there are quite famous, and communicating with them is also an opportunity. Jing Shang smiled and did not answer. Director Ho gnawed on the rabbit meat and said bitterly, "It's almost winter, and the students in the universities have begun to work on their graduation theses. Other military factories have already dug up good seedlings in the universities. Our Factory 125 has now recovered, and the factory can't just have you as a scientific researcher. You have to do everything yourself, and you will be exhausted. I don't understand the technical stuff. When you have time, go to the universities more and see which students you like and directly win them over. Our Factory 125 is not short of money now. If you can't handle it, tell me, and I'll find a way to get people. This time we have to be fast, and we can't let other military factories snatch all the good seedlings." Director Ho ate, drank, and muttered. Jing Shang nodded with a smile. What Director Ho said was not unreasonable. Such a large military factory only has him as a scientific researcher, which is really unreasonable. He can still handle the research of cold weapons. After all, the knowledge involved is relatively simple. But if he wants to study the Bimingkuan hypersonic submarine in the future, it would be too absurd for him to fight alone. No one who has never seen a submarine or engaged in submarine research can build a submarine by himself. No one would believe this. So Jing Shang agreed to go to various universities first and then see what to do later. Jing Shang originally thought that it would be easy to recruit some students from various universities to work in the armory. When he was still in school, if he heard that he could go to the armory to do scientific research, he would definitely be happy to go there. But the reality is not so simple. The battle for talents has already become fierce, especially those top students, who are targeted by large companies from all walks of life as soon as they leave school, offering various attractive conditions, such as annual salaries, which directly blind the eyes of graduates. Many students were poached by large companies in this way, and some students chose to continue their studies abroad. The level of these students studying abroad varies. Some can't survive abroad and return home after a few years. Some can't find a job and return home. Of course, some people think that the scientific research atmosphere abroad is more suitable for them, so they simply stay outside and work for other countries or enterprises. There is also a formidable competitor, other military factories, such as Dongfeng Express, nuclear weapons, aerospace, ships, guns, and so on. Chapter 73. A prestigious arsenal struggles to attract talent in the realm of arms manufacturing. Students invariably compare various arsenals during their job search, weighing not only the remuneration but also the prestige associated with each establishment. It is evident that the renown of modern weaponry factories far eclipses that of their traditional counterparts. Who has not heard of Dongfeng Express? And who is unaware of aerospace advancements? Yet, when the name of Factory 125 is mentioned, few can claim familiarity. Even if some students express interest in joining a cold weapon factory, competition among these establishments is fierce. Presently, the preeminent figure in the cold weapon industry remains Factory 98, a name that resonates powerfully. Beneath Factory 98 lies a plethora of smaller cold weapon manufacturers, while Factory 125 is scarcely recognized. With many students having never even heard of it, Jing Shang found himself at an impasse. Resorting to leveraging the reputations of the Chiwen military knife and the Hunter S crossbow to entice potential recruits. These two cold weapons had garnered notable attention in the media, with students often praising them, as they had indeed stirred considerable excitement, even drawing global interest. The Hunter S crossbow had decisively repelled 3,000 troops of the White Eagle Empire, disrupting their entire combat strategy. Meanwhile, the Chiwen military knife was reputed to be unmatched, capable of severing all other military blades. Prince Longi had even gone so far as to invest heavily, purchasing outdated military equipment from Dragon Country solely for the sake of acquiring 200 Chiwen knives as a bonus. While students admired the creators of these remarkable weapons, their admiration did not translate into a desire to secure their own futures within Factory 125. Although this year marked a resurgence for Factory 125, having launched 2 new cold weapons, it remained an immature establishment, with a research environment that paled in comparison to Factory 98. The entire factory boasted but a single researcher, and its equipment was far from comprehensive. After laboring for over a week, Jing Shang had yet to recruit a single student. Upon reviewing the external recruitment postings for Factory 125, he found them devoid of any responses. It was shocking for a factory of such stature to find itself in such a predicament during graduation season, leaving Jing Shang astonished at the high aspirations of today's youth. For various arms manufacturers, graduates from the National University of Defense Technology are the most sought-after candidates. However, Factory 125 lacked any competitive edge in this regard. At Chimei University, most students aspired to study abroad, and when Jing Shang mentioned an annual salary of 35,000, he was met with disinterest. Another esteemed engineering university also faced difficulties in recruitment. This was partly due to the long-established specialties of many institutions. For instance, some schools produced advanced rocket designs under the guidance of their mentors. making it unrealistic to expect these students to pivot towards cold weapon research at Factory 125, as their focus remained firmly entrenched in aerospace. Jing Shang had initially set a goal to recruit 10 outstanding graduates within a week. With 10 individuals, he could assemble a competent team. However, fate played a cruel joke on him, as he failed to secure even one. It was unfathomable that a factory of such repute could struggle to attract talent, even from a modest pool of candidates focused on cold weaponry. He watched helplessly as promising students were snatched away by others. On the very first day, he encountered a remarkably talented student presenting his thesis to the faculty, and Jing Shang was left in awe of the student's brilliance. Yet, this student had already been recruited by a renowned company during his sophomore year, with a starting salary in the six figures. The arms factory operates under a unique system where salary and benefits are not determined solely by him, but rather through a stringent process. Working in an arsenal requires not only talent, but also unwavering commitment and loyalty. Although recent reforms within the factory have encouraged the development of new weaponry and offered substantial rewards, fundamentally, it is not a lucrative environment. When comparing salaries with those of well-known corporations, the arsenal undeniably falls short. By the third day, he discovered another promising candidate, whose academic prowess was remarkable, boasting an IQ of 170. Moreover, she was a striking beauty, exuding an innocent charm that was hard to resist. Jing Shang was quite taken with her. However, she expressed no interest in working at the arsenal or any company, as her heart belonged to the founder of a prominent corporation. He could not bear to disrupt their relationship and could only lament silently. Indeed, the higher educational institutions are teeming with exceptional talent. Yet it seemed that none were destined for Factory 125. Many opted for prestigious firms, pursued studies abroad, immersed themselves in passionate romances, or remained in academia as educators and professors. In the blink of an eye, Jing Shang had been searching for half a month. Should he lower his standards? He could undoubtedly find individuals willing to join Factory 125, but he sought not merely ordinary workers, but top-tier researchers capable of keeping pace with his vision and providing him with support. He could mentor and guide them, yet not everyone could match his tempo. Resolute, Jing Shang decided to grant himself one final day to recruit. If he failed to find anyone, he would return, awaiting the graduation of this cohort. Hoping that some students with ties to the Ministry of Defense might be passively assigned to Factory 125. Perhaps, with a stroke of luck, he might encounter one or two exceptional candidates. If, by the time the supersonic submarine fragments were fully assembled, Factory 125 still lacked personnel, he would need to request assistance from the Military Achievements Building to allocate staff from various factories. Based on his available information, he was confident that the Military Achievements Building would not deny him the personnel he required. Unfortunately, these individuals would not truly belong to Factory 125, as they would eventually return to their original posts, much like the three engineers before them, making it impossible to form a stable team. One day, while meandering aimlessly around the campus, he fortuitously encountered several familiar faces. These individuals were recruitment specialists from other arms manufacturing firms, tasked with scouting talent across universities and ensuring that they secured internships for graduates immediately upon completion of their studies. Jing Shang exchanged brief greetings with them before continuing on his way. The recruitment specialists, watching his retreating figure, could not help but chuckle, remarking on Jing Shang's daring initiative in personally seeking out students. Little did they know, Factory 125 was facing a severe staffing crisis, with the only personnel being a factory director, a military veteran with limited understanding of the complexities of the industry, leaving Jing Shang to shoulder most responsibilities. Factory 125 was on the verge of another embarrassment, still failing to recruit even a single individual. Let us not jump to conclusions. Perhaps their standards are simply high, floated the fragmented comments behind him. Jing Shang merely shrugged, uninterested in engaging further, and continued onward. Ahead lay an experimental building, often bustling with interest groups or mentors guiding students in small projects and experiments. As the new year approached, the experimental building appeared rather desolate, as few could focus on research during this time. Most were preoccupied with thoughts of vacation, job hunting, or socializing with classmates. Or perhaps venturing to uncharted territories in search of poetry and distant horizons. Chapter 74. Are you teaching me how to do things? However, it must be acknowledged that there exists a small faction of individuals who prefer solitude, content to immerse themselves in their own little worlds. Upon reaching the first floor, he stumbled upon a club dedicated to the pursuit of intelligent robotics. The institution had amassed considerable experience in the development of intelligent robots, and the club had been established for several years. While there were indeed a few exceptionally talented students within the group, they exhibited little interest in joining Factory 125. He ascended to the second floor, which was eerily deserted, but sounds emanated from the third floor. Following the noise, he swiftly arrived at a laboratory on the third floor. The lab was spacious, with an instructor guiding 7 or 8 students through small experiments. The instructor was engaged in scribbling on the blackboard, while several students quietly discussed amongst themselves. The instructor was repeatedly writing and erasing on the electronic blackboard, seemingly grappling with a perplexing issue. A particular girl caught Jing Shang's attention. She was clad in a fluffy pajama set, resting her chin on her hand, gazing out the window, entirely oblivious to her instructor. Something was amiss. Had our derivation process gone awry? Unbeknownst to him, Jing Shang had walked up behind the students and cheerfully alerted the instructor. "You've erred," starting from the third line. As soon as he spoke, all the students turned their eyes toward him, and the girl who had been staring out the window turned her head in surprise, her curiosity piqued by this unexpected visitor. Dressed in military attire, with a briefcase emblazoned with the Factory 125 insignia, it was evident to all that he was there for recruitment. The instructor, scratching his head, appeared to be in disarray. "This is no mistake." Jing Shang stepped forward, erasing the instructor's erroneous derivation entirely. Grasping the electronic pen, he began to write with incredible speed on the blackboard. After filling an entire board, he swiped his finger to clear it and continued the derivation. The students behind him were rendered speechless with astonishment. The girl, who had been languidly perched by the window, straightened up, hugging her knees, now keenly observing Jing Shang's calculations. Jing Shang wrote at a remarkable pace, as if it were second nature to him. After completing 5 full boards, he projected the content onto a large screen, presenting the entire derivation process with clarity and precision. This was a theory proposed by a foreign scientist, which the instructor had been guiding the students to verify, albeit from a different angle, leading to a deadlock. Jing Shang had accurately identified the source of the error and provided the necessary corrections. One student recorded the entire process on his phone, and once it concluded, he couldn't help but exclaim in awe, "Wow, this is a master at work." The other students erupted in applause, and the instructor appeared quite exhilarated. "Classmates, we have validated this theory through an alternative approach," he proclaimed, clearly proud of this achievement. The girl in pajamas, however, paid no heed to the instructor, instead scrutinizing Jing Shang with an intrigued glimmer in her eyes. Jing Shang smiled at the instructor and remarked, "In truth, this process has already been validated by many. Within the existing framework of scientific theory, there are no issues. Rather than spending so much time verifying the correctness of a foreign scientist's theory, it may be more enlightening for students to explore new realms of fundamental science." The instructor opened his mouth, feeling somewhat displeased. "Are you instructing me on how to conduct my work?" Meanwhile, the student who recorded the entire video uploaded it to the school's internal forum, igniting a sensation. The school's intranet, accessible solely to faculty and students, was partitioned into 2 main sections, Campus News and the Campus Forum, which naturally became the gathering place for all students, particularly during the annual selection of the top 10 campus beauties and graduation season, when job opportunities were shared. At that moment, the forum boasted over 500 online users. One student, idly watching gaming competition videos in his dorm, perused various job postings on the forum. The front page featured renowned companies, but aware of his limitations, he quickly skipped to the back to examine ordinary firms, yet the salary offerings failed to pique his interest. Frustrated, he closed the recruitment section and opened the gossip forum. As winter arrived, it was time for a seasonal change. Curiosity piqued, He wondered if the junior and senior sisters were sharing new photos on social media. Upon clicking, he stumbled upon a rather peculiar post. The post included a short video, which was a rarity on their intranet, as few posts featured videos. Moreover, the title was explosive: Mysterious Man Derives XX Theory Barehanded. Though he had a disdain for clickbait titles, he couldn't resist clicking. This theory had been covered in class, involving an exceedingly complex derivation process that consumed vast amounts of time, often requiring computer assistance, and even then, errors could occur. He recalled the 2 class periods spent on it, during which the teacher had made mistakes, ultimately resorting to copying from the textbook, resulting in much laughter. Thus, the memory lingered vividly. What was more intriguing was the mystery surrounding this enigmatic figure, which further piqued his interest. As the video began, a tall man in military attire came into view, standing confidently before the electronic blackboard. He first erased the previous writings, then swiftly began to derive equations. His movements fluid and seamless, reminiscent of a cascading waterfall, as though he were directly transcribing answers. No, that couldn't be right. Even if he were copying, it wouldn't be executed with such finesse. Many symbols in the video appeared awkward, not to mention handwritten, yet this man's derivations flowed effortlessly, almost instinctively, creating a unique rhythm the longer one watched. The camera shifted, revealing the instructor beside him, whose hair was disheveled like a bird's nest. Appearing dazed as if struck by lightning, mouth agape as he stared at the military man feverishly inscribing formulas on the board. Accompanied by the sounds of the electronic pen tapping against the board, formulas sprang forth onto the screen. The surrounding students were equally bewildered, their eyes fixated on the board, not daring to utter a sound for fear of interrupting the military man and Apos' creative flow. To his delight, he noticed a familiar presence in the corner of the video, a campus beauty, the most distinctive of them all. While other campus beauties adorned themselves elegantly, she often opted for casual attire, sometimes even attending class in her pajamas. Yet, with an IQ of 165, she answered the teacher's questions in a heartbeat, leaving even the most challenging professors speechless. She was a refreshing anomaly within the school. This unique presence always captured attention. Her name was known throughout the campus. Indeed, she was the prodigious young woman, Li Yuyan, currently pursuing her master's degree at the age of 18. Chapter 75. It looks like a scam at this moment. Even Li Yuyan leaned back in her chair, hugging her legs, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she focused intently on the soldier's demonstration. As if he were in a realm of his own, the soldier filled 5 blackboards with his calculations in one breath, completing the derivation without a moment's pause. Though his handwriting was hasty, the fluidity of his reasoning was impressive. When he concluded and projected the content of the 5 blackboards onto the large screen, thunderous applause erupted in the room. I watched this scene, examining the soldier's final derivation, and searched online for verification. To my astonishment, it was indeed correct. He had reproven the theory using methods beyond the textbook. This was no feat for an ordinary person, even when following the textbook. One would exhaust numerous brain cells and require a computer and drawing software. Yet this soldier had utilized no diagrams or electronic devices, as if all his derivations had been rehearsed in his mind. I stared at the screen, marveling. This individual is truly remarkable, even if I were to copy him. I could not match his speed. Unable to contain my excitement, I saved the video and shared it in our class group. Everyone clamored to know where the video came from, as it was evidently filmed in one of our school's laboratories, and with the renowned campus beauty Li Yuyan present. It immediately captured everyone's attention. I disclosed that I had uncovered it from an internal forum. The post quickly gained traction, with the forum's membership surging from 500 to 2,000, and it continued to grow. It was a rare occurrence for our campus network to exceed 2,000 online users, clearly indicating that this incident had piqued everyone's curiosity. Who was this person? So extraordinary. Could he have memorized the derivation steps in advance? Goodness, such a complex derivation is beyond my recollection. What was most astonishing was that he did not pause even once. It seemed almost supernatural. Was his mind swifter than a computer's? As the post's popularity soared, the video began to circulate beyond the campus, spilling into the wider internet. Initially, the reaction was lukewarm, but soon, several key factors came into play. Firstly, the difficulty of the theoretical derivation was confirmed by experts. Secondly, Li Yuyan, though she herself did not surf the internet, frequently found her videos trending online, thus becoming a social media sensation. Thirdly, the derivation was carried out not by a teacher or a student, but by a soldier. Soon, it became known that this soldier was actually recruiting at our school, hailing from Factory 125. Some unearthed the fact that Factory 125 had developed the Chuang rifle and the hunting shadow sniper rifle. Everything was interconnected, each element tightly woven together, causing the video to explode in popularity in a short span, becoming a sensation on various short video platforms. Though I could not comprehend the derivation, it felt undeniably impressive. This individual was extraordinary. Soldiers could be so formidable. I had always thought they were merely skilled marksmen. Clearly, this was a soldier involved in scientific research, engaged in R&D at Factory 125. Could he be the very inventor of the Chuang rifle and the hunting shadow sniper rifle? This topic ignited further discussion, and soon rumors circulated that Factory 125 had merged with Factory 98 due to the development of two new types of cold weapons this year. It had regained its former glory. The personnel composition at Factory 125 was indeed quite slender, now reduced to a lone researcher, with even the factory director lacking technical expertise. Next, we turned our attention to the soldier in the video. It seemed highly likely that the individual featured was indeed the brilliant inventor behind the Chuang military knife and the hunting shadow crossbow. Everyone was abuzz with excitement, momentarily forgetting the theories and the campus beauty, eager to discover what this remarkable individual looked like from the front. Regrettably, the footage only captured his back, revealing nothing of his face. Outside the school, at a Lanzhou noodle shop, Li Yuyan swiped through her phone and smiled at Jing Shang, who sat across from her. "Oh, you've become a social media star." Jing Shang tilted his head to glance at the video and asked with a grin, "Have you considered it? Want to join me?" "Don't be so sneaky. It looks like a scam," Li Yuyan replied with a blink, countering, "Where do you get the confidence to recruit at a school with an annual salary of 35,000? Nowadays, anyone can easily earn 50,000 or 60,000 in a year." Though Li Yuyan wasn't one of those overly confident graduates dreaming of six-figure salaries, she held a strong belief in her own abilities. Moreover, most university students would hardly accept a job with such a low salary. Jing Shang chuckled, saying, "The most appealing aspect of a weapons factory isn't the salary. This has never been a place where heroes are measured by monetary worth." Li Yuyan did not respond, but instead browsed through various comments below the video, finding them amusing. Previously, when videos of her circulated online, she had received many comments, some of which even went viral, but she had never taken them to heart. However, she found Jing Shang's perspective quite intriguing. Someone remarked that he was rather arrogant, suggesting that there was no need to waste time repeatedly validating foreign scientists' theories, which they deemed a pure waste of time. Jing Shang shrugged. "Exactly. Why expend that energy? There are so many new fields waiting to be explored, with scientists worldwide grappling in these domains. Universities should be the forefront of exploring basic science. What is the point of constantly proving others right or wrong?" Li Yuyan gazed at Jing Shang, increasingly captivated by his persona. In her eyes, he was an anomaly, and she too was likely seen as one by others. There existed an inexplicable camaraderie between anomalies, making their interactions effortless. She suddenly expressed interest in the weapons factory, asking, "Can I intern for a few months? If I don't like it, can I just leave?" Jing Shang shook his head. "That won't do. You can intern, but you can't simply leave without a valid reason. It could affect your future." Li Yuyan dismissed such concerns, purely wanting to see where Jing Shang worked. "Do I need to sign a contract?" Jing Shang retrieved a contract from his briefcase. Li Yuyan barely glanced at it before signing. Jing Shang felt a surge of joy. It was no small feat to finally recruit a talented individual after more than half a month of effort. In the defense building, Old Xiao sat behind his desk handling documents, while Secretary Cheng busied himself at the adjacent desk. After completing a task, Secretary Cheng picked up his phone for a brief respite. Shortly thereafter, he stumbled upon Jing Shang's video. Although Jing Shang's face was not visible, Secretary Chung was too familiar with both Factory 125 and Jing Shang. There were no other technicians at Factory 125, and the silhouette was unmistakably his. He couldn't help but chuckle. This kid never settles down, always stirring up some excitement. Old Xiao, without looking up, inquired, "Who?" Secretary Chung approached Old Xiao, holding up his phone. Jing Shang. Chapter 76. Where did this little girl emerge from? Observing Jing Shang fervently calculating at the blackboard, Old Xiao was momentarily taken aback. It was indeed his first encounter with Jing Shang in such an industrious state. Could it be that this video was not accelerated? Old Xiao could not help but express his admiration. The uploader claimed it was not sped up, yet given Jing Shang's prowess, it was entirely plausible. With a hint of curiosity, Old Xiao inquired, "What business does he have at the school?" Secretary Chung elaborated on the fierce competition among various arms factories for top talents. Leaning back in his chair, Old Xiao pondered the matter. It was indeed a conundrum. Factory number 125 could not rely solely on Jing Shang. Executing every task himself would be overwhelming and would drain too much of his energy. Remember, arrange for more graduates to join Factory number 125 during next year's graduation season. He instructed. Secretary Chung nodded in agreement. In the country, there are specialized military academies akin to the National University of Defense Technology, which regularly supply skilled individuals to the major arms factories each year. These individuals represent a vital influx of fresh talent, forming the backbone of future operations. Although they may not possess the extraordinary capabilities of the top-tier students, they provide a sturdy foundation. Old Xiao resumed his work, suddenly recalling. Have the blueprints for the top submarine from the White Eagle Empire been completed? Secretary Chung shook his head. Not yet. Old Xiao furrowed his brow. Is it really that difficult? The submarine has been back for some time now. Analyzing its structure and drafting a blueprint shouldn't be overly complex. Why isn't Jing Shang gone? Secretary Chung opened his mouth to speak, but hesitated, finally stating, this time. The invitation was primarily extended by the submarine factory's director to the engineers. Perhaps they felt factory number 125 lacked sufficient personnel and did not invite Jing Shang. Old Xiao contemplated this, recognizing the underlying dynamics. The submarine factory director had previously sought to recruit Jing Shang, but he had not responded. A formal invitation had later been obstructed by the Ministry of Defense. The director likely perceived Jing Shang as somewhat aloof and unappreciative, hence the omission this time. Nonetheless, the approach to the handling of that premier submarine had yet to be determined, and the subsequent negotiations with the White Eagle Empire's military remained unpredictable. The sooner clarity was achieved regarding that submarine, the more advantageous it would be for our nation. Old Xiao concluded, let us not have Jing Shang running around aimlessly. He should visit the submarine facility. It's time he collaborates closely with the factory directors, engineers, and designers. Remaining isolated like this could lead to him being marginalized. Secretary Chung smiled in agreement, accustomed to Old Xiao's concern for Jing Shang. He promptly made a call to Jing Shang. Having just finished a bowl of Lanzhou beef noodles, Jing Shang wiped his mouth and ended the call, turning to Li Yuyan. Are you full? Li Yuyan nodded slightly. Then let's set off. Dressed in dinosaur-patterned pajamas, she bounced along behind Jing Shang. It was as if he were escorting a child, leading the 18-year-old in her vibrant attire down the street until they reached the parking area. The driver swiftly exited the vehicle and saluted Jing Shang with a crisp military gesture. Jing Shang nodded in acknowledgement and instructed, to the airport. Together, he and Li Yuyan climbed into the jeep, which had been arranged by the military specifically for him. The journey was smooth, and they soon arrived at the military airport. Li Yuyan's eyes widened as she gazed at the impressive sight of military helicopters and fighter jets taking off and landing. It was indeed a magnificent spectacle. She had anticipated boarding a civilian aircraft, but the prospect of flying on a military plane filled her with excitement. Meanwhile, the soldiers at the airport were puzzled by the sight of this young girl in dinosaur pajamas, under the scrutiny of so many armed soldiers. Even the bold Li Yuyan felt a twinge of nervousness. She quietly grasped Jing Shang's large hand, her cotton slippers scuffing along as she hurriedly followed him, exclaiming, Slow down. Slow down. Jing Shang had no choice but to reduce his pace. As a soldier, he naturally walked faster than the average person. And given his height advantage over Li Yuyan, his strides were longer, making it difficult for her to keep up without nearly losing her slippers. They boarded a military helicopter that would take them directly from the northwest to the coastal No. 1C area in the southeast. Below them stretched endless mountains. As Li Yuyan observed the shifting landscapes beneath, it felt as though she were experiencing the passage of seasons. While the school remained enshrouded in winter, their destination resembled summer, filled with the sounds of birds and blooming flowers, and people donned in summer attire. Li Yuyan was elated. Wow, our arms factory is by the sea. She was quite pleased with the environment of the arms factory, but Jing Shang's subsequent words felt like a splash of cold water. This is not our arms factory. We are merely here to attend to some matters, and will leave once we're done. Li Yuyan felt a pang of disappointment, but quickly grew curious. What are we here for? Jing Shang smiled and asked, do you know that our Ministry of Defense just seized a top submarine from the White Eagle Empire? Li Yuyan nodded. Such big news. How could I not know? Jing Shang continued. We are here to assist in attempting to reconstruct the design blueprints of the submarine. Li Yuyan clapped her hands in delight. That's fantastic. We can stay here for a few days. I rarely come to the seaside. I love the ocean. She felt a rush of excitement. The top submarine from the White Eagle Empire had indeed stirred quite a commotion domestically. Capturing a premier submarine along with its entire crew was a historic response from Long Country to the provocations of the White Eagle Empire in the No. 1C area. It was said that the submarine had been exposed after colliding with a water tank at a fisherman's oyster farm. The fact that a submarine could not withstand a water tank seemed almost unbelievable to Li Yuyan. However, these details were not the crux of her concern, as the top submarine felt too distant for her. Little did she expect to have the opportunity to participate in the operations concerning the White Eagle Empire's submarines so soon. The soldiers drove them to a massive factory. The submarine had already been retrieved from the sea and was now stationed within this facility, designated for engineers and designers from various arms factories to study and recreate the design blueprints. Jing Shang held Li Yuyan's hand as they entered the factory. Before long, they became the focal point of attention. Jing Shang remained composed, but the spotlight was primarily on Li Yuyan, still clad in her conspicuous dinosaur pajamas. This was a military base, after all. Everyone stared at her in astonishment, their minds racing with questions. What sort of attire is this? Where did this little girl come from? How did she gain access to such a secure military location? The submarine factory director recognized Jing Shang and frowned, while several engineers nearby also identified him. It was inevitable. Jing Shang's recent notoriety had made his face quite memorable. What brings him here? Did the director invite him? Chapter 77. The confidence of the strong. The submarine factory director shook his head, expressing, no, there is only one researcher at Factory 125. I refrained from inviting him over, fearing it might disrupt his work. Yet, he felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. Was it not a tad excessive for him to come uninvited, as if intent on claiming this credit? At present, all arms factories were acutely aware of the Military Achievement Building's immense regard for this premier submarine, striving to extract its full value. Participation in this project conferred merit upon all involved, which was one of the reasons why numerous engineers were eager to collaborate here to reconstruct the submarine's design blueprint. The factory director pondered. You have already accumulated considerable merit this year. When I initially invited you to our factory, you looked down upon it. And now you come to us to snatch the credit. Are you deliberately trying to vex me? He harbored some resentment towards Jing Shang, recalling the generous terms he had offered to entice him, only to be met with indifference. Now, seeing the opportunity for military merit, Jing Shang had come to join the fray. Was this not a touch shameless? Furthermore, why bring along a little girl? This was a military zone. Even if the Military Achievement Building valued him, it did not grant him the liberty to cause a ruckus here. At that moment, an assistant rushed over, whispering in his ear, the Military Achievement Building has just arranged for Jing Shang to assist. The factory director, far from feeling relieved, furrowed his brows even tighter. The Military Achievement Building? Did they not trust him? He had already invited numerous engineers, What difference did one more make? Why send Jing Shang over? His presence would hardly be beneficial to the work at hand. With so many top-tier talents and experienced engineers already present, could he truly expect Jing Shang to magically produce the blueprints? It was not as if he were a sorcerer. Progress required a methodical approach. The factory director grumbled internally, feeling increasingly agitated, yet he forced a smile as he approached Jing Shang, extending his hand. Mr. Jing, I have long heard of your esteemed reputation. It is a pleasure to finally meet you in person. You truly possess an impressive demeanor. Jing Shang promptly replied, Director, you flatter me. I am merely here to assist. I thought I would come early to greet everyone and familiarize myself with the team. Observing Jing Shang, the factory director found him rather affable, devoid of the arrogance he had anticipated, which eased his discomfort somewhat. He then introduced Jing Shang to the other engineers one by one. Many of these individuals were luminaries in weapon research, and Jing Shang felt compelled to tread carefully. After some pleasantries, Jing Shang pointed to his side and introduced. This is my newly recruited intern assistant, Li Yuyan. She just arrived from school today and hasn't had the chance to change her clothes yet. Li Yuyan cheerfully chimed in. Hello, uncles and aunts. Unfazed by the potential awkwardness, she exuded charm. The engineers, charmed by the delightful young girl despite her eccentric attire, found her smile enchanting. In a field dominated by research, particularly in military domains, interpersonal relations were relatively straightforward, devoid of the treachery often found elsewhere. They quickly embraced Jing Shang, guiding him through the submarine for a tour. Inside the submarine, a transformation was evident, with engineers having disassembled various components. Jing Shang observed meticulously, inspecting each part while posing precise, professional inquiries, which garnered him increased respect from the team. In this realm, competence spoke volumes. Ultimately, Jing Shang simulated operations on the control panel. At that moment, a voice echoed in his mind from the system. Ding! Upgradable equipment detected. Would the host like to proceed with the upgrade? Jing Shang hastily declined, fearing an array of bizarre and untested technological innovations might emerge, potentially alarming the engineers present. He instructed the system, cancel the upgrade. Exchange the upgrade card for upgrade blueprints. Instantaneously, a submarine blueprint materialized in his mind. This design featured several enhancements for the elite submarine of the White Eagle Empire, significantly improving its performance while optimizing the existing structure. Upon exiting the submarine, the factory director remarked, This is the pinnacle submarine of the White Eagle Empire. They possess only two in the entire world. The only nations that can contend with it are the Arctic Bear Nation and the Three Golden Lions Nation. We still have some catching up to do in this regard. Another engineer interjected, In fact, we have prioritized submarine research since the early 1990s, and we have made considerable progress over the years. However, we still lag behind the very best. An older engineer chimed in, Once our ultra-high-speed submarine research is completed, we will easily outpace the White Eagle-S submarines. Technology is advancing rapidly. We now have foundational conditions that were lacking in the 1990s. With a smile, the factory director concluded, There is still a long road ahead, and we must continue to strive diligently. Mr. Jing, I shall arrange accommodation for you. Rest well tonight as we commence our formal work tomorrow, aiming to restore the submarine-S design blueprints as soon as possible. Jing Shang smiled at everyone and replied, No need for that. I will return to Factory 125 tonight. I must assist Yu Yen with some paperwork tomorrow. Instead, I will sketch the blueprints now for everyone's reference. At this proclamation, everyone was taken aback, while Li Yuyan, clad in dinosaur pajamas, gazed at Jing Shang with starry eyes, filled with admiration. Oh my, is that truly possible? You can complete the blueprints after just a brief tour of the submarine? She felt an overwhelming surge of excitement. In that moment, Jing Shang appeared nothing short of extraordinary to her. This individual was captivating, far more intriguing than any boy she had previously encountered. Having entered the Gifted Youth program at the age of 13, she had met many talented young men, but none quite like Jing Shang. This, she mused, was the confidence of the strong. Upon entering the factory, Jing Shang had taken her hand, and Li Yuyan distinctly sensed the director's disdain towards him, as well as a hint of aversion from some engineers. Although she could not comprehend the underlying misunderstandings, she was acutely attuned to the emotions of those around her. Now, her gaze flitted between Jing Shang and the engineers, her lips curving into a smile as her heart raced. Surprised? Astonished? My master has effortlessly resolved the conundrums you could not. He can sketch blueprints with ease. Isn't that astonishing? You must be flabbergasted, taken aback, and perhaps regretting your initial judgment. Ha ha ha. It's simply too amusing to contain my laughter. Amidst a gathering of technical experts, emotions were transparent, unlike the facades often seen in corporate or political arenas. Observing the changing expressions on their faces, Li Yuyan deemed it the most entertaining spectacle in existence. The factory director thought he had misheard, staring intently at Jing Shang. Did you just say you will produce the submarine blueprints now? Jing Shang nodded with a smile. If it's convenient, please prepare the necessary tools for me. Chapter 78. Utterly Arrogant. The seasoned engineer responsible for the high-speed submarine research gazed incredulously at Jing Shang. You claim that after merely one glance, you can reproduce the design blueprints? While it is possible to sketch a rough outline after a single viewing, it would hardly be of any substantial utility to us. Since Jing Shang has made such a declaration, he must be asserting he can produce a complete and detailed rendition, faithfully restoring the submarine's original design. Yet, the various technologies, dimensions, and specifications involved, human eyes are not measuring tools, and our brains are not computers. How can one merely glance and then draft the schematics? The theory simply does not hold water. Jing Shang responded with a smile. There may be some discrepancies, but they will not be significant. The assembly remained skeptical, deeming Jing Shang's confidence excessively audacious. With a multitude of seasoned engineers and notable experts present, who had labored for days without success in recreating the design, how could Jing Shang, having merely taken a cursory tour of the submarine, so boldly claim he could replicate it? The factory floor fell into a hushed silence. All eyes were riveted on Jing Shang, their expressions frozen in disbelief. The more nonchalantly he spoke, the more they considered him insufferably arrogant. Since its capture, the submarine had been dispatched to the First Theater's submarine manufacturing facility for research. Numerous elite weapon developers had come and gone, eager to attempt reconstructing the design of this premier submarine. However, it must not be forgotten that this task was monumental. The Beiying Empire had invested immense human, material, and financial resources into the construction of this sophisticated vessel. Even with the submarine right before them, replicating the blueprints in their entirety was no trivial undertaking. After several days of effort, the team had made some progress. Yet none dared to claim they could accomplish what Jing Shang was asserting. If he succeeded, what would that imply for their own futile efforts over the past days? Would it not starkly highlight their inadequacy? This brash individual seemed to think reconstructing blueprints was child's play. Although he had emerged as an unexpected dark horse this year, developing the astonishing Chi-Wen missile and the Sunying crossbow, he remained, after all, merely an engineer specializing in cold weaponry. The complexity of submarines far surpassed that of missiles and crossbows, did it not? Standing before a line of distinguished veterans, no one else would dare boast so boldly. Li Yuyan, amidst the crowd, observed the astonished expressions of her peers, struggling to suppress her laughter. The submarine factory director scrutinized Jing Shang with a significant gaze. Perhaps it would be wise to take a moment to rest. Are you not a bit muddled, speaking such nonsense? The implication was hardly subtle. Jing Shang's bravado had irked many veteran engineers, all of whom had been personally invited by the factory director himself. An elder engineer interjected. It is good for youth to have some pride, but do temper your arrogance. All present here are titans of weapon development. He had initially anticipated the submarine to be exceedingly complex and had prepared himself for a long-term battle. However, after merely touring the vessel, he found it somewhat outdated and not particularly daunting in appearance. Jing Shang spoke with an air of ease, further provoking disbelief among the surrounding engineers. Arrogant, utterly arrogant, even more so than before, they thought. Were it not for the fact that this young man had indeed created two weapons that had astonished the military world, they might suspect he was feverish, his intellect compromised. This was the pinnacle of submarines currently in service worldwide, and he dared to claim it was too simple? In that moment, The engineers found themselves at a loss for words. Was this young man truly exceptional, or were they simply lacking in capability? No, there were many top-tier engineers present, as well as renowned experts. It was inconceivable that they could all be inept, absent any other explanation. They could only conclude he was hopelessly conceited. Enough of this prattle. Jing Shang appeared somewhat impatient, glancing at his wristwatch with a smile. Let us make the most of our time and aim to return to Factory 125 before nightfall. Witnessing Jing Shang's ungratefulness, the submarine factory director refrained from further commentary. You assert you can reproduce the design blueprints of this premier submarine? Then let us see you do it. But should you fail, in front of all these esteemed veterans, I wonder how you will navigate this industry thereafter. The director pointed towards a nearby computer. This device contains relevant software. Check what else you require, and I shall procure it for you. Jing Shang shook his head. This software will suffice. He settled at the table, his fingers deftly dancing across the keyboard, the mouse gliding with practiced ease. The schematics he envisioned began to materialize on the computer screen. Li Yuyan, donned in dinosaur pajamas, clasped her hands behind her back, leaning slightly forward, her gaze fixed intently on the screen as a masterpiece gradually took shape before her. Stealing a glance at the engrossed experts, she noticed their eyes nearly bulging in astonishment. Impressive, indeed. Your software skills are quite adept. How on earth do you know these dimensions? Jing Shang, undeterred, continued to sketch while replying, I inquired about them aboard the submarine. Once again, the crowd exchanged glances. Indeed, his inquiries had been remarkably detailed. Good heavens! He had managed to remember everything. This alone was a feat few could accomplish. Bear in mind, dimensions are rather tedious. One must comprehend the submarine structure while memorizing the intricate figures, an endeavor not suited for the average individual. Wait, this aspect of the submarine is absolutely not as you have depicted. I remember it clearly. You have made an error. Jing Shang replied casually. I made some improvements. After all, this submarine was developed over 20 years ago by the Bang Empire. It is somewhat outdated compared to current standards. Gasps of astonishment echoed through the assembly. This individual was indeed excessively arrogant. Not only did he aim to reproduce the blueprints, but he also intended to enhance them in the process. Could he be any more audacious? The globally recognized strongest submarine, and he sought not only to replicate its design, but also to innovate upon it. The Long Kingdom had spent decades striving to catch up to this premier vessel, and now he aspired to create a new submarine that surpassed it. The engineers felt as if they had been struck by lightning, their eyes nearly popping from their sockets. Each of them was seasoned professionals, none lacking in expertise, all familiar with the rigors of project development. Even a mere enhancement of a firearm requires an intricate process, proposing a general improvement plan, establishing a project, followed by design, testing, and multiple revisions, often taking months or even years to yield a final product. Yet here was Jing Shang, nonchalantly proposing to improve the most advanced submarine in existence. Chapter 79. He truly achieved it. The tone was as casual as if discussing a meal or a drink. A group of veteran engineers shook their heads in disbelief, finding it difficult to continue watching. The young man was truly asking for a slap. His arrogance was simply infuriating. Even if he was adept with software and possessed some knowledge of submarine construction, he shouldn't flaunt it before so many seasoned professionals. They murmured amongst themselves behind Jing Shang's back, their words laced with exasperation at his audacity, his thoughtless remarks, and his youthful exuberance. Upon hearing this, Li Yuyan scoffed dismissively. My master is simply exceptional. What's the matter with that? Jing Shang remained utterly unconcerned with the opinions of those around him, paying no heed to their hushed criticisms. He focused intently on the keyboard, swiftly translating the designs in his mind onto the computer screen. Initially, he displayed only the basic framework, but as he added more and more details, everyone was left in utter astonishment. The whispers faded, replaced by a collective gasp of awe. Bit by bit, the intricate details coalesced into the submarine's overall structure. From the pressure reduction system to the control panel circuitry, from the nuclear propulsion system to the oxygen generation equipment, everything was rendered with meticulous precision. He not only restored the original submarine design, but also enhanced it. The modifications were subtle, based on existing technological capabilities, with the primary aim of bolstering the submarine's structural integrity, making it less vulnerable to damage, while simultaneously increasing its speed by a full 20. Although it couldn't compare to the hypersonic velocity of the Bimingkuan submarine, it was more than sufficient to make it one of the most advanced submarines of its time. Jing Shang seemed to be conducting a symphony, his fingers dancing across the keyboard, occasionally clicking the mouse to trace a line, his movements practiced and fluid, with hardly a pause. To everyone present, it was an astonishing feat, considering he was reconstructing the blueprints of a submarine, an endeavor of unimaginable complexity. Moreover, a single blueprint was insufficient. The master drawing was accompanied by a series of smaller component drawings, which, when pieced together, resembled the creation of a magnificent tapestry. Yet, Jing Shang's actions at the computer seemed effortless, requiring little thought. Everything was readily at his fingertips. Even more astonishingly, the entire drawing was flawless. It was as if the complete image of the improved submarine had been indelibly etched into his mind, as if he had an encyclopedic knowledge of the blueprint. Jing Shang completed the main task, exhaling softly, and glanced at his watch. The timing was perfect. If he left now, he could make it home for dinner. He stood up and addressed the submarine factory director and engineers. The blueprint is roughly complete. I'll leave the remaining programming work to you all. It's getting late. Everyone should go eat. No need to see me out. It wouldn't be accurate to say that Jing Shang lacked social awareness, at the very least. He knew to leave some work for others, not to claim all the credit. With that, he took Li Yuyan's hand and strode away. As they approached the factory gate, the rays of the setting sun bathed them in a golden glow, their elongated shadows stretching out on the ground, leaving the others with an image of unfathomable depth. For a moment, they exchanged glances, each reading astonishment in the other's eyes. They didn't see Jing Shang off. Instead, they gathered around the computer, scrutinizing every detail of the design. They attempted to find errors, hoping to prove Jing Shang's absurdity and conceit, but the deeper they delved, the more astounded they became. There were no errors. It was even superior to the original submarine. He had indeed made improvements based on the original design, including adjustments to critical structures such as the nuclear propulsion system, which, according to his design, could increase speed by 20 to 30. Good heavens! Could there truly be such a gifted individual in the world? Jing Shang had merely observed the construction of the submarine, taken a turn around it, and was able to reconstruct and improve upon it. He had truly accomplished it. Which of these industry titans present could attain such a level? None, not a single one. It should be noted that these engineers were also renowned figures, having developed numerous new types of weaponry and equipment, making significant contributions to the nation's defense, and serving as true mainstays. In the factory, colleagues treated them with utmost respect. Even rivals both revered and resented them. But today, Jing Shang had given them a profound lesson. There is always someone better, and there is no limit to human potential. Clearly, Jing Shang had never been involved in submarine research before. A person without any prior experience, after simply spending some time inside a submarine and taking a walk around, had produced such a masterpiece. The efforts of dozens of senior engineers over several days had only just begun to unveil the restoration of the submarine's design. Yet, Jing Shang had arrived and brought this monumental project to a successful conclusion in just a few hours. How laughable that they had considered Jing Shang arrogant. Was he arrogant? No, it was confidence. Even if he was arrogant, he had the right to be. Hurry up, the cafeteria will be closing soon if we're any later. Jing Shang's voice, urging Li Yuyan, drifted in from outside the factory. Coming, master. Inside the factory, everyone turned around as one. This fellow had rushed to complete the design just to go home for dinner? Inside the military factory's office building, Secretary Chung, holding a piece of intelligence, entered the office and said to Elder Shao, "We have captured a spy from the White Eagle Empire. According to his confession, he has reported to the White Eagle Empire's military that we are studying their top-secret submarine." Elder Shao smiled. Even if he hadn't said it, the White Eagle Empire's military would have guessed it sooner or later. Elder Shao closed the document in his hand and set it aside. He picked up his teacup, only to find it empty. Suddenly remembering something, he looked up at Secretary Chung and said, "Judging by the time, Jing Shang should have arrived at the submarine factory. Give him a call and remind him to communicate well with the engineers from each factory to coexist harmoniously. His own abilities are important, but interpersonal skills cannot be ignored. If there's an opportunity, we should still have him take on more important tasks, such as developing hot weapons. At that time, he will inevitably have to work closely with these engineers. Elder Xiao was truly breaking his heart for Jing Shang, never having been so concerned about any other engineer. Secretary Chung refilled Elder Xiao's teacup with hot water. Okay, I'll call him right away. Secretary Chung dialed Jing Shang's phone, only to find that it was turned off. After thinking for a moment, he changed the number to the submarine factory director's phone. The director quickly answered the phone. After a brief greeting, he asked, "Has Jing Shang arrived at your factory?" The submarine factory director gave a wry smile and replied, "Engineer Jing came, and then left." Secretary Chung was stunned. Huh? Left? Wasn't he supposed to be working on the submarine design together? Why did he leave? Elder Xiao listened from the side, his eyes also looking at Secretary Chung with a questioning gaze. Secretary Chung understood and turned on the speakerphone. Chapter 80, Auction? On the other end of the line, the voice of the submarine factory director echoed. After his arrival, we took him on a tour of the submarine. He swiftly grasped its internal structure and emerged with the submarine's design blueprints, even proposing enhancements. Constructing a new submarine based on his designs would yield a sturdier vessel, with an increase in speed by approximately 20 to 30%. Upon hearing this, Secretary Chung and Elder Xiao were momentarily speechless. Secretary Chung stood frozen, while Elder Xiao, cradling a teacup in one hand and pinching the lid with the other, appeared like a still-life painting, save for the rising steam. The factory director continued. Jing Shang finished the drawings and left, stating he was in a hurry to return home for dinner. After the call ended, Elder Xiao and Secretary Chung remained enveloped in profound astonishment. Jing Shang hadn't merely visited the submarine factory, he had come and gone, absorbing the essence of the submarine's design with astonishing clarity, even improving upon it, enhancing its speed by 20 to 30%. Elder Xiao, scratching his head, asked with a slightly altered tone, "When did I instruct you to notify Jing Shang?" Secretary Chung, with a wry smile, replied, "I just called him this morning." Elder Xiao let out a sigh of relief. "You startled me. I thought my memory had faltered these past few days." Secretary Chung shook his head. Jing Shang's speed is truly remarkable. He was notified this morning. Yet he dashed to the submarine factory in the first combat zone and produced that intricate design in just a few hours." He glanced out the window, and Elder Xiao instinctively followed suit. The dusk had just begun to envelop the sky. Elder Xiao set down his teacup, slowly rising to approach the window, gazing at the lights flickering to life outside. Truly, he was a genius worthy of the title Chiwen talents, leaving one in awe. While they had come to recognize Jing Shang's exceptional capabilities, having independently developed the astonishing Chiwen missile and the hunting Shadow Cross rifle, even influencing the battlefield dynamics in the 47th Combat Zone of the Appalachia Desert, they had still underestimated him. No one anticipated that his abilities would once again redefine collective perceptions, surpassing all imaginations. Not only did he possess the prowess to develop cold weapons, but he also demonstrated the capacity to innovate in the realm of firearms. The complexity of submarine technology was effortlessly unraveled by him, as he adeptly sketched the design and further enhanced its capabilities. Secretary Chung concurred. Jing Shang is indeed an extraordinary individual, seemingly born to create weaponry. As the two marveled, the phone on the desk rang again. Secretary Chung hurried to answer, discovering it was the chief commander of the White Eagle Empire's military. He glanced at Elder Xiao, who had already rebuffed their calls twice that day. Although Elder Xiao initially intended to decline once more, he reconsidered and picked up the phone, stating directly, "If you wish to negotiate, you must demonstrate sincerity. Not a single item on the list has been fulfilled, yet you speak of sincerity?" The chief commander responded, "Elder Xiao, let us not be so confrontational. How about this? You return the submarine to us, and we will immediately compensate the fishermen with 100 million. What do you say?" Elder Xiao retorted with a cold laugh. "You lack the standing to set conditions. I expect to see that 100 million compensation tonight." Otherwise, you shall bear the consequences." With that, Elder Shao abruptly hung up the phone. It was evident that the White Eagle Empire's military had learned of Long Country's submarine development and sought to reclaim it. Such a proposition was far too convenient. Elder Shao instructed Secretary Chung, "Issue the command. Put the White Eagle Empire's top-tier submarine up for auction on the weapons and equipment website. The starting bid is set at 100 million. Secretary Chung was taken aback. Auction? Auctioning the White Eagle Empire's most advanced submarine? Since we are already at odds with the White Eagle Empire, shouldn't we retain it for ourselves? Why auction it off? Our military isn't short on funds." Elder Shao nodded. "Those rascals in the White Eagle Empire's military think they can intimidate me." Secretary Chung suddenly understood. Elder Shao intended to embarrass the White Eagle Empire's military. If they failed to secure the 100 million compensation tonight, Elder Shao had no intention of backing down. This decision was also influenced by Jing Shang. After all, the submarine had collided with the Jing family's aquaculture farm, and Jing Shang had exhibited his extraordinary talents. After being notified in the morning to assist with the submarine's design restoration, he completed the task by afternoon, even enhancing the submarine further. Elder Shao felt he must acknowledge such a genius. In truth, when the compensation list was drawn up, the 100 million offered to the Jing family was not the focal point. Everyone understood that the aquaculture farm held little value. It was merely a means to challenge the White Eagle Empire's military. Moreover, the White Eagle Empire would not be foolish enough to pay the full amount. The most likely outcome would be prolonged negotiations, ultimately settling around 1 million. Compared to the other items on the list, this sum was negligible. It simply served as the most straightforward condition for demonstrating sincerity from the White Eagle Empire. A concession would naturally be made. But now, Elder Shao was unwilling to grant that concession. He demanded 100 million, not a penny less. If they wouldn't pay, then they would auction off the submarine and see who truly felt the urgency. A unique, high-end submarine on the global market would attract many interested parties. The White Eagle Empire had only one remaining submarine, and the one being auctioned was this prized possession. Secretary Ching immediately arranged for action, and before long, Long Country's military website announced the significant news: the public online auction of the captured top-tier submarine from the White Eagle Empire. Various global powers closely monitored Long Country and Oppo's military movements, and they paid special attention to this website showcasing and selling Long Country and Oppo's weaponry. Whenever there were updates, alerts would flash on the systems of major stakeholders. At this moment, notifications popped up across monitoring screens. Long Country's military website had been updated. Upon seeing this, astonishment spread among the crowd. Goodness, the military intends to auction the White Eagle Empire's top submarine. What is their game? Are they genuinely selling it? Or is this a ruse? Elder Shao's intentions were unclear, but this submarine was the most advanced in the world. Its speed was unmatched, even after decades of service. Despite its battered appearance from the collision, once restored, it would still reign supreme among submarines. Furthermore, possessing this submarine would eventually grant mastery over all its technologies, enabling the construction of more vessels of the same caliber, bolstering their naval strength and diminishing the White Eagle Empire's dominance over the seas. Even landlocked nations, those with no maritime interests, would covet this submarine, not minding to create another adversary for the White Eagle Empire, one that could stand firm against them and thus curtail their aggressive maneuvers. Within the Arctic Bear's Ministry of Defense, personnel responsible for information monitoring promptly dialed the chief commander's number. Chapter 81. Such fortuitous opportunities should not be missed upon receiving the call. The commander of the Arctic Bear was left utterly bewildered. What did you say? The military is auctioning off the premier submarine of the White Eagle Empire? Am I imagining things? How could the military possibly part with such a treasure? They would be more likely to hoard it. The commander doubted his senses. After all, this was the top-tier submarine of the White Eagle Empire, a symbol of unparalleled underwater technology. The Arctic Bear possessed only one submarine that could rival it. If the Dragon Kingdom were to acquire this submarine, it would be akin to striking gold. The meticulous disassembly and study of this vessel could propel the submarine technology of the Dragon Kingdom into a new era. allowing them to develop a submarine that could stand toe-to-toe with the White Eagle Empire. Yet now, the military was actually auctioning it off, with a starting bid of merely 100 million. Such a price was practically a windfall from the heavens. Even if it was just the initial bid, it was overwhelmingly enticing. The commander of the Arctic Bear could not suppress his excitement and quickly logged onto the website, where he indeed found the auction page featuring the esteemed submarine. Despite showing signs of damage from a collision, the vessel's significance and strategic value remained undiminished. His mind raced with confusion. Was it possible that the submarine had sustained irreparable damage? No, that could not be the case. Even with such damage, repairs were feasible. With the technological prowess of the Dragon Kingdom, they would surely be capable of rectifying any issues. Without delay, he contacted the finance officer, instructing them to raise the bid. Such a fortuitous opportunity must not be squandered. If we do not seize it, others certainly will. Regardless of the military's intentions, this price is far too alluring to resist. In no time, the Arctic Bear's Ministry of Defense was the first to place a bid, increasing the price from 100 million to 1 billion. As news of the auction spread, chaos erupted in the military headquarters of various factions, with the Dragon Kingdom's military posting the auction webpage. Every military power was left in shock. They speculated on the motives behind the military's actions, yet no matter how they pondered, the submarine was simply too good a deal to ignore. Before anyone could make extensive conjectures, the Arctic Bear's Ministry of Defense had already made the initial bid, jumping straight to 1 billion. Even at 1 billion, it was still an incredibly low price. The Golden Lion faction swiftly followed suit, raising the bid from 1 billion to 1.5 billion. As these two major powers escalated their bids, other factions rushed in, eager to stake their claim. The news traveled rapidly to the Ministry of Defense of the White Eagle Empire. The defense minister had just concluded a conversation with Elder Shao when he was abruptly cut off, prompting a disdainful chuckle. Do they truly believe we are fools? A mere collision with a fishing ground, and they dare to demand 100 million. That dilapidated fishing ground, compensating 100,000, would be remarkable. And they expect me to pay 1 billion. What a fantasy. They might as well forget it. Whoever pays is a fool. The minister's tirade was interrupted when his secretary burst in, flustered. The minister glared at him, barking, "What is the panic? Has World War III erupted?" The secretary, disregarding the minister's ire, gasped, "It's bad. It's bad. The military has put our submarine up for auction on their official website, starting at 100 million. And now various factions have already begun bidding." The minister felt as though his head had been struck by a thunderclap, staring blankly at the secretary. "What did you say? The military is auctioning our submarine?" The secretary nodded vigorously. "Indeed, it has begun, and the bidding has already reached 5 billion. The minister was utterly confounded. What kind of game was this? Why was the military behaving so irrationally? Were they not supposed to be keeping me on edge? Why the sudden urgency on their part? Was it truly necessary to auction off our submarine for merely 1 billion? For such a sum, could they not simply hold on to it? This submarine is a global elite. Starting the bidding at 1 billion, why not just give it away? Are they out of their minds? The commander felt his temper boiling over. Quickly, transfer 1 billion to Military Achievements Building, and waste not a minute. A military helicopter soared directly from the 1st War Zone to the 9th War Zone. The familiar pilot and helicopter were once again tasked with escorting Jing Shang. The pilot was equally perplexed to see Jing Shang and Li Yuyan reappearing. During their previous flight from the northwest to the 1st War Zone, they had casually mentioned completing a mission to restore the design blueprints of the premier White Eagle submarine. The pilot believed it to be a significant endeavor, involving countless renowned engineers summoned from the major factories of various war zones to work on the project. Having labored intensively for quite some time, it was rumored that progress had finally been made. The pilot had previously shuttled 2 engineers who were still hard at work at the submarine factory. Yet now, Jing Shang had just arrived in the afternoon and was preparing to depart again. While the pilot harbored questions, he refrained from asking further, focusing instead on flying the helicopter and executing orders. On the contrary, Li Yuyan was bursting with excitement on the aircraft. Previously, she had maintained a facade of nonchalance in the workshop, but now she could no longer contain her joy, her smile stretching from ear to ear. Master, you are incredible. You terrified those old engineers to the point of turning pale. Haha, it was simply hilarious. Jing Shang lightly tapped her head. Was it truly that amusing? Li Yuyan nodded vigorously. Absolutely. You should have seen it. The submarine factory director looked as though his eyes would pop out. And that old expert researching high-speed submarines, who joined the project in the 1990s, has seen no results up to now. He was telling a junior engineer that submarines face significant resistance in water, making speed increases incredibly challenging. Yet, you effortlessly boosted the speed by 20%. He must have been flabbergasted. I can only imagine his expression. As the pilot flew the helicopter, he listened to their banter, his curiosity deepening. What on earth was happening? The old engineer was startled. The submarine's speed had increased. What were they even talking about? Without being present, the pilot struggled to piece together the situation from Li Yuyan's fragmented information, and his confusion grew like a snowball, intensifying with each passing moment. He sensed that something monumental was unfolding, something of great significance, as even the submarine factory director and senior engineers had been thoroughly unsettled. Yet, the details remained elusive, leaving him frustrated at the enormity of the mystery. He strained to listen intently to their conversation. Jing Shang spoke sparingly, while Li Yuyan animatedly recounted the scene, stifling laughter as she described it. As information gradually surfaced, the pilot's astonishment only grew. Jing Shang had flown all the way from the distant northwest, personally piloting the helicopter, and by the time they arrived at the submarine factory, it was already afternoon. Chapter 82. The fire cannot be hidden. Subsequently, under the guidance of a group of seasoned engineers, he boarded the submarine and took a thorough tour. Upon exiting, he immediately restored the design blueprint of the White Eagle Empire's premier submarine. Not only that, but he also made enhancements to the original design, rendering the submarine sturdier and increasing its speed by 20. My goodness, can this still be considered human? After a mere cursory inspection, he comprehended the submarine's structure in its entirety, reproduced detailed schematics, and even improved its velocity. The submarine factory had employed numerous senior engineers and invested considerable time without achieving this feat, yet Jing Shang accomplished it effortlessly. It is no wonder the engineers wore grim expressions. This was an affront to their expertise, as Jing Shang single-handedly undermined their collective prowess. They must be questioning their professional competence now. However, it is not their fault. It's all due to Jing Shang. He is simply remarkable. Having grasped the situation, the pilot understood the general outline of events and felt a tremor of fear in his hands. The airplane began to experience turbulence. Amidst the shaking, Li Yuyan slid beside Jing Shang, clutching his waist tightly. Master, I don't and oppose. Do you want to die? Jing Shang chuckled, reassuring her. The turbulence is usually a result of encountering turbulent airflow. Li Yuyan nodded vigorously, quickly adding, I know. Terrain, season, and weather can all cause airflow disturbances that affect flight. Just like in my school's Highland region, turbulence is quite common there. Strong convective weather causes similar issues, and summer thunderstorms create a plethora of turbulent vortices. Li Yuyan, a true academic achiever with an IQ of 165, spoke incessantly about various turbulent scenarios, her words flowing like a machine gun. In truth, Jing Shang understood that despite her knowledge, she still felt some fear during turbulence. This was her way of alleviating her anxiety. After all, she was still a young girl, and even geniuses can feel fear. The moment the plane jolted, she became anxious for her life. Jing Shang joined her in discussing the possible causes of turbulence, ranging from aircraft structure to airflow impacts, and how to enhance the aircraft's stability through turbulent air. Their animated discussion left the pilots in the front bewildered by their incessant use of technical jargon. All right, I just wanted to say I merely had a momentary tremor. Was that really necessary to dissect? They thought, feeling utterly exasperated. You two are quite insane. After all those possibilities, how did you not guess it was just my hand shaking? After a while of smooth flight, Li Yuyan's mood began to settle. Suddenly, she realized how closely she was pressed against Jing Shang and felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment. Throughout her life, she had been somewhat averse to strangers. Yet she felt an inexplicable warmth and fondness towards the peculiar yet exceptionally powerful Jing Shang. prompting her to draw closer to him. Unwittingly, she had become this intimate, startling even herself. Blushing, she feigned nonchalance to divert the topic. But master, this submarine has been in service for over 20 years. It's an immense and formidable entity. A sovereign of the depths with high protection levels. How could it possibly collide with a fisherman's breeding box and sustain damage? Even if the breeding box is made of steel, it cannot compare to the submarine's protective standards, right? The pilot, too, couldn't help but perk up his ears, equally perplexed by this question. The White Eagle Empire's premier submarine had indeed collided in their primary oceanic zone. After the incident, it was sent to the submarine factory at Base 1 for reverse engineering to restore the design schematics. However, the submarine was not damaged by colliding with an underwater mountain range, but rather with a fisherman's breeding box. Li Yuyin suddenly forgot her previous fears of turbulence and burst into laughter. Master, you are quite mischievous. You actually collided with such an expensive submarine. Do you have any idea how heartbroken the military of the White Eagle Empire must be? This is hilarious. Jing Shang rolled his eyes. Is your thought process really that peculiar? How could this be my fault? The airplane shook even more violently, and the pilot's hands trembled uncontrollably. He took several deep breaths to regain his composure, thinking to himself that as a qualified pilot with extensive combat training, his hands had never trembled before. He had assumed his mental fortitude was unshakable, yet here he was, trembling for the second time on this flight alone. At Jing Shang's home, his mother had prepared an exquisite feast, as his father was returning home today to stay for a while. The fishery had been repaired, and various seafood fry had been released into the sea. The convenience of marine farming lay in not needing to monitor it daily. One could check periodically and simply wait for the seafood to grow before harvesting and selling. As Jing Shang's father entered, he was still on the phone. Not yet. It won't be that quick. Those little rascals won't escape. They must compensate me. The military achievement building is keeping a close watch on them. After ending the call, he glanced at the table laden with delicious food, casually tossed his phone onto the sofa, and rubbed his belly, inhaling the aroma. Hey, I am quite hungry. Jing Shang's mother, wearing an apron, emerged from the kitchen with a plate of stir-fried dishes, smiling as she asked, "So, were you inquiring about the compensation again?" Jing Shang's father plopped down into a chair, reaching for the meat on the plate, only to be shooed away by his wife to wash his hands first. While washing his hands, he remarked, "Isn't that right? These people are always stirring up trouble." Eager to see if the military of the White Eagle Empire will truly compensate 100 million. Earlier, Jing Shang's father had asked in a group chat how much compensation the fishery could expect if hit by a submarine of the White Eagle Empire. There had been much debate, with some estimating 1 million, others 2 million. Then, the news broke that a submarine from the White Eagle Empire had indeed collided with a fisherman's breeding ground in Long Country. It was no mystery. It was undoubtedly Jing Shang's family's breeding ground. Since then, the people in the chat had shown a keen interest in his family's fishery. Although it had only circulated among the local fishing community, the truth cannot remain concealed forever. Soon enough, pictures of the fishery were exposed in the media. News of the damage caused by the White Eagle Empire's premier submarine to Jing's fishery began to spread far and wide. Ordinary people may not know who Jing was, but within the local fishing circle, everyone was aware that it was Jing Shang's father. They all carried a sense of curiosity and excitement about whether the military of the White Eagle Empire would compensate and how much they might receive. Many claimed that Jing Shang's father had struck it rich this time, saying it was more exhilarating than finding treasure. Some even suggested that if he received 100 million, he should stop running the fishery and travel the world with his spouse instead. However, upon careful analysis, everyone thought that the military of the White Eagle Empire might either refuse to pay anything or, at the very least, the military achievement building would not let them off easily. Alternatively, they might compromise on compensation, but 100 million seemed exaggerated. Several million was likely unavoidable, and it was possible they could secure tens of millions. Chapter 83. A deceiver. This was the most reasonable compensation amount everyone could conceive. 100 million was indeed excessive. If the military department of the White Eagle Empire truly investigated the breeding farm, it was unlikely they would even compensate $1 million. After all, the extent of damage to the farm was limited, and at that time, Jing Shang's father had not introduced any fry into the water. As long as everyone kept it a secret, the military department would naturally remain oblivious. They would assess the farm based on its scale and potential value, which would amount to at most $10 million. In all honesty, the new breeding farm established by Jing Shang's father was not particularly large. Even if all the ponds were filled, the value of the seafood was not astonishing. Jing Shang's mother presented the final dish. The couple had prepared 5 dishes and a soup, quite a sumptuous feast. Since Jing Shang's father had been out at sea for several days and had not returned home, it was only fitting to offer him a hearty meal. Jing Shang's father picked up his chopsticks, expressing his satisfaction. "Ah, the breeding farm is finally open. From now on, I won't have to go out to sea every day. I can just visit occasionally." Jing Shang's mother responded joyfully. "Shall we have some wine? I'll fetch the glasses." Jing Shang and Appo's father, realizing he had no obligations the next day and wouldn't need to venture out to sea, smiled and replied, "Yes, we should drink. It would be a shame to waste such a splendid array of dishes." As Jing Shang's mother stood up, she mentioned, "The community's anti-fraud promoter came to promote an app. Remember to download it. Recently, scammers have become quite bold. Anyone with the surname Jing has been receiving calls claiming the military department of the White Eagle Empire is compensating $100 million, along with text messages that appear very convincing. All of it is a scam." Jing Shang's father, savoring a sea snail, scoffed, "Humph. These scammers are quite adept at riding the wave of current events." Jing Shang's mother went to the kitchen to fetch the wine glasses and wash them. At that moment, she heard a notification sound from the phone Jing Shang's father had tossed onto the sofa. She casually picked it up and approached the dining table, saying, "There's a text message. I hope it isn't a scam. Who even sends texts anymore?" Jing Shang's father, wiping his hands with a napkin, remarked, "There have been numerous scam messages targeting the elderly lately. The group chat has been warning us. We must remain vigilant." As the phone lit up, it displayed the message content. Jing Shang's mother glanced at it and handed the phone to Jing Shang's father. "Indeed, it's a scam message, claiming your account has received $100 million. However, Jing Shang's father seemed somewhat exhilarated, chuckling. "Could it be that the military department of the White Eagle Empire has transferred funds to me?" Jing Shang's mother shot him a playful glare. "Scammers target people like you. Don't get your hopes up. For something of this magnitude, it would surely make headlines before hitting your account." Jing Shang's father pondered for a moment and nodded in agreement. "Right. That makes sense. Our family's affair would have become international news by now. With such a commotion, if compensation were to be issued, it would definitely be announced in the media." Subsequently, he took out his phone to browse the news, swiping left and right. Yet he found no mention of the military department of the White Eagle Empire agreeing to compensate a certain Jing from the Dragon Kingdom with $100 million. Oh. The inefficiency of those people in the White Eagle Empire is truly remarkable. Why can't they learn from our defense building? As he continued his critique of the military department, his phone rang. It was a civil coordinator from the defense building, informing Jing Shang's father that the compensation of $100 million had just been deposited into his account, advising him to be aware of it, so he wouldn't be caught off guard later. "Hello, is this Mr. Jing?" Jing Shang's father, still with food in his mouth, replied, "Yes, that is correct." Chapter 84. It feels like a dream. "Greetings, Mr. Jing. I am the civil coordinator from the defense building. Regarding the incident involving the White Eagle Empire's submarine colliding with your aquaculture farm, I have successfully secured a compensation of $100 million, which has been transferred to your account. Please check it at your convenience." Mr. Jing abruptly hung up the phone and turned to Mrs. Jing, exclaiming, "A scammer." Mrs. Jing shook her head, lamenting, "In these times, human nature is truly inscrutable. The schemes to deceive the elderly are increasingly sophisticated and relentless, always keeping up with current trends." Mr. Jing nodded in agreement. "Indeed, after dinner, I must install an anti-fraud app." At the submarine manufacturing plant, a group of engineers gathered around the restored design drawings of Jing Shang, scrutinizing them closely. After thorough examination, they concluded that the blueprints were flawless. Following these specifications, they were certain that a world-class submarine could be constructed, igniting excitement among the team. Although there remained subsequent tasks, such as programming the submarine, selecting small components, and configuring weaponry like missiles, these posed no challenge to the engineers. Once the blueprints were validated, the factory director promptly called the defense building to report the good news. When Secretary Chung answered the phone, Mr. Xiao was enjoying his meal. A brief meeting awaited him afterward, leaving little time for rest. Upon hanging up, Secretary Chung smiled at Mr. Xiao. The drawings are impeccable. With minor refinements, we can proceed to production. Mr. Xiao, with a firm fist, struck the dining table, causing dishes to clatter. Haha, splendid. We will finally possess submarines that surpass the White Eagle Empire. Let us see if they dare flaunt their might in our Dragon Nation's waters again. In truth, over the years, the naval power of the Dragon Nation has developed rapidly. Though its submarines have yet to surpass the pinnacle of the White Eagle Empire, their conventional submarines boast formidable combat capabilities. Furthermore, the number of warships has reached parity with the White Eagle Empire. Regardless of combat effectiveness or performance, at least we are no longer outnumbered. The aircraft carrier count may be slightly lower due to high costs and maintenance expenses, but should a conflict arise, production can be swiftly ramped up, demonstrating our capability to construct carriers. Thus, from a maritime strength perspective, the Dragon Nation is no longer the entity it was several decades ago. If this new submarine can indeed enter mass production, the implications for the maritime landscape would be profound. It is essential to recognize that the White Eagle Empire's recent maritime bravado has primarily relied on two assets: submarines, reigning as monarchs beneath the waves, and warships, aggressively parading their naval prowess on the surface. This has instilled considerable trepidation among various powers, including the Dragon Nation. Only the Arctic Bear dares to confront the White Eagle Empire head-on, consistently challenging its navy. If the White Eagle fleet dares to encroach upon the Arctic Bear's territory, they are met with equal force. Faced with the temperamental Arctic Bear, the White Eagle Empire's Ministry of Defense refrains from escalating tensions, opting instead to focus their energies on the less confrontational Dragon Nation. The Dragon Nation's navy never ventures beyond its territorial waters, posing no threat to others. In the eyes of the White Eagle Empire's Ministry of Defense, this may seem somewhat feeble, as if the Dragon Nation is easily bullied. However, following the unfortunate incident involving the White Eagle Empire's top submarine in Sea Area No. 1, which suffered a catastrophic collision and publicly embarrassed itself, the morale of the Dragon Nation soared. The defense building no longer wished to remain confined to its own waters. And with Jing Shang's timely contribution, the new submarine, spirits were high throughout the organization. Mr. Xiao, while dining, urged, "Let the engineers expedite their progress, so we can commence production of the new submarine at the earliest opportunity." Chapter 85. What on earth is happening? Old Xiao was eager to behold the new submarine's appearance. Secretary Chung naturally acquiesced. After sipping his tea and setting down the cup, Old Xiao added, "By the way, confer a first-class merit to Jing Shang, and have the commander of the 9th War Zone award him the honor on my behalf. I've been quite busy lately, so I shall not attend in person." Secretary Chung nodded. "I will relay your message to the commander of the 9th War Zone." In truth, after the top submarine of the White Eagle Empire collided with the Jing family's aquaculture farm, there was indeed contemplation regarding whether to award Jing Shang a merit. After all, the contraption he devised had inflicted significant losses upon the White Eagle Empire's premier submarine, which fell into the hands of Long Country, undermining the White Eagle's arrogance and flaunting military might at their own doorstep. However, the matter was somewhat complex, as the entire event was purely accidental and not a result of Jing Shang's intent, and his fishery was not classified as military equipment. Although a merit was established, bestowing a medal seemed inappropriate. Thus, alternative avenues were pursued, engaging in negotiations with the Ministry of Defense of the White Eagle Empire, compelling them to pay a fine of 100 million, which was subsequently transferred to Jing Shang's father's account, leading to the removal of the submarine auction webpage. It is worth noting that with the submarine in Long Country's possession, there remained room for negotiation, should the Ministry of Defense act indiscriminately and sell the submarine. It would become someone else's property, rendering the White Eagle's attempts to reclaim it akin to chasing a dream. Unless war ensued, in which case it would no longer be a matter of negotiation. Old Xiao's maneuvering had the Ministry of Defense of the White Eagle Empire in a perplexing predicament, leaving them unable to counter his actions. This fortuitously benefited Jing Shang and Apos' father, who, upon receiving the unexpected transfer of 100 million, initially suspected it to be a scam and was yet to regain his composure. Soon, Secretary Cheng conveyed Old Xiao's intentions to the commander of the 9th War Zone over the phone, leaving the commander utterly bewildered. After all, the incident had only transpired that very day and had yet to circulate widely. The commander was completely unaware that Jing Shang had already restored the blueprints of the White Eagle Empire's elite submarine and had further upgraded and improved it. After hanging up, he sat in stunned silence, gazing at the legendary Chiweng military knife resting quietly on his desk, the one numbered as the first of its kind. A revered artifact among military enthusiasts. He felt as though he were in a dream. Jing Shang had traveled to the remote northwest to recruit talented individuals to fill the research void at Factory 125 and had received orders that morning to restore the blueprints at the submarine factory in the First War Zone. Remarkably, upon arriving in the afternoon and touring the submarine, the blueprints emerged almost effortlessly. Not only that, but he had also implemented upgrades, enhancing its performance and speed. The military awarded him a first-class merit for this achievement, with the responsibility of presenting the award falling upon the commander of the 9th War Zone. The orders were unequivocal, leaving no room for ambiguity. As for the events leading up to this, Secretary Cheng briefly elucidated the circumstances to the commander, though the explanation was straightforward. The implications were staggering. Who was this individual capable of producing blueprints and upgrades merely by inspecting a submarine? Wasn't he supposed to be focused on the development of cold weapons? Even if he were to branch out, could we not approach it step by step? First, firearms, then artillery, perhaps tanks. Yet here he was, directly conjuring a new type of submarine, shattering decades of technological stagnation in long country and catapulting our new submarine to the pinnacle of global supremacy. This was a pace that could induce sheer terror. A little forewarning would have been appreciated. I am your commander, for heaven's sake. This is utterly shocking. Without so much as a preliminary notice, a first-class merit had been bestowed, and here I, the commander, had not even caught wind of the proceedings, only to receive a call from the military directly informing me of this rapid ascent to prominence. Chapter 86. Truly unbelievable, a tempest raged within his heart. Yet for the 9th War Zone, this was undoubtedly a tremendous boon. Steadying himself, he picked up the phone and dialed Director Ho. Clearing his throat, he feigned nonchalance and said, "Director Ho, I shall visit your 125 factory tomorrow, so please make the necessary preparations." Director Ho, taken aback, inquired, "Does the commander have any instructions?" Although the commander was the supreme authority of the 9th War Zone, primarily overseeing troops rather than the production at munitions factories, the delineation of duties was clear. It was rare for someone of his stature to personally visit a munitions factory. Such visits were typically reserved for procurement, often handled by designated personnel, rendering a personal appearance unnecessary. The unexpected announcement late at night gave rise to concerns. Had something gone awry? However, the factory had been quite tranquil of late. Jing Shang had gone to the northwest to recruit workers, and the laborers were diligently producing the Chiwens and the Sunnian crossbows, with no unusual occurrences to report. Director Ho was momentarily puzzled, but the commander's next statement left him utterly flabbergasted. The commander cleared his throat again, adopting a casual demeanor, and remarked, "Tomorrow, I am presenting a medal to Jing Shang. The military has awarded him first-class merit." Director Ho was momentarily speechless. Glancing at the time, this could not be a dream. He pinched his thigh. "Ouch, that hurt. Commander, please refrain from such jesting. Jing Shang is currently in the northwest for recruitment. How could he possibly receive first-class merit? Hasn't he already been recognized for the accomplishments of Chiwens and Sunnian?" The commander was secretly elated. "Oh dear, this factory director is oblivious. It's a shame he is one of your soldiers." He felt considerably relieved. Normally, he would be aware when his subordinates achieved merit. often needing to sign and stamp the necessary documents. Yet Jing Shang was different. The honor was directly conferred by the military, requiring no involvement from him. Moreover, this event transpired just this afternoon. Jing Shang had produced submarine design blueprints, and that very evening, the military contacted him to confer first-class merit. The urgency of the call indicated the military's excitement. The military had caught the commander off guard, and in turn, the commander had similarly astonished Director Ho. It appeared the news of Jing Shang's transfer from the first war zone to the ninth was still unfolding. The commander feigned indignation, saying, "How could you, as the factory director, be unaware of such a significant achievement by Jing Shang?" Director Ho was utterly dumbfounded. Indeed, Jing Shang had earned first-class merit. How could he, as the factory director, not know? Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, he forced a wry smile. "Commander, I truly had no inkling of this. Please, elaborate further. What merit has Jing Shang achieved? What has he done? Wasn't he simply recruiting talented graduates? Does hiring a graduate constitute merit? Has he perhaps brought back an extraterrestrial?" Director Ho was utterly baffled. If Jing Shang had developed some new technology or weaponry, he could understand. But the crux of the matter was that Jing Shang was not even at the 125 factory. How could he be involved in development? Was recruiting talented graduates now considered a form of merit? Even if it were, it hardly warranted first-class merit. Such accolades were monumental within the military. Many served their entire lives in the army without ever attaining first-class merit. Director Ho's mind whirled like a nuclear fusion engine, contemplating every possibility. Yet he could not fathom the situation. The commander displayed an expression of profound disappointment, sighed, and remarked, "Alas, you, as the factory director, are truly inadequate. One of your subordinates has achieved great merit, and you remain completely oblivious, necessitating my intervention to inform you." Chapter 87. Like a dream, let me dispense with the pleasantries and be forthright. This morning, Jing Shang received orders from the military command in the vast Northwest, directing him to the submarine factory to recreate the design blueprints of the White Eagle Empire's top-tier submarines. Director Ho wiped his brow and nodded eagerly. "Oh, and then what? Did he arrive?" Director Ho was still somewhat perplexed. He couldn't fathom the connection to a first-class merit. The chief commander continued, "Not only did he arrive, but he also flew to Factory 125. He might even be landing shortly." Director Ho was even more baffled. Could it be that receiving an appointment related to military merit counted as a significant achievement? My goodness, what on earth is happening in this world? After so many years in the military, why is it so difficult to comprehend this research? Is military merit so easily obtained? As he pondered, he wondered why. Having accepted the appointment, Jing Shang didn't remain at the submarine base. Why return here? To him, it seemed like deserting, yet he could still gain merit. How utterly bizarre. The chief commander spoke slowly. That's because after he arrived at the submarine base, he took a tour inside the submarine and sketched out the blueprints, even improving them to enhance the speed by 20. If we build according to his designs, we shall possess the fastest submarine in the world. The notion of having the fastest submarine resonated deeply with Director Ho. No one understands the significance of this better than a soldier. It signified that our Dragon Nation would possess the strength to break the maritime blockade of the White Eagle Empire, having discovered a critical breakthrough. Director Ho felt as if struck by lightning, standing there in a daze. Yet his mind raced as he processed the flood of information relayed by the chief commander. This morning, he received the appointment. By afternoon, he flew to the submarine base, took a tour inside the submarine, and produced the design blueprints, which he enhanced, achieving a 20 increase in speed. He had already returned from the submarine base. Director Ho stammered, "Chief Commander, do you mean to say that Jing Shang merely wandered around the submarine base and managed to recreate the design blueprints of the White Eagle's top submarine, while also increasing its speed by 20? Is that right?" The chief commander coughed a couple of times. "Well, your understanding isn't incorrect. He merely took a stroll." After hanging up, Director Ho felt a mix of joy and excitement, along with a hint of helplessness. He was pleased that Jing Shang had once again achieved merit, this time securing a first-class honor, bringing glory to Factory 125. He was exhilarated that Jing Shang single-handedly challenged the entire research team at the submarine base, which had employed numerous senior engineers and toiled for so long without succeeding in recreating the blueprints. Yet, Jing Shang visited, took a tour inside the submarine, and not only produced the blueprints, but upgraded them as well. Although this left the senior engineers feeling embarrassed, it was undeniably gratifying. Hadn't they all aimed to poach him? Didn't they wish to hollow out Factory 125? Humph. Now they understand the might of Factory 125. Simultaneously, Director Ho felt a twinge of exasperation. You rascal. Could you at least give me a call before achieving merit next time? At that moment, he heard the sound of a helicopter. It was unmistakably Jing Shang returning, prompting him to dash from the office building toward the airport. Jing Shang leaped from the helicopter, carrying Li Yuyan in his arms. Director Ho was taken aback, wondering why he had brought back a little girl. The section heads who had come to welcome Jing Shang were also stunned, staring at Li Yuyan in her dinosaur pajamas, momentarily unsure of how to react. Where did this little girl come from? Why was she dressed so strangely? After all, this was a military factory, a strategic military site, and no one had ever seen anyone appear in such peculiar pajamas. Director Ho approached, embracing Jing Shang warmly. You rascal. Achieving merit and not even telling me. Jing Shang looked a bit bewildered. Merit? What merit? I don't even know what you're talking about. Director Ho laughed heartily. Stop pretending. The chief commander informed me. You went to the submarine base this afternoon, recreated the design blueprints of the White Eagle and Opos, S-top submarine, and the Military Merit Office has recorded it as a first-class achievement. You thought you could keep that from me? Upon hearing this, the surrounding workers began to chatter excitedly. Incredible! Jing Shang has done it again. And this time it's a first-class merit, recreating the blueprints of the White Eagle's top submarine and achieving a first-class merit from just a visit. Surely, no one else could have accomplished that. The crowd erupted into applause, prompting Jing Shang to feel a bit bashful. It's just a design. Does that really count as merit? To him, the supersonic Baimingkuan submarine was truly remarkable. Drawing the blueprints was merely a matter of convenience. Even if he hadn't done it, given the old engineers some time, they would have eventually figured it out. He merely expedited the process and increased the speed by 20, which paled in comparison to supersonic capabilities. The surrounding workers rolled their eyes. Surely, this was the highest form of humble bragging. Just drawing some blueprints? My friend, those are the blueprints of the White Eagle and Opos, S-top submarine. Once completed, our Dragon Nation will be able to build it and directly match the White Eagle-S submarine technology. Jing Shang remained oblivious to the significance of the submarine blueprints he had modified for the Dragon Nation. After the excitement settled, everyone turned their attention to Li Yuyan, inquiring about the girl's presence. Jing Shang explained, "This is Li Yuyan, one of my recruits. She will be joining us at Factory 125. Director Ho scratched his head. Aside from you, we have no other research personnel here. What position should we assign her? Jing Shang had already made plans, smiling as he replied. She's still in her internship period, so she will serve as my intern assistant. I will mentor her. Given that Jing Shang was the only researcher at Factory 125, it made sense. Li Yuyan immediately greeted everyone with a sweet smile. Hi, nice to meet you all. The workers, charmed by her innocence and sunny demeanor, found her endearing, despite her somewhat fragile appearance. The most puzzling aspect remained. Why was she wearing pajamas? Jing Shang instructed the logistics staff. Please arrange a dormitory for Li Yuyan and prepare a military uniform for her. The logistics staff responded with a chuckle. I'm afraid we don't have a uniform in her size. I'll modify one for her tonight. As they all gathered, they headed toward the cafeteria. Although everyone had already eaten dinner and returned to their tasks, curiosity about Jing Shang's significant achievement proved irresistible, leading them to swarm to the cafeteria. Jing Shang remained composed, while Li Yuyan seemed to be oblivious to the attention, chattering animatedly. She began recounting stories from the laboratory in the northwest, describing how Jing Shang had showcased his talents, boldly advancing theories and even appearing in popular videos. She then spoke of their flight to the submarine manufacturing factory, where Jing Shang circled the submarine and spontaneously began sketching the design blueprints, leaving the seasoned engineers astonished and eliciting laughter from the crowd. Chapter 88. A masterstroke. Observing Li Yuyan's lively demeanor, the crowd was utterly enamored with the spirited girl. Just as he set down his bowl, Jing Shang's father received a phone call, informing him that some spies had arrived at their home, revealing that the White Eagle Empire's military had transferred a compensation of 100 million and could take them to the bank for confirmation immediately. Jing Shang's father was filled with suspicion, pondering the possibility of these spies being imposters. What bank would be open at such a late hour? He hastily dialed his son. Upon hearing the news, Jing Shang was taken aback. After charging his phone for a moment, he noticed a message from Secretary Cheng, which confirmed the 100 million compensation. Indeed, this was no mere rumor. Secretary Cheng elaborated in the text how they had leveraged the auction of a submarine to intimidate the White Eagle Empire's military into transferring the funds that very day. Understanding the sequence of events, he swiftly returned his father's call. Jing Shang's father was quite agitated. What on earth is going on? Jing Shang reassured his father not to worry and smiled as he explained, "It's true. The White Eagle Empire's military has compensated us for the damage to our pond, and the money has already been transferred to your account. If you want to verify it, you can accompany the spies to the bank. If not, you can check tomorrow." His father widened his eyes in disbelief. "So you're saying this isn't a scam message, but genuine?" "Exactly," Jing Shang confirmed with a grin. With a beep, his father impatiently hung up the phone. Their home was likely in an uproar at that moment. Nearby, those listening, especially Director Ho and the workers, were equally astonished. Director Ho grasped Jing Shang's arm, demanding, "What is this 100 million compensation about?" Jing Shang then recounted the incident involving the high-ranking submarine from the White Eagle Empire colliding with their fish pond. Upon hearing this, the crowd swallowed hard. 100 million. What an astronomical figure. It was a sum that could last several lifetimes. The workers gazed at Jing Shang in disbelief. "That submarine that crashed into your pond is yours?" Li Yuyan, having heard much from Jing Shang on the plane, now animatedly described the scene of the White Eagle Empire's submarine colliding with the fish pond, as if she had witnessed it firsthand. She pounded her chest, boasting, "The White Eagle Empire's military never anticipated that the submarine could even damage the water tank of the pond. Haha, it's hilarious. That's because my master's design was so impeccable, huh?" Today, Li Yuyan was particularly exhilarated. This experience was unlike anything she had encountered during her years of schooling. She felt that Jing Shang had opened the door to a new world for her, instilling in her both admiration and respect, intertwined with immense joy. Meanwhile, the White Eagle Empire's military was in disarray. The commander had no choice but to authorize the transfer of 100 million to the military factory. This was a significant sum, drawn from the military's funds and not part of the budget, which quickly attracted scrutiny from various factions, prompting numerous inquiries as to why he had authorized such a transaction unilaterally. The commander explained the situation repeatedly, but soon, it wasn't just the military that was furious. Even the headquarters of the White Eagle Empire could not remain idle. The military factory had resorted to underhanded tactics, publicly auctioning their top submarine, forcing the military to concede and pay the hefty sum. Now, that submarine and its crew had become the Achilles heel of the entire White Eagle Empire, entirely at the mercy of the military factory. At this rate, who could predict how many more losses the White Eagle Empire would suffer? As the mightiest empire in the world, they had always bullied others, and they would not stand for being bullied themselves. In a flash, the headquarters summoned various influential figures for an urgent meeting to devise a strategy against the Dragon Kingdom. In the conference room, the dignitaries gathered around the oval table. The White Eagle magnate glared at the hastily arriving military commander, filled with ire, wishing he could kick him to the ground. This individual's incompetence had allowed the top submarine of the White Eagle Empire to fall into the hands of the military factory, along with numerous soldiers, each of whom was invaluable, particularly Captain John, who possessed the entire underwater map of the White Eagle Empire, an asset of immeasurable worth. According to prior intelligence, the Dragon Kingdom and Apos' armaments factory had already initiated research projects on the submarine, and with their technical prowess, it was only a matter of time before they replicated the submarine's design. Within a year, every detail of the submarine would be comprehended. and the complete blueprints would fall into their hands. A year later, they would possess a super submarine capable of rivaling that of the White Eagle Empire, significantly enhancing their naval might and undermining the Empire's status at sea. The commander hung his head, unable to utter a word. He was now the target of collective outrage. Any misstep could invite a barrage of criticism. The White Eagle magnate addressed the assembly of elite military personnel. Now that the military factory has seized upon our vulnerabilities, we find ourselves in a precarious position. Intelligence indicates that they are reverse engineering our top submarine. According to our researchers, the Dragon Kingdom could obtain the complete blueprints within a year and begin production. Given the Dragon Kingdom's manufacturing capabilities, they will soon have their own top submarine. Moreover, all the soldiers aboard the submarine have been captured. Captain John possesses knowledge of our complete underwater map, posing a severe threat to our security. The purpose of today's gathering is to strategize on how to address this dilemma. If we fail to devise a perfect solution, the military factory will continue to leverage this advantage against us. Just like tonight, when the White Eagle Empire's military was compelled to transfer 100 million to the military factory. This is merely the beginning. The military factory will only grow more audacious, and we must not afford them such opportunities. The White Eagle magnate earnestly analyzed the gravity of the situation. This was undoubtedly a trap set by the Dragon Kingdom. Claiming that the submarine had collided with a breeding pool was nothing but a ruse. I refuse to believe that our premier submarine could be bested by the Dragon Kingdom and Oppo's aquaculture facilities. It was evident that they had orchestrated this deception to ensnare us. We are currently ensnared in their machinations, and if we fixate solely on the submarine, we will remain in a passive stance. We must employ our own methods to counter this incident. The individuals around the table were filled with righteous indignation and fervent emotions, ultimately reaching a consensus to unite forces with other allied powers to confront the Dragon Kingdom. Multiple factions would simultaneously apply pressure on the Dragon Kingdom, opting for a direct approach without subterfuge, gathering a fleet of warships. As a substantial armada converged, they would head straight for the waters of the Dragon Kingdom, intending to intimidate their command center with sheer force. They needed to demonstrate who truly held the reins in this world. This proposal garnered unanimous approval, for the art of warfare and intimidation was indeed their forte. Chapter 89. A sentinel sacrificed. As for those petty schemes, they simply couldn't compete with our headquarters strategies. By merely posting a submarine auction advertisement online, headquarters threw the White Eagle Empire's military into disarray. These trivial ploys were no match for headquarters' ingenuity. Instead, let's settle this with brute force. The White Eagle Empire must mobilize as many allies as possible to showcase their naval might. Although Dragon Country has constructed a considerable number of warships, it still lags behind the White Eagle Empire. Moreover, with the inclusion of numerous allies, the sheer number of warships will undoubtedly garner global attention. We shall see if headquarters trembles in fear, unless the submarine and prisoners are returned. Headquarters must carefully consider the repercussions. Only by instilling fear in headquarters can we reclaim the initiative. Uniting various factions will undoubtedly require time. In the meantime, how can we divert Dragon Country's attention? While the White Eagle Empire can enlist the support of other powers, this inevitably involves intricate negotiations and exchanges, which will take time to solidify these alliances. Until an agreement is reached, we must divert headquarters' attention from the submarine issue. The entire military complex convened for over a dozen hours, solely dedicated to countering headquarters. The building was ablaze with lights as heated debates ensued, and every detail was meticulously scrutinized. They were well versed in such matters, having executed them countless times before. Soon, a series of directives were issued, and operatives across the White Eagle Empire mobilized, discreetly orchestrating a series of seemingly coincidental events. After a late dinner in the canteen, it was nearly 11 o'clock. Li Yuyan returned to her dormitory, surveying her surroundings with satisfaction. These buildings were specifically designed for research personnel. Currently, only factory director Ho and Jing Shang resided in the male dormitory, while Li Yuyan occupied this female dormitory. The building was a modest 6 stories tall. Li Yuyan's room was on the first floor, facing west, adjacent to Jing Shang's building. Jing Shang's room was on the first floor, facing east, allowing them to converse through their windows. The room was a self-contained unit with a kitchen, bathroom, computer, landline, and other essential amenities, far superior to the workers' accommodations. Despite the slightly outdated decor, it was quite satisfactory. Li Yuyan tried on the military uniform provided by the logistics department. It had been tailored to her measurements and fit reasonably well. Newer, better-fitting uniforms would be delivered later. After an exhilarating day of soaring through the skies, she was both mentally and physically exhausted. She completed her ablutions and retired for the night. The following morning, the whistle on the parade ground roused her from her slumber. She rose, yawning, and found everyone engaged in morning exercises. Donning her military attire, she felt a sense of nostalgia, reminiscent of her military training days. Amused, she joined the ranks, jogging alongside Jing Shang. "Master, you're up early," she remarked. Jing Shang remained silent, his expression somber, trailing at the rear of the group. Li Yuyan attempted to initiate conversation, but Jing Shang remained taciturn. With a playful pout, Li Yuyan mused, "Are we not allowed to speak while running? How dreary." Following the morning exercise, Factory Director Ho stood at the forefront of the formation, his countenance grave. Before breakfast, he announced, "Let us observe 3 minutes of silence for the fallen hero." The assembly fell silent in solemn remembrance. Li Yuyan, bewildered and uninformed, could only follow suit. After the dispersal, Jing Shang addressed Li Yuyan, "Let's go to the office for a meeting." He then proceeded to the office with Factory Director Ho. "Master, what has transpired?" Li Yuyan finally inquired. Jing Shang explained, "Last night, near the 718 border in the 7th Military Region, a skirmish erupted between the Dragon Country and Indian border guards. The conflict escalated into a full-blown melee, resulting in the sacrifice of one of our sentinels." Li Yuyan was taken aback by this revelation. Unbeknownst to her, while she slumbered peacefully, such a grave incident had unfolded in the 7th Military Region, claiming the life of a soldier. The 7th Military Region, the 718 border, was merely 200 kilometers from her school. A poignant realization struck her. Tranquility is but an illusion, sustained by the sacrifices of others. These unsung heroes, guarding the borders, were the ones bearing the weight of responsibility. While the world slumbered, they stood vigilant, safeguarding every inch of Dragon Country's territory. Factory Director Ho activated the large screen, stating, "Let's review the events of last night." The trio stood before the screen, Factory Director Ho on the left, Jing Shang in the center, and Li Yuyan on his right. The screen illuminated, displaying the events of the previous night. The precise cause remained undetermined, but footage of the melee had been transmitted via surveillance equipment. The visuals were chaotic, and the audio was somewhat distorted, but a general understanding could be gleaned. It appears that a patrol team clashed with Indian guards, escalating into a brawl. Upon receiving the news, the 7th Military Region's troops rushed to their aid. The terrain was mountainous, covered in thick snow, making passage treacherous. It took approximately half an hour for the first wave of reinforcements to arrive. Upon arrival, they discovered that the Indian contingent numbered over 1,000, while our forces were less than 100, a disparity of nearly tenfold. Although physical altercations ensued, restraint was exercised, adhering to the no-fire policy. The engagement was limited to hand-to-hand combat. The 7th Military Region's outnumbered troops engaged over 1,000 Indian guards. Neither side discharged their firearms, instead utilizing bayonets as melee weapons, either thrusting forward or wielding them as clubs. The melee was a chaotic scene involving over 1,000 individuals. The 7th Military Region's troops were equipped with the newly issued Chiwen series military knives, renowned for their exceptional hardness and sharpness. These blades provided a significant advantage in the conflict. During the clashes, the Indian guards' knives inexplicably shattered, leaving them vulnerable to fatal strikes. As the frontline Indian soldiers fell, a relentless wave of reinforcements surged forward. Simultaneously, additional troops advanced towards the battlefield. The second squad ascended to higher ground, observing the battlefield from a distance of approximately 3 kilometers. The snow-covered terrain impeded their progress. Recognizing that the initial reinforcements would be at a disadvantage, the captain ordered 10 soldiers to remain behind, utilizing the Hunter Shadow crossbows to provide covering fire. The remaining troops hastened towards the fray. The 10 soldiers, armed with the hunter shadow crossbows, targeted the rear ranks of the Indian guards, launching a barrage of arrows with pinpoint accuracy. The crossbows boasted a range of 3,000 meters and exceptional precision. Chapter 90. The necessity of adequate deterrence. The soldiers of the Tianzhu Guard fell one after another, their lives extinguished in the icy expanse. Initially, the Tianzhu forces, robust in numbers, felt little trepidation. Yet as casualties mounted, the once dominant Tianzhu troops gradually sensed the peril and began to flee in disarray, bringing the clash to a halt. Subsequently, the 7th Military District reported the losses. 1 soldier had perished, and over 80 were injured. On the Tianzhu side, more than 400 had lost their lives, with the precise count of the wounded still unknown. Director Ho instructed 2 individuals to take a seat, each on their own chair, and began to reflect on the unfolding events. Amid the turmoil, 7 patrolling soldiers found themselves ensnared. After calling for assistance, fewer than 100 reinforcements arrived, while the opposing force numbered around 1,000. The circumstances suggested that negotiations had faltered, escalating into conflict. Fortunately, the 7th Military District had recently equipped itself with advanced cold weaponry, including the Chiwing series of sabers and the hunting shadow crossbow. The disparity in weaponry significantly favored them. They suffered 1 casualty while inflicting heavy losses on the enemy, who recorded 423 dead, with the number of wounded still uncertain. Director Ho gazed at the 2 individuals and remarked slowly, "A melee of this magnitude on the front lines has not occurred in many years. If not handled properly, a conflict between Longhua and Tianzhu may indeed arise." Li Yuyin involuntarily tensed at his words. Jing Shang turned to Li Yuyin and inquired, "What do you believe should be done about this?" Taken aback by the unexpected question from her mentor, she stuttered, However, possessing an IQ of 165, she quickly regained her composure, suppressing her inner turmoil and fear to analyze the situation. After a few moments, she stated, "Firstly, the Chiwing sabers and hunting shadow crossbows produced by our factory 125 inflicted considerable casualties and instilled fear in the enemy, compelling them to retreat. It is fortunate that we had just transitioned to these weapons before the incident. Otherwise, the casualty rate would not be so lopsided." Both Director Ho and Jing Shang nodded in agreement, recognizing the evident advantage of their weaponry in a situation where the Longhua Guard, despite being outnumbered, achieved such results. Li Yuyin continued, "From the scene, it appears that both our forces and the Tianzhu Guard exercised considerable restraint, adhering to the prohibition against gunfire. Although emotions flared and combat ensued, it remained a contest of cold weapons. This indicates that both sides were committed to the agreement to refrain from using firearms, suggesting a degree of chance in this encounter. Thirdly, the military command will engage in negotiations with Tianzhu's military. If discussions proceed favorably, an armed conflict may be averted. Conversely, if negotiations collapse, the outcome could differ. Fourthly, even if hostilities are avoided, this region will remain sensitive for an extended period. Both the military command and Tianzhu's forces will insist that local guards strictly adhere to the no-fire directive to prevent any accidental discharges. In future patrols and standoffs, the importance of cold weaponry will be magnified." Having listened to Li Yuyin's articulate analysis, Director Ho's face revealed a hint of astonishment. He had not anticipated that she could remain so composed and insightful in her first encounter with such a crisis. Jing Shang nodded in satisfaction, and at that moment, a photograph appeared on the screen. Li Yuyin turned to observe. It showcased a makeshift cold weapon devised by the guards of the 7th Military District. This weapon, approximately 6 feet in length, consisted of a metal tube with a Chiwing saber welded to its top. With the situation temporarily stabilized and both sides exhibiting greater composure, the routine patrols now demanded heightened vigilance. Acknowledging the limited utility of firearms in close combat, patrolling soldiers would carry these makeshift cold weapons. Jing Shang succinctly explained, "Soldiers must wield sufficiently long cold weapons to deter the Tianzhu Guard from approaching. Furthermore, these weapons must possess adequate deterrent power to wholly dissuade any notions of instigation." However, these sabers were merely byproducts, lacking the ideal design for long-term use as patrol armaments. Director Ho remarked, though no official orders have been issued, as a munitions factory, we must prepare for every conceivable scenario. Is there a way to rapidly develop a cold weapon that instills fear in the Tianzhu forces? Ideally one that dissuades them from engaging in close combat upon sight? Jing Shang nodded, responding to Director Ho, we shall strive to finalize the design today. Li Yuyan gazed at Jing Shang in astonishment. One day, although she had begun to grasp the nuances of the situation and received her mentor's approval, the notion of designing a new cold weapon within a single day seemed implausible even to her sharp intellect. The burden of this undertaking now rested squarely on Jing Shang's shoulders, and he intended to accomplish it in a mere 24 hours. While she had heard of the legendary chewing sabers and hunting shadow crossbows, knowing they were the fruits of her mentor's genius, she remained entirely unfamiliar with the intricacies of weapon development. To her, the process seemed akin to trivial school laboratory projects, of which her involvement had been minimal. Previously, her interest in intelligent robotics led her to assist in creating a small soccer robot, but once the novelty faded, she abandoned that pursuit. She had dabbled in various small projects in chemistry and mechanics, yet most of her endeavors remained theoretical. The triviality of those experiments paled in comparison to her yearning for the expansive imagination offered by theoretical pursuits, particularly in the realm of foundational sciences. This passion illuminated her understanding when Jing Shang dismissed the significance of validating foreign scholars' theories. She resonated with his sentiment. Their shared fascination with the incremental discoveries in fundamental science, which could potentially precipitate societal upheaval, forged a profound connection. In comparison to her academic mentors, Jing Shang clearly emerged as a more suitable guide for her journey. This marked her inaugural collaboration with him, formally stepping into the realm of new weapon development. With an exhilarated heart, Li Yuyan inquired, Master, is there anything you need me to do? The prospect of completing the weapon design in one day was daunting, yet she comprehended the implications of her mentor's declaration. To outsiders, such a feat appeared utterly unattainable. Even her sharp intellect found it dubious. However, the unwavering determination reflected in her mentor's eyes radiated calm and confidence. She was eager to witness his methodology unfold. The excitement she had felt witnessing his prowess at the submarine factory surged once more, igniting every cell within her to fervor. Help me envision a cold weapon capable of instilling fear in the forces of the Tianzhu Empire, one that would intimidate them without posing a lethal threat. The situation along the 718 border is only becoming more tense. Should another incident occur, it may spiral out of control. Thus, our weapon development must take these factors into account. Chapter 91. The utmost priority. Li Yuyan's expression was unusually grave as she nodded emphatically. Naturally astute, she held her own perspectives on the prevailing circumstances. It was evident that incidents involving loss of life would hinder progress and heighten the risk of unintended confrontations between the parties involved. Consequently, the demand for cold weapons was exceptional. The focus of their development should not lie in lethality, but rather in deterrence. The ideal outcome would be to instill such fear in the imperial guards of the Tianzhu Empire that they would not dare approach. Either they would breach regulations and open fire, or they would maintain a safe distance, refraining from any provocations, avoiding the ignoble tactic of overwhelming a few with many. As Li Yuyan accompanied her mentor towards the workshop, she furrowed her elegant brows in contemplation. Lacking experience in the development of cold weapons and previously confined to the realm of film and television, her mind raced with images of known cold weaponry. Upon entering the workshop, she raised her gaze to Jing Shang and inquired, what of the mace? Its deterrent capacity should suffice, no? Jing Shang pondered for a moment. Indeed. The appearance of the mace conveyed a formidable presence, appearing both weighty and powerful. A single strike could be devastating, comparable to a sledgehammer crushing a watermelon. The impact would be equally astounding. If they could truly fabricate a mace, it might significantly intimidate the guards and deter the Tianzhu soldiers. However, he soon shook his head and replied, the mace is excessively heavy, weighing at least 100 pounds. Our guards would struggle with it while patrolling. The terrain at the border is already complex, lacking proper pathways, and traversing it is arduous, compounded by high altitudes and thin air. Even ordinary individuals would suffer from altitude sickness. How could we expect soldiers to bear such a burdensome weapon? Patrolling is not merely a matter of strolling a few hundred meters. It entails long treks over mountains and valleys. Carrying a weapon of such weight while on patrol is impractical. Li Yuyan's eyes sparkled with inspiration as she swiftly devised a countermeasure. We could preserve the mace's exterior while hollowing out the interior, making it lightweight. This way, it would still deliver a striking effect without easily causing fatal injuries. Jing Shang paused, nodding in agreement. This idea is indeed feasible, but hollowing it out would render it too light, akin to a prop, lacking sufficient deterrent power. The mace must possess heft without being unwieldy, allowing soldiers to wield it effectively. It should serve for self-defense and intimidation, and in critical moments, it must have the capacity to incapacitate an enemy. If wielded with precision and not aimed at the head, it need not result in immediate death. Yet, in dire situations, a single strike could indeed be lethal. With her mentor and Apos' approval, Li Yuyan felt a surge of excitement, exclaiming, "Thus, the next critical phase lies in the development of new materials." Jing Shang affirmed, "Precisely. The crux of developing this new weapon lies here. Identifying the right materials is of utmost importance." Her first thought was aluminum alloy, incredibly lightweight, yet after processing, it could retain considerable hardness, possessing enough force to deliver impactful blows, and would likely feel comfortable for the soldiers to wield. However, she quickly dismissed this notion. It would be akin to wielding a hollow mace, insufficiently powerful. The visual impact during an attack would lack the necessary shock factor to intimidate. If the Imperial Guards discerned the weapon's true nature, their fear would evaporate. She contemplated various materials repeatedly, finding each lacking in some regard. Whether used alone or in combination, deficiencies persisted, and her brow furrowed deeper. She had initially thought that developing a simple cold weapon would not pose much difficulty. Remembering how her mentor had effortlessly generated a complex submarine design after a mere inspection, even enhancing its speed by 20%, she marveled at the brilliance. Feeling ensnared in a dead end, she despaired, realizing that merely piecing together materials would not yield a new mace. Did this mean she truly had to pioneer an entirely unprecedented material? What a daunting task. The complexity of developing new materials was staggering. Both arms factories and material enterprises invested significant research efforts annually, and most critically, it required time. Time was of the essence. The situation at the 718 border could change in an instant, and the sooner they could equip soldiers with this new cold weapon, the more secure they would be. Where could one procure a new material in just a day? Her mentor's message was clear. The mace must possess deterrent power, delivering the same striking sensation and visual impact as a genuine mace weighing at least 100 pounds, yet it could not be too heavy, or the soldiers would be incapable of carrying it. Thus, the mace's actual weight needed to be constrained to around 5 pounds, ideally between 3 to 5 pounds. It should handle as effortlessly as a sledgehammer while imparting the oppressive sensation of a 100-pound cold weapon. How could this be possible? The mace's length would also need to align with the soldiers' makeshift weapons, roughly around 1.8 meters. A 1.8-meter mace weighing less than 5 pounds, yet possessing the explosive power, striking force, and visual impact of a mace weighing over 100 pounds. How could this be achieved? Li Yuyan felt as though her mind might explode. I cannot accomplish this. The more intelligent one is, the more readily they perceive the contradictions and challenges inherent in such a task. Her IQ of 165 told her that this endeavor was utterly implausible. Developing new materials was no child's play. How could it possibly be resolved in a single day? Several team leaders approached Jing Shang and Li Yuyan, one of whom brought them breakfast. Jing Shang glanced at the spread. What is going on? Is there nothing else in the cafeteria? Why only fried eggs? Where's my red date steamed bun? The team leader explained, Jing Gong, you engage in mental labor and need to replenish your nutrients. I heard that eating wheat products makes one dull-witted, so I didn't bring you any. Things like red date steamed buns should be consumed sparingly. Jing Shang looked bewildered. Who told you that eating wheat products makes one dull? The team leader proudly declared. A knowledge blogger said so. I even subscribed to their annual membership. Now I know everything. Aiming to become a researcher like you, Jing Gong. Jing Shang rolled his eyes. I suspect this fellow might be a bit deranged. Li Yuyan, upon hearing the team leader's remarks, was unsure whether to laugh or cry. Today, she and her mentor would surely face challenges, only to find that they could hardly even secure a hearty meal. That infuriating knowledge blogger, she truly wished to wield a mace and smash open that blogger's head. As Jing Shang and Li Yuyan munched on fried eggs while walking toward the workshop, Jing Shang pointed to the idle equipment and instructed the team leaders. These machines need to be modified urgently, and the area must be cleared. Understood. We'll arrange for it immediately, they replied. Jing Shang then turned to another team leader. The new cold weapon we are about to produce may require new materials. Notify the steel and material companies we are collaborating with. I might visit them in the next couple of days. Chapter 92. This is war. Prepare them in advance and cooperate fully. Once I finalize the plan, I need the materials produced immediately. A team leader promptly agreed, saying, all right, I'll contact these companies right away. Upon hearing Jing Shang's words, Li Yuyan was momentarily choked by the fried egg in her mouth. Jing Shang quickly handed her a bottle of mineral water, and after gulping it down, she began to regain her composure. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Jing Shang. Had she misheard? The master claimed that a brand new material could be developed today or tomorrow, implying that he had anticipated the need for an entirely new type of material that had yet to appear on the market, necessitating research from scratch. If the master could foresee the necessity of developing new materials from the ground up, how could he boast to the factory director about resolving the design of a new weapon in a single day? Was that even feasible? In just one day? To conceive and design new materials. Surely even the world's most elite materials companies with their vast research teams could not achieve such a feat. Yet Jing Shang seemed utterly unfazed, as if it were as simple as enjoying a fried egg. The team leader beside him exhibited no signs of skepticism, as if Jing Shang's audacious claims were completely reasonable. Did they truly believe that Jing Shang could accomplish such a task? A storm brewed within Li Yuyan's heart. Yesterday, when Jing Shang had casually sketched submarine blueprints after a brief tour, she had found it amusing. However, today, as they engaged in the earnest development of a new type of cold weapon, she increasingly grasped the challenge at hand and felt an escalating fear regarding Jing Shang and Appo's capabilities. Indeed, his abilities instilled a sense of dread in her, akin to how an eagle instinctively dominates a field mouse or a wolf intimidates a sheep. The workers' unwavering faith in Jing Shang stemmed from their lack of awareness regarding the profound knowledge and research challenges involved. Li Yuyan, however, was different. As a novice with an impressive IQ of 165, she possessed extensive knowledge and agility in her understanding, whether in physics, chemistry, or thermodynamics. Her vast knowledge base combined with exceptional comprehension allowed her to appreciate the daunting difficulty of this project. It felt like standing at the edge of an unfathomable abyss, gazing upward, unable to perceive even a glimmer of light. This pressure and suffocating sensation, however, seemed non-existent for the master. Moreover, an inexplicable conviction arose within her. If the master said it could be done, then surely it would be accomplished within a day. Navigating through the workshop, Jing Shang and Li Yuyan arrived at the laboratory in the rear. Time was of the essence, and Jing Shang decisively assigned her a task. You will design the shape and structure of the mace, while I will tackle the new material issue. Li Yuyan was acutely aware of the time constraints and dared not delay. In comparison, designing the mace's shape and structure was significantly simpler than developing a new material. Tasked with creating new materials in a single day, even the most esteemed scientists would falter. Thus, her role had to be limited to supportive tasks. Here she was, a genius with an IQ of 165, reduced to performing menial tasks. There was no time for accolades. She would just have to wait at the door. Transitioning from an ivory tower to an arms factory had profoundly impacted her psyche. On one hand, there was the master's astonishing talent. On the other, the uniqueness of the arms factory. Just last night, she had arrived at the factory, and by this morning, she learned that something had gone awry at Defense Line 718, a mere 200 kilometers from her alma mater. During the meeting, she witnessed video footage of the scene that the outsiders could not see. Online, people hailed the astonishing combat prowess of the Dragon Kingdom's defenders, who fought 10-1, expressed shock at the casualty ratio of 1-400, and mourned the fallen soldiers. Meanwhile, she had been thrust into the laboratory by her master, commencing the development of a new type of cold weapon. Unprepared, she found herself amidst the chaos of war. This is war, a true war that leaves one unprepared. She had no time to gather her thoughts. She had to immerse herself completely and work against the clock. There was no time for new recruit training or familiarizing herself with regulations. The arms factory required her to immediately adapt. Dressed in military attire, she was no longer the girl in dinosaur pajamas from the previous night. The overwhelming sense of urgency and mission transformed her overnight. In her past endeavors, even when not in a leadership role, her presence would quickly establish dominance within the team. Yet now, despite her remarkable IQ, she found herself relegated to a subordinate position in Jing Shang's presence. This notion flickered briefly in her mind, and she felt no objection. She was still quite inexperienced before her master. Li Yuyan began browsing online for information and images pertaining to maces, from ancient designs to modern variations utilized by urban detectives. None satisfied her. Meanwhile, Jing Shang sketched on scrap paper, rapidly sifting through his mental repository. He had accumulated numerous rewards from daily sign-ins, including fragments of information regarding the supersonic submarine Baiminkuan, along with various other technical documents, many of which pertained to cold weapons, complete and ready for practical application without the need for piecing together fragments. Soon, a particular cold weapon captured his attention, a metal rod reminiscent of a monk's staff, embodying an ancient style and appearing quite impressive. While this weapon was evidently unsuitable for the current context, the materials used were of utmost significance to Jing Shang. Developing a new type of material within a single day was a tall order, even for someone with his extensive knowledge and exceptional understanding. It required not only theoretical knowledge, but also extensive experimentation to produce a viable new material. However, he had the system. This very advantage imbued him with confidence that he could resolve everything within a day. It was this very loophole that provoked a sense of unreachable fear in Li Yuyan, akin to a child standing before a giant. While the master and apprentice busied themselves in the laboratory, the cold weapons factory, number 98, was also hard at work. Factory Director Zhang had gathered a multitude of engineers to deliberate over the recent incident, especially the photograph that had emerged, depicting defenders improvising a makeshift weapon using steel pipes and a Chiwen military knife. It was evident that the existing armaments were inadequate for the chaotic situation. Even with formidable missiles capable of reducing everything to rubble, precision firearms that could hit any target, and the recently popular Shadowhunter crossbows, these advanced weapons were rendered ineffective in such a peculiar environment. The Chiwen military knife had to be combined with steel pipes for makeshift usage. Therefore, designing a new type of cold weapon suitable for the local defenders had become the utmost priority for the cold weapons factory. Although the military headquarters was still entangled in negotiations with the Indian Empire over new weapon orders, the astute Zhang had rallied everyone early in the morning. Chapter 93. Only cold weapons remain. New-style cold weapons will undoubtedly be highly sought after at the 718 defense line. Whichever cold weapon manufacturer can produce a product that satisfies both the military and the frontline soldiers will not only achieve widespread fame, but also gain favor with the military. Whether cold or hot weapons, their ultimate purpose is to be effective on the battlefield. If they are not useful in combat, no matter how fancy or high-tech they are worthless. It is evident that, due to the ceasefire agreement, firearms are currently ineffective, and only cold weapons can ensure the safety of the defending forces. The astute Director Zhang of Factory 98 recognized this as a golden opportunity. In all his years, the cold weapon industry had never encountered such a significant chance. Director Zhang surveyed the engineers, including the 3 who had visited Factory 125, and declared, "This matter is urgent." The military will soon order all cold weapon manufacturers to develop new weapons that meet the needs of the front lines. As the leading cold weapon factory, we bear a great responsibility. If another company produces something superior to ours, our position will be jeopardized. The military will doubt our capabilities, and of course, everyone's bonuses and benefits will be affected. He paused, then continued, whoever excels in this endeavor will not only receive a military medal, but also a substantial bonus. Furthermore, Factory 98 will provide additional rewards. Director Zhang added, Factory 125 has been quite prominent recently. That young man is indeed capable. However, cold weapons are different from firearms. There are fewer variations, mainly due to the limited status of cold weapons and the constraints of new materials. But now is an excellent opportunity. Although Factory 125 is a formidable competitor, they inadvertently developed some new techniques while working on the Chimera military knife and the shadow crossbow. These techniques have already begun to spread to steel mills and material companies, and we can benefit from them as well. We can leverage Jing Shang's patented technologies to develop our own weapons. Director Zhang's intention was clear, to utilize Jing Shang's newly developed techniques and materials to create new weapons. With new technology and materials, developing new weapons would naturally be faster, allowing them to meet the deadline. In particular, the super-hard steel that Jing Shang had previously developed would undoubtedly dominate on the battlefield, far superior to the makeshift weapons soldiers were welding from steel pipes. As for developing new materials from scratch, Director Zhang did not consider it at all. Having a research background himself, he knew that creating something new in a short period was unrealistic. With limited time and a heavy workload, the simplest approach was to use Jing Shang's existing new materials to create new weapons, focusing on design aesthetics to complete the task within days. While Factory 98 was mobilizing, other cold weapon manufacturers were also taking action. Everyone recognized the opportunity, and with a level playing field, it was a race to see who could produce the most suitable cold weapon first. Overall, Factory 98 had a clear advantage, with more researchers, ample resources, advanced equipment, and extensive experience. They intended to seize this opportunity to surpass Factory 125, restore Factory 98's prestige, and solidify their leading position. They refused to believe that Factory 98's vast team of engineers could not outperform Jing Shang from Factory 125. After the factories completed their mobilization, everyone enthusiastically engaged in the research and development of new cold weapons. At this moment, another piece of news arrived. Jing Shang from Factory 125 had been awarded the first-class merit yesterday. During this period, all cold weapon factories were closely monitoring Jing Shang and Factory 125, whose prominence was impossible to ignore. Many had also heard that Jing Shang had been visiting various universities to recruit talent. With only one researcher at Factory 125, even the most capable person would be overwhelmed. 3 cobblers are better than Zhuge Liang. The power of teamwork is undeniable. It seemed that Jing Shang was also feeling the pressure, settling things at Factory 125 and beginning to recruit. Previously, Jing Shang was merely a conscript who discovered his talent in weapon development, successfully transitioned to a regular position, and earned merits, even saving the abandoned Factory 125. This was already quite remarkable. Behind it must have been unimaginable effort. Therefore, everyone could understand his previous reliance on unconventional methods to create 2 new cold weapons. However, now that he had become the mainstay of research at Factory 125, these unconventional methods could not last, and he would eventually have to take a more conventional path. His recruitment efforts signaled that he was building his team framework. No matter how talented the engineers transferred from other factories were, they were still outsiders. Unless they completely defected, they would never truly be one of their own, disbanding after the project was completed, making it difficult to build rapport. Therefore, upon hearing that Jing Shang was recruiting, everyone felt it was appropriate and necessary, but then they heard that he had received a first-class merit. A first-class merit is a significant honor in the military, one that many people never achieve in their entire careers. Even for researchers, not everyone can casually earn such a high honor. Engineers like Lu Xinfeng and his colleagues were considered exceptional, but they had never received such high recognition, only benefiting from their mentors' projects to receive third-class merits. Yet, As soon as Jing Shang entered the field of new weapon development, he continuously earned merits from third class to second class, and now directly receiving a first-class merit. How could these medals be so easily and naturally pinned to his chest? We exert all our strength and expend all our efforts just to earn a military medal, truly proving the saying that comparing oneself to others is infuriating. Even more perplexing was the fact that he was reportedly recruiting from various universities. Where did he find the time and energy for research and development? Thus, everyone inquired about the details, and soon the entire story spread. It turned out that Jing Shang had received an order from the military yesterday morning to go to the submarine factory in the First War Zone to assist in restoring the design drawings of a top-tier submarine. To everyone's surprise, he received the order in the morning, flew to the site in the afternoon, and, after circling inside the submarine, emerged and drew the blueprints, shocking a group of veteran engineers. The shock this news caused surpassed even the impact of his invention of the Chimera firearm and the Shadow crossbow. The mental impact at that time was not as intense as this time. Everyone found it difficult to comprehend how there could be such a remarkable person, a cold weapon researcher, simply by observing the structure of a submarine, could completely restore the design drawings and even improve the submarine's speed based on the latest technology. Even veteran engineers who had spent years in submarine research and development would find this difficult to achieve, yet he accomplished it effortlessly. The word genius was no longer sufficient to describe his astonishing talent. Lu Xinfang returned to the laboratory and discussed with his team what kind of new weapon to develop. After some discussion, they decided to develop a new type of firearm similar in style to the makeshift firearms made by soldiers on the 718 border. Since the local soldiers found this type of firearm useful, making it more refined would naturally be more popular. The practicality of this design had already been proven, and the finished product would surely be well received. The consensus was unanimous. Ordnance from the armory, forged with meticulous craftsmanship, would undoubtedly surpass the makeshift, rudimentary weaponry cobbled together in haste. This approach, centered on integrating existing technologies, was deemed the only viable path to deliver novel armaments within the stipulated time frame. De novo research into materials and processes, the installation of novel equipment, and the establishment of new production lines were dismissed as utterly impractical. Expediency and utility were paramount, with the sole criterion being the benefit to the defending forces. Lu Xinfang concurred. We can certainly leverage the steelworking techniques employed by Jing Shang in the development of the Qilong rifle to fabricate this new weapon. The chief engineer echoed this sentiment. Given the urgency, with the military directive potentially arriving this afternoon or tomorrow morning, and with other ordnance factories already mobilized, we must accelerate our developmental efforts. Direct innovation in materials is infeasible. We should adapt Jing Shang's novel materials, redesigning the form and structure of existing cold weapons and rapidly organizing production. With unanimous agreement, the team dispersed to their respective tasks. Lu Xinfang's phone vibrated incessantly. Upon inspection, he discovered a flurry of activity in a group chat, all centered on Jing Shang. The more he read, the wider his eyes grew in astonishment. What was transpiring? Jing Shang had visited the submarine factory the previous day, reviewed the plans, and not only restored them, but also improved the vessel's speed by 20. The military had directly awarded him a first-class merit. As the news disseminated, a subtle commotion arose within the armory. The personnel exchanged bewildered glances, utterly astounded by Jing Shang's accomplishment. Previously, his feats had been confined to cold weaponry, the Qilong rifle and the Shadow crossbow, all within their realm of comprehension. However, submarines represented the pinnacle of White Eagle Empire technology. How could someone specializing in cold weapons so swiftly reconstruct the design schematics, and even audaciously improve upon them? Where did he derive such confidence? And more astonishingly, how had he succeeded? Every engineer had scrutinized the plans and found no fault. The submarine was poised to enter production. This revelation left everyone in a state of shock, momentarily abandoning their work, their gazes fixed on the message, the astonishment in their eyes palpable. Incredible, simply incredible. Hypothetically, even with a thorough understanding of each component's dimensions and capabilities, they themselves could not produce the design plans in such a short time. While the fundamental principles of a submarine might be understood, its intricate construction was self-evident. The complex circuitry alone would challenge even a seasoned electrician to unravel in a timely fashion. Jing Shang's capabilities had far exceeded their collective imagination. Lu Xinfang was nearly breathless with shock, as if struck by a cannon blast. The sheer brilliance of this individual was truly awe-inspiring. Was he even human? In theory, reverse engineering a submarine to recreate the blueprints was feasible, but it would require time. Even the veteran engineers at the factory, diligently working, had only managed to reconstruct portions of the design and had not yet fully grasped its intricacies. Yet Jing Shang had instantly recreated the blueprints on site. Most remarkably, they had enhanced the technology, increasing the vessel's speed. He was a true maverick, whose actions were always so audacious. Heaven forbid they collaborate on a development project. They would surely be crushed under the weight of his brilliance, left with no room to maneuver. The personnel couldn't help but contemplate their current tasks. Now that Factory 98 had received this news, Factories 125 and the Military Merit Bureau would likely release related videos as well. They could probably deduce that the 718 border region was in dire need of a mature, new type of cold weapon. If the Military Merit Bureau issued an order for all the armories to join the research effort, even Factory 125 would have to reluctantly participate. Could their independently developed weapon truly compete with Jing Shang's? The prospect of competing with such a formidable individual was so daunting that they felt like surrendering without a struggle. While some were apprehensive, others were exhilarated. Armories, after all, were repositories of talent, teeming with exceptional minds. Jing Shang's recent prominence had ignited envy and admiration among numerous young talents. If their product were to be adopted by the Military Merit Bureau during this mission, surpassing Jing Shang, the resulting fame and prestige would be immeasurable. This was an unparalleled opportunity. At Factory 125, the commanding officer disembarked from the helicopter. Despite the issues that had arisen in the 7th War Zone, he was confident in the competence of the 7th War Zone and the Military Merit Bureau to resolve them. The 9th War Zone was fully prepared and ready to engage in combat at any moment. Having finalized the arrangements, he proceeded to Factory 125. Following the Military Merit Bureau's instructions to bestow upon Jing Shang the first-class merit medal. Accompanied by Factory Director Ho and others, he approached the laboratory. As they reached the exterior of the building, a young woman abruptly dashed out. The commanding officer hastily retreated, observing the diminutive figure in military attire with surprise. Factory Director Ho quickly interjected, "This is Li Yuyan, the intern assistant Jing Shang brought back yesterday. She's a prodigy with an IQ of 165. Li Yuyan, however, frowned impolitely at the commanding officer. "This is a crucial research facility. Don't loiter here without a purpose." She was unfamiliar with the commanding officer and, as a recent recruit, was not particularly attuned to military ranks. She only saw that everyone was wearing military uniforms and assumed they were merely sightseeing. Amused, the commanding officer chuckled. "I am the commanding officer of the 9th War Zone, here to award Jing Shang the first-class merit medal." He reconstructed the White Eagle Empire's top-tier submarine design schematics yesterday, and the Military Merit Bureau has awarded him a first-class merit. You should be aware of this. Li Yuyan responded impatiently, "My mentor is unavailable. Please leave and do not disturb him." Her mind was preoccupied with research, and she was solely concerned with ensuring her progress did not impede her mentor's work. She had no time to entertain these officials. Even when addressing the commanding officer, she displayed no deference whatsoever. With that, Li Yuyan hurried towards another office building in search of data. Factory Director Ho offered an awkward smile. "Perhaps we should wait?" The commanding officer, watching Tang Yuyan's receding figure, mused, an IQ of 165, akin to Einstein. Only a unique individual like Jing Shang could manage such a genius. Your Factory 125 is truly a hub of extraordinary talent. Just wait and see. The accompanying staff and workshop leaders exchanged perplexed glances. It was astonishing that this auspicious occasion of awarding a medal, which others would eagerly seek, had resulted in the commanding officer being left waiting outside. The Military Merit Bureau was a hive of activity. The unforeseen incident at 718 had disrupted numerous planned strategic deployments. Elder Shao perused the comprehensive investigative report with a furrowed brow. The report indicated that the incident had originated from an encounter between patrol teams from the Dragon Kingdom and the Heavenly Kingdom. The opposing side had trespassed the border, and the captain had approached them to negotiate, resulting in a verbal altercation. The 718 region was, after all, a sensitive area, and such incidents were not uncommon. However, shortly after the altercation, hundreds of Heavenly Kingdom soldiers had emerged. Subsequently, the number of soldiers at the scene exceeded 1,000. Considering that the 718 region was predominantly mountainous with a harsh natural environment, and the Heavenly Kingdom soldiers were known to endure difficult conditions, with many lacking even winter coats. The gathering of such a large number of soldiers in a snow-swept, exposed location was highly unusual. This raised suspicions that the Heavenly Kingdom's military command had deliberately orchestrated the event to provoke the Dragon Kingdom. Chapter 95. We are not their opponents. If the actions of the adversary were indeed deliberate, we must remain exceedingly vigilant, prepared at all times for combat. The second piece of intelligence is even more grave. Reports from Dragon Kingdom's intelligence agents indicate that a contingent from the Empire of Tenju has commenced mobilization towards the 718 direction. Concurrently, upon receiving this information, the Ministry of War in Tenju has grown increasingly anxious, fearing a sudden offensive from the Dragon Kingdom, prompting them to dispatch troops to 718 to bolster defenses and initiate a thorough investigation into last night's events. Currently, the information remains under wraps, undisclosed to the public. The casualty count stands at 423 dead and several hundred wounded. The flames of truth cannot be contained forever, and the media will inevitably uncover the facts. Once this news leaks, it will undoubtedly provoke a significant uproar in society. The Dragon Kingdom suffered only one casualty among its defenders, while the opposing side lost 423 men. A staggering disparity in casualties that raises serious questions regarding the combat effectiveness of the Tenju soldiers. Undoubtedly, once this information spreads, the Ministry of War in Tenju will likely be inundated by public outcry. An aide reported nearby that the substantial casualties were due to the recent upgrade of the Dragon Kingdom's 7th War Zone garrison, which has been equipped with new cold weaponry, the 19 Chiwen Saber and the Hunter's Crossbow. Over 150 of the slain were felled by the Hunter's Crossbow, while others met their demise from critical strikes by the Chiwen Saber. The commander of the Ministry of War stared incredulously at his subordinate. Two types of cold weaponry? Such devastating lethality. The aide nodded, elaborating that these two weapons have recently gained notoriety within military circles for their alarming effectiveness. It is said that the Hunter's Crossbow can strike targets at a distance of 3 kilometers, surpassing even the range of standard rifles. The commander suddenly recalled the crossbow encountered in the 47th War Zone of the Appalachia Desert. Could it be the same? The aide responded affirmatively. Indeed, it is the Dragon Kingdom's Hunter's Crossbow. Our heavy losses are undoubtedly linked to it. When their first contingent arrived at the scene, they numbered fewer than 100, significantly less than our 1,000 troops. Logically, they should have suffered severe casualties. However, the second wave of reinforcements began long-range firing from 3 kilometers away from the melee's epicenter. At that moment, they had fire support, and the Hunter's Crossbow's immense power, rapid firing rate, and explosive impact far outstripped that of rifles. Once struck, survival was nearly impossible. Furthermore, it is not classified as a firearm, thereby circumventing the firing protocol, leaving our defenders to endure the onslaught helplessly. Moreover, their Chiwen sabers were terrifyingly effective, nearly severing our own sabers with their unparalleled sharpness. The commander inhaled sharply, grappling with disbelief as he absorbed his subordinate's description. He had previously dismissed these two types of cold weaponry, given Tenzu's significant investment in the development of new weapons over the years, even to the extent of creating nuclear arms. This has greatly enhanced Tenzu's deterrence and bolstered the ministry's combat capabilities. Everyone, including himself, had focused solely on firearms, neglecting the potential of a blade's swiftness or the range of a crossbow. Compared to firearms, these cold weapons seemed trivial. But now he learned that the newly developed sabers from the Dragon Kingdom were indeed formidable, capable of rendering their own blades useless. In scenarios like last night, where both armies faced off without the option to fire, the competition devolved into a test of cold weaponry. The most common sidearm for soldiers is the Saber. Once one saber is severed, they are left vulnerable, awaiting slaughter. It is no wonder the casualties were so severe, compounded by the terrifying hunter's crossbow with its 3-kilometer range, exceeding that of the world's top rifles. The commander stood in stunned silence for a full 5 seconds before regaining his composure. No, we must not engage in battle with the Dragon Kingdom. We are utterly outmatched. Though the Empire of Tenju has experienced economic growth over the years, leading its people to feel increasingly confident and striving to surpass the Dragon Kingdom in all aspects, particularly in new weaponry, the commander understands that war is not an option. Firstly, like the Dragon Kingdom, Tenju is still in a developmental phase. A single conflict could obliterate decades of progress overnight. The favorable conditions painstakingly cultivated could be destroyed in an instant. Secondly, we cannot prevail in battle. Even disregarding firearms, we are at a disadvantage in cold weaponry. How could we hope to fight? Ultimately, hand-to-hand combat will occur, and if our close combat weapons are rendered useless, how shall we contend with the Dragon Kingdom's soldiers? Shall we resort to biting? Furthermore, the fearsome hunter's crossbow serves as an assassination tool in the event of a large-scale conflict. Not only the soldiers on the battlefield, but even high-ranking officials like himself could fall victim to assassination. The mysterious combat unit still wandering the Appalachia Desert serves as a testament to this reality. Not to mention, the Dragon Kingdom far surpasses Tenju in the realm of new weapon development. Can Tenju endure under such concentrated firepower? At that moment, another aide entered to report new intelligence. Commander, there are issues regarding last night's events. The commander swiftly reviewed the information. The report revealed that the junior officer with the highest rank involved in the incident had received a substantial transfer of funds, an unexpected addition of 10,000 to his account. For Tenju soldiers, this is an astronomical sum. Simultaneously, as they sorted through the belongings of the fallen soldiers, they discovered considerable amounts of cash. Though the details remain unclear, various indicators suggest foul play. The officer in question was likely bribed by some faction, instigating the chaos of last night. To create such turmoil over a mere 10,000 is utterly incomprehensible. Where is the instigator officer? The aide promptly replied, he was receiving treatment in the hospital, but we have just learned he has escaped. We are currently in pursuit. He has escaped? This further confirms he was under orders. Fearing capture and punishment, he fled the hospital. Soon, an agreement was reached between the Military Merit Building and the Ministry of War in Tenju. Both sides would temporarily withdraw 5 kilometers and allow for a period of calm. Although war was averted, the 718 region remained sensitive and tense. Soldiers from both sides stood coldly across a ravine, facing one another. It is not difficult to envision that for a considerable time, both garrisons will maintain this standoff, though no one would fire the first shot. The potential for close-quarter confrontations looms ever-present. On either side of the mountains, an outward calm belies the undercurrents of danger. Every patrolling soldier, in addition to their standard firearms, now grips an extended saber of their own forging. Without the option to fire, the advantages of firearms diminished significantly, making their improvised weapons, forged from steel pipes and Chiwen blades, far more formidable. Chapter 96. A humiliating defeat following deliberations with the Ministry of War of the Hindu Empire. The military headquarters recognized the need to equip the 718th Unit with a superior melee weapon. The local defense forces had already begun independently researching and manufacturing weapons, underscoring their pressing demand for advanced armaments. The notification of the development initiative was disseminated to various melee weapon factories that afternoon. Predictably, each factory commenced development in unison, endeavoring to expedite production. Elder Shao, however, remained unconcerned, his attention primarily riveted on suppressing the Hindu Empire. Despite the resolution of the previous night's incident, it marked yet another provocation by the Hindu Empire, necessitating a firm response. Elder Shao scrutinized the map, ultimately circling the Jindan Empire, which bordered the Hindu Empire. Within the Department of War of the White Eagle Empire, the Supreme Commander perused the intelligence report, his countenance a mixture of bemusement and consternation. Surely there must be some mistake, he mused. 1,000 men bested by a mere 100? And with such staggering casualties, 423 fatalities. The Dragon Country's garrison suffered only a single loss. Good heavens, a ratio of 1 to 423. How could such a battle transpire? Are the Dragon Country's soldiers superhuman, impervious to blades and bullets? The Supreme Commander of the White Eagle Empire's Department of War was simultaneously exasperated and amused. Was it attributable to the Dragon Country's soldiers' exceptional prowess or the Hindu soldiers' dismal combat capabilities? Despite meticulous preparations and numerical superiority, they suffered a resounding defeat, a truly bizarre outcome. As the architect of the clandestine operation, he remained indifferent to the number of Hindu soldiers slain. Albeit the disproportionate casualties were astonishing, the desired effect had been achieved. The military headquarters' attention would undoubtedly be concentrated on the Hindu Empire in the immediate future. By the time they realized the deception, their assassins would have likely eliminated Captain Johnson, ensuring that the White Eagle Empire's underwater map secrets perished alongside him. As for the submarine, the Military Engineering Division would inevitably surrender it sooner or later, and certainly before they could fully decipher its intricacies. News of this debacle gradually permeated other factions, eliciting widespread incredulity. While the Hindu soldiers' combat prowess may not rival that of the major powers, they were certainly not inept. Few forces bordering the Hindu Empire had managed to gain any advantage, typically relying on the Dragon Country for support. For the first time in years, the Hindu Empire's garrison had engaged in such a large-scale skirmish with the Dragon Country's garrison, and all indications suggested that the Hindu Empire's garrison had initiated the conflict, despite being 10 times the size of the Dragon Country's contingent. Such a substantial force, launching a preemptive strike, had been routed so thoroughly. The staggering casualty ratio of 423 fatalities left the military departments of various factions in a state of shock. Soon, a consensus emerged. The Hindu soldiers were not entirely incompetent. Rather, the military headquarters' newly introduced Qilin sabers and shadow crossbows had played a pivotal role in the skirmish. In a setting where firearms were prohibited, the superiority of melee weapons became strikingly evident. According to subsequent intelligence reports, the Hindu Empire's garrison soldiers who participated in the conflict had nearly all their sabers shattered. Over 1,000 broken blades, all standard-issue Hindu sabers, were recovered from the scene. Once their blades were rendered useless, the soldiers were effectively reduced to unarmed peasants. Without sharp blades, their rifles were little more than clubs, rendering them helpless against the Dragon Country's garrison. Furthermore, the shadow crossbows provided long-range support from 3 kilometers away, alleviating the Dragon Country's numerical disadvantage and denying the Hindu forces any advantage. Battle reports flooded the desks of military leaders across various factions, prompting them to recognize the gravity of the situation. If their forces were to engage in close-quarters combat with the Dragon Country's soldiers, would the outcome be any different? Could their blades match the prowess of the Qilin saber? Did their crossbows possess the range and power of the shadow crossbow? Earlier, Prince Longyi's exorbitant offer to purchase a Qilin saber had been met with derision. However, many armies were now willing to spend lavishly, racking their brains to acquire Qilin sabers leaked from the Dragon Country's military. Their objective was to study these treasures and determine whether they could replicate such advanced blades. The Dragon Country's melee weapons had become a formidable force in the eyes of various factions. The combat teams of the 47th War Zone in the Apola Desert had elevated the shadow crossbow to prominence, while the fierce battles along the 718th border line had showcased the Qilin saber's devastating power. The introduction of these 2 melee weapons had awakened many to the realization that, even in an era of ubiquitous firearms, melee weapons still held a place, capable of influencing and even determining the outcome of battles. As the military department issued its research and development directives, melee weapon factories across the nation plunged into a frenzy of activity, and the military departments of various war zones eagerly anticipated the advent of new melee weapons. That afternoon, Li Yuyan completed the design of the mace's appearance and structure, proposing 3 distinct schemes. The first design was the most straightforward and archaic, featuring a long handle and an oval-shaped iron hammerhead studded with nail-like protrusions. Compared to the maces of antiquity, this design emphasized the head's destructive force and visual impact. Its unique construction facilitated the generation of airflow during swings, producing a resounding sound that would intimidate opponents. These blunt-angled nail-like protrusions, while not as sharp as bladed weapons, could still penetrate enemy clothing and pierce flesh, creating wide wounds that promoted blood loss and delayed natural healing. The second and third designs incorporated intricate mechanisms. The second design featured rotating blades beneath the head, which could be rapidly spun by twisting the handle and releasing a spring, creating a cutting machine effect that would instill fear in opponents. The third design was even more ingenious, concealing additional mechanisms and even capable of launching crossbow bolts, effectively transforming the mace into a miniature arsenal. Ultimately, Jing Shang opted for the first design, the most primitive form of mace. This melee weapon was intended for use in specialized environments, designed to intimidate rather than inflict lethal damage. The head's menacing spikes were capable of crushing even the toughest skulls, sparing neither man nor rhinoceros. Such intimidation was sufficient. The addition of cutting blades or crossbow bolts would be superfluous, impractical, and ostentatious. In close-quarters combat, there would be no time to manipulate such intricate mechanisms. The key to this weapon was its ability to instill fear, not to kill. By employing new materials, the mace's weight was reduced, allowing soldiers to easily control its force and injure enemies without causing death. Unless struck in the head, enemies would not be immediately killed, but would instead suffer multiple puncture wounds. Their survival would depend on the quality of medical care received, a matter beyond the soldiers' and Oppo's immediate concern. Chapter 97. Matters of importance. Jing Shang's stipulation for the research and development personnel was to create a palpable sense of dread in the enemy even before engagement. Should the enemy dare to approach, the objective was to inflict grievous wounds while preserving life. Although the conical protrusions on the spiked mace were blunted, their structural design imbued a degree of penetrative capability. With sufficient force, they could pierce through defenses. The intent was to perforate the chest cavity, inducing exsanguination and instilling fear. Lethal head strikes were to be reserved as a last resort. This, coupled with the close and long-range deterrence of the Chiwen military knife and the hunter's shadow crossbow, would suffice. With the plan settled, the mentor and apprentice journeyed to the materials company for experimentation. As they exited the laboratory building, they encountered the commander-in-chief and factory director, Ho, engaged in casual conversation. The commander-in-chief had arrived early, having waited for half the day and having hastily consumed lunch. Upon seeing Jing Shang, the commander-in-chief approached with a smile. "Engineer Jing, your dedication is commendable. You've even foregone lunch." Puzzled as to the reason for this wait, Jing Shang received an explanation from factory director Ho. Jing Shang cast an amused glance at Li Yuyan, who retorted with a pout. "You're quite the busy bee. It's just a medal. What difference does it make if you wear it today or tomorrow? Matters of importance take precedence." Li Yuyan proceeded to lecture the commander-in-chief. The commander-in-chief nodded and chuckled. "Indeed, the assistant is correct. Substantive matters are paramount. The 718th urgently requires your new melee weapons." He personally pinned the medal onto Jing Shang's chest and posed for a commemorative photograph. "I won't detain you any longer. Time is of the essence. Consider my task fulfilled." Applause erupted on the scene. Jing Shang saluted before departing with Li Yuyan via helicopter. En route, they dined while deliberating on subsequent tasks. Firstly, Factory 125 had received Li Yuyan's blueprints and would immediately commence mold creation. The core mission, however, was to transmute the novel material from a theoretical concept into a tangible reality. Typically, the genesis of a new material transcends mere formulaic deduction. It necessitates empirical testing to ascertain that all parameters meet requirements. Theoretical knowledge alone cannot guarantee the utility of a product. This time, the unveiling of the new material would occur under public scrutiny. To preempt astonishment, several contingency plans were prepared. Among them, one was destined to be the desired new material. while the others would be discarded as experimental failures. In this manner, it would appear that he had indeed conducted multiple experiments, merely compressing them into a shorter time frame, selecting the best from the best. This appeared more logical, even though he had developed the new material in an exceptionally short period compared to other research teams and enterprises. At least procedurally, there would be no glaring flaws. Explanations would attribute his success to talent, fortune, and aptitude. After all, following his steps, other research teams might potentially succeed with considerable time investment. These were merely stratagems to obscure the truth, not particularly complex endeavors. Compared to the forthcoming development of the Beiming Kuan hypersonic submarine, these minor artifices were insignificant. The counterpart companies held Jing Shang's requisitions in high regard. Among the recent military building orders, Factory 125 had emerged as a prominent client, primarily because Jing Shang's patented novel processes and materials were being adopted by these companies. Beyond military building orders, some products had also been introduced to the civilian market, yielding substantial profits. In particular, a certain steel factory, which had experienced mediocre performance in recent years, witnessed a marked improvement in efficiency and a significant increase in worker compensation with the advent of new materials and processes. In their eyes, Jing Shang was nothing short of a harbinger of prosperity. Jing Shang, in turn, received considerable patent royalties, but he remained indifferent to them. Upon disembarking from the helicopter, he was escorted to the production plant under the guidance of senior company executives. 3 companies were simultaneously executing his 9 plans, each specializing in interfacing with ordnance factories, complete with personnel, equipment, and resources. They were developing novel materials in accordance with Jing Shang's vision. As the 3 companies busied themselves, Jing Shang and Li Yuyan supervised in Factory 1. Barring unforeseen circumstances, this company was poised to produce the coveted new material. All products would ultimately be fashioned into rectangular bars measuring 1.8 meters in length and weighing approximately 2.5 kilograms, although a plan was in place. Realizing the finished product would require time, the veteran artisans in the workshop continuously adjusted based on the situation, iterating until a flawless product was achieved. This process could not be rushed. After laboring late into the night, the 3 companies successively delivered samples to Jing Shang. The 2 were already weary, dozing off in the control room chairs. With the sound of the door opening, Jing Shang awoke with a start. Shaking his head, he noticed that Li Yuyan had fallen asleep on his shoulder. The young woman was nestled against him, her head tilted back, mouth slightly agape, sleeping soundly, perhaps dreaming pleasant dreams. Saliva trickled from the corner of her mouth onto his clothing, eliciting a wry smile. He attempted to gently rouse Li Yuyan, but inadvertently startled her awake. She blinked groggily, wiped the saliva from her mouth, and wore a dazed expression. Jing Shang chuckled and rose, stretching his limbs. Engineer Jing, these are the materials just delivered by the other 2 companies. This is what our company just produced, 9 products in total. The products were arrayed on the table. 2 were manifestly substandard and were immediately discarded. The remaining 7 appeared unremarkable. Li Yuyan also ambled curiously to the table, touching and appraising each one, gauging their weight in her hands. At 1.8 meters in length, they were surprisingly lightweight and possessed a certain texture, unlike the flimsiness of aluminum alloy. Li Yuyan marveled. You actually made it. She was instantly impressed by Jing Shang. Not only had he made it, but there were also 7 products, all meeting the basic length and weight standards. Subsequently, Jing Shang and several researchers conducted on-site testing. 2 more were eliminated due to excessive softness, rendering them unsuitable for weaponry. After several rounds of rigorous screening, only 1 material remained, its color a deep black. A smile illuminated Jing Shang's face. This is just right. Li Yuyan picked it up to examine it, then donned tools and a mask to personally conduct a cutting test. She exclaimed excitedly, "Wow, master, this is absolutely perfect." Li Yuyan's drowsiness vanished, replaced by elation. The fatigue of the day dissipated instantly. The sense of accomplishment was ineffable. They had truly achieved it, completing the overall design of the product within a single day. The subsequent work would be relatively straightforward. requiring only the fusion and fabrication of this material according to the mold, with minor adjustments, to create the first prototype. Upon returning to Factory 125, they found the mold had already been prepared. Disregarding his exhaustion, Jing Shang immediately ordered the creation of a prototype for inspection. At 10 o'clock in the morning, the first prototype was produced. After cooling, it was placed before Jing Shang. The spiked mace was 1.8 meters in length, with a long, elliptical head adorned with conical protrusions. The protrusions were designed with obtuse angles to prevent easy breakage. The lengthy handle was convenient for two-handed wielding during combat and could also be gripped with one hand during peacetime. The handle was textured to enhance friction, ensuring a secure grip and preventing slippage. Upon closer inspection, the intricate texture was revealed to be a depiction of a ferocious ancient mythical beast, the Tao Dai. Chapter 98. Naturally, the choice is the mace. Jing Shang christened this mace as the gourmet mace. In comparison to swords and crossbows, this gourmet mace exuded a particularly violent and terrifying aura. Jing Shang gripped the mace with both hands, swinging it in the air. Despite its mere 5-pound weight, it produced a fierce whooshing sound. The kinetic energy generated by the mace's swing concentrated at its head, creating an impression of immense force, prompting the onlooking workers to instinctively step back. Satisfied with the feel, Jing Shang approached a stainless steel table. This table, constructed entirely of stainless steel, boasted a thickness of approximately 10 millimeters, providing a degree of protection. He raised the mace and brought it down with force. With a resounding thud, the center of the stainless steel table dented, and the conical protrusions of the mace pierced directly through the 10-millimeter thick steel plate. Joy spread across the faces of the onlookers. The 5-pound gourmet mace exhibited such astonishing destructive power. Excitement sparkled in Li Yuyan's eyes. "Master, this gourmet mace looks particularly ferocious." Jing Shang responded with a smile. "That's precisely the effect we desire. For soldiers, 5 pounds was hardly burdensome. Carrying it over long distances posed no issue, and its formidable aesthetic instilled fear at first glance. The mace, when swung, delivered powerful strikes, and its unique design allowed it to emit a dull sound as it cut through the air. It felt as if one wielded a mace weighing over 100 pounds, with the most crucial aspect being its overwhelming attacking capability. The indestructible metallic material maintained its form even after penetrating steel plates. After repeated testing, everyone expressed their satisfaction with the gourmet mace. Director Ho laughed heartily. Once this cold weapon reaches the front lines, the mere sight of it will terrify the soldiers of the Tenju Empire. Laughter erupted among the crowd. Subsequently, Jing Shang assigned tasks, modifying the production line to commence immediate manufacturing. The workers operated at full speed, working tirelessly. Simultaneously, the military merit building received several research and development applications from various armories. Though each factory had begun their research the previous morning, protocols still required submissions. The paperwork was somewhat cumbersome, and the project approval process itself took time. Thus, having any submissions ready by the following day was quite impressive. Factories 125, 98. And 2 smaller ones presented their design proposals. Factory 98 had multiple research teams, yet only 2 managed to submit project applications promptly, while the others had yet to finalize their plans. Elder Shao promptly approved all submissions, allowing these factories to produce a batch of samples to be sent to the front lines for soldiers to choose from, determining which was most suitable for them. These cold weapons were intended for special circumstances. Their efficacy was not dictated by the armories or the military merit building, but solely by the soldiers on the front lines. On the morning of the 3rd day, both Factory 125 and Factory 98 simultaneously produced their first batches of samples, without undergoing inspection by the military merit building. The products from both factories were directly collected by transport aircraft and dispatched to the 718 front. Since these were samples, the quantities were limited, with only 100 of each type. As the transport aircraft landed, officers and soldiers from 718 quickly gathered around, eager to unload the weapons. The first item was a specially crafted military knife produced by Factory 98. Measuring 1.8 meters in length, it bore a resemblance to ancient long swords. Integrating modern elements, a cylindrical body combined with an elongated blade. The blade, sharpened on one side and flat on the other, wielded immense power when swung. Crafted from a new type of metal that was exceptionally hard and razor-sharp, it could be regarded as an enlarged version of the Chihu military knife, with substantial lethality. One soldier swung the knife, effortlessly cleaving a stone in half. Gasps of astonishment filled the air. The penetrating and cutting power was indeed formidable. If it struck an enemy, it could likely split them in two. Laughter erupted among the crowd. Next, they unloaded the gourmet mace from Factory 125. As they lowered it, the soldiers sensed something was amiss. The military knife from Factory 98 felt robust and weighed approximately 30 pounds. In stark contrast, the gourmet mace from Factory 125 felt remarkably light, causing the first soldier to nearly strain his back. The soldier weighed the mace in his hands, exclaiming in wonder, "This mace looks heavy, but in reality, it's quite light, only about 5 or 6 pounds." A squad leader observed the intricate Taotai design on the mace and quickly connected it to the Chihu military knife and the Shadow Hunter crossbow. Only one factory was known for crafting such exquisite cold weapons, Factory 125. Elated, he inquired, "Is this produced by Factory 125? The soldier responsible for transport nodded with a smile. "Indeed, just moved from the production line at Factory 125. The soldiers were filled with excitement upon hearing this. During the previous melee at the 718 border, it was the Chihu military knife and Shadow Hunter crossbow from Factory 125 that led to such significant victories, resulting in only one of their soldiers lost, while 423 of the enemy perished instantly. It was rumored that some soldiers later succumbed to their injuries in the hospital. Such a terrifying record was not due to their soldiers being 10 times stronger than those of the Tenju Empire, but rather due to the advantageous weaponry. Their Chihu military knives had severed nearly 1,000 enemy blades, while the Shadow Hunter crossbow provided fire support from 3 kilometers away. Otherwise, even with 100 capable fighters on site, facing 1,000 would be overwhelmingly disadvantageous. Hearing that it was a new type of cold weapon developed by Factory 125, the crowd continued to swell. The onlookers formed layers around the site, each clamoring for a mace. Products from Factory 125 are guaranteed to be of the highest quality. A squad leader called out. Everyone stepped back. He swung the mace towards a stone. As the mace sliced through the air, it generated a deep, resonant sound, exuding a fierce presence. When the mace struck the rock, a resounding crash echoed, causing the stone's surface to shatter, while the conical protrusions embedded deep into it. The squad leader triumphantly pulled the mace free, exhilaration evident on his face. This mace was lightweight and easy to carry, making patrols effortless, while delivering a powerful impact. If wielded skillfully, it could injure enemies severely without delivering a fatal blow. In emergencies, it could also prove lethal. This weapon was indeed remarkable, reflecting the designer's considerable effort. The soldier in charge of transport chuckled. Currently, the only samples available are this gourmet mace from Factory 125 and the military knife from Factory 98. You can choose whichever you prefer, and we will prioritize its production and deliver it to you immediately. Naturally, we choose the mace. The squad leader and his soldiers unanimously opted for the mace. Just look at these spikes. The Tenju Empire soldiers will surely soil their trousers at the sight. Laughter and merriment ensued among the crowd. Another squad leader chimed in. The mace is indeed more suitable. It's lightweight. And carrying a 30-pound sword while traversing mountains is quite the burden. Chapter 99. A show of strength in such high-altitude locales. Even the act of breathing becomes a laborious endeavor. Thus, minimizing one's load is paramount. Furthermore, the knife in question is essentially a magnified version of the Chiwen knife, boasting formidable lethality, yet lacking in practicality. Its tendency to cleave foes asunder indiscriminately could escalate tensions unnecessarily. The Wolf Fang Club, however, is far more suitable. Its mere presence dissuades enemies from approaching recklessly. Should they dare to come closer, a single blow could incapacitate them, and toppling a few adversaries would serve as a significant deterrent, likely prompting a retreat. Upon hearing this sentiment, the group nodded in agreement. When it comes to functionality, the Taotai Wolf Fang Club reigns supreme. Though the knife developed by Factory 98 possesses excellent penetration and cutting capabilities, its sharpness does not translate into practicality. The Military Achievement Bureau promptly acted on feedback, instructing Factory 125 to commence mass production without hesitation. Consequently, the knife from Factory 98 was swiftly phased out. Initially, confidence in Jing Entropy was high. However, even the soldiers on the front lines opted for the Taotai Wolf Fawn Club crafted by Factory 125 without question. The wheels of production began to turn immediately. Before long, the Taotai Wolf Fawn Clubs were dispatched to the front lines. In addition to their standard firearms, each soldier wielded a Wolf Fawn Club, traversing rugged terrains along the border. Observing this scene from across the river, soldiers of the Tianzhu Empire could not help but grimace, envisioning the consequences of a Wolf Fawn Club descending upon them, a thought both exhilarating and terrifying. The environment along the 718 patrol line is characterized by high altitude and harsh conditions. Even a few steps here can leave one breathless, with the thin air often inducing altitude sickness, manifesting as headaches, nausea, and tinnitus. Adding to the severity, the area remains cold year-round, with snowfall in June not being uncommon. Thus, the lighter the equipment, the better. In the subsequent days, samples from other cold weapon manufacturers gradually arrived at the front lines. However, after careful comparison, the soldiers ultimately chose the Taotai Wolf Fawn Club. Although each type of cold weapon possessed unique features, quality, and design, their effectiveness was deemed less significant by the soldiers. Ultimately, a Chiwen knife affixed to a firearm could easily replace these cold weapons, rendering the need for intricate redesign unnecessary. Only the Taotai Wolf Fawn Club from Factory 125 comprehensively considered their actual circumstances, geographical environment, and the Military Achievement Bureau's requirements, alongside the soldiers' genuine needs for cold weaponry. When the news of the Taotai Wolf Fawn Club selection spread across various cold weapon factories, many researchers felt a sense of indignation. After all, they all started from similar points. Even if Factory 125 was the first to commence production, how remarkable could they truly be? The rapid development process seemed merely a matter of repurposing old materials, adjusting weapon aesthetics, and making minor modifications inspired by locally produced crude weaponry. Such was the prevailing sentiment. Why, then, was Factory 125 favored? Upon seeing the design of Factory 125's cold weapon, their discontent only grew, particularly among the ambitious young talents, the future stars of their respective factories, who were eager to showcase their skills. They were taken aback by how the spotlight had once again shifted to Factory 125 and Jing Entropy. What was happening? Did cold weapons cease to be effective without Jing Entropy? Within Factory 98, Lu Xinfang's group stared in disbelief at the image of the Taotai Wolf Fawn Club displayed on the screen. What is this? A Wolf Fawn Club? A Taotai Wolf Fawn Club? Is Factory 125 jesting? Is this suitable for the battlefield? Standing at 1.8 meters, how heavy must it be? Our knife weighs merely 30 pounds. This weapon must weigh over 100. Can the soldiers even lift it? Lu Xinfang fixated on the photograph, utterly bewildered. As the person in the group most acquainted with her, even she was filled with questions upon seeing this cold weapon. Is this truly a weapon? Shouldn't such an item belong in ancient times? Beside her, the dashing team member Lushi remarked, previously, a factory produced a police wolf fawn club intended primarily for intimidating those looking to disrupt public order. While it appeared heavy, it was actually hollow, lacking substantial power and serving mainly as a psychological deterrent. I find Factory 125's version rather mediocre. The soldiers of 718 likely chose the Wolf Fawn Club due to the Chiwen knife and the Shadow Hunter crossbow. Lu Xinfang frowned, harboring doubts about whether this Wolf Fawn Club could surpass her group's design. However, the dismissive attitude towards Jing Entropy irritated her. I believe the cold weapons designed by Jing Entropy are undoubtedly exceptional, she asserted. If we follow your logic, it may suffice against ordinary criminals, but on the battlefield, it would be akin to a toy, failing to intimidate the enemy. Yet, Factory 125's Jing Entropy is a master of cold weapon design. The weapons he creates are far from simplistic. Lu Shi retorted, everyone in the group knows you're infatuated with Jing Entropy. but there's no need to defend him so fiercely. While he possesses skill, we must not underestimate our own capabilities. Honestly speaking, is our design knife inferior to his wolf fawn club? In terms of practicality and other aspects, doesn't it far exceed it? Moreover, the crude cold weapons crafted by the soldiers themselves are essentially of this style, indicating its suitability in the region. A hollow wolf fawn club might intimidate the soldiers of the Tianzhu Empire for a day or two, but over time, wouldn't it be exposed? It could easily become a laughingstock, bringing shame to our Dragon Kingdom soldiers. Lu Xinfang shot an annoyed glare at Lu Shi. Though she did have feelings for Jing Entropy, she had not formally acknowledged them. Lu Shi's comments in front of everyone made her feel humiliated, inciting her ire. I truly wonder where your arrogance stems from. Don't think that just because you've completed a minor project and garnered the director's attention, you are suddenly exceptional. I see your ego soaring to the heavens. Our design spear was a collective effort. Indeed, you invested considerable effort in its design, but let us not forget whose craftsmanship and materials were utilized. Didn't you simply borrow Jing Entropy's techniques and materials? The essence of the spear lies therein. If we are to assign credit, Jing Entropy deserves the lion's share. You have benefited from his achievements, and he has remained silent about it, yet you dare to compete with him? Just then, the laboratory door swung open. The portly figure of Luo Hao entered, brandishing a Taotai Wolf Fawn Club manufactured by Factory 125. The sight of a chubby individual wielding such an imposing weapon was undeniably amusing. The unexpected guest startled everyone. Yet, Luo Hao cheerfully approached Lu Xinfang. Look what I've procured from Factory 125, the Taotai Wolf Fawn Club. The group quickly surrounded the plump figure, their excitement causing Luo Hao to feel bashful. As they examined the Taotai Wolf Fawn Club, they inadvertently left him to the side. Lu Xinfang picked it up, giving it a gentle swing in the air, her mind swirling with tumultuous thoughts. To her astonishment, the Taotai Wolf Fawn Club was solid. Chapter 100. How can it be so light? She handed the Taotai Wolf Tooth Club to Lu Shi, asking, What do you have to say now? Lu Shi received it, still wearing a hint of disdain. As one of the elite among his peers in research, he had never yielded to anyone. Jing Shang was indeed a prodigy. He admired both the Chaiwan long spear and the hunting shadow crossbow, recognizing the power of new technologies and materials. However, rumors circulated that he had been researching these during his university years to transition from a conscript to a researcher, preparing for many years in advance. Upon entering Factory 125, the conditions were just right, and with a stroke of luck, he produced two popular cold weapons in quick succession. Lu Shi regarded this as mere beginner's luck, noting that many newcomers often had a plethora of innovative ideas and occasionally produced a few commendable works. He recalled his own first year at Factory 98 when he developed a cold weapon that earned recognition from the Military Merit Building and awarded him a third-class merit medal. Yet, as a researcher, creating a new type of weapon also depended on the right timing, conditions, resources, and teamwork, none of which could be overlooked. Standing on equal footing with Jing Shang, they had almost simultaneously begun their research and produced samples. Lu Shi doubted that Jing Shang could outpace him significantly. Could it be that this lad, in just a day or two, had concocted an entirely new process and material? As he held the Taotai Wolf Tooth Club, he felt something was amiss. It did not possess the hollow sensation one would expect. If it were hollow, the weight in his hand would feel entirely different. There would be a distinct lightness. Yet, this Taotai Wolf Tooth Club, weighing only 5 pounds, felt solid, akin to grasping a hammer. He scrutinized the club, stunned. How could this be? It felt like it weighed no more than 5 or 6 pounds. Was it not made of metal? How could it be so light? Behind him, the chubby Luo Hao exclaimed, This is made of multi-layered metal composite materials. Entirely different from anything we've encountered before. Jing Shang employed a new process, a brand new metal material. Upon hearing this, the entire laboratory erupted in astonishment. New processes and new materials. Could it truly be? Lu Shi shook his head in disbelief. Impossible. Did he develop this new material prior to its application in the Taotai Wolf Tooth Club? Everyone found this reasoning plausible. After all, no one could finalize a new process and material in just a day or two. However, Luo Hao shook his head again. You are mistaken. Jing Shang only took 1 day to design it, and by dawn the next day, he had produced the materials. He created a total of 9 designs and conducted experiments with 3 material companies, resulting in 9 samples, of which only 1 was qualified. The material used is precisely the raw material for the Taotai Wolf Tooth Club in your hand. With Luo Hao's revelation, the crowd was thrown into further chaos. His words confirmed that Jing Shang had indeed pioneered a new process and developed new materials in this endeavor. This was utterly absurd. New materials are not simply conjured into existence. Even if the entire society could produce only a limited variety of new materials in a year. Factory 125 alone had introduced 3 new materials this year. Previously, the processes behind the 2 new materials were shrouded in mystery, but now, thanks to Luo Hao, they learned that Jing Shang had prepared 9 designs, one of which had succeeded. My goodness, designing 9 proposals in a day, sifting through the possibilities to find the most suitable new material was nothing short of genius. Lu Shi's face turned ashen, the more intelligent he was. The less willing he was to concede defeat, still striving to resist. This only indicates that he was lucky. Had none of the 9 designs succeeded, he would not have been able to create the Taotai Wolf Tooth Club. Lu Xinfang sneered. Admit your inferiority instead of clinging to denial. Research and development require genuine skill, not mere words. With your abilities, do you truly think you can compare with Jing Shang? She offered no quarter, treating others as harshly as they treated Jing Shang. Lu Shi was left speechless by her retort and stormed out in frustration. Many cold weapon manufacturers had acquired samples of the Taotai Wolf Tooth Club from Factory 125 to study back at their own facilities. It was not only Lu Shi who felt aggrieved. Numerous research teams held similar sentiments. They could not comprehend how a Wolf Tooth Club had been selected. However, once they obtained the actual product, they were instantly convinced. Setting aside the club's practicality, the rapid development of a new process and new materials was beyond the capabilities of ordinary individuals. Subsequently, videos from the front lines brought clarity to the design philosophy behind the Taotai Wolf Tooth Club, revealing where they had faltered. The footage clearly depicted a 7-member patrol team traversing the snow-capped mountains along Route 718, with soldiers from the 10,000 Gods Empire stationed in the opposing valley. Given the lengthy patrol route, they had to make do with whatever food they could find along the way. The Dragon Kingdom patrol team approached the riverbank in the valley to fetch water, preparing to start a fire for cooking. On the opposing side, more than 30 soldiers busied themselves, indicating that animosities had deepened since the last chaotic skirmish. High-level agreements and communications had done little to alleviate the hatred and disdain between the 2 factions. These 30 individuals had arrived early to gather water and were already cooking on the riverbank, while the Dragon Kingdom soldiers lagged behind. Upon encountering each other, tensions surged. The expressions of the 30 soldiers were fierce, as if they yearned to tear the 7 members of the patrol team apart. Fortunately, a small river separated them, preventing immediate conflict. The numerical advantage of the opposing side only bolstered their arrogance. Following the previous chaotic battle, hostilities had reached an irrevocable peak. Among those 30 soldiers, one had lost a brother in the last fight, while many others had lost close comrades or been severely injured. Thus, upon spotting the Dragon Kingdom soldiers, the atmosphere grew palpably tense. The patrol team leader gripped his wolf tooth club and shouted across to the 30 soldiers, "What are you staring at?" Without waiting for a reply, he swung the club toward a nearby stone. The wolf tooth club arced through the air, cutting through with a low, ominous sound, and struck the stone with force. The stone, roughly the size of a small tire and covered with a layer of snow, shattered upon impact, sending snowflakes flying in all directions. In an instant, the stone cracked into several pieces, while the wolf tooth club remained unscathed, not even bearing a mark. The soldiers of the 10,000 Gods Empire, witnessing this spectacle, displayed expressions of shock and fear, instinctively retreating several steps, unable to utter a sound. Chapter 101. What kind of toy is this? Recently, the soldiers in the Imperial Army of Tianzhu have been discussing the newly equipped cold weapon of the Dragon Kingdom soldiers, the gluttonous Wolffang Club. After searching for information online, they speculated that this object might be akin to a toy, hollow and light. which is why the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom can effortlessly carry such large clubs while patrolling. They believe that this seemingly toy-like item could hardly possess significant offensive power. At best, it might serve to intimidate. However, our brave soldiers of the Tianju Empire could never be cowed by such trifles. Initially, everyone took it lightly, harboring doubts about the club's potency. Yet, when the patrol leader struck with it, rocks shattered into dust, sending 30 soldiers of the Tianju Empire into a state of sheer terror. This was no toy. Clearly, it was a formidable heavy weapon. If such a club were to land atop one's head, would survival even be possible? The soldiers of the Tianju Empire, frightened, retreated hastily, clutching their freshly prepared meals, seeking distance while nervously watching the patrol team of Dragon Kingdom soldiers. In the days that followed, the news quietly spread throughout the military camp of the Tianju Empire. Everyone learned that the gluttonous Wolf Fang Club was no mere toy but a genuine new type of cold weapon, capable of shattering stones with astonishing power. It was said that the designer of the gluttonous Wolf Fang Club, along with the Chi-1 military knife and the hunting shadow crossbow, hailed from the same individual at Factory 125 of the Dragon Kingdom. How infuriating! What kind of eccentric could conceive such grotesque weaponry? Since then, the patrol teams of the Tianju Empire not only expanded from small groups to 30 members, but also equipped themselves with riot shields and steel helmets. When Factory 125 learned that their gluttonous Wolf Fang Club had been selected by the soldiers at the 718 front line, the entire factory erupted in excitement, with cheers resonating through every workshop. In recent days, Li Yuyan had been groggy from staying up late with her master, diligently working on research. After much effort, they finally completed the design of the gluttonous Wolf Fang Club. Once the product was ready, they could finally rest easy and catch up on sleep. Having never felt such exhaustion before, she found herself unaccustomed, sleeping until the afternoon, still dazed. After freshening up, she crawled out of her dormitory window and knocked on her master Jing Shang's window. "Master, it's time to get up and eat." Jing Shang had also just awakened and was about to head out for lunch. As they walked along the path, they heard deafening cheers coming from various workshops. Upon reaching the cafeteria, they learned from the cafeteria lady that the gluttonous Wolf Fang Club had indeed been chosen. The military factory had informed factory director Ho to commence preparations for mass production, with orders pouring in like snowflakes. Although the volume of orders could not compare with conventional weapons and was considered minor business for the arms factory, it would be supplied along all border lines for the warriors guarding the nation's gates. Li Yuyan appeared particularly exhilarated. All her hard work had finally borne fruit. Having followed the development of this new weapon from start to finish, she was one of its designers. Seated at the dining table, she nearly forgot to move her chopsticks, excitedly asking the bustling cafeteria lady, "Auntie Annie, besides our factory's gluttonous Wolf Fang Club, have any weapons from other factories been selected?" The lady replied with a smile, "No. All other factories were unsuccessful. Only ours won the bid." Li Yuyan's eyes sparkled with delight, making her even more endearing as she excitedly stomped her feet. "Ah, this is fantastic. Master, did you hear? Only our design for the gluttonous Wolf Fang Club was selected." A wave of immense satisfaction and accomplishment surged within her. She felt that this was perhaps the greatest and most successful endeavor of her life. While she had little interest in undermining her peers, the recognition of her newly designed weapon by frontline soldiers, which would be deployed on the battlefield to protect those facing life and death challenges, filled her with an inexplicable sense of honor. This feeling was incomparable to solving numerous problems or earning substantial sums of money. Through this hands-on research experience, her admiration for her master Jing Shang deepened. The overall design of the gluttonous Wolf Fang Club was crafted by the two of them. She was responsible for the external structure, while her master focused on the development of new processes and materials. It was evident who bore the heavier burden and who had an easier task. Even more astonishingly, her master produced 9 design proposals in a single day, conducting simultaneous experiments with 3 material companies. Within just one day, they obtained 9 samples and selected the best new material. To conceive 9 new material design proposals in a single day, no one, not even an entire research team from any material company, could achieve such a feat. Her master exemplified what true capability looked like. Simultaneously, she felt a great sense of pride. Among the 3 proposals she had presented, the one chosen by her master not only received recognition from the military factory and frontline soldiers, but was also the simplest and most practical design. It lacked complicated mechanisms and flashy gimmicks. Taking into account visual impact and intimidation, they shifted the center of gravity toward the head of the club, altering its structure to guide airflow, producing a dull sound akin to a heavy club being swung, creating the illusion of wielding a 100-pound weapon. This was not merely a matter of engraving a gluttonous pattern on the club. Each conical protrusion's position and spacing were meticulously calculated. An ordinary designer could never produce such a design in a single day. The experiences of these past few days had profoundly impacted her spirit, revealing the once ivory tower genius girl. With an IQ of 165, she found no outlet for her intellect, watching classmates and teachers argue over simple problems, while she had swiftly arrived at the answers in her mind. What appeared complex to others became excessively simple and tedious for her. Subsequently, she followed Jing Shang to Factory 125, and before she could acclimatize to her new environment, the incident at 718 occurred. Tasks followed swiftly, leaving no time for contemplation, akin to an engine abruptly shifting from idle to overdrive. The sooner they developed the new weapon, the sooner the border soldiers would gain assurance of safety. In stark contrast to Li Yuyan's excitement, Jing Shang remained composed, leisurely enjoying his meal in the cafeteria, a stark contrast to his hurried mealtime during overtime. He even took a moment to jest with Li Yuyan. Later, I'll head to the back mountain and catch you some wild game to nourish you. Li Yuyan's eyes brightened further. Master, you are truly wonderful. After their meal, the two strolled leisurely through the workshop, entering the forest from the training grounds. The weather had turned cooler. Although it had yet to snow, leaves carpeted the ground. Li Yuyan followed closely in her master's footsteps, stepping on the soft yellow leaves. Chattering away, Master, what kind of wild game are you going to catch? Chapter 102. Such a cute bunny. As the conversation unfolded, Jing Shang casually tossed something aside, causing Li Yuyan to exclaim in confusion. Before she could gather her thoughts, she noticed her master approaching a tree. Beneath the tree lay a rabbit, its body pierced by a willow leaf dagger. Li Yuyan's eyes widened in shock as she recognized the adorable creature. Suddenly, a sharp scream pierced the air, startling Jing Shang, who turned around in bewilderment and asked, "What are you screaming about? You nearly scared me to death." Li Yuyan pointed at the lifeless rabbit, her voice quivering with emotion as she pleaded with her master. Master, how could you bear to kill such a cute bunny? As she spoke, tears began to flow, and she crouched down to hold the rabbit, discovering that it had been struck down by Jing Shang's precise throw. Having practiced his knife-throwing technique for some time, Jing Shang had mastered the control of his strength, which previously often resulted in his blades penetrating trees or stones, requiring effort to retrieve. Now, his control was nothing short of exquisite. Jing Shang sighed. Didn't I say I would get some game for you? One would expect an ordinary person to be astonished by his knife-throwing skills, yet only Li Yuyan seemed to focus entirely on the bunny, cradling the rabbit. She noticed her hands stained with blood, which deepened her sorrow, and she began to weep uncontrollably. Jing Shang felt overwhelmed. He had always known Li Yuyan was exceptional, but he hadn't anticipated her emotions would shift so dramatically. It's just a rabbit. Is it really that serious? With tear-filled eyes, Li Yuyan looked up at her master, hopeful. Can it be saved? In her eyes, her master was incredibly powerful, and she wished for him to revive the little creature. Jing Shang scratched his head and chuckled. It's certainly beyond saving. After all my practice in knife-throwing aimed at a swift kill, how could it possibly come back to life? All my hard work would be for naught. Upon hearing this, Li Yuyan's sorrow deepened. To her, this was a precious life, and she couldn't fathom the casual killing of it, completely disregarding Jing Shang's remarkable skill in hitting the target. Originally intending to enjoy their time in the mountains, with Li Yuyan now in tears, he had no choice but to take her back. Hugging the rabbit, Li Yuyan wept as they returned to Factory 125. The workers noticed her distress and gathered around. She ran to the cafeteria, sobbing pitifully to the lady there. Annie, I want to roast it and eat it." At the mention of her grief, tears streamed down her face anew. Jing Shang stood nearby, his forehead adorned with beads of sweat. The ant, swift and skilled, expertly skinned, marinated, and roasted the rabbit. Li Yuyan's high intelligence immediately kicked in. This was clearly not her first experience. By evening, they indeed feasted on roasted rabbit. Li Yuyan, still crying, continued to eat, and Jing Shang, unable to bear it, said, "If it makes you sad, you needn't eat." Li Yuyan shook her head defiantly. "I can't. It's too delicious. The rabbit you caught must be eaten." Even while crying, this scene elicited hearty laughter from the surrounding workers, for the little girl's temperament was undeniably unique. She could not be consoled when weeping, yet was unreserved in her enjoyment of the roasted rabbit. Before long, the announcement of commendations arrived. Jing Shang and Li Yuyan from Factory 125 were awarded third-class merit, presented personally by the commander of the 9th War Zone. The duo donned military uniforms and prepared to attend the award ceremony. This time, the commander arranged a grand affair, transporting them directly to the award stage via helicopter, where thousands of soldiers stood, creating a magnificent spectacle. Li Yuyan felt a surge of emotion. Although a third-class merit did not warrant such an event, Jing Shang had achieved an extraordinary feat by earning 4 military honors in a short span, 2 third-class, 1 second-class, and 1 first-class merit, a rare accomplishment indeed. Moreover, his previous first-class honor had not been formally awarded due to his preoccupation with developing new cold weapons, making this ceremony a belated recognition. For soldiers, whether on the front lines or diligently researching and developing in the rear, the significance of ceremony is paramount, as it encapsulates collective honor and mission. The commander praised Li Yuyan, stating, "Well done. You are the quickest to earn military merit since enlisting." Li Yuyan respectfully saluted, her heart brimming with joy as she touched her newly bestowed third-class medal. The soldiers below erupted in applause, adoring the pair on stage. The events of the 718 battle were well known. Considering the dire circumstances at the time, the 7 patrolmen faced an ambush, with only 100 reinforcements against 1,000 enemies. Despite the odds, they achieved an astonishing casualty ratio of 1:423, shocking the military community. This remarkable feat was attributed not only to the bravery of the soldiers, but also to the sharpness of the Chiwen military knife and the impressive range of the Sunnian crossbow, both developed by the very Jing Shang on stage. His former squad leaders and team members were both excited and reflective, realizing that one should not judge a book by its cover. The new recruit they once looked down upon had now transformed into a master in the development of cold weapons. One squad leader gazed at Jing Shang with palpable excitement. Reflecting on his earlier encounter with Takeda Takuya, he recognized the formidable legacy of the Takeda family. Had it not been for the Chiwen military knife severing his opponent's weapon unexpectedly, he would not have emerged victorious. Military enthusiasts had also maintained keen interest in the events surrounding the 718 incident. Upon learning that the garrison had been equipped with new cold weapons, the entire community buzzed with excitement. If other nations had developed cold weapons, the enthusiasm might have been limited. But the recent introduction of 2 new cold weapons by Dragon Country had garnered significant acclaim. Consequently, there was immense curiosity surrounding the newly unveiled Taotai Wolf-Tooth Club. All major military factions prioritized gathering information about the Taotai Wolf-Tooth Club. Information was scarce, and the most authoritative materials available were likely the photos and videos brought back by frontline journalists. News reports vividly illustrated patrol members wielding Taotai Wolf-Tooth clubs as they traversed the snow, the very design of the weapon exuding intimidation. Goodness, that design is utterly extravagant. Upon closer inspection, it appeared the club was approximately 1.8 meters long. If solid, it would weigh over 100 pounds. The soldiers could not possibly wield it so effortlessly. Perhaps it was hollow? While it looked fearsome, could such a weapon genuinely serve a purpose in battle? Or was it merely intended to instill fear? Chapter 103. How formidable is the impact force? Its combat capabilities remain uncertain, but it is rumored that the patrolmen of the Maurya Empire are now equipped with riot shields and helmets. Indeed, the soldiers of the Maurya Empire are manifestly apprehensive. Despite the upgraded protection of the Maurya soldiers, it proves futile against the keenness of the Chiwen military saber. The Chiwen military saber is exceedingly formidable, designed specifically for those who dare to defy. Initially, skepticism prevailed, with many doubting the combat prowess of the Taotai Wolf-Fang Club, given its seemingly lightweight feel. Concerns arose that its hollow core might limit its power and deterrent effect. However, a brief video from a war correspondent surfaced, depicting a Dragon Country patrol encountering 30 Maurya Empire patrolmen. The Maurya soldiers, clad in helmets and wielding riot shields, advanced menacingly upon the Dragon Country patrol, seemingly oblivious to past defeats and eager for renewed provocation. Upon trespassing, the patrol brandished the Taotai Wolf-Fang Club, striking their adversaries. The opposing force hastily raised their riot shields in defense, only to witness them shatter under the club's relentless assault. 3 Maurya soldiers suffered grievous injuries, collapsing onto the snow-covered ground, their chests pierced by the Wolf-Fang Club, with blood gushing forth like a spring. Under the cover of their comrades, the Maurya soldiers retreated in disarray, escorting their wounded. The video detonated like a bombshell, igniting a firestorm of discussion. If even specialized defensive gear like riot shields could not withstand it, how immense was the power of the Taotai Wolf-Fang Club? What was the magnitude of its impact force? While it is generally acknowledged that the Wolf-Fang Club holds limited utility in genuine warfare, conflicts abound, whereas full-scale wars are infrequent. Such a weapon in conflict zones could exert a psychological influence on adversaries far surpassing that of conventional firearms. Consequently, various factions swiftly mobilized their military factories to develop similar Wolf-Fang clubs, aspiring to equip their own forces. With the advent of the Taotai Wolf-Fang Club, a fleeting period of tranquility descended upon the 718 line, with both sides maintaining a semblance of peace. Evidently, the Wolf-Fang Club had instilled a profound sense of dread and psychological trauma in the Maurya soldiers. The Maurya soldiers, through their own blood, bore testament to the ferocity of the Wolf-Fang Club. However, once tensions escalate, complete reconciliation proves elusive. The excessively self-assured Maurya people would never countenance any perceived weakness in their military. Soon thereafter, a Maurya Empire military factory proclaimed the development of a trump card weapon specifically designed to counter the Dragon Country garrison. In recent years, the rapid progress of Maurya has fueled the confidence of its populace. Improved economic conditions have reduced starvation, fostering loftier aspirations. Media narratives have reinforced the belief that they are a chosen people. As one of the 4 great ancient civilizations, Maurya boasts a rich history, and its cultural heritage, despite 2 centuries of colonization, remains a source of immense pride. Among the powers surrounding Dragon Country, Maurya stands as one of the most unyielding adversaries. From early nuclear weapons development to the acquisition and indigenous development of advanced weaponry, the Maurya Empire has consistently striven to keep pace with Dragon Country. Although indigenous weapons development often invites ridicule, acquisitions from powers such as the Northern Bear, the White Eagle Empire, and the 3 Golden Lions have indeed mitigated some of Maurya's shortcomings. Dragon Country has become the benchmark against which Maurya measures and seeks to surpass itself. The clashes at the front naturally attract attention, and as war correspondents disseminate information, the melee at 718 becomes widely known. The Maurya people, upon learning that 423 of their soldiers had perished while Dragon Country suffered only 1 casualty, were consumed by rage. The fact that their forces, outnumbered 10 to 1, had suffered such a crushing defeat was a humiliation they could not bear. The lives of their soldiers were inconsequential, but the Dragon Country soldiers had to die in greater numbers. This was the bottom line. The outcome, however, was the opposite. The Maurya soldiers became an international laughingstock, with various military powers questioning Maurya's true combat capabilities. It was a profound disgrace. The constant boasts of disregarding the Dragon Country garrison and readiness to obliterate them were exposed as hollow when a close-quarters melee, without gunfire or conventional weaponry, resulted in a staggering casualty ratio of 1 to 423. Was it the inadequacy of their soldiers? Faced with overwhelming criticism, The Moya military establishment was under immense pressure. The generals, too, felt aggrieved, unwilling to concede that their soldiers were inferior to those of Dragon Country. Their training was rigorous, and their combat effectiveness was not low. Even if they were slightly inferior, the disparity should not have been so vast. They wished to argue that the fault lay not with the soldiers, but with the equipment. Dragon Country's newly developed cold weapons, the Chiwen military saber and the Shadowhunter crossbow, had already earned notoriety in the 47th Combat Zone of the Apola Desert, catching the White Eagle Empire soldiers off guard and claiming the lives of numerous officers and deserters. If thousands of modern troops were intimidated into cowering within the city by a handful of special forces, and the White Eagle Empire suffered such losses, what hope did they have? Now, these same cold weapons were deployed on the 718 front, and the Moya soldiers had suffered grievous losses. But would such an explanation be accepted by the public? Of course not. To be routed by mere cold weapons would raise questions about their ability to wage war. War ultimately necessitates a contest of courage and determination. Whether in amphibious assaults, urban warfare, or frontline offensives, soldiers must ultimately confront each other face to face. This is the final test, and failure to pass it renders all prior gains meaningless. Without breaching this final defense, the enemy cannot be completely conquered. Therefore, using Dragon Country's newly developed cold weapons as a pretext would only invite further scorn. Close quarters combat is, after all, a fundamental skill for soldiers. Consequently, the Moya Empire's military establishment endured the criticism in silence, while privately racking their brains to devise means of countering Dragon Country's cold weapons. Previously, attention had been focused on conventional weaponry, but now, with gunfire prohibited and missiles and nuclear weapons out of the question, they were left to explore the boundaries of permissible force. Dragon Country, however, had developed the razor-sharp Chiwen military saber and the Shadowhunter crossbow, with a range comparable to that of a sniper rifle. This posed a lethal threat to the Moya Empire's garrison, compounded by the imposing Taotai Wolffang Club. Any minor skirmish would devolve into a melee, rendering the battle unwinnable. At a distance, the Shadowhunter crossbow could provide support for mid to long-range engagements. In close quarters, the 1.8-meter-long Taotai Wolffang Club could both defend and deliver devastating blows. And at even closer range, the Chiwen military saber could pierce through the heart, its lethality having been validated by the sacrifice of 423 soldiers. The Taotai Wolffang Club possessed immense power, capable of shattering even specialized riot shields. These shields, though appearing to be made of plastic, were exceptionally resilient. Any further reinforcement would necessitate the use of heavy iron shields, an impractical proposition for patrols in icy, high-altitude terrain, where even a few steps could induce breathlessness. The thin air and the burden of a heavy iron shield would exhaust the soldiers, rendering them incapable of combat. Therefore, a new type of weapon was required, one that eschewed bullets and explosives while remaining within the bounds of permissible force. The Moya Empire's military establishment promptly tasked its military factories with its development. Chapter 104. The special shield. It is worth mentioning that in recent years, the Empire of Tianzhu has made remarkable progress. Following a directive, a proposal from a local arms factory received the military's endorsement. This factory specializes in manufacturing equipment for maintaining urban order, such as handcuffs, batons, riot shields, and bulletproof vests. Compared to other factories focused on developing lethal weaponry, they possess a unique expertise in this domain, becoming the first to present a reliable solution. In the office of the Empire's military command, the chief commander scrutinized a new weapon proposal, his brow furrowed. From the photographs, the design appeared rather peculiar. What manner of weapon is this? The factory manager quickly bent forward with a cheerful demeanor, explaining, "This weapon is called the Trident of Poseidon." The commander gazed at the manager with surprise. "Are you attempting to stage a medieval battle?" Poseidon is the ancient god of Tianzhu, depicted wielding a trident. This factory is quite resourceful to have actually produced it. The commander felt a mix of emotions, reflecting on how the Dragon Nation had crafted the Wolf-Tooth Club, while the Empire of Tianzhu had fashioned a trident, as if the two nuclear powers had been transported back to the battlefields of the Middle Ages. All this was thanks to that cursed ceasefire agreement. Observing the commander's lack of enthusiasm for the weapon, the manager grew anxious and elaborated. Commander, do not underestimate the trident of Poseidon. Consider this. If the Dragon Nation can produce their ancient weaponry, there must be a reason. In the conditions of 718, the Wolf-Tooth Club is indeed effective. The commander nodded slowly. Although the Dragon Nation had introduced a weapon reminiscent of ancient melee arms, it proved highly intimidating in actual combat, enhanced by modern materials that amplified its striking and explosive capabilities, even rendering the Empire's riot shields ineffective. Despite several minor skirmishes in which the enemy refrained from targeting heads, the soldiers pondered whether the Wolf-Tooth Club could indeed penetrate their several millimeter thick steel helmets. If it could not withstand the impact, the spikes on the club would surely pierce through skulls. The emergence of the Wolf-Tooth Club had already instilled a sense of dread in the Tianzhu defenders, with fewer daring to provoke it. Just the sight of it was terrifying, and knowledge of its lethality only deepened their fear, creating a psychological shadow. The commander blinked. Are you implying that this trident of Poseidon also employs modern technology? The manager squinted and smiled. Of course. A mere trident cannot suffice for the warriors of the Empire of Tianzhu. He continued, this trident of Poseidon is not just an ordinary melee weapon. It is equipped with a battery that can emit high-voltage electricity, incapacitating the enemy without causing fatal harm. The commander's eyes lit up. So, it is a high-voltage trident. The manager nodded with a grin. Indeed, the trident spans 2 meters, surpassing the Wolf-Tooth Club by an additional 20 centimeters, granting it a length advantage. Once it strikes a Dragon Nation soldier, incapacitating him, the outcome will be determined by our Tianzhu warriors. Furthermore, with the Dragon Nation's acquisition of the Wolf-Tooth Club, the practicality of the trident of Poseidon had increased. The commander inquired curiously, "Oh, how so?" The manager explained with a smile, "Consider what material the Dragon Nation's Wolf-Tooth Club is made from." The commander, recalling the club's formidable power, confidently replied, "It must be metal." The manager chuckled, "Precisely. Metal conducts electricity." The commander gasped, his eyes gleaming. "Then in the future, when they wield the Wolf-Tooth Club against us, they will risk stunning themselves." However, upon mentioning conductivity, the commander furrowed his brow. What if they employ high-pressure water guns? Wouldn't that cause us to be shocked instead? The manager chuckled nervously. Have you considered the peculiar environment? In icy conditions, would they patrol with high-pressure water guns? The commander conceded, realizing the usage of the trident of Poseidon was indeed limited to such special circumstances. In addition to the trident of Poseidon, the factory had also developed a special shield. This shield appeared entirely dark and, while made from a new type of plastic material similar to the earlier one, 8 model of riot shield, it was both sturdy and lightweight. However, practical experience revealed that this shield offered virtually no protection against the fierce assaults of the Wolf-Tooth Club. Nevertheless, the factory did not remain idle. They upgraded the shield by installing 2 strobe lights that could temporarily blind the enemy, followed by an attack from the trident of Poseidon to incapacitate the opponent. This combination of defense and offense promised efficiency. After absorbing the explanation, the commander fully grasped the intended use of the trident of Poseidon. The manager added with a smile, "Of course, once it reaches the troops, a bit of training will be necessary, particularly to avoid friendly fire. After all, this is high-voltage equipment, and knowing where to place one's hands and how to operate the emergency switch is crucial. If one inadvertently touches the wrong area, the enemy may not even need to attack before our own soldiers drop." The commander nodded. This trident of Poseidon could, indeed, prove useful. It can deflect the enemy's Wolf-Tooth Club and, with a slight advantage in attack range, can incapacitate the enemy first. Coupled with the strobe lights, it should grant the soldiers of the Empire of Tianzhu a significant edge. Soon, the military command of the Empire of Tianzhu adopted the factory's proposal for mass production, dispatching it to the front lines. The introduction of the trident of Poseidon also drew the attention of various factions. Upon its debut, it caused quite a stir. Its unusual design was striking. The Wolf-Tooth Club, while still somewhat familiar in reality, resembled a spiked baton used for urban security. The Dragon Nation's weapon was a refined version of a cold weapon, while the Empire of Tianzhu had developed a device with high-voltage capabilities, which seemed excessive. Had they truly conjured the weapon of a deity? Were they intending to incite a divine conflict? Moreover, the essence of this weapon, a battery capable of emitting high-voltage electricity at the touch of a button, seemed to skirt the edges of the ceasefire agreement. Although it did not qualify as a conventional firearm and lacked bullets or explosives, was it truly compliant? This alone warranted considerable discussion. Such a weapon, one might argue, could be crafted not only by the Dragon Nation's arms factories, but even by a small workshop adjacent to a local market. Perhaps the components used in this trident of Poseidon were even imported from the Dragon Nation, ingeniously assembled into a novel weapon. The mere appearance of this creation became a source of ridicule among the armies of various factions. While it brushed against the ceasefire agreement, the crucial question remained: was this device genuinely effective? Chapter 105. What is the source of the threat? The dazzling flash shield and the absurdly flashy designs have elicited laughter from the online community in the Dragon Kingdom. After considerable effort, this is the grand innovation that has emerged. If you wish to create a high-voltage electric shock device, so be it. But why must it be fashioned in the likeness of the trident of the sea god? Let me assure you, we could just as easily craft a nine-toothed rake resembling Zhu Beiji. Is the arms factory of the Heavenly Empire merely jesting? Is this an attempt to induce laughter at my expense, hoping to inherit my credit line? While many netizens find it amusing, there are others who express concern, emphasizing the need for caution. Setting aside the weapon's design, it indeed possesses a certain degree of offensive capability. Similar devices have been employed in law enforcement actions to incapacitate criminals through electric shocks. The gravest threat lies in the high-voltage electricity. Should it come into contact with the skin of a Dragon Kingdom soldier, there is indeed a risk. Moreover, the blinding light from the flash shield could temporarily impair the soldier's vision, providing an opportunity for a swift strike with the electric fork, which could pose significant challenges for the Dragon Kingdom soldiers. Furthermore, it is crucial to note that the Dragon Kingdom soldiers have recently been equipped with the Taotai Wolf Tooth Club, which is evidently made of metal. If this trident of the sea god were to collide with the Taotai Wolf Tooth Club, would the electric current not traverse through the metal, delivering a shock directly to the soldier? Numerous netizens have commented, urging vigilance and suggesting that soldiers don insulating gloves. Indeed, theoretically speaking, the trident of the sea god does present a tangible threat. Not long after this information became public, the military department of the Heavenly Empire, disregarding external opinions, placed an order for 1 billion units to equip all their troops. At the 718 frontline camp, the soldiers of the Heavenly Empire gazed at the newly arrived weapon, the trident of the sea god, as if petrified. One captain, in a daze, even asked, "Are we filming a movie here?" "What movie?" "This is our new equipment, the trident of the sea god. Come, gather around, and I will teach you how to use it." The head of the arms factory began instructing the heavenly soldiers on the operation of the trident of the sea god. The soldiers, with furrowed brows, could not help but feel that this was merely a high-voltage electric shock device. And was it really necessary to present it in such a manner? Could we not modernize it a bit? While the soldiers smiled wryly, they understood that since the arms factory had produced it and the military had approved it, what could the frontline soldiers possibly say? Having equipment, especially in such frigid weather where many soldiers had yet to receive their full winter attire, was already a blessing. They had no idea which incompetent individual was responsible for this oversight. Subsequently, everyone attentively listened to the instructions on using the equipment. The trident of the sea god was quite simple. A switch would activate the high-voltage electricity, and releasing it would revert it to an ordinary harpoon. The flash shield operated on a similar principle, and to prevent the soldiers from inadvertently touching conductive areas, they were provided with insulated gloves. These gloves were not ordinary. They had been enhanced for a snug fit, allowing for dexterity akin to that of regular gloves, enabling the soldiers to grip weapons with ease. The gloves also featured a switch that, when activated, could generate electricity, offering protection while enabling the user to shock enemies, provided their fists made contact with the enemy's skin or conductive areas. Pay close attention now. To maximize the effectiveness of this equipment, You must first press this button, then this one, and this one. The head of the factory patiently instructed everyone. Soon, this batch of new weapons became widespread among the 718 garrison, with patrols consisting of 30 soldiers wielding the trident of the sea god as they traversed the icy landscape, exuding an air of authority. It was as if the soundtrack to The King Calls Me to Patrol the Mountains could have played in the background. The soldiers of the Heavenly Empire quickly mastered the use of the new weapon. Despite its somewhat ostentatious design, it proved to be quite functional. After all, it was a product of advanced technology, significantly superior to the iron rods wielded by the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom. However, carrying it over long distances proved somewhat cumbersome. To enhance the trident's practicality, it was constructed from high-quality steel and covered with a layer of insulating material. The 2-meter-long trident, combined with the blinding shield and specially designed gloves, was not lightweight. This development on the front line quickly reached the ears of various arms factories in the Dragon Kingdom. Upon receiving the news, the 125th factory convened a meeting. In reality, only 3 individuals attended: Factory Director Ho, Jing Shang, and his apprentice Li Yuyan. Compared to other arms factories, the research team at the 125th factory was rather meager. However, with a talent like Li Yuyan on board, Jing Shang felt quite pleased, as her unconventional thinking had led her to this remote factory. Typically, a more conventional genius would first negotiate salary, working conditions, and the factory's reputation and history. In these respects, the 125th factory held no advantages. Yet, Li Yuyan, driven by Jing Shang's personal charisma, had come to this desolate place without a single complaint. Director Ho played the video footage sent from the front line, briefly outlined the situation, and then cheerfully sipped tea, waiting for the duo to devise a solution. As he himself lacked technical expertise, after watching the video, Li Yuyan immediately furrowed her attractive brows, expressing her concern. Although this weapon appears comical, it indeed poses a threat to our newly developed Taotai Wolf-Tooth Club. Jing Shang, unfazed, smiled and inquired, "In what way does it pose a threat?" With a hint of worry, Li Yuyan replied, "To minimize the likelihood of close combat, we specifically designed our weapon to be 8 meters long to prevent enemies from easily approaching. However, now that the enemy has produced this 2-meter-long trident of the sea god, our soldiers will inevitably clash first. When the trident meets the Taotai Wolf-Tooth Club, it will release electricity, which could directly incapacitate our soldiers. Furthermore, they possess that blinding shield, which can temporarily impair our soldiers' vision." Li Yuyan turned to Jing Shang and suggested, "Master, should we not also develop a weapon to counter theirs? If they can utilize electricity, why can't we? What we create will undoubtedly be far more practical than this trident of the sea god." In this regard, Li Yuyan was not boasting. Even some ordinary factories in the Dragon Kingdom could manufacture more formidable high-voltage electric devices. A combination of these elements would result in a new weapon. Jing Shang chuckled and shook his head. "There is no need for that. We need not do anything." Both Director Ho and Li Yuyan were taken aback. Jing Shang elaborated. "Firstly, while our Taotai Wolf-Tooth Club is indeed metallic, it is not entirely composed of metal. Otherwise, it would not be so lightweight. It is interspersed with numerous insulating materials, rendering it impossible for electricity to pass through and reach the soldiers' hands." Chapter 106. The meeting commences. The most troublesome aspect of their dazzling shields was that our soldiers, equipped with powerful flashlights, could blind them from considerable distances. Moreover, in the icy and snowy environment, they were already wearing sunglasses to prevent snow blindness. If we were to make any modifications, it would involve adjusting their sunglasses to maintain their original functionality while also enabling them to reflect light, thus redirecting their blinding glare back at them. This is precisely what I previously mentioned. In our development of new equipment, we must prioritize practicality over mere aesthetics. Li Yuyan gasped, "Master, is the Taotai Wolf Fang Club insulated?" Naturally, Li Yuyan immediately grasped the crux of the matter. In prior tests, the absence of consideration for conductivity had led to no insulation tests being conducted. Hence, everyone assumed the Taotai Wolf Fang Club was made entirely of metal. From its appearance and tactile feel, it certainly resembled pure metal, and given its substantial explosive power, what else could possibly shatter stone? This preconceived notion created an impression that the Taotai Wolf Fang Club was indeed a solid metal weapon. However, in reality, it was not fully metallic. It weighed merely 5 pounds, yet measured 1.8 meters in length and was solid. If it were entirely metallic, it would be impossible to achieve such a light weight. Jing Shang stroked his chin, stating, "In truth, it isn't completely insulated. It can conduct electricity under extreme high voltage, but that requires an exceptionally high voltage. The trident of the sea god wielded by the soldiers of Tianju is merely a standard electric shock device and cannot reach such levels." Upon hearing this, Li Yuyan understood. The Taotai Wolf Fang Club exists in a state between an insulator and a conductor, possessing substantial resistance. Under normal conditions, it can function as an insulator. But at extremely high voltages, it could allow current to pass through. Nevertheless, on the battlefield, such circumstances are improbable. Tianju soldiers would not be burdened with heavy high-voltage equipment merely to penetrate a Taotai Wolf Fang Club. Li Yuyan blinked and said, "So we really don't need to do anything. At most, we'll make minor improvements to the soldiers' sunglasses." Jing Shang nodded with a smile. "However, let us not take on this task ourselves. We shall delegate it to another factory." Director Ho twitched his lips. "Well, what a waste of time. Such a trivial task." And Jing Shang looks down upon it. Li Yuyan had no objections. Developing sunglasses seemed a bit frivolous. Even if handed over to a civilian enterprise, it could be accomplished with ease. During the day, the dazzling shields of the Tianju Empire were not particularly effective. The main issue arose at night. At night, they could wear sunglasses, and for better effect, a reflective layer could be added to bounce the light back, allowing them to suffer the consequences of their own creation. The technical requirements were not high, and Jing Shang was reluctant to take on this job. Moreover, the recent orders received by Factory 125 were quite substantial. It was best to leave such trivial matters to others. The development of the sea god trident indeed seemed somewhat superfluous, mainly because they had not fully comprehended the material composition of our Taotai Wolf Fang Club. Even if this weapon could conduct electricity, its practical application in actual combat remained questionable. It might serve well for maintaining urban security, but to use it against the soldiers of our Dragon Nation would be grossly underestimating us. Director Ho laughed heartily. "Indeed, in battle, who has time for trivialities? A matter of mere meters, and it's all about charging into melee. By the time they fumble with buttons and switches, they would have already been knocked down. We cannot afford to grant them the luxury of warming up. I see now, they have overcomplicated matters, rendering themselves ineffective. Theoretically, it all makes sense. But our soldiers are not mere wooden dummies. They wouldn't allow for such lengthy preparations." Li Yuyan's eyes sparkled with excitement as she gazed at Jing Shang, especially considering that the Taotai Wolf Fang Club itself is non-conductive, rendering the sea god trident little more than an ornamental piece. Upon discussing the material of the Taotai Wolf Fang Club, even she had not anticipated this revelation, and now she felt a surge of admiration. Word had it that the military of Tianju had allocated $1 billion in orders to their arsenal. Truly, they were extravagantly wealthy. Director Ho wore a look of amusement. The workers at Factory 125 had initially anticipated the transformation of their production line to create specialized new weapons, but upon hearing the news, their enthusiasm plummeted. What a fruitless effort. After toiling for so long, it turned out the arsenal of the Tianju Empire had produced an inconsequential result. In reality, this was not entirely the fault of the Tianju arsenal. Who could have imagined that such a formidable weapon as the Taotai Wolf Fang Club was not constructed from pure metal, but rather possessed a high resistance that rendered electric current futile? This critical oversight had transformed the sea god trident into a regrettable and awkward existence, one that was tasteless yet too valuable to discard. Since the introduction of this new weapon, the sea god trident, by the Tianju side, armies from various nations had turned their gaze toward the 718 region. Everyone was eager to witness how the Dragon Nation would respond. Although this contraption appeared rather peculiar, it possessed offensive capabilities that extended beyond that of conventional cold weapons. Curiosity abounded as to whether the Dragon Nation would unveil even more potent weapons to retaliate, thus causing the soldiers of Tianju to face some hardships. Who would not wish to witness such a lively spectacle? The soldiers of Tianzhu did not disappoint. They sought out the Dragon Nation's garrison once more. This time, the cause of the conflict stemmed from a simple dish of braised chicken and rice. The preparation was quite straightforward. Chicken and potatoes were simmered in a large pot, seasoned with green peppers, and served atop a bed of rice. While it lacked sophistication, it was a hearty meal for soldiers in a frigid environment. However, the enticing aroma wafted over to the Tianzhu camp, angering their officers, who perceived it as a provocation to their soldiers' morale. Consequently, they gathered a group to confront the Dragon Nation, leading to a tense standoff once more. The result was that this seemingly innocuous lunch escalated into a larger-scale melee. Unlike the previous encounter, this battlefield was situated much closer to both camps. Following their earlier confrontation, both sides had fortified their troop deployments. The Dragon Nation dispatched 30,000 soldiers, while Tianzhu bolstered their ranks to an astounding 100,000. As tensions escalated, Tianzhu mobilized approximately 8,000 troops, while the Dragon Nation dispatched 5,000 to the scene. When the soldiers of Tianzhu attempted to cross the border, the Dragon Nation could not acquiesce. Armed with distinctive wolf fawn clubs, they stood resolutely to prevent any further advance. As communication between the two sides deteriorated, the situation grew increasingly tense, culminating in an inevitable clash. "Follow my command. Activate switches 1, 2, and 3. Charge," shouted a junior officer from Tianzhu as he urged his men forward, and they surged ahead in unison. The frustration was palpable. It felt profoundly unjust. They had crossed the line. Beat them. As soon as the Tianzhu soldiers breached the boundary, the warriors of the Dragon Nation sprang into action, gripping their wolf fawn clubs, ready to teach them a lesson. At that moment, one could observe the Tianzhu soldiers wielding the sea god trident, activating their devices, producing crackling sounds accompanied by flashes of blue electric currents, a truly formidable sight. Chapter 107. A desperate struggle. They, brimming with confidence, attempted to exploit the electrical advantage of their weaponry to vanquish the enemy. Channeling electric currents through the wolf fawn clubs wielded by the warriors of the Dragon Nation to achieve the desired shock effect. However, the subsequent events left everyone astounded. Not only did they fail to achieve the anticipated electric shock, but the substantial and solid wolf fawn club came crashing down, even altering the trajectory of the trident. The misdirected long-handled artifact careened wildly, inadvertently injuring several allies, causing them to tremble uncontrollably and succumb to unconsciousness. In that fleeting moment of contact, both sides sensed something was amiss, prompting an immediate retreat from the forces of Tianzhu. Bereft of electrical support, this so-called new equipment was merely an elongated iron rod. It was a stark contrast to their usual training. Why couldn't they incapacitate their opponents with a shock? Compounding the chaos, many weapons were directly damaged and deformed, rendering them incapable of generating high-voltage electricity. Numerous shields were shattered, plunging the scene into utter disarray. Simultaneously, many Dragon Nation warriors occupied elevated positions, utilizing sniper rifles to deliver precise strikes and support. Others held shields in defense while deftly severing the tips of enemy weapons with their blades, rendering them powerless and transforming them into mere sticks for kindling. Thus, during the fierce combat, all 8,000 intruders were encircled and annihilated. What was initially perceived as a harbinger of victory became a liability when swung. It was either deflected prematurely or hurled away. The counterattack was then met with heavy blows from the adversaries. One should not underestimate this seemingly lightweight tool. Crafted from special materials weighing around 5 kilograms, its destructive potential under full force far exceeded expectations. In routine circumstances, the warriors would rarely unleash such ferocious assaults merely for intimidation. However, in the throes of genuine conflict, they would no longer exercise restraint. This was a fight to the finish. Each forceful impact accumulated energy, akin to a spring, which, when suddenly released, unleashed a tremendous force capable of penetrating the enemy's garments and delving deep into their flesh, resulting in grievous wounds. For those afflicted by such lethal injuries, There was no recourse but to collapse in agony, should vital organs be compromised without timely medical intervention. Their lives would be at grave risk. Even in cases of mercy, where skulls were not intentionally fractured, any such action would prove futile against the thin metal helmets worn by the adversaries, which could hardly withstand such ferocity. Moreover, amidst the melee, there were instances where misfired tridents struck the helmets of comrades, triggering violent electrical reactions, leading to their immediate unconsciousness. In contrast, our Dragon Nation brethren, due to the extreme cold, never donned such headgear, opting instead for warmer cotton caps. Previously, soldiers of the Tianzhu Empire also wore cotton hats, but as combat escalated, Dragon Nation soldiers brandished the fearsome wolf fawn clubs. To avoid adding more holes to their heads, they were compelled to don steel helmets for protection. After all, the wolf fawn club appeared particularly terrifying, and even if they shivered from the cold, survival took precedence. Unexpectedly, in the heat of battle, these steel helmets became unwitting accomplices in conduction. Instead of incapacitating the enemy, they themselves fell. This chaotic melee persisted for over 3 hours. The Dragon Nation deployed 5,000 troops, while the Tianzhu side fielded 8,000, significantly narrowing the gap in numbers. Yet, the outcome was astonishing. All 8,000 Tianzhu soldiers were captured. Subsequently, these battle-worn, disarmed Tianzhu captives were escorted back to the camp. Faced with these new guests, who were still eager for their meals, regulations dictated that they must be provided food. Thus, that midday, many Dragon Nation soldiers who had planned to feast on braised chicken rice found themselves deprived, leading to speculation that these individuals had deliberately come to mooch a meal. This incident quickly reached the higher echelons of both armies. For the Dragon Nation, awaiting the opponent's move was evidently a surefire strategy. Conversely, the military department of the Tianzhu Empire was incensed upon hearing the news. Their intention was to instill confidence in the front lines with their new weapon, the Sea God Trident, not to provoke. This was meant to provide psychological assurance to their soldiers, ensuring they did not suffer a loss of morale. Who could have anticipated such a turn of events? Ironically, the cause of this debacle stemmed from their mere whiff of the Dragon Nation's cooking smoke as a pretext for protest. And the reality proved that this so-called advanced equipment was utterly ineffective, rendering it useless in actual combat. Consequently, the Tianzhu armory and the manufacturers of the trident faced severe reprimands and hefty penalties. However, regardless of how the internal matters were handled, the farcical nature of this incident had already spread, transforming the artifact into a subject of ridicule. On the other hand, the Wolf Fawn Club once again captured everyone's attention. Initially presumed to be entirely metallic and thus electrically charged, it turned out to be impervious to electricity. Coupled with its astonishing destructive capacity, it was simply beyond belief. Allegedly, its design was exceptionally unique, capable of unleashing tremendous power upon impact. No shield, no matter how robust, could withstand such a strike. This revelation sent shockwaves through the military community, sparking discussions about the secrets and new materials behind this weapon. Factory 125 had truly stolen the limelight this year, successively unveiling 3 formidable armaments. Not only were the materials innovative, but their performance in actual combat was also remarkable. The Chiweng military knife and the hunter's crossbow had already gained renown, and now the addition of the Wolf Fawn Club signified an undeniable force to be reckoned with. Although public information was scarce, the enigmatic manufacturer and its masterful designer ignited immense curiosity among all. Previously, a brief video recorded by Li Yuyan in the laboratory had garnered significant attention online. At that time, speculation arose that he was the designer behind the Chiweng knife and hunter's crossbow. However, this video soon faded from public discourse, and curiously, it was now impossible to locate it, as if some mysterious force had erased it entirely. Upon learning of this situation, the military department of the White Eagle Empire slammed the table in frustration, truly a display of incompetence. The White Eagle Empire had expended considerable effort and resources to orchestrate this endeavor, only for the Tianzhu Empire to consistently falter and meet with failure. This time, they had even allowed the Dragon Nation's defenders to capture over 8,000 soldiers, effectively relinquishing the initiative and handing their adversary a trump card to wield at will. Provoking conflict again would prove significantly more challenging. Perhaps the most vexed were the defenders of the Dragon Nation, particularly those soldiers who had missed out on their braised chicken rice. They sat outside the tents, glaring fiercely at the bruised and battered Tianju captives who ravenously devoured the braised chicken rice, seemingly oblivious to the burns on their hands. Chapter 108. Incomprehensible Wonders. Oh my goodness, how delightful. The captives devoured the braised chicken rice with unabashed enthusiasm. As the new year approached, Factory 125 began to make arrangements for the holiday. Since Jing Shang had recently returned home to visit family, he had only 5 days off, departing later than the others. Although Li Yuyan enjoyed a longer holiday, she chose to remain at the factory to accompany her mentor, planning to leave together at year's end. This year, Factory 125 had garnered considerable profits, resulting in generous benefits for the workers, who were all in high spirits. Naturally, Jing Shang received the most substantial bonus. While the price of the Qiyuan knife was relatively low, its sales were impressive, providing ample profit margins for the factory. Conversely, the Shadow Hunter crossbow, though not selling as well, boasted a high price, yielding significant profits for each unit sold. Both of these weapons were first produced this year, and according to the revised profit-sharing policy, the rewards for their inventors were quite substantial. To date, Jing Shang's year-end bonus had exceeded 5 million. Including the profits from the Taotai Wolf Tooth Club, he was estimated to earn around 6 million. Such an income ranked among the highest of all researchers, surpassing even some seasoned experts. The reason for this remarkable achievement lay in the fact that he primarily operated solo, tackling projects independently, which concentrated all the benefits into his hands. Even the Taotai Wolf Tooth Club, developed in collaboration with Li Yuyan, only involved the two of them, and due to its modest sales, her share of the profits was relatively smaller. The exact figures were closely guarded. Unless he disclosed them, no one would know the specifics. However, astute individuals within the circle could make educated guesses, which led to considerable envy among many researchers. They could not help but admire how he not only revitalized a factory on the brink of closure, but also designed 3 formidable weapons, achieving widespread acclaim in the process. Moreover, he had taken the time to assist at the submarine factory, making significant contributions during the restoration of blueprints. It was said that the first batch of 5 submarines had completed production and was currently undergoing testing. It was anticipated that by this time next year, Jing Shang would receive another substantial bonus from the submarine project. In truth, restoring the blueprints was not particularly challenging. The real difficulty lay in his technological improvements, which increased the submarine's speed by 20%, propelling domestic submarines to the forefront of global standings. Once officially unveiled, the announcement would surely create a sensation worldwide. Now, Factory 125 had begun staggered holidays, with the first group of workers already en route home. Li Yuyan initially intended to leave early with her mentor, but with no pressing matters at hand. They took advantage of the snowy weather to build numerous snowmen in the factory grounds, and even hunted a few wild chickens in the mountains for amusement. During their breaks, Jing Shang would guide Li Yuyan in contemplating theoretical issues concerning the Beiming Kuan supersonic submarine. This submarine was astoundingly advanced, its creation almost beyond belief, and the rationale behind it was difficult to articulate, as it involved groundbreaking advancements that surpassed ordinary technological levels. Imagine a young graduate suddenly transitioning into a designer role, capable of independently developing such cutting-edge equipment. It indeed sounded a bit absurd. Yet, for the nation, this was a necessary goal, one of his trump cards. As his technical knowledge accumulated, the research direction for the Beiming Kuan supersonic submarine became increasingly clear, provided no unforeseen events occurred. It was expected that complete technical documentation would be obtained by next year. Simultaneously, Jing Shang had garnered considerable reputation and support within the military-industrial complex. Any proposals he made in the future would likely receive approval. There were 2 potential paths ahead. Either he would be assigned to a specialized group to collaborate with original team members, as the institution had initiated similar projects as early as the 1990s, or the status quo would be maintained. continuing experimental work at the original base while shifting some production activities to locations near the coast. Regardless of the scenario, the key was to ensure those around him recognized his expertise in submarine manufacturing. His previous experiences were merely a prelude, aimed at showcasing his extensive knowledge beyond cold weapons. Going forward, he would leverage his strengths alongside his exceptionally gifted apprentice to tackle challenges, conveying the message that this project had long been in the works rather than a sudden inspiration. He also intended to share a portion of the achievements with Li Yuyan, making it appear more reasonable. After all, the external perception would be that this was a collaborative effort between two brilliant minds. The Dragon Kingdom had never lacked for talent, as evidenced by the rapid advancements in logistics, nuclear technology, and aerospace breakthroughs. Each year, numerous talents emerged from various universities, some choosing to remain as educators or researchers, continually contributing new findings in their respective fields. Each year, individuals secured bonuses in the hundreds of thousands, even millions. One could truly say the Dragon Kingdom was a land of hidden talents. However, developing the Beiming Kuan supersonic submarine solely through individual effort seemed almost implausible. Thus, Jing Shang intended to recruit at least two principal designers, himself and Li Yuyan. Moreover, a significant influx of Defense Academy graduates would be joining at the beginning of the following year. With Factory 125's commendable performance, it would undoubtedly attract many promising candidates. These new talents would become invaluable assets under Jing Shang's guidance, allowing him to present the project's success as a collective achievement, with two top-tier designers at the helm, lending it greater credibility. While leading nations struggled to achieve submarine speeds of 100 kilometers per hour, here the aim was to surpass 1,000 kilometers per hour, a feat that, if disclosed, would undoubtedly astonish the world. During his tenure at the submarine factory, he had already showcased his abilities by improving the blueprints. Many engineers speculated about Jing Shang's exceptional talent, noting his extraordinary memory, which enabled him to effortlessly recall complex data parameters, a feat beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. Of course, possessing a good memory is not an extraordinary skill, as many brilliant minds exist within the country. However, Jing Shang excelled in understanding and expanding upon professional knowledge. Through the application of existing technologies and modifications to the original designs, he managed to enhance the speed by 20%. Initially, some were curious about how he acquired his submarine knowledge. Later, it was explained that Jing Shang merely provided the technical nomenclature rather than the detailed principles, essentially reassembling a new product based on existing components. This new design was not only logical but also feasible for production, achieving the desired results. Chapter 109. Your father is enjoying life now, however. This does not imply that he possesses an exhaustive understanding of every core technology. He merely knows how to leverage them to resolve issues. The relevant theories and terminologies can all be found in internal journals, and it is not surprising for professionals engaged in weaponry research to have a certain familiarity with them. Yet, most individuals tend to focus solely on their areas of expertise, while Jing Shang has a penchant for exploring a diverse array of knowledge. Observing everyone striving to uphold his fabricated narrative, Jing Shang remains unperturbed. This year, Lu Xinfang returned home quite late, coincidentally sharing the same ride to the airport. The trio donned casual attire, traveling via a standard commercial flight. Upon encountering Lu Xinfang, Li Yuyan exhibited considerable anxiety, tightly gripping Jing Shang's hand. This gesture irked Lu Xinfang, who seemed to harbor a hint of jealousy. Although the entire factory was aware of her secret affection for Jing Shang, such overt displays of affection were indeed unexpected. Nevertheless, Jing Shang remained composed, viewing Li Yuyan more as a younger sister, given her inherently unique personality. After parting ways, Jing Shang arrived home just in time for his family to prepare the Spring Festival couplets to welcome the new year. Once he assisted his father in steadying the ladder, he set down his luggage. His mother took his belongings inside, while simultaneously bringing out a bowl of paste. With the new year approaching, every household was bustling to adorn their doors and enhance the festive atmosphere. Upon seeing his son return safely, old Jing could hardly contain his joy, and after they affixed the auspicious characters, They washed their hands together. The military industry department truly has some prowess. They managed to secure 100 million in compensation for us. His father exclaimed. Hearing this, Jing Shang felt a bit puzzled. How could the White Eagle side possibly agree to such a substantial sum unless they had lost their minds? What methods did the military employ to achieve this? Regardless, this windfall was undoubtedly a boon for the family. Aside from the surrounding neighbors, virtually no one was aware of the existence of this 100 million compensation. Furthermore, no one would have guessed that Jing's father was named thus. Dad, with this newfound financial support, should we continue fish farming? Jing Shang inquired. Of course. Even if we encounter similar incidents in the future, we need not fear. I've already hired a few people to manage the fishery, so I won't need to go every day, his father replied. While his mother prepared dumplings, she teased. Your father is enjoying life now, doing nothing but wandering around for fun. Staying at home for too long becomes rather dull, old Jing added, waving his hand. I plan to purchase a fleet of ocean-going vessels next year to venture into maritime transport. At this, Jing Shang and Appo's mother, who was wrapping dumplings, gasped in shock, causing the dough to tear. Oh dear, could you not be so hasty? Jing Shang could only shake his head in silent resignation. What if there were to be another failure? That would entail astronomical losses. He felt compelled to advise, Dad, given our improved circumstances, why not simply enjoy life? Take Mom out for some leisure, don't overexert yourselves. 100 million is a sum that could last a lifetime. His father glanced at him. Isn't this also for your mother's sake? Once the ocean vessel is accustomed to its route, I can take her around the world every day. Jing Shang's mother rolled her eyes. Don't say it's for me. You know I get terribly seasick. Old Jing chuckled awkwardly. You'll get used to it over time. Jing Shang, while munching on grapes, remarked, Dad, your plan seems rather risky. I have some knowledge about ocean vessels. A new one costs at least 150 million. And 100 million is simply insufficient. Even second-hand vessels cost 70 to 80 million. What if we incur losses? That would be painful. His mother chimed in. I don't support this either. Old Jing cleared his throat. Your disapproval is inconsequential. I have already purchased the ship. Grapes lodged in Jing Shang's throat caused him to cough incessantly, while his mother's chopsticks fell into the filling bowl. On the morning of the new year, Lu Xinfang sent Jing Shang a message with New Year's greetings. Her tone was neutral, akin to their usual conversations, inquiring whether he was awake, wishing him a happy new year, and asking where he was. Lying in bed, Lu Xinfang yawned while her mother called from the doorway, urging her to rise and visit relatives for the New Year's greetings. Jing Shang stood aboard the ship, shivering in the sea breeze, and replied to Lu Xinfang. Happy New Year. I am currently braving the sea winds. Initially a bit drowsy, Lu Xinfang perked up upon seeing this reply. Yet she found it perplexing. Why was he at sea during the New Year? When she sent another query, Jing Shang had already ceased responding, causing her to kick her blanket in frustration. As Jing Shang strolled across the deck, despite wearing a down jacket, he still felt cold and decided to take a turn inside the cabin. His father, following closely behind, proudly remarked, Isn't this ship magnificent? Jing Shang nodded. Approximately 300 meters long and 45 meters wide. It is indeed a large vessel. His father beamed even more. It cost 30 million, quite a bargain. Wouldn't you say? I initially intended to buy 3 similar ships, but after some consideration, I decided to first get accustomed to handling this one before gradually adding the others. Jing Shang chuckled bitterly. But why would they sell it so cheaply? His father replied with a grin. It's just a bit older. No problem at all. The fishing boats we bought previously were also quite ancient, but after some repairs, they served us well for a long time. Jing Shang sighed. But this ship will be retired in 2 years. Can you recoup 30 million in that time? His father confidently answered. From what I understand, such large vessels can earn 20 million annually, which would yield 40 million in 2 years. After deducting the purchase cost, there would still be a net income of 10 million. Once it is retired, it can be sold for scrap metal, providing yet another source of income. What do you think of this deal? Gazing at the outdated equipment, Jing Shang felt a wave of helplessness, questioning whether this ship would even last until retirement. Fortunately, his father had not rashly gambled away the entire family fortune, Yet he remained deeply concerned, fearing that should any issues arise during the voyage, his elderly father might find himself isolated and helpless at sea. Moreover, in recent years, pirate activity had surged once more, with Chinese vessels becoming targets due to the country's understated international presence. Despite rapid national development, there was a reluctance to overtly display its strength. Such colossal ships, while imposing, did not boast high speeds, typically maintaining around 30 kilometers per hour, barely faster than an electric bike. Thus, traversing oceans required many days, and any mishap would make seeking assistance exceedingly difficult. For various reasons, Jing Shang firmly believed his father should refrain from venturing into these uncharted waters. Engaging in alternative investments on land would be more acceptable, as he could provide timely assistance in case of emergencies. However, should issues arise amidst the vast ocean expanse, he would be utterly powerless to intervene. Chapter 110. A hand that does not strike a smiling face for the sake of his father. He had racked his brain, yet still found himself unable to avert the impending events. His father, Jing Shang, inquired, "Son, could you take a look at why this ship has suddenly ceased to move?" As a whiff of dust filled the air, Jing Shang began to cough incessantly. Though he was no expert in maritime affairs, he had a strong premonition that his father might have been deceived. The adage that a different trade is like a different mountain resonated with him. After all, his father had merely been a fisherman and was unlikely to grasp the intricacies involved. Regardless, since the money had already been spent, they must do their utmost to ensure the endeavor succeeded, lest they suffer a total loss. During the 5-day holiday, aside from returning home to celebrate the festival, he spent nearly all his time aboard the ship, assisting his father in drafting renovation plans and liaising with various suppliers and maintenance teams. Once all arrangements were satisfactorily in place, he had no choice but to hastily return to his workplace. Fortunately, the Jing family had endured considerable hardships in recent years, incurring substantial debts, which meant that relatives no longer visited, alleviating the need to extend New Year greetings. Otherwise, they would have found the time insufficient. Before departing, the three of them took a family portrait, in which Jing Shang proudly displayed 4 military merit badges on his uniform. His parents escorted him to the airport, and as he kept an eye on the time, he reminded his father, "I've contacted all the companies. Don't hesitate to spend a bit more. The material suppliers I've found for you are the best in the market. Ensure you do not skimp on expenses. In the event of a pirate encounter, a sturdier ship is preferable. Moreover, the central control system has been upgraded to the latest version, complete with preset routes. You need only follow these routes, and manual operation will be largely unnecessary. Should you deviate onto a new course, the system will automatically record it, but refrain from experimenting with unfamiliar routes. As the underwater conditions can be unpredictable, it is safer to adhere to established paths. With modern technology, your primary task is to manage the crew and organize their duties. Significant issues are unlikely to arise, and such a large vessel will not easily capsize in turbulent waters. After procuring the materials, the ship maintenance company will reinforce the exterior. Once the new control system is installed, it must be tested thoroughly. Only when everything is confirmed to be operational should you set sail, ensuring all paperwork is in order. Jing Shang incessantly advised his father, akin to educating a child. Observing this, Jing Shang's mother grew increasingly anxious and asked, "Are there still pirates these days?" Jing Shang realized he had made a misstep by mentioning this, exacerbating his mother's worries. Knowing her timid nature, he quickly reassured her, "Mother, fear not. Pirate vessels are quite small. Our ship measures 300 meters in length and 45 meters in width, and I have reinforced it with the finest materials for father. If we encounter pirates, we can simply ram into them. If they are overturned, we can make our escape." His father, buoyed by Jing Shang's words, exclaimed, "Did you hear how our son speaks? What is there to fear? Our ship is formidable. Besides, how many pirates are there nowadays? Wasn't there a military crackdown on them a few years back?" However, the extensive renovation of this aging ocean vessel had cost over 30 million. The benefit was an extended service life, but it would require re-evaluation thereafter. His father calculated that if they earned 20 million annually, they could eventually recoup their investment. Nevertheless, Jing Shang was not preoccupied with the prospect of recovering costs. His foremost concern was his father's safety. Thus, he endeavored to fortify the ship as much as possible, hoping for increased speed as well. Initially, Jing Shang's father felt some trepidation regarding the renovation expenses, but contemplating the prospect of prolonging the ship's utility for several more years, he ultimately acquiesced. After bidding farewell to his son, he commenced his busy schedule, reaching out to various companies as per his son's instructions. Coincidentally, during the spring festival, he brought numerous gifts for his visits. As the saying goes, a hand that does not strike a smiling face. Jing Shang's father believed that a generous demeanor would ensure the proper handling of his affairs. To his surprise, the heads of several companies held him in high regard. Upon hearing of his arrival, they eagerly awaited him at the entrance, leaving him somewhat flabbergasted. He pondered internally, why does his son wield such influence? The original renovation timeline was 6 months, but due to the warm reception he received, Jing Shang's father attempted to negotiate for an expedited completion, ultimately having the time frame. The several companies rallied together, working tirelessly day and night, and astonishingly completed the renovation in just 3 months. During these 3 months, Jing Shang was far from idle. Seizing the opportunity of a lull in new projects, he devoted himself to organizing existing technical documentation, distilling a wealth of useful information. Prior to Li Yuyan's return to the factory, he frequently perused articles in internal publications. This independent platform for technical exchange was replete with the innovative ideas, practical cases, and research outcomes of military personnel, detailing both successes and failures. Despite Jing Shang's already impressive level of expertise, there remained much that eluded his comprehension. Those who could publish articles there were considered experts. He diligently navigated the pages on his tablet, taking extensive notes after reading each article. Occasionally, he would leave comments at the end of the pieces. His account on the platform was essentially a novice one, lacking even a profile picture, and he remained blissfully unaware of how others perceived him. Many were astonished to see such a newcomer offering insightful critiques on the articles of industry veterans. Upon further inspection, they discovered it was indeed a fledgling account. How audacious for a level 0 novice to challenge seasoned engineers of 5-star caliber. His personal space boasted no original works, leading many to conclude he was merely a theoretical thinker. Such individuals are not uncommon in the research community. Politely speaking, they are filled with passion for inquiry. Less charitably, one might say they excel in rhetoric yet possess little practical skill, especially with this blank account, which often provided suggestions. For instance, that a certain weapon might perform better with modifications, or that replacing a system on a particular piece of equipment could significantly enhance its performance. Such notions were utterly preposterous. Did he believe that merely altering a parameter or two could transform a weapon's capabilities? Any modification, no matter how minute, necessitates rigorous validation and empirical testing. Li Yuyan returned to the workplace on the 6th day of the new year, with no urgent matters awaiting her attention. The work plan from the previous year had been largely fulfilled. Presently, due to the stabilization of the situation in the 718 region, the demand for the new batch of weapons was not pressing, allowing her to proceed methodically with ongoing tasks. In her spare time, she was happy to assist her mentor, engaging in theoretical discussions in the laboratory. Subsequently, she also created an account, keeping an eye on some technical articles within the community. Naturally bright and quick to comprehend, Li Yuyan, under Jing Shang's guidance, focused primarily on submarine research. She learned alongside him, leaving her own insights in the comments of the articles. Chapter 111. The present situation is quite challenging. It is essential to recognize that this is an internal technical journal and forum. This is a highly formal arena for technical communication, where only the most skilled individuals can publish articles. Novices typically express their opinions and viewpoints in the forum. Even when questioning a particular article, they usually articulate their thoughts in detail in the forum, which often prompts extensive discussions. Occasionally, this can even capture the attention of the original authors, who, like elder mentors, provide analyses of the experimental specifics. Those who comment directly beneath the articles are seasoned engineers or designers of considerable stature and reputation. Given that these commentators are of similar standing, Their direct interactions in the discussion area beneath the article facilitate a richer exchange of diverse perspectives, which proves to be particularly enlightening for newcomers. This is a form of peer-to-peer communication. Although there may be some differences in rank or position, their technical capabilities have garnered recognition within their circles, with most achieving a rating of 5 stars or higher. It is utterly unprecedented for novices like Jing Shang and Li Yuyan, who possess no stars, to boldly voice their opinions in the comments section. Particularly striking is Li Yuyan, who is unreserved in her criticism of others. In this realm, she holds no one in esteem except for her mentor. Expecting her to show politeness to a group of unknown senior experts is utterly implausible. Consequently, it is not uncommon for forum users to post inquiries about the backgrounds of Jing Shang and Li Yuyan, questioning their audacity to critique the work of renowned figures. Such behavior is deemed outrageous. This forum is home to a plethora of talent, ranging from missile research to satellite technology, and from space stations to aircraft carriers, with top experts in every field. What audacity does a mere girl possess to critique the research accomplishments of others? As discussions flourished, an article co-authored by Jing Shang and Li Yuyan suddenly graced the journal. The title was exploring the possibilities of supersonic submarines. Upon its publication, this article instantly stirred a significant uproar within the community. Ice Factory number 98, Library. Recently, Lu Xinfang's team has been devoid of specific projects. After returning from the new year, their workload has considerably lightened, allowing them to frequent the library for self-improvement. Last year, the team designed new weaponry for the 718 Frontier project. Filled with confidence, they worked tirelessly, ultimately submitting their designs alongside those from Factory 125 to higher authorities. Despite their initial optimism, the outcome was disappointing, as their proposal was not selected. The product from Factory 125 dealt them a heavy blow. This incident even led to a dispute between Lu Shi and Lu Xinfang, after which he withdrew from the team. Lu Xinfang, however, was unfazed. To her, such a hot-tempered man was indeed a poor fit for collaboration, and his departure was rather a blessing, out of sight, out of mind. At this moment, Lu Xinfang was seated at a table with 3 other female colleagues, engaged in discussion. The other tables were largely occupied, with only one seat across from them having recently become available. Following the new year, many new projects remain undetermined, providing researchers an opportunity for personal development. Some choose to study externally or visit exhibitions, while others delve deeply into literature and research. The library was enveloped in a profound silence. Lu Xinfang silenced her phone, occasionally glancing at it to check for messages from Jing Shang. Just as she placed it down, she noticed Lu Shi approaching with a large stack of materials, taking the vacant seat and casting a glance in her direction. Since their last quarrel, Lu Shi had not uttered a single word to her, and Lu Xinfang, too, had no desire to engage, silently cursing her misfortune. Thus, she resumed her reading. Lu Shi's lips curled slightly, equally disinterested in acknowledging her. To him, Lu Xinfang was merely infatuated. Despite Jing Shang's apparent indifference towards her, she relentlessly pursued him. How could a woman disregard her self-respect to such an extent? The two had not seen each other for quite some time. Unlike ordinary soldiers, perpetually exhausted and lacking personal time, research personnel should have opportunities to meet frequently. Yet, in reality, they seldom crossed paths. Whenever they did, it was always Lu Xinfang seeking out Jing Shang. He had never once sought her out. Everyone could see the dynamics at play, yet Lu Xinfang remained obstinate. Many outstanding young men pursued her. Lu Shi himself had once been intrigued. Indeed, Lu Xinfang possessed commendable looks, education, and talent, an ideal candidate for marriage. Alas, her heart was set on Jing Shang, leaving many fine young men from Factory 98 to wallow in silent sorrow. Lu Shi had once admired Lu Xinfang, but her obsession with Jing Shang had soured his feelings toward her. Undeniably, Jing Shang exhibited a certain capability in specific areas, but did he truly warrant such defense? At best, he was merely a beneficiary of initial advantages. Upon entering this field, it is natural for one to be brimming with inspiration. Just as Lu Shi had experienced early recognition for his achievements, Initially, many capable individuals showcase remarkable performances. However, as time passes, their approach to problem-solving becomes more meticulous, eschewing whimsical ideas in favor of developing practical weaponry or tackling complex challenges. Although the difficulty increases and the timelines extend, the sense of accomplishment often diminishes. For instance, over the past few years, Jing Shang has produced no notable outcomes. One must ask, since the new year, has he unveiled any significant work? The answer is evidently no. After hastily presenting the Chiwen military dagger, he swiftly followed it with the hunting shadow crossbow. Subsequently, he perused the submarine factory, where he promptly replicated the design plans of a top-tier submarine, overshadowing the tireless efforts of seasoned engineers. The results of their labor, painstakingly crafted over many days, were eclipsed by his singular design. This was akin to snatching a kill in a game. Furthermore, the incident involving the Taotai Wolf Tooth Club still irks him, though he shall not dwell on it. In summary, Jing Shang accrued 4 military merit badges in the blink of an eye by year-end, an astonishing pace indeed. Yet, as the new year passed, and more than a month has elapsed, there has been no sign of activity. Has the situation pacified, rendering the military-industrial complex devoid of demand for new weaponry? Are the various theaters no longer inclined to pursue innovative developments? Clearly, this is not the case. The current landscape is exceedingly precarious. The White Eagle Empire has openly declared its intent to navigate the oceans with the same ease as fish swimming freely. What do they mean by their so-called freedom? It entails traversing the restricted waters of the Arctic Bear and passing through a strait in the Dragon Country No. 1 Restricted Maritime Zone. Chapter 112. No action taken, yet despite the fact that the strait is classified as an international waterway, no military apparatus has ever dared to traverse it. This region belongs to the Dragon Kingdom and is in close proximity to its coastline. Therefore, no one would risk passing through, as it would be tantamount to provocation. Historically, the Eagle Empire has been quite cautious, refraining from any reckless maneuvers in that area. However, in an attempt to exert pressure on the military-industrial complex to return their top-tier submarines and rescue the detained submariners, they have resorted once again to military intimidation. Their ultimatum is clear: either surrender the submarines and their crew, or I shall endlessly patrol this region, reveling in your discomfort. Thanks to the Dragon Kingdom's robust counter-espionage measures over the years, the assassins sent by the Eagle Empire have yielded little success, with one even being captured. The mission to eliminate Captain Johnson has thus been thwarted. As long as this captured individual remains alive, the likelihood of him divulging the Eagle Empire's underwater maps increases significantly. Consequently, the Ministry of Defense of the Eagle Empire is growing increasingly impatient. They can no longer afford to delay and must intensify their pressure on the military-industrial complex to expedite the return of the submarines and soldiers. Negotiations with other factions have progressed significantly, culminating in an alliance of 4 forces determined to demonstrate their might upon the seas. Their primary targets are the 2 great powers, the Arctic Bear and the Dragon Kingdom. Leading the charge is the Eagle Empire, accompanied by 3 allies, the Lion Empire, the Kangaroo Empire, and the Indus Empire. The Cherry Blossom Empire has expressed a desire to join, but has been met with various excuses from its military. Fearing the proximity to the Dragon Kingdom and potential reprisals, they have resolved to wait until their new weaponry is developed, hoping to gain some leverage. The 718 area had previously settled into stability, with an agreement reached between the Dragon Kingdom and the Indus Empire. However, just after returning 8,000 war prisoners, the Indus Empire was forcibly coerced by the Eagle Empire to join their cause. Initially, the Indus military was reluctant to participate, as there appeared to be no benefits and only the burden of fuel expenses at sea. Unfortunately, numerous issues have arisen with the tanks, fighter jets, and warships purchased from the Eagle Empire. Lacking the capability to repair them, they are left with no choice but to seek assistance from the Eagle Empire. Equipment that should have been repaired last year remains untouched, and if this delay continues, their costly military investments will soon deteriorate into scrap metal. Thus, the Indus military has reluctantly decided to follow the Eagle Empire's path. This situation has escalated to a matter of utmost importance. garnering global attention as the four great powers unite against the Dragon Kingdom. The world is captivated by whether this grand display of force will provoke a backlash from the military-industrial complex, igniting an unprecedented conflict, or if the complex will choose to compromise and surrender the advanced submarine along with its crew. Since the capture of the submarine and its crew, the Eagle Empire's military has been persistently pressuring the military-industrial complex, yet their efforts have been met with staunch resistance, to the point where they nearly sold off this prized submarine. The Eagle Empire's urgency to act is palpable. They are evidently at their wits' end. This confrontation between two superpowers is a critical standoff, where yielding could lead to a loss of prestige and status. In such a complex scenario, does the military-industrial complex not yearn for new weaponry? Certainly, especially for high-tech arms necessary for naval warfare. Did not Jing Shang previously draft designs for submarines? Yet why was it merely a rudimentary sketch? If one possesses such talent, why not construct a prototype? Although the blueprint he designed last year could indeed enhance submarine speed, it pales in comparison to the Eagle Empire's most advanced models, failing to fundamentally alter the combat landscape. If you truly possess such prowess, developing a submarine capable of reaching 100 kilometers per hour, effectively outpacing all adversarial forces, would truly qualify you as an expert. Yet this individual has returned to Factory 125 for an extended period without even formulating a preliminary plan. Has he run out of ideas? Has he exhausted his creativity? Is he truly at a dead end? Having completed the development of rockets, crossbows, and even wolf-tooth clubs, can he not manage the refrigeration technology? The more Lu Shi pondered, the more pleased he felt, believing Jing Shang to be merely a fleeting talent. Even if he were to earn a substantial income from dividends, his reputation would likely remain stagnant. In contrast, he himself is a trained professional, a legitimate high achiever. Although he has not produced significant results over the years, he has amassed considerable experience, fostering a more tranquil mindset, and has grown increasingly earnest in his research endeavors. What once seemed incomprehensible in scholarly articles is now within his grasp. He has delved into the theoretical knowledge of both hot weaponry and refrigeration technology. His thinking has expanded, and he is confident that he will achieve remarkable accomplishments in the future. Calmly, he retrieved his tablet, feigning indifference to Lu Xianfang's presence, and began perusing the latest internal journals and academic papers. Observing his colleagues nearby, each engrossed in their books, yet seemingly aimless, he felt a stark contrast to his own clarity of purpose, exploring these issues in depth while engaging in discussions with leading scholars on forums. These individuals merely bury their heads in their studies, never daring to pose questions to authorities. A bunch of ineffectual cowards. Just as he reveled in his own thoughts, he suddenly came across a newly published article titled On the Possibility of Supersonic Submarines, authored by Jing Shang and Liu Yan. A wave of dismay washed over him. Jing Shang. This name was almost taboo for him. It was this very individual who, a year prior, had quarreled with Lu Xianfang, leading to a dramatic fallout. He found it utterly incomprehensible that such an exceptional woman would pursue that man. How could Jing Shang possibly be superior to him? This thought stirred a sense of frustration within him, tarnishing his entire New Year celebration. Finally encountering Lu Xianfang and managing to maintain his composure, he was once again confronted by the name Jing Shang. What is going on? Is it the same Jing Shang from Factory 125? While there may be others with the same name, the factory's sole senior designer is indeed named Jing Shang. Liu Yan, who was recruited last year as an intern, is reputed to possess extraordinary intelligence, on par with Einstein. Could it be? Could it truly be? This individual has managed to publish an article in such a prestigious journal? Why? It takes him an eternity to compose a post on the forum, and yet, this audacious person dares to attach his name to an article of such high caliber? A mere individual transitioning from an ordinary university background, daring to showcase his so-called insights on such an esteemed platform. Lu Shi's anger surged, igniting a fire within him. He couldn't help but scoff. Jing Shang is utterly arrogant to publish such a ridiculous article in such a formal academic journal. His voice was not loud, but the library was so quiet that it seemed as if nothing existed. Everyone was engrossed in their reading, striving for silence, with only the occasional rustle of pages to break the stillness. Upon hearing Lu Shi's remark, all heads turned in his direction. Chapter 113. Typically masters of the industry, Lu Xinfang also lifted her head, her eyes filled with bewilderment. Jing Shang, an academic journal? He published an article? Was this the reason he was ignoring her? The previously tranquil library erupted into a cacophony of whispers, stirred by Lu Shi's seemingly nonchalant remark. Lu Xinfang, who had been engrossed in her studies, her mind preoccupied with professional matters, was instantly captivated by the mention of Jing Shang's name. She glanced up at Lu Shi, a sense of disarray washing over her. She hadn't fully grasped the implications, merely harboring a subconscious resentment towards Jing Shang for not responding to her messages. Subsequently, she discerned something amiss. This academic journal served as a platform for erudite discourse among senior experts from various institutions and domains. Those who published articles within its pages were typically venerated masters of their respective industries. She had toiled at Factory 98 for several years, yet she had never dared to submit an article to such a prestigious platform, confining her discussions to minor topics on various forums. Those who graced this platform with their writings possessed considerable stature and renown. She herself was but a minor figure, lacking any significant reputation or standing, with a long and arduous path ahead. As the gravity of this information dawned upon her, she was rendered speechless, her mind momentarily blank. The murmur of her colleagues' voices filled the air. Jing Shang, are you referring to Xinfang's young suitor, Jing Shang? The Jing Shang from Factory 125? The one who designed the Shadow Hunter crossbow, the Chiwen dagger, and the Taotai mace, and even replicated the blueprints of the White Eagle Empire's top-tier submarine? He only became a researcher last year, and now he's already published his article in an internal journal? How audacious! Did he become conceited after receiving a few military medals? It's been years since anyone in our cryocooler development department has published an article in these 19 platforms. Even our mentor hasn't published anything in recent years. The field has been dominated by experts in thermal weapons. Everyone had their own sentiments. Some expressed astonishment, others admiration, and still others skepticism. At that moment, Lu Shi interjected. There's nothing remarkable about it. It's merely armchair theorizing. Have you seen the title of his article? Consequently, everyone retrieved their phones and tablets, accessed the platform, and located Jing Shang's article. Someone recited it aloud. The possibility of supersonic submarines? Huh. Lu Shi scoffed. See? He's discussing the possibility of supersonic submarines. Isn't that preposterous? Submarines operate in water. How could they possibly reach or exceed the speed of sound? The once tranquil library erupted into a hubbub of hushed discussions. Jing Shang had indeed been a prominent figure the previous year, known to all those involved in weapons development, especially in the realm of cold weapons. Jing Shang had emerged as a dark horse the previous year, developing 3 novel cold weapons that had garnered widespread acclaim in the market. The Chiwen dagger, the Shadow Hunter crossbow, and the Taotai mace all incorporated new processes and technologies, boasting 6 or 7 patents. His bonuses from the previous year were substantial, rivaling those of top-tier thermal weapon developers. However, as the new year commenced, Factory 125 had remained relatively inactive. People gradually returned to their daily routines, paying less attention to Jing Shang's activities. Some, like Lu Shi, had even assumed that Jing Shang had exhausted his talent. Yet now, Jing Shang had reemerged, dropping a bombshell in the academic journal. Despite not initiating any research projects, he had boldly proposed the notion of submarines exceeding the speed of sound in his paper. Good heavens, this was akin to submarines taking flight underwater. Even the most distinguished design masters in the nation would not dare to propose such a concept. It was sheer fantasy, utterly unattainable. The once solemn and dignified space was now permeated with discussions about Jing Shang and his paper. Lu Xinfang couldn't resist retrieving her phone and scrutinizing the article from beginning to end. Upon finishing, she felt a surge of excitement. Her admiration for Jing Shang was almost blind. If China's submarines could truly exceed the speed of sound, reaching speeds of over 224 kilometers per hour, what would that signify? It would signify China's dominance over the maritime world, with no nation capable of impeding its progress. It could freely navigate any ocean, even outstripping the speed of fast torpedoes. No underwater weapon could pose a threat to China's submarines. This would shatter the control over the oceans exerted by powerful nations, such as the United States. The article was not merely a bold conjecture, but also presented several pivotal theories, delving into their feasibility and the requisite specialized equipment, conveying a sense of logical coherence and scientific grounding, rather than being a baseless fantasy. However, such an article carried inherent risks. Success would mark one as a visionary. Failure would invite criticism for arrogance and absurdity. This type of academic report differed from others that relied on existing technological support, necessitating numerous currently unrealized technologies and even breakthroughs in fundamental research to achieve its objectives, transcending the limitations of applied science. Was he to be lauded as courageous or condemned as reckless? Or perhaps simply an unconventional but undeniably talented individual? As the topic gained traction, more individuals settled down to meticulously examine the document, only to find its contents abstruse and impenetrable. The scope was simply too extensive, encompassing everything from fundamental scientific advancements to innovations in materials science. Even a seemingly straightforward issue like modifying a submarine's exterior for supersonic speeds deviated significantly from conventional design paradigms. This unprecedented creative thinking left many in a state of utter astonishment. Many struggled to comprehend the content, particularly those outside the field of cryocolor development, who found themselves utterly bewildered by the submarine-related knowledge and the groundbreaking thinking in certain fundamental disciplines. Even those who persevered, laboring to decipher each sentence and the profound wisdom it contained, recognized that this was not a mere discourse, but a paper of significant reference value. The prevailing sentiment gradually shifted from skepticism to admiration. Jing Shang was indeed a rare prodigy. During his visit to the shipyard last year, he was able to replicate and improve the design blueprints merely by walking around, increasing the speed by 20%. This demonstrated his extraordinary insight and talent in ship design. Indeed, he had previously showcased his formidable abilities by rescuing an old factory on the verge of closure. Even more remarkably, he had continuously developed several high-performance military cryocoolers, which had been widely adopted by frontline troops, causing the enemy to suffer greatly. Chapter 114. The Seed of Distrust. Perhaps it is indeed possible to manufacture such formidable high-speed submarines in the future. Upon hearing his colleagues utter such sentiments, Lu Shi could not help but emit a derisive snort, rising to gather his belongings and depart, inwardly scolding them for their lack of progress. Simultaneously, he voiced his grievances. Can it be that even you fools are beguiled by his nonsensical ramblings? The very notion that such feats could be accomplished is utterly preposterous. How did this piece manage to pass the review for publication? His words dripped with discontent. Meanwhile, within the naval base, submarine maintenance workers also caught wind of this sensational research outcome. The mere mention of submersibles naturally drew considerable attention. When they recognized that it was co-authored by Jing Shang and his prot Jili Yuyan, a fervent wave of discussion ensued. It is well known in this industry who the most esteemed manufacturers are. Why? It is us. This place is a confluence of intellect, a testament to the labor of many exceptional engineers. As early as the early 1990s, attempts were made to create ultra-fast underwater vehicles, yet the goal of exceeding 100 kilometers per hour remains unachieved. How dare a novice, one who has never crafted even a simple wooden boat, propose such an outlandish idea? To conceive of a superluminal vessel is nothing short of dreaming in broad daylight. Are you mad? Are you mocking the decades of effort that we seasoned professionals have invested? If someone were truly capable of developing a supersonic submersible, where would that leave our esteemed predecessors? All the dedication poured into this field, would it all be in vain? Youngsters are often prone to grandiloquence, with lofty aspirations, yet lacking the patience and composure to ground themselves in the task at hand. Shouldn't they focus on solidifying their foundational knowledge? Progress must be incremental. Just as one savors food bite by bite, the speed of submarines should also gradually increase rather than leaping to over 1,000 kilometers per hour in one bound. Presently, The vast majority of underwater propulsion systems globally remain confined to relatively low speeds. If you can indeed reach the figures you claim, even if it is merely a quarter of what you suggest, we will acknowledge your prowess. Upon learning of this, nearly all technicians within the base ceased their daily operations to engage in fervent criticism and condemnation of the proposal. After all, not long ago, Jing Shang had singularly accomplished the submarine structural diagram restoration task, garnering considerable attention and inciting envy among many. Now, a figure specializing in refrigeration equipment openly speculating about revolutionary changes in the underwater realm in a prestigious journal felt like a blatant affront to our entire shipbuilding community. They meticulously reviewed the paper, seizing upon every flaw for correction, with some even venturing to the comment section to point out discrepancies. One engineer spoke up. "This idea is indeed quite novel, but I must point out a minor error. The speed of sound differs between air and water. The average velocity of sound in water is approximately 400 meters per second, which is over 4 times that in air. However, from the text, it appears the author refers to the propagation speed in air. Given that submarines operate in the ocean, shouldn't the goal for supersonic travel exceed the speed of sound in seawater? Such an elementary principle should not be muddled." This engineer, adopting a mentor-like demeanor, highlighted this easily overlooked mistake, suggesting that if the foundational concepts are unclear, the overall quality of the paper is likewise suspect. In other words, this article may well be riddled with inaccuracies, and readers ought to exercise discernment regarding its authenticity. Subsequently, other engineers joined the discussion, some acknowledging the creativity of the idea, yet deeming it overly ambitious and impractical. Others criticized the design of the proposed supersonic submarine as ludicrous, arguing that it bore little resemblance to modern submarine designs and was devoid of logic, suggesting that perhaps the authors should consider a career in science fiction instead. A plethora of opinions emerged, the majority critical. Within a mere hour, over 300 comments had accumulated, each contributor of noteworthy standing. The presence of such a multitude of replies in a high-caliber professional journal is indeed rare. Then, individuals uncovered another detail. Clicking on the links to the authors' names revealed their profiles and personal avatars, along with their nicknames. Good heavens, could it be that these were the very individuals recently discussed in the forums? The two previously anonymous accounts had finally unveiled their true identities. The uproar across the platform was none other than the handiwork of Jing Shang and Li Yuyin, this dynamic duo. Truly, one can discern the caliber of a teacher by the character of their student. The pupil seems to surpass the master in audacity, audaciously critiquing the works of top experts. Upon confirming the identities of the authors, not only did the seasoned veterans from the submarine manufacturing sector join the ranks of the critics, but artisans from factories producing both cold and hot weaponry also chimed in with their disapproval. Over the course of a month, these two had managed to incite considerable ire. Typically, critiques of published content are presented with civility, yet this duo favored a more blunt approach, seemingly believing that having invented a few pieces of equipment elevated them to prominence. However, despite the irritation, their suggestions often struck at the heart of the matter. Offering unique insights, many peers found themselves burning the midnight oil to articulate rebuttals to their remarks, sometimes requiring days to compile supporting materials. Although following their line of thought might yield superior creations, if the relevant technology is not yet mature, wouldn't that be a futile endeavor? Even more troubling was Li Yuyin's unrestrained and scathing attitude, as if she were already in possession of superior equipment. It is worth noting that we have dedicated decades to establishing our nation's foothold amidst global competition. How dare this brash youth belittle our accomplishments? At that moment, decorum was cast aside, and many began to confront the duo directly. Online discussions regarding them proliferated like spring shoots, each thread brimming with condemnations. Veteran critics led the charge, and among the younger generation, there were those who harbored jealousy towards Jing Shang, unleashing their vitriol without restraint. Within less than 2 hours, succumbing to the pressure of public opinion, the editorial department of Weapon Research retracted the article penned by this duo. This office was responsible for editing and processing the professional research papers submitted by multiple departments. Research achievements from various institutions would be published in these internal journals. The management of this establishment consisted of once-renowned masters who, in retirement, devoted themselves to the transmission and development of knowledge. These journals encompassed nearly all relevant fields and gradually transitioned to digital and online formats. Chapter 115. The role of new forces. Initially, only a print version was released, but later it transitioned to digital distribution and established an online discussion space, providing the research community with an open and interactive platform. Most renowned scientists have voiced their research findings on this platform, and these publications are considered significant indicators during evaluations for awards and promotions. With such a grand stage, countless innovative and audacious ideas have emerged, transforming many previously deemed impossible dreams into reality, thereby enhancing the overall national security level. Of course, there are thresholds for submissions. If the review experts unanimously acknowledge the quality, the work will be published. Otherwise, it will be rejected. Those researchers who do not pass the review often choose to share their insights in more lenient and friendly community sections, attracting guidance from industry veterans and experienced professionals. For instance, newcomers like Jing Shang, who have been in research for less than a year, typically express their opinions on online forums. However, Jing Shang's situation is particularly noteworthy. He gained prominence in weapon development last year. Although he focused on cold weapons, which are relatively less powerful in this era, they have withstood the tests of the battlefield and garnered recognition. Equipment such as the Chiwen military saber, the hunter crossbow, and the Taotai Wolf Fang Club have become widely popular on the battlefield, instilling fear in enemies and earning Jing Shang considerable acclaim. Remarkably, the advanced submarine blueprints he designed even earned him a first-class merit medal, directly enhancing the speed of Longwa's submarine technology by approximately 20, bringing it close to or even surpassing world-class standards. To date, 5 of these new submarines have been successfully constructed and dispatched for classified missions. Thus, Jing Shang's contributions are indeed remarkable. When he submitted his article to the forum, it immediately captured the attention of several senior experts. After thorough deliberation, they all agreed that the article was highly innovative, presenting unique ideas, a rigorous structure, and practical solutions to certain challenges, with a clear logical flow. Following extensive discussions, they unanimously decided to prioritize the publication of this paper. Although Jing Shang is considered a newcomer with limited experience in research, his previous stellar achievements have already demonstrated his capabilities. This study on supersonic submarines is not a mere figment of imagination, but rather based on his prior rapid restoration of the top submarine blueprints from the White Eagle Empire, indicating his unique insights and talents in the field of submarines. Even if this concept proves challenging to realize, it could at least inspire those seasoned experts who have long focused on submarine research. The role of new forces is to invigorate the older generation, is it not? The purpose of reforming military factories is to encourage innovation, is it not? Consequently, everyone felt there was no fault in this, and the article was publicly released. Unexpectedly, it sparked an enormous reaction. Within an hour of going online, discussions began to swirl across major weapon production bases, both for cold and hot weapons. Soon after, a barrage of comments followed, all from distinguished individuals, engineers of 5-star caliber and even higher, including some heavyweight figures. Typically, discussions on such topics are conducted with politeness and restraint, primarily articulating theoretical perspectives, and the number of participants is often limited by their busy schedules. However, no one anticipated that this would incite such a tempest. Most comments conveyed a dismissive attitude, with some expressing criticism more bluntly than others. If the comments section was the battleground for seasoned professionals, the entire forum became the platform for other scientists to voice their opinions. Posts condemning Jing Shang and Li Yuyan proliferated like mushrooms after rain, each accompanied by extensive support from numerous researchers. Some threads even reached astonishing heights of replies. It was truly astonishing, unprecedented. No individual or engineer had ever caused such a commotion on this highly specialized platform. According to back-end statistics, There were over 300 negative evaluations regarding Jing Shang. Public opinion was overwhelmingly critical. Naturally, there were a few voices expressing support for such avant-garde ideas, suggesting that there might indeed be a possibility for realization in the future. However, this faint dissent was quickly drowned out. Even authoritative figures within the academic journal headquarters felt the pressure. Had we all misjudged? Did the article truly contain significant errors? Particularly, seeing many highly esteemed individuals criticizing Jing Shang intensified the anxiety among the members. These were not insignificant figures, at least five-star caliber. The collective opposition was undeniably awkward. Ultimately, after rapid and intense discussions, it was decided to retract and completely delete the article, while also deducting academic contribution points from Jing Shang and Li Yuyan as a penalty. On his way out of the library, Lu Shi felt increasingly agitated. He thought it absurd that someone like Jing Shang could ascend to such a prestigious professional journal, implying that anyone could publish mere whimsical statements. This reflection reminded him of the meticulously crafted results he had developed over many years on his computer. Thus, he quickened his pace back to his dormitory. After hesitating for a while once he opened his computer, he ultimately decided to submit his research findings to a publication focused on cold weapons. However, merely half an hour later, he received a rejection email. We regret to inform you that your submission did not pass the review. Please consider posting in the community instead. Alas, how disheartening. Did this imply that the report lacked substantial discussion value? Soon after, a colleague entered to invite him to dinner, and Lu Shi feigned calmness as he closed his computer and joined the meal, though his heart was rife with conflicting emotions. The article he had painstakingly crafted over half a year was rejected in just half an hour, leaving him with the only option to showcase it in that space filled with trivial chatter. Meanwhile, Jing Shang's grandiose and unrealistic ideas managed to find space in an academic journal. He couldn't fathom what those editors were thinking. While his colleague chatted beside him, Lu Shi responded with mere pleasantries, displaying his lack of enthusiasm. After finishing their meal in the cafeteria, they settled into a window-side seat. His colleague, having found the news about Jing Shang's paper on his phone, remarked that there was no way around it. Almost everyone in the factory was discussing this topic. As they conversed, his colleague suddenly looked astonished. Wait, how did this paper get retracted? Upon hearing this, Lu Shi was momentarily taken aback, followed by a surge of joy. He quickly pulled out his phone to check, and indeed, the paper had been deleted. The discussions surrounding Jing Shang online remained lively, and Lu Shi couldn't contain his delight. Chapter 116. Never following the conventional path, he chuckled. I told you so? Jing Shang's level is simply unworthy of the qualifications for a top-tier journal. It was only a matter of time before it was retracted. I didn't expect the retribution to come so swiftly, gone in just 2 hours. At this moment, he relished the various negative reviews directed at Jing Shang online. Feeling immensely satisfied, he joined the discussion, unflinchingly criticizing Jing Shang for his arrogance. The disappointment from his own paper being rejected dissipated as he recalled the colleagues in the library who had praised Jing Shang. How foolish they seemed. Time rewound to half an hour earlier, inside the military industry building. Elder Xiao was presiding over an important meeting. As the meeting neared its conclusion, he turned to several military leaders and said gravely, the 5 submarines must maintain utmost confidentiality during their missions. Follow the plan strictly, and under no circumstances should any information be leaked prematurely. The commanders nodded in agreement immediately. After the meeting dispersed, Elder Xiao returned to his office, where Secretary Chung promptly instructed the kitchen to prepare a meal. While he sorted through the documents on his desk, Elder Xiao remarked, let us arrange to sell the submarines from the White Eagle Nation immediately. The secretary, smiling, inquired, have you truly decided to sell them? Setting down his papers and taking a sip of tea, Elder Xiao replied, indeed. Since we now possess faster submarines, the damaged one from the White Eagle Nation holds no value for us. Given their alliance with other nations to suppress us, we must demonstrate our strength. Subsequently, Secretary Chung immediately notified the relevant personnel to arrange the specifics. Before long, the official weaponry website of Long Nation announced a new auction. The advanced submarine from the White Eagle Empire was once again placed on the auction block. This action stirred a significant wave of interest, drawing attention from various nations. Clearly, it was a retaliatory measure against the White Eagle Nation. If they sought to hinder us first, we would not allow them an easy path either. Other nations, adhering to the principle of never relinquishing a potential acquisition, eagerly entered the fray. Particularly after a round of initial excitement, the pace of the price increase became astonishing. Even the nation of Tianzhu began to join the bidding. Ultimately, only the Arctic Bear Nation and the Cherry Blossom Nation remained as competitors. It was evident that the Arctic Bear Nation aimed to secure the submarine at a low price. They possessed enough capability to repair the sophisticated submarine. In contrast, the Cherry Blossom Nation, under orders from the White Eagle Nation, was determined to procure the vessel at any cost to prevent it from falling into rival hands. For the White Eagle Nation, losing this submarine would signify the imminent risk of another power acquiring equivalent technology, posing a grave threat to their maritime hegemony. Thus, the bidding became intensely competitive. As the auction progressed, the leaders of the Arctic Bear Nation, upon realizing the situation, began to deliberately raise their bids, fully aware that the Cherry Blossom Nation was resolute in their pursuit, all the while provoking them into escalating their offers. Moreover, they intended to traverse their own territorial waters, which would be unacceptable without a proper demonstration of force. This transaction undoubtedly infuriated the White Eagle Nation, yet they found themselves without a better solution. Aside from the two newly constructed high-speed vessels, all other products of similar caliber were still under development. Therefore, maintaining their maritime advantage during this critical period was essential, even at a greater cost. Once all matters regarding the auction of the submarine were settled, Secretary Cheng suddenly recalled something amusing and chuckled. Elder Xiao, curious, inquired, "What has brought you such joy? Do share, so I may also partake in the delight." He then took a seat for a brief respite. Secretary Cheng filled Elder Xiao's cup with water and said, "I just received some rather amusing news concerning Jing Shang." The mere mention of this name instantly piqued Elder Xiao's interest, for this young man never adhered to conventional methods. Thus, he urged, "Do tell me what it is." Given the constant scheming among the various factions, which left him mentally and physically drained, he was eager to hear a lighter topic. As Secretary Cheng animatedly recounted the story, Elder Xiao found himself pausing his tea drinking, wide-eyed as he asked, "A submarine traveling faster than sound?" Therefore, when Secretary Cheng spoke of this, Elder Xiao felt a mix of astonishment and elation, nearly leaping from his seat. However, her subsequent words doused his excitement like a bucket of cold water. Secretary Cheng smiled and said, "Indeed, Jing Shang proposed this idea and even detailed some potential scientific challenges in his article. Yet, all the industry giants and seasoned engineers deem it sheer fantasy." Elder Xiao, envisioning long-nation submarines navigating effortlessly through the ocean, was suddenly disheartened by Secretary Cheng's revelation that both the article and the idea were dismissed as nonsense. His mouth fell agape, momentarily stunned. Is it truly impossible? As long as there is hope, the military industry building is willing to spare no expense to realize this supersonic submarine. Secretary Cheng offered a wry smile and nodded. Everyone believes it is unattainable. That paper was retracted and deleted in less than 2 hours, and the discussions online overwhelmingly suggest that Jing Shang is merely speculating. Elder Xiao sighed regretfully and slapped his thigh. What a pity. If only it could be done. How wonderful that would be, he mused silently. At the cold ice factory, after submitting his manuscript, Jing Shang no longer paid much attention to the matter. For him, this was merely a beginning. Appearing in an academic journal served as a precautionary measure to inform others of his interest in developing a new type of submarine. It was a simple way to signal that if he were to create an incomprehensible new product in the future, they should not be surprised, as he had already given them fair warning. Thus, after submitting his paper, he leisurely settled in his office to catch up on the news. Reports indicated that the 4 major powers, led by the White Eagle Empire, had departed from their respective bases to assemble in the Pacific. They planned to first circle through the Arctic Bear waters, traverse a certain strait, and create some disturbances for the Arctic Bear Empire. Following a brief respite in the lands of the 3 Koreas, they would continue southward, eventually passing through the strait in Long Nation's Sea Zone 1. This voyage aimed to publicly assert the White Eagle Empire's absolute control over the oceans. Even in areas designated as forbidden zones by Long Nation, they would navigate freely. Clearly, this military operation was primarily directed against the Arctic Bear Empire and Long Nation. In response, the military industry building took corresponding actions, placing the top-tier submarine originally belonging to the White Eagle Empire up for public auction, attracting numerous bidders. Upon opening the website, Jing Shang discovered that the highest bid had already reached $3 billion. To his knowledge, the construction cost of this nuclear submarine had been $3.1 billion. After the Arctic Bear military raised the price to $3 billion, the Cherry Blossom military swiftly matched it with the original price of $3.1 billion. Chapter 117, Master. You are too timid, however. The auction is far from over. The polar bear faction continues to raise the stakes. In a state of desperation, the Sakura side reaches out to the White Eagle to inquire whether to continue bidding, as the price has become exorbitant. Upon successfully winning the bid, immediate cash payment is required. Yet White Eagle has not provided any funds to Sakura, merely stating that in urgent circumstances, they allow Sakura to secure the vessel first, promising to reimburse later. Naturally, White Eagle feels frustrated but can only swallow their pride and instruct Sakura to keep bidding to prevent other competitors from acquiring the vessel. Currently, chaos has ensued in Dragon Country. Should this ship fall into the hands of others, it would undoubtedly further undermine their position. The worst-case scenario would be if a third party replicates a vessel with similar capabilities, which would severely impact their status as a global maritime powerhouse. Given the complexity of the technology, it would be challenging for others to replicate it successfully in the short term. Thus, buying it back remains a possibility. Aware of the potential pitfalls, they have no choice but to grit their teeth and increase their bid. Ultimately, the final transaction amount reaches an astounding $60 billion, nearly double the original manufacturing cost. Sakura reluctantly makes the payment, praying that White Eagle will not backtrack. $60 billion is an immense military expenditure for the Sakura Ministry. Upon seeing such a staggering price announced, powerful factions across the globe are left in shock. This may very well be the most expensive and simultaneously the most dilapidated submarine in history. The fact that it could fetch such a sky-high price is evident that the true buyer behind the scenes is the financial backer of Sakura, namely, White Eagle, who orchestrated the high-priced acquisition. Faced with the reality of being jointly taken advantage of, White Eagle can only suffer in silence. Meanwhile, the military-industrial complex remains steadfast, refusing to return captives and resources unless forced to compromise through strong measures. Relations between both parties have completely deteriorated. Witnessing this dramatic turn of events, Jing Shang can't help but chuckle to himself. Only they could make White Eagle suffer such a significant loss. At this moment, Li Yuyan bursts in, stomping her feet and pouting as she exclaims, "Master, how can you still find the time to laugh?" Jing Shang looks up in confusion at his furious apprentice. "What's wrong? Who has vexed you?" He muses internally about what has set her off today. Oh no. If he can't placate her, tears will surely follow. She approaches him, tablet in hand, pointing at the screen and questioning. "Our article is gone. And these people are saying the most ridiculous things. It's infuriating. I've been confronting them, and if you want to help me, then forget it." Jing Shang is taken aback, realizing that his painstakingly published work has been removed merely 2 hours after its release. This is unprecedented. Such a situation has never occurred before. He glances through the posts on the forum, and to his astonishment, they are all criticisms directed at him and Li Yuyan. Even Jing Shang finds it overwhelming. Some people are scathing in their remarks, their words sharp enough to make him feel inferior. One user named Lu, she has penned over 3,000 words, thoroughly lambasting Jing Shang for 3 significant errors, making it seem like he is live-streaming a tirade. It is unclear when he offended this individual. Li Yuyan boasts, "Master, don't mind how harshly they criticize. I'm far more formidable than they are." She opens each reply, showcasing her counterattack strategies to Jing Shang. Oh my. Li Yuyan has transformed into a goddess of battle on the forum. Her incisive remarks are beyond what ordinary researchers can contend with. This young lady, with an IQ of 165, is simply unattainable for anyone trying to pursue her. Even in her insults, she possesses a level of sophistication that most cannot discern. As Jing Shang reads these exchanges, he breaks into a cold sweat, realizing that his apprentice is incredibly audacious. She dares to refute everyone, even the heavyweights of the military-industrial complex. These significant figures in weapon development have all made tremendous contributions to the nation. Just consider their prowess on academic journals, where they almost all achieve 5-star ratings or higher. Each individual holds a notable status, title, and reputation that a mere girl can hardly question with ease. Jing Shang hastily retrieves his tablet, logging onto the platform to take action. Li Yuyan leans in, curious. Master, what are you doing? Jing Shang, wiping his sweat, responds, I've never had a disciple like you. I must see if I can cancel this account. Everyone says it's a trap. You specifically ensnare your master. You've insulted all these important figures. How am I to navigate this circle now? I must surely be drowning in their spittle. Li Yuyan is unfazed, fully aware of the stakes involved. With a dismissive scoff, she declares, TCH. Master, you are far too timid. Watch me silence them. She clutches her tablet, continuing to post replies as she walks. With numerous posts flooding the forum and many criticizing her, she is the sole one fighting back. An idea strikes her. She decides to create a new thread, actively inviting confrontation. The thread is titled, Li Yuyan is here, bring it on, with the main character stepping up to post. A large audience quickly gathers. The big shots and senior engineers, upon seeing Li Yuyan daring to stand up, unrelentingly commence their critiques. They believe her youth makes her actions overly ostentatious, her approach insufficiently grounded, and her arrogance is such that she fails to understand the need for humility. Publicly making such declarations, this is an utter disgrace to the image of researchers. Li Yuyan disregards their opinions. Only Jing Shang can keep her in check. She directly retaliates, engaging in verbal battles with everyone. It doesn't matter if you are a 5-star or 6-star deity, or a distinguished figure from any field. If you dare to insult her or her master, you must be met with a fierce rebuttal. This young lady will not be taken advantage of. In doing so, she incites the ire of many senior engineers. They flock to the forum with their apprentices in tow, igniting a protracted war of words. Li Yuyan revels in the exchanges, but soon becomes exhausted. Even as midnight approaches, she strains to keep her eyes open, desperately wanting to continue the battle. Yet her eyelids grow unbearably heavy, and she finally succumbs to a deep sleep, dreaming of combat with her foes. After a grueling day of virtual warfare on the forum, utterly drained, Li Yuyan falls into a profound slumber, occasionally revealing a devilish grin. Meanwhile, in the military factory, Elder Shao, returning home, finds himself tossing and turning. Unable to sleep, his mind consumed with thoughts of the supersonic submarine. Leaning against the headboard, he glances at his sleeping wife, Mrs. Zhao, and quietly rises from bed. Donning his nightgown, he makes his way to the living room and dials Secretary Cheng's number. Secretary Cheng, startled awake from a deep slumber by the sudden call, jumps from his bed, fearing something grave has occurred. Upon answering, he hears Elder Shao say, Xiaotang, I simply cannot sleep. About that paper by Jing Shang on the supersonic submarine. Secretary Cheng breathes a sigh of relief, realizing that the White Eagle Empire has not attacked. Sakura has not caused any disturbances, and India is also quiet. All is peaceful in the world. Chapter 118. There is indeed some reason to it. Old Shao lifted a cup of hot water, took a sip, and remarked, if we could truly create such a thing, how wonderful it would be. Secretary Cheng chuckled wryly. So many seasoned engineers assert that Jing Shang's idea is sheer nonsense. A submarine of this caliber is simply unattainable. Yet old Shao was undeterred. Once, everyone claimed we could never develop nuclear weapons, yet we succeeded. They said we would never build rockets, but we accomplished that too. They insisted we lacked a space station of our own, and now look, we have one. He pondered. Is it truly so difficult to create a supersonic submarine? Is it more challenging than ascending to the heavens? Secretary Cheng, with a background in scientific research, was more knowledgeable than old Shao, a soldier forged in the crucible of combat. After some contemplation, Secretary Chung frowned and said, "In my view, if we are to realize this, it is indeed exceedingly difficult." Old Xiao remained hopeful. "Our internal academic journal is quite rigorous. Every article published is by top experts, and the reviewers are all professionals in their fields. Each paper undergoes strict scrutiny before publication, leaving no room for doubt. The fact that this paper was published indicates it gained their endorsement at the time. However, as criticism mounted, it was subsequently retracted. Do you find this explanation reasonable?" Previously, Secretary Chung had not given this matter much thought, viewing it merely as a jest. Now, upon reflection, he found there was indeed some merit to Old Xiao's words. After a moment of silence, he stated, "The article was deleted just 2 hours post-publication. Before its removal, the comment section was rife with critiques from seasoned experts in the field, pointing out errors within the paper and chastising Jing Shang for merely engaging in theoretical discourse without practical foundation, seemingly just to attract attention." The forum erupted in outrage, not only among veteran engineers, but even newcomers, a phenomenon unprecedented. Typically, if a paper contained minor errors, discussions would ensue without such fervor. After all, this platform is highly specialized, not a casual chat room, and rarely does a topic gain such heated traction. It is likely that the academic journal felt pressured into retracting the article. "If you wish to know the specifics, I can call them right away," Secretary Chung offered. "Yes, please do so promptly. I await your call," Old Xiao replied. After hanging up, Old Xiao paced the living room, a sense of unease creeping into his heart. While he too found the idea of a submarine's speed soaring from several kilometers to over 1,224 kilometers per hour utterly fantastical, he reflected that decades ago, who could have imagined that the Dragon Nation would independently launch a satellite into space? Today, the nation has established its own space station, a feat once thought to be a mere dream, now gradually becoming reality. Thus, even the slightest possibility warrants courageous attempts. The Dragon Nation's comprehensive strength remains formidable. In terms of research and funding, resources are abundant. Provided the project is viable, the military establishment would undoubtedly offer unwavering support. Seated cross-legged on his bed, Secretary Chung dialed the numbers of several key officials at the academic journal's headquarters, disturbing them at such an hour, especially considering these officials were retired research luminaries. He first issued an apology before explaining his purpose. The officials were taken aback by the call. They never expected that Jing Shang's article would pique the interest of Old Xiao, who typically remains indifferent to academic matters. They wasted no time in providing a brief overview of the situation. The article's retraction was indeed due to overwhelming pressure. Experts from various fields had vociferously criticized Jing Shang and his assistant, admitting that there were issues during the review process of the paper. Secretary Chung inquired, "What prompted the decision to publish this article in the first place?" The official replied, "When we initially reviewed the paper, we found its prose quite fluid, its arguments fairly rigorous, and its reasoning relatively clear. Though the existing technology cannot realize this concept, we believed it offered at least some inspiration for the future development of submarines. Little did we anticipate that within just 2 hours of publication, such an uproar would ensue, with experts from every discipline raising doubts. Consequently, we had no choice but to retract it." In hindsight, Jing Shang's ideas were indeed overly ambitious and somewhat unrealistic, requiring breakthroughs in fundamental science to be realized, thus justifying our decision to retract the paper. Secretary Chung further inquired about specific details, requesting the original text be sent over. Upon receipt of the document, he immediately called Old Xiao. As Old Xiao answered, a heavy sigh from the other chilled him. Indeed, Secretary Chung conveyed, "The personnel at the academic journal believe that while this article does possess innovative qualities and offers some inspiration for the future development of submarines, it lacks adequate theoretical support. The current technology is far from reaching this level, and even in 50 years, we may not see corresponding advancements, especially as it involves breakthroughs in fundamental science. Progress in basic science is incredibly challenging. At times, a sudden spark of inspiration can lead to rapid advancements, days, months, or even years. Yet, in slower instances, Centuries may pass without a single step forward. As someone with a background in research, Secretary Chung articulated this matter effectively. If it were about developing new materials, time would eventually yield solutions. However, in the realm of fundamental science, even a small step forward poses immense difficulties. The past century has witnessed the swiftest advancements in human progress. For example, the introduction of relativity deepened humanity's understanding of the cosmos. The establishment of quantum mechanics revealed the laws governing microscopic particles. The discovery of antibiotics curbed the long-standing plague of bacteria. For years ago, the Arctic Bear Empire unearthed a collection of time capsules from 50 years prior. Inside, they recorded the optimistic visions of that era, stating, "We have now begun to take critical first steps into the cosmos. Surely, by now, you can travel effortlessly to other planets? Natural disasters must also be manageable by now." In truth, this message was not exaggerated. It reflected the widespread sentiments of that time, including those of scientists. Humanity had already set foot on the moon and mastered nuclear fission technology, making the vastness of stars and nuclear fusion seem within reach. Yet, the reality is harsh. Even today, humanity cannot freely traverse to the nearest moon, and natural disasters and diseases continue to plague us. Despite the apparent rapid technological advancements in the early decades of this century, such as the first photograph of a black hole, powerful smartphones and computers, and the Human Genome Project, a closer examination reveals that these strides are fundamentally based on theories established in the previous century. Chapter 119, A Challenge to the Unyielding. In truth, there has been no fundamental breakthrough at all. The pressing question arises, why does it seem that humanity's foundational scientific research has come to a standstill, as if Earth's technological advancements have been shackled? Yet, Jing Entropy is striving to shatter these constraints. Numerous authoritative experts criticize Jing Entropy for his arrogance, and there is some merit to their claims. Indeed, he is exceedingly haughty. Listening to Secretary Cheng's account, Elder Shao felt a surge of excitement. Initially, he thought that developing a new type of weapon would be an arduous task, but he has now come to realize that the implications extend far beyond that. The term hypersonic submarine may sound straightforward, yet it embodies the immense hopes of humanity for technological breakthroughs. Send me Jing Entropy's article, and postpone all matters for tomorrow. I shall make a trip to Factory 125. He instructed. Secretary Chung, well aware of Elder Shao's needs, had already prepared Jing Entropy's article and promptly forwarded it to him after the call ended. Elder Shao hung up, took a sip of water, and settled back onto the sofa. The lights in the living room remained off, with the glow of his phone screen illuminating his face as he read Jing Entropy's article. Despite his military background and the countless battlefields he has traversed to reach his current position, he is not entirely ignorant of technical matters. Though he may not grasp the specific principles, he can generally comprehend advanced weaponry. His experiences at the agency have further broadened his understanding. However, reading Jing Entropy's article proved to be quite a challenge. The text was lengthy, yet the reasoning was lucid, primarily discussing the feasibility of developing hypersonic submarines. The article outlined the necessary conditions for such development and the critical issues that must be resolved to meet these conditions. While he could follow the overall logic, the finer details eluded him. It took him nearly an hour to finish the article, only to realize he had not fully understood it. Accepting his limitations as a non-specialist, he recognized that the article covered a vast array of knowledge and numerous points for contemplation. Could professional researchers truly grasp it within 2 hours? Did they not need to validate the formulas and calculations? Although he could not decipher the mathematical symbols, surely they would be clear to the researchers, right? Yet the article had been deleted in under 2 hours. Did this not indicate that everyone had reacted without fully comprehending it, leading to the condemnation of Jing Entropy? Before heading home from work, he had believed that the multitude of authoritative voices opposing the paper signified significant issues within it. At that moment, he felt a pang of regret over the inability to manufacture hypersonic submarines. However, as he lay awake in bed, the topic swirled in his mind. What transformations would the nation undergo if such a feat were achieved? This contemplation kept him tossing and turning. Reflecting on his capabilities as a senior designer, who could independently create the Shadow Hunter crossbow, the Chiwen military sword, and the Taotai Wolf Fang club, and replicate blueprints from foreign submarines for optimization. Was publishing a paper merely a fade? Why, then, did everyone uniformly criticize Jing Entropy? Shouldn't differing viewpoints in professional papers be discussed based on evidence? How could this provoke such a significant uproar? This question left Elder Xiao feeling unsettled. He stroked his chin, deep in thought, yet found no clarity. Ever since Jing Entropy transitioned to a researcher, he had been working at Factory 125. While there were considerations to transfer him to Factory 98, Elder Xiao insisted he remain. With his outstanding performance, the institution provided more support, and as the factory received numerous orders and flourished, it transformed from its former rudimentary state. Aside from the earlier visit to inspect foreign submarines and restore blueprints, Jing Entropy had seldom visited other arms factories. He had little interaction with senior experts across various fields. Perhaps his achievements in submarine technology had incited envy. After all, tasks that seasoned engineers had struggled with for years were accomplished effortlessly by Jing Entropy, earning him accolades. Yet why did veterans from Dongfeng Express and other factories also criticize him? Elder Xiao paced back and forth in his room, lost in contemplation. He resolved to check the discussions on the forum to grasp the specifics. This night would likely stretch long as he nestled on the sofa, using his tablet to search for relevant commentary, only to discover the article had been removed. However, the comments section still contained hundreds of messages denouncing Jing Entropy. Even from an outsider's perspective, witnessing such a chorus from prominent figures across various fields was quite astonishing. To his surprise, many of those leaving comments were esteemed engineers, some 5-star rated or even beyond. He would typically treat such individuals with utmost respect. Yet now, these heavyweight figures in weapon development were collectively condemning Jing Entropy. Were he to find himself in a similar predicament, he would surely struggle to bear it. Suddenly, Elder Xiao covered his face, feeling a twinge of toothache. Shaking his head, he murmured, "What on earth has this young man done to provoke so many?" He then opened the forum and found the homepage inundated with entries related to Jing Entropy and Li Yuyan. Every post prominently featured these two names. The most heated topic was a post titled "Li Yuyan here. Challenge accepted." Elder Xiao's eyes lit up. Evidently, this was a direct post from Jing Entropy's assistant. Even without reading the content, he could sense her provocative demeanor. Unable to resist, he clicked on it, astonished to see the thread had exceeded 10,000 replies. How exaggerated indeed. Every few layers of replies showcased Li Yuyan's sharp retorts, merciless in her exchanges. The criticisms circulating online seemed unable to quell her fervor. As the clock approached midnight, subsequent replies shifted to other researchers' contributions. It was clear she had likely retired for the night, ceasing her responses. From this post by Li Yuyan, many familiar top experts emerged. Gazing at their avatars and titles, Elder Xiao couldn't help but draw a sharp breath. There were 5-star, 6-star, 7-star, and even 9-star masters among them. This incident starkly illustrated the ire of these esteemed figures from various domains, while simultaneously revealing Li Yuyan's audacious attitude. This young woman appeared utterly fearless. Did she not recognize the immense contributions these individuals had made to the nation? What emboldened her to challenge them all? Elder Xiao felt a surge of indignation. After all, these were precious talents for the country. Any slight against them would cause him pain. This young girl dared to openly confront them. Elder Xiao found himself compelled to write a few words in response to this oblivious young lady. Chapter 120. A sudden emergence. Ultimately, he managed to rein in his emotions. Upon perusing other posts, he noted that the content was predominantly similar, largely comprising articles penned by either seasoned experts or emerging researchers, all aimed at critiquing Jing Shang and Li Yuyan. After departing from the forum, Elder Xiao turned his attention to a series of academic journals. Seeking to ascertain if the incident stemmed from inherent issues within the scholarly platform itself, he randomly selected a magazine and casually flipped open a paper. Although the specifics eluded his comprehension, he was once again struck by familiar names in the comments section. Sometimes it was Jing Shang's name. Other times, it was Li Yuyan's. Jing Shang's remarks were relatively mild, occasionally offering personal insights or suggestions on various topics. However, Li Yuyan's demeanor was strikingly different, exuding an air of arrogant superiority as she critiqued the authors. This is how you should approach it. What on earth have you written? It's a complete mess. Come, let me guide you step by step. Upon encountering this paper, Elder Xiao sensed a certain pattern, prompting him to click on another article, where Li Yuyan's name once again surfaced. Observing her haughty tone and condescending attitude, he could empathize with the authors. He would undoubtedly be infuriated if he were in their shoes. What left him even more speechless was the fact that several authors had indeed responded to her, engaging in lengthy discussions on academic matters. One individual had even pinned a staggering 30,000-word rebuttal to her criticisms. This was an academic discourse. How much time and effort must have been expended on such a lengthy response? Countless sleepless nights, perhaps. One's hair might turn gray from the strain. Elder Xiao now comprehended the sentiments of these authors and genuinely felt a pang of sympathy for them. He finally grasped why there was such widespread dissent against Jing Shang and Li Yuyan. Continuing his exploration of other journals, he discovered that articles from various fields had not escaped the scrutiny of these two individuals. Over the past month, this master-disciple duo had been flaunting their prowess on the platform, even resurrecting discussions on articles from several years past. Senior scholars were left scrambling to formulate responses. Their brazen provocations on such a solemn academic platform were no surprise given the uproar triggered by the initial paper. It appeared that seasoned researchers had long been anticipating their arrival. Elder Xiao found himself torn between amusement and incredulity, yet a flicker of hope began to emerge. If his suspicions were correct, it would imply that these authoritative figures had not thoroughly examined Jing Shang's paper. Perhaps there was still a chance for this paper to be realized? The mere thought of this possibility set his heart racing, prompting him to pace around the living room until dawn. After Elder Xiao had hung up the phone with Secretary Cheng, she diligently arranged his schedule for the day. Elder Xiao insisted that he would engage in no other activities but to visit Factory 125. The two boarded a military aircraft, heading straight for their destination. On the plane, Elder Xiao felt an unsettling mix of anticipation and anxiety. He worried that Jing Shang might inform him that the concept was fundamentally unfeasible. Through Secretary Cheng's explanations from the previous night, he became acutely aware that developing a supersonic submarine required overcoming fundamental scientific challenges, an endeavor that had eluded global scientists for years. All technological advancements were predicated upon the foundations laid in the previous century. Listening to these words, Elder Xiao felt an immense weight upon him, akin to standing before an endless mountain range. Nevertheless, he was resolute in his desire to engage in direct discourse with Jing Shang. Upon arriving at Factory 125, the resonant sounds of machinery filled the air as cold weapons were being produced in an orderly manner. Director Ho was idly playing a card game in his office, while Li Yuyan was seated in her own office. She reclined in her chair with her legs propped up on the desk, sound asleep, with drool threatening to escape from her mouth. One hand had slipped from the back of the chair, while the other still clutched a tablet, the screen displaying the forum. At that moment, numerous individuals continued to post critical comments about them, and with each new post, an automatic reply would unleash its indignation. It turned out that she had grown weary of responding to each one manually and had developed a small program to automatically retort. Such ingenuity was characteristic of a genius. Even in issuing retorts, she exhibited an exceptional flair. Jing Shang had not anticipated Elder Xiao's visit, as he was currently playing hooky, engaged in bird hunting within the woods. This marked Elder Xiao's second visit to Factory 125, the first being when the Shadow Hunter crossbow altered the dynamics of the situation in the 47th district of the Apolis Desert, where he personally bestowed a military honor upon Jing Shang. However, this time, he did not notify the 9th District Command, and only upon entering their territory did the commander learn of Elder Xiao's presence. He promptly dispatched personnel to bolster security around the factory and instructed Director Ho to prepare for the visit. Startled by the call, Director Ho hastily exited his game and rushed to the helipad, arriving just as the helicopter touched down. Caught unprepared, he was left to welcome Elder Xiao alone, resulting in an awkward atmosphere. Surveying his surroundings, Elder Xiao was pleased to hear the cacophony of various workshops, a stark contrast to the previous quietude. Now, every production line was active, with workers diligently engaged in their tasks. He wasted no time and directly inquired of Director Ho, "Where are Jing Shang and Li Yuyan?" Director Ho replied, "They should be in the office. I wasn't aware of your visit in advance, so I didn't have them greet you." Elder Xiao waved his hand with a smile. "No matter, let us proceed directly." Despite his formidable appearance, he exhibited a remarkable warmth towards his subordinates. Upon entering the office, he found Li Yuyan with her legs resting on the desk, deeply asleep, with drool nearly spilling from her lips. Director Ho averted his gaze, unable to bear the sight. Elder Xiao approached Li Yuyan, astonished to see her tablet still engaged in automatic replies, embroiled in disputes with individuals on the forum. This was truly impressive. Such acerbic remarks had been programmed for automatic response. This young lady was certainly extraordinary. It seemed she sensed something, as she suddenly jolted awake. Upon opening her eyes, she was startled to see an elderly man beside her, a noticeable scar adorning his face. She leapt from her chair, hastily wiping the drool from her mouth. Struggling to regain her composure, the individual before her was none other than Elder Xiao from Military Palace Tower. After clearing her mouth of moisture, she widened her eyes and asked, "Elder Xiao, what brings you here?" Director Ho could not help but roll his eyes, thinking how this child truly lacked decorum. Li Yuyan's reaction elicited a chuckle from Elder Xiao. This seemingly unassuming girl had stirred up a tempest in the academic world, leaving many experts and seasoned engineers in a frenzy. Having perused her comments in journals, many presumed her to be an aggressive figure, only to discover that she was a pure and charming young woman. "Where is your master?" Li Yuyan scratched her head, pondering that her master was likely not in the office and perhaps not in the workshop either, as the workers could manage perfectly well without his oversight. Chapter 121. Is there still hope? Perhaps he has gone to catch rabbits behind the mountain. Director Ho wore a helpless expression, pondering how to articulate such a statement. Couldn't he have just fabricated a reason to visit the restroom? It was quite exasperating. Shortly after, Director Ho hastily called Jing Shang. Upon learning that Elder Xiao had arrived at Factory 125, Jing Shang was equally astonished. He promptly set aside his tasks, handing over the wild birds he had caught to the logistics team, intending to prepare a feast of game for everyone at noon, allowing Elder Xiao to savor something unique. He then hurried back to his office. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Elder Xiao eagerly inquired about the progress of the supersonic submarine project. At that moment, Jing Shang finally realized that Elder Xiao's primary purpose for this visit was indeed this very initiative. To be honest, he hadn't anticipated this. His original intent had merely been to spark interest in the journal, demonstrating his fascination with submarines and his unique insights, albeit lacking certain critical technologies at hand. Who would have thought that a simple paper would cause such a stir, drawing Elder Xiao from afar? Gazing into the expectant eyes before him, Jing Shang hesitated to make any promises. What if they lacked comprehensive technological support in the future? Nonetheless, even if they ultimately failed to construct a supersonic submarine, the existing information in his possession would significantly bolster the domestic naval capabilities. Regardless, it was imperative to achieve results in this field. Given Elder Xiao's emphasis on this matter, it was essential to seize the opportunity to secure resources, which would facilitate smoother processes and potentially more generous budgets when the project was formally initiated. Such a grand undertaking could not be navigated without adequate funding. Moreover, should they decide to develop a new type of submarine, it would necessitate the establishment of a dedicated research team. Relying solely on his own efforts or a single intern to devise the entire plan would sound utterly implausible to the outside world. A team must first be assembled. Coincidentally, this was a pivotal moment as fresh graduates from universities were about to be allocated. If he could gain the endorsement of the military establishment, especially Elder Xiao's trust, seizing the initiative among this batch of outstanding graduates would yield a mutually beneficial outcome for both the factory and himself. How could one let such a golden opportunity slip away? Contemplating this, he replied, "As you mentioned, the research on supersonic submarines is currently in the conceptual phase. I have also conducted some theoretical explorations regarding the potential challenges we may encounter. However, our present technological level is insufficient for realization, and substantial exploration is needed to hope for breakthroughs. Upon hearing this, Elder Xiao's eyes instantly brightened. So there is still hope? Jing Shang nodded solemnly. Elder Xiao immediately pressed on. How would you assess the difficulty? Approximately how long will it take? 5 years, 10 years, or half a century? Based on your paper, the conditions for successfully creating such an advanced submarine are exceedingly stringent, requiring even innovations in basic sciences. One might not even witness it in a lifetime. Reflecting on this matter, Elder Xiao, aged yet seasoned, felt a tinge of melancholy. After weathering countless storms, all he yearned for was to witness the strengthening of the nation's defense capabilities to the point where global powers could only look on in awe. Jing Shang appeared slightly taken aback. While he acknowledged in his paper that the development of a supersonic submarine indeed necessitated advancements in foundational sciences, he did not perceive it as insurmountably complex as Elder Xiao envisioned. In truth, the relevant theoretical framework had already been largely grasped. Achieving actualization would undoubtedly be challenging, yet it was certainly feasible with additional time and resources. Regarding the military establishment's stance, they would not easily relinquish this objective. However, to figures like Secretary Cheng and Elder Xiao, this endeavor seemed to parallel a leap in human technological capability, creating an atmosphere imbued with a sense of grandiosity, which left Jing Shang feeling somewhat bemused. The journey toward developing a supersonic submarine would undoubtedly yield a plethora of innovative technologies, accompanied by the birth of hundreds, if not thousands, of new patents. These inventions would simply be byproducts of the pursuit of a grander vision. While the outside world might regard this task as daunting and time-consuming, possibly yielding no results, Jing Shang found the situation rather uncomplicated, as he possessed a wealth of valuable technical information. While he could not guarantee a 100% success rate in constructing a supersonic submarine, he was confident that within the next 1 to 2 years, significant advancements in the country's conventional submarine technology could be achieved. Jing Shang spoke with a calm demeanor, as if discussing a trivial matter, yet for Elder Xiao and Secretary Cheng, it felt like a thunderclap. Elevating the Dragon Kingdom's submarine technology by 3 to 5 tiers was not just a minor progression. It underscored Jing Shang's absolute confidence in this domain. Though it was not a military decree, it instilled a tangible sense of trust. More importantly, Jing Shang asserted that this could be accomplished within 1 to 2 years, without the need for the prolonged wait of 5, 10, or even 50 years, promising substantial breakthroughs for the Dragon Kingdom's submarines in a remarkably short span. Elder Xiao's eyes sparkled as he fixated on Jing Shang, his scarred face trembling with excitement, lending it a somewhat fearsome appearance. Are you certain it's doable? Jing Shang smiled and nodded. It's not particularly difficult. These four succinct words immediately reassured Elder Xiao. Thus, even if the supersonic submarine could not be produced for the time being, the Dragon Kingdom would still be ahead of other nations in submarine technology, at least on par with the empire of the White Eagle. Compared to that distant goal, Jing Shang's assertion of it not being particularly difficult left Elder Xiao exhilarated. Naturally, if they could indeed produce a supersonic submarine, it would be even better. Unable to contain his laughter, Elder Xiao felt a newfound sense of confidence. He would not have to wait until his hair turned completely white to witness the formidable rise of the Dragon Kingdom's naval strength. Jing Shang, however, timely doused Elder Xiao with cold water. We will strive toward the goal of a supersonic submarine, but it will be a challenging path, requiring the overcoming of numerous obstacles. This endeavor will demand immense human, material, and financial resources. Elder Xiao had long anticipated this. Thus, he was unfazed and looked at Jing Shang, saying, "Speak freely about your needs. The Yungang building will provide full support." Jing Shang was unreserved and directly articulated his conditions. "I hope to select a group of soon-to-graduate students." Elder Xiao nodded. "No problem. Do you have any other requests?" Historically, talent selection had always favored popular factories first. However, with Factory 125 embarking on the development of the supersonic submarine, its status had naturally changed. Allowing it to choose candidates first would not pose any issues. He then added, "As for funding, the exact figure is still unclear. Let us prepare 100 billion for now, as the first phase is expected to require around 10 billion. Chapter 122. When has a cold weapon factory ever enjoyed such splendor? Upon uttering these words, everyone present inhaled sharply. Even Li Yuyan was taken aback by this astronomical figure. 100 billion is no trifling sum. It is worth noting that the annual military expenditure for the military-industrial complex amounts to just about that. To think that Jing Shang would demand nearly 5 of the annual military budget. Ultimately, Elder Xiao gritted his teeth and acquiesced. All right, I will do my utmost to find a solution. Following this, Jing Shang put forth a few lesser demands. But he underscored that the assurance of research talent and special funding was paramount. Once these issues were resolved, the others would be manageable. Initially, it was presumed that the military-industrial complex would not readily concede to all requests, yet they surprisingly agreed without hesitation. While prioritizing talent was somewhat acceptable, the commitment to provide such substantial special funding was astonishing. It should be noted that Factory 125 is still merely a small establishment specializing in refrigeration and is hardly prominent among the numerous military factories. Should other factories learn that this small entity could secure 100 billion in funding, the repercussions would be immense. Regardless, Jing Shang instilled in Elder Xiao a clear sense of hope, leaving him in high spirits. The elderly man, who had struggled with sleepless nights, finally glimpsed the long-awaited dawn. Even though Jing Shang did not guarantee the successful development of a supersonic submarine, his confident demeanor offered reassurance. Even if the new fast submarine could not be produced, he remained optimistic about significantly enhancing the existing submarine technology of Longhua. After all, just last year, when he reconstructed the blueprints for the Empire of White Eagle's top-tier submarine, he had already demonstrated remarkable capabilities. Not only did he replicate the design, but he also optimized it further, resulting in the 5 newly manufactured submarines being more advanced than any known model. These advanced vessels are currently being deployed for covert missions. Soon, the world would come to know of these developments and be left in awe. The conversation extended into the afternoon before Elder Xiao took his leave. In the 6-hour discourse, a plethora of specialized topics were covered, and Jing Shang patiently responded to every inquiry. Even if he did not comprehend everything, Elder Xiao was ignited with unparalleled enthusiasm. It was evident that Jing Shang had engaged in extensive and profound research on this project. Typically vivacious Li Yuyan appeared particularly subdued today, displaying great composure before outsiders to avoid bringing disgrace to her mentor. On the return flight, Elder Xiao instructed Secretary Cheng to promptly enhance the security level of Factory 125 and entrusted the oversight to District 9. As fresh graduates were gradually allocated, various armament factories began focusing on this matter. Regardless of the field, the infusion of youthful talent is imperative, hence the significance of this opportunity was recognized by all. Criticism regarding Jing Shang and Li Yuyan began to wane online. However, a subsequent announcement astonished all military factories. This year, the stipulation granting priority selection to top-tier weapons production units was abolished, and Factory 125 was instead bestowed with this privilege. Once this declaration was made, an uproar ensued among the various workshops. For many years, the military-industrial complex had predominantly supported the fields related to firepower weaponry. Why, then, would they demonstrate such generosity towards a mere refrigeration device manufacturing company? Even if there was an intention to bolster the frozen equipment sector, it should have been Factory 98's turn. Could it merely be that the exceptional performance of Factory 125's limited, yet outstanding products garnered attention? The reasoning eluded many, and soon after a brief pause, a new wave of discontent towards Jing Shang and Li Yuyan reignited in public discourse. Despite the student allocation plan being determined by higher authorities, many directed their ire towards the two, believing this was merely a manifestation of favoritism due to their previous minor accomplishments. For every military factory, what is of utmost importance? Talent. Without talent, quality production becomes impossible. Without quality goods, securing valuable resources becomes unfeasible, leading to a gradual decline, ultimately watching other factories surge ahead. Thus, the annual talent acquisition battle remains paramount. In the past, such fervor typically stemmed from aerospace, missile, or submarine and tank manufacturers. When did a cold weapon factory ever bask in such glory? Lu Xinfang felt a surge of impatience. This was simply excessive. They even criticized a published article. The graduate allocation is ultimately decided by the military-industrial complex. Yet the vitriol persists. When will this war of words cease? After a protracted wait, their team finally received a new assignment, producing 3 newly adopted cold weapons within a year. Akin to Jing Shang, is indeed a rare occurrence, an exceptional case. Engaging in cold weapon research is often far more arduous than that of hot weapons, fraught with challenges. Not everyone has the opportunity to participate in such projects, so Lu Xinfang felt incredibly fortunate. With an impending increase in workload, she intended to visit Jing Shang before formally embarking on the project. This individual never took the initiative to reach out, and lately, he has not been answering calls. And his responses on WeChat have been sporadic at best, leading to a noticeable cooling of their relationship. Concern had lingered since her departure from Factory 125. The prolonged absence might strain their bond, despite her feelings for Jing Shang. She had always thought it prudent for a woman to exhibit restraint, compounded by colleagues who often teased her, making frequent visits to Factory 125 somewhat embarrassing. Yet, circumstances had changed. The online backlash against Jing Shang was rampant, and he needed comfort. Bringing him warmth might bridge the growing distance between them. Driving a jeep straight to Factory 125, she arrived at the outer perimeter in the afternoon, only to be astonished to find barbed wire had been erected. Soldiers were stationed at every segment of the path. Such heightened security is indeed rare. Even Factory 98, with its stringent protective measures, had not reached such standards. Despite Factory 125's notable achievements last year in launching several dazzling new cold weapons, this did not warrant such a high level of security. Compared to the lethal force of hot weapons, even the most advanced cold weapons have inherent limitations in terms of lethality and other aspects, with the technological gap remaining evident. As her vehicle approached the entrance, it was predictably halted. "Hello, please present your pass." Despite her bewilderment, Lu Xinfang complied and presented her credentials. The response was, "Sorry. You do not possess the necessary clearance to access this area." "What?" she exclaimed in surprise. "I can't? I work at Factory 98. I'm here to see a friend, Jing Shang." The guard's tone was unwavering. "Apologies, but your clearance is indeed insufficient for entry." Chapter 123. From now on, she must be addressed as senior sister. This statement left her utterly astonished. The treatment she received here had never been akin to this in the past. Whenever weekends or free moments arose, she would often seek out Jing Shang for companionship. Though their time together was fleeting, she relished every moment of it. Yet now, to be halted at such a considerable distance seemed exceedingly bizarre. She retrieved her phone to call Jing Shang, but the call went unanswered. He had audaciously blocked her attempts to reach him. Turning to the soldier beside her, she inquired, "What is the current security level of Factory 125? The soldier, maintaining a calm demeanor, replied succinctly, "S level." Upon hearing this, Lu Xinfang instinctively tightened her grip on the steering wheel, her fingertips turning pale from the pressure. Good heavens! This indicated that Factory 125 had now attained the highest level of security protection. It was worth noting that even the renowned Factory 98, a leader in cold weapons production, only boasted a B-level defense. Various large-scale thermal weapon manufacturing bases barely reached A. Only extremely critical locations were deemed worthy of an S-level designation. Undoubtedly, the confidentiality measures of Factory 125 had escalated. Lu Xinfang blinked rapidly, noticing the soldier beside her maintained an unyieldingly cold gaze, subtly urging her to depart hastily. The demeanor and presence of the station personnel clearly indicated that each soldier here surpassed those at Factory 98 in quality. Taking a deep breath to quell the tumult within her, she turned around to head back. Even on her return journey, her emotions remained tumultuous. Clearly, this matter had yet to be made public. Had she not ventured here in person, she would have remained oblivious to these developments. Was it truly necessary to elevate the production of cold weapons to such a level? Last year, during her visit, such measures had not been in place. At that time, the Chiwen military knife and the hunting shadow crossbow had already been unveiled. If the military held such significance on this matter, why had they not upgraded security measures last year? Could it be that Jing Shang had submitted a particularly special new project? One that necessitated top-tier security protocols for its successful execution? Oh dear, what was he concocting now? The exploration of cold weapons was ultimately rather narrow. Few could attain the level of innovation and improvement that Jing Shang had achieved, transforming existing weaponry or innovating designs to achieve a qualitative leap, thereby rendering outdated military knives and crossbows obsolete. Yet, contemplating further advancement presented a formidable challenge. Was he embarking on yet another cold weapon venture? However, upon deeper reflection, it seemed improbable that any cold weapon could garner such attention from the military complex. At that moment, Jing Shang was on the playground, addressing the newly graduated recruits. He had selected over 200 individuals, while none matched the genius of Li Yuyan. Each possessed strong professional capabilities. With proper cultivation, they would become vital assets to Factory 125. Li Yuyan stood proudly beside Jing Shang. Despite her diminutive stature, she raised her chin, exuding an air of superiority. From now on, these newcomers would have to address her as senior sister. Suddenly, she found herself with over 200 junior brothers and sisters, and her heart brimmed with elation, feeling an undeniable surge of confidence. Given the unique circumstances of Factory 125, with Jing Shang being the sole researcher, the principle of seniority dictated that all these students would refer to him as their master. Jing Shang glanced at his phone and noticed a call from Lu Xinfang, promptly silencing it and returning it to his pocket. With the increase in personnel, future operations would necessitate greater regulation. This batch of freshly graduated recruits would first undergo short-term training, encompassing not only daily physical training and shooting practice, but also theoretical knowledge acquisition, all of which would fall under Jing Shang's purview. This was his inaugural team, each member meticulously chosen and requiring careful nurturing. Once he managed to cultivate them, subsequent tasks would become significantly more manageable. After briefly addressing them, Jing Shang initiated the physical training. Initially, he observed the playground, but soon grew bored and slipped away. Li Yuyan, however, remained enthusiastically stationed beneath a large tree, watching the newcomers toil, drenched in sweat. They were permitted to rest every hour, and during these breaks, Li Yuyan would stroll past them with her hands clasped behind her back. Each time she sauntered by, the recruits greeted her with cheerful salutations. "Hello, senior sister." Li Yuyan nodded in satisfaction, replying, "Hello. Keep up the good work and train hard." After making her way to the end of the line and returning, the recruits once again chorused, "Hello, senior sister." Li Yuyan was utterly delighted. In her school days, due to her accelerated advancement, she had been the youngest in her class, surrounded by older peers. Now, however, the tables had turned. Over 200 individuals were compelled to refer to her as senior sister. For the newcomers, calling Li Yuyan senior sister served to foster camaraderie, as addressing her as assistant felt rather inappropriate. Strictly speaking, they were all on the same level. She had merely arrived a few months earlier. By the end of the day, the newcomers realized they had greeted senior sister no less than 20 times, their voices nearly hoarse from repetition. Initially intending to relax during their break, they found themselves unable to do so, as Li Yuyan persisted in her rounds. If they did not address her, she would simply stand before them, beaming, awaiting their salutation. Her simple acknowledgement sufficed to bring her joy. This peculiar dynamic proved to be quite vexing. What exactly did this senior sister title signify? Why was it so bizarre? On their very first day, the newcomers felt an inexplicable pressure. Within mere days, they began to harbor grievances against Li Yuyan. This senior sister was indeed a force to be reckoned with. At first, Jing Shang frequently visited the playground, but eventually ceased his appearances entirely, leaving everything to Li Yuyan, who managed the group like a shepherd. She relished the role. As the recruits rested on the ground, some engaged in discussions about Li Yuyan, while others contemplated their futures. I was initially selected by Dongfeng Express. They said as long as I completed my thesis, I could report there. Instead, I've been assigned here. Same here. I was researching new rocket technology at school. How did I end up here? Isn't this a place for cold weapon research? What does a rocket have to do with cold weapons? Numerous newcomers began to voice their discontent. These individuals were all talented students, having distinguished themselves in their studies and been sought after by various military factories. None had anticipated being intercepted by Jing Shang. Upon their arrival, the newcomers had yet to grasp the situation, following directives as instructed. However, after spending a few days at Factory 125 and becoming acclimated to their surroundings, they realized it was entirely different from their expectations. The remote location and inadequate living facilities were tolerable, but the crux of the matter was that Factory 125 focused on cold weaponry, a stark contrast to their previous studies. Was their talent destined to be squandered? What promising future could possibly arise from this isolated cold weapon factory? How could it compare to Dongfeng Express? How could it rival aerospace endeavors? Chapter 124. The distinctive approach of the astute, a chorus of discontent erupted as individuals sought to reconnect with their previous employers, eager to escape this dismal establishment in pursuit of their futures. The turmoil at Factory 125 was unexpectedly ignited by the influx of newly graduated students. Among the over 200 graduates, several had already caught the attention of various military factories, including some prestigious establishments. Initially, they believed their presence was merely for temporary training, only to later discover that they were to remain indefinitely, which sparked an uproar. Those who had previously engaged with other military factories scrambled to contact their representatives, hoping to extricate themselves from this predicament. Despite Factory 125's notable reputation, having developed several innovative cold weapons last year that received widespread acclaim on the battlefield and became a hot topic within military circles, the graduates were unwilling to gamble their futures on a cold weapon factory. Even if the prospects appeared promising, how much could one truly expect? When the future is so transparently limited, can it still be deemed a future? The astute individuals always find a way, regardless of the task at hand. Through their concerted efforts, they successfully established communication with the recruitment heads of various military factories. After a series of exchanges, these factories exerted pressure on the military building. On one side, the receiving units expressed their willingness to accept these graduates. On the other, the graduates began to favor these military factories, leaving both parties somewhat satisfied. The military building now faced immense pressure, particularly as the phone in Director Ho's office rang incessantly from dawn until dusk. Calls flooded in from recruitment heads of various factories, demanding that Director Ho release the graduates or face unrest. Initially, there was little affection for Jing Entropy, who often criticized the works of senior experts, and even his disciple. Li Yuyan brazenly insulted them, declaring their achievements to be utter nonsense. This pair had never encountered such arrogance. Now, not only were they publishing their lofty opinions online, but they were also poaching talent from their own factory, threatening to sever others' paths. Although the military building had promised Factory 125 the right of first choice, the situation was far from straightforward. Established military factories held substantial prestige, and a mere cold weapon factory could hardly withstand their influence. The first to voice their grievances was the nuclear weapons factory, which demanded the immediate transfer of 3 outstanding students from Factory 125 back to their unit. Failure to comply would jeopardize their ongoing critical projects. This was evidently a blatant threat, compelling the military building to weigh the implications carefully. After all, nuclear weapons development is vital to national defense, and no one dared to provoke Longhua, fearing their territory would be laid waste. The nuclear weapons factory's demands were taken with the utmost seriousness by the military building. This precedent incited other military factories to act, with aerospace firms also requesting the return of their candidates. Even Dongfeng Express seized the opportunity, as various factories successively laid claim to the students initially allocated to them. The result was that over 100 were requisitioned, causing a significant loss of talent for Jing Entropy, who had meticulously selected over 200 graduates. Previously, Jing Entropy and Su Xiaoxue had already offended many online. While these disputes were not particularly consequential, competition for talent was a pressing issue. The military factories were unlikely to yield easily. Jing Entropy continuously reassured the students, asserting that Factory 125 would evolve beyond merely a cold weapon factory into a comprehensive military enterprise. For instance, in the future, they might develop submarines, tanks, and aircraft. However, these freshly graduated students, brimming with ambition, were reluctant to accept his assurances. Compounding the situation, Li Yuyan stood nearby, brandishing an AK-47 and berating everyone. "You ungrateful wretches. My master wants you to stay, so you should do just that." Faced with such a domineering senior, the students were even less inclined to remain. After a tumultuous period of back-and-forth negotiations, Jing Entropy was eventually compelled to relent. Ultimately, over 100 of the original 200 departed, marking a loss of nearly half. Among those who left were the top-performing students, while the remaining individuals had no clear destination and were temporarily acquiescing to the military building's arrangements. Some believed that staying at Factory 125 might not be so bad. Rumors suggested a high volume of orders and favorable benefits, with only one senior engineer on staff. Compared to other established military factories, the chances of standing out here were greater. Others were swayed by Jing Entropy and Li Yuyan's assertions, convinced that Factory 125 could indeed transform into a comprehensive military factory. This speculation was not solely based on their words. Various indicators supported it. Firstly, it became known that Factory 125's confidentiality level was classified as S-level. No cold weapon factory, no matter how advanced, could achieve such a standard, implying deeper secrets. Furthermore, extensive construction was underway around Factory 125, with expansions taking place, and a valley several mountains away was being developed for a certain project, which Jing Entropy and Li Yuyan frequently inspected. Given the current production lines, there was no need for Factory 125 to expand, nor was there excess capacity. Thus, what purpose did the mysterious structure in the valley serve? All these factors led to the conclusion that the situation was more complex than it appeared. Factory 125 might indeed harbor greater opportunities. The students decided to take a chance, placing their trust in Jing Entropy, Li Yuyan, and their own judgment regarding Factory 125. Crucially, many outstanding graduates had already secured positions with other military factories well before the new year, with individuals like Li Yuyan having reported months in advance. Consequently, these students were assigned passively. In other words, wherever they went, they were bound to remain, with transfers permitted only under exceptional circumstances. Regarding the previously mentioned 100 or so moderately capable students, while they may have participated in national-level research projects, they had not yet reached the caliber of Li Yuyan. Typically, they would enter their designated units after the new year as planned, but due to various reasons, all military factories were vying for talent, reluctant to leave any candidates for Jing Entropy, even if their own needs were not fully defined. Thus, after more than a month, a significant number exited the gates of Factory 125. As they boarded buses to depart, Director Ho, Jing Entropy, and the remaining 100 or so waved their farewells. Li Yuyan scoffed, "Off you go. Once you leave, you won't have another chance to return. You had your opportunity, yet you failed to appreciate it. What a foolish mistake." Chapter 125. Rush forward, she tightly grasped Jing Shang's hand and softly reassured him, "Master, do not be disheartened. At least I am still here." Jing Shang looked at Li Yuyan, who bore a demeanor reminiscent of a small adult, and felt a mix of amusement and helplessness. This girl was indeed quite genuine. Ultimately, the bus departed with over 100 individuals, whom Jing Shang least wanted to see leave. The vehicle wound along the serpentine mountain road, gradually fading from view. Director Ho sighed, "Alas, it is truly regrettable that we could not retain them after all." Jing Shang replied with a hint of detachment, "Those who are coerced to stay will not be joyful. Let them decide for themselves, as it is their future at stake." While Director Ho remained melancholic, Li Yuyan wore an expression of indignation. Jing Shang turned to the remaining 100 graduates and proposed, "Let us return to the training room and resume our lessons." The training encompassed not only physical exercises, but also specialized coursework. Due to the insufficient manpower at Factory 125, Jing Shang often found himself undertaking numerous tasks alone. Except for occasional assistance from Li Yuyan, the others were largely unhelpful. Jing Shang primarily lectured during theoretical classes, with Li Yuyan serving as a supporting figure. Yet, whenever Li Yuyan took the floor, she could not help but loudly chastise the students, bewildered that they struggled with such simple questions. In essence, she was a self-taught prodigy, ill-equipped to instruct others. Consequently, her peers grew increasingly fearful of her, earning her the moniker of a female tyrant. However, why had the recent theoretical classes centered around submarines? Was this factory, dedicated to the development of cold weapons, truly pivoting to submarine research? Furthermore, the Dragon Kingdom already possessed specialized submarine manufacturing facilities. Would Factory 125 not incite conflict by pursuing this direction? Moreover, this factory lacked any foundational submarine technology. Were they to attempt an insular innovation in the depths of the mountains? While Jing Shang immersed himself in the training endeavors, his father was merrily navigating the Pacific Ocean, reveling in the thrill of commanding such a colossal vessel across the vast waters. Unbeknownst to Jing Shang, his father had completed repairs on the ocean liner ahead of schedule. Initially projected to take 6 months, thanks to his father's relentless drive, the work was accomplished in merely 3 months. In his father's eyes, time equated to wealth. After finalizing various procedures and recruiting personnel, Jing Shang's father was fortunate to secure his first order and personally led the crew out to sea. Their inaugural destination was a port in the Three Golden Lions Empire, a member of the Occidental Alliance. Life aboard the ship was monotonous, thankfully. They could connect to the internet and engage with their phones for amusement. Nonetheless, most of the crew preferred to gather for card games, mahjong, or casual conversations. An old sailor boasted of encountering pirates on 3 separate occasions. Many seasoned sailors, who had been at sea for years, had never met a pirate, and they were eager to hear his tales. Even Jing Shang's father, while playing mahjong, leaned in to listen intently to the old sailor's recounting. Although the piracy problem had lessened over time, it had not been entirely eradicated. Reports suggested that some pirates had substantial backing and formidable weaponry at their disposal. The sailor remarked, "Today's pirates are far more organized. They have even formed companies. There are likely hundreds of such firms listed on the exchanges. Most of these were small-scale pirate operations, primarily armed with firearms. While their vessels might be small, they were remarkably swift." The true menace lay with the larger pirate conglomerates that possessed military connections. These companies had strong financing capabilities, acquiring more advanced ships, with some even rumored to afford warships. The listeners were skeptical. Could pirates truly operate companies? The old sailor sneered, "Do not underestimate them. These pirates are now legitimate businesses. The entire process is highly industrialized. They rob and share profits with their shareholders. Unlike conventional markets, investments in these companies could take myriad forms, including material goods, equipment, or even direct participation. Some families even sent their children to buy shares, with the youngsters tasked with guarding seized fishing vessels." The audience was left astounded. At that moment, shouts erupted from the deck. "Trouble! Pirates are approaching us." Jing Shang's father felt a pang of anxiety. What were the odds of encountering pirates so soon after setting sail? He sprang to his feet and commanded urgently, "Charge forward." The crew, seasoned veterans, had all undergone drills for such scenarios. If evasion from pirate pursuit proved impossible, the optimal strategy was to minimize provocative actions and maintain silence while awaiting reinforcements. Should the pirates be armed with formidable weaponry, they could easily target the deck of the massive vessel. It was essential to signal the International Rescue Center for assistance. Although the effectiveness of such a call often fell short unless a nearby ship happened to be patrolling. Should pirates board the ship, compliance was crucial to avoid provoking violence. One could feign ignorance of their demands and negotiate ransom to secure survival. If faced with extortion or hostage negotiations, the situation became increasingly complex, necessitating utmost caution against resistance. Alternatively, there was the option to retreat to a concealed compartment within the ship. Such large vessels typically featured designated facilities for emergency concealment. In this critical moment, The safest course of action would be to seek refuge within and utilize communication devices to call for help until assistance arrived or the pirates retreated. Under normal circumstances, one might be compelled to follow this protocol. However, Jing Shang's father was not one to suffer in silence. With a ship laden with cargo, damage could lead to financial ruin. He recalled his son's advice: if confronted by pirates, charge straight at them. After modifications, the vessel's speed and sturdiness had significantly improved, rendering it a formidable opponent against ordinary pirates. Jing Shang's father hastened to the control room and activated the defense mode. Shortly thereafter, small holes began to appear at the ship's hull, from which sharp metallic spikes emerged. Simultaneously, under his command, the massive ship surged towards several small speedboats. The monitors revealed 3 fast boats racing across the waves, their occupants armed with rifles. Meanwhile, the other crew members, organized by the seasoned sailors, prepared for potential conflict, some armed with high-pressure water guns, others filled empty bottles with gasoline to create makeshift Molotov cocktails. It is evident that this seasoned elder brother is indeed not one to be trifled with, likely having encountered such situations before. Under his guidance, everyone gradually regained their composure. For most of the crew, this was their first direct confrontation with pirates, evoking both trepidation and a sense of excitement. Some even took out their phones to capture the moment for later bragging rights. Compared to the colossal merchant vessel, the 3 speedboats appeared insignificant, like mere skiffs on the ocean. However, they were armed with dangerous implements, as the ship altered its course to charge towards the smaller vessels. While the small speedboats were agile and nimble, escaping unscathed was no easy feat with no means of escape and unwilling to suffer losses. They braced themselves for a head-on collision. Perhaps the 3 small boats had never anticipated such a desperate act from a merchant, launching a direct assault upon them. One, reacting too slowly, was pierced through and quickly sank, plunging all aboard into the frigid waters. Undaunted, the massive merchant ship continued its charge towards the remaining 2. Faced with such audacious behavior, the robbers were utterly dumbfounded, never expecting to encounter such a formidable adversary, and overlooking the lurking danger beneath the waves. Losing a comrade ignited their fury. This was, after all, their livelihood. While entangled in the fray, they unleashed a barrage of gunfire upon the ship. However, due to the height disparity, their shots missed their mark. The crew, donning helmets, retaliated with water cannons, drenching the pirates below, while others hurled homemade incendiary devices. Several bottles of fuel shattered upon the speedboat's decks, and though not igniting a conflagration, the broken glass lacerated the bare feet of many, forcing them to scramble for footwear. These comrades from the eastern continent are truly formidable. At that moment, the crew on deck grew increasingly enthusiastic, continuing to hurl Molotov cocktails at the enemy. The advantage of height made it difficult for the invaders to approach. Finally, after nearly half an hour of relentless effort, both remaining speedboats were vanquished. However, the elder brother displayed no great elation, warning, such groups usually have a larger mothership nearby. We must depart immediately. Upon hearing this advice, Jing Shang's father promptly increased the ship's speed. A raiding party of this scale was merely small fry. Attracting the attention of their backers would be problematic. It was rumored that certain government-sponsored brigands could even mobilize military forces, against which ordinary civilian vessels would stand no chance. Only upon confirming their safety did everyone begin to relax their taut nerves. As night deepened, the behemoth gradually returned to a state of tranquility. To ensure that his hard-working comrades could return home without worry, Jing Shang's father announced a bonus of 50,000 yuan for each person. Upon hearing the good news, everyone erupted in cheers. Exhausted from the day's labor, they switched to autopilot at night, extinguishing all lights to avoid detection. Only a few brothers remained on watch, but they, too, soon succumbed to the encroaching embrace of slumber. At 1 a.m, a warship bearing the name Prince came into view. In reality, the vessel was a freighter converted into a combat unit. The reason for this was that the National Navy was financially constrained, unable to procure proper armaments, and had to resort to makeshift solutions. After undergoing a series of modifications, it was now equipped with various offensive capabilities and manned by hundreds of elite troops. It was currently en route to a predetermined location to join forces with Western powers for a demonstration in the Asian North. Having received orders from above to complete the assembly as quickly as possible, the captain disregarded a distress signal received during the day, proceeding directly to the designated coordinates. He reasoned that by the time true reinforcements arrived, it would be too late, and it was better to simply ignore it. At that moment, the fleet commander was awakened and ascended to the observation deck. Gazing into the distance, he spotted a ship operating normally without any lights or markings. "Sir," a subordinate inquired. Puzzled, shouldn't a ship at sea at night have some lights on? The captain furrowed his brow and thought, something's not right. Generally speaking, when a merchant ship is sailing at night, it usually doesn't turn on the lights in the cockpit or other areas. But there's one light that must be on, the signal light. Only by turning on the signal light can others easily spot the ship's position and direction, preventing collisions. The captain couldn't and amp, oppose, help but recall the distress message sent by the International Maritime Bureau during the day. Pirates have appeared nearby. Could this be the pirates and amp, oppose, large ship? No, a pirate ship shouldn't have so many containers. Or could it be that this merchant ship has been hijacked by pirates? And the people on board have already met with misfortune? Impossible. The ship is heading towards us. Someone must be in control. The captain's heart tightened, and he exclaimed, "Damn it, there are pirates on that ship. They're probably disguised as a merchant ship to get close to us." Luckily, I reacted quickly, or they almost would have succeeded. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and immediately issued orders. "Everyone, prepare for battle. Seize these pirates." Understood. If they hadn't encountered them, so be it. But fate had intervened. These pirates were audacious enough to target a warship. To the average person, pirates wouldn't dare to confront a warship head-on, but in reality, these fellows, though lacking in foresight, were exceedingly bold, sometimes even attempting to take on warships. Especially certain large pirate organizations backed by military forces or arms dealers, who were even more unbridled. There was once a warship of the Three Golden Lions that was hijacked. And only years later was the truth discovered. All the crew members had been silenced, and the warship had been sold to the polar bears. Therefore, the Three Golden Lions Navy would never underestimate pirates, having learned their lesson the hard way. The soldiers swiftly grabbed their weapons, fortifying their positions on deck. Should the pirates unleash a fierce barrage, they would retaliate with machine guns. The captain ordered all the ship's lights to be extinguished, stealthily approaching the distant ocean liner. The distance between the two vessels dwindled. A sailor on watch, who had nearly dozed off, suddenly became alert, rubbed his eyes, and ran out to investigate, only to be met with a shocking sight. "Bad news. Wake up. Something terrible has happened." The sailor was soaked in cold sweat, for he had discovered that a massive dark shadow was silently closing in on them. The two ships were on a collision course, their speed so great that they would meet almost instantaneously. However, everyone else was fast asleep, and no one heard the alarm. The sailor hurriedly ran to the other watchmen and roused them, then went to report to the shipowner. At that moment, the watchmen were in a complete panic, and no one remembered to adjust the ship, which was still on autopilot. Jing Shang's father had also forgotten to deactivate the combat mode activated during the day. The sharp weapons hidden in the sea like fearsome tigers' teeth. "Charge! Board the enemy ship!" the captain bellowed. Although they were facing pirates, as professional soldiers, they had their own ways of dealing with such situations. With a deafening crash, the two ships collided violently. At that moment, no one noticed that the warship's hull had been pierced by multiple holes, and seawater was rushing into its interior. Chapter 127. The warship is sinking. The captain continued to command, "Deploy tear gas and smoke grenades. We must first weaken the enemy's combat capabilities." Instantly, a thick white fog enveloped the ocean liner. Jing Shang's father was roused from his slumber, only to find himself surrounded by dense smoke, unable to see anything. What on earth is happening? A crew member shouted urgently, "Pirates! The pirates are coming!" The unfamiliar vessel had begun its assault. Undoubtedly, it was a gang of marauders. Panic-stricken, the father urged, "Quickly, find a place to hide. Leave the control of the ship to me." "No, Captain, we cannot separate. If we are captured, none of us will survive. They are surely retaliating for what happened before." The old sailor led a group, donning masks as they charged outside, hurling explosives at the enemy in a frenzy. They were met with fierce gunfire from across the way. Retreat inside. The smoke is too thick. Even the open air cannot disperse it. Everyone was forced to withdraw indoors to evade detection. In a moment of desperation, the father ingeniously increased the ship's power and launched a counterattack. The vessel surged forward like an enraged beast, once again charging at the enemy's ship. A jarring tremor shook the warship. Lower the gangway. Board for an assault. At that moment, alarms in the engine room began blaring incessantly. Report. Hull breach detected. Immediately, there were relentless collisions, causing the crew to stagger and lose their footing. How is it possible that our warship is no match for a mere cargo ship? An angry yet powerless shout echoed over the ship's intercom. As the warship sustained damage, the Voyager, under Jing's command, managed to escape the battlefield at maximum speed. A solitary bird, soaring over the tranquil sea at night, suddenly spotted two colossal vessels colliding in the distance. This weary bird, searching for refuge, had thought it found a resting place, only to witness the two giants crash together with a deafening roar. Subsequently, the warship unleashed a barrage of rockets and smoke grenades, as if they were throwing them away recklessly towards the distant pirate ship. Before long, the pirate ship retaliated by launching explosive bottles through the thick smoke, which landed on the warship, erupting in thunderous explosions. The seabird tilted its head, appearing utterly bewildered. Almost immediately, gunfire erupted from the warship, and the cacophony of noise and bursts of flames frightened the seabird into fleeing far from this perilous place. Meanwhile, the commander and sailors aboard the warship had concluded that their adversaries were indeed pirates, given that no legitimate merchant vessel would recklessly hurl explosives. With visibility obscured, Jing Shang's father and the crew became increasingly convinced that they were dealing with marauders. This gang had first deployed stun grenades and smoke bombs, followed by a frenzied barrage of gunfire, reminiscent of the legendary pirate crews rumored to have military backing. Jing Shang's father piloted the ocean liner, relentlessly ramming into the warship, inflicting severe damage upon the converted military vessel. Not only did the hull suffer dents, but the ocean liner utilized hidden spikes beneath the water to puncture the warship further. After pushing the warship aside, the ocean liner fled at full speed. Time passed, and the pursuers became invisible in the distance. Yet, the crew dared not relax, continuing to advance at breakneck speed. The old sailor rinsed his eyes with fresh water. Though still bloodshot, the feeling of having survived a near disaster brought a mix of shock and joy. They were relieved to have narrowly escaped a crisis, astonished that they had managed to evade such dire straits. The enemy's military capabilities were evidently formidable, yet they seemed to have sustained damage from the collision, failing to pursue further. Unbeknownst to them, the soldiers aboard the warship were in a state of shock. The captain was bellowing, "This is a warship. How could we be defeated by a mere commercial vessel?" Despite being a converted warship, the vessel known as the Prince was exceptionally sturdy, giving him the courage to attempt to halt the ocean liner. However, he never anticipated that after such a fierce battle, he would be the one to lose. Rather, the opponent, like a crazed beast, had rammed the warship, leaving it battered and scarred, with numerous dents and significant damage to the hull, causing water to surge in and rendering many instruments inoperative. "Captain, the warship is sinking." Upon hearing this, the captain was drenched in cold sweat. The situation was far worse than he had imagined. Quickly, assess the damage to the warship. We must identify where the breaches are, which direction the water is coming in, and immediately repair it while expelling the water to prevent further sinking. Understood. The soldiers rushed to the lower deck, only to be astonished to discover dozens of breaches. Water was gushing in swiftly through these openings. The sight before them left everyone dumbfounded. They had initially thought the damage was localized and could be sealed, allowing them to expel excess water and continue sailing. But with so many fissures, how could they possibly seal them all in such a short time? Dozens of sailors attempted to pump out the accumulating water while searching for ways to seal the breaches. Unfortunately, the rate of influx was too rapid. The entire ship was descending at an alarming speed, and soon the water inside was waist deep. "This is impossible. There is no time left. What do we do? Cursed be this. Quickly, save yourselves. The warship can't hold much longer. At that moment, the captain arrived, witnessing the soldiers attempting to flee. He shouted, "No one is allowed to leave without orders." But the soldiers pulled him along, desperate to escape upwards. "Captain, it's too late. Survival is our top priority." Ultimately, the captain was dragged onto the deck, helplessly watching as the warship slowly sank before his eyes. The crew hurriedly deployed lifeboats and inflatable rafts. About 400 soldiers spread across the various flotation devices, a small number boarding the small assault boats, all staring in disbelief at the warship that was about to vanish beneath the waves. This spectacular scene was almost beyond belief. The captain's heart felt as though it were being torn apart, and he roared to the sky, "Damnable thieves! I swear I will not rest until I have my vengeance." In that moment, the captain was on the verge of madness, never having anticipated that his ship would be destroyed by pirates at sea. This vessel had served for over a decade without issue, and it was through this ship that he had risen to his current position. He held a deep affection for this warship, and now, the prince was lost forever, leaving no trace of such a uniquely significant vessel. All of this calamity stemmed from those deranged pirates, brazen enough to attack a national warship. They must be eradicated without mercy. A profound sorrow and rage consumed him, ultimately leading to his emotional collapse and unconsciousness. Chapter 128. Sunk? Aside from the casualties, a substantial amount of weaponry and other equipment have sunk to the ocean floor, resulting in a staggering economic loss. In the haste of the moment, only basic supplies were salvaged, and the pressing issue of food and water has become paramount. The most critical task now is to ensure the survival of everyone aboard. It is imperative to urgently notify the other 4 vessels of the Golden Lion Empire to provide support, and communication tools must be utilized without delay. Upon receiving this news, the 4 allied ships were incredulous. Was the prince truly sunk by hostile forces? Hundreds of souls are adrift in the vast ocean, awaiting rescue. After absorbing this series of revelations, each individual present was left in disbelief, never imagining that mere pirates could wield such formidable power. Have the pirates' technological advancements reached a level where they can outmatch regular military forces? Even if explanations were provided, they would bear little significance. The captain himself could not ascertain whether the colossal ship was specifically designed for nefarious deeds or merely a captured vessel that had been retrofitted. He preferred to believe the latter, as he could hardly accept the humiliating truth that their predicament arose from a collision with a civilian cargo ship. After all, reporting such a blunder would only invite ridicule and jeopardize his position. It is speculated that the enemy may have disguised themselves as a regular cargo ship, getting close to their target before launching a sudden attack. Unless specially designed, an ordinary ocean-going vessel would find it nearly impossible to execute such a maneuver, especially given that the first contact was initiated by their own ship. The force should have been manageable, causing minimal damage. The subsequent collisions were led by the adversary. Although they were in close proximity, the lack of an acceleration advantage would likely limit their destructive capacity. Ordinary merchant vessels could not have inflicted so many holes upon the warship. Evidently, the hull of this ocean vessel had been tampered with, equipped with special apparatus intended to penetrate the hulls of other ships. Consequently, the struck ship would inevitably succumb to the ocean due to the multitude of leaks. The captain shared his thoughts with the other 4 commanders. After thorough discussions, they all concurred that this was indeed a pirate ship, meticulously modified for their sinister purposes. This specialized vessel not only boasts a robust shell, but also possesses formidable penetrating capabilities. Moreover, it is outfitted with equipment designed specifically for attacking other ships, enabling rapid sinking of their adversaries. Although the nature of this apparatus remains unclear, it is of little consequence now. The pirates must be eradicated. The naval forces of the Golden Lion Empire have suffered grievous losses at the hands of pirates before. Previously, an entire crew had perished, and their ship had been sold off to a foreign nation. This time, they had directly collided with a pirate vessel, leaving over 400 individuals adrift, an outrageous affront. When considering past grievances alongside this latest incident, and with the Empire deploying 5 warships to join the naval coalition, preparations were thoroughly made. If they do not deliver a severe lesson to the pirates now, who knows what troubles may arise in the future? They must demonstrate the strength of the Golden Lion Empire's navy, instilling a sense of fear that deters further provocations against imperial naval forces or merchant vessels. Upon receiving orders, the other 4 warships hastened their pace toward the area for reinforcement. 5 days later, they rescued all the floating personnel and immediately launched an assault on the pirates' island. With such firepower, they were more than equipped to deal with the island. However, as the 4 massive warships approached the vicinity of the pirate stronghold, they encountered a new dilemma. The island's populace was vast, resembling a small nation. Although the inhabitants relied on thievery for survival, most were ordinary citizens, making it challenging to distinguish genuine pirates from regular folk. More importantly, it seemed that the wrongdoers had received a tip-off, having already departed the island aboard their pirate ships. Vanishing into the expansive sea, not a single vessel was in sight. They could not simply bombard the island indiscriminately. The White Eagle Empire was incessantly urging them to assemble quickly, and while they had lingered for several days, other factions had already arrived. Yet the Golden Lion Empire's warships were still absent. After circling the pirate island for an entire day, the 4 warships reluctantly withdrew. After all, no matter how audacious one might be, no one dared to initiate an attack amidst so many civilians. When the other factions saw the 4 warships of the Golden Lion Empire, they were met with confusion. Upon hearing the soldiers' accounts, it became clear that they had encountered a pirate attack at sea, resulting in the sinking of one of their vessels. This revelation left many incredulous. How could a mere band of pirates sink a warship of the regular army? Yet the evidence was irrefutable. However, many speculated that the warship named Prince was a repurposed old commercial vessel that had been in service for several years, its structure having become outdated and no longer sturdy, leading to its demise after the pirate ship's collision. Nevertheless, as the Golden Lion Empire is a member of the Alliance, there was widespread sympathy and support, with vows to aid in avenging the fallen. While en route to the Arctic Bear Nation, they encountered a band of pirates, and 19 warships surrounded them completely, leaving no room for escape. The unfortunate pirates could not comprehend how such a small organization could be ensnared and obliterated by so many mighty warships. Subsequently, the 4 factions regrouped and commenced their advance toward the Arctic Bear. Relevant information gradually surfaced in the public eye. Given prior awareness, the response was not particularly shocking. The most pressing concern was how the Arctic Bear and Dragon Kingdom would react. However, as more information emerged, questions arose. Why were there exactly 19 ships participating in this operation? Each nation was expected to deploy 5 vessels. Why did the Golden Lion Empire send only 4? Wouldn't it be more fitting to have an even 20? Such an arrangement felt inherently off. The local media had confirmed that 5 ships were indeed dispatched, yet one was missing in action during the actual engagement. The truth eventually came to light. One of the participating vessels belonging to the Golden Lion Empire, the Prince, had tragically collided and sunk in its confrontation with the pirates. This incident drew significant attention from both domestic citizens and international powers, igniting a fervent discourse online. In recent years, piracy had not been as rampant as before. Thus, the magnitude of this destruction left many astonished. Chapter 129. A Price for Retribution: How Audacious to Launch an Assault on a Naval Vessel. At this juncture, the military headquarters had already received reports from the distant fleet returning from their maritime expedition. Initially, when they first encountered the attack and called for assistance, there were no available resources in the vicinity to provide support. Subsequently, after the adversary had retreated, they promptly reported the specifics of the situation. Alongside audio recordings, they included several video clips. Although the image quality was subpar and the details obscured, the flashes of light during the exchange of fire revealed that the opposing force was not merely a small boat, but rather a formidable fleet. Due to the thick smoke enveloping the scene, the crew on board could not discern the enemy's appearance. However, for experts familiar with various types of vessels, even the indistinct silhouettes were sufficient for an accurate assessment. These were no ordinary ships, but true naval warships. Reports indicated that although the enemy vessels possessed considerable strength, they did not pursue our forces for long. likely due to having sustained significant damage during the collision. In light of these developments, the military-industrial complex began to closely monitor relevant movements, seeking information regarding the sunken vessels from the pirate group. In this age of extreme information openness, even illicit organizations utilize the internet for communication, making the search for such intelligence in the black market or dark web a feasible endeavor. While pinpointing exact locations proved challenging, certain fragmented intelligence could still be acquired for a price. Once the pirates returned to their mundane lives post-battle, they became exceedingly elusive and difficult to track. However, the personnel were troubled by the absence of any reports concerning the disappearance of large warships. Aside from the previously mentioned few speedboats that had been rammed by the distant fleet, it was not until later that they learned of the astonishing fact that a warship belonging to the empire of the Three Golden Lions had indeed been sunk by pirates. Analyzing the clues from both sides, the analysts suddenly conjectured that perhaps a misunderstanding had arisen, with each party mistakenly identifying the other as their intended target. Yet, this explanation seemed implausible. How could an official naval force be so easily defeated by a group composed of modified merchant vessels lacking substantial firepower? Further investigation soon yielded an answer. The mastermind behind the operation was none other than the highly skilled individual, Jing Shang, who had transformed his old merchant ship into a next-generation armed vessel of exceptional performance, thereby rendering the entire situation more logical. After consolidating all the evidence, the analyst reported to the senior secretary, who subsequently presented it to the leadership, ultimately causing considerable upheaval among the higher-ups. Initially, he found it peculiar that among the four major powers, only 19 warships had been deployed, as intelligence indicated that each faction was supposed to send 5 vessels. Why then was one ship missing from the empire of the Three Golden Lions? After much investigation, it turned out that it had been damaged by Jing Shang's cargo ship. This individual had effectively sent a warship to the ocean depths. Secretary Chung chuckled as he recounted to Elder Shao that the cargo vessel had just been attacked by pirates during the day and had navigated through the night without lights. Stealthily making its way, it coincidentally encountered the prince of the empire of the Three Golden Lions, who likely mistook it for a pirate ship and intended to ram it and board the cargo vessel. Thus, they began to indiscriminately launch smoke bombs and flares, obscuring the cargo ship's view, completely unaware that they were facing a warship. Naturally, they assumed it was a pirate vessel, and after launching several explosive bottles, they collided violently and then fled. What they did not anticipate was that this cargo ship had already been modified by Jing Shang and was no longer a mere merchant vessel. As he spoke, he retrieved a recently acquired design blueprint from his tablet. Elder Shao gazed at the 3D design, clearly seeing the unique structure at the bottom of the cargo ship. In defense mode, sharp metallic cones would automatically extend, crafted from a special alloy that, while not on par with military-grade materials, was among the finest available for civilian use. Thanks to Jing Shang's connections, these technologies could be applied to the cargo ship, which after refurbishment, boasted a sturdiness that surpassed that of the Prince. After all, the Prince was not a warship produced by a regular military manufacturer, but rather a modified civilian vessel, inherently weaker in structure. In contrast, the cargo ship resembled an enraged beast, exceptionally robust and nearly unstoppable when its full power was unleashed. This impact, combined with the cone-shaped structure at the bottom, allowed its immense tonnage to deliver devastating force, piercing through the opposing warship and allowing vast amounts of seawater to flood in, ultimately leading to its sinking. Secretary Chung remarked with a grin, "Even now, the empire of the Three Golden Lions still believes it was pirates who destroyed their warship." Elder Shao laughed heartily. "Let them think what they will. Where are those warships now?" Secretary Chung replied, "They are rapidly approaching the territory of the Arctic bears." Across the vast ocean, the 19 warships moved majestically towards the Arctic bear and Apos' domain. The 5 warships of the White Eagle Empire led the charge, while the vessels from the other 3 factions trailed behind at a respectful distance. This region had long been the Arctic bear's territory, consistently at odds with the White Eagle Empire. To be frank, the other 3 factions were cautious of provoking the Arctic bears, for should they truly incite their wrath, The consequences would be dire. As the White Eagle Empire's warships drew within 100 kilometers of the Arctic Bear's coastal waters, the Arctic Bear's vessels began to appear, heading directly towards them. Both sides approached head-on, neither reducing their speed. The White Eagle Empire's warships continued onward, intent on entering the Arctic Bear's waters, while the Arctic Bears showed no hesitation in their approach. As the distance between the two fleets diminished, nearing a collision, the White Eagle Empire's warships suddenly veered off course, narrowly avoiding a crash at a distance of merely 50 meters. Had a collision occurred, it could have ignited a fierce battle, rendering the situation exceedingly precarious. The Arctic Bears indeed exhibited a brazen demeanor. Disregarding these warships entirely, they would simply engage in a head-on clash without uttering a word. Ultimately, the White Eagle Empire's warships retreated, allowing the two fleets to pass one another. Once the 19 warships had distanced themselves, the Arctic Bears returned along their original route. This incident quickly made headlines across major media outlets, creating a palpable tension. If a conflict were to arise, it would not only involve the White Eagle and Arctic Bears, but also the three smaller nations, Kangaroo Country, the Empire of India, and the Empire of the Three Golden Lions, who could hardly remain uninvolved. Viewers were exhilarated and impressed upon witnessing footage of the Arctic Bear submarines charging headlong. For such tactics were characteristic of their style, they showed no mercy to intruders. As long-standing foes, the Arctic Bears would never show leniency towards the White Eagle Empire. Following discussions of the incident, anticipation grew regarding the military's next moves concerning the warship alliance, as it was clear that the White Eagle's assembly of 19 warships aimed not only to provoke the Arctic Bears, but also targeted the Dragon Nation. According to the original plan, the 19 warships would rest for a period in the Land of Cold Shadows before heading south through a certain strait belonging to the Dragon Nation. Chapter 130. Unmatched rivalry. This area also falls within territorial waters, leaving one to ponder how the Dragon Nation might respond. After departing from the Arctic Bear's domain, the media fell silent. However, unbeknownst to them, shortly after their departure, a submarine emerged from the depths, gradually surfacing and quietly following, adorned with a vibrant red flag. It unmistakably belonged to the Dragon Nation. Was it not coming right to our doorstep? I seem to have appeared behind you first. Had this been a time of war, you would have already been attacked. Though only a solitary submarine, it radiated formidable deterrence, for it was a nuclear submarine, boasting immense striking power, more than sufficient to confront the 19 warships. The captains of these warships erupted in heated debate over the communication channels. When did the Dragon Nation's submarine reach this vicinity? Surely it has not been tailing us all along. How dreadful it is that we remained oblivious for so long. It is possible it had been lying in wait here. After all, the Intelligence Bureau was aware we would traverse the Arctic Bear's territory before heading to the Dragon Nation. Amidst the cacophony of voices, the captains expressed their disbelief. Yet the submarine loomed before their eyes in undeniable reality. It had concealed itself remarkably well, revealing its presence only upon surfacing. It was akin to having a knife poised at one's throat, only to realize the threat too late. The captain of the White Eagle Empire boldly proclaimed, "The Intelligence Bureau merely seeks to intimidate us. Let us encircle this submarine and capture it." Following the initial shock, the captain grew somewhat exhilarated. Recently, they had reacquired a state-of-the-art submarine for a staggering $60 billion, only to find it severely damaged upon retrieval, with even its tail punctured. There was no doubt that this new hull was the handiwork of the Intelligence Bureau. Everyone recalled clearly that, at the time of the collision, only the bow was affected, while the stern had remained intact. How could there be a hole? To prevent the Intelligence Bureau from obtaining the submarine's technology, they had to return it before any research could commence. However, the repair process proved exceedingly complicated and costly, ultimately forcing them to send it to the Cherry Blossom Empire for refurbishment. This restoration would incur significant expenses as well. Upon learning of the Dragon Nation's submarine tailing their fleet, the White Eagle Empire's military command swiftly ordered the 5 captains to surround the vessel, viewing it as a bargaining chip to reclaim at least the $60 billion. Thus, the 19 warships altered course, pursuing the Dragon Nation's submarine. Soon, The Dragon Nation's submarine sensed the intentions of its pursuers, accelerating to evade capture by plunging into the depths of the sea. The 19 warships activated their sonar, relentlessly in pursuit. A submarine is most elusive when it remains completely still and silent. However, it was currently racing forward, rendering the chase effortless for the pursuing vessels. These warships resembled a pack of hungry wolves chasing after a rabbit. Yet, before long, they recognized a dire issue. They simply could not keep up. Among them, the swiftest was the vessel of the White Eagle Empire, boasting a top speed of 80 kilometers per hour, closely followed by warships from the Lion, Kangaroo, and Indian empires. Yet, despite their speed, they could not surpass the Dragon Nation submarine, which soared at an astonishing 90 kilometers per hour. The captain of the White Eagle Empire watched in disbelief. According to previous intel, the Dragon Nation and Oppo's submarines had a maximum speed of around 60 kilometers per hour. Yet now they were exceeding expectations by such a margin. Even the finest submarines produced by their own nation could not attain such velocity, no matter how hard they pursued. They could not contend with it. Even with cutting-edge technology, the submarines they could construct reached only 70 kilometers per hour. Clearly, the situation before them surpassed this limitation. After 8 hours of fruitless pursuit, all warships ultimately chose to abandon their chase. They resolved to resume their predetermined course. Meanwhile, the elusive Dragon Nation submarine resurfaced and leisurely trailed behind them. Shortly thereafter, the 19 warships neared the Cherry Blossom Sea, on the brink of entering the realm of the frozen cold kingdom. At this moment, the Ginseng Empire had stationed a substantial armed force at the border, warning that any fleet daring to traverse or anchor within the waters of the frozen cold kingdom would be deemed a hostile act and would be met with immediate fire. This maneuver left the Defense Department of the frozen cold kingdom astounded, as they had played no part in this operation. The Ginseng Empire, however, showed no concern for any innocent parties caught in the crossfire, attacking the frozen cold kingdom at the slightest hint of danger. In light of these developments, the king of the frozen cold kingdom hastily appealed to the White Eagle military, imploring them to adjust their resting location to avoid infringing upon their territory. Reluctantly, the latter had no choice but to compromise and alter their itinerary. From the outset, this operation had been fraught with difficulties. 3 lions had lost vessels to sinking, followed by the Arctic Bear's blusterous intimidation. Just as they managed to shake off those threats, they found themselves ensnared by a more insidious and formidable adversary, the Dragon Nation submarine, which exhibited performance far exceeding expectations. The command echelon of the White Eagle Empire had to concede that in this modern era, the Dragon Nation possessed a technological advantage so pronounced that even the advanced vessels previously captured held little significance in comparison. Ironically, they had once fretted over the possibility of the Dragon Nation covertly acquiring their technology. Even more absurdly, they had expended double the funds, $60 billion, to reclaim a submarine. Yet upon return, they discovered it had been thoroughly dismantled by the Dragon Nation's submarine factory, and repairing it would require substantial investment. The military of the White Eagle Empire had truly exerted tremendous effort for this submarine. But the ordeal did not end there. The soldiers aboard remained imprisoned in the Dragon Nation. The captain named John still thrived, and as long as he lived, the possibility of the White Eagle Empire's underwater maps being leaked loomed large. The mission of this naval coalition was to rescue these soldiers before the Dragon Nation could obtain any confidential information. Otherwise, the consequences would be dire. Initially, they had intended to disregard the Dragon Nation submarine, merely trailing behind to exhibit their power. Who was afraid of whom? With a greater number of vessels, their morale was not lacking. However, they now faced a new dilemma. They had planned to rest in the frozen cold kingdom, only to discover that the latter would not permit it. The White Eagle military naturally dismissed the frozen cold kingdom's decision, yet they could not overlook the potential repercussions. Should they insist on resting there, the neighboring Ginseng Empire would likely initiate an attack, potentially targeting all 19 vessels. It appeared that the Ginseng Empire's Defense Department was exceedingly anxious, practically proclaiming, "Do not approach, or I shall be compelled to engage in warfare." Following deliberation, the White Eagle Empire's military command has resolved to amend its strategy, opting for its fleet to seek refurbishment at the Cherry Blossom Empire. Subsequent to the departure of these 19 warships from the vicinity of the polar bear, media presence waned. It was only through photographs captured by a merchant vessel and subsequently sold to news outlets that their trajectory towards the Cherry Blossom Empire was revealed. In the ensuing days, these warships are slated to arrive at the Cherry Blossom Empire's port, their course indicating a definitive abandonment of any consideration to dock at the Great Cold Underworld. This minor alteration was swiftly noted by netizens. Such a decision is understandable, given the deployment of substantial forces by the Jing Empire to guard the Great Cold Underworld's borders, which served to intimidate them. Intriguingly, a submarine trailed behind this fleet. Initially, this subtlety went unnoticed due to the limited clarity of the photographs, which were taken with a mobile phone from a merchant ship. However, upon enhancement by professionals, a collective gasp arose. The vessel was not affiliated with any of the four major powers. The submarine bore the unmistakable emblem of a red flag, the insignia of the Dragon Country. Was the entire operation shadowed by a Dragon Country submarine? This revelation ignited the internet. How long had this submarine been in pursuit? Was it tracking them all the way from the Pacific Ocean? It seems strange that with so many warships, they did not seize the opportunity to capture it, using it as leverage to exchange for the previously detained submarine, thus averting such financial expenditure. Could it be that they were unable to overtake it? Given the White Eagle and Oppo's assertive stance, it seems improbable that they would relinquish such an opportunity presented to them. Surely, these vessels can achieve speeds of up to 80 kilometers per hour. Most Dragon Country submarines barely reach 60 kilometers per hour. How could they fail to close that 20-kilometer speed gap? Speculation abounded. While some theorized about the reasons for the warships and Oppo's inability to overtake the submarine, this explanation failed to gain widespread acceptance. It was unprecedented for the Dragon Country to possess such a swift new submarine, especially since they would undoubtedly showcase such formidable weaponry publicly, particularly in a maritime context. More perplexing was the apparent indifference of the relevant authorities as the vessels approached Dragon Country and Oppo's territory, with only a single submarine dispatched for surveillance. While this demonstrated a degree of control, the deterrent effect of a lone submarine seemed somewhat inadequate. With over a dozen enemy warships advancing, one would expect a show of force. The deployment of their aircraft carrier would be fitting, a spectacle long awaited by military enthusiasts. Furthermore, given the recent near-collision incident caused by the polar bear and Oppo's aggressive stance, and even the Jing Empire and Oppo's proactive deployment of forces that compelled a change in course, why did the Dragon Country refrain from any overt action? This departure from customary protocol raised eyebrows. Even without Allied support, one would expect a display of their own capabilities, as had been the practice in the past. As a formidable military power, their solo capabilities are not to be underestimated. The mere dispatch of a lone submarine as the enemy neared their doorstep was perplexing. It was hardly indicative of fear, considering their recent loss of $6 billion. With the dismantling of an antiquated submarine, the fate of the detained soldiers remains uncertain. As the 19 warships ultimately reached the Cherry Blossom Empire and Oppo's base, the trailing submarine entered the Cherry Blossom Strait, anchoring itself in the central waters. This development ignited a firestorm of online discussion regarding the Cherry Blossom Empire. While the strait is technically an international waterway, ostensibly open to all vessels, it had historically been frequented primarily by White Eagle Empire warships and local maritime factions. The passage of vessels from other regions was prone to misinterpretation, potentially leading to conflict. Yet, here was this submarine, brazenly positioned in the middle of the Cherry Blossom Strait. This was a clear provocation. It surfaced conspicuously, eschewing covert underwater operations, and making itself visible to all. Even onlookers ashore could discern the submarine with the naked eye. Numerous bystanders captured photographs and videos, which were subsequently disseminated online. Faced with mounting public pressure, the Cherry Blossom Empire and Oppo's military promptly dispatched 5 of its fastest destroyers to evict the submarine. Curiously, The adjacent 19 warships remained inert, silently entering the White Eagle Empire and AMP, Oppo's naval base near the Cherry Blossom Empire, seemingly unconcerned. The Cherry Blossom Empire and AMP, Oppo's military was perplexed, wondering why the others did not offer assistance, given their proximity. Regardless, with the submarine encroaching upon their doorstep, the Cherry Blossom Empire and AMP, Oppo's military could not afford to stand idly by. As the Cherry Blossom military and AMP, Oppo's warships advanced, the submarine stirred, departing the strait and circling the Cherry Blossom Empire and AMP, Oppo's waters. It maintained a close proximity, with a safety buffer of only about 5 kilometers. It was as if it were taunting, "I won and AMP, Oppo's attack, but I and AMP, Oppo's circle you incessantly, and see what you can do about it." This blatant disregard incensed many Cherry Blossom Empire netizens, who clamored online for the military to intercept the submarine. Such arrogance was intolerable. Thus, the Cherry Blossom Empire's destroyers accelerated in pursuit of the submarine, which continued to brazenly circle. Despite the 5 destroyers' relentless pursuit, they were unable to gain ground. It was discovered that the submarine and AMP, Oppo's speed reached an astonishing 90 kilometers per hour. The destroyers, with a maximum speed of around 70 kilometers per hour, were simply outmatched. At times, the submarine would even decelerate or halt, waiting for the trailing warships to catch up before resuming its course. This overt condescension infuriated many netizens. Submarines are supposed to lurk beneath the waves, yet this one was flaunting itself on the surface. Now, any engagement would be futile. The Cherry Blossom Empire realized why the 19 warships had refrained from intervening. They feared ridicule. They had attempted pursuit and failed, yet they offered no warning, which was unforgivable. Meanwhile, in the Dragon Country, jubilation reigned. Forums and military fan groups were abuzz. The new submarine and AMP, Oppo's speed was truly impressive, outstripping even the most advanced warships. The Dragon Country had reason to be confident. This news reverberated throughout the world, with the unveiling of the new model occurring at such a pivotal moment. To add insult to injury, the fastest vessels in the vicinity, the White Eagle and AMP, Oppo's S5 ships, could only muster around 80 kilometers per hour, falling short despite their utmost efforts. Chapter 132. No one compelled you to pursue them. Unless an attack is initiated, there is fundamentally no other recourse to halt such activity. A single submarine effortlessly preoccupied the opposing fleet, navigating their territory with impunity. Ultimately, the White Eagle Empire intervened, calling off the chase and advising the Sakura military to abandon the pursuit. Indeed, all endeavors proved futile, rendering an early return a more prudent use of resources. As for the submarine, it continued its leisurely circumambulation within the Sakura maritime domain. Whether this was a demonstration of strength by the 4 great powers towards the Dragon Nation or, conversely, an instructive lesson imparted by the Dragon Nation to the quartet, remains a matter of conjecture. The Sakura Supreme Commander, in a peak of discontent, interrogated, knowing the enemy vessel and AMP, Oppo's celerity, why were we not apprised beforehand? You have subjected us to global ignominy. The opposing commander responded with an air of nonchalance. No one compelled you to pursue them. Furthermore, should you fail to react upon a submarine and AMP, Oppo's approach to your territorial waters, your populace would be displeased. Indeed, despite internal reservations, they were compelled to proceed, if only to demonstrate a semblance of resolve. Nevertheless, the officer remained indignant, electing to shift the discourse to another matter. Regarding the advanced submarine we procured on your behalf, perhaps we could waive the shipping costs and absorb the 60 billion auction price. It is time to settle this account. The White Eagle Empire and AMP, Oppo's military high command responded with a smile. Patience. Given our amicable relations, surely you do not believe we would treat you unfairly? The Sakura Empire and AMP, Oppo's military high command began to harbor concerns that the White Eagle might renege on their commitment. Although such an occurrence was unprecedented, The fact that they had broached the subject and were met with equivocation aroused suspicion. $60 billion is no trifling sum, exceeding even the Sakura Empire and AMP, Oppo's annual military budget. Should they fail to recover this sum, the nation would undoubtedly erupt in outrage. However, despite the Sakura Empire and AMP, Oppo's mounting pressure, the White Eagle remained evasive. When pressed, they demurred, stating that the final compensation figure required further deliberation. Their submarine, which had initially sustained only minor damage to its bow, had returned with a gaping hole in its stern and a conspicuous absence of various equipment. They now suspected foul play, alleging that the Sakura had surreptitiously pilfered the equipment. Consequently, the precise compensation required further negotiation. Upon hearing this, the Sakura Empire and AMP, Oppo's military commander felt a chill descend upon him. Pray, was the destruction of your advanced submarine and AMP, Oppo's stern my doing? When we recovered it from the Dragon Nation, it was already in that state. Were the various armaments, such as missiles, torpedoes, and the nuclear propulsion system, pilfered by us? These are clearly the machinations of the Dragon Nation. It is unconscionable that we are now being blamed. Having not only advanced $60 billion to acquire the submarine, but also facilitated its return, only to be accused of culpability. A dispute erupted between the Sakura military camp and the White Eagle Empire. The sum of $60 billion was sufficient to incite public outrage, and should the truth be revealed, even a humble apology would be insufficient to quell the public and AMP, Oppo's fury. Never had they imagined that their ally could deceive them so egregiously. The severely damaged advanced submarine was now a mere shell, and for the White Eagle Empire to disburse $60 billion for it would be an exorbitant loss. Thus, all blame was conveniently shifted to the Sakura Empire. Such partiality was unjust and illogical. They had intended to offer assistance, only to be met with recrimination. Amidst the escalating dispute between the two military camps, the central headquarters once again displayed a remarkable feat. Shortly after the arrival of 19 warships in the Sakura Empire and AMP, Oppo's maritime domain, and before their southward deployment, for submarines from the Dragon Nation materialized silently within 10 kilometers of the coastlines of the White Eagle, Celestial India, Kangaroo, and Lionheart nations. It was only upon their surfacing that they were detected by the local defense systems. The emergence of these four novel submarines sent shockwaves throughout the global power structure. The four superpowers, who had collectively converged upon the Dragon Nation and AMP, Oppo's territory, had not anticipated that the Dragon Nation would possess the capability to stealthily approach their own doorsteps. The level of consternation engendered by the unheralded appearance of such a contingent of high-velocity, 90 kilometers per hour, submarines near their shores is difficult to overstate. Simultaneously, in disparate geographical locations, four of the Dragon Nation and AMP, Oppo's latest submersibles were collectively exposed near the coastlines of the aforementioned powers. This anomalous event swiftly garnered international attention, becoming a focal point of media coverage. The Central Authority, long accustomed to maintaining a low profile, had deviated from its customary practice of eschewing ostentatious displays of military might or provocative behavior. It had, on this occasion, proactively dispatched submarines to foreign territorial waters to project its power. These clandestine underwater hunters, surfacing like specters, exuded an aura of formidable deterrence. None of the four maritime powers had detected these prowlers until they breached the surface. Despite the fact that they were still 10 kilometers distant, their presence had gone entirely unnoticed. This undoubtedly dealt a severe blow to the four powers and engendered widespread skepticism. Did this imply that these submarines could traverse existing defense networks undetected? If so, the Dragon Nation could potentially operate with impunity in the vicinity of its neighbors. More importantly, given the known existence of 5 such novel submarine vessels, what was the actual scale of their production? It is axiomatic that no power would underestimate the Dragon Nation and AMP, Oppo's prodigious manufacturing capacity, as it is one of the world and AMP, Oppo's foremost manufacturing behemoths. With its comprehensive and efficient industrial chains, the government could, with sustained funding, achieve mass production of such advanced equipment. The prospect of numerous submarines of this type lurking in the depths of the world and Oppos' oceans posed a significant threat to painstakingly constructed defense strategies. Given their speed and exceptional stealth capabilities, the four powers were rendered helpless. Many netizens took to online forums to extol the virtues of this newly developed weapons system. In truth, the failure to detect the submarines was not entirely attributable to the shortcomings of the fleets, as such an event was unprecedented. Rather, it was a consequence of a habitual focus on projecting power and infringing upon the territories of others, leading to a neglect of self-preservation mechanisms. They had not contemplated the possibility of facing a similar challenge for enemy vessels simultaneously approaching their own territory to flex their muscles. Chapter 133: How to Create Disturbance. The absence of prior vigilance naturally precludes effective countermeasures. The coastline, extending for thousands of miles, is inherently challenging to protect comprehensively and continuously. It is often said that while it is difficult to guard against thieves, it is even more arduous to defend against those who are brazen. The complacent individuals, who are typically lethargic, find themselves unprepared when faced with a sudden crisis, thus resorting to a passive response. At this moment, the colossal Black Dragon submarine lies motionless at the ocean and Oppos' surface, resembling a beast poised to pounce on its prey, coldly observing the land before it. An intense debate erupted online, with some arguing against provoking the central authorities and suggesting the immediate expulsion of these intruders to avoid panic. The general populace, particularly those who have lived in a peaceful and stable environment for an extended period, do not wish to witness the outbreak of war. While demonstrating power at foreign borders may seem trivial, the reality of war is entirely different. No one desires to be engulfed in flames of conflict. Observing chaos from a distance is acceptable, but when the fire encroaches upon one and Oppos' own territory, it is no longer tolerable. The series of actions taken by the central authority undoubtedly sends a dangerously clear signal, indicating dissatisfaction with the current situation. Meanwhile, public opinion within the Dragon Nation is gradually recognizing the absence of aircraft carriers or conventional fleets in this incident. The reason is simple. 5 submarines alone are sufficient to instill fear in the adversary. This day has long been awaited. Ha ha ha. How exhilarating. Our Navy has finally stepped onto the global stage. I am curious about the extent of the shadow cast upon the other parties at this moment. They must be bewildered. Our submarines have stealthily entered their ports, completely unnoticed. How impressive our Dragon Nation is. At this moment, the station points within the territory of the Sakura Empire are plunged into chaos. The 19 fleet commanders convened an urgent meeting to discuss the next course of action. According to the original plan, they were to advance southward, demonstrating their strength to a certain organization via a designated route. However, before they could implement their plan, the organization retaliated. A fleet of 5 mysterious black vessels, capable of speeds exceeding 90 km/h, appeared on the horizon, akin to swift hares darting through water, unmatched and unreachable. Unless one resorts to armed conflict, there is simply no stopping them. While various nations are researching ultra-fast submarines, none have achieved speeds significantly surpassing their current capabilities, with even the target of 100 km/h remaining elusive. Even if they wish to pursue, their efforts would be in vain. The navies of the world understand this reality, yet netizens, oblivious to these complexities, swarm to military websites, clamoring for the capture of this submarine, eager to show their might. Under pressure, they are compelled to dispatch warships in pursuit. With predictable results, they cannot catch up. The 4 major powers aspire to intercept this submarine, yet they are utterly incapable. Only a lightweight speedboat can be deployed from the warships, capable of matching the submarine and Oppos' speed. However, this small craft, in the presence of such a behemoth, is akin to a swarm of flies buzzing around, completely disregarded by the submarine. The Dragon Nation and Oppos' submarine remains afloat, navigating freely upon the sea, even disdainful of submerging. As long as it does not engage, it can roam the vast ocean at will, impervious to pursuit. However, no one dares to attack it lightly. An assault would equate to a declaration of war. Just as the adversary would not indiscriminately assault their warships, both sides must exercise restraint. Currently, 5 such submarines from the Dragon Nation are maneuvering, while 19 warships remain stationed at the Sakura base, locked in a standoff. This impasse could easily escalate into conflict, particularly given the difficulty in controlling these new submarines. Prior intelligence regarding these vessels had been entirely concealed. No leaks had emerged from any intelligence networks, leaving everyone uncertain about the number of such submarines in existence. In this ambiguity, no one dares to act rashly, and the emergence of these submarines has dramatically shifted the situation. The defense ministries of the White Eagle Empire, the Three Golden Lions Empire, the Kangaroo Empire, and the Indus Empire sequentially contacted their captains, ordering them to remain on standby at sea and refrain from taking unilateral action. At such a critical juncture, provoking the adversary is ill-advised. Upon receiving these directives, the captains collectively breathed a sigh of relief. They had been contemplating whether to proceed as planned, but could now afford to rest. The following day, the defense ministries of the 4 nations jointly declared that the gathering of warships was solely for the purpose of discussing the future of marine technology development, denying any intentions to showcase their military strength. They expressed a warm welcome for Dragon Nation's researchers to participate in the exchange. This sudden change in tone caught many off guard, leading netizens to erupt in laughter. What a joke. They arrived with such a grand display, only to pivot and claim it was for a scientific symposium. Is that reasonable? Were 19 warships merely meant to entertain scientists? What was the purpose of previously surrounding another nation and Oppo's doorstep? Truly, it is a source of both laughter and tears. Shortly after their announcement, 4 submarines also departed. With the adversary and Oppo's softened stance, the military-industrial complex opted to withdraw, achieving a temporary peace. However, the so-called symposium holds little genuine interest. There is no actual meeting. And even if there were, it would merely serve to gauge Dragon Nation and Oppo's new technologies. Thus, they naturally disregard the matter. Consequently, this farcical episode came to an end, with 19 warships arriving with great anticipation but departing in disappointment. The breakthrough was brought about by the newly modified submarines. This innovation compelled all major powers to reassess Dragon Nation and Oppo's naval capabilities, particularly the White Eagle Empire. Since the unveiling of the new submarine, the Defense Ministry has convened numerous emergency meetings. We never anticipated such rapid advancements in Dragon Nation and Oppo's new technologies. Do you think their new submarines are based on our designs? Our top submarine only reaches a speed of 90 kilometers. In any case, we must find a way to impede their progress. With their financial resources, they might dare to manufacture anything. If this continues, today it is a new submarine, but tomorrow who knows what even more formidable technology may emerge. The most effective strategy would be to disrupt their research direction. How to create such disturbance? We can leverage the media to disseminate articles claiming that we are developing supersonic submarines. Observing this, other factions would likely invest substantial resources as well. Although this is practically unattainable, it would consume vast amounts of funding. After all, military budgets are finite, and soldiers and Oppo's salaries consume a significant portion, leaving limited funds available for research. If we can compel the military-industrial complex to expend considerable resources on supersonic submarine research, we can slow their development of new weaponry, especially naval armaments. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement, recognizing the validity of the proposal. The White Eagle Empire is particularly adept at utilizing the media to influence circumstances, annually investing significant sums in this endeavor. This approach neither necessitates provoking war nor resorting to violence, yet it can indirectly impact Dragon Nation and Oppo's weapon development, creating confusion in their strategic direction, ultimately leading them to dance to our tune. Chapter 134. Immediate Effects for Decades. The White Eagle Empire has remained at the forefront of technology, wielding significant influence in various cutting-edge fields, with numerous prestigious academic journals under their control. The operation is remarkably straightforward. One merely needs to enlist some experts to publish seemingly professional papers. As long as the Yunong building is convinced, substantial funds will be funneled into impractical research on supersonic submarines, akin to throwing money into a bottomless pit that can never be filled. Meanwhile, the White Eagle Empire will focus on researching conceptual supersonic submarines, a more pragmatic approach that has already yielded significant breakthroughs. Soon, the White Eagle Empire will possess a conceptual supersonic submarine capable of reaching speeds of 100 kilometers per hour. By that time, Dragon Nation and Oppos's new submarines will still be unable to compete, and maritime supremacy will remain with the White Eagle Empire. Consequently, the military department of the White Eagle Empire unanimously resolved to swiftly collaborate with the headquarters, leveraging their media power to publish a series of papers regarding the future of naval weaponry. These articles appeared quite orthodox, exploring the prospects and trends of new maritime armaments, a topic that gained traction primarily due to Dragon Nation and Oppos's recent successful development of a new submarine capable of speeds up to 90 kilometers per hour. Observing the fervent discussions surrounding this issue, the media and Oppos's release of information seemed entirely natural. Before long, papers entered the public and research circles, extolling the future development potential of supersonic submarines, while directly stating that the nation that first develops such a vessel will emerge as the new maritime hegemon. This captivated the attention of all nations, with even netizens from Dragon Nation expressing their determination across various forms to be the first to develop a supersonic submarine, asserting that such success would grant them dominion over the oceans, leaving Dragon Nation without rivals. Soon, scattered rumors began to circulate. It was said that several years prior, the military-industrial enterprises of the White Eagle Empire had commenced research on supersonic submarines and had made considerable progress. Upon the emergence of this news, many nations found themselves restless. Some countries, despite their desire to pursue this venture, were hindered by a lack of technological foundation, research capabilities, or funding. However, for powerful nations like the Bear Empire, the Three Golden Lions Empire, the Kangaroo Empire, and the Indus Empire, the situation was markedly different. Given that the White Eagle Empire had already been researching for several years, it was likely that supersonic submarines indeed represented the future direction of submarine development. Additionally, the recent unveiling of a new submarine by the military-industrial complex had already jeopardized the naval alliance plans of the four major powers, further underscoring the significance of this new submarine. Consequently, many factions developed a keen interest in this endeavor, with some even declaring their intention to embark on research for supersonic submarines. The first to publicly announce an investment in supersonic submarine research was the Bear Empire. Shortly thereafter, the military-industrial complex also declared that it would soon commence research on supersonic submarines. This announcement was particularly noteworthy, as the military-industrial complex typically maintains strict confidentiality regarding any new projects, whether pertaining to the development of weaponry or the quantities produced. Such information is never disclosed to the outside world, as it is deemed highly classified. However, on this occasion, the military-industrial complex proactively made a statement, indicating their serious commitment to supersonic submarines. Initially, the military of the White Eagle Empire harbored doubts, but soon realized that the military-industrial complex was genuinely determined to advance the research on supersonic submarines, as evidenced by the release of this year's defense budget just days later. Shockingly, this budget reflected a 10% increase from the previous year, with a substantial portion allocated for the research of supersonic submarines. Upon learning this news, military personnel of the White Eagle Empire rose to applaud, believing that such funding would yield immediate results. The general consensus was that the military-industrial complex had recognized the advantages of the new submarine and intended to intensify efforts towards supersonic submarine research. However, unbeknownst to all, the military-industrial complex had already been engaged in research on supersonic submarines for quite some time. The project proposed by Jing Shang had been operational at Factory 125 for an extended period. The White Eagle Empire had originally intended to mislead the military-industrial complex into pursuing research on supersonic submarines, but instead, they inadvertently became allies. It remains unclear who the true orchestrator is and who has been ensnared in the scheme. While discussions on supersonic submarines flourished, explosive news suddenly emerged from the port of the Three Golden Lions Empire. A merchant vessel from Dragon Nation had encountered a pirate attack at sea. The ship's cargo containers bore numerous bullet holes, clearly indicative of a fierce confrontation. Numerous journalists and onlookers rushed to the scene, eagerly interviewing the crew of the vessel. With a notable absence of pirate reports in recent years, even the occasional incident involving a merchant ship was minor and did not result in significant losses. Modern pirates have become increasingly professional, rarely posing a direct threat to life. However, the situation involving this merchant vessel was evidently severe, due to cargo damage. The port was urgently assessing the extent of the losses, prompting Jing Entropy's father and the crew to remain on site. Reporters and curious bystanders quickly located them, and the crew, in a state of heightened emotion, passionately recounted their two encounters with pirates. In the first incident, pirates aboard several fast boats attempted to attack the merchant giant. However, through the courageous efforts of the captain and the entire crew, they not only damaged the pirates' boats, but also successfully repelled them using foam extinguishers and high-pressure water hoses. The second pirate encounter was even more astonishing. Fearing that pursuing enemies would track them via lighthouse signals, the giant vessel opted to extinguish all external lighting during night navigation. Unbeknownst to them, modern pirates possessed such advanced technology that they could still track their target without light. By the time they were discovered, the enemy had already approached stealthily. In the face of this sudden assault, the crew resorted to homemade incendiary devices for defense. However, due to the deployment of smoke screens and stun grenades, visibility was severely compromised, forcing them to retreat inside the ship. Fortunately, the vessel had recently undergone fortification, rendering it sufficiently robust. Ultimately, they escaped by ramming and damaging the enemy's engine. Upon hearing this harrowing tale, many individuals from the Three Golden Lions Empire felt invigorated. The historical backdrop of colonial expansion imbued the nation with a rich pirate culture, often reflected in literature and film. Consequently, whenever this topic arises, the public displays a keen interest. Continuous media coverage, coupled with recent reports of the Navy suffering heavy losses from pirate attacks, has left the Ministry of Defense of the Three Golden Lions Empire seething with rage towards these marauding pirates. During the interview, a senior official resolutely declared that they would ensure these pirates face dire consequences. Chapter 135. Unable to handle even a commercial vessel recently. A large ship carrying military personnel was sunk, leaving nearly 500 individuals adrift at sea awaiting rescue. This incident constitutes a grave provocation. The authorities have stated that they will conduct a thorough investigation into the attack on vessels associated with the Dragon Nation, and they plan to undertake retaliatory actions in the near future to avenge the victims. In truth, even without the fact that foreign vessels were harmed, there would be a need to initiate punitive measures to assert their innocence. This follows a previous large-scale joint military exercise that ended in farce. One of the 5 warships that were supposed to traverse the strait for a mission sank, damaging their international reputation and creating an urgent need to display strength to restore their image. Consequently, officials were dispatched to examine the particulars of the situation. Upon opening the damaged cargo container, everyone was taken aback. It contained both unidentified munitions and weapons clearly marked as domestically produced. This revelation complicated matters significantly. Either certain equipment had flowed into illicit channels, or the assault was not perpetrated by so-called pirates. This issue quickly escalated into a major controversy. Numerous enthusiasts recognized that this batch of arms originated from domestic military enterprises. Online discussions proliferated, with suspicions arising that someone within had betrayed their own and turned to thievery. What had initially seemed a mere procedural action now stirred a hornet's nest. The higher echelons were compelled to intervene, declaring that if a reasonable explanation could not be provided, they would personally engage to protect their legitimate rights. Initial investigations suggest that the ammunition used during the night skirmish likely came from the Sanjin gold production, while the battle that occurred during the day featured a less common, unmarked type. According to the crew's accounts, small speedboats found it challenging to strike the cargo containers due to height disparities. Larger vessels positioned more evenly were better suited for targeting. Taken together, it can be inferred that the nighttime assailants were most likely their own people. However, the true nature of the events still requires further verification. Due to the prince's mission, they paid little heed. That evening, they encountered a group of pirates. These pirates were exceptionally cunning. They cleverly disguised their oceanic freighter as an ordinary merchant vessel, refraining from illuminating it while at sea to obscure their true identity, thereby presenting themselves as a harmless ship. Thus, this camouflaged vessel stealthily approached the naval ship. When the warship collided unpreparedly with this so-called pirate vessel, the crew promptly sprang into action, launching a barrage of tear gas and smoke grenades, and rapidly erected boarding planks in readiness to seize the enemy ship. However, at that moment, the enemy suddenly counterattacked, unhesitatingly hurling numerous Molotov cocktails. Following this, they began a fierce retaliatory assault using firearms. Even more unexpectedly, this group of adversaries charged towards the naval vessel with reckless abandon. Perhaps due to the warship's age and deteriorating quality, it sustained severe damage during this encounter. A deluge of seawater rushed into the hull, ultimately leading to the ship's descent to the ocean floor. Over 400 personnel aboard were thus compelled to drift aimlessly on the vast sea, trapped for a full 5 days and nights. It was only when 4 additional warships arrived for rescue that they were finally liberated. The scene at that moment was heart-wrenching, a truly tragic sight. Initially, the Sanjin Lion Empire and Apos' Ministry of Defense felt no sense of wrongdoing. But upon reflection regarding the ocean freighter and Apos' ordeal, everyone quickly realized something was amiss. How could the warship and the ocean freighter have had such identical fates? It turned out that both parties had mistakenly identified each other as pirates, resulting in a colossal misunderstanding. In this chaotic exchange, the naval forces engaged in a frenzied assault, only to suffer defeat. Furthermore, the warship was completely wrecked and ultimately sank, while the ocean freighter returned unscathed to its port and continued unloading cargo. The crew even recounted their 2 encounters with pirates in detail during media interviews, and the Sanjin Lion Empire's Ministry of Defense expressed intentions to seek retribution on their behalf. After the Sanjin Lion Empire's Ministry of Defense grasped the entirety of the situation, they were rendered speechless. Even if a mistake occurred, how could a civilian vessel overpower a warship? Soon after, this incident was reported by major media outlets and circulated rapidly. Initially, many believed the matter would conclude, anticipating that the Sanjin Lion Empire would deploy a fleet to strike against the pirate island. However, a dramatic twist unfolded. The ocean freighter had indeed encountered pirates during the day. Yet at night, it mistakenly engaged the prince's warship, which was on a mission to rendezvous with other fleets, leading to a violent clash due to mutual misidentification as pirates. Ultimately, the ocean freighter sank the warship, leaving over 400 military personnel stranded on lifeboats for 5 days and nights until their rescue. Upon the revelation of this news, the world was astounded. Citizens of the Sanjin Lion Empire could scarcely believe their ears. How could our warship fail against a mere merchant vessel? Was the quality of a Dragon Nation-built ocean freighter superior to that of a warship? Some netizens questioned why, if they truly encountered pirates, they did not silence the witnesses but instead spared them. Everything suddenly made sense. The truth had been unveiled. Yet, upon learning the truth, citizens of the Sanjin Lion Empire were even more incensed, gravely questioning the competence of their navy, which could not even contend with a commercial ship. Years prior, there had been incidents of naval annihilation and subsequent resale. Faced with such circumstances, they brazenly sent 5 warships to flaunt their might within Dragon Nation's territorial waters. What a disgrace. Now, the entire populace was engrossed in discussions about this affair. Military experts analyzed that the root of this predicament stemmed from the prince's warship originally being an outdated civilian vessel, which had been repurposed for military use after years of service, leading to severe internal corrosion that rendered it incapable of withstanding the newly refurbished ocean freighter from the Dragon Nation. Nevertheless, netizens were unconvinced, ridiculing its actual combat capability. It appeared that the Sanjin Lion Empire had indeed weakened to the point of relying on other great powers. A navy that could not contend with an ordinary merchant vessel had the audacity to flaunt its prowess in the territorial seas of the Dragon Nation. Upon hearing this news, Jing Shang's father and the crew were left dumbfounded. They had always believed that the two parties they encountered that night were rival pirates, only to discover that they had not faced pirates at all, but rather the naval forces of the Sanjin Lion Empire. What they had sunk was not a pirate vessel, but the Sanjin Lion Empire's own warship, the Prince. This cascade of revelations left them utterly astonished, their minds swirling in confusion. However, Jing Shang's father, being a person of experience who had previously damaged a top submarine of the White Eagle Empire with his own aquaculture farm, found this incident trivial. He quickly regained his composure and firmly demanded compensation from the Sanjin Lion Empire's Ministry of Defense in front of the media. First and foremost, he sought restitution for the damaged goods, as the unprovoked attack resulted in substantial losses amounting to nearly £1 million. Furthermore, having narrowly escaped a potentially fatal encounter with the Sanjin Lion Empire's navy, they decided to claim a staggering £100 million for the immense psychological distress caused. In addition, he reached out to a contact at the Dragon Nation's headquarters regarding the Sanjin Lion Empire's branch. Chapter 136. Is this going to ignite war? The envoy from the division is extremely concerned about this matter. My goodness, our merchant ships signaled for help during the day. And though the International Maritime Bureau clearly received the information, they acted as if they hadn't heard a thing, remaining indifferent. Consequently, when night fell, our innocent merchants were attacked, as if they were pirates. Just look at the density of bullet holes on that container. One can only imagine how perilous that night truly was. The Ministry of War of the Three Golden Lion Empire must apologize to our merchants and compensate for their losses. The ministry is virtually on the brink of collapse. They have lost not only a warship, but now must also compensate the merchants of Long Nation, starting with a demand of £100 million. This is utterly outrageous. They dare to ask for such a price. This incident quickly gained traction in the media, igniting fervent discussion not only within the Three Golden Lion Empire, but also capturing global attention. Initially, everyone thought that the cargo ship had encountered pirates, only to discover that it was, in fact, the navy of the Three Golden Lion Empire that had committed this act. Why would a navy warship, in its right mind, resort to deploying tear gas, smoke bombs, and even firing directly upon our merchant ship? What were they truly aiming to achieve? If their intention was to combat pirates, why was there no indication of support during the day, only to suddenly decide to confront pirates at night? This makes no logical sense. The commander of the Ministry of War was driven nearly to insanity, realizing the gravity of the predicament. He could hardly fathom the depth of the pit they had fallen into, wishing that all 400 officers and soldiers involved could just disappear into the Pacific. These reckless individuals not only caused the Three Golden Lion Empire to lose a warship, but also opened fire on civilian vessels in the dead of night. Without even ascertaining their targets, they launched an attack without a hint of investigation into whether they were truly pirates. What kind of reasoning is this? Once the situation came to light, the Ministry of War found itself in a grave crisis. They never anticipated that this joint operation against Long Nation would end in such disarray, culminating in the loss of a warship and a demand for £100 million in compensation. It is well known that the navy of the Three Golden Lion Empire is already financially strained, with many of its warships being retrofitted from civilian vessels. Had they sufficient funds, they would have long since procured new warships. The current predicament has only compounded their financial woes, rendering an already impoverished nation even poorer. Participating in this joint operation has turned out to be a tremendous loss. After following the White Eagle Empire for an extended period, they have not even reached the shores of Long Nation before declaring their mission a failure. To add insult to injury, they are now faced with a hefty compensation bill, having gained nothing while sinking deeper into debt. The crux of the matter is that the navy of the Three Golden Lion Empire is entirely in the wrong in this incident. A legitimate national military force attacking innocent civilians at night reeks of a nefarious intent to kill and plunder. Could it be that the prince's ship is the true pirate? If not for the recent renovations that fortified our cargo vessel, it could have suffered devastating consequences. It is likely that had they been less fortunate, not a single soul would have survived, and all goods would have been seized by the prince's ship. What is the Three Golden Lion Empire attempting to achieve? Are they yearning to revive the pirate culture of colonial times? It appears that the mindset of piracy has deeply rooted itself within them. A truly terrifying mentality that spares not even the innocent. It is widely acknowledged that in modern warfare, regardless of the tension between opposing sides, efforts are made to avoid harming civilian areas. Yet now, they have resorted to using advanced weaponry to slaughter defenseless merchants from Long Nation. A blatant violation of the most fundamental humanitarian principles. The online backlash has been overwhelming, with not only domestic netizens vociferously denouncing the Navy and the Ministry of War, but also attracting global condemnation. Initially, Long Nation's netizens were rather pleased to learn that their vessel had managed to damage a foreign warship. However, upon discovering that the attackers were, in fact, the navy of the Three Golden Lion Empire, their anger erupted. How dare they fire upon our people? Are they trying to incite war? Not a single penny less in compensation. Any reduction indicates a lack of sincerity. Faced with the mounting pressure from netizens worldwide, the Ministry of War of the Three Golden Lion Empire could hardly withstand it. They had initially hoped to drag their feet and offer a perfunctory response, but the relentless media scrutiny and unyielding public sentiment left them no choice. Jing Shang's father and over 30 crew members have been inundated with interviews from journalists around the globe, vociferously protesting for compensation. All eyes are fixed on how the Three Golden Lion Empire will address this incident. Failure to handle this matter with the utmost seriousness would not only tarnish their reputation, but bring disgrace upon the entire nation. The act of an organized military force firing upon civilians in the desolate sea is evidently an act motivated by greed and malice. The more they attempt to explain, the more incriminating it appears. The headquarters of the Three Golden Lion Empire is experiencing unprecedented pressure, prompting them, alongside the Ministry of War and the Navy, to publicly apologize to Jing Shang's father and the other crew members, pledging to pay £100 million in compensation along with an additional £1 million to cover the value of the damaged goods. Although many consider this figure exorbitant, it transcends a mere compensation issue. This incident involves far too many sensitive aspects, having incited outrage on a global scale. It is a rare sight to witness netizens from various countries united in their condemnation of a single event, when the entire world's ire is directed toward them. The Three Golden Lion Empire's attempts to maintain a facade of resilience are futile. The citizens of the nation are holding the Ministry of War and the Navy accountable for tarnishing the country's image. The once proud image of the Three Golden Lion Empire as a gentlemanly nation has been sullied by actions reminiscent of pirates, reducing them to a status beneath that of beasts. Subsequently, those responsible will face severe punishment as a deterrent. But the immediate priority is to quell the global misunderstandings regarding the Three Golden Lion Empire and address the aftermath efficiently. Therefore, after urgent internal discussions, they decisively agreed to all demands. Even if Jing Shang's father was demanding an exorbitant amount, there was no room for negotiation. It was paramount to preserve the dignity of the Three Golden Lion Empire. At this juncture, continued bargaining with Jing Shang's father would only further incite the outrage of netizens worldwide. Indeed, after the headquarters of the Three Golden Lion Empire consented to the compensation, the volume of criticism significantly diminished. Jing Shang's father and the 30-plus crew members were taken aback. They had anticipated prolonged negotiations with the Three Golden Lion Empire. Oh my, they agreed so readily? £100 million. That amounts to nearly 900 million renminbi. Such a swift and decisive agreement. This 900 million renminbi, split among over 30 individuals, brought immense joy to the crew, though they maintained an appearance of indignation during interviews. We didn't come for the money. We merely seek an explanation. The value of a civilian's life cannot be measured in monetary terms. Chapter 137. Nothing particularly special upon their return to the Grand Ocean liner. a fervent celebration erupted, with each individual brimming with joy. This incident subsequently became the largest civil compensation case in maritime history, forever etched in the annals. Meanwhile, Jing Shang remained blissfully unaware of these events, engrossed in his own projects. With the expansion of surrounding factories, the construction of the base, and the gradual arrival of equipment and experimental apparatus, the research and development project centered around the Baiming-Kuan supersonic submarine officially commenced. However, creating this submarine proved to be a formidable challenge, fraught with numerous issues. Fortunately, Jing Shang was not in a rush, opting to proceed step by step. The primary concern was that the existing equipment could not meet the demands. He required new types of machinery. Previously, he might have resolved this with upgrade cards. But given the multitude of people and eyes now involved, such an approach was untenable. He could only exchange for relevant technical documentation, gradually fabricating the new devices. Once completed, these machines would stand as the most advanced in the world. First, the computational challenges needed to be addressed. The development process entailed a vast array of formula derivations and calculations, which was far too laborious when relying solely on human intellect. Thus, faster computational tools were necessary. Currently, the fastest computer operated at a mere 1.2 quintillion calculations per second, which was woefully inadequate for Jing Shang. He required at least 1,000-fold increase in speed. This necessitated the development of new microprocessors, central processing units, and chips. Additionally, numerous new software applications fell under his purview. The workload was indeed considerable, yet the large team alleviated some of the urgency. To enhance efficiency, Li Yuyan resolved to develop a new system based on the Chinese language, facilitating comprehension and learning within the team. Programming responsibilities were largely entrusted to Li Yuyan, who, alongside her team, embarked on building this new system from the ground up, including the configuration of the equipment systems. This approach yielded two significant advantages. It improved work efficiency and provided the military with a backup system to safeguard against simultaneous attacks on the main and other backup systems, which could render various electronic weapons inoperative. Jing Shang initiated mass production of the newly developed chips, producing a staggering 10 million units, of which he only required 1 million, with the remainder stored as reserves. With the successful development of the chips and the system, the core components of the new equipment, both hardware and software, were essentially completed, and soon, new devices would grace the laboratory. Throughout this process, the remaining 100 graduates were utterly in awe of Jing Shang and Li Yuyan. They found themselves largely sidelined during the research and development journey, while they claimed to be collaborating. The reality was that it was Jing Shang and Li Yuyan who propelled everyone forward. Their utmost efforts barely allowed them to keep pace with the two, making it a triumph merely to avoid hindering progress, contributing almost nothing to the overall R&D timeline. They began to grasp what true genius entailed. Last year, Jing Shang single-handedly revitalized Factory 125, introducing three remarkable cold weapons: the Chiwen military knife, the hunting shadow crossbow, and the Taotai Wolf Fang Club, each of which saw extensive battlefield application, validating their worth. This was no mere coincidence. It was a testament to genuine prowess. In an era dominated by firearms, these cold weapons became the nightmares of adversaries, a feat previously unimaginable, achievable only by a prodigy like Jing Shang. Now, those who remained felt their decision to stay was indeed commendable. Although not everyone had initially volunteered to remain, many were left with no alternative, as other facilities would not accept them. Ultimately, they chose to stay. In just a few short months, they produced a plethora of new products, including chips, processors, and the new system. As the new scientific force of Factory 125, their names appeared alongside Jing Shang's or Li Yuyan's on the project development roster, marking a significant contribution. To be candid, their output was minimal, yet the rewards were substantial. In a matter of months, each individual received a third-class merit award. Meanwhile, those who had once cried out to leave had long since moved on to other munitions factories, likely still undergoing training, while those who remained had already completed several small projects. Whether it was the new system spearheaded by Li Yuyan or the various processors and chips led by Jing Shang. All were of the highest caliber, placing them at the forefront globally. For instance, the chips commonly found in mobile phones currently utilize around 7 nanometers, whereas the chips developed by Jing Shang had achieved an astounding 1 picometer. What does this signify? 1 picometer equates to 0.001 nanometers, representing the pinnacle of precision in contemporary chip technology. In just a few months, they amassed an impressive array of achievements, igniting excitement among the 100 graduates. Although their contributions were modest, the sense of involvement instilled a profound sense of pride. They witnessed these accomplishments unfold from initial preparations to final success, a seamless journey. Upon arrival, they perceived Jing Shang and Li Yuyan as unremarkable. Jing Shang appeared to be an ordinary young engineer, while Li Yuyan resembled a mischievous sprite, unpredictable and spirited. However, now, they regarded this master-disciple duo as exceptionally gifted, rivaling even the foremost scientists in the domains of nuclear weapons and aerospace. In stark contrast to the exuberance of the young graduates, Jing Shang and Li Yuyan maintained an air of calm. Li Yuyan dismissed the significance of the medals, and Jing Shang gradually grew indifferent to the accolades. After all, with so many accomplishments under their belts, the issuance of a third-class merit medal was hardly a grand affair. The overall commander did not even attend, delegating the presentation to Factory Director Ho, with no ceremony whatsoever. Indeed, Factory 125's achievements had become so frequent. In contrast, other factories often saw their projects span a year or more, sometimes taking decades to bear fruit. Yet, they managed to produce numerous results within a few months, each possessing practical value. Take the chips as an example. If applied to the civilian market, they would significantly enhance the competitiveness of domestic chip manufacturers and potentially propel the entire industrial sector forward. A picometer chip vastly outperforms a 7-nanometer counterpart, reflecting a staggering difference of thousands of times. Moreover, the Chinese system developed by Li Yuyan stood out distinctly, rendering it virtually impervious to enemy attacks, thereby greatly bolstering the security of the national defense system. This system had already undergone mass updates within the defense sector, offering not only enhanced speed and safety, but also superior confidentiality. However, this news had yet to circulate widely. Other munitions factories had merely heard whispers of Factory 125's continuous achievements. Unbeknownst to them, Factory 125 was quietly engaged in a significant project, the Baiming-Kuan supersonic submarine. This was not a mere FAAD. Genuine progress was underway. Other factories presumed that the military was merely showcasing its prowess, given that they had not received such a task and had not heard of any new laboratories undertaking such an endeavor. After all, submarine technology typically fell under the purview of dedicated submarine manufacturing facilities. In reality, those specialized factories had not been assigned this task. Chapter 138. Visionary insight. As the 125 factory continued to receive a stream of jubilant news, speculation arose regarding their foray into new realms. Though no one anticipated their endeavor to develop a supersonic submarine, the 125 factory was indeed broadening its research scope, a necessity given the limited development potential in the realm of refrigeration technology. Moreover, the 98 factory had reached a level of maturity in this field, leaving little room for the 125 factory to grow. Hence, shifting focus towards a more comprehensive direction seemed inevitable. The advantage of this strategy is the ability to undertake a greater number of projects, while the drawback is the potential dilution of research efforts. Yet, the 125 factory astonished everyone once again with a series of groundbreaking achievements that left observers in awe. The online forums, once rife with criticism directed at Jing Shang and Li Yuyan, vividly recalled their past disparagement, only to be met with tangible results that contradicted their words. Within mere months, they had completed several new projects and made significant advancements at an unparalleled pace. It is worth noting that the research foundation of the 125 factory was relatively fragile. It was only this year that they welcomed a new cohort of graduates. Initially, Jing Shang meticulously selected over 200 candidates, but ultimately only 100 remained, and these individuals were among the less proficient. Despite such humble beginnings, they managed to achieve remarkable success, evidencing their profound capabilities. Reflecting on the earlier year, when this teacher-student duo boldly critiqued authoritative publications on academic forums, one might consider their demeanor overly self-assured. Now, however, they scarcely appear on that platform, leaving one to ponder whether their articles were removed or if they were simply too engrossed in their work to participate. Their absence is palpable online. Even requests for their commentary go unanswered. Nevertheless, their legendary narrative continues to circulate on the internet, gradually prompting inquiries into Jing Shang's original paper on supersonic submarines. Why the intrigue surrounding this paper? Partly because Jing Shang proposed the concept well before it garnered media attention. While the international community claimed that the White Eagle Empire had commenced research in this domain, Jing Shang was the first to formally introduce the notion within the Dragon Nation. Does this not attest to his foresight? Additionally, his array of innovative accomplishments showcased extraordinary scientific aptitude, whether in chip design or software system development, yielding a plethora of works in a brief span. Were he to establish a company in a different context, it would undoubtedly be of a scale in the hundreds of billions. Can one truly dismiss the papers authored by such a remarkable individual as mere empty rhetoric? Were emotions perhaps too heightened at the time, leading to misguided judgments? The paper, withdrawn in less than 2 hours post-publication, raises the question of how many genuinely grasped its intricacies. Even in the absence of robust theoretical support, numerous powerful nations around the globe are ardently pursuing this ambitious goal, indicating it is far from a trivial matter. Rather, it represents a potentially realizable grand vision. Regrettably, the original document has been deleted, and now it is virtually impossible to locate a copy. While typical researchers may not be overly concerned, many authoritative scholars within the industry have sought the original manuscript from journal headquarters, engaging in earnest discussions and investigations. After thorough examination, it became evident that Jing Shang's ideas were exceptionally lucid. Criticisms previously levied regarding minor issues, such as imprecise definitions, were trivial at best. This paper sufficiently demonstrated that Jing Shang had devised a comprehensive plan for the development of the supersonic submarine, fully aware of the sequential steps required. In retrospect, one must concede that there was a misinterpretation of his intentions. Recollecting the collective outcry against Jing Shang and Li Yuyan on the forums, it indeed seems unjust. Some veteran engineers from submarine factories managed to acquire the original manuscript and, after a month of diligent study, recognized the project's immense potential. Although the challenges were formidable and almost inconceivable, if granted 500 years to develop, they might indeed succeed in creating a supersonic submarine. Consequently, the submarine munitions factory sought approval to initiate the supersonic submarine project from the Military Commission. The response was to first focus on developing a high-speed submarine, achieving at least 100 kilometers per hour before progressing further. Thus, the veteran engineers reluctantly shelved their aspirations for a supersonic submarine. Currently, even reaching a speed of 100 kilometers per hour remains elusive. Achieving a mere 90 kilometers per hour was only possible due to Jing Shang's design blueprints. Underscoring his significant contributions, there is no doubt that they must continue their current endeavors, prioritizing the completion of a submarine capable of 100 kilometers per hour before considering other ambitions. According to the Military Commission's previous directives, several submarines had already neutralized the naval operations of major powers, effectively curtailing their arrogance. This underscores the critical role submarines play in naval warfare. If they could successfully develop a high-speed submarine, it would be a momentous achievement for the Dragon Nation. The pursuit of supersonic submarines could be postponed. However, unbeknownst to many, the 125 factory had quietly commenced research on the supersonic submarine, maintaining the highest levels of confidentiality. No one anticipated that the research base was not situated by the sea, but rather deep within the mountains. At present, Jing Shang and Li Yuyan stood in a valley, observing the bustling construction activities. Jing Shang, donning a hard hat, called out to a group of workers below, reminding them to handle the nano-components of the high-energy accelerator with utmost care to avoid any damage. Understood, Engineer Jing. came the resounding reply from the workers. From their vantage point atop the mountain, Jing Shang and Li Yuyan surveyed the entire construction site, where cranes, uniformed workers, and various engineering vehicles were evident. From this perspective, one could also observe the enormous superconducting coils, still partially installed and towering 5 stories high. The entire scene resembled a monstrous assembly crafted from colossal metal blocks and intricate cryogenic piping, exuding an aura of industrial rawness amidst the mountainous backdrop. Li Yuyan nimbly descended the slope, her figure illuminated by sunlight filtering through the peaks, merging harmoniously with the dreamlike surroundings, akin to a breathtaking oil painting. The stark contrast between the imposing metal structure and her graceful silhouette created a striking visual dichotomy, one hard and cold, the other warm and lively. "Hurry up, master," she called back to Jing Shang, her voice buoyant as she skipped down the hill. With a smile, Jing Shang leisurely followed, unperturbed. Although construction on this experimental base had been underway for some time, the entire project was merely in its infancy. According to the blueprints, once completed, the structure would nearly match the height of the surrounding peaks, and the foundational work below was still expanding. This vast experimental site was dedicated to the development of the propulsion system for the Beiming Kuan supersonic submarine, a matter of utmost importance. Unlike conventional nuclear power systems, the Beiming Kuan supersonic submarine necessitated a specialized engine, yet to be named. Chapter 139. A persistent sense of defiance during discussions. Li Yuyan often affectionately referred to it as Little Sunday. She pointed to a large pit at the experiment site, smiling as she said, "Master, our first and Appos, Sun and Appos, will slowly rise from here." The soldiers busy with construction around them looked on in bewilderment, unaware that the sun referred to by this master and disciple indicated a new form of energy. Currently, the world primarily relies on fossil fuels such as coal, oil, and natural gas. In recent years, various nations have been fervently developing renewable energy sources, including wind and solar power. Major population centers, such as the Dragon Nation, are also gradually expanding the use of nuclear energy. However, within this valley, Jing Shang and Li Yuyan are preparing to lead an energy revolution, crafting their own sun. Should this technology prove successful, it could not only be applied to various large-scale devices, but also address certain energy demands. For millennia, resources have been the focal point of contention. Nations have gone to war over oil, as exemplified by the conflict in Area 43 of the Aberrasa Desert. If this project comes to fruition, it would significantly reduce the Dragon Nation's dependence on traditional energy sources, positioning the country more favorably and gradually integrating this new energy into the existing framework. Energy is vital to a nation's industrial lifeblood and economic foundation, serving as a cornerstone of military competition. The two individuals clad in military uniforms strolled through the construction site, swiftly blending into the bustling crowd. "Master, let us name the new engine Qua Fu Chasing the Sun," suggested Li Yuyan. What a splendid idea. Little did they know, they had already stirred a tempest within the industry, becoming a model for various armaments factories to emulate. Just when everyone doubted the capabilities of Factory 125 and Jing Shang, he, together with his young apprentice and 100 new employees, consistently produced remarkable results within a few short months. This dramatic turnaround had previously incited scorn towards the master and disciple online, yet they had now become exemplars to follow, especially among young researchers. Jing Shang was revered as a near deity, having risen from the ranks of ordinary soldiers, possessing a modest educational background, and being of similar age to them. Rather than being a seasoned engineer in his 40s or 50s, Jing Shang had become a guiding light for these young talents. In a dormitory of Factory 98, Lu Shi sat by the desk, fixated on a web page showcasing an academic forum. He had opened an article he had previously penned, a lengthy critique of Jing Shang, laden with attacks and enumerating 3 major offenses. This post had sparked fervent discussion, garnering over 2,000 replies. Lu Shi took great pride in this piece, harboring a lingering resentment towards Jing Shang, a mere conscript whom he looked down upon learning of his background. How could a self-taught researcher achieve any substantial success compared to someone with a formal education like himself? Furthermore, Lu Shi had harbored unrequited feelings for Lu Xinfang, who had unabashedly pursued Jing Shang, inciting his fury. Consequently, he had been at the forefront of denouncing Jing Shang, having momentarily lost his rationality. Now, however, many posts that once criticized Jing Shang were quietly deleted, for he had proven his capabilities through tangible actions. Doubts arose about whether Jing Shang's research on supersonic submarines was truly subpar. After all, he was the first in the Dragon Nation to propose the concept of a supersonic submarine, leading to a global surge in interest in the concept shortly thereafter. Reports even emerged from the White Eagle Nation indicating that they had already invested in related projects and achieved some success. Thus, it appeared that Jing Shang indeed possessed a keen vision. Consequently, the previously published negative remarks seemed increasingly inappropriate and were subsequently removed. Lu Shi recognized this shift and ultimately deleted his article. Initially, he maintained that Jing Shang had merely stumbled upon inspiration and that last year's trio of refrigeration units was merely a stroke of luck. As the new year commenced, 125 Factory experienced a lull, seemingly validating his perspective. However, the situation soon reversed when Factory 125 took in a large cohort of graduates and began to intensify its efforts, launching various research endeavors. In just a few months, Jing Shang had led his team to unveil a series of astonishing results. Such a pace of research and development was nothing short of remarkable. This was the hallmark of genius. Many were aware that Li Yuyan was a prodigy with an IQ of 165, yet no one knew Jing Shang's exact IQ, though it likely surpassed hers. They were two eccentrics, two geniuses, entirely defying convention. Who could predict the astonishing innovations they might yet unveil? Jing Shang and Appo's accomplishments, if developed in the private sector, could undoubtedly forge a company worth hundreds of billions. Lu Xinfang, Hou Xiaohua, and Peng Luohai ambled along the path of Factory 98 toward the cafeteria. Their feelings toward the situation at Factory 125 and Jing Shang decidedly complex. Hou Xiaohua mused, had we stayed at Factory 125, perhaps we would also be successful figures today. Peng Luohai, patting his belly, remarked, I truly miss the game meat Jing Shang prepared. Lu Xinfang smiled slightly, you only think of food. The three exchanged glances that betrayed an unmistakable sense of melancholy and nostalgia. As the only three individuals who had participated in the Factory 125 project, they had originally had the opportunity to remain, yet they had missed that chance. Had they been more resolute in their desire to transfer to Factory 125, perhaps they could have secured their positions in that modest unit at the time. Yet ultimately, no one insisted on such a course of action, resulting in the loss of that golden opportunity. If only they had chosen to stay, they might have soared to success alongside Jing Shang. Even a recent graduate had received a third-class merit award, an honor that Lu Xinfang had toiled to attain. They were now senior engineers at Factory 98, yet they were eclipsed by a novice. Lu Xinfang felt particularly weighed down by this reality. Over the past months, Jing Shang had gradually grown distant from her. She understood that the accomplishments of Factory 125 had likely kept him busier, and thus she hesitated to intrude upon him. She genuinely wished to seek him out. But the security measures at Factory 125 had become exceedingly stringent, leaving her unable to enter and reliant on public information for fragmented updates. Hou Xiaohua remarked, I've recently heard that the White Eagle Nation has begun to stir up trouble again. Peng Luohai chuckled, they've been at it for a while. The media is only just reporting it now. They certainly miscalculated. Lu Xinfang found the situation ironic, reflecting, to think they intend to use chips to restrict us is utterly laughable. Not long ago, the White Eagle Nation announced its intention to suppress the development pace of the Dragon Nation, launching a comprehensive offensive from all angles. A dedicated task force was even established to oversee the suppression of the Dragon Nation. In recent years, the Dragon Nation's momentum had been impressive, posing a significant threat to the White Eagle Nation, particularly impacting the performance of several prestigious corporations within its upper echelons. Chapter 140. The emaciated camel is larger than the horse. Many markets that originally belonged to companies from the White Eagle Nation have been infiltrated by enterprises from the Dragon Nation. resulting in a significant loss of market share and profits for the former. Some companies that once thrived in previous years have begun to decline, with some even facing bankruptcy, leading to widespread job losses. The most crucial aspect is that behind these companies often lurked high-ranking executives from the White Eagle Nation, their interests intricately intertwined. The collapse of these companies would inevitably impact the personal stakes of these executives. Moreover, the continuous financial support provided by these companies is essential for maintaining the positions of these high-ranking officials. Consequently, the White Eagle Nation has resolved to exert further pressure on the Dragon Nation, with particular focus on the indiscriminate suppression of its high-tech firms. The semiconductor industry has garnered particular attention, as this technology is indispensable for everyday items such as mobile phones. In this domain, large corporations from the White Eagle Nation hold considerable advantages. Additionally, several companies from the Cherry Blossom Nation and allied countries possess a degree of influence in this sector. Under the leadership of the White Eagle Nation, it is not difficult to unite efforts to blockade the semiconductor enterprises of the Dragon Nation. This could result in a prolonged technological lag for the Dragon Nation, during which time companies from the White Eagle Nation would be dedicated to developing a new generation of chips, thus maintaining their global lead and controlling the market. The diminutive chip holds the potential for immense profit, thereby siphoning off some of the economic benefits from the Dragon Nation and nourishing the companies and populace of the White Eagle Nation. Initially, the populace did not perceive this situation as particularly relevant to their lives, considering it merely a competition among corporate giants. However, as time passed, an increasing number of netizens from the Dragon Nation began to realize that the matter was far more complex. Despite the convoluted logic behind it, the outcome ultimately resulted in inconveniences for consumers. Due to restrictions on chips, high-quality semiconductors could not enter the market, consequently hindering the Dragon Nation's ability to manufacture high-end mobile phones. Consumers were left with no choice but to opt for brands primarily from the White Eagle Nation. Although these foreign brands had seen a decline in innovation in recent years, their solid reputation, coupled with exclusive access to 7-nanometer chip technology, severely limited consumer choices. Soon, the market share of high-end mobile phones in the Dragon Nation was almost entirely eroded by these foreign brands. The first to capture the public and Oppo's attention was a beautiful and academically accomplished blogger named Jinrui. She had once been a graduate student at a prestigious university, boasting an IQ of 170. At one point, she nearly joined a studio led by a figure named Jing Shang, but at that time, she was passionately involved with a well-known domestic tycoon who had made his fortune reselling old mobile phones, becoming a prominent brand founder at a young age. This entrepreneur, in his early 30s, enjoyed considerable popularity online, owning a private jet, multiple luxurious residences, and countless high-end vehicles and watches, an archetypal success story greatly respected by the youth. However, shortly after the debut of a new submarine, the White Eagle Nation initiated a comprehensive crackdown on the Dragon Nation. The first casualty was the semiconductor industry, which dealt a severe blow to the brand established by the wealthy businessman. A manufacturer targeting the high-end market found itself unable to produce flagship models. The stock price plummeted, and banks began to demand repayment, plunging him into despair. By the time Jinrui grasped the situation, it was already beyond control, leaving no time for divorce proceedings. All assets had been mortgaged to repay debts, as her husband had borrowed extensively during his rapid expansion. Under normal circumstances, this should not have posed a problem, but unforeseen adversities had arisen. The company collapsed overnight, and numerous creditors began to press for repayment. Out of pride, the tycoon did not disclose the reality to Jinrui, depriving her of the chance to withdraw in time. Marrying a billionaire had initially promised a life of luxury, but she now found herself destitute, unable even to afford basic indulgences. In a fit of frustration, the astute Jinrui refrained from making any rash decisions, for she recognized that she too had been ensnared in this maelstrom. Before their marriage, she had managed to secure some shares for herself, so she could only weather the storm alongside him now. The once-dreamt future had suddenly evaporated, observing her once glorious husband now engulfed in despair. Jinrui understood that further reproach would be futile, The only recourse was to devise a strategy to salvage the company. The emaciated camel is larger than the horse. Solutions could always be found. Furthermore, her family could lend some assistance. They needed to endure the present difficulties in hopes of brighter days ahead. After enduring such trials, the person beside her might emerge more steadfast. She approached the tycoon, silently taking the cigarette but from his hand and extinguishing it between her fingers, allowing the ashes to drift away. The tycoon looked up at her in astonishment. Wan Jinrui softly uttered, "Enough. You were already destitute. What is there to fear? At worst, we could return to selling second-hand phones." The tycoon gazed at Wan Jinrui, his eyes filled with gratitude. He had not expected that, despite his fall from grace, she remained steadfast by his side, never once mentioning divorce. Wan Jinrui gently patted his shoulder. "Do not despair. This situation is significant. The headquarters will certainly not stand idly by. We are not the only company affected. Let us observe how the situation unfolds." The tycoon nodded vigorously. "Indeed. As long as we endure this difficult period, we can rise again." Wan Jinrui turned her attention to the television on the wall, where a press conference was underway, and the spokesperson from the headquarters was responding to journalists' inquiries. The current question pertained to the semiconductor issue. She quickly adjusted the volume, and the sound from the conference immediately captured her attention. Journalists from major domestic and international media outlets congregated, all displaying keen interest in the proceedings. After months of efforts and negotiations, the Dragon Nation's headquarters had failed to persuade foreign forces to lift their suppression measures against Chinese enterprises, a move that had profound implications for the domestic market. From the perspective of the Dragon Nation, adopting a mutually destructive approach was not wise. However, foreign entities remained convinced that their companies possessed core technologies and maintained an absolute advantage. Should all high-tech industries in China be suppressed, it would not only stymie technological advancement, but also precipitate widespread unemployment and societal unrest. Consequently, after negotiations yielded no results, reporters relentlessly inquired about how they would respond. The official response indicated that some countermeasures would be implemented, but further details would require consultation with another significant agency. This statement left many perplexed. Why not provide a direct explanation? As a result, there was heightened anticipation for the specifics of the press conference, with numerous domestic and international reporters filling the venue. After briefly addressing some military-related inquiries, the spokesperson from the important agency was asked about strategies concerning the commercial competition between the two parties. All eyes were fixated on him. Chapter 141. The discomfort of reflection. The spokesperson remarked with a smile, "Our nation is currently fostering and endorsing independent research and technological breakthroughs. We also hope that the opposing party will promptly rectify their erroneous practices. Should they persist in enacting these detrimental measures to the market, we shall respond vigorously. We intend to open certain critical technological fields for use by private enterprises, thereby fortifying ourselves against the pressures of international competitors." These words reverberated throughout the venue, startling all present. Journalists exchanged glances, utterly unprepared for such a remarkable declaration. Initially, they anticipated mere verbal protests, never expecting such a strategic maneuver. It signified that certain key technologies had long been in domestic possession, yet remained undisclosed to the public. This implies that in the face of challenges, our nation is not only capable of producing high-end chips at the 7-nanometer level to fill the void, but has also significantly advanced research and development in various fields such as aerospace and communications. Despite prior skepticism regarding the ability of Chinese enterprises to independently accomplish such intricate tasks, current progress appears to be promising. Furthermore, to expedite the cessation of foreign dependency, the government has not only provided substantial financial support, but has also actively encouraged the involvement of various sectors in this initiative. With the collective efforts of all parties, it is believed that the goal of achieving self-sufficient production of high-quality microelectronic products will soon be realized. It is evident that our country has fallen significantly behind in the realm of chips. Presently, the predominant market trend is the 7-nanometer chip, which undergoes rapid innovation. Next year could see the emergence of 6-nanometer technology, and shortly thereafter, Even 5-nanometer chips may become a reality. The pace of technological advancement is astonishing. At our current rate of pursuit, catching up with top-tier chip companies seems nearly impossible in the short term. While we are indeed striving for development and have made some progress, we must not forget that others are also advancing at a relentless pace. These leading companies have long been making substantial investments in research and development, spending significant sums annually. They have cultivated a cadre of experienced researchers and a solid technical foundation, making it challenging to easily surpass them. With decades of accumulated experience and expertise, the notion of overtaking them swiftly is far from simple. Even if we can now produce 14-nanometer chips on a large scale, this will merely alleviate the risks of supply disruptions applicable in computers, automobiles, televisions, and smart home devices. However, in the crucial mobile phone market, foreign brands will still dominate, leaving us to lament the loss of such a lucrative opportunity. It feels as though a hand is firmly grasping our throat, an utterly disconcerting sensation. These sentiments reflect prior expert opinions and are commonly echoed in media narratives. Everyone is acutely aware of the situation, yet what can be done? Progress must be gradual, and technological research cannot be rushed. It requires time and ample resources to support the endeavors of scientists, and breakthroughs may not be realized in the short term. In previous years, we attempted to invest heavily in independent research, only to face failure. Now, having reached a critical juncture, the challenge of substantially increasing investments to recommence research weighs heavily on our minds. Despite many holding an optimistic belief that we could produce the best domestic lithography machines and high-end chips within a few years, the reality is far more complex. However, today, both domestic and international journalists were astonished to hear the spokesperson state that advanced chip technology exists within military factories, yet has not been publicly utilized due to various considerations. If this information proves accurate, then the blockade imposed by certain nations on our civilian enterprises becomes a mere farce. Not only would this lead those nations to lose their previously held market shares, but it would also incite significant support for our domestic brands, especially when performance is comparable. This would deliver a tremendous blow to all foreign electronic products, encompassing not just chips, but also mobile phones and other electronic devices. Journalists were electrified, particularly local reporters who could hardly believe the news they had just received. Wang Jinrui, fixated on the speaker on the television, was filled with exhilaration, while her husband, seated on the sofa beside her, was rendered speechless by the revelation. They exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with astonishment. As leaders of a renowned domestic mobile phone brand, they were acutely aware of the long-standing control foreign enterprises held over chip technology. Despite numerous attempts to break this monopoly, they had not succeeded, with all core components still reliant on imports. In the short term, it was impossible for their enterprise to independently accomplish this task. But now the military had signaled an important message. In times of heightened tension, advanced chip technology would be transferred to civilian enterprises. This undoubtedly represents a considerable boon for the entire domestic mobile phone industry. Wang Jinrui quickly conveyed her analysis to her husband. Currently, no local enterprise possesses the capability to independently master the core technology of 7-nanometer or smaller process nodes. So the military will surely select a few reliable companies to collaborate with and disseminate this critical expertise. Her husband's eyes sparkled with hope. Our company is the most adversely affected by the chip crisis. We are the only brand on the brink of bankruptcy. If the military selects us, our company could be revitalized. Regrettably, they had not previously engaged in chip projects, while some companies were indeed involved in chip research. Although they had not achieved significant breakthroughs, they might have captured the attention of the military. Alas, I wonder if we will be chosen, he pondered anxiously, pacing the room in distress. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Seizing it could restore them to prominence, perhaps even elevate them further. However, if they miss this chance, they could end up destitute, relying on charity. Wang Jinrui urged him. First, we must swiftly establish a chip research team to demonstrate our commitment, letting it be known that we have been diligently developing chip technology and are currently short on funds. Second, We need to discreetly gather information about the military situation to ascertain which companies they are considering and whether we are among them. We must remain vigilant. This opportunity must not slip away, no matter the cost." Her husband nodded emphatically. "Our success or failure hinges on this moment." Shortly after the press conference concluded, various factions began to stir. The protracted drama of recent months had not yet reached its conclusion, indicating that both sides were genuinely at odds. Earlier, a foreign nation had dispatched submarines to demonstrate their might in a specific maritime region, only to collide with the naval forces of our country and be captured. After expending $6 billion to secure the submarine and Oppo's release, the soldiers remained detained, with no intention of being released. Subsequently, they ceased underwater maneuvers and instead deployed 20 warships to form a naval alliance, attempting to intimidate our country. However, this endeavor was abruptly curtailed as they were frightened off by the sudden appearance of newly developed submarines. Chapter 142. This is truly the end now. Rather than directly confronting the Dragon Nation, they have begun to take action against its enterprises, imposing a comprehensive blockade on the influx of advanced technology. In truth, the enterprises of the White Nation were initially reluctant to partake in such measures, particularly those in the semiconductor industry, as they not only lost numerous orders, but also incited a sense of protective nationalism among the Dragon Nation's consumers, inevitably causing a substantial erosion of market share. Although foreign mobile phone brands might temporarily fill some market gaps and mitigate losses, this is hardly a sustainable strategy. Such an adversarial stance is detrimental to the chip companies, compelling Dragon Nation enterprises to develop their own semiconductor technologies. Should they succeed, they would dominate the market, rendering foreign competitors obsolete. Why not engage in fruitful collaboration? Everyone has profited handsomely over the years. Why must it lead to mutual destruction, akin to shooting oneself in the foot? If this continues for several more years, losing the Chinese market will spell disaster for themselves as well. Why insist on a head-on clash? Yet, those beneath them feel utterly powerless in this situation. Upon hearing news concerning the government building, their anxiety escalated, prompting them to seek out the upper echelons of the White Nation to request a repeal of these strategies. This is purely self-sabotage. While they might reap some short-term gains, the long-term repercussions are bound to be counterproductive. If the Dragon Nation truly establishes its own semiconductor industry, they would be sidelined entirely. This has already been validated in numerous sectors, such as the automotive industry. Once, the Dragon Nation had few domestic brands in the passenger car market, yet now, there exists a plethora of homegrown vehicles, and consumer loyalty towards domestic products has only intensified. The decline of Japanese automobiles in the Chinese market serves as a vivid example. Furthermore, certain luxury brands have lost significant market shares due to offending Chinese consumers. In the headquarters of the White Nation, officials met with the leaders of these semiconductor firms. Do not panic. This is merely a negotiation tactic employed by the government. There is nothing to fear. How could they possibly master such advanced technologies? Do you truly believe that? The executives of the chip companies exchanged wry smiles and responded, "We implore you to rescind this approach. It bears no benefits for us." The official, visibly exasperated, retorted, "What do you understand? Is this merely about your petty interests? This is a contest between great powers. If we do not curb the momentum of the Dragon Nation's development, they will soon surpass us. Do you think you can continue to thrive then?" The White Nation's stance was resolute, intending to escalate pressure with the hope of forcing concessions from the Dragon Nation. Others remained observant, questioning the authenticity of the government's declaration. Previous information had yielded no concrete evidence regarding semiconductor research. If true, the government's concealment was profound. Simultaneously, evaluations of the government and Oppo's technological capabilities were reassessed. Many believed the claim to be plausible, especially given the Dragon Nation and Oppo's significant breakthroughs in various technological fields in recent years, be it lunar exploration or space station projects, showcasing remarkable prowess. The government's confidentiality measures had always been stringent, preventing their research achievements from leaking to civilian organizations. If this were indeed the case, the White Nation would be inflicting profound self-harm, suffering substantial losses. All awaited the unfolding of this drama with bated breath. When the news reached the wealthy individual, he and his wife were astounded. "We are a renowned mobile phone manufacturer. Why were we not invited? The scale of our enterprise is evident from our position on the rich list, as is our market share. Yet, such a significant company has no place in the government's plans." This perplexed the couple greatly. The wealthy man, despondent, lamented, "This is utterly over. It's all finished." Initially, he had hoped to acquire some semiconductor technology from the government to enhance his company's standing, reigniting the high-end mobile phone business and reclaiming market share. Now, it seemed the government had no intention of extending an invitation to them. "Cheer up. It is far too early to give up." Wang Jinrui's gaze was resolute. She was not one to concede easily. Others claimed that Chimei University was notoriously difficult to enter, yet she breezed through. They said that this diamond bachelor was challenging to win over, yet she succeeded. Her life was an envy to all women. Wang Jinrui was determined to attain a flawless life, allowing no imperfections to mar her aspirations. Since she had lagged in responding and failed to relocate her assets or rid herself of that ineffectual man, it was now her responsibility to salvage the situation. The wealthy man had completely lost his fighting spirit. Only Wang Jinrui could turn the tide. Without hesitation, she leveraged all her connections in an attempt to reach the government. After considerable effort, she finally met with a government official. The office was modest, cluttered with an array of documents that left little room to sit. Wang Jinrui had no choice but to take a seat across from the official. Despite the small office, the power wielded within was substantial. More precisely, the middle-aged man seated opposite held the authority to determine her company's fate. A single word from him could place their name on the invitation list, thus reviving their fortunes. The reviewer perused the documents with a furrowed brow, stating, "I have examined your materials, and I'm afraid they do not align with our government's requirements." Wang Jinrui, far from willing to concede, straightened her posture and leaned forward slightly, gently imploring, "Our brand is among the top in the country. We have 20,000 employees relying on us for their livelihoods. If we go bankrupt, so many will face unemployment. Moreover, we are currently in arrears with their wages. If the government can mitigate our crisis, why not lend us a hand?" Wang Jinrui genuinely could not comprehend why her company, a victim of the unreasonable actions of the Eagle Nation, was not afforded consideration. They were among the greatest victims. Why should they be excluded from the assistance? The reviewer set down the documents, took a sip of tea, and slowly replied, "First and foremost, there is the issue of the corporate legal entity." Wang Jinrui was taken aback. The corporate legal entity? Did this not refer to herself and her husband? Adding in some relatives and friends, the company was essentially family-controlled. What could possibly be amiss? "We do have some debts, but these are merely the consequences of the current situation. If it weren't for the Eagle Nation's malicious market interference, we would be thriving," she explained. The reviewer shook his head, interrupting her, "That is not my concern. Last year, you and your husband became citizens of the Eagle Nation. Our country does not recognize dual citizenship. Since you are now a foreign national, you cannot be included in the invitation list." Upon hearing this, Wang Jinrui felt as if struck by lightning. Indeed, last year, they had covertly changed their nationality, a fact that even the media had overlooked. However, the government would undoubtedly have discovered it. Chapter 143. Sweeping all before us, the transfer of this technology into civilian hands is met with exceedingly stringent qualifications for corporate scrutiny, with confidentiality taking precedence. It is strictly forbidden to disclose this technology to the outside world, particularly prohibiting its transfer to foreign entities or individuals. Now, with both Wang Jinrui and her husband being citizens of the Eagle Nation, this shift in identity has directly rendered her company devoid of any possibility of obtaining technological support. After leaving in a state of despair, she never anticipated that a decision made solely for the sake of ensuring her children received a quality education abroad would yield such catastrophic repercussions. Initially, she envisioned a tranquil retirement, enjoying the fruits of her labor in a foreign land. Yet, unexpectedly, before reaching old age, she found herself bereft of wealth and burdened with debts. The most unforeseen twist was the Eagle Nation's abrupt intervention in the affairs of the Dragon Nation, which nearly led to her family's financial ruin. It was she who had compelled her husband to change their nationality, and now they could not discern which nation's enterprise they belonged to. Claiming to be a local business failed to convince anyone. Classifying themselves as an overseas entity barred them from acquiring the necessary technology. In short, they found themselves in a predicament with no favorable resolution. What she once deemed a clever choice had backfired yet again. There might have been hope for inclusion, but a mere change in nationality obliterated that opportunity. Even if she reverted to her original nationality now, trust would be hard to reclaim. Days later, enterprises that successfully made it onto the aid list hurried to sign stringent confidentiality agreements with the military and public buildings, receiving relevant equipment and documentation. Excitement filled the air, as this signified direct access to advanced production processes. Future breakthroughs promised the potential for developing superior electronic products. This would not only reclaim lost territory, but also enable them to compete globally for market shares, including those previously held by the Eagle Nation. Dragon Nation enterprises are remarkably formidable. Once given the opportunity, they transform into fierce competitors, sweeping all before them in the market. The agreements signed by these companies with military and public buildings remained largely unknown, even to the media, with only a few industry veterans catching wind of it. Shortly thereafter, these companies announced that they had commenced mass production of 6-nanometer chips, inviting all domestic smartphone brands for procurement. Incredible! Just yesterday, there were no leads, and today, production has already begun. The news spread like wildfire, igniting fervor among the populace who acutely felt the constriction imposed by the Eagle Empire's technological stranglehold and yearned to break free from such shackles. However, technological research and development cannot be accomplished in a day or two, leaving many frustrated. Yet, the fact that so many companies announced the mass production of 6-nanometer chips was indeed a fortuitous development. Soon enough, the truth became apparent. These enterprises had not surmounted the technological hurdles independently. Rather, the military and public buildings had directly transferred their technological achievements to them. The spokesperson's statements during the previous press conference were grounded in undeniable substance, devoid of exaggeration. They genuinely possessed core technologies, which had merely not been publicly showcased for security reasons. Faced with unwarranted oppression from the headquarters of the Eagle Empire, the military and public buildings could no longer endure the pressure and thus unveiled their chip technology to combat this crisis, primarily aiming to protect the hard-earned progress of local enterprises. The internet erupted in a frenzy, and various domestic smartphone brands began frantically purchasing chips, all produced by these factories, at uniform pricing. Before long, renowned domestic smartphone manufacturers announced the impending launch of new flagship models, which not only boasted affordability, but also included numerous additional incentives. Notably, their technological performance surpassed that of many foreign brands. While the international market remained entrenched in the 7-nanometer stage, Dragon Nation's high-end models had already transcended to the 6-nanometer process. This explosive information rapidly permeated every corner of the globe. Various factions were astounded, as the military and public buildings decisively countered the strategic maneuvers of the Eagle Empire's headquarters. Truly, it was astonishing. Did the military and public buildings genuinely possess such cutting-edge technology? The Eagle Empire had inadvertently shot itself in the foot. It was utterly laughable that they had unwittingly delivered their chip business into the flames. Numerous associated enterprises within the Eagle Nation were rendered speechless by this outcome. They had predicted it would take at least some time before the Dragon Nation could master the 7-nanometer technology, by which point they anticipated having commenced mass production of 3 or 1-nanometer products to maintain their market dominance. Who could have foreseen that within just a few days, the adversary would already possess the capability for mass production of 6-nanometer equipment? Such actions were utterly unexpected. Upon hearing this news, many executives from foreign semiconductor manufacturers and well-known smartphone brands broke into a cold sweat. They understood all too well the implications of this development. From this moment onward, their territories would gradually erode. The immense efforts and costs incurred to penetrate the Dragon Nation's market now appeared destined for futility, causing immense internal anguish. Losing this market not only signified the loss of a vital revenue stream, but also heightened the likelihood of bidding farewell to the Fortune 500 list. When the stock market opened that day, shares of numerous affected enterprises plummeted, resulting in unprecedented widespread declines. While the general public had maintained a relatively neutral stance towards domestic products, this incident ignited a fervent support for national brands. If they sought to profit from selling goods, they must extend due respect and service. How could they expect to profit while attempting to bully local companies and monopolize market resources, leading to closures and job losses? Such behavior was intolerable. Ironically, the actions taken by the Eagle Empire significantly fueled the public's resolve to defend the interests of their national brands. Upon learning of this development, countless citizens flocked to various domestic smartphone sales websites to purchase new devices, demonstrating their support for local endeavors. Even if they could not acquire the processors sold separately, they could at least indirectly aid their brethren throughout the industry chain in overcoming difficulties. This resulted in an explosive surge in overall sales for the month, far exceeding normal demand, clearly influenced by this sudden event and its subsequent reversal. A nationwide phenomenon akin to compensatory consumerism emerged, showcasing the formidable strength of unity among the Chinese people. Chapter 144. Humiliating and futile actions let them feel the dread of that enormous cake gradually slipping from their grasp, only to vanish from their sight forever. The fervor in the online comment sections has remained unabated, with everyone eagerly exchanging and sharing in this joy. Ha! What we once thought would choke us has instead caused us to twist our heads in disbelief. To be frank, I never anticipated such an outcome. The prowess of the Military Research Institute is truly beyond imagination. It is also unexpected that the usually low-profile military establishment, which focuses solely on national defense, has developed a keen interest in the microelectronics industry. Such cutting-edge technological achievements ought to arise from civilian research institutions. Yet little did we know they have long been firmly in their possession. How splendid! I am particularly curious whether they are experiencing the same emotional turmoil at this moment. Regardless, we must never allow ourselves to fall behind and become prey to others again. Remember, this is a historical lesson forged from the blood and tears of our ancestors. Being outclassed inevitably leads to suffering. I truly wish to uncover the identity of this behind-the-scenes hero. Surely, the highest honor and accolades are the most appropriate course of action. Rest assured, such exceptional talents are undoubtedly well protected, even if not publicly acknowledged. This technology has emerged from the military domain, indicating its prior application in defense. Does this not suggest that our weaponry will only become more formidable in the future? Never mind, I intend to donate to the Military Research Institute. Who has the connections? It's utterly laughable. Does the Military Research Institute even need your meager contribution? They are supported by military funding. After all, I am unperturbed by such matters. I simply wish to donate. I am overwhelmed with excitement. I want to contribute my funds to these researchers so they can develop even more advanced technologies. Support. I too wish to donate. Go, Dragon Nation. The online discussions are vibrant, especially among the youth, who are particularly exhilarated. This event has united everyone in a common cause to uphold domestic brands. And thanks to the audacious actions of the Military Research Institute, everyone has awakened to the realization, we are indeed powerful now. No longer a nation easily bullied by any force, whether economically or militarily. At this moment, the entire world is mocking the White Eagle Empire. They brought this upon themselves by provoking the Military Research Institute. This is what one calls reaping what one sows. The companies of the White Eagle Empire are truly unreliable, all under the control of their government. Engaging with them will inevitably lead to losses. Various unfavorable comments regarding the White Eagle Empire and its corporations have started circulating online. If it were other nations facing such a situation, could they contend with the White Eagle Empire? Certainly not, for they lack such advanced technology and can only passively endure. Yet, the Dragon Nation has dealt a significant blow to the White Eagle Empire. Naturally, everyone stands firmly with the Military Research Institute. The official website of the White Eagle Empire is inundated with voices of anger, as countless netizens flood the comment section, vehemently condemning their humiliating and futile actions. The most affected are the chip manufacturers and mobile phone producers of the White Eagle Empire, who must unite to confront this crisis. One must admit, the response of businessmen is indeed swifter and more decisive than that of government entities. In order to safeguard their market share, they quickly implemented extraordinary measures. With the rise of domestic smartphone brands, there has been fierce conflict in the market with foreign brands. Major foreign phone manufacturers, unwilling to concede, have begun to band together, collectively slashing prices. A phone originally priced at 15,000 yuan was reduced to 10,000 yuan, while a 10,000 yuan phone plummeted to 5,000 yuan. A price war has commenced. It is important to note that the research and development costs for chips and other components are quite high. Although domestic companies directly acquired this technology from the Military Research Institute, insider information suggests they purchased it at a premium. Firstly, they must consider how to recoup their investments. Thus, the price of chips cannot be too low. Foreign phone brands aim to stabilize the market through substantial price reductions, which indeed attract a significant number of consumers. They loudly proclaim their support for domestic products, yet they queue up to purchase discounted foreign phones. Indeed, they are enticing. Although the user experience of domestic 7nm chips shows little difference, the irresistible discounts lead many to choose the latter. Despite being foreign brands, they have garnered a considerable following, and this segment of consumers remains relatively loyal. Even though some have shifted to domestic brands, many continue to use foreign brands. When a new high-end phone is even cheaper than a second-hand one, who can resist such temptation? In reality, even with drastic price cuts, it remains profitable for these foreign chip and phone companies, as high-end phones inherently have significant profit margins. Aside from core components, most other parts are produced and assembled domestically, allowing them to complete each stage at low costs and sell at high profits. Thus, even at a price point of 5,000 yuan, they still find it lucrative. These companies believe that domestic manufacturers cannot sustain such low pricing strategies. Should domestic firms follow suit in reducing prices, it would likely jeopardize their ability to recover research and development costs, especially for those enterprises that have paid hefty sums to the Military Research Institute. This would be detrimental to their long-term growth and market competition. However, they have underestimated the determination and unity of domestic enterprises. Ultimately, domestic chip producers and smartphone manufacturers collaboratively devised a counterattack plan. Together, they decided to lower prices across the board, from chips to complete devices. Long ago, the people of the Dragon Nation began large-scale price competition in the electronics industry. At that time, they penetrated households through extreme low pricing, ultimately earning market trust, generating substantial profits, and eliminating many competitors. Today, while venturing into high-end technology, it is still essential to ensure profit margins to foster future innovation. However, in response to foreign brand provocations, domestic manufacturers have resolved to confront the challenge head-on. Having already been caught once in a chokehold, they refuse to allow it to happen again. If the opposition wishes to continue stifling our development, they must pay a heavy price and completely withdraw from the Chinese market. This is our own affair, and it is not for others to meddle in. Thus, a rare coalition was formed. The entire smartphone supply chain participated, implementing unified price reduction measures. With smartphones as the vanguard, they gradually lowered prices for consumers. More importantly, these companies established after-sales service teams, recruiting technicians nationwide to provide centralized repair and support. This new initiative immediately sparked a significant uproar, as it was the first time we witnessed traditionally competing enterprises working in such harmonious unison. Chapter 145. An abundance of patrons. They collaborate intimately with every echelon of the supply chain, collectively resisting foreign brands, vowing to safeguard their market share. Consumers, often disgruntled with mobile phone after-sales service, now benefit from a unified service center established by these companies. This initiative not only elevates the quality of after-sales support, but also curtails exorbitant fees, significantly enhancing the consumer experience to widespread acclaim. Such cooperation was previously unheard of, given the intense rivalry among companies. However, facing unprecedented circumstances, they have united in a moment of existential importance. This unity serves to galvanize public support for domestic products and express gratitude and allegiance to their benefactors. Having received such advanced technology from their backers, they are determined not to disappoint them or domestic consumers. Eschewing further assistance, they aim to combat their rivals through market competition alone. The ensuing battle between domestic and international brands ignites a fierce price war, benefiting the average citizen who can now acquire formerly expensive phones at a more affordable price. Regardless of the ultimate victor, consumers reap the greatest rewards, a result pleasing to their benefactors. As the price war intensifies, both sides accelerate their development of new chip technologies. Several developed nations retaliate, jointly developing 6-nanometer chips, with one country achieving a breakthrough. Previously, foreign mobile phones relied on 7-nanometer technology to compete with China's 6-nanometer chips. Now, with their own 6-nanometer technology, they become more competitive while maintaining prices. These new 6-nanometer phones soon flood the international market, escalating the price war. With comparable configurations, the primary distinctions lie in subtle nuances of performance and design. Competing solely on price, foreign mobile phones, now equipped with new technology, have reduced prices by several hundred units, creating discord within the domestic brand alliance. The significant cost disparities among companies mean that further price reductions could lead to substantial losses. Upon learning this, one Jinrui muses that, in her position, she would seize market share even at a loss, viewing it as a long-term investment. Surviving this ordeal would significantly weaken overseas competitors and diminish their market share. Stabilizing the market would allow for gradual price increases, leading to eventual gains. With its vast population, the domestic market has no shortage of patrons. Even a slight price increase of a few hundred units could yield enormous profits. Were she in the alliance, she would lead everyone to vanquish their international rivals. However, this remains a mere fantasy, as she lacks access to that inner circle. Currently, she is most troubled by her debt. Her nationality restricts her actions. Attempting to flee the country to evade debt, she finds herself under surveillance, with no means of escape. Even air travel is denied. Despite her intellect, she feels helpless in the face of such immense debt. Hoping to overcome her difficulties through technology transfer, she is rejected due to her foreign status. They would rather see thousands of workers unemployed than grant her this opportunity. Her despondent husband, indulging in alcohol and tobacco, offers no solace, leaving her with a multitude of intractable problems. Overwork has left her physically and mentally exhausted, with premature gray hairs. The battle for the mobile phone market rages on, with the price war in full swing. Foreign brands using the same level of chips hold a slight advantage, creating a tense situation. Analysis reveals that foreign manufacturers are selling products at a loss, willing to sacrifice profits to maintain their presence. They are unwilling to relinquish such a lucrative market. For domestic brands, matching these prices would mean selling at a loss, which could be sustained in the short term but would ultimately jeopardize their survival. Consequently, the alliance is rife with internal strife and constant bickering. However, failing to lower prices would mean watching their customers defect to foreign brands, an unacceptable outcome. At this critical juncture, the benefactors suddenly reconvene the relevant companies and share 5-nanometer technology. The executives are astonished, realizing that their backers possess even more advanced technology. The speed with which this technology was provided suggests that it had already reached maturity. Who knows what other secrets they harbor? Reaching each new technological milestone requires immense resources. Yet they display such superior capabilities with apparent ease. In the past, various private entities would offer tokens of gratitude to their benefactors. Now, the situation is reversed, with the latter subsidizing the former. While this unique entity represents a small fraction of the vast industrial system, its research capabilities are remarkable. When someone probes the inspector for more information, he simply smiles and assures them that it is sufficient. They realize that 3-nanometer or even 2-nanometer, perhaps even picometer scale technology may have already been mastered. With 1 nanometer equivalent to 1,000 picometers, the difference is 1,000-fold. Other countries would find it nearly impossible to catch up. However, the inspector cannot reveal this top-secret information, classified as S-level. Armed with 5-nanometer chip technology, the alliance's morale surges. They immediately upgrade their new phones with 5-nanometer chips, launching extensive advertising campaigns. The foreign chip companies and mobile phone brands are dumbfounded. Their 6-nanometer chips were the result of years of research and collaborative effort. Yet, shortly after adopting 6-nanometer chips, Chinese chip companies unveil 5-nanometer chips. Clearly, this technology was not developed in-house, but rather leaked by a mysterious entity. What advanced chip technology does this entity possess? Where does its potential end? Chip development has reached the pinnacle of technology. Advancing even 1 nanometer requires vast research funds, top talent, large teams, and favorable conditions. Chapter 146. 5 nanometers is far from their ultimate card yet. This enigmatic unit effortlessly unveiled the 5-nanometer technology, indicating that this is merely a glimpse of their capabilities. Should the need arise, they might even produce 4-nanometer or even 3-nanometer technology. Who would have anticipated the wrath of such a formidable giant? Engaging with this mysterious entity was unwise. Having provoked such an intimidating colossus, the days ahead may prove arduous. Which factory possesses such prowess to develop such advanced chip technology, casually presenting 5-nanometer chips that far surpass those of foreign chip companies? The citizens of Longwo were elated. Were they not perpetually attempting to suppress us with their chips? Now, retribution has arrived. It is time for them to experience the bitter taste of high technology overpowering low technology. The competition between domestic and foreign mobile brands is far from over. Yet the outcome appears predetermined. Domestic netizens revel in this spectacle. Ever since the empire of the White Eagle tightened its grip around Longwa, the enterprises have struggled, and the netizens have felt the squeeze. Now, they can finally exhale, allowing the empire of the White Eagle to reap what it has sown. You manufacture 6-nanometer chips, and we counter with 5-nanometer chips. Should you produce 5-nanometer chips, we shall unveil 4-nanometer chips. Everyone has come to realize that the truly pivotal technology lies within that mysterious unit. What do 4-nanometer or 5-nanometer matter to them? Engaging in blockades? Let us play that game together. Engaging in suppression? Bring it on. An eye for an eye. Longwa's chips may be barred from entering the market of the empire of the White Eagle, denying them access. Yet the empire harbors discerning consumers eager for 5-nanometer chip smartphones. Alas, their manufacturers are unable to produce such devices, leaving consumers to seek alternative channels. This, in turn, inflates costs. Although these phones are still manufactured in Longwa, after several transfers, by the time they reach consumers in the empire of the White Eagle, the prices have surged significantly, requiring more expenditure to acquire comparable 5-nanometer smartphones. The most astonished were the foreign netizens, who had anticipated merely watching from the sidelines. Little did they expect this drama to escalate from a price war to a technological battle, intertwining fiercely. Most incredulously, following the emergence of 6-nanometer chips and amid the intensifying price war, Longwa's chip companies resumed production of 5-nanometer chips. Astonishing. The mere ability to produce 5-nanometer chips on demand signifies that Longwa's chip technology is far more advanced than previously imagined. Historically, the empire of the White Eagle has been lauded as a technological powerhouse, leading globally in various domains. Yet now, it finds itself bested by Longwa in the realm of chip technology, and the defeat appears resounding. No one knows the extent of what this mysterious unit can achieve in terms of nanometer scale, but it is evident that 5 nanometers is far from their ultimate card. In recent years, Longwa has been committed to transitioning from traditional industries to high-tech sectors. This journey is bound to be lengthy and arduous. Yet the emergence of new submarines and 5-nanometer chips seems to illuminate a path toward the future. Previously, whether in military or commercial contexts, Longwa relied on its numerical superiority. When equipment lagged behind, victory was sought through sheer numbers. In the commercial market, when unable to gain an advantage, they carved a path through low-cost labor, seizing market share with lower prices. However, In both military and commercial domains, the greatest losses are often borne by frontline soldiers and workers. As Longwa's technology continues to ascend, this status quo will gradually transform. Outdated industries will be phased out, and high-tech industries will generate greater value, sustaining larger populations and producing more advanced weaponry. Meanwhile, those lagging capacities will gradually shift to nations like the Empire of Tianzhu, utilizing their cheaper labor to generate wealth for Longwa. In this process, undoubtedly, the status of researchers will become increasingly significant, their value fully realized. In the future, whether in military or commercial research and development, it will be a fierce competition for talent. Those true geniuses will become national treasures. Xiao Lao of the mysterious unit has been in remarkably high spirits lately. Having effortlessly defeated the technological blockade strategy of the Empire of the White Eagle's headquarters. Did they not seek to suppress our enterprises? Did they not intend to strangle us with technological blockades? Now, we turn the tables, using more advanced technology to ensnare them, and see who suffers more. Just as you denied Longwa access to the space station, we have now constructed our own, and you shall not enter. Never underestimate Longwa's capabilities, for the price will eventually be paid. Initially, Xiao Lao was not particularly interested in this chip commercial rivalry. He had only recalled a research project regarding chips submitted by Jing Shang when summoned for a meeting at headquarters. Moreover, the chip developed by Jing Shang is at the picometer level, surpassing nanometers by a significant margin, by 1,000-fold. Given such advanced chips, why fear the technological blockade of the Empire of the White Eagle? Do they still wish to constrict our throats? Such delusions. He promptly contacted Longwa's headquarters to report this matter, and the personnel were equally astonished and elated that the arsenal could produce such advanced chip technology. Thus, during a press conference, they seized the opportunity to allow reporters to inquire directly about the specifics from the military-industrial building. Subsequently, the military-industrial building simplified Jing Shang's chip technology and sold it to several reputable companies, enabling them to compete with foreign chip firms. Of course, the military-industrial building would not unveil the finest picometer-level chips. Merely producing some market-needed 6-nanometer and 5-nanometer chips would suffice to keep foreign chip enterprises scrambling. Jing Shang is indeed our great benefactor. Xiao Lao could not help but praise Jing Shang in his office, to which Secretary Chung chuckled, stating that without his technology, our mobile manufacturers would have faced years of hardship. Xiao Lao waved his hand, saying, "It seems the commendation I previously awarded him was a bit too modest. He deserves first-class recognition. Very well, let us elevate his security status." Secretary Chung playfully inquired, "Is it not a bit premature to assign him bodyguards now?" Xiao Lao shook his head, asserting, "It is wise to plan ahead. One must always be prepared. This lad is more precious than a giant panda. Not only must he be treasured, but he also requires significant protection. Let us designate him as a C-level and assign a personal guard, ensuring he has someone to look after him when he ventures out." Secretary Chung was slightly taken aback, directly assigning Jing Shang a C-level security status. Though merely a bodyguard, those of this caliber are often elite special forces. Chapter 147. A sparring session. Ordinary senior engineers do not enjoy such privileges. At most, they are bound by a few confidentiality clauses, leaving their actual work shrouded in mystery. In contrast, distinguished master-level figures are afforded dedicated protection, with soldiers assigned from F-level onwards. D-level personnel are elite warriors, while C-level operatives are akin to special forces. The fact that Elder Xiao directly assigned a special forces bodyguard to Jing Shang is an exceptionally rare honor, as he regards Jing Shang as no different from other top-tier experts. After all, Jing Shang's achievements in submarine research rival those of titans in nuclear weaponry and aerospace. Moreover, this is merely a side note. Jing Shang's research results in other fields have also yielded technologies that top enterprises vie to acquire. Should the outside world learn of Jing Shang's elevated security status, envy would undoubtedly ensue, for such privileges are typically reserved for the CR de la CRME of talent. However, given his contributions to the nation, such attention is understandably warranted. Soon, a female soldier was dispatched to Factory 125 as Jing Shang's personal bodyguard. Upon her arrival, Jing Shang was taken aback. She hailed from a specialized team, and her primary duty would be ensuring Jing Shang's safety. This girl, named Shi, had recently completed a year-long specialized training course, expecting to be assigned as an assistant to an older, seasoned engineer, only to discover that her charge was a remarkably young prodigy. Their initial meeting was filled with surprise. In contrast to Jing Shang, Shi appeared particularly spirited in her well-fitted uniform, her slender and proportionate form exuding a quiet strength. Her calves were toned and powerful, embodying an understated yet formidable presence. While she typically kept a low profile, in the face of unexpected situations, she exhibited the swiftness and precision of a vigilant leopard, ready to tackle crises head-on. The news of this unusual protective arrangement astonished others at Factory 125, as such a security level is not a common benefit for technical personnel. Typically, only those at the level of a special designer would merit 1 to 3 accompanying bodyguards. Lesser engineers might only have a driver. This disparity clearly indicates the higher-ups' exceptional regard for Jing Shang. Intrigued by her presence, Jing Shang invited his new bodyguard to demonstrate her skills. With her eyes closed, she effortlessly disassembled and reassembled various firearms, showcasing remarkable combat prowess. Her combat abilities were astonishingly formidable, not one to shy away from a challenge. Jing Shang decided to test her. Can you throw a knife? This was his unique specialty, honed to perfection at a distance of 10 meters. Upon hearing his challenge, Shi smiled nonchalantly and replied, "Sure." The scientist, now sparked with competitive spirit, suggested, "Let us have a sparring session." They proceeded to the training ground, taking their positions to throw their dark metallic, leaf-shaped throwing knives at a target 10 meters away. "Watch this," Jing Shang proclaimed confidently, launching his knife with precision that struck the bullseye without deviation, a proud smile gracing his face as he glanced at his companion. Next, it was the girl's turn. She took the specially designed weapon he handed her, examining it with admiration. Its exquisite design was akin to a piece of art, captivating in its beauty. Yet, she sensed its lethal sharpness, not to be underestimated. With eager anticipation, Jing Shang urged, "Come on, let us see how many rings you can hit." He aimed for the target center, a skill acquired through extensive practice, often used for hunting rabbits and birds, yielding exceptional results. It was a skill that most found difficult to surpass. With a gentle smile, Shi turned away, leaving Jing Shang momentarily bewildered. "No way. You're not going to throw it backward, are you?" Indeed. She flung the knife backward with precision, striking the bullseye flawlessly. Jing Shang raised an eyebrow, impressed. While he could also achieve a perfect score, he refrained from doing so to avoid overwhelming Shi. To his surprise, she boldly managed to hit the target on her first attempt, revealing her prowess. As Shi turned around, she was astonished. The knife had not only struck the target, but had pierced through it, embedding itself into the stone wall behind. As she retrieved the knife, her eyes betrayed her astonishment. Exclaiming, "This leaf-shaped knife is incredibly sharp." Jing Shang decided to increase the challenge, only to find that Shi could achieve a perfect hit even from 20 meters away. Such a distance is a remarkable feat. Most could only manage that with significant effort, let alone achieve perfect accuracy. With the assistance of his system, Jing Shang could only guarantee accuracy within 10 meters. Shi was fascinated by the leaf knife. It was not only aesthetically pleasing but also lethal, boasting formidable striking power. Its blade's sharpness was astonishing, capable of slicing through tough metal with ease. Even more astounding was its ability to penetrate armor effortlessly. How could a knife be so remarkably sharp? From that day forth, a woman became Jing Shang's constant companion. Gradually, the staff at Factory 125 became familiar with Shi, who quickly adapted to her new environment and her charge, Jing Shang. Upon receiving her assignment, she arrived at Factory 125 with limited knowledge of Jing Shang's background, only to later learn of his remarkable youth as an engineer. His age alone was astonishing. As a trained bodyguard, she understood the nation's personal protection protocols, and it was rare for someone so young to merit a personal bodyguard, indicating his genius in research. Indeed, as the days progressed, she uncovered more about him, and the more she learned, the more incredible he appeared. During their first encounter, when Jing Shang handed her the leaf knife he had crafted himself, she was astounded by its ability to slice through thick metal. Furthermore, he had designed the Chimei dagger, her favorite military blade, impeccably sturdy and razor-sharp. It stood out among the finest of weapons and was conveniently portable, making it an excellent choice for a bodyguard's equipment. The Chimei dagger was essentially a lower-tier version of the leaf knife. Soon, she also discovered that the Shadow Hunter crossbow and the Taotai spiked club were also Jing Shang's designs, leading her to regard him with increasing admiration. Chapter 148. You cannot enter certainly. These accomplishments alone did not warrant the level of attention that led to his assignment of a personal guard. It was revealed that last year he had restored the design blueprints of the premier submarine of the White Eagle Empire, enhancing its speed by an impressive 20. This blueprint facilitated the creation of the world's most advanced submarine, successfully dismantling the military coalition led by the White Eagle Empire. This incident sent shockwaves throughout the global military community, as a miscalculation could have ignited a world war. The four major powers united, presenting a FAOD of intent to invade the Dragon Nation, yet the resolve of the Dragon people proved unyielding. Not even 4 countries, let alone 8, would succeed in their ambitions. The Dragon Nation is not akin to India, and it shall never become a colony of any force. Following the emergence of the new submarine, the military coalition dared not traverse the waters of the Dragon Nation, ultimately concocting an excuse to disband. Jai was well aware of this, and now she finally stood before the designer of this submarine. Such talent indeed merited the current recognition. However, unbeknownst to many, the reason the military-industrial complex assigned him a guard was not solely due to his prior designs, but also because of the series of significant achievements he had showcased this year. From the chips developed under his leadership to the Chinese system created by Li Yuyan's team, both bore immense value. Recently, this chip had successfully turned the tide, salvaging the chip market of the Dragon Nation. This directly thwarted the White Eagle Empire and Oppo's conspiracy to impose a technological blockade, prompting the Dragon Nation to initiate countermeasures, which included imposing a technological blockade on the White Eagle Empire. This event not only invigorated the spirits of the Dragon people, but also inflicted substantial losses on the elite chip companies and mobile brands of the White Eagle Empire. Although these victories could not be directly transformed into military equipment, they became formidable weapons on the economic battlefield, particularly in chip technology. This achievement ensures that the Dragon Nation need not worry about chip supplies for the coming decades. Even if the White Eagle Empire or other nations develop more advanced chips, surpassing the technological prowess of the Dragon Nation will prove exceedingly difficult. If you produce 4 nanometers, we can manufacture 3 nanometers. If you create 3 nanometers, we can unveil 2 nanometers. Currently, the chip technology of the Dragon Nation has transcended nanometer levels, entering the picometer realm, far exceeding foreign technologies by 1,000-fold, a barrier most challenging to overcome. Regarding Jai, there was little dissent, save for one exception, Li Yuyan. She found Jai's behavior utterly outrageous, shadowing her master closely every day, even sharing the same room at night. Though they occupied separate bedrooms, who could ascertain what transpired? This was simply outrageous. What kind of woman could be so shameless? She herself did not cling to her mentor in such a manner. Despite the close bond between Li Yuyan and Jing Shang, they conducted their project research separately and slept apart at night, only gathering during meetings or shared meals. Yet Jai seemed like a shadow glued to Jing Shang, perpetually at his side, inciting a wave of jealousy in Li Yuyan. One day, in the laboratory, Jing Shang was analyzing experimental data with Li Yuyan and a few new recruits when she, increasingly infuriated by Jai, standing by the window, suddenly thrust her out of the lab. This is a sensitive area. You cannot enter. Wait outside. Jai looked at Jing Shang in confusion, who was equally at a loss, for who among them would dare offend Li Yuyan in this 125 factory? With a resigned smile, Jing Shang nodded. There's truly no danger here. You may rest for now. Thus, the laboratory became Jai's forbidden zone, while Jing Shang and others busied themselves inside. She remained stationed outside. In truth, There was hardly any real danger within the 125 factory. Only when venturing outside was additional protection necessary. And Jing Shang seldom left the premises. Nevertheless, as Jing Shang's security personnel, Jai would remain vigilant outside, regardless of her inability to enter the laboratory. This brought some relief to Li Yuyan, yet she still harbored lingering concerns about Jai sharing the same residence with her master. Late one night, she stealthily climbed out of her bedroom window and into the window of Jing Shang's room. He had fallen asleep, and in a daze, sensed something amiss on the bed. Groggily turning on the lamp, he was startled to find Li Yuyan sprawled beside him, nearly suffering a heart attack. Jing Shang sat up abruptly, gasping for breath, and exclaimed, "What on earth do you want now?" This girl was truly a troublesome presence, intruding at such an hour. Li Yuyan, pouting in feigned distress, replied, "Master, I just had a nightmare. A ghost kept scaring me. I can't sleep." Then, without hesitation, she rummaged through the wardrobe for a blanket and lay down beside Jing Shang, mischievously gesturing a middle finger at Jai, who had come to investigate. With a sigh, Jing Shang realized he was helpless against this girl. He waved Jai away. "It's nothing. This is a family matter. You may return to rest." Jai walked back to her room. After spending some time in the 125 factory, she felt it was genuinely safe, with minimal security risks. The only unpredictable element was Li Yuyan. This girl was both clever and elusive, often catching others off guard, becoming her most vexing concern. She consistently created troubles for her security responsibilities, showing no cooperation whatsoever. However, having heard that the factory staff feared her, even bestowing upon her the moniker of female tyrant, Jai found herself less troubled by it. A gentle word of advice could indeed prove beneficial. It was best not to provoke this girl, lest one unleash a Pandora's box of endless troubles. Despite the tumultuous chip controversy outside, the atmosphere within the 125 factory remained remarkably tranquil. Workers occasionally discussed related news, but with little surprise. Perhaps it was because the chips were originally produced here, and they had long witnessed their power. Currently, the warehouse still held 9 million picometer-level chips, a sight that had become routine for them. Yet for researchers in other military factories, this represented a staggering technological leap. On one hand, the fierce competition in the domestic and international chip and mobile phone markets kept the topic alive, igniting enthusiasm for supporting domestic brands. On the other hand, these chips were gradually replacing older components in various military factories, being applied in critical fields such as aerospace, and receiving widespread recognition and support. Coupled with the Chinese operating system developed by Li Yuyan, which replaced the existing system, this action bore profound significance. Chapter 149. A great blessing. Numerous devices have been dismantled, with their most vital chips replaced with new ones, subsequently reassembled and reinstalled with the Chinese system produced by Factory 125. This operation has been quite extensive. To ensure the smooth progression of daily operations, the equipment replacement has been conducted in batches, which has inevitably prolonged the entire process, sparking considerable discussion among many. Initially, there was no sense of unease. People assumed it was merely a routine equipment upgrade, as similar occurrences had transpired in the past, albeit with less commotion. However, this time, the change extended beyond mere chip replacement, as an entirely new system version was introduced, prompting swift realization among the populace that something was amiss. Inquiries revealed that these new innovations were all products of Factory 125, with Jing Shang and Li Yuyan at the helm of this project. Previously, interest in Factory 125's research projects had been limited to their nomenclature. The unveiling of tangible products now piqued widespread curiosity. Upon the introduction of the new equipment, individuals noted not only a significant enhancement in system stability, but also a marked increase in work efficiency, particularly in computational power, which surged by several hundredfold. This was a tremendous boon for researchers, as they frequently encountered complex computational challenges. Greater computational speed equates to considerable time savings. Despite some lingering questions regarding Jing Shang's recent pivot away from military research towards this more technical domain, speculations arose about a potential shift towards civilian enterprises. Each technological advancement possesses the potential to underpin a substantial business, with the physical manifestation of chips and systems vastly improving equipment performance. It was as though the devices had undergone a renaissance, leaving many in awe of Jing Shang's formidable research capabilities. Following the new year, voices that had once questioned or derided Jing Shang's abilities became increasingly scarce. Negative posts on forums either vanished or were voluntarily removed by their authors. Although no new weaponry had emerged this year, the technological innovations within non-military realms were nothing short of impressive. Even veteran experts from submarine manufacturing facilities found little to criticize regarding Jing Shang. Having effortlessly finalized complex blueprints, many were initially unconvinced and accused him of usurping credit. Yet, it became evident that he possessed exceptional talent, effortlessly drafting intricate designs while optimizing them to enhance vessel speed, thus validating his ingenuity. His research prowess is markedly superior to that of his peers, eliciting admiration from all quarters. The existence of true genius in this world is irrefutable. While seasoned engineers are already distinguished figures in the industry, in their eyes, Jing Shang represents a higher echelon. Endowed with extraordinary aptitude, this is the hallmark of a truly elite talent. Accompanied by an intern with an IQ of 165 and over 100 recently graduated students, Jing Shang achieved an impressive array of results within mere months, underscoring his pivotal role in these investigations. For any other leader, it would be arduous to produce such a multitude of innovations in such a brief span. If it had merely been a minor experiment, it would suffice. However, the breakthrough achieved with this chip is unprecedented, facilitating a leap from the nanoscale to the picometer scale, propelling domestic technological standards decades ahead of their international counterparts. In a few years, when foreign entities finally catch up, we may well possess even more advanced innovations. In terms of personal skill and contributions to the nation, Jing Shang is not a figure to be easily compared to others. His accomplishments stand shoulder to shoulder with those of industry titans. It is only after this point that Jing Shang's name garnered genuine recognition. No longer did anyone concern themselves with his background, whether he was once an ordinary soldier or an alumnus of an inconspicuous university. Whenever he slightly advanced, he was mired in skepticism, but upon reaching the pinnacle, the voices of dissent faded into oblivion. This was precisely the outcome Jing Shang had envisioned. While previously published articles may have been retracted, the results were impeccable. He aimed to convey a singular message to all. His scientific prowess is extraordinary, endowed with exceptional gifts. Acceptance of this notion is essential, so that when he does indeed create a supersonic submarine, it does not come as an overwhelming shock. At least on the surface, it appears that these feats are not the work of a solitary individual. With the support of a team and resources provided by the military, accomplishing such astonishing feats is entirely reasonable. Furthermore, his inherent brilliance propels him forward, akin to a person operating with enhanced capabilities, consistently unveiling new technological achievements, giving the impression of gradual progression while concealing the fact that he has already mastered the core technologies. Incorporating descriptions of a few failed attempts along the way renders the narrative more plausible. Outsiders would merely remark, "Look, even such a brilliant individual can falter." Everything progresses according to plan, bringing immense satisfaction to Jing Shang. When he called his parents, he was in good spirits, but that buoyancy quickly morphed into shock. Having been engrossed in his research, he was entirely oblivious to the surrounding news and was unaware that his father's ocean-going vessel had collided with and sunk a ship of the Golden Lion Empire's navy. Even more astonishing was the fact that the Empire had issued a compensation of £100 million for the incident. His parents withheld this information, fearing it would cause him undue worry. Now, having delivered all cargo and received the compensation, Jing Shang's father finally called him, recounting the entire ordeal. Jing Shang was left speechless for a full minute. Even his astute mind struggled to process the news. "Dad, you didn't just deliver goods. You practically went on a perilous adventure." Fortunately, he had previously made modifications to the ocean liner to ensure safety. Otherwise, had they encountered maritime dangers, The initial wave of pirates might have proven overwhelming, let alone the military presence of the Golden Lion Empire, with both parties mistakenly believing the other to be pirates. The naval ship, brimming with weaponry, would have easily overwhelmed a standard merchant vessel. Thankfully, this was no ordinary ocean liner. It had been fortified, not only boasting combat capabilities, but also superior speed compared to typical vessels, enabling it to narrowly escape disaster. Despite his father's detailed recounting of the events, Jing Shang remained unnerved, his hair standing on end. Yet, his father reveled in the tale. We struck it rich this time. After a round trip, not only did we earn freight charges, but also nearly $1 billion in compensation. His father was overjoyed, practically euphoric. Jing Shang quickly interjected, "Dad, we have more than enough money already. My income is substantial as well. There's no need to risk venturing out to sea. I've noticed that whenever you set sail, something goes awry. It would be better to enjoy life at home." Chapter 150. Such a legend deserves a book beside me, my mother encouraged. While my father nodded in agreement, "I've made up my mind. I will no longer venture out to sea." Each crew member received a compensation payout, prompting their decision to leave as well, necessitating a new recruitment on my father's part. Indeed, with nearly $900 million in compensation, a mere fraction distributed among the 30 or so crew members would suffice for them to lead a comfortable life. My father emerged as the primary beneficiary. He had initially anticipated a protracted negotiation with the Golden Lion Empire, yet they consented without hesitation. Despite his decision to refrain from sailing, my father expanded the company, acquiring numerous second-hand ocean-going vessels. Following the design blueprints and technical guidance from Jing Shang, he undertook a comprehensive overhaul, swiftly elevating the company to a prominent status within the industry. What is more, he unexpectedly found himself becoming a minor internet sensation. Since his return from the seas, various media outlets sought him out to recount his experiences. My father embellished the tale, and while it had already garnered global attention, his personal narration propelled it to new heights. Encounters with pirates, mistaken for a pirate himself, colliding with a warship, and over 400 soldiers adrift on life rafts for several days, culminating in a staggering compensation claim from the Empire. Such an extraordinary saga could indeed fill a book. This narrative ensured my father's continued prominence online. With the recent surge of live streaming, my father, ever restless, embarked on his own streaming journey, taking a large group of fans along to select second-hand ocean vessels. Within a few months, his follower count exceeded 100 million, with at least 5 to 6 million viewers tuning in for each broadcast. He did not engage in sales, but simply conversed about daily life and business management. His unique dialect, coupled with a wealth of experience, attracted countless admirers. It is said that he garnered tens of thousands to millions in tips daily from his live streams. Various streamers sought to connect with him for a share of his popularity. He generously allocated 10 slots each day for collaborations, providing opportunities for both established and emerging streamers alike. Before long, he felt he had discovered a new lucrative secret. He marveled at the immense power of the internet. Merely conversing with fans about life and boasting could yield such substantial rewards. Subsequently, the seafood harvested from our home farm was also set to hit the market. Thus, he took to the seas once more, accompanied by fans to showcase our aquaculture facility. The response was explosive. Some recognized it as the very farm that had once collided with the premier submarine of the White Eagle Empire. As news spread, skepticism arose. After photo comparisons, many asserted that it indeed resembled the same farm. It was the same establishment. Originally, the matter had been kept under wraps, with the public only aware of a fish farmer surnamed Jing, who had caused the White Eagle Empire submarine to be decommissioned and had made a compensation demand of 100 million. For safety's sake, my father had refrained from disclosing these details at the time. However, with his newfound wealth public knowledge, there was no longer any need for secrecy. He candidly recounted the entire affair, and within days, his follower count skyrocketed to 300 million. At peak times, his concurrent viewers reached a staggering 50 million. Truly, a social media star brimming with stories. Though his appearance was unremarkable and he possessed no extraordinary talents, he captured the hearts of individuals across all age groups. The significance of his aquaculture facility had been crucial, enabling the nation to acquire a top-tier submarine, leading to the development of superior new submarines and thwarting a series of subsequent naval operations. Everyone acknowledged my father's monumental contributions. Ultimately, in response to overwhelming fan demand, my father initiated a sales channel for seafood products, and the initial launch sold out within seconds, leaving Jing Shang's father utterly astounded. In truth, our seafood had always sold well, as he had established a comprehensive sales network. His willingness to sell was primarily to facilitate shipping and provide a small discount as a token of appreciation for his fans, rather than for profit. However, he could hardly have anticipated the extraordinary purchasing power of his supporters. Jing Shang's father navigated the realm of online streaming with increasing ease and success. Jing Shang's mother was equally pleased. She understood that her husband was not one to remain idle. Initially concerned that his absence from fishing would lead to boredom or trouble, she found solace in his newfound passion, which kept him busy, fulfilled, and financially productive, alleviating her worries entirely. Surely, there would be no more dangers now. No more submarines crashing into our aquaculture facility. No more warships colliding with our fishing vessels. And certainly, no pirates would come knocking at our door. Jing Shang's mother felt immensely satisfied with their current life, occasionally appearing in her husband's live streams to engage with fans. As Jing Shang's father connected randomly with 10 different streamers each day, his streaming room attracted significant foot traffic, often bringing considerable attention to other streamers, boosting their follower counts dramatically. Among them, the most notable was Wan Jinrui. Currently, Wan Jinrui found herself in dire straits, having foolishly intertwined her company with her husband's, resulting in debts exceeding 100 billion that were insurmountable. Ultimately, the company faced bankruptcy, leaving her with no options, not even the funds to board a plane. Despite her impressive intellect, she struggled to devise a solution to her immediate crisis until she tuned into Jing Shang's father's live stream. For her, the only apparent route to quick financial recovery lay in streaming. After liquidating all her assets, she still owed 20 billion. Observing her despondent husband, she felt an overwhelming urge to lash out at him. Yet she recognized that such actions would be futile. This man was utterly defeated. To escape this predicament, she realized she had to rely solely on herself. Her first step was to restore her citizenship in Longhua, regardless of the industry she chose to enter in the future. Resolving her identity issue was imperative to earning a living domestically. Having suffered a significant loss once, she resolved never to repeat the same mistake. Thus, she decisively reclaimed her nationality, severing ties with her husband's citizenship. Previously, she had merely analyzed various countries' welfare systems, living standards, and cultural environments from a rational perspective. Believing herself astute, yet she learned that many matters were far more complex. With her nationality issue resolved and her company's affairs managed, the remaining challenges became considerably less daunting. Aside from facing countless debt collection calls daily, life grew monotonous. She registered an account and embarked on a streaming career. In fact, she had already gained a measure of fame as a social media influencer. During her university years, she was the school's belle, renowned for her stunning looks. Coupled with an impressive IQ of 170 and the publication of groundbreaking papers, she quickly rose to prominence online. Later, her romance with a wealthy individual captured public attention, causing quite a stir. Many remembered her name, and some young admirers lamented that the wealthy man had claimed their goddess. Chapter 151. Earnings exceeding Father S in a day. In recent times, the affluent company has declared bankruptcy, and Wan Jinrui has re-entered the digital realm. However, the live streaming industry has matured significantly, and even someone with her level of notoriety finds it challenging to regain her former glory. Yet, fortune smiled upon her. One afternoon, she successfully connected with Jing Shang's father, who had randomly selected her from a sea of streamers without spending a dime. As she witnessed the online viewer count soar to 50 million, Wan Jinrui recognized a golden opportunity. She succinctly introduced herself and her narrative, swiftly resonating with the audience. Little did she know that fate would take such a tumultuous turn, seemingly fueled by envy of her beauty. Once the belle of Chimei University and married to a wealthy gentleman, Her life took a dark turn as she faced calamity, the collapse of her company, her husband's despondency, and the burden of 40 billion in debt. Her ordeal was almost as dramatic as the tale of Jing Shang's father. Consequently, that day, Wan Jinrui amassed over 1 million followers, a number that continued to rise. She felt the immense advantage of the domestic population. That day, she finally earned her first substantial income, totaling over 4,000 yuan in gifts and an additional 2,000 yuan from merchandise sales. Soon, a merchant approached her, requesting her assistance in promoting their products, offering a placement fee of 50,000 yuan for a 4-hour live session. Just months prior, such a sum would have seemed negligible to her, but now every income stream was of utmost importance. Without hesitation, she agreed, dedicating 4 arduous hours to publicizing the company's products, parched and exhausted by the end, but ultimately satisfied with her earnings. This marked the beginning of her path to repaying her debts. After his phone conversation with his father, Jing Shang had not contacted home for a long time, presuming his father would remain silent. To his surprise, he overheard colleagues discussing a certain internet celebrity named Jing Laodai. During lunch, the workers were abuzz with chatter. At first, he didn't grasp the connection until he heard words like pirates, fish farms, and submarines, realizing that they were indeed referring to his father. He pulled out his phone and discovered, to his astonishment, that his father had amassed over 300 million followers on a short video platform. Moreover, many netizens were speculating about his father's account, claiming he earned hundreds of thousands to even millions daily. Jing Shang felt utterly helpless. His own diligent research yielded dividends that were dwarfed by what his father earned in a single day. He had expected his father to enjoy a typical retirement, spending his days in the park dancing or playing chess. Yet here he was, transformed into an internet sensation. It was almost surreal. Although it seemed unbelievable, it was certainly safer than his father mingling with pirates at sea. With that thought, he chose to remain silent. After lunch, Jing Shang led Li Yuyan into a dense mountain forest. Before them lay a picturesque lake, with a waterfall cascading from a distant peak into its depths. A sight of breathtaking beauty. Unlike ordinary lakes, this body of water was surrounded by stringent security measures. When Shijai drove them there, they found it already heavily guarded. Shijai cautiously followed behind, vigilant to her surroundings. The trio then entered an underground passage via a concealed path. Beneath the lake lay a colossal secret installation. After undergoing several rigorous security checks, they donned specialized dust-proof attire and proceeded to the control room for inspection. It was Shijai's first time there, and she was awestruck by the scale of the facility. The entire control room was vast, roughly the size of half an artificial lake, filled with rows upon rows of machines, each cabinet emblazoned with the word chaos. This was Jing Shang's meticulously crafted supercomputing system, the Chaos Supercomputer. The cabinets housed rows of service units, each adorned with flickering blue lights, occasionally interspersed with green ones. The arrangement resembled an intricate and sophisticated web, delivering a powerful visual impact. Upon entry, the automatic lights illuminated the space. Jing Shang and Li Yuyan swiftly began their inspection and data collection, subsequently moving to the adjacent control center for discussions. Master, we could construct a supercomputing device for the biopharmaceutical laboratory based on this standard, Li Yuyan proposed, noting the system's excellent operational status. Jing Shang concurred, stating, "Our existing chips are sufficient for the requirement. 1 million will suffice, and we can manufacture additional hardware as needed." Standing nearby, Shijai, unable to comprehend their dialogue, speculated that they were likely tasked with assembling a similar supercomputing device for the medical research base. She stood quietly before the transparent wall of the control room, gazing at the immense machinery. "So this is the legendary Chaos Supercomputer," she mused. Upon closer inspection, she noticed that if no one was present in the room, all lights would extinguish, plunging the space into darkness, with only the faint, continuous flickering of blue and green lights visible. In reality, this facility was responsible for the core computational tasks of the Beihai Kuan supersonic submarine project, acting as a massive computational hub. Due to the substantial heat generated during operation, this location was chosen for its cooling efficiency and energy cost-saving benefits. Furthermore, considering safety, its concealed position and comprehensive security measures rendered it nearly imperceptible to the outside world. Many of the critical components constituting the system were independently developed by Jing Shang, including the widely utilized pico-level chips. By stacking numerous chips, the processing speed could be significantly enhanced, theoretically achieving boundless computational power. Naturally, practical implementation would need to address heat dissipation and material issues. During their leisure, the master and apprentice would visit this site to inspect equipment stability and potential malfunctions, while also documenting valuable data. Recent experimental results indicated that the Chaos supercomputer operated normally with stable performance, signifying that pico-level chips could play a pivotal role in various specialized fields beyond submarine manufacturing. Given the current circumstances, there were no intentions of publicly selling these advanced technological products. However, for certain designated institutions, they could be directly utilized in production practices, maximizing value while maintaining technological confidentiality. Employing such high-performance processors would facilitate the construction of information terminal systems with formidable computational capabilities, efficiently addressing both scientific exploration and everyday information processing. It could serve as a powerful engine or platform for supporting large-scale data analysis, fostering the development of resource integration and collaborative models. Chapter 152. Hua prominent fields such as meteorology, aerospace, and precision manufacturing stand to gain immensely from this advancement. In simpler terms, the reconstruction of a new supercomputer utilizing these novel core components could resolve issues that previously consumed 2 years of effort in a mere 6 minutes. Furthermore, in the domain of space exploration, our nation takes pride in the successful return of spacecraft, a feat made possible by the precise predictive support provided by robust computer systems. For instance, meteorological forecasts allow for the anticipation of future weather conditions. These examples are familiar to many, and the instances are nearly countless. However, a pressing matter currently occupying the minds of Jing Entropy and Li Yuyin within the military factory is the development of a supercomputer at the pharmaceutical research base. This initiative was sparked by the exorbitant pricing of certain miracle drugs. A pharmaceutical company from the White Eagle Empire has developed a highly effective medication, which they priced at an astonishing 100,000 yuan per pill when our medical research center sought procurement. This sum is simply unattainable for us. Even after arduous negotiations, the price could only be reduced to 50,000 yuan per pill. Yet, even this reduced price remains unbearable. Treating a single patient could cost around 30 million. This represents a colossal burden on both families and the national healthcare system, especially considering the considerable number of patients afflicted by such ailments in our country. This situation is not unprecedented. Many miracle drugs worldwide are monopolized by developed nations, which utilize supercomputers to rapidly compute and screen potentially effective compounds. They then proceed to validate and test these compounds, ultimately determining the optimal treatment regimen before selling the medication at exorbitant prices to other countries. Those unable to afford such costs are left with no choice but to forego treatment. Many patients are compelled to abandon their quest for healing due to the prohibitive cost of medication. Although centralized procurement through national channels can alleviate some pressure, it still requires substantial financial investment, with most profits accruing to foreign pharmaceutical companies. Witnessing lives being extinguished by the weight of exorbitantly priced medications is an experience of profound despair and cruelty. As domestic pharmaceutical research institutions begin to collectively procure medications, large pharmaceutical companies worldwide are hastening the construction of gigantic supercomputers to accelerate the development of new drugs and actively register patents to seize the market in our country. In contrast, local drug manufacturers find themselves at a disadvantage. Our research progress lags far behind that of financially robust international giants. While we naturally welcome the emergence of life-saving medications, we vehemently oppose the outrageous pricing. Should miracle drugs lack widespread accessibility, the common populace will suffer gravely, thus making independent and autonomous research and development an urgent imperative, in addition to promoting the advancement of traditional Chinese medicine. Enhancing modern equipment to bolster our country's pharmaceutical innovation capability is equally crucial. With the assistance of supercomputers, we can analyze viral infection mechanisms with greater precision, leading to the identification of effective inhibition components. The magnitude of this undertaking is vast. Relying solely on manual efforts would prove exceedingly challenging. Preliminary experiments may necessitate 100,000 to even 1,000,000 data computations, which could take several months on conventional computers to reach conclusions. However, leveraging the formidable capacity of supercomputers for parallel computation, results can be obtained in mere hours, or even minutes under favorable conditions, yielding remarkable efficiency. As the ancients said, speed is paramount in martial arts. Similarly, in humanity's battle against disease, the swift often gain the upper hand. After the monumental achievement of landing on the moon in the last century, there were aspirations that humanity could completely conquer all diseases within half a century. Regrettably, this goal remains unfulfilled to this day, with various sources of infection still rampant. Nevertheless, technological advancements undoubtedly afford us more time to counterattack. In stark contrast to the painstaking process of manually comparing thousands of candidate solutions over several years, an electronic brain can swiftly pinpoint a limited number of optimal solutions through instantaneous mass parallel computation, providing scientists with viable options for further verification and testing. It is evident that this significantly propels the research of targeted miracle drugs. Especially in the face of unknown viruses, the efficient preparation of vaccines will also benefit immensely. Notably, the prowess of the White Eagle's pharmaceutical industry does not necessarily stem from the extraordinary capabilities of its professionals, but rather from the support of advanced instruments. The mastery and application of supercomputers represent one of the development trends for the future of medicine. Although Jing Shang possesses limited knowledge of biotechnology, he can at least contribute to the establishment of such a powerful auxiliary tool. This endeavor not only aids in the development of domestically produced alternatives, but also alleviates the financial burden on patients to a significant extent. Historically, we have lagged in this field, at times even trailing behind certain neighboring countries. However, domestic authorities have now recognized the urgency of the issue and are beginning to prepare for more cutting-edge infrastructure. Thanks to the advent of 6-nanometer and 5-nanometer chips in recent years, it has become apparent that the defense industry conceals a wealth of technological accumulations previously unpublicized. When these sectors engage in close collaboration, they aim to jointly create a world-class data processing platform dedicated to tackling medical challenges. This issue will inevitably confront the people of our nation. If not addressed promptly, it is likely that more intellectual property in related fields will fall into foreign hands, forcing domestic medical institutions into a perpetual dependency on exorbitant imports for life-saving remedies, placing them in a precarious position. After all, our nation has a vast population. Moreover, the treatment of illnesses has historically entailed significant expenditures. If left unchecked, the hard-earned savings of countless laborers may be squandered on medication. This is a scenario we are unwilling to witness. Thus, we must swiftly establish a comprehensive protective network. The primary task is to strive for the early development of exclusive formulations for various ailments and to expedite their registration, encouraging external parties to seek procurement from us rather than the reverse. In doing so, not only will individuals benefit from more reasonable medical services, but the nation will also earn foreign currency, thereby reinvesting in our healthcare system. Although Jing Shang does not directly partake in drug development, the construction of the supercomputer falls under his and Li Yuyan's team's purview. Having previously accumulated experience in building data centers, they quickly fashioned one of the world's leading supercomputers for the Pharmaceutical Research Center, aptly named Huata. Over the past 2 months, the Medical Research Center has been undergoing expansion. Interestingly, many staff members have expressed confusion that the expansion comprises not workspaces, but rather 7 fish ponds. Chapter 153. Is this all done? In the center lies a large fish pond, encircled by 6 smaller ponds, forming a harmonious circle. Each smaller pond is connected to the central pond by pathways. The overall layout is exceptionally beautiful, adorned with flowers, plants, and trees. while the ponds are filled with numerous goldfish. Indeed, it is a picturesque sight. However, this is a medical research center, not a tourist attraction or a park. Is such aesthetic grandeur truly necessary? What raises further questions is that, as the construction nears completion, this place has inexplicably become a restricted area, with ordinary people prohibited from entering. This perplexes many staff members who wonder why such a beautiful place is off-limits. Who is it intended for? Subsequently, a continuous stream of large trucks enters the premises. These vehicles carry not only goods, but also Jing Shang, Li Yuyan, and his personal bodyguard, Wu Shuang. Although the experimental base is not yet fully completed, the overall construction pace is relatively swift, yet it still lags behind the research progress of Jing Shang. Taking advantage of this interval, he and Li Yuyan decide to personally participate in the debugging of the Hua Tuo supercomputer. While this project does not fall within the military domain, from a certain perspective, competition in the medical field can be even more ruthless than in military affairs. Especially in this era, the Dragon Country is unlikely to provoke war. Even if there are some localized actions, they would operate covertly to assist allies. Overall, the battle losses are not substantial. Rather, enhancing medical capabilities is of utmost urgency. A weak medical infrastructure could allow adversaries to exploit the situation, plundering years of accumulated wealth and potentially robbing countless lives of the hope for salvation. Thus, Jing Shang attaches great importance to this task, personally overseeing it from start to finish. The three of them gaze at the newly constructed garden, the scenery remarkably pleasant. "Master, there are so many fish here," Li Yuyan exclaims, pulling Jing Shang's hand as they rush to the largest pond, excitedly pointing at the red and gold koi in her hands. Such a sight is non-existent in their Factory 125. Although there are lakes in the mountains, none boast such beautiful koi. The trucks that have come to the garden open their compartments, revealing layers of sealed boxes adorned with seals. Once opened, they unveil intricate equipment inside. Soldiers in civilian attire unload the equipment and transport it through the corridors to the underground facility. They are distributed among 7 machine rooms, where, under the guidance of Jing Shang and Li Yuyan, they connect the wiring and ultimately power on the systems. In the absence of lighting, one can observe 7 luminous zones underground, with the outer 6 surrounding the central one, interconnected by cables, exuding a strong sense of technological sophistication. The final test occurs in the central machine room. Professor Meng from the Medical Research Center stands beside them, curiously watching as they operate the screens in the control room, inputting various commands. Moments later, the screen displays large characters, test normal. Jing Shang and Li Yuyan exhale in relief. Although Professor Meng cannot comprehend the commands, he understands these words. Success? Jing Shang smiles and nods. Let us give it a try. Professor Meng, well prepared, retrieves a tablet and presents a set of data, saying, "We are searching for new drugs to combat this disease. We have been screening with other computers for 6 months, yet no results have emerged." Jing Shang takes the tablet, scrutinizes it for a moment, then swiftly inputs data and commands. After completing the process, he hits the enter key. The screen immediately begins simulating the effects of various compound combinations. 5 minutes later, it lists the 30 most effective combinations. Jing Shang smiles at Professor Meng. "We can select 30 from this list for further manual verification." Professor Meng, eyes wide with disbelief, exclaims, "Is it really that simple? To achieve results in such a short time is hard for me to fathom. Based on experience, such a substantial workload typically requires at least several months. Yet, the Hua Tuo supercomputer has completed the calculations in just 5 minutes." Jing Shang replies with a grin, "Out of 1,000,000 combinations, these are the 30 most promising options." Professor Meng stares at the screen, still incredulous. The speed is astonishing. Before he could even process the information, the answers have already appeared. This Hua Tuo supercomputer is specifically designed to accelerate medical research, aiming primarily to enhance computational efficiency and shorten development timelines. Before the project's initiation, Elder Sun had already learned from the military engineering building about the supercomputer's capabilities in improving computational speed and increasing efficiency to expedite the research process. However, he never anticipated that the progress would be this swift. with results emerging in merely 5 minutes. His mind drifts to other matters, such as whether to take Jing Shang to the cafeteria for a meal or to a nearby restaurant for a small gathering. He also considers which individuals should accompany Jing Shang and Li Yuyin to learn how to operate the supercomputer. Then, the computation results manifest before his eyes, abruptly disrupting his thoughts. Elder son is taken aback, even somewhat flustered. The speed of the Hua Tuo supercomputer is astonishing, surpassing any machine he has previously encountered. Even the powerful supercomputers of the White Eagle Empire cannot achieve such rapidity. To put it mildly, the Hua Tuo is at least 9 streets ahead. Jing Shang cheerfully remarks, "Our current space is not large, but if possible, we can expand and install additional servers to tackle larger and more complex problems. For now, we will utilize the existing design structure. Should there be a genuine need for expansion in the future, we can construct a circular area nearby and connect it through wiring." One of the advantages of such supercomputers lies in their ability to augment computational capacity by increasing the number of hardware components. Of course, under the current circumstances, it is undoubtedly sufficient. Just like the earlier data set, the conclusion was reached in 5 minutes. Even if we expedite the process to 4 minutes, 3 minutes, or mere seconds, the difference would not be significantly impactful. After teaching the special team members how to operate the equipment, Jing Shang and his team returned to Factory 125 after approximately a week. Yet, little did he realize that within the forthcoming months, a new type of special medication would soon enter clinical trials. Generally speaking, the research cycle for new drugs is lengthy. From the preliminary research phase to the first clinical trial, it typically requires around 3.5 years. This is followed by 1 to 3 years of various trial phases and approximately 2.5 years awaiting final approval before market release. Altogether, developing an original drug generally takes about 10 to 12 years. Once successfully launched, it must also undergo a series of post-market evaluations. Chapter 154. A new breakthrough. The entire process entails costs ranging from billions to tens of billions. However, the potential returns for pharmaceutical companies are equally substantial, as certain flagship products can generate annual revenues reaching several hundred billion. In contrast, the domestic drug approval process is considerably swifter, with a single experimental phase taking approximately a year. Consequently, the quality of these so-called new products is readily apparent. The inertia within the pharmaceutical industry, coupled with managerial negligence, has resulted in local medical technology lagging behind that of developed Western nations. Meanwhile, foreign counterparts can effortlessly penetrate the local market due to this very reason. Reversing this unfavorable situation is no simple task. Hence, the current medical research centers have resolved to directly engage in the development of innovative drugs, aiming to reduce costs and facilitate their integration into the healthcare insurance system. The support from national authorities to expedite the development of novel specialty drugs and fill the existing gaps in related fields is indeed a bold and hopeful initiative. The first newly developed drug has exhibited remarkable results, with nearly 100% of patients reporting positive responses and no significant adverse effects. With just 4 treatment cycles over the span of a month, this discovery has elated all involved. Although we are still in the preliminary clinical observation phase, further advancement into the next experimental stage is anticipated, and due to the enthusiastic participation, the entire process is expected to be completed and launched into the market within 3 months. This represents a truly groundbreaking achievement, fully capable of applying for internationally recognized patent protection, thereby challenging competitors on a global scale. All of this is attributable to the advantages of speed and the formidable technological support provided by the Hua Tuo supercomputer. Meanwhile, the buying group remains utterly oblivious to these developments. Previously, in accordance with established practices, they dispatched a team of over a dozen individuals to engage in a new round of price negotiations, aiming to lower the minimum unit price to 21,000 per pill. Although this represents the maximum concession they can afford, it still poses a heavy burden for the numerous patients urgently in need of treatment. Nevertheless, even if only a small fraction of the population stands to benefit, the company is still projected to reap substantial rewards and maintain profitability for the coming decades. The delegation, consisting of 12 members, approached the negotiation table at the research center with an air of confidence. In previous encounters, the initiative had rested with the other party, leading to a consistently humble approach on their part, as the risk of not securing supplies could result in the loss of opportunities to save lives. This sense of superiority on the part of the opposing side was particularly gratifying for them, especially as they observed the frustration etched on the faces of those across the table who were acutely aware of their lack of alternatives. Unless one were to entirely overturn the established legal framework, which is evidently an impractical course of action, such a move would only serve to isolate oneself while inviting retaliation from peers, making even the most basic manufacturing activities fraught with legal risks. Recently, during several rounds of negotiations, it appeared that the buying executives had not gained the upper hand, prompting them to adopt a more conciliatory approach, biding their time until their advanced technological equipment could be unveiled. In addition to the pharmaceutical negotiations, they aim to explore potential collaborations in chip technology. It is likely they would propose exorbitant fees, using the reduction of drug prices as leverage to exchange pertinent information. Although this was almost certain to be declined, as it represented an unyielding bottom line. Nevertheless, this outcome had been anticipated. They had another strategy in mind, negotiating favorable terms with the Dragon Nation regarding chip prices while persuading them to delay the release of 5-nanometer chips, leaving only the existing 6-nanometer chips from the buying empire in the market. This approach is relatively moderate, posing minimal loss for the Dragon Nation while slightly alleviating the competitive tension between the two parties. In doing so, several chip companies and mobile brands from the buying empire could retain a portion of the market share within the Dragon Nation. Given the vastness of the Dragon Nation's market, these products are akin to an ever-renewing crop of leaks, consistently generating substantial profits each year. Such profits directly support several Fortune 500 companies, making it imperative not to relinquish them lightly. This consolidation strategy, proposed by the headquarters of the buying empire, aims to unite the pharmaceutical and chip manufacturing industries to exert pressure on the Dragon Nation. In this invisible competition, the buying delegation anticipates taking the lead, directing the conversation and leaving little room for the medical research center. As the delegation awaited an entire day in the conference room, not a single individual appeared to offer tea or refreshments. Could they truly be unaware of our presence today? Surely, they must know. Notifications had been sent in advance. This is clearly a tactic to neglect us, inciting our frustration in hopes of negotiating higher prices. Typically, the Medical Research Institute concludes its day at 5:30 p.m. Even if personnel are on duty during the night, they would never be responsible for business negotiations. As the clock approached 5, the conference room remained devoid of attendees. Watching the minutes tick away, the 12 representatives grew anxious, perplexed by the other party's intentions. Just then, a cleaning lady entered, pushing a mop and bucket, preparing to tidy up. "Please lift your feet and make way," she called out loudly. The group fell silent, bewildered, as they awaited Professor Meng, only to be met by this assertive staff member instead. This situation was unprecedented. Increasingly suspicious, they speculated whether the other party had mistaken the date for their meeting. How could such matters be treated so casually? Did they truly care so little for the multitude of ailing individuals? This warranted media exposure to apply appropriate pressure for an expedited meeting. Amidst their tumultuous thoughts, the 12 members reluctantly lifted their feet to allow her passage. One member attempted to inquire of the cleaning lady, "Do you know if Professor Meng has been here today?" The cleaning lady shot a glare at him, showing no deference to these so-called dignitaries. "Your pills are priced so exorbitantly. How can an ordinary family afford them? A month's hard-earned wages might not even suffice to purchase a single pill," she retorted, returning to her work without further engagement. The 12 exchanged glances, lamenting the cleaning workers' brusque demeanor. However, they were seasoned negotiators, well-versed in navigating diverse situations. One member pulled a $100 bill from his wallet, smiling as he asked again, "Where exactly has Professor Meng gone?" The cleaning lady glanced at the bill, appearing reluctant. This attitude was rather excessive. Chapter 155. No wonder they were so indignant at last. After handing over another 1,000, she reluctantly accepted the money and pocketed it, yet still shook her head, stating, "I am not certain of his whereabouts." Faced with such a scene, everyone was rendered speechless, accepting the remuneration yet failing to provide an answer. However, once the money had been pocketed, retrieving it seemed nearly impossible. This group of negotiation experts ultimately realized that their tactics were futile against a straightforward woman, and they could only pack up and prepare to leave. Unexpectedly, as they approached the door, they encountered a car that had just returned and come to a halt. Upon seeing the vehicle, the 12 envoys quickly surrounded it to block its path. Indeed, inside was the long-awaited Dr. Sun, accompanied by a convoy of several vehicles. The car was compelled to stop, and the driver's side window slowly rolled down, revealing an expressionless Dr. Sun gazing at the group before him. The chief spokesperson stepped forward and inquired, "Professor, according to the schedule, today was our appointed day to discuss the pharmaceutical matters. We have been waiting here for quite some time, yet you have not arrived. Might there be a misunderstanding or a need to reschedule?" The response taken back was astonishing to all present. "After careful consideration, our company has decided to cancel this order." The entire delegation was momentarily stunned. "What do you mean? Are you refusing to procure the results of our years of research? This is profoundly unjust for the countless patients who desperately require treatment." To this, Dr. Sun retorted with a cold smile, without a sincere attitude. "We cannot establish mutual trust and achieve a win-win situation." The leaders began to sense that there might be underlying reasons prompting his change of heart. Perhaps it was merely a strategy to force a lower price, or perhaps other manufacturers had intervened, developing competing products. However, the birth of a new medication from the laboratory typically requires at least a decade of dedicated effort, and maintaining confidentiality throughout the process is nearly impossible. Unless this was simply a matter of price negotiation, could you possibly reconsider? 2,000 is simply, if we transact at that price, we will be unable to recover costs and achieve sustainable operations. Please understand the magnitude of the human and material resources we have invested." Dr. Sun replied coolly, 2,000 was my last offer. Now, I am quoting you 20 per tablet. If you wish to negotiate, let us converse. If not, you are free to leave. The exit is over there." Upon hearing this, the 12 representatives were rendered speechless. 20 per tablet? What a jest. This is a newly developed specialty drug, with no competitors in the market. Why should we sell it for such a pittance? Even if your market is vast, selling at 20 would still yield profit. But how many years would it take to recoup our 10 years of research costs? By the time we truly start earning, it may be several years down the line. Moreover, we are here on a mission from the headquarters of the White Eagle Empire. How can you quote 20 outright and expect the negotiations regarding the chips to proceed? In that instant, the members of the delegation were left in utter disbelief. This was not a bargaining exchange akin to a marketplace, was it? Furthermore, as the head of the research center, Dr. Sun must surely recognize the value of this drug. What could possibly instill such confidence in them? Did they not fear we might refuse to sell them the medication? Were they truly willing to watch patients languish in hospitals? Observing the astonished expressions of the group, Dr. Sun let out a cold chuckle, closed the window, and the car slowly maneuvered past them towards the building behind. The lead negotiator furrowed his brow and commanded, "Quickly investigate what has transpired to elicit such a firm stance." The following day, news returned revealing that the Pharmaceutical Research Center had independently developed a new specialty drug, which had entered the clinical trial phase. Initial results indicated that this new medication was more effective and had fewer side effects than theirs. No wonder the research center was so resolute. However, if they possessed such capability, they would not have squandered so much time haggling with us. It was evident that this new drug had only recently emerged. Yet, how could such a drug be developed in such a short time? Combating this virus necessitates immense computational power, requiring countless calculations, at least a year's time. However, Longwa lacks the necessary equipment and technology. Neither the medical center nor any other pharmaceutical company possesses such advanced resources. The negotiations with the medical center were doomed to fail, as they could not accept the $20 price point. Nevertheless, the medical center soon transformed, rapidly developing new medications, collaborating with other domestic pharmaceutical companies for production, and providing drug support under the domestic reimbursement system while selling at high prices abroad. Notably, several specialty drugs sold to the White Eagle Empire fetched prices as high as $3,000, creating quite a stir. It was only then that everyone realized Longhua and Appo's new drug development field had reached such a high level. Subsequently, a supercomputer named Huadawa gradually gained recognition. In an interview, Dr. Sun remarked, "This is our nation's most advanced computer, which can greatly accelerate the speed of drug screening and testing, reducing a process that typically takes years to mere minutes or hours, significantly enhancing our research speed." Upon learning the truth, netizens rejoiced. While the stock prices of pharmaceutical companies in the White Eagle Empire plummeted, no wonder business had become increasingly challenging in recent years. No wonder high-priced medications had diminished in entering the domestic market. In just over a year, a plethora of new drugs emerged. Many previously perplexing matters now had explanations, and it became clear that Longhua had surpassed the White Eagle Empire in certain domains. Jing Shang, however, showed little interest in this development. After installing the Huadawa computer, he ceased to follow up on it. While the base was not yet fully established, he, along with Li Yuyan and a group of newcomers, watched recent news, the evolving situation, and intelligence materials in the conference room. This included numerous combat footage provided by Longhua's intelligence department, as well as videos captured by frontline journalists, critical reference materials for the research team. The researchers were primarily concerned with whether existing military weaponry could be improved or if innovative new equipment could be developed under specific conditions. Presently, Factory 125 was gradually transitioning into a comprehensive arms factory covering multiple types. Among the footage, several segments concerning the triangular region captured everyone's attention. These clips detailed a regular Army's attempt to eliminate an armed group that relied on infant formula for sustenance. Due to the adversaries being concealed in a virtually impregnable mountainous region, the regular army, numbering over 1,000, ultimately emerged with only about 100 survivors. This incident even impacted cities within Longhua, resulting in injuries to several residents and prompting localized emergency evacuations. Under such conditions, the paramount concern should be the survival of individual soldiers. High-tech weaponry may not prove effective. Chapter 156. Is there anything else to add? Nonsense. Just flatten it with a rocket. What a ridiculous notion. There are many civilians in the mountains who are merely caught in the crossfire of war. Jing Shang smiled and inquired, "What essential military equipment do you believe we should provide in such combat environments?" A newcomer replied, "Heavy weapons like the Chiwen sword, hunting shadow crossbow, and Taotai Wolf Fong Club may not be practical here. It would be better to bring some grenades, handguns, and submachine guns." Jing Shang nodded. "Anything else to add? We also need night vision goggles. They will be useful for nighttime operations. Smoke bombs." The group engaged in lively discussion. Li Yuyan raised an eyebrow and remarked, "The terrain here is predominantly hilly, with dense trees and no wide roads. Vehicles cannot pass, making even walking quite troublesome. Climbing mountains only to find that the warlord has likely already relocated would be exhausting. And how can we fight under such circumstances? Although the regular army here may lack our combat prowess, they are not entirely powerless. The chaos instigated by the warlords greatly affects their mobility in these mountains. If we can swiftly locate and eliminate the warlords' forces, our chances of success will significantly increase. Moreover, the soldiers will expend much energy traversing the hills, while the warlords' troops can rest. We must find ways to reduce the soldiers' physical exhaustion during the march. Otherwise, even the strongest army will struggle to fight after exhausting themselves just climbing hills. Li Yuyan turned to Jing Shang. "Master, I believe we could assist them in designing a new type of individual mechanical exoskeleton." Her suggestion illuminated the faces of those present. Jing Shang nodded in agreement. The triangular battle zone indeed presents a unique environment, dominated by hills. Navigating through such terrain is a tremendous test of the soldier's stamina. Even if we reach the destination after great effort, the warlord may have already moved elsewhere. As the soldiers continue their search, They will need to carry provisions along with their equipment, which is a heavy burden. Everyone acknowledged this with nods. Jing Shang continued. Firstly, the soldiers' gear will undeniably be heavy. The number of soldiers operating in such conditions could range from hundreds to thousands. Deploying so many special forces is impractical, leaving us with only regular soldiers. They must carry their own food, water, and various firearms and ammunition, which collectively will be quite burdensome. The average person's stamina cannot support this. Thus, I concur with Yu Yin's proposal for the individual mechanical exoskeleton plan. This will alleviate the soldiers' physical strain, allowing them to arrive at the battlefield with ample energy to fight. Additionally, it will enhance their agility, enabling smoother movement in both attack and retreat through the mountainous terrain. The group began to envision the scene. Hundreds or thousands of individuals clad in mechanical exoskeletons seamlessly navigating the jungle, capable of coordinated combat or independent action, surrounding the enemy like phantoms. If the situation turned adverse, they could retreat swiftly and safely. This innovation would not only drastically reduce casualty rates, but also enhance combat effectiveness. In fact, many people are now familiar with mechanical exoskeletons. Such products have emerged both domestically and internationally, finding applications across various commercial settings. With these devices, individuals can retain a degree of agility, proving particularly beneficial for those with physical disabilities. Furthermore, they alleviate the burden on those who transport heavy objects, addressing health issues associated with long-term heavy lifting. Generally speaking, such devices can support the user's back, legs, and shoulders by redistributing weight. In essence, they provide assistance when they detect the angle of the wearer's knee bending. By harnessing this external force to lighten the physical load, an ordinary person can become extraordinarily strong. Moreover, this equipment not only conserves energy but also offers protective benefits, making it particularly significant for military applications. To some extent, it can indeed enhance survival odds. Currently, various combat zones are adopting similar systems, integrating multiple sensors and miniaturized hydraulic systems to establish effective interaction mechanisms between humans and machines. Notably, the White Eagle Nation excels in this technology. Soldiers equipped with this gear can carry loads of around 200 kilograms and traverse complex terrain at a speed of 10 kilometers per hour, executing tasks such as climbing, squatting, and lifting while minimizing injury risks. Soon, everyone unanimously agreed that the focus should be on developing this system for personal combat use. After Jing Shang submitted the proposal, he received an almost instantaneous approval, with no obstacles in sight. Budget reviews were bypassed, and funds were allocated in full on the same day. However, Secretary Chung privately called Jing Shang to inquire about the project. As he primarily oversees research on supersonic submarines, this individual mechanical exoskeleton clearly did not fall within his domain. Nonetheless, the military was highly attentive to any developments regarding this project, ensuring communication with those in charge. Jing Shang merely downplayed the matter, stating that the base was not yet fully constructed and he was utilizing his spare time for other tasks. This response amused the caller, who found it ironic that amidst the ongoing construction, Jing Shang had already achieved numerous results. When the project was officially completed, it would undoubtedly be astonishing, especially considering the rapid pace of research and development, including various chip control units and programming tools. He even customized a supercomputer for the medical center, significantly advancing new drug research. At this moment, he was taking time to engage in what seemed like an inconsequential yet actually vital endeavor, simply out of boredom. Other colleagues would likely envy him if they knew. While others took at least 6 months for a project, sometimes extending to a year, Jing Shang's Factory 125 had already completed several key projects this year. In terms of chips, systems, and other areas, these innovations had been put into service, greatly benefiting various sectors across the nation, with both the military and civilians reaping substantial advantages. After confirming the research and development objectives, Jing Shang swiftly received the approval from the military-industrial building, undoubtedly a green light, with dedicated funding arriving that very day. He immediately convened a task allocation meeting. Since they aimed to develop a new personal mechanical exoskeleton, enhancing performance was, of course, the primary task. Although the existing domestic individual exoskeletons appeared advanced, there remained a notable gap compared to foreign technologies, as most current popular versions were designed without power sources. They operated without the need for charging, relying instead on unique mechanical structures to transfer a portion of the user's weight to the ground, thereby alleviating the burden on the wearer. Chapter 157. The individual combat exoskeleton. These exoskeletons are constructed from advanced carbon fiber and integrated with various shock-absorbing materials, rendering them both lightweight and comfortable while circumventing numerous inconveniences. Overall, the foundation of this individual combat exoskeleton is solid, providing a commendable basis for subsequent enhancements. Jing Shang and his team aim to optimize the existing framework. To augment the performance of the mechanical exoskeleton, Jing Shang plans to implement a design featuring an external power source. During high-intensity activities, such as rapid sprints or the transportation of heavy objects, ample electrical support will be available, while during routine marches, the battery will be disabled, relying on the mechanical systems for operation. This approach not only adheres to the original design philosophy, but also significantly enhances the equipment's combat capabilities and protective features. To achieve this, it is imperative to create an entirely new integrated electromechanical component that amalgamates technologies from perception, control information, and robotic mobility computation. The device must not only safeguard the wearer's body and provide support, but also possess user-friendly operational functionality to assist in executing specific movements. Furthermore, it should leverage various sensors to collect data in real time, which will be analyzed by a central processing unit to swiftly respond to the wearer's movement requirements and enhance their physical performance. If a soldier could originally jump no more than 1 meter, this system could potentially enable leaps of 2 or even 5 meters. Consequently, Jing Shang promptly organized his personnel into specialized groups. Some focused on researching the mechanical shell, others on sensor technologies, while yet another group concentrated on control systems. And a final team addressed communications and power supply. Each subgroup, while emphasizing different aspects, worked in close coordination to complete the entire development process. This required the integration of knowledge from fields such as bionics and mechanics, as well as the input of data from various sensors into a computer, which would then employ relevant algorithms to analyze posture and predict movements, ultimately culminating in the formulation of applicable software. The entire endeavor is intricate and laborious. Typically, it would take several years to finalize all tasks, but Jing Shang allocated merely a few months for completion. Some may perceive him as a strict mentor seeking to cultivate exceptional students or as a figure brimming with confidence. However, the reality is straightforward. He possesses comprehensive knowledge of all pertinent materials and technologies. This year, in addition to the complete schematics for the supersonic submarine, Jing Shang acquired several crucial documents concerning military equipment. The individual combat exoskeleton is merely one of these, and upon careful consideration, he deemed it entirely feasible for research and swift deployment in real battlefield scenarios. This technology could flourish in regions like the Delta battlefield or the Abrasha Desert, where small-scale conflicts frequently erupt, and it could be widely equipped across various military divisions. When soldiers don this exoskeleton while loading artillery shells, the task becomes significantly easier, allowing for the effortless handling of heavy ammunition and ensuring prolonged periods of efficient combat. Despite modern weaponry featuring automated loading mechanisms, stringent training requirements for manual operations remain essential, as human intervention is often indispensable under certain circumstances, particularly given the unpredictable nature of the battlefield. Thus, Jing Shang believes this product possesses immense market value and developmental potential. After dividing the teams, everyone immediately immersed themselves in their respective domains. Each segment of the project is vital, yet the most crucial component is the power core. This element directly influences whether soldiers can substantially enhance their mobility, particularly their vertical leap. Furthermore, the issue of sustainability is paramount, especially in intense combat environments like jungles, where battery life is critical in the absence of supply points. Should the power deplete after a few days, it would not only be unhelpful, but could also become a liability. Therefore, Jing Shang deliberately enlisted several experts to diligently tackle this challenge. The battery will serve as the heart of this new device, while other aspects like sensing devices and data analysis are also significant. They are comparatively more manageable. However, the battery poses a considerable headache. The market offers a plethora of options, including various batteries such as lead-acid and lithium-ion. For extended battery life, they must consider those utilized in electric vehicles. For instance, many domestic electric vehicles can cover 500 kilometers without issue, while some international brands can even reach 700 to 800 kilometers. However, these figures are achievable only under ideal conditions. Cold weather can severely impair battery performance. Soldiers cannot simply abstain from combat due to adverse weather. Moreover, the batteries employed in electric vehicles are too large and heavy for individual use in compact equipment, making mobility cumbersome. Space is a precious commodity during missions, necessitating a new type of compact battery capable of storing substantial energy to meet the demands of this combat exoskeleton. The research and development challenges are immense. Many private enterprises and teams have devoted significant resources and efforts to achieve the current level of technology. Jing Shang's ambition to resolve these issues within a few months is indicative of the daunting task ahead. Nevertheless, Factory 125 has initiated a research project focused on this combat equipment. Over 100 researchers have been divided into several small teams, with Jing Shang serving as the chief designer. Each subgroup primarily relies on independent thought and team discussions to advance their research, while Jing Shang provides guidance and suggestions at critical junctures to expedite the project's progress. Relying solely on these young novices could potentially require 3 to 5 years to yield results. For Jing Shang, time is invaluable, as the supersonic submarine remains the factory's primary focus. The development of this combat exoskeleton is intended to occupy downtime while simultaneously nurturing newcomers. He is confident that among this group, future stars will emerge, capable of assuming lead design roles. Under his guidance, each team operates with remarkable efficiency, surpassing the progress of past development projects. The relative simplicity of the project allows everyone to showcase their talents and engage actively. The heightened sense of involvement motivates the team, as they witness daily advancements in the research and development process, igniting immense enthusiasm. Previously, they followed Jing Shang and Li Yuyan passively, but now each individual can genuinely feel the impact of their contributions. The design of the equipment is straightforward, and with Jing Shang's prior detailed documentation, the meticulous division of labor ensures that each member's responsibilities are manageable, resulting in a comparatively light workload. This experience marks a significant milestone for many who are participating in a complete development process for the first time. Approximately a month has elapsed, and the basic structure of the exoskeleton has begun to take shape. Although somewhat rudimentary, it possesses a discernible outline. Chapter 158, Absolute Dominance this time. Rather than experimenting with novel materials, we utilized the same lightweight and high-hardness substance as the Taotai Wolf Fang Club, perfectly suited for combat environments. Upon donning this equipment, 2 modes are available for selection, daily and combat. In everyday use, the power system remains inactive, relying solely on a specially designed structure to alleviate burden. However, during wartime, the power assistance system is activated, significantly enhancing the soldier's capabilities. For instance, vertical leaps can easily reach 2 meters, far surpassing the average person's performance, with even professional athletes barely achieving 1.5 meters. This illustrates the considerable enhancement this exoskeleton provides to the personal abilities of the warriors. Regardless of the complexity of terrain, the wearer can maintain a swift pace of 15 kilometers per hour without hindering activities such as crawling, crouching, or transporting heavy objects. The power source is a standard market model, sufficient to support approximately 2 days of activity. However, due to the limited battery capacity, the power output is correspondingly restricted. While it is generally superior to overseas counterparts, there is evidently room for optimization. After all, in terms of materials, this model employs the same top-tier choices as the Taotai series, boasting absolute advantages in flexibility and strength. Additionally, its electronic systems and sensors are notably superior. Thus, further improvements and enhancements to functionality are necessary. The morale among all team members was high. They created a prototype of this work in just about a month, despite numerous opinions and modification suggestions from Jing Entropy. The pivotal challenge remained the development of a compact, high-performance battery, which directly dictates the maximum efficiency of the drive system. After countless attempts and failures, Jing Entropy finally achieved a groundbreaking advancement in the third month: the advent of blade-shaped high-efficiency energy storage technology. The room erupted in enthusiastic applause. His research always seems to attain success with remarkable precision. Once the team resolved other aspects, such as computers, architecture, and systems, his battery was completed. Each battery is roughly the size of a cigarette pack, capable of powering the engine for an entire day. Each soldier is equipped with a standard 4 batteries. The equipment features 4 slots, allowing for straightforward insertion and use. Soldiers can estimate the required time based on the length of their mission and bring the appropriate number of batteries. Once the 4 standard batteries are depleted, they simply need to replace the old batteries with new ones, providing great convenience. Due to the compact size of these batteries, soldiers can easily carry a few extra for unforeseen circumstances, making them suitable even for prolonged missions. However, in reality, their small size is merely one of many advantages. The most significant highlight is their remarkably low energy loss. Currently, market batteries face a major issue: rapid energy depletion. During charge movement, collisions and friction occur, resulting in diminished kinetic energy. It is commonly observed that even fully charged batteries will lose substantial power over time if left unused, sometimes entirely depleting. This contributes to the challenge of storing large amounts of electricity. Occasionally, power plants across various regions produce excess electricity, but the grid cannot always absorb it. Consequently, some power stations must reduce output or even halt certain units. Particularly for coal-fired plants, restarting after a shutdown incurs substantial costs. Generally, power stations are reluctant to shut down. For those relying on wind or solar energy, being compelled to reduce output results in wasted resources, as existing battery technology cannot retain the energy without eventual depletion. However, if this new battery achieves widespread adoption, it would first address the issue of energy waste, especially for clean energy sources such as solar, wind, and tidal energy. These can be converted into electricity and stored in such blade-shaped batteries. Subsequently, these batteries can be utilized in new energy vehicles, extending their operational range. The ability to store energy for extended periods largely stems from the superior materials within the battery. Another notable advantage is the reduced risk of spontaneous combustion. The frequent safety issues with batteries in electric vehicles will see significant improvement, enhancing the overall safety of the vehicles. As fellow researchers, those present quickly recognized the profound significance of this new battery, marveling at Jing Entropy's capabilities. Throughout the 3-month research period, they merely modified the existing individual exoskeleton, integrating new materials and components developed by Factory 125. Yet, Jing Entropy has created an entirely new and revolutionary product. The emergence of this blade battery has fundamentally disrupted the traditional battery industry. Once this product hits the market, it is bound to create a sensation, potentially propelling domestic electric vehicle brands to become global leaders. Despite the positive momentum of domestic new energy vehicles in recent years, the gradual reduction of government subsidies has slowed market growth. In contrast, a certain foreign electric vehicle brand has performed exceptionally well in the domestic market, amassing a loyal customer base. For electric vehicles, a high-quality battery is of paramount importance. Jing Entropy smiled and remarked, "We need not worry about commercialization." Moreover, while this battery performs excellently, its relatively high cost means there is much work to be done before it can be launched on the market. Indeed, while the new battery boasts outstanding performance, its steep price remains a challenge. How can one find the most suitable balance between price and profit? This is a matter for entrepreneurs to ponder and resolve. He turned to the group and declared, "All right, next, we shall test this individual mechanical armor." With that, surrounded by a throng of staff, He donned the apparatus and led everyone outside to the testing building. Just outside the laboratory's main entrance, Jai wandered aimlessly. She never entered the lab. She simply waited outside. While she appeared unremarkable while walking, in truth, her heels never fully touched the ground, consistently hovering about 5 millimeters above it. Unless one was particularly observant, this subtle technique would go unnoticed. This has become a habitual form of exercise for her. Typically, maintaining a heel-up posture for extended periods can be quite taxing. However, for her, it is merely a trivial matter. She has trained herself in this manner since childhood, and now it has become second nature. Even during her service in the military, she was a standout, with physical capabilities far exceeding those of ordinary individuals. Since childhood, she has practiced martial arts alongside her father. Chapter 159. Did she just fly? In events such as high jumping, the average person, without a running start, can typically reach a height of around 1.5 meters, which is already commendable. A select few elite athletes may achieve heights of 2 meters or slightly more. However, she, with the aid of walls or tree trunks and a brief burst of acceleration, can leap to an astonishing 5 meters, even without any external support. This remarkable explosive power is referred to as lightness skill in martial arts, and individuals of her caliber are exceedingly rare today. Had she not been diverted for training as a bodyguard, she would have undoubtedly ascended to the ranks of top special forces. Jai strolled back and forth outside, feeling somewhat bored. Suddenly, she spotted Jing Shang exiting the building with Li Yuyan and several other newcomers, clad in a unique set of individual mechanized armor. She recognized it instantly, having donned a similar suit before, although the version Jing Shang wore appeared far more advanced. They gathered in an open area for testing, as the laboratory offered little room for movement. Jai stood nearby, captivated by the scene, noticing how everyone was clustered around Jing Shang, which she found quite amusing. "Make way, everyone," Jing Shang called out, waving his hands. He wasn't an expert and feared he might inadvertently injure someone during his jump. Once the crowd dispersed, he pressed a button, executed a few movements, and after a brief run, he stomped forcefully on the ground, slightly sinking his body. Then, as if propelled by a spring, he shot upward into the air. Gasps of astonishment erupted from the onlookers, and even Jai couldn't help but look up at Jing Shang soaring high, her mouth agape in awe. To her astonishment, Jing Shang's leap took him directly to the rooftop of the experimental building, which stood a staggering 8 meters tall. While it was common knowledge that mechanized exoskeletons could facilitate higher jumps, the extent of this leap exceeded all expectations. Previously, enhancements to mechanical devices had only allowed users to jump to a height of 2 meters, which was already a significant achievement. But with the new type of battery providing ample power, they were now reaching heights of 8 meters. Jai's eyes sparkled with excitement. As a former user of mechanical exoskeletons, she understood the immense implications of this equipment for combat effectiveness. If such armor could be widely adopted, soldiers' capabilities would undoubtedly increase dramatically. Even an ordinary soldier, equipped with this technology, could become formidable, prompting her to marvel at the advancements in technology. After years of rigorous training, while she may not be the absolute pinnacle of expertise, she was certainly close. She could manage a maximum jump of 5 meters. But Jing Shang's design allowed anyone to effortlessly leap over the height of an 8-meter structure. "Teacher, please come down," Li Yuyan called excitedly from below, waving her hands. The impressive performance of this individual suit far surpassed everyone's expectations, and over 100 researchers on site were filled with exhilaration. Jai was equally astounded. This was her first time witnessing the weaponized tools invented by Jing Shang, and she began to comprehend why the higher-ups valued him so highly. While she might not be well-versed in computer components and programming code, she understood the significance of mechanical armor. Compared to the previous version, its performance had more than doubled. It appeared lightweight and did not feel cumbersome, yet its explosive power was astonishing. "Teacher, please come down quickly." After a while, Li Yuyan, seeing that he remained motionless, began to feel a strain in her neck from looking up. This was merely a test of one of the suit's functionalities. They still needed to evaluate its speed and load-bearing capacity under weights of 50, 100, and 200 kilograms. Jing Shang, however, hesitated atop the building. While he could manage to jump up, the prospect of jumping down was indeed daunting, as 8 meters was a considerable height. Though he had confidence in his creation, putting it into practice was an entirely different matter. Noticing the apprehension in his expression, Shijai smirked slightly. Could he be afraid? Shaking her head in resignation, she took a few steps back to gather momentum before leaping into the air. Under the watchful gaze of everyone, she lightly bounded off the wall several times and smoothly landed beside Jing Shang on the rooftop. The crowd below was left in utter disbelief. They had long known of Shijai's prowess, but they had not anticipated her reaching such heights without any external assistance. The two atop the building exchanged glances, unsure of what to say. The researchers below soon recovered from their astonishment, erupting in exclamations of awe. My goodness, that was incredible. Did she just fly? Isn't that the legendary lightness skill? Even Li Yuyan, who usually harbored animosity toward Shijai, was deeply impressed, but her jealousy flared as she overheard the praises, prompting her to sulkily retort, "It's nothing special. I could do it too if I wore that suit." The others dismissed her comments with disdain. Li Yuyan glared at them fiercely, and they promptly fell silent. No one wanted to provoke her ire. On the rooftop, Shijai smiled at Jing Shang. "Let me give it a try." He relinquished the armor to her, explaining its operational intricacies. The principle was straightforward. Pressing a switch would activate motor-assisted movement. Turning it off would rely on its unique structure for protection without hindering mobility. Before long, Shijai mastered the mechanics. The entire suit enveloped her vital areas while connecting via metal rods, ensuring both flexibility and enhanced defense, impervious to ordinary bullets. Clad in the sleek black mechanized exoskeleton, Shijai appeared as a warrior from the future. Indeed, the equipment looked remarkably formidable on her. She stepped back a few paces, then sprinted forward before leaping down. However, her trajectory diverged from expectations. Instead of descending, she lightly propelled herself upward and forward. This unexpected trajectory startled her, as the suit's sensors relayed her intentions to the computer, predicting her desire to leap forward and upward, thereby granting her an additional force in that direction. Thus, Shijai soared through the air. The crowd of over 100 gazed skyward, their eyes tracking her graceful arc. Finally, with a soft thud, she landed atop a nearby 2-story building that stood 5 to 6 meters high. Fortunately, her landing was smooth, and she emerged unscathed. Chapter 160. This item is remarkable. Shijai breathed a sigh of relief, while the research team below was once again astounded. It is worth noting that the distance between the two buildings is a full 10 meters. In that instant, everyone was left in disbelief. It turned out that this exoskeleton could be utilized in such a manner, allowing for effortless traversal between different rooftops. When Director Ho rushed over upon receiving the news, he happened to witness Shijai successfully leap onto the adjacent small building. In his haste, coupled with the shock from Shijai's recent jump, he nearly stumbled. Subsequently, Shijai began to move her limbs, gradually acclimatizing to the new equipment. With great caution, she then leaped down from the small building, landing steadily on the ground. As her feet made contact, she distinctly felt the cushioning effect provided by the external machinery. Aside from a slight recoil, there was no discomfort whatsoever. Undoubtedly, this invention was truly exceptional, prompting Director Ho to circle around Shijai in admiration, repeatedly exclaiming, "This item is remarkable." His appreciation was palpable. After all, many of the inventions produced by the Research Institute this year were overly complex and bewildering, such as various chips, systems, and processors that left him perplexed. While he recognized the advanced nature of these innovations, this intuitive and purpose-driven mechanical device was evidently far easier to comprehend and appreciate. Especially with Shijai embodying the image of a futuristic warrior, it was nothing short of inspiring. Following this, they conducted a series of tests on the exoskeleton system's various capabilities, including walking, running, and load-bearing. With each test result, Director Ho was left in awe. If an army could be equipped with such gear, it would undoubtedly become a formidable force. With these, even the most ordinary soldier could surpass the prowess of elite combatants. Even Jing Shang, watching from the rooftop, was filled with excitement. However, just as he intended to conclude the demonstration and leave, he discovered that the door would not open. Reluctantly, he had to shout for assistance to Li Yuyin standing below. "Bring me a ladder." This prompted everyone to realize that Jing Shang was still trapped on the rooftop. Li Yuyin quickly called for a retractable ladder, ultimately aiding Jing Shang in safely returning to the ground. This new mechanical exoskeleton was officially named Gongsu Ban No. 1. It swiftly entered mass production, with rapid distribution to various military units. Factory 125 commenced intensive manufacturing operations, with each unit costing approximately 500,000 RMB. Soon, military departments nationwide began placing orders, displaying immense interest in this individual combat exoskeleton, which was aptly dubbed a divine artifact. Utilizing it could significantly alleviate the physical burdens on soldiers, enhancing their endurance and individual combat capabilities. Transforming ordinary soldiers into extraordinary warriors, its applications were vast. Although the nation currently enjoyed a state of peace, it could be employed in daily training scenarios, such as transporting goods, mountain traversing, or even weapon loading. Its value far exceeded that of many other weapon types. Despite its somewhat steep price, its exceptional performance remained highly appealing. Possessing such advanced equipment could even influence the dynamics of localized conflicts, as the combat effectiveness of individual users became exceedingly unpredictable. All parties were keenly observing this development, albeit with restrained excitement, as this equipment could not merely be judged by its aesthetics. While it appeared exquisitely crafted and replete with technological sophistication, practicality was paramount for military personnel. Among other factions, many were also researching similar individual mechanical equipment. Some had even released finished products. For instance, the White Eagle Empire had already equipped troops with such devices and continued to develop more advanced models. As for the new gadget presented by the military-industrial complex, there remained some uncertainty regarding whether it measured up to the standards of other factions. However, considering the recent impressive performances of new weapons developed by Longhua, expectations for this mechanical exoskeleton were high. Before long, various factions discovered that the Gongsu Ban No. 1 exoskeleton was indeed extraordinary, rapidly gaining widespread acclaim. Once introduced to various battlefields, it swiftly won the affection of soldiers. Unsurprisingly, the high-quality products from Factory 125 lived up to their reputation. This device could dramatically amplify a soldier's combat capabilities. Unlike previous models, the Gongsu Ban No. 1 significantly enhanced individual abilities, extending beyond mere walking or lifting heavy objects to comprehensively augmenting solo combat effectiveness. On a training ground nestled within a mountainous forest, 100 soldiers stood in perfect formation, awaiting orders. A leader was briefing them on an imminent clandestine mission. "We are about to undertake a top-secret operation. No participant is permitted to disclose any information. The comrades before you are the ones involved in this mission. Our objective is to eliminate approximately 500 hostile forces concealed deep within the mountains. Intelligence indicates their primary firepower consists of firearms, grenades, and rocket launchers, complemented by several tanks and military helicopters. Additionally, this area hosts various foreign entities or organizations. Should we inadvertently alert others, we may face an onslaught from multiple fronts. Thus, the number of adversaries we must confront could exceed 500. Consequently, in the coming days, we must focus on practicing with the new Gongsu Ban No. 1 exoskeleton to enhance our combat effectiveness." To their left lay 100 brand new sets of equipment. Sunlight streamed through the gaps in the trees, casting shifting shadows upon the machinery, igniting the fervor within each soldier present. Just days prior, they had already heard whispers of the Gongsu Ban No. 1, and now they were eager to test it. "Captain, is it true that wearing this can enable one to lift a tank?" one soldier eagerly inquired. Stories circulating from various battle zones were almost exclusively centered around the Gongsu Ban No. 1. Unlike the mild tests conducted by scientists previously, soldiers were intent on pushing this machine to its limits. Some of the rumors circulating sounded almost mythical. For instance, some claimed they could leap 8 meters high. while others spoke of effortlessly bounding between buildings. The most extravagant claims suggested that a few individuals could collectively lift a tank. Tanks, well-known military equipment, typically weigh around 40 to 50 tons. Chapter 161. Are we really jumping down like this? It seemed utterly implausible that one could achieve such a feat purely through human strength. Wasn't that merely a boast? Even the most advanced machinery could hardly be expected to function as a lifting device. Although aware of the formidable capabilities of the Gongshu Band No. 1, the captain felt that the rumors surrounding it were excessively exaggerated. Yet, upon hearing the latest information, he found himself glancing back at the 100 sets of equipment standing silently. In fact, tests conducted elsewhere had demonstrated that 8 individuals working in unison could indeed lift approximately 40 tons. This revelation left everyone astounded, leading to a hushed discussion among them. Good heavens, it truly works. Each person would need to bear around 5 tons of weight. That translates to 5,000 kilograms. How outrageous. Such scenes are typically reserved for Hollywood blockbusters. Who would have imagined they could manifest in reality? Observing the mixture of astonishment and excitement among his soldiers, the captain solemnly remarked, "This system is equipped with an extraordinarily precise monitoring and predictive mechanism, capable of calculating the required auxiliary force in real time based on various data, including your movements. Although this exoskeleton is indeed powerful, mastering its full potential is no trivial endeavor. It is especially crucial to avoid recklessly attempting to lift heavy objects such as tanks, lest the system misinterpret your actions as being in a high-load combat state and provide excessive support. Such a scenario would drain the power supply significantly, and if the energy were to be exhausted at a critical moment, the consequences could be dire." Despite these warnings, an unmistakable desire for exploration gleamed in everyone's eyes. Though they did not openly challenge the captain's words, they privately dismissed the concerns, believing that ample backup batteries would mitigate any issues. After thorough preparation, the entire team demonstrated proficiency in operating the Gongshu Band No. 1 and accepted their mission to advance toward the triangular region. Inside the aircraft cabin, each individual donned camouflage attire, masks concealing their faces while their eyes shone with anticipation. Clad in the black Gongshu Band No. 1, they were poised for their inaugural combat application, which promised to yield a profound impact. As for the specific objectives of the mission, they were hardly a concern. Whether facing 500 or 15,000 adversaries seemed trivial. With such extraordinary equipment, it felt as though they were wielding supernatural powers. Upon reaching the designated location, the farmers laboring in the fields suddenly heard a resounding roar from the sky. All activity came to a halt as they straightened up and gazed upward. Against the backdrop of a clear blue sky, a black transport aircraft devoid of any insignia slowly emerged into view, hovering silently above. Panic ensued among the farmers, who scattered in fear, suspecting a warlord was about to launch an attack. A few bolder souls, however, hid behind the distant trees, curiously observing the enigmatic aircraft. From its appearance, the plane did not resemble those typically employed by warlords. In fact, some of these farmers were informants for the warlords, tasked with monitoring any incursions by regular troops or rival factions, ready to report any developments. As the onlookers watched, the transport plane's doors swung open, and one by one, figures clad in camouflage, their faces obscured by masks, leapt from the aircraft. My word, that transport plane was at least 20 to 30 meters off the ground. They are jumping down like that. Everyone gasped in disbelief, including the fleeing farmers, who turned to stare, wide-eyed and speechless, unable to comprehend the scene unfolding before them. These individuals were not traditional soldiers descending with parachutes. They leapt down without any parachutes or ropes to aid their descent, leading onlookers to wonder if they were attempting to court disaster. Yet, they donned peculiar gear reminiscent of futuristic warriors from the movies, their bodies encased in black armor, protecting their arms, legs, and torsos, interconnected by various structural components. Remarkably, despite their plummet from such heights, they landed gracefully on the ground, unscathed. The farmers were utterly astonished. These figures bore no military insignia or identification, making it impossible to discern their origins. It was evident, however, that they were not a conventional army or local militia. Their weaponry was far too advanced. Clearly, this was a covert overseas unit. This region had long attracted attention due to ongoing illicit activities, having experienced multiple attempts at suppression. Yet it remained resilient, akin to weeds that swiftly re-emerge even after being scorched by fire. Could it be that a new force was attempting to challenge the local warlords once more? The soldiers' strange, yet formidable demeanor left everyone in a state of shock, with no one daring to report the occurrence. Despite their small numbers, each individual exuded an aura of formidable combat prowess. They carried black boxes on their backs, containing an array of combat tools. A special model handgun hung in their left hands, and renowned daggers adorned their feet, ready for immediate use. Their backpacks brimmed with various ammunition, batteries, food, water, and essential supplies. While it would take ordinary individuals days to traverse the mountainous terrain, this unit advanced with remarkable speed, aided by their mechanical exoskeletons, swiftly reaching their destination. A daring villager secretly recorded this extraordinary scene. It was as if these individuals had traversed from the future, descending from the sky and, upon landing, surveying their surroundings before hastily dashing off in a specific direction. Even more astonishing was how they vanished into the forest in the blink of an eye, leaving one to question whether the event had truly occurred. So swift were they that even the transport aircraft had yet to depart. This triangular area lay at the confluence of three nations, situated in a subtropical zone characterized by perennial warmth and humidity and significant rainfall. As the small team navigated through the dense forest, they could palpably feel the oppressive heat and the hindrance posed by the thick vegetation. Due to the remote geographic location, the infrastructure was severely lacking, with scarcely any decent roads for passage. Furthermore, mobile phone signals were abysmal. Communication relied solely on satellite phones. This rapidly mobilized team exhibited remarkable discipline, maneuvering through the thickets with the agility of phantoms. Initially, they sprinted swiftly. However, to evade the dense underbrush, they adapted their strategy to leap forward instead. Utilizing branches as leverage, they executed short sprints and jumps. One member suddenly leapt, grasping a tree trunk, propelling himself toward the next tree, landing effortlessly and leaping again. The entire sequence flowed seamlessly and without effort. Nearby, a languid python coiled around a large tree. Having just feasted and basking in the afternoon sun, suddenly sensed something amiss. Strange sounds echoed around it. Chapter 162. Increasing patrols, he turned back alertly, but had no time to react when a shadow flashed past, landing on a nearby branch. The subsequent figure instilled a sense of dread in the giant python, prompting it to swiftly slide down the trunk and burrow deep into the jungle for refuge. With their arrival, countless animals were startled into a frantic flight, as if the entire rainforest had been stirred into chaos. The objective of this mission was to confront a stubborn faction that had recently suffered a defeat in a direct clash with local forces. Intelligence indicated that this group of miscreants dared to sell illegal substances within our country, even invading our commercial zones to attack multiple Chinese shopkeepers, causing severe repercussions. The local armed forces were utterly insufficient to eradicate such criminal organizations, maintaining a precarious balance. Only when faced with immense pressure from higher authorities would they reluctantly launch an offensive, which often ended in failure. Considering the dense population of the area, it was deemed inappropriate to employ overwhelming force to obliterate it. Thus, a strategy of precision strikes was decided upon to annihilate them in one fell swoop. After traversing the forest for over an hour, the 100 soldiers had stealthily approached the outskirts of the hill. From a high vantage point, they realized the area was not expansive, primarily consisting of simple structures. Some soldiers were on patrol, while others were training. The combat team even spotted several tanks. But there were more pickup trucks and even a helicopter. It was perplexing how they had managed to transport such equipment here, as there had been no discernible road upon their arrival. The captain signaled to maneuver around to the rear, ensuring that none would escape, while remaining cautious of landmines. The team nodded in silent agreement and quietly dispersed. Not long ago, The regular army had dispatched over 1,000 troops to eliminate this armed organization. Yet fewer than 100 had retreated in haste. Now, this 100-man squad was about to encircle the entire hill. The forest was stifling and humid, and the fully armed soldiers sprinted through, their exertions not overly taxing, yet sweat poured from their brows. One soldier crouched against a large tree trunk, beads of perspiration trickling down his face, his gaze steadfast and unwavering. He was aiming his crossbow at 2 distant sentinels. The sentinels remained oblivious to the approaching danger, laughing and chatting among themselves. Suddenly, an arrow shot through the leaves like a bolt of black lightning, piercing one sentinel's head with a swift whoosh. The other sentinel, still chuckling at a joke, was caught off guard as the bloody arrow passed through his comrade's skull, embedding itself in a nearby tree with a resounding thud. Only then did the remaining sentinel sense something amiss, his smile faltering. He forced a grin and glanced toward the upper right, but all he saw were trees. Suddenly, a glimmer caught his eye. Before he could react, an arrow lodged itself in his forehead, and he collapsed to the ground. At that moment, chaos erupted within the stronghold. A small leader shouted loudly, warning of an unidentified group approaching, urging everyone to be cautious and increase patrols. These ruffians, having just received alarming news from farmers, were in disarray. Some jumped into pickup trucks, patrolling in circles, while others revved their motorcycles, racing through the village. After neutralizing the 2 guards, the soldier stowed his crossbow, seized a nearby submachine gun, and nimbly leaped from the tree, casting a cursory glance at the lifeless bodies before hastening toward the village. Meanwhile, another team member stood before a seemingly ordinary clearing. The surface appeared unremarkable, yet traces indicated it was likely a minefield. Lacking detection equipment, he could not ascertain the precise dimensions of this perilous zone. The green expanse before him spanned roughly 20 meters, likely riddled with mines. He took a few steps back, inhaled deeply, and then began his sprint, accelerating and leaping. Like a projectile, he soared over the treacherous area, landing smoothly and rolling over. He glanced back at the minefield, exhilaration filling his eyes. Without the aid of the mechanical armor he wore, traversing this minefield would have been an insurmountable challenge. Yet he had completed the task with such ease. The 100 warriors gradually closed in on the village from various directions, aiming to eliminate all enemies within. Some utilized crossbows to dispatch external sentries, while others silently approached the watchmen, slitting their throats before they could react. The outside guards were few and were soon eradicated. As more watchtowers fell silent, the villagers gradually became aware of the unfolding crisis and mobilized. These guards were equipped with radio communication devices to maintain contact with their base. But as more posts lost connection, the leadership realized the gravity of the situation. It was evident that their camp was under enemy attack. Yet the number of adversaries remained unknown. Instantly, all personnel at the base ceased their recreational activities, arming themselves and searching for the enemy. At that moment, a team member descending the hillside to execute his mission abruptly halted, confronted by an even wider minefield blocking his path. This expanse stretched over 100 meters wide, rendering it impossible to traverse in a single bound. Observing the chaos at the base and his own position, he felt the mounting pressure. He had to join the fray and collaborate with his comrades to secure this position. Glancing at the vast unknown terrain ahead, he hesitated not and quickly retreated a few steps before launching himself into the air. His feet felt a distinct tremor and immense propulsion, lifting his body skyward, soaring through the air as dust danced in the wind. Just as he was about to touch down, an explosion erupted behind him. A concealed time bomb buried in the earth detonated, yet he was already several dozen meters away, continuing to sprint forward. As he landed for the second time, another thunderous roar resounded. Without a moment's hesitation, he charged forward at full speed. As long as he moved swiftly, he could evade the series of explosions. He successfully navigated the entire minefield, seeking refuge behind a tree to await his comrade's support. Moments later, a cacophony of impacts erupted behind him as countless shrapnel struck the sturdy trunk. The experience was nothing short of exhilarating. The continuous sounds also drew the villagers' attention to the unusual commotion. Soldiers jumped into trucks, engines roaring as they advanced, cursing while indiscriminately firing in this direction. He smirked disdainfully, then retrieved several grenades from the black box on his back, each connected by a peculiar long fuse. Chapter 163. Escorting the boss to safety, he gripped one end of a long rope, the other end attached to a grenade, and with a swift motion, he spun it several times before releasing it with a powerful flick. The grenade traced a grand arc through the air before landing in the encampment, followed by a resounding explosion. Several individuals collapsed instantly, and a nearby truck was overturned. Subsequently, he hurled several more grenades in that general direction, further diminishing the enemy's strength. Meanwhile, a member of a concealed assault team lay behind cover, aiming his crossbow at a driver of a pickup truck. The driver sped towards the site of the recent explosion, oblivious to the danger, with a dozen soldiers in the truck bed indiscriminately firing at the chaos. In an instant, a black arrow shot forth like a wraith, piercing the driver's skull. Without its operator, the pickup veered towards a tree, toppling over and sending its occupants tumbling out, some trapped beneath, cries of agony filling the air. Yet, this calamity did not deter the soldiers within the encampment. They surged towards the site of the commotion like an unstoppable tide. The archer continued to provide cover fire for his comrades, launching arrows in rapid succession, nearly every shot finding its mark. Only when his quiver was empty did he join the fray. However, a small squad soon discerned his location and began to close in. As the two sides drew nearer, the assault team members utilized the terrain for cover, firing their submachine guns while occasionally tossing grenades. The opposing force, numbering around 10, unleashed a fierce barrage. Seizing a brief pause in their fire, he swiftly repositioned, darting through the trees like a specter, evading their shots with ease. Their bullets wasted on the air. With the first explosion echoing, an elite force of 100 commenced a full-scale assault. They infiltrated the encampment from various angles, armed with an array of weaponry including submachine guns, grenades, and crossbows, creating a dense web of firepower. Coupled with captured light machine guns and ammunition, their offensive was ferocious. Though outnumbered, their combat prowess was formidable. Through meticulous coordination, they launched relentless attacks from multiple fronts, instilling panic within the encampment as if legions of troops were storming in from all sides, an utterly daunting spectacle. In truth, they were merely 100 strong, hardly a substantial force. More astonishingly, the agility of these warriors was almost unbelievable. They effortlessly leaped to heights of 7 or 8 meters, as if endowed with superhuman abilities. Clad in high-tech black exoskeleton suits, they resembled futuristic soldiers from another era, their bizarre appearance and overwhelming firepower striking fear into the hearts of their adversaries. Suddenly, a tank barreled forth, indiscriminately firing at several assault team members. However, these individuals moved with such swiftness that the tank could not lock onto a target and was forced to fire blindly, inadvertently wounding its own comrades. Within seconds, 3 members of the assault team maneuvered to the rear of the tank and, with combined effort, overturned it. Despite being one of the most formidable weapons on the battlefield, once a tank loses its balance, it struggles to regain its footing. This scene astonished all present. A tank had been toppled by mere mortals? Many soldiers, overwhelmed by shock, hesitated to even raise their weapons. What sort of miracle was this? It was terrifying. Doubts flickered in their minds, questioning whether this was a dream, for the reality was too surreal. Yet, the fallen comrades beside them served as a stark reminder that this was no film, it was all too real. In disbelief, someone asked, "What is this?" A trembling subordinate replied, "They look like soldiers from a sci-fi movie." Another chimed in, "Cut the nonsense. I've seen reports in military magazines about such equipment. They say the Eagle Nation has developed exoskeletons and formed a specialized unit. Could it be that the Eagle Nation sought to eliminate us? Given that 60% of their products are sold in the Eagle Nation, it was understandable that the Eagle government harbored grievances. However, another squad leader quickly countered, "That can't be right. These individuals don't resemble Eagle soldiers at all." A shared thought passed among them. Could they be soldiers from the Dragon Nation? Considering the geographical distance and previous conflicts stemming from drug smuggling to the Dragon Nation, it was conceivable that regular troops could not handle them, and had dispatched elite forces for direct intervention. Hurry, escort the boss to safety. The minor leaders dashed back, intent on guiding their superior away from this perilous situation. Being besieged in the mountains was not unusual. They often managed to repel regular troops. If the pressure became untenable, they would find a hidden spot to wait until the regulars withdrew. This territory would remain theirs. They had evaded disaster time and again. The boss, abruptly awakened in broad daylight, hastily donned his shoes and seized a firearm before rushing outside. Several lieutenants had already reached him. "Boss, this is bad," he inquired. "What's the matter?" The lieutenants spoke in a flurry. "Boss, something major has happened. A force is coming to wipe us out. We must flee at once." Upon hearing of the impending attack, the boss rolled up his sleeves and shouted, "Flee? We'll fight back." The lieutenants urgently restrained him. "Boss, this time it's different. It's troops from the Dragon Nation." The boss halted immediately, his countenance turning ashen. "How many are there?" The lieutenants exchanged glances, finally responding with uncertainty, "Perhaps around 100. The boss was taken aback. "What? Only 100? His anger flared. Did they underestimate him, believing a mere 100 could annihilate his encampment? One lieutenant anxiously exclaimed, "Boss, we must retreat. These 100 are exceptionally well equipped, each one like a superhero. We are no match for them." Another chimed in, "Exactly. They can even fly and topple tanks. It's terrifying. We must leave now, or it will be too late." The boss, perplexed, began to suspect these men were either jesting or had consumed too much alcohol. "What nonsense are you spouting?" He pushed open the door and stepped outside. Just then, a rocket launcher struck the bamboo hut behind him, reducing it to ruins. The boss nearly stumbled, realizing a member of the special forces had eliminated one of his subordinates and seized the rocket launcher to fire at him. Chapter 164. The effect of 1,000 troops. He could not discern who the leader was. He merely saw the throng of people and fired a shot. Noticing he still had 2 rocket rounds remaining, he loaded them, aimed, and fired again, resulting in another explosion that instantly claimed several lives. Under the protection of the small leaders, the boss fled while glancing back at his ravaged stronghold. The entire encampment was engulfed in chaos, with individuals clad in mechanized armor leaping about like aerial acrobats within his territory, and some even appending pickup trucks. What on earth was happening? He had managed this stronghold for many years. Although the numbers were few, the equipment and business were thriving, especially with the lucrative dealings with the White Eagle Empire in recent years. Yet now, this land had transformed into a realm of blood and smoke. Bullets flew in all directions, and the sound of cannon fire echoed. The small leaders struggled to help him escape to safety. At that moment, he witnessed a soldier from a special forces unit leap from the ground, soaring several meters high with a rocket launcher slung over his shoulder. In midair, he fired a shot that struck a watchtower directly. The watchtower collapsed in a thunderous crash, engulfed in flames. Meanwhile, his own soldiers stood atop a pickup truck, unleashing a barrage of fire with a heavy machine gun, indiscriminately targeting everyone in a frenzied assault that created a fierce suppression of fire. However, it wasn't long before 2 special forces operatives overturned the vehicle from the side. The boss stared in disbelief at this scene, unable to fathom the reality unfolding before him. Even the finest science fiction film could scarcely depict such a scenario. Where did these individuals emerge from? How could they possess such formidable power? The boss was no stranger to grand spectacles. His stronghold had faced numerous assaults and purges, each time emerging stronger and larger. Yet today, this group of fewer than 100 special forces operatives was intent on obliterating his domain. Their overwhelming strength rendered any resistance futile. This mere 100 seemed like demons from hell, far more terrifying than a regular army of thousands. Had it been 1,000 regular troops here, he would have felt unafraid and would have led a counterattack. But now, confronted by this descending assault team of a mere 100, he lacked even the courage to flee. His mind was a swirl of questions, unable to comprehend the situation as he watched his comrades fall one by one, fear steadily creeping into his heart. For the first time, he felt as though one foot had already stepped onto the path of the underworld. This scant 100 had managed to create the effect of 1,000 troops. Their movements were astonishingly swift, the bullets nearly impossible to track, while his own brothers, in their panic, turned on each other, struggling to pursue the rapidly moving figures. It was akin to a child attempting to strike down an eagle soaring in the sky with stones, a futile endeavor. Along with a few trusted subordinates, the boss sought a narrow path to escape, relying on his familiarity with the terrain. As long as he could survive, there would always be an opportunity to regroup. Just as they were on the verge of breaking free, an arrow flew in from the distance. Before anyone could react, one of the small leaders collapsed, struck down. The group turned to see a black arrow embedded in the man's head, piercing through his skull and nailing him to the ground. The sight was utterly chilling. "There are archers," one of the leaders shouted in panic, pondering what era they were living in, astonished that arrows were being used in such a modern battlefield filled with gunfire and explosions. This primitive weapon starkly contrasted with the tumult of bullets and cannon fire. The warlord seemed to recall some vital piece of information, suddenly exclaiming, "Shadowhunter crossbow. It's from the Dragon Nation." Despite the secluded mountainous environment, where even his ordinary subordinates had never seen a mobile phone, as a leader, he was well acquainted with numerous external affairs. Aside from handling business matters, he had developed a keen interest in procuring military equipment. Particularly, he had heard much about the recently prominent Shadowhunter crossbow, and the design of the arrows before him perfectly matched the descriptions he had seen online. Indeed, the adversaries were agents from the Dragon Nation. The thought sent a shiver down his spine, regretting his earlier audacity in supplying contraband to them. Advisors had warned him against provoking such a formidable enemy, but he had dismissed their concerns at the time. While the White Eagle Empire's market was vast, it was rife with uncertainty and fierce competition. In contrast, the Dragon Nation's market was purer and more expansive, with many potential buyers, wealthy individuals with astonishing purchasing power. He had initially envisioned carving out a lucrative path here. Yet, unexpectedly, he had become a target almost immediately. Initially, the adversaries attempted to exert pressure through the government forces, but he had managed to deflect each effort. Now, they had sent individuals directly to confront him, though their faces were concealed and clad in camouflage, rendering it difficult to discern their true identities. He recognized them as members of the legendary special forces from the Dragon Nation, based on their East Asian features and unique weaponry. After all, this type of Shadowhunter crossbow was not available for purchase in the market unless one was part of that elite group. It was said to have a terrifying range of 3 kilometers, its power surpassing that of ordinary sniper rifles. He had long desired to own such a treasure for personal use, yet now, it was aimed squarely at him. "Flee for your lives." Just moments ago, they had been speculating about the true identities of these individuals, but now everything was clear. It was undoubtedly the elite forces dispatched to confront him. The warriors of the Dragon Nation were already formidable opponents, and now equipped with such powerful weaponry, the battle was utterly unwinnable. Not to mention the high-tech combat suits. The mere name of the Shadowhunter crossbow had terrified a unit of 3,000 troops from the White Eagle Empire, forcing them into their stronghold in fear. Even so, several small leaders had perished, and in the 47th battle zone of the Aborsha Desert, this crossbow gained notoriety for this very incident. It was then that he began to take an interest in such weaponry. To think that something feared by the White Eagle Empire would be used against a mere small stronghold was an egregious underestimation of his own worth. The warlord felt as though his heart was shattering. Using such a fine weapon against a small outpost was an unforgivable act of bullying. A few of his remaining men hurried to escape into the forest. This area was relatively open, as many trees had been felled with the expansion of the stronghold. They only needed to run another 100 meters to reach the woods. Once within the forest, it would be far more difficult for them to be targeted. Everyone raced desperately into the thicket, but at that moment, 2 more small leaders fell. Only one subordinate remained at the boss's side. "Stay close to me," he ordered as he ran forward with all his might. Chapter 165. The inescapable fate. Just as the words escaped his lips, another figure fell behind him. It was evident that he had been struck by the Shadowhunter crossbow. The leader felt a chilling sensation at the nape of his neck, as if a dark arrow was hurtling towards his head, poised to pierce him at any moment. Terrified to the core, he sprinted frantically. Yet, those marked by death find no refuge. Just as he was about to dash into the woods, a black arrow pierced through his skull from behind. The blood-stained arrow lodged deep into the earth before him was a harrowing sight. Following this, he lost consciousness and collapsed to the ground with a thud. With the leader's fall and the demise of several subordinates, chaos erupted throughout the mountain stronghold. Soon, the task force regained control of the situation. Their mission was to utterly annihilate the stronghold, and they commenced a merciless slaughter without hesitation. The battle concluded within half an hour, leaving behind a scene of utter devastation. With corpses strewn everywhere, flames continued to blaze fiercely, and thick plumes of smoke lingered in the air. The atmosphere was saturated with the stench of blood and gunpowder. By the end of the conflict, approximately 1,500 soldiers of the stronghold had been nearly obliterated, with only a handful managing to escape, including the leader and several minor chieftains. The captain called for a roll call of all team members, and upon confirming everyone was present, their faces lit up with exhilaration. Faced with an enemy force over 15 times their number, they had suffered not a single casualty. Although the adversaries were not a well-trained regular army, they were desperate outlaws, often fiercer than conventional troops. This battle could certainly be deemed a spectacular triumph. Unable to contain his joy, the captain instructed, "Secure the battlefield, check for any survivors, and set this place ablaze." Understood. The team responded swiftly, dispersing to confirm the lifelessness of each fallen soldier, ensuring that no one had escaped alive. Ultimately, they transformed the entire stronghold into an inferno. The captain then led his men away from the scene, adhering to their original plan to return to the base by helicopter. The entire operation flowed seamlessly. Inside the cabin, the team members removed their masks. One of them exclaimed with excitement, "What an exhilarating experience! I wouldn't mind a few more battles like this." The others eagerly engaged in animated discussions about the recent skirmish, their fervor undiminished despite the conclusion of the conflict. Throughout this operation, the knives they had anticipated utilizing were nearly untouched, as few could truly approach them. Before the assailants could launch their assault, they had already leaped to safety using powerful exoskeleton gear. The Shadowhunter crossbow proved somewhat effective, primarily for eliminating sentries or pursuing fleeing foes. However, the most pivotal element was the new model of exoskeleton produced by Factory 125, known as the Gongsun Band No. 1. Although they had witnessed its performance in training, its practical application was undeniably gratifying. This battle was nothing short of a thrilling success. The team members reluctantly removed their exoskeleton armor, gently wiping away the bloodstains as if caressing a beloved's face. One brother, his eyes gleaming with admiration, remarked, "I truly hope to meet the brilliant scientist from Factory 125 one day." The captain, filled with emotion, remarked, "Our victory was nothing short of overwhelming. Even the most skilled bandits are rendered helpless against such advanced equipment. No tank, armored vehicle, or aircraft stands a chance. The enemy struggles to even lock onto a target, let alone strike it. Typically, army infantry perform evasive maneuvers during assaults, but with limited mobility, they inevitably incur losses under heavy fire. In contrast, this new exoskeleton enables us to leap several meters away while tracking bullets as they whiz past us. During one leap, I caught a glimpse of those brigands below. Their expressions twisted in rage. Alas, they simply could not touch us. It was a complete annihilation of high-end firepower against inferior equipment, a battle across different dimensions. The disparity was so vast that they were hardly on the same level. Not only these bandits, but even elite regular forces from other nations would find themselves at a disadvantage. The Arctic Bears could not prevail, nor could the White Eagles. And the Golden Lion Empire was even further out of the question. As long as they lacked weaponry capable of countering such advanced gear, they would remain utterly defenseless against their foes. In the triangular agricultural region, farmers had returned to their fields, diligently plowing while wearing straw hats. Soon, distant plumes of thick black smoke began to rise, slowly spreading through the air. The direction of the smoke pointed to the village. The expressions of the villagers turned grave. Had the village been attacked? They were uncertain of what had transpired, wondering how such a massive fire could erupt. Could it be that the battle had been lost, and the village burned to the ground? The individuals descending from the aircraft had indeed targeted this very village. Days later, news began to circulate in the vicinity, revealing that the village had been reduced to ruins, with only a few individuals managing to escape, while the rest had perished in a gruesome manner. Scorched bodies could still be found at the site. After some time, a video unexpectedly surfaced online. In the footage, an unmarked black transport aircraft hovered over the fields, and a group of soldiers clad in exoskeleton gear and camouflage uniforms leaped from it. Initially, no one paid much attention to the video, dismissing it as a scene from a sci-fi film. It wasn't until a military-savvy online user noted that the soldiers bore a weapon resembling the Shadow Hunter crossbow, produced by Huaxia, that interest began to peak. This revelation swiftly captured widespread attention, prompting military forces from various nations and organizations to take notice. Many speculated that this was an operational squad from Huaxia on a mission. It was nearly certain they were dispatched to eliminate a particular warlord organization. After all, any violation of legal boundaries would face severe repercussions. A similar incident had occurred last year when a U.S. unit attempted to eradicate a local warlord, leaving only a few survivors. This time seemed to follow a similar pattern, suggesting that a warlord had provoked Huaxia's military leadership, resulting in a purge. This event sparked growing intrigue, leading many to scour the internet for additional information. Soon, another significant video emerged, content uploaded by a soldier who had miraculously escaped from the attacked village. This soldier had been responsible for monitoring systems. Realizing the dire situation, he had swiftly evacuated with a hard drive in hand. Chapter 166, a familiar encounter subsequently, through a series of convoluted transmissions. This footage ultimately made its way to the internet. Had it not been for the fervent efforts of military enthusiasts scouring for information online, this remarkable recording might have been mistaken for a mere excerpt from an early black-and-white science fiction war film. Its prominence is largely attributed to its rarity as monochromatic imagery. In this era saturated with vibrant colors, such antiquated monochrome visuals are particularly captivating. Upon opening the video, one is immediately struck by the relentless passage of time, indicating that this is real-time surveillance footage. Furthermore, it becomes apparent that the timestamp on the screen corresponds precisely with the previous clip featuring a soldier leaping from an aircraft. The footage provides a clear depiction of the entire village. Initially, everything appears normal. Some individuals are patrolling while others engage in card games and casual conversations. However, the situation rapidly deteriorates. A local leader's urgent shouts pierce the air, chaos ensues, and soon, explosions echo from a nearby hillside. The soldiers within the village hastily converge and board trucks, racing toward the site of the disturbance. It is at this moment that the true confrontation begins. The scenes captured in the video astonished viewers. A cadre of warriors clad in mechanized armor emerged as if from the heavens, appearing from all directions with astonishing speed and agility, leaping and dashing through the village with an effortless grace reminiscent of riding the clouds. Remarkably, each time these individuals vaulted into the air, they achieved impressive heights of several meters. Even more astonishing, despite the enemy's attempts to pursue them in pickup trucks, they remained utterly unfazed. One team member even managed to unleash a precise strike from a mysterious weapon known as the Shadow Hunter crossbow while suspended in midair. This series of actions flowed seamlessly, evoking awe as if they were second nature. Even more exaggerated was the ease with which two such figures could overturn a heavily laden vehicle, while even the mightiest of tanks could not escape their wrath. One must ponder the dignity of a tank, a behemoth weighing several tons, when confronted with such might. All present were left in a state of shock, bewildered as to the origins of this sudden combat squad. Which nation's secret forces possessed such formidable prowess? Close scrutiny of the captured frames revealed that the team appeared to be of Eastern descent, dressed in camouflage uniforms that obscured their faces, revealing only their eyes. Their mechanical exoskeletons exuded a sense of advanced technology, strikingly familiar. Clad entirely in black, their limbs were encased in armor, the chest protected, with segments interconnected by rods, resembling warriors from a futuristic realm. Why did this ensemble seem so familiar? Upon closer inspection, It appeared there were approximately 100 of these individuals, and it was precisely this modest contingent that turned the entire hillside into utter disarray. No, it would be more accurate to say they obliterated the entire stronghold. Although the armed factions within the village did not belong to any major nation's regular army, their combat capabilities were undeniably formidable, especially when fighting on their own turf. In this jungle, they were the undisputed masters. Just a year prior, a contingent of 500 special forces from the White Eagle Nation, accompanied by a local government force of 3,000, had ventured into these mountainous regions to confront an armed group, only to meet with failure. Thousands of soldiers fell on the battlefield, with only about 50 White Eagle operatives surviving. It is said that the rest perished, some captured and subjected to inhumane torment, finding death elusive. Over the years, various factions had attempted to dismantle these armed forces, yet they proved as resilient as weeds, quickly rising again. The White Eagle's repeated rescue attempts were in vain. Within a day of the video's upload, it amassed over 1 million comments. The numbers of shares and likes were nothing short of astonishing. Many, unaware of the context, flocked to witness the spectacle. Upon learning that this was not a cinematic fabrication but a genuine occurrence, astonishment swept through the crowd. It was almost inconceivable that such formidable warriors could exist in reality. Shouldn't such weaponry belong to future combatants? However, numerous netizens began to assert that this event had transpired recently in the triangular conflict zone. An armed organization had been eradicated, leaving behind a scene of devastation and numerous charred remains, with some individuals even visiting the site, capturing photographs and short videos for dissemination. This incident stirred significant attention across various sectors. Users began speculating on the identity of the squad, with nearly everyone concluding that they hailed from the Dragon Nation. The unique cross pattern was unmistakable, and the equipment had never been publicly sold by JG. Coupled with the high-tech aesthetic of the exoskeleton armor, despite the black and white imagery, it bore an uncanny resemblance to the recently unveiled exoskeleton gear Model 1 from the Dragon Nation. Undoubtedly, these were soldiers from the Dragon Nation, donning the most advanced individual gear to combat illegal organizations engaging in drug smuggling, attacks on innocent merchants, and causing casualties. It was hard to believe this was not a fabricated cinematic plot. Who could have anticipated that Dragon Nation soldiers had become so powerful? The prowess of the Model 1 was astonishing, amplifying soldiers' capabilities to such fearsome levels. Indeed, it was this exoskeleton that enhanced their abilities. I had checked the Dragon Nation military goods website, and the images released there matched precisely with those in the video. Shouldn't JG provide an explanation to the public? It was frustrating that comments could not be left on the official site. I was on the verge of despair. I truly yearned for such an exoskeleton. If there were a way, I would be eager to acquire one. Would $1 million suffice? Anyone who could assist me in procuring one, please contact me. Let us be realistic, my friend. Do you genuinely believe you could purchase such advanced technology with that amount? It is rumored to be an improved version following the first model, with a staggering difference between the two. I wonder if this device requires manual charging? It seems unlikely. To provide soldiers with such explosive output, a powerful energy source would be essential. Ordinary mechanical designs could not achieve this effect. This is utterly insane. They can soar through the air and take down tanks. The future battlefield is destined to be dominated by such warriors, leaving the White Eagle no longer a contender. I've heard that our latest development can reach speeds of up to 15 kilometers per hour, which I previously thought was incredibly impressive. Chapter 167. It originated from Factory 125, yet in comparison to the offerings from others, it simply pales in significance. Though it is difficult to concede, I genuinely believe that the children of our northern nation might not stand a chance against their counterparts. The online community was both astonished and exhilarated, sharing the video across various military enthusiast platforms. This led many to recognize the authenticity of the footage, which aligned perfectly with the official weaponry website of the Dragon Nation. Moreover, the specific insignia left no doubt. This was a formidable special operations team hailing from a mysterious eastern realm. A mere 100-strong unit had managed to obliterate a faction boasting over 500 troops. Such a fearsome yet captivating squad left the public in awe. Could our own forces survive against such a terrifying adversary? Once this storm swept through the forums of enthusiasts, it became a festive occasion for all who were enamored with military technology. Not even the sensational launch of submarines in the past could rival this excitement. The fervor was unparalleled. This ultra-sci-fi advanced equipment perfectly resonated with the dreams of countless individuals yearning for a super soldier combat system. The mere thought of possessing even one such device as a personal collectible would be an immense honor. Naturally, the most exhilarated were the fervent friends within the Dragon Nation who ardently pursued such topics. The video had initially premiered on YouTube, unbeknownst to domestic netizens. It was only when a contributor shared it on a local military enthusiast forum that the realization dawned upon everyone. Since the announcement of the Gongshuban No. 1 mechanical exoskeleton by the Dragon Nation's weaponry website, curiosity surrounding this new product had been insatiable. On one hand, its futuristic design captivated onlookers, rendering soldiers donning it incredibly striking. On the other hand, there was immense intrigue regarding the actual combat effectiveness of this equipment. However, the information provided on the official site was rather sparse, consisting of boilerplate statements that fell short of offering a comprehensive understanding of the innovative gear. An additional crucial factor was its origin from Factory 125. It is essential to note that every weapon produced by Factory 125 has never disappointed, be it the uniquely shaped Chiwang military knife, the Shadow Hunter crossbow with a range of 3 kilometers, or the fearsome wolf-tooth mace that captured 8,000 Indian soldiers in a single sweep. Each has garnered illustrious acclaim. Thus, it is only natural that expectations for the Gongshuban No. 1 ran high. In fact, prior to this, some images and snippets had already circulated online, leading netizens to speculate about the capabilities of this equipment. Yet, after witnessing the public release of the video, it became evident that their imaginations had not soared high enough. Good heavens, this footage is indeed authentic. Is this the actual combat prowess of Gongshuban No. 1? Absolutely unfathomable. Had you not spoken the truth, I would have believed I was watching a science fiction blockbuster. Do not jest. Please tell me this is not a dream. I am so overwhelmed with excitement that I could weep. We have actually created such magnificent mechanical armor. It is simply beyond cool. Though there is no accompanying music, my blood is already surging, and my heart races. I am determined to enlist. Nothing can deter me. Long live Factory 125, forever revered. Which genius designer conceived such a masterpiece? I wish to erect a monument in their honor, bowing in gratitude every day. Military forums, both domestic and international, erupted into fervent discussions, all revolving around Gongshuban No. 1. While some may be captivated by submarines, aircraft, or other military apparatuses, once they laid eyes on the practical combat scenarios of Gongshuban No. 1, all were utterly enchanted. Consequently, the market for handcrafted souvenirs in the Dragon Nation swiftly launched a model product. Based on the depiction in the video, a figurine modeled after a Dragon Nation soldier clad in that dazzling exoskeleton was released online and was met with overwhelming demand. Despite a price tag of 999 yuan per piece, the supply could not meet the insatiable appetite of consumers. Even numerous foreign military enthusiasts sought purchasing agents to acquire these limited edition collectibles directly from the Dragon Nation. In a flash, this commemorative item became a global sensation. Naturally, the most concerned parties were the military establishments of various nations. Within a defense ministry building in the capital of the Arctic Bear, all officers were urgently summoned to convene in a large conference room, where a silent black and white video was being screened. The atmosphere was thick with tension. Despite the absence of sound or background music, the intensity of the warfare depicted was palpable. The video showcased how, against an enemy force of nearly 1,500, a mere 100 soldiers from the Dragon Nation, donning this enigmatic mechanical armor, could face the battle with composure. Be it machine gun fire, the relentless barrage of submachine guns, or the continuous shelling by howitzers, all firepower seemed utterly ineffective. Throughout the entire combat sequence, not a single soldier clad in the new equipment was lost. Such performance was truly astonishing. Thousands of high-ranking officials sat in rapt attention, witnessing this mute yet fierce display. Some beads of sweat formed on foreheads, while others shivered in shock. If they were positioned among the adversaries, could they withstand such an onslaught? The prospects appeared bleak. The disparity in power was simply too vast. This was an unequivocal illustration of the stark contrast between advanced military equipment and outdated technological capabilities. Even the Russians, who had long stood their ground against the Eagle Empire without faltering, felt a newfound sense of helplessness. Though the two nations had experienced continuous friction over the years, they had managed to maintain a semblance of peace. After viewing the footage, the room erupted into a cacophony of discussion, with intense debates igniting among the attendees. They expressed not only a deep-seated fear of this individual combat system, but also a sense of relief. Grateful that the current relations between both sides remained amicable and had not escalated into direct conflict. What terrifying scenarios might unfold if they were to become adversaries one day? Simply equipping an ordinary infantryman with this gear would instantly transform them into a super soldier. Such formidable combat capabilities would be nearly impossible to withstand from any angle of attack. There would be no need for intricately sophisticated long-range weaponry or even nuclear threats. This system, designed to enhance the effectiveness of frontline warriors, seemingly could determine the outcome of any engagement. How could one effectively counter such an overwhelming force? Chapter 168. Not even tanks are a concern regardless of how one simulates scenarios, devises plans, or employs the most advanced intelligent computing systems. The outcome remains unchanged. The ultimate failure will invariably rest upon their own faction. The commander of the Arctic Bear promptly instructed relevant departments to establish contact with their headquarters to explore the possibility of importing several similar devices for reference and research. Meanwhile, the Indian military and political leaders, having viewed the same footage, found themselves ensnared in a prolonged silence. The following day, they refrained from disclosing any information to the media, opting instead to quietly reinforce the 718 region with artillery, tanks, rocket launchers, and long-range missiles. They commanded the soldiers in the 718 area to intensify patrols while strictly prohibiting any confrontations with the patrol units of Long Country. If absolutely necessary, a retreat of 10 kilometers was permissible. Even amidst the tense situation in the 718 region, where 8,000 soldiers of the Indian Empire had been captured, they did not withdraw beyond the 10-kilometer mark. However, upon learning of the formidable power of the Gongsu Band No. 1, the Indian military convened and decided to allow their soldiers in the region to retreat 10 kilometers as needed, while resolutely avoiding any further conflicts. The previous endeavor to rescue the 8,000 captured soldiers had already incurred a steep cost. Should another confrontation arise, the outcome was all too predictable. It would undoubtedly be detrimental to their side. There was a looming fear of more brothers being captured. Thus, until a new weapon specifically designed to counter the Gongsu Band No. 1 was developed, no friction was to be permitted. This new equipment astounded everyone, evoking shock and trepidation, leaving many utterly bewildered. No one anticipated that the research facility could produce such a powerful combat apparatus, capable of transforming ordinary soldiers into super warriors on the future battlefield. How could one possibly contend with that? Not even tanks were a concern. It is crucial to remember that this was merely an ordinary soldier clad in specialized gear, not a robot. Merely through a simple mechanical exoskeleton, an individual's combat prowess saw a tremendous enhancement. Long Country possessed not only a vast regular army, but also a multitude of retired veterans. It was not even necessary to employ professional soldiers. Any ordinary person donning the Gongsu Band No. 1, with a bit of training, could become an invincible warrior. If such a formidable force were to be assembled, who could withstand such destructive power? In light of these considerations, the Indian military hastily dispatched various heavy weaponry to the hotspot of 718 to bolster their defensive capabilities. This was not an act of provocation, but rather a means of self-preservation, fearing that a minor incident could escalate into a large-scale conflict. If every individual on the opposing side donned such advanced armored suits, the consequences were unfathomable. The defenses of the Indian Empire would be easily breached. With enemies flooding in like a tide, effortlessly demolishing critical military installations, thus rendering the area ineffective. In such a scenario, the only recourse left would be hand-to-hand combat, where Indian soldiers would not stand a chance, let alone the menacing assistance of the fearsome Wolf-Tooth Club. Simultaneously, the Indian Empire assigned personnel to closely monitor every movement along the border, ensuring that any signs of the enemy acquiring such mechanized suits were immediately reported to superiors. At this moment, the White Eagle Nation was also in a state of uproar. Various relevant departments convened to discuss the recent issues they faced. Among the significant topics was the matter of rescuing prisoners from a specific triangular area. The defense minister, his face flushed with anger, slammed the table, exclaiming, "Our elite special forces have been imprisoned there for over a year and a half. This issue has garnered widespread attention from the onset, with the public, especially the victims' families, fervently demanding that we expedite their return. What on earth have you been doing? How is it that we have yet to secure their safe extraction?" The directors lowered their heads in silence. Eventually, a commander responsible for operational oversight reluctantly spoke up, "We have been equally anxious. It is not for lack of willingness to assist. We have organized numerous rescue attempts. However, the crux of the problem lies in the hazardous and complex environment of that area, which is exceedingly well concealed, even with precise intelligence indicating the location. The opposition always finds a way to learn of our plans in advance and alters their stronghold, rendering our efforts futile. Just when we manage to identify a suitable opportunity for a breakthrough, the enemy, familiar with the terrain, engages us in a game of hide and seek in the woods, inflicting substantial losses upon us. If we continue to escalate our manpower for this task, it will likely lead to even greater sacrifices." Upon hearing this, the minister's fury intensified. "A mere small area, home to a ragtag group, has left you all utterly powerless? Adding up all the anti-government forces, they number no more than 20,000, with any single leader commanding at most a few thousand men. If we do not resolve this issue swiftly and allow it to fester, we will see a continuous influx of methamphetamine into our domestic market, wreaking havoc on society. The headquarters is exceedingly dissatisfied. Just look at the current state of the cities to grasp the severity of the situation." At that moment, the enormous electronic display screen in the conference room suddenly illuminated, capturing the attention of all present. Following the prompts, the viewers beheld a video depicting various backstreet corners of different cities. These visuals showcased concealed areas of the city, where numerous temporary tents had been erected to shelter the homeless. These individuals fell outside the jurisdiction of the government. The purpose of sharing this footage was to reveal the disconcerting sight of numerous figures resembling the living dead, motionless by the roadside, swaying slightly when they did move, akin to the zombies depicted in films. Those in the know were fully aware that these individuals were victims of drug addiction, while the uninformed might mistake it for some form of performance art exhibition. Children in the land of freedom had nearly all been exposed to such substances from a young age. It was almost a rite of passage. Even the decision-makers present had not escaped this fate in their youth, underscoring the extent of this rampant epidemic. The defense minister solemnly remarked, "The number of deaths due to overdoses each year is staggering. If we do not implement effective measures to curb this, it will not be long before we self-destruct, with no need for external enemies to intervene." At this juncture, a deputy minister interjected, "Yesterday, the scientific committee presented a strategy to address this issue." The defense minister nodded affirmatively, stating, "To reduce the number of deaths from substance abuse, we plan to establish designated areas where methamphetamine can be distributed for free, under strict supervision, enabling immediate emergency measures to be enacted in critical situations to minimize unnecessary casualties." Thunderous applause erupted throughout the room, with all present expressing their agreement and support. Chapter 169. Faces turned green. The Supreme Commander of the White Eagle Empire's military maintained a stern expression. "We shall not interfere with the medical matters, but the issues in the triangular war zone must be addressed without delay." A fellow commander interjected, "The number of personnel we previously dispatched was insufficient. Akin to last year's blunder, where we sent merely 500 elite soldiers against an opposing force of 3, 3,000 regular troops, essentially sending lambs to the slaughter. Those 3,000 did little to impact the situation. Their presence only resulted in needless sacrifice, rendering them incapable of engaging in combat. Therefore, I believe we can no longer rely on the local soldiers. We must depend on our own forces. Consensus echoed through the room. In our subsequent rescue operations, though we could not retrieve everyone, we at least minimized personnel losses. This was due to the adequacy of our dispatched forces, starting each time with over 1,000 troops. Even in the face of unforeseen circumstances, we had opportunities to withdraw from the dense jungles, and with the support of local teams, we could ensure a safer return for everyone. To eradicate the root of the problem, a strategy of encirclement by a large army must be implemented, leaving them no chance of resistance, and eliminating all 20,000 of them in one fell swoop. The Supreme Commander nodded in agreement. What number of troops do you all believe is appropriate? 50,000. The initial speaker shook his head, dismissing the proposal. That area is vast, with dense vegetation and a complex environment. 50,000 might prove inadequate. I suggest mobilizing 100,000 troops. After a fervent discussion, the consensus deemed this idea feasible. The proposer continued, deploying such a large force solely under our banner would be rather inequitable. This mission to clear obstacles benefits all powers involved. Why should we bear the brunt alone? We must ensure collective contribution. The Supreme Commander concurred. Indeed, we should involve other nations, such as Sakura Nation, the Three Golden Lions Nation, Kangaroo Nation. Ah, yes. And we must also include Polar Bear Nation and Dragon Nation. By uniting over 100 countries, we can form a coalition to tackle this issue together. I dare anyone to defy us. Applause erupted in the room, inspired by the commander's resolve. In today's world, only the White Eagle Nation possessed such rallying capability. Amidst this atmosphere, a scout hurriedly burst into the room, rushing to the side of the Supreme Commander. The commander frowned at him. What is the meaning of this haste? You enter without so much as a greeting? Are you unaware that a meeting is in session? The scout promptly presented a tablet to him. Commander, there is an urgent situation. Please view this footage immediately. The commander, appearing impatient, replied, What footage could be so pressing? Let us enlarge the screen for everyone to see. Soon, a black and white silent video filled the screen, and murmurs began to circulate among the attendees. What is this? Are we watching an old film in the midst of a meeting? Did you notice that powered armor? It looks so familiar. Could it be the new equipment we discussed recently? The Kung Fu class model developed by the Dragon Factory? My goodness, could this possibly be real? Is this not a special effect, but an actual event? The room grew increasingly agitated as the Supreme Commander turned pale, staring in disbelief at the armed team members seamlessly maneuvering on the screen. Gasps filled the air as they witnessed the team effortlessly overturning tanks. Initial assessments suggested that a mere 100-member team had completely subdued an entire stronghold. Such terrifying power. It was utterly incredible. The commander, with a darkened expression, demanded, You must be joking. Is the authenticity of this footage confirmed? The scout, nearly in tears, explained, Commander, it is absolutely authentic. It occurred recently in the Triangular Zone. A warlord emerged from the jungle, wreaking havoc on the trade street constructed by the Dragon Nation, resulting in injuries and property damage. Subsequently, regular troops from the military were dispatched to assault, but they suffered heavy casualties. Thus, the warlord personally utilized the Kung Fu class combat exoskeleton to achieve victory. I have heard that Polar Bear Nation is negotiating to purchase over 10,000 sets of this equipment. Upon hearing this, everyone collectively inhaled sharply. The doubts regarding the footage's authenticity were swiftly dispelled. It was undoubtedly genuine. After all, the adversaries were not to be underestimated. Their long-standing rivalries made them acutely aware of one another's capabilities. The White Eagle leadership appeared grim. They had just finalized strategies to deal with the insurgents and were planning to initiate a coalition to dispatch hundreds of thousands of troops for suppression. Yet, the grim reality was that an opposing force of merely 100 had quelled a stronghold of over 1,000 bandits. The commander slammed his palm on the table. Rising abruptly, No, We must prevent Polar Bear Nation from acquiring this equipment at all costs. If they succeed in creating an army of 10,000 super soldiers, it will pose a significant threat to us. He promptly terminated the meeting and hastened back to his office, attempting to make contact via phone, but to no avail. After an hour of waiting, he finally managed to connect. Old Xiao, are you planning to sell the recently produced Gongshu Class 1 mechanical exoskeleton to external parties? Could you provide us with some? We wish to order 100,000 sets. The price is negotiable. Old Xiao from the craftsman's workshop replied calmly, we do not sell. The commander's expression soured considerably. If you refuse to sell to us, then you must not sell to any other factions. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences. Old Xiao coldly chuckled and hung up the phone. How dare you threaten me? That day, numerous calls flooded in from various military organizations eager to purchase the mechanical exoskeleton. This was a significant asset for the craftsman's workshop, not something to be easily relinquished. With such devices, border security would be assured, exerting immense pressure on rival factions. Can you imagine soldiers donning the Gongshu Class 1 equipment, wielding shadow hunter crossbows alongside modern firearms? They would transform into formidable warriors, not merely super soldiers, but enigmatic, cold-hearted assassins. This elite team could navigate among various factions to execute missions, efficiently completing assassinations and swiftly retreating. They would leave no trace, making them virtually undetectable. During large-scale operations, a mere 100-member elite team could conquer territories like the Triangular War Zone. Against such a team, the 500 fierce characters would pale in comparison. Even when contending with other armed forces, this unit possessed the capability to triumph against overwhelming odds. Old Xiao stretched languidly, appearing somewhat fatigued, and remarked to his assistant, Secretary Chang, if anyone else calls inquiring, just inform them we are not selling. Chapter 170. Is this all spent? Secretary Chang nodded with a smile, indicating his understanding. Just then, the phone rang, and he swiftly answered it, discovering it was a call from Factory 125. The expression on Secretary Ching's face suddenly turned grave as he hung up. Old Xiao noticed the change and inquired, what happened? Secretary Ching replied, Director Ho from Factory 125 just called to say that funds are once again in urgent need. Old Xiao was taken aback. 100 billion? Is it all gone already? Secretary Ching solemnly nodded. Old Xiao, feeling the weight of the situation, nearly strained his back in his agitation and began pacing while holding his waist, continuously lamenting. That Jing Shang certainly has talent, but the rate at which money is being spent is simply outrageous. Does he truly think our government office is a cash cow, demanding billions without hesitation? Witnessing this scene, Secretary Chang could only offer consolation. Nevertheless, the equipment he has developed is indeed impressive. For instance, when this exoskeleton suit first launched on the official website, it did not garner much attention. However, once the combat footage from the Triangular region surfaced, various factions were thoroughly shaken. Hearing this, Old Xiao couldn't help but grumble. I know the things he researches are excellent, but we are not a money-printing machine. Military funds are quite limited. How could we possibly allocate everything to support him alone? After a moment of contemplation, Secretary Chang remarked, the problem is that the next official funding allocation is still far off. The two sighed in the office for a while. Regardless, the research on the supersonic submarine must not be interrupted. Old Xiao's complaints were merely verbal. In practice, they still had to find ways to secure funding for Factory 125. The exoskeleton project, led by Jing Shang, once again showcased his extraordinary talent for innovation. Unlike other designers, Jing Shang possesses a multitude of unique ideas. The products he designs often transform people and oppos as perceptions of existing equipment. For instance, the initial version of this exoskeleton equipment produced by our country did not employ a charging mode. However, under Jing Shang's guidance, he boldly proposed the concept of electric propulsion. Although the idea of using electricity as an energy source was not his original invention, he created an exceptionally efficient energy storage device, requiring only 4 batteries, each about the size of a matchbox, to operate the entire system. Thus, soldiers donning this apparatus instantaneously transformed into super warriors. Remarkably, this was merely a product completed during their idle time due to the experimental site not yet being constructed. True geniuses are capable of producing groundbreaking weaponry that reverberates throughout the military world, even in their spare time. Therefore, for such a crucial project as the supersonic submarine, it must continue without interruption. At that moment, the phone rang again, and this time Secretary Chung answered. The past few days had indeed been particularly busy, with numerous organizations and individuals inquiring about the information regarding Workshop Number 1. After a brief conversation, he whispered to old Xiao, Teacher Xiao, "The Lonely Empire has expressed interest in purchasing Workshop Number 1. Old Xiao replied loudly, "Not for sale. How many times do I have to say it? No one is taking our treasure." Just as Secretary Chung was about to hang up, he heard the Lonely Prince on the other end urgently exclaim, $100 million. I'll pay $100 million for a set. Whatever you have, I want it all. The audacity of the wealthy is truly remarkable. Secretary Chung, initially intending to end the call, was taken aback by this declaration. He covered the microphone with his hand and quietly told old Xiao, "The Lonely Empire is willing to purchase at a price of 100 million per set, and they want as many as we can provide." Old Xiao was momentarily stunned, one hand supporting his waist while the other meandered near the warm sunlight streaming through the window. The sunlight felt comforting and quite pleasant, though it was a bit blinding, akin to the brilliance of gold. How brazen the Lonely Empire is, believing they can purchase anything with their wealth. Old Xiao hesitated, internally reluctant to let such advanced weaponry leak out, yet the price offered was undeniably tempting. 100 million for a set? He turned to Secretary Chung and quietly asked, "What was our cost price again?" Secretary Chung extended 5 fingers and then clenched his fist. Old Xiao immediately understood. The cost was merely 500,000. Exchanging 500,000 for 100 million seemed quite advantageous, did it not? Since discovering vast underground oil reserves, the Lonely Empire's economy has skyrocketed, swiftly positioning itself among the wealthiest nations globally. In the Lonely Empire, towering skyscrapers are ubiquitous, luxury cars fill the streets, and even some hotel trash bins are gilded. When it comes to the wealthiest in the Lonely Empire, none surpass the royal family. For them, money is merely a concept. The opulent lifestyle of the Lonely royal family is renowned worldwide, making them the center of attention wherever they go. Of course, the Lonely Empire is not without its troubles. With a total population of merely 32 million, it ranks 40th in the world and is only the 6th largest nation in the Appalachia Desert region. However, the surrounding environment is complex and ever-changing. Currently, the 47th and 43rd war zones within the Appalachia Desert remain engulfed in conflict. Additionally, various other factions in the area have long been unstable, with war potentially erupting at any moment. This turmoil is primarily due to the intricate conflicts between regions, compounded by external forces, led by the White Eagle Empire, coveting local resources and frequently intervening. The Lonely Empire faces its own domestic challenges as well. This enviably wealthy nation is rife with factional struggles. Beyond the royal family, there exists another substantial power group. In an effort to suppress this organization, the Lonely Empire often resorts to military intervention in neighboring countries. Most rivals have been neutralized, leaving only a few innocuous factions to coexist. Some forces have been rendered powerless to resist, yet formidable adversaries still loom, against which they are temporarily incapable of contending. Even though the Lonely Empire appears to be immensely affluent, it is, in reality, beset by numerous pressing issues. With such vast wealth comes the paramount need to bolster national defense capabilities. They must maintain a balance both domestically and internationally, ensuring stability within their borders while projecting military might to secure their position externally. Simultaneously, they must cultivate amicable relations with powerful nations such as the Dragon Country and the White Eagle Empire, with which they currently engage in oil trade. As long as their interests are aligned, these powers typically refrain from resorting to military action, opting instead to manipulate market strategies to adjust prices. Chapter 171. The Bottomless Pit. Not to mention that the Longy frequently procures various weapons and equipment, both parties have long established a mutually beneficial relationship. Following the leak of the triangular battle zone video, widespread attention ensued, and the Longyi royal family immediately expressed intense interest. Such equipment would undoubtedly significantly enhance combat capabilities, whether for offense or defense. Should they manage to assemble a sizable mechanized infantry, they would be virtually invincible in desert warfare. Longyi has already procured a considerable number of long-range missiles, gathering products from both the Dragon Country and the White Eagle, particularly importing a large quantity of Eastern Series missiles, which even the White Eagle Empire dares not provoke lightly. Although the White Eagle stirs trouble in the Apolara Desert, any attempt to invade Longyi's territory would require careful consideration, as the latter possesses a formidable self-defense weapon system. The debut of this new model of mechanized armor has shocked the globe, serving not only as a crucial aid for border security, but also providing safety for important royal figures. Given that royal family members often leave for work, meetings, or negotiations, they have previously faced numerous assassination threats. Equipping them with this batch of gear would significantly enhance their personal security. With such formidable bodyguards accompanying them, no one would dare act rashly. Even in the event of internal strife or external invasion, relying on such an elite squad could facilitate a swift retreat to safety. The first step is to contact the military-industrial complex to ascertain how many sets can be procured. Reports indicate that the Arctic Bear is attempting to purchase 100,000 units of this type of exoskeleton armor from the military industry, offering a staggering price of $1 million per 10,000 sets. This is no trifling sum. Surprisingly, the military industry has shown no interest, leaving various armed forces incredulous. Could it be that they truly do not lack this small amount of money? In reality, the reason is well understood by all. The military industry is currently investing in research and development for a super-fast submarine project, with funding expectations reaching a staggering $100 billion. And the general consensus is that this represents a bottomless pit. Many powerful entities, including the Arctic Bear, have already entered this arena. Who knows how much more will be consumed before its eventual unveiling? In light of this situation, the military complex is clearly the leader among major factions, willing to invest $100 billion in such a venture. Having committed such a vast sum, they will not rest until substantial results are achieved. However, according to various scientists and experts, this $100 billion may not suffice. The military complex must be financially strained, for no army dares to claim it is without monetary concerns. Everyone desires to develop more advanced equipment. Thus, the Longyi imperial family believes that the military complex may be dissatisfied with the price offered by the Arctic Bear, which is why there has been no response. Furthermore, they have heard that other military forces are also striving to acquire such mechanized exoskeletons from the military complex. The Longyi Empire is anxious, as they lack the technological capability to produce such advanced weaponry on their own. They are compelled to purchase externally, whether for close combat or long-range strike weapons, such as missiles, all sourced from the White Eagle, Dragon Country, or Arctic Bear. If technology is lacking, then financial resources must resolve the issue. Should they have sufficient funds to procure such terrifying weaponry, it would undoubtedly be worthwhile, as they do not regard money lightly. Having wealth is a solid rationale, and the ability to acquire items unattainable by others is pride-inducing. Following the military complex and Apos' refusal, the Longyi prince boldly offered a staggering price, $100 million per set, with no limit on quantity. He does not believe any military force could resist such temptation or possess the means to outbid this offer. When it comes to expenditure, the Longyi prince fears no one. Upon hearing this news, Secretary Chung and Elder Shao in the office were somewhat bewildered. Additionally, Factory 125 has recently encountered financial difficulties, which has left Elder Shao rather troubled. Earning modest profits from selling weaponry is no easy task for the military complex. Currently, most regions are relatively peaceful, with large-scale wars being rare. Occasional conflicts are localized, typically requiring firearms, tanks, or aircraft. The annual earnings are insufficient even for Factory 125's needs. However, faced with the tempting conditions presented by the Longyi Empire, Elder Shao finds himself intrigued. Selling a limited quantity to them would not pose a significant issue, The key is to prevent them from forming a sizable armed force. Thus, he instructed Secretary Chung to initially placate the Longyi representatives. Elder Xiao then called Jing Shang to inquire, "Can we develop a low-spec version of the mechanized exoskeleton?" After pondering for a moment, Jing Shang replied, "The difficulty of enhancement is considerable, but creating a simplified version should pose no problem. Each weapon typically has a series of products, generally improved step by step from lower-end to higher-end versions. However, thanks to the system's assistance, Jing Shang was able to bypass many stages and directly develop the most advanced version, the Gaoshu Class 1. Yet, out of curiosity regarding Elder Xiao's desire to diminish its capabilities, he eventually uncovered the truth. It was indeed his own doing. The exorbitant costs of the Baiming Kuan supersonic submarine have left the military complex struggling to maintain operations. This revelation surprised him somewhat. Upon grasping the situation, Jing Shang promptly agreed. "No problem, the task will be accomplished. Developing a simplified version is evidently much easier. This presents no challenge for Factory 125. Elder Xiao slapped the table, declaring, "Excellent, let us proceed. Quickly provide the design modification plan. Do not worry about funding. This issue will be resolved by me." The transaction with the Longyi Empire was swiftly concluded, yet it sparked considerable controversy and attention. Online discussions erupted. "This is a money grab. One set for $100 million. Who would be willing to foot the bill? A minimum order of 10 sets, with a maximum of 50 sets. That amounts to at least $1 billion. A truly audacious play. The military complex has utterly overwhelmed me. I will probably never don such high-tech products in this lifetime. It seems one must serve in our dragon country's military to encounter such impressive equipment. Indeed, money can make the world go round. The oil tycoon is not to be underestimated. He is truly wealthy. Some genuinely do not lack funds. I earnestly request the official release of related models. I wish to possess one. Indeed, even if one cannot procure the genuine article, having a model would be quite satisfactory." Military enthusiasts engaged in fervent discussions, while various military factions grew increasingly anxious. $100 million per set? This is nothing short of a joke. No one wishes to be the fool in this scenario, especially when a minimum of 10 sets must be purchased, equating to a staggering $1 billion, certainly not a trivial figure. Yet, if others possess such capabilities while they do not, how can they stand idly by? The military complex, however, remains indifferent, signing contracts with all parties, stipulating delivery 5 years hence, with full payment required upfront before commencing production. Even for those aspiring to replicate the technology, they must await 5 years before any progress can be made. Chapter 172, A Feast for the Eyes. Currently, there is no need to ponder. Numerous military forces find themselves perplexed. The exorbitant price coupled with an extensive wait? They are fully aware that production could be completed in the short term, yet deliberately choose to prolong the timeline to prevent replication. Despite knowing this is a trap, they feel compelled to leap forward. Many have placed orders while simultaneously increasing their investments in research endeavors. There is no alternative. Once such powerful weapons emerge on the battlefield, they possess a decisive impact akin to the early arrival of future warriors. Each mechanical exoskeleton is equipped with only 4 batteries. Wish to acquire more? Forget it. It's impossible. When it comes to the Gongsu Band No. 1, the individual most familiar with it is undoubtedly Jing Shang, who possesses countless methods to render these assets devoid of large-scale combat value. After accepting these orders, the military-industrial complex has temporarily resolved the funding gap at Factory 125. However, over time, they have come to realize that the research and development of the Baiming Kuan supersonic submarine resembles a bottomless pit. It is exceedingly costly. To avert such a situation in the future, proactive planning and prevention are essential. Mere cost-cutting is insufficient. Finding new revenue sources and ways to generate more income is crucial. High-end military equipment cannot be sold indiscriminately, while ordinary products lack competitive strength, making it challenging to secure orders. Significantly enhancing sales performance is no easy feat after much deliberation. The military-industrial complex decided to produce model toys themed around Gongsu Band No. 1. They would create models based on the appearance of members of the Dragon Nation's combat team and sell them at a premium. This initiative sparked extensive discussions online, with numerous military enthusiasts expressing their desire to purchase these models. Under such circumstances, how could they possibly miss this opportunity? As for production capacity and technology, there is no cause for concern. Our nation is entirely capable of producing high-quality collectible products. The initial price is set at 999 yuan, with plans to gradually introduce a more upscale product line, potentially reaching a staggering 100 million yuan. In this market, the military-industrial complex has some foundational experience. In past weapon exhibitions, they have sold high-priced aircraft carrier models to military fans. Although the prices were steep, there were still those willing to part with their money. Now is the moment to upgrade the product line, focusing on high-quality models for collectors and value appreciation. If executed well, this venture could sustain itself over time while alleviating the financial strain on the military-industrial complex. Even Elder Xiao began contemplating how to manage the business. When military enthusiasts were thrilled to discover a newly added model section on the official platform during a visit, showcasing numerous exquisite three-dimensional model images, excitement ensued. All these models were designed based on actual soldiers who participated in the operations. To be fair, simple military models are not particularly unique. The key factor is that they appeared on a serious official webpage. This move astonished everyone. What exactly is the military-industrial complex attempting to achieve? If you wonder why there are only images without any ordering channels, it simply indicates that you have yet to uncover the intricacies within. Moreover, there is no direct means of communication with the official party. It seems the military-industrial complex has taken note of the public's outcry and is genuinely embarking on the creation of these model toys. But where is the shopping link? Why can't it be found? Does this imply that one can only feast their eyes on them? Just as the crowd engaged in fervent discussion, someone leaked a sensational piece of news in a military enthusiast community. A recently popular internet celebrity was live-streaming the promotion of a figurine based on a special operations team member. This news quickly ignited widespread attention within various military enthusiast circles, as countless individuals flocked to the live stream of the host, confirming that these limited edition collectibles were indeed for sale. In recent years, as online shopping methods have diversified, live-stream sales have become extraordinarily popular. Be it trivial household items or expensive bulk goods, it seems that buyers can always be found online. Companies like the military-industrial complex would naturally refrain from directly selling their products in public. Any transaction necessitates direct negotiation with the relevant parties. Thus, they opted for a well-known influencer to assist in promoting sales. First, they aim to create a sense of scarcity surrounding the product. This figurine is not available for purchase at any time. Only during specific periods will a limited quantity be available for snatching. Once this wave passes, who knows how long one must wait. The subsequent step involves only releasing images on the official website for public admiration. Those wishing to acquire it must closely follow the live stream and act swiftly. The live streaming endeavor is spearheaded by the acknowledged queen of live streaming, Jinrui. This remarkable woman not only possesses an extraordinary intellect, with an impressive IQ of 170, but also attended Chimei University. She was married to a well-known wealthy businessman in the country. However, due to an unforeseen crisis, her husband's brand faced bankruptcy, leaving her with a staggering debt, approximately 2 billion yuan. To repay this substantial sum, Jinrui resolutely plunged into the live-streaming sales arena, utilizing her wisdom and diligence to gradually overcome her predicament. Her story is both poignant and inspiring, garnering increasing admiration and support from netizens. Despite lacking direct experience in the business realm, her keen insight and rigorous product selection standards ensure that each live stream offers genuine benefits to her audience, thereby accumulating a commendable reputation. Today, she not only employs multiple assistants to aid her work, but has also established a small-scale studio that operates tirelessly. Upon receiving a collaboration invitation from the military-industrial complex, Jinrui immediately recognized it as a monumental opportunity for her career, one that must not be missed. After all, She had previously lost out on a chance for deep collaboration due to her identity, indirectly leading her family into a challenging situation. Therefore, this time she must not let it slip away, not solely for the purpose of repaying her debts, but also to foster a long-term, positive relationship with the military-industrial complex, as she understands that they possess vital resources capable of altering the destinies of ordinary individuals. Thus, shortly after the livestream commenced, she eagerly began promoting the Gongsu Band Special Operations Team Series figurines. Many individuals are entirely unaware of what Gongsu Band No. 1 is or its formidable capabilities. This information primarily circulates within military enthusiast circles and has not been extensively reported in the news. Numerous uninformed netizens began curiously inquiring about the details. Wang Jinrui merely smiled as she introduced the figurine, yet astonishingly, the price of this figurine reached an astounding 999 yuan, leaving all the fans in the live stream momentarily speechless. Typically, the products Wang Jinrui promotes are of high cost-performance ratio, accessible to the general public. This ensures that all her fans possess the purchasing power, resulting in consistently impressive sales. Chapter 173. Why is it so valuable? Previously, she had sold a civil aviation aircraft, truly managing to sell one. Afterward, she attempted to sell cars, but after 4 hours of live streaming, not a single vehicle was sold. From that moment on, Wang Jinrui decided to only showcase reasonably priced daily necessities, abandoning the promotion of those extravagant items worth tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, or even billions. Now, however, an ordinary model figurine is astonishingly priced at 9,999 yuan, and this is merely a model, with the so-called members of the Gongsu class Special Operations Team numbering an incredible 100. Each of the figures, from number 1 to 100, is unique in appearance and masked, a remarkable feat for the designers. To collect the entire series would require nearly 1 million yuan. How outrageous is that? Who would spend such a fortune on figurines? Soon, the fans in the live stream discovered that within a mere 10 minutes, this figurine was completely sold out. Only 100 sets were released, and they were all snatched up in that brief span. The longtime fans were astounded. What on earth was happening? Who could possibly be buying these figurines? After the stock was depleted, military enthusiasts in the live chat finally sprang into action. I got it. I managed to snag the figurine of the number 7 operative. I got number 99. I acquired the entire set. The military aficionados excitedly discussed among themselves, leaving the older fans who had followed Wang Jinrui for a long time utterly astonished. Someone actually bought such an expensive item. Not to mention the extravagant buyers willing to shell out 1 million for the complete series. What a treasure this must be. Why is it so valuable? Why is everyone clamoring to purchase it? Many individuals posed inquiries to the military fans in the live chat, but the responses suggested they check the forums themselves, as a few words could not encapsulate the explanation. Consequently, a surge of people flocked to the military forums, discovering the true nature of the Gongsu class operations team. After watching videos disseminated online, everyone was exhilarated. Even those who had previously shown no interest in military matters felt a surge of passion. Who would have imagined our nation had developed such advanced weaponry? Initially indifferent to figurines, I suddenly find myself wanting one. Would anyone be willing to part with theirs? I'm even willing to pay an extra 2,000 yuan. Selling 1 billion yuan worth in just 10 minutes left the military industry building astonished, yet satisfied. Who would have thought that live commerce could be so fervent, with a set priced at 10,000 yuan being fervently sought after, and even whole sets being purchased together? Upon receiving their figurines, military enthusiasts eagerly took to the internet to flaunt their acquisitions. It must be said that the products from the military industry building are indeed of superior quality, with intricate attention to detail. The weapon accessories included are detachable and can be fitted onto the figures. The box behind is filled with various equipment, some holding arrows, others containing ammunition and rations, eliciting joy from all. The height of the entire model is approximately 15 centimeters, categorizing it as relatively small. After tasting success, the military industry building repeatedly sold this product, each time selling out rapidly. Not only domestic military fans adored it, but international enthusiasts were equally captivated. There were instances of individuals selling homemade figurines online at much lower prices, but they lacked the significance of official authorization. Today, everyone seeks the authentic products from the military industry building, which carry extraordinary meaning, much like the distinction between genuine articles and counterfeits. Even if the latter is crafted well and is cheaper, true aficionados will always pursue the original. Moreover, this item is not only popular, but also retains and appreciates in value. For instance, the first batch of figurines saw individuals willing to pay a premium for them shortly thereafter, as many were unable to secure their purchase. Some collectors even sought to amass the entire set of 100 members. Subsequently, the military industry building introduced larger-scale versions, with the highest-grade towering life-size figurines priced at 1 billion yuan, and astonishingly, all 10 produced were sold out. Witnessing the formidable purchasing power of military enthusiasts left even the military industry building itself astounded. While they had anticipated a certain market demand, the sales exceeded their expectations. Indeed, there is no shortage of affluent individuals globally, easily transacting 1 billion yuan for a figurine. Following their financial success, the military industry building continued to produce such products. They subsequently launched new items based on the 718 model, achieving commendable economic returns once more. This phenomenon left other related institutions bewildered. The White Eagle Empire's Ministry of Defense even convened a special meeting to discuss the matter. Were they out of their minds? Selling toys now. Shortly thereafter, an internal report revealed it wasn't they who were insane, but rather they were in dire need of funds. According to the latest intelligence, the military industry building had injected an additional trillion yuan into accelerating the research of new supersonic submarines. Upon hearing this news, everyone present was taken aback. It seems the Rabbit Nation has truly fallen into a trap. They appear resolute in developing this advanced submarine. The strategy has proven successful. The initial pressure applied through the media evidently burdened them significantly. The military industry building, long at a disadvantage at sea, has finally developed new technology that has garnered global attention. Their decision to delve deeply into the submarine field is clearly motivated by prior successes. Let them go ahead and produce. Relentless research is fine, for the pit of supersonic submarines cannot be filled. Even if they pour in more funds, it will be in vain. Indeed, the more the military industry building invests in this project, the more they squander their military expenditures on futile endeavors, thereby weakening their overall national defense capabilities. Everyone is exhilarated, as this strategy was initially conceived by the White Eagle Empire. Through media promotion, they painted a grand picture for the world's major military powers, boasting about how formidable supersonic submarines were. Now nations like the Dragon Country, the Arctic Bear, and the Three Golden Lions have all begun related research in response. Particularly the Dragon Country, which initially splurged 1 trillion yuan on research, is said to be rapidly depleting those funds, and rumors of further investment have surfaced. What a prodigal nation. Let us hope this drains the Dragon Country's coffers. We must remain grounded and not be like certain nations that can only dream. Our developments must possess practical value. We need to allocate $3 billion for the development of advanced mechanical exoskeletons, ensuring our quality is on par with others. When the military industry building first showcased that new type of dagger, the White Eagle side immediately formed a team to develop their own similar products. Later, when the military industry building released the new Hunter Shadow crossbow, the White Eagle side summoned a vast team of experts to replicate and attempt to surpass it. Now they are preparing to venture into the exoskeleton domain. The meeting concluded exceptionally smoothly, as everyone was aware that the other side was becoming increasingly ensnared in their own trap, and they all appeared quite pleased. Upon exiting the conference room, only the last 2 officials bore expressions of deep concern. Chapter 174. Pray for miracles to occur. The individual on the left remarked, in the past, after we developed advanced technologies such as nuclear weapons and rockets, Long nations soon followed suit in imitation. When did the situation change to this extent? For instance, whenever they unveil new high-tech gadgets like advanced daggers and crossbows, we immediately respond in kind. Upon reaching this point, He could not help but sigh and inquired, "Do you believe that a supersonic submarine could truly be realized?" The person beside him refrained from providing a direct answer and instead suggested, "Let us pray for miracles to happen." Since the astonishing capabilities of the Gongshu Band No. 1 were made public, the Cherry Blossom Empire has become exceptionally cautious. Over the past 2 years, as a series of new equipment made its debut, particularly from the increasingly renowned 125 factory, the advancements have been relentless. The first unveiled product, the Chiwen Dagger, has inflicted significant losses upon the Cherry Blossom Empire, not to mention the recent activities of Long Nation's new submarines in the nearby maritime areas. What if one day the citizens of Long Nation were to utilize these advanced mechanized exoskeletons to invade our islands? Soldiers equipped with such sophisticated gear would resemble warriors from the future, exhibiting rapid, elusive movements while possessing exponentially enhanced combat capabilities. Until a countermeasure is found, maintaining a low profile is evidently the most prudent strategy. It cannot be denied that the Gongshu Band No. 1 has astounded all neighboring powers. Thus, for the geographically proximate Cherry Blossom Nation, the most rational course of action is to observe developments from a distance and avoid unnecessary friction. Even foreign forces, typically inclined to roam and gather intelligence, have refrained from appearing in the surrounding waters, opting instead to remain dormant within their bases. While this behavior may superficially appear to reflect fearfulness, it is indeed one of the wisest decisions given the current circumstances. Faced with mounting competitive pressure, the Cherry Blossom Empire has also been diligently advancing its clandestine projects. With results imminent, it is crucial to avoid any unexpected complications. One day, a patrol group led by a mountain commander visited the factory and witnessed the staff busily engaged in their tasks. Among them was a small yet uniquely structured prototype of a modular aircraft carrier, featuring an extended flight deck and runway, a manifestation of their secret development efforts. The traditional notion of massive vessels has become obsolete, no longer meeting the demands of modern warfare. After all, such colossal entities were conceived over a century ago and evolved into platforms primarily reliant on carrier-based aircraft for striking power. Despite their past splendor, they are evidently ill-suited for contemporary military needs. Instead, smaller, agile maritime combat platforms have garnered increasing favor. The military of the Cherry Blossom Empire now believes that aircraft-on-aircraft carriers can act as reconnaissance eyes for naval warships, shielding battleships from aerial assaults. However, their role in naval warfare is primarily supportive. With technological advancements, the dominance of aircraft carriers, which has persisted for 70 years post-war, may soon witness a transformation. Presently, anti-ship missiles can accurately strike targets from hundreds of miles away, with ranges even surpassing that of aircraft. Additionally, weapons such as long-range cruise missiles and high-speed electromagnetic cannons pose significant threats that large carriers find challenging to counter. Moreover, the pressures exerted by the White Eagle Empire prohibit the Cherry Blossom Empire from constructing large aircraft carriers, inadvertently steering them towards the production of smaller vessels. This aligns perfectly with the military's intentions. By combining several smaller ships, they can achieve the functionality of an aircraft carrier, providing a space for aircraft to rest and undergo maintenance. When aircraft depart for missions, these vessels can disperse to evade attacks, preventing simultaneous sinking. This methodology offers another advantage. Even if one ship is struck, the remaining vessels can regroup to reconstruct a launch runway. Is this approach not more practical than relying solely on a massive aircraft carrier? In today's landscape of weaponry technology, if one cannot effectively defend against long-range cruise missiles and anti-ship missiles, larger carriers merely become conspicuous targets on the ocean, whereas smaller, agile warships possess greater tactical advantages. A colossal aircraft carrier navigating the vast ocean necessitates various types of vessels for comprehensive protection across surface, aerial, and underwater domains. Conversely, disassembling these large vessels into several independently operating smaller ships allows each unit to maximize its combat effectiveness. Perhaps, in the future, such a combat model will gain greater popularity. Furthermore, the maintenance costs of a gigantic aircraft carrier are exceedingly high. Once constructed and put into service, it requires a continuous influx of funds for upkeep. This is why many countries, despite having the capability to build their own carriers, remain reluctant. The long-term operational expenses are not cost-effective. It is far more prudent to allocate those funds towards acquiring additional defensive or long-range offensive weaponry. Another critical factor is that modern aircraft carriers, to engage in prolonged long-distance operations, must be equipped with nuclear power systems. Carriers powered by conventional energy sources consume vast amounts of energy during lengthy voyages. And considering future demands for installations such as electromagnetic cannons, which require substantial energy, relying solely on conventional power is insufficient. Only nuclear energy can meet these energy requirements. However, as a former defeated nation, the Cherry Blossom Empire is prohibited by the international community from possessing nuclear-powered aircraft carriers. Thus, the military finds itself navigating a delicate balance, striving to appease the White Eagle Empire while seeking alternative paths to develop new equipment suited to its national context. This backdrop gives rise to the story of the modular aircraft carrier design that can be assembled. In truth, this news has already attracted the attention of various nations, particularly within military circles, which are closely monitoring the situation. Many analysts assert that if the Cherry Blossom Empire successfully develops this modular aircraft carrier scheme, it would serve as a highly effective tool in countering traditional non-nuclear aircraft carriers from Long Nation. Given that the primary competing force in the vicinity, such as the formidable neighbor Long Nation, has yet to master the core technology of constructing nuclear-powered vessels, the Cherry Blossom Empire currently faces adversaries reliant on fossil fuel-driven behemoth battleship fleets. Thus, before deliberating on the adoption of a nuclear power system, there remain more pressing issues that require resolution. Should these assembled smaller ships prove capable of rivaling Long Nation's existing non-nuclear carriers, it would undoubtedly instill a measure of deterrence against them. Naturally, the relevant authorities will remain particularly attentive to this matter, attempting to gather more information through various channels, albeit with limited success. Chapter 175. Thus, we shall profoundly prosper in this regard. The operations at Sakuragi have been conducted with utmost confidentiality. It is exceedingly difficult for anyone not directly involved to obtain any valuable information. The general public harbors immense curiosity and anticipation, eagerly awaiting the unveiling of this groundbreaking conceptual product, poised to astonish all. Since last year, the frequent revelations of novel weaponry projects from neighboring countries have indeed captured global attention. Even the renowned martial artist, Mr. Takeda, was bested in a demonstration match by a newly invented weapon known as the Chiwing military saber. Additionally, it is noteworthy that their latest submarine model has been actively patrolling the waters surrounding Sakuragi, with ordinary citizens able to discern its silhouette while standing by the shore, which heightens the sense of anxiety. There is a collective hope for the domestic unveiling of more advanced secret weaponry to bolster national morale, ensuring that the sense of superiority is not compromised. Logically, aircraft carriers are considered one of the paramount symbols of national power, especially in terms of maritime military strength. The image of a flagship sailing majestically through the vast ocean, accompanied by numerous escort vessels, invokes a profound sense of respect. Although the so-called modular design may initially appear peculiar, it is believed to possess extraordinary qualities befitting an aircraft carrier. Currently, the most fervent topic of discussion online pertains to the newly launched Gongshuban No. 1 model toy series from the Dragon Nation, which has achieved unprecedented popularity, driving related collectibles to exorbitant prices. Auction records indicate that individual items have reached staggering figures in the tens of millions of yuan. It is essential to recognize that in the realm of model toys, Sakuragi and several Western powers remain the dominant forces, thanks to the widespread appeal of their cultural products, particularly in animation and film. In contrast, another significant Eastern nation, despite having gradually focused on developing an original comic market in recent years, still wields limited influence, particularly in the realm of derivative products, which remains almost non-existent. Remarkably, this new series has thrived without the backing of any film or animation. relying solely on the allure of the tangible products to attract a multitude of enthusiastic players, a rarity indeed. The most famous among them are the figurines of the Gongshuban combat team, comprising 100 characters, with the least expensive priced at 999 yuan. Acquiring the entire collection would cost nearly 1 million yuan, while the most extravagant figure, a life-sized model, commands an astonishing price of 100 million yuan. Other series include the Snowy Plateau series and the Appalachia Desert Assassin King series, leaving one to wonder how many more new series will emerge. Despite the absence of films or animations, these figurines are selling remarkably well, surpassing the markets of Sakuragi and other regions to become this year's most sought-after collectibles. Some young individuals have initiated online campaigns to boycott the Dragon Nation's figurines, yet their efforts appear to be in vain. Many individuals from the Sakuragi Empire have procured these figurines at inflated prices through special channels from the Dragon Nation. It is rumored that one fan spent over 10 million yuan to complete the Gongshuban combat team collection, having to pay several times the price to intermediaries. This phenomenon has left many netizens from the Sakuragi Empire astonished. It is incredible that someone would be foolish enough to spend such an exorbitant sum on figurines released by a Dragon Nation military factory. The netizens are eager to safeguard their position in the figurine market and hold high hopes for their own Ministry of Defense's forthcoming new equipment, a modular aircraft carrier model. They believe that once this innovative carrier makes its debut, it will capture the world's attention and elicit awe. Sakuragi also plans to design a similar military-themed figurine series, with individual figures priced at an astounding 100 million yuan, aiming to attract enthusiasts to purchase domestically produced goods. The storyline is even crafted, envisioning this new aircraft carrier embarking on missions to eradicate pirate strongholds, decisively eliminating long-standing maritime threats. Such endeavors are beyond the capabilities of other forces. We shall excel in this regard. The success of the Dragon Nation's figurines can be attributed to their military factory's triumph over a gang of mountain bandits, a fact that has garnered global attention. As for mechanical exoskeletons, they pale in comparison to our new weaponry. When we eventually construct our modular aircraft carrier and conduct a practical exercise, it is certain to drive military enthusiasts worldwide into a frenzy. Imagine placing 1,000 figurine models on the carrier, each priced at 10,000 yuan. Assembling the complete set would cost millions, thereby yielding substantial profits. In truth, many military enthusiasts from the Sakuragi Empire choose to purchase Dragon Nation products merely out of admiration. After all, only the Dragon Nation has successfully developed and deployed the most futuristic mechanical exoskeleton systems globally. Previously, the White Eagle Empire dominated this field, enhancing human capabilities to an extent, such as aiding in lifting heavy objects or increasing running speed, yet it fell short of the idealized image of a future warrior. Today, the new mechanical apparatus produced by the Dragon Nation not only boasts an impressive appearance, but also demonstrates a marked increase in combat effectiveness, as evidenced in real-world applications. Undoubtedly, even an ordinary person, after training, can transform into a superhero-like figure. This truly fulfills the ultimate dream of enthusiasts for mecha products. Unfortunately, complete products are unavailable for purchase, and ordinary individuals have no access to military goods transactions. Even if retail prices were to be established, they would likely be exorbitantly high, rumored to reach $1 billion. Thus, enthusiasts are left with no choice but to acquire miniature toy versions, although they cannot disassemble them to examine the internal structures. The exterior proportions are remarkably faithful to reality. Who could resist such stunning designs? Consequently, heated debates have erupted online surrounding this issue. On one side, fervent collectors staunchly defend their rights, while on the other, critics denounce these individuals for their admiration of foreign products. Even the Sakuragi Empire's officials have taken note of this situation. What appears to be a minor dispute over a specific product belies a more profound crisis of trust regarding the current state of national capabilities. As Yamashita Kentaro surveyed the modular aircraft carrier testing center, his emotions were a complex mix. Ever since returning home after a defeat in a friendly match against the neighboring country's forces the previous year, He has endured relentless scrutiny and suffered a demotion in his position.